In 2050, this young man, along with countless others, fell into a trap called deities, which was launched as a virtual reality and quickly made a huge impact. But then, a player discovered that the attributes in deities could be used in reality. Jang Tran had surpassed countless other players, reaching the highest level of the divine ladder. This is the only path to becoming a deity in deities that all players can test their skills on. Win and become a deity, lose and become a ghost. Jang Tran risked his life to climb to the highest position. He succeeded but also lost his life. Just when everything seemed to be over, Jang Tran woke up again, with the sound of the MC echoing on the stream. The virtual reality deities is about to launch its server. Is there any little brother waiting like me? So, Deities is launching a server with a super addicted mind watching the Rabbit Studio and super fast information flow. Jang Tran took about 2 seconds to realize he had been reborn, but before he could react, the door burst open. A beautiful girl holding a fast delivery box walked in. It was Ha Ni, Jang Tran's neighbor. What are you doing that you're not opening the door after all this knocking? Do you need this? Of course I need it, thank you, Ni. Jang Tran knew what was inside that fast delivery box, so his eyes lit up. Ha Ni placed the box on the table and casually teased Jang Tran a bit. After she left, Jang Tran quickly unboxed the box. Inside was a helmet for him to connect to the virtual world of deities. Jang Tran quickly put it on his head. In the previous life, he hadn't clarified the secrets of the virtual world and deities. This time, he was determined to take revenge. Jang Tran didn't take long to log into the game. Each player entering deities will receive a random talent. He still vividly remembered in his previous life, after creating a character, he received a rare talent, wondering if this time it would change. The talent grades in this game include Common, which is gray, Good, which is green, Rare, which is blue, Excellent, which is purple, and the highest, Perfect, which is gold. Usually, the process of receiving talent doesn't take too much time. But for some reason, this time, the system detected that Jang Tran had special energy and took a long time to analyze. Finally, he received a special talent named Reversal of Yin and Yang. The system noted that this was a unique talent, and its effect was also very special. When applying the Reversal of Yin and Yang talent with existing skills, it would cause that skill to have a contrasting effect. The strength of that effect will gradually increase with the player's level. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. What does the contrasting effect mean? Could it be that when he uses a damage skill, it turns into a healing skill? Suddenly, Jiang Chen flashed a sly smile. So, do you know what your initial profession should be? Among the 7 basic professions, warrior, mage, priest, summoner, assassin, archer, and knight, Jiang Chen chose priest. Immediately, his appearance transformed into a level 1 priest, and Jiang Chen picked a new nickname, Pham Tran, meaning even an ordinary person can slay gods. His new life in the world of deities officially begins here. Just like in the previous life, after finishing character setup, Jiang Chen was taken to the novice village number 10000001. Around him, people were as numerous as ants, with most players marveling at the realistic feeling this virtual world provided. Jiang Chen weaved through the bustling crowd to find a place to test his talents first. Just like in the previous life, his 4 basic attributes, physique, strength, agility, and intellect were all at 10 points now. However, depending on the attack percentage of each profession and the skill effects, the development path of each character will vary. Jiang Chen decided to check his skills first. Each profession has an initial skill, and for the priest, it is the healing spell. It restores 20 HP each time, consuming 5 mana points and taking 5 seconds to recharge. Originally, this skill couldn't deal damage. However, the healing points it provides are comparable to the damage points offered by attacking professions. With his unique talent in reversing yin and yang, Jiang Chen could fully convert this 20 healing points into 20 attack points, or even more. Moreover, for players with intellect-based professions like him, mana regenerates at 1% every second. So, if he only uses the healing spell, he wouldn't need to worry about mana consumption at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decided to use his talent to reverse this basic skill. Immediately, he received its inverted skill. Now, the healing spell had the effect of reducing the target's HP by 30 points. This number was higher than the original 20 HP. But that's because his talent allowed Jiang Chen to increase the skill's effectiveness by 50%. After he reaches level 10, the effectiveness will increase to 100%. Although he understood the abilities of his talent in reversing yin and yang, seeing the healing spell transform like this, even increasing its effectiveness by 50% and further increasing with levels, Jiang Chen still found it a bit hard to believe. This talent was even more outrageous than the rare talent from his previous life. In this life, he would soon meet the god-slaying method again. With the preparations completed, Jang Tran headed to the Green Spring to hunt monsters. Here, there was a sheep with red horns called the red-horned ram. Jang Tran recalled that in his previous life, after the server opened for 2 hours, a special NPC appeared at the southern shrine of the novice village and only lasted for 1 hour. Players could exchange the red-horned ram's horns for beneficial items with him. Accepting this hidden quest was the greatest benefit of the novice village, so Jang Tran had to seize the time. In the previous life, you didn't gather many demon horns, so you could only exchange them for basic benefits. Therefore, in this life, Jang Tran wants to obtain the first buff on the entire server. With that in mind, Jang Tran begins to fight against 7 demons. These creatures don't attack too strongly, and their speed isn't fast either. Their health will run out after 4 healing spells. Jang Tran calculates the time and feels that 2 hours is enough for him. In his previous life, he only collected 200 demon horns. But this time, after 2 hours, Jang Tran has already gathered 705. As he returns to the starting village to turn in his mission, other players start to arrive. They are all eager to seize the time to exchange for good buffs. It seems that the special NPC has appeared. Jang Tran returns to the ruined shrine. Here, everyone is looking for teammates to go hunt demons together. Many female players want to team up with Jang Tran because of his good looks, but get rejected. To avoid hassle, Jang Tran even comes up with an unexpected excuse. I don't team up. I only like men. Jang Tran heads straight to the special NPC elder, then pulls out his bag of treasures. The old man is quite surprised to see that Jang Tran has collected so many demon horns in such a short time. It seems he is favored by the gods. After confirming the number of demon horns Jang Tran brought, the old man begins to grant him beneficial buffs. During the process of casting the spell, Jang Tran feels quite tense. He is very anxious about what kind of buff he might receive this time. After a while, finally, a goddess appears before him. She grants him a hidden buff named Blessing of the Love Goddess. He humorously checks its information, only to feel a wave of disappointment, because this buff is only valuable when teaming up with the opposite gender. Each time this happens, Jang Tran's cooldown time will decrease, his mana cost will drop by 50%, and he will gain an additional quality tier for the items dropped after the quest. Whenever his affinity with an opposite gender player increases, it can remove one of the team-up requirements of the buff. When he reaches a close affinity with 3 opposite gender players, Jang Tran can use all 3 effects of the buff without needing to team up with anyone else. Wow, the love god really loves people, Jang Tran shouted, having just said he didn't want to team up with female players and ended up getting this awkward buff. He wasn't too keen on accepting this outcome, so he sincerely bowed his head, clasped his hands, and squeezed his fists. Great love god, I sincerely love and respect you. If you can converse, please grant me another buff. Risking it, please follow the god's guidance and find your true path. Jang Tran got hit right in the head with a staff. He could only run away before facing the wrath of the love god. Life really is ironic. Just now, he had rejected several female players, and his attitude was quite dismissive. I wonder if he can still find them now. After taking a few steps, Jang Tran saw the blonde girl, the knight he had rejected earlier. He bravely sent her a team-up invitation. This beauty was in another team, but she felt awkward because she had only agreed to join the team by accidentally clicking the button. When Jang Tran sent the team-up invitation, she seemed like she had found a lifeline. Sorry, everyone, my friend is here. Please invite someone else. She hurriedly apologized to the others and left the team. Since she was in another team when he sent the invitation, Jang Tran's request was declined. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, the girl rushed to stop him and then sent Jang Tran another team-up invitation. Her nickname was Than Anon. Didn't you just join a team? Jang Tran quickly accepted while asking. It was just a slip of the finger. I'm still trying to figure out how to back out. Than Anon just joined the team, and with the blessing of the love god activated, Jang Tran happily took her to fight monsters. But their closeness made Than Anon's old team members extremely uncomfortable. That girl just ditched us to run after that sissy pastor. I thought she was smart, but turns out she's shameless too. If we run into her again, we'll settle this. Jang Tran took Than Anon to the Green Plain. Like everyone else, Than Anon wanted to hunt for the red-horned beast. However, Jang Tran said it wouldn't be worth it to look for a sword now. It would just waste time. So the two decided to stay here and ambush, waiting for the monsters to appear. As night fell, a level 5 wolf monster emerged. Than Anon was amazed at how Jang Tran could predict when monsters would appear. But, Pham Tran, can we really take down a level 5 monster with just a level 3 knight and a pastor? Than Anon asked suspiciously. You don't need to fight. Just stand still and watch me take it down. Jang Tran stepped forward a few paces, leaving Than Anon puzzled. It was the first time she saw a pastor trying to deal damage. Was this guy crazy? But then Jang Tran started using healing spells on the wolf, causing it to lose 120 health points each time. At that moment, Than Anon was so shocked her mouth dropped open. Wow, this pastor is actually a big shot. I must say, a level 5 mage's basic fireball spell only deals about 30 to 40 damage. Yet, a pastor like Jang Tran can deal over 7 points. Looking closely, she felt like he was shouting. However, not being true VR from the host creation company and released globally, shouting seemed impossible. Besides, the damage he dealt was not the only impressive thing. Jang Tran's movements were super fast, almost playing with the monster. Than Anon had seen many big shots in global VR co-servers before, but no one was like Jang Tran. Every move was incredibly precise and delicate, able to fight monsters without taking a scratch. Although Jang Tran had previously stated he liked men to turn down Than Anon, at that moment, all she could think was, I have to turn him straight again. In fact, she had even thought of a plan to turn Jang Tran from a priest back to a knight, until his shout broke her train of thought. Than Anon, watch out behind you. It turned out there was an ambush. Luckily, Than Anon used her shield to block the attack. While she was breathing a sigh of relief, the opponent dodged to the right to attack, and Than Anon's HP dropped by 49 points instantly. Wow, the wolf monster is that fast? Just now, Pham Chun dodged effortlessly. Jang Tran pushed Than Anon aside and faced off against 2 fierce wolf monsters alone. Even though I didn't want to team up with these weights, I can't let Than Anon get in danger in this situation. If she gets taken out, my book is lost too. If she gets taken out, running from the respawn point here would take too much time. Than Anon shyly apologized for dragging Jang Tran down, but his attitude seemed to have lost its cheerfulness from earlier. Apologizing doesn't help. Don't let your head float in the clouds. Than Anon awkwardly replied, yes. After that, she could only keep her eyes on every movement of Jang Tran to learn, while also being aware of her surroundings to avoid another ambush. Jang Tran's moves were truly top-notch. Than Anon felt that even if she watched a few more times, she wouldn't be able to imitate him. 15 minutes later, Jang Tran had defeated the fierce wolf monster, successfully reaching level 6. From the defeated monster dropped a new item, a rotten wooden staff, bronze level. Equipping this will increase magic power by 20 points, and intellect attribute will also gain an additional 5 points. Typically, small monsters like the fierce wolf only drop white gear. Thanks to the blessing of the love god, a bronze item was dropped. On Pham Chun, I just leveled up to level 4. Than Anon over here is also very excited. Yeah, keep it up, Jang Tran replied indifferently. While checking the system, he saw an entry named Intimacy Level. Looks like this is the index that, once maxed out, can lift a team request for the book. Jang Tran clicked to check, and his intimacy level with Than Anon was currently only 57. Meanwhile, the maximum score should be 10,000, so 57 must be the number of small monsters he just defeated. It seems that as long as he forms a team, each monster can add 1 intimacy point, but defeating 10,000 monsters is no small number. While Jang Tran was deep in thought, a deafening howl startled him. The mutated fierce wolf boss, a bronze level, has appeared. There are very few people who can fight small monsters at level 5 at this stage. Now that the level 5 boss has appeared, if he can take it down, he might earn some achievement. Therefore, Jang Tran didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, that boss had a skill that charged and ripped, which was not easy to handle. Each time its HP drops by 10%, it will charge at the opponent in an instant, ripping with full force and dealing 500% damage. To defeat this monster, careful calculations are required. With Jang Tran's current speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge by running when the opponent used the charge and rip skill. Than Anon, wait a moment for me to lure the boss. You stay put and don't move. When I tell you to open the shield, you need to do it immediately. Can you do that? With a handsome guy assigning tasks, Than Anon's eyes lit up like stars. I'll make sure to complete the task. All this time, Than Anon had been immersed in guilt for being ambushed by the fierce wolf. Now that there was a chance to redeem herself, she was extremely serious. Than Anon stood in front. Jang Tran, standing behind, began using healing spells, each dealing 180 damage. He had calculated carefully. This wolf had 10,000 HP. After each healing spell, it would reduce HP by 10%. After using the skill 6 times, Jang Tran signaled Than Anon to open the shield. Than Anon quickly opened the shield, successfully blocking the boss's attack. She breathed a sigh of relief, and Jang Tran felt a bit more at ease. With this reaction ability, Than Anon was no longer seen as a deadweight. He continued to attack while Than Anon remained in a defensive stance. The two worked together seamlessly, attacking 6 times before opening defense once. After a while, that fierce boss was defeated. As expected, Jang Tran received the first achievement, leveling up to level 7. At the same time, he gained an additional point for each of the 4 basic attributes and received 4 free attribute points. His relationship with Than Anon also increased by 67 points. It seems that defeating a boss earns more relationship points than regular monsters. Than Anon also leveled up to level 5, so happy that she was jumping around. Being with a master like Jang Tran, she really felt lucky. He only responded to her briefly as he was busy waiting for loot from the boss. This time, the item obtained was a silver quality Lu Wen robe, which boosted 180 HP and 10 intelligence. It also had an effect of restoring 1% mana per second. Additionally, there was a silver quality dagger that increased attack damage by 35, strength by 10, and attack speed by 5%, but it was more suited for assassins. Finally, there was a sealed 2-star skill book that Jang Tran couldn't learn yet. He couldn't help but feel happy. The blessings he received were quite generous. The robe could be equipped immediately. As for the dagger, Jang Tran could also sell it for profit. He allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. Now, Jang Tran's stats were solid, and the healing spell's damage was quite high. After finishing up, Jang Tran intended to form a team to head back to the newbie village first. Coincidentally, Than Anon also had a quest to turn in, so she decided to stick with him. The two walked for about 10 minutes and reached the newbie village. They happened to encounter a team of 3 hunting monsters. Jang Tran hadn't seen them yet, but they had already spotted the two. Coincidentally, this team was the same 3 rascals who had invited Than Anon to join them, but she had left to follow Jang Tran. Upon seeing the two return, their anger flared up. The more they looked at Jang Tran, the more they felt he needed a little marking on that handsome face. The archer in the group raised his weapon, shooting an arrow from the shadows towards Jang Tran. He quickly dodged to the side, fortunately avoiding injury. Startled, he was lucky to be unharmed, wondering who the unethical one was. Than Anon was shaken by the earlier scene. She was panting and hesitating. "You better come out here," Jang Tran shouted. The shooter of the previous arrow stepped out from the shadows, and Than Anon recognized them at a glance. "Who are you guys? And why did you attack Pham Tran? Do you think driving us away is like using a public restroom? You can't just come and go as you please. It doesn't work that way." The archer who ambushed them spoke first, then the warrior beside him chimed in. "You guys are so slow returning to the newbie village. Let me send you off a bit. Why waste time with them?" A priest and a technician can only raise their hands and surrender. Finally, the mage, who seemed to be their leader, spoke from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a fireball to initiate the attack. Than Anon stood in front of Jang Tran, using her shield to block the attack. Jang Tran wasn't one to just passively accept things either. It had been a long time since he encountered players willing to generously equip him like this. So of course, he wouldn't let them escape. He raised his staff, and the healing spell was activated. Immediately, one of the archers was sent flying. "Are you shouting?" the mage exclaimed. "Yeah, whatever you say. Go sell salt, and remember to report back to me." Jang Tran shrugged his ears, pretending not to want to hear anymore. Teacher Jang Tran didn't seem to be in a good mood. He started to fume. He never imagined he would provoke a priest capable of dealing such damage. His health bar only had 190 points. If he got hit by Jang Tran's spell, he'd lose 35 health. However, before he could even think about surviving, he was sent back to the respawn point. Only the warrior remained, who had been the most aggressive and had talked the most. Jang Tran looked at him with half an eye, his tone full of provocation. "So there's one last guy, huh? Go on. How do you want to meet your end?" Wait, a hero spares me." The opponent quickly waved his hands in surrender. "Let me go, and we can meet again without hard feelings." Unfortunately, Jang Tran had no desire to meet or see someone like him again. The staff in his hand glowed, and the last guy was also sent to the altar. Since this wasn't a survival game, players respawn at the respawn point after dying, but all attributes are reduced by 1 point. Moreover, the person who sent them to the altar would forcibly acquire the best quality equipment from the victim. Jang Tran sent 3 of them on their way and received the weapons from all 3 of them. Than Anon couldn't hide her admiration. This was the first time in her life she'd met someone this cool and powerful. After entering the newbie village, the two temporarily separated, as Than Anon was busy completing a quest. Jang Tran also had business to attend to at the trading post. After wandering around outside for a bit, he had gathered quite a few good items. Besides the ones suitable for the priest class, Jang Tran sold them all at once. The trading post offered two types of sales: fixed price and auction. With a fixed price, after a successful transaction, the system charges a 1% transaction fee. For the auction format, after a successful transaction, the system charges a 2% transaction fee. The equipment that Jang Tran is selling is all of silver quality. Items of the same quality on the trading board right now are priced between 2.9 silver and 3.4 silver. Jang Tran feels that the 3 weapons he looted from those thugs could be sold for a fixed price. The silver dagger can be put up for auction. After being listed, the 3 weapons were quickly bought back. Jang Tran received a total of 8.91 silver, enough for him to open that 2-star skill book. As for the dagger, he wasn't in a hurry to auction it off. Now, the more important task is to go to the village mansion to find a job instructor. Jang Tran arrived here and went straight to the beginner's instructor's room. On the door, there is a symbol of protective angel wings, indicating that the final job transition for the priest is the resurrection spell. Jang Tran pushed the door open, and someone was already waiting for him inside. It was a muscular man named Ladakh, whose voice sounded a bit effeminate. "Hello, I want to unlock the skill book." Jang Tran wanted to cover his eyes with both hands as he presented his 2-star skill book. Are all the priest instructors this wild? Ladakh took a whiff of the book and displayed a somewhat awkward expression. Yet, it was a 2-star skill book, emitting a wonderful fragrance that made one yearn for it. According to the God's law, unlocking a skill book requires the instructor to expend their energy. Therefore, it's no surprise that Ladakh requested a fee of 5 gold coins. Jang Tran quickly handed over the money. Ladakh put on a show for a moment before returning the unlocked skill book to him. The skill that Jang Tran received was the 1st-generation divine skill of the priest, called Healing Light. When activated, this skill will consume 100 mana and shoot out a healing light that affects targets within a 20 meters radius. Each second, it can restore 100% mana and HP for up to 5 seconds. The maximum healing limit is 3 targets, with a cooldown time of 20 seconds. After using the unique skill to reverse yin and yang, this skill will become a perfect area attack, compensating for his current shortcomings. Jang Tran left the novice village mansion in a very cheerful mood. Now, the task at hand is to find Than Anon and continue hunting monsters. But before he could find the beauty, he was drawn in by the commotion outside the square. "Stop right there, little brat. Who gave you permission to hunt monsters here? As long as your grandma is around, don't even think about leveling up in the noon Sunday." The woman's harsh words didn't catch Jang Tran's attention as much as the title Little Brat. Previously, she was the top summoner in the world, but he didn't expect that when entering the noon sun, that girl would be bullied so badly. Don't think that by lowering your head and saying nothing, you can pretend to be pitiful. No one cares about useless people like you except for her. The woman continued to berate the little brat. Jang Tran couldn't stand this injustice any longer. After all, he still needed 2 more girls on his side. Jang Tran decided to step in and pull the future top summoner to his side. "Who said no one cares? Little Yao, want to team up?" She seemed to be so used to being bullied that she was completely surprised and confused when Jiang Chen sent a team request. She even had to double-check. "Do you really want to team up with me? If not, then why? Just agree. I'll take you to hunt monsters." Little Yao looked suspiciously at the woman. She hesitated, saying she couldn't leave the newbie village. The woman, seeing little Yao scared of her, became even more arrogant. "See? Don't bring trouble on yourself. Just go away." She waved her hand at Jiang Chen as if shooing a chicken. Despite that, Jiang Chen was determined to take little Yao with him. Seeing him so serious and eager, she had no reason to refuse anymore and agreed to join the team. The woman was furious upon seeing this. Originally, she wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson by keeping little Yao there. But unexpectedly, she encountered a skilled person. Jiang Chen wasn't the type to provoke others for no reason. So, he didn't attack her, but instead struck the rabbit monster behind her, dealing 225 damage with just 1 hit. "What? How is your damage so high?" the woman asked, astonished. But Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to answer her. He led little Yao to the entrance of the newbie village to meet Than Anon. Upon seeing this unfamiliar level 2 support sister, she felt a little envious. Perhaps this was what the feeling of competition for affection was like in Legends. However, Than Anon knew that she was just a low-level player, so she didn't think too much about it. So, Jiang Chen led both girls, one big and one small, to the Black Mist Canyon to start their journey. This place is filled with monsters ranging from level 6 to level 10. As usual, Jiang Chen wanted to act alone. So, he instructed Than Anon and little Yao to find a spot to sit and wait, not to cause him any trouble. The Black Mist Canyon is home to many undead creatures. This is a suitable target for Jiang Chen to test his healing beam skill. Indeed, it was a 2-star skill, and its effectiveness was impressive. Jiang Chen was very pleased. At this rate, he would level up again in no time. Little Yao observed from the side. Her eyes opened wide this time. With the curiosity of a little sister, she turned to Than Anon and asked, "Sister Than Anon, are you and Master Pham Tran in a relationship? How is he so skilled?" Than Anon's cheeks immediately turned red, but she felt very happy. Just because of this one question from little Yao, all the earlier jealousy and resentment disappeared. "Not yet, we just met," she replied. "Then do you know why Master is bringing us along?" Little Yao continued to wonder. "It seems like we can't help him with anything." Than Anon also didn't know the answer. Or, does he have some dark thoughts about us? Little Yao suddenly hugged her cheeks, horrified. Than Anon was also startled by this thought from the girl. She felt that Jiang Chen wasn't that kind of person. Besides, with someone as talented as him, even if he had some wicked intentions, Than Anon would willingly fall into his arms. It was just the first time they met, and Jang Tran himself said he only liked men. So, Than Anon suddenly had a thought. Could he be intentionally teaming up with 2 girls to hide his true sexual orientation? If that's the case, this is quite thrilling. But Than Anon wouldn't give up on her ambition to turn him straight. Just then, the ranking system notification popped up. Than Anon was extremely excited as she checked it out. "Pham Chun, you made it onto the ranking." Jang Tran casually took down the last zombie, then dusted off his hands and opened the leaderboard. "The ranking system, huh? Let me take a look." Currently, leading the rankings is a player with the ID Tien Larvar Nung, a warrior at level 10. Jang Tran is at level 8, ranking 10th, which isn't much different from the previous round. In the last round, Tien Larvar Nung was also the first to break through level 10, opening the leaderboard. Jang Tran knew that the guy used real money to level up quickly, so there's no need to compare for now. Seeing him so engrossed, both Than Anon and Dao Tioyo felt he was upset about not being first. "I'm sorry, it's all our fault for being a burden to you," they both said in unison. Jiang Tran sighed and shrugged. "It's not because of them. Besides, not being first right now doesn't mean he won't be in the future." "Look over there," Dao Tioyo suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Tran thought a boss had really appeared, but when he looked in the direction she pointed, he saw a low-level fantasy creature. This is a rare pet that can boost stats, even harder to find than a boss. It seems his luck isn't too bad this time while hunting monsters. Seeing Zhang Chun so excited, Thang Ang and Dao Tioyo were also thrilled. So Pham Chun plans to tame this pet. They're learning something new. Jiang Tran indeed had that intention, but suddenly he noticed the arrival of a new group of people. Coincidentally, it was the team of A Danba that had bullied Dao Tioyu earlier. The girl named Yanhua is a mage. Yanhua brought along 3 other men, looking fierce as they approached Dao Tioyo to confront her. One is an assassin named Thick Fa Thung Kung, another is a priest named Nai Fa Thung Kung, and the last is a warrior named Chin Fa Thung Kung. Upon seeing this long-haired woman, Dao Tioyu turned pale and trembled all over. "They came for me. I'm sorry. Darthun Pham Tran, why don't you just kick me out of the team? I don't want to be a nuisance to you." Jiang Tran didn't find it bothersome. The 4 in front of him were just a bunch of idiots without gear. The warrior in the group checked and found Jang Tran in the top 10 of the rankings. But the assassin in their team thought that being in the top 10 didn't make a priest like him a threat. 2 were attacking one, while another was retreating, making Jang Tran feel anxious. "Wasting time like this, are you going to fight or not? If you want to, hurry up or get lost. Your reckless attitude has really annoyed me. I've decided to teach you a lesson on how to be a decent person. Double the previous table price. Hurry up. I've hired a whole team of mercenaries to teach Jiang Chen and that little demon a lesson. I can't believe a pastor, a technician, and a little demon, whom I always thought was a useless brat, could achieve anything." Yanhua prepared to attack first with a fireball spell. The 3 mercenaries were covering her closely. On this side, Jiang Chen remained calm. He signaled Than Anon to use the old tactic of shielding. Her shield successfully blocked the fireball created by Yanhua. Then came the main dish, as Jiang Chen prepared to unleash his healing spell, to deal with all 4 of them at once. Before they even realized what was happening, they were sent back to the resurrection point. Than Anon was already accustomed to this shockwave ability of Jiang Chen, so she wasn't too surprised. But the little demon was still gaping in astonishment, unable to close her mouth. Jiang Chen could send all 4 of them back at once. This was a feat that an 8th-level pastor could achieve. In another development, Yanhua, after returning with the 3, immediately started tearing into each other. "I only see them as a bunch of useless fools, and they refuse to back down, just a bunch of stupid women." The other group has been dealt with, while Jiang Chen prepared to capture the phantom pet. There are two ways to capture pets and mounts. One is to use a special item to catch them, and the other is to rely on strategy and skills to complete the capture challenge. Jiang Chen already had a plan to capture this phantom fairy. He instructed Than Anon that if any players or monsters appeared nearby, she had to quickly exit the team and attack him. Then Jiang Chen used a healing spell on the phantom fairy. This initial attack of his didn't deal much damage. Instead, it opened up a challenge illusion. Based on his experience from his previous life, he anticipated this. Once the challenge illusion is opened, players cannot retreat voluntarily. Only if the challenger is injured will they be automatically expelled. That's why Jiang Chen instructed Than Anon to injure him if there were any other threats. And the only way to capture the phantom fairy is to find the real phantom fairy within this illusion. Jiang Chen's HP will gradually decrease over time. Before his health runs out, he must find the entity of that phantom chef. The illusions of the phantom fairy are now flying all over the place. But in reality, they only fly within a fixed range. Only the true entity can fly freely. Understanding this, Jiang Chen quickly pinpointed his target. He didn't take long to capture the phantom fairy, and so, this first ultra-rare phantom chef became the property of the ordinary player. Jiang Chen woke up from the dreamscape, and Than Anon, along with the little demon, were eagerly waiting for him. When Than Anon saw that you had tamed the dreamy spirit, she was eager to test its abilities. Jang Tran then let the dreamy spirit manifest within him. At that moment, both of his younger sisters felt that he was more handsome than any celestial being. After that, he was able to use its blink skill. This skill allows the user, once the spirit manifests, to teleport to any position within a 5-meter radius. The cooldown time is 5 minutes, and it doesn't consume mana. But thanks to the blessing pen of the love god, the cooldown time is halved. After the dreamy spirit matures, the level of this skill will be further enhanced. Jang Tran really hit the jackpot this time. Seeing Than Anon and the little spirit girl staring at him, he felt confused. Why are you two looking at me like that? Get leveling up. I don't have any experience to share. Than Anon and the little spirit girl just babbled in response, but Jang Tran didn't understand their girlish thoughts at all. He only saw these two sisters looking silly. Anyway, he wasn't counting on them to protect him, so he continued to grind monsters himself. Watching Jang Tran focused on his task, Than Anon sighed in frustration. So perfect, how can he be gay? 10 minutes later, Jang Tran was grinding monsters until he was exhausted. The loot wasn't much, but if sold, it would fetch about 40 to 50 silver coins. He originally planned to return to the newbie village, but suddenly the mirror boss appeared. It was a level 9 silver boss, possessing 2 skills, corrosive goo and soul-reaping chains. The first skill is a normal attack. The boss emits a sticky goo that flows to the ground, covering a radius of 4 meters around it. Every second, the sticky goo deals 30 damage and slows down opponents by 30%, lasting for 30 seconds. But the more concerning skill is the second control burst, the soul-reaping chains. Whenever the boss's HP drops by 10% or if the distance to the target exceeds 5 meters, it will quickly throw out the chains to pull the target back in front of it, dealing 200% damage and stunning them for 3 seconds. Compared to the wolf boss, this one is much harder to deal with, and Jang Tran had to think very carefully. Little spirit girl, have you encountered this boss before? No, but I've seen it in the monster manual from the publisher. This boss is quite hard to beat. I've simulated some strategies before, but we definitely need a warrior to coordinate. Speaking of expertise, the little spirit girl spoke much more fluently. Than Anon wanted to use her skills to support the girl, but the little spirit girl just shook her head, saying it was very difficult, as carrying couldn't prevent control effects, and even high-level players could easily die. Jang Tran nodded, truly the strongest summoner in the future. The knowledge and calculations of the little spirit girl were not something others could compare to. However, he only wanted to test things out a bit. He didn't need the help of these two girls just yet. Although it was a bit dangerous, Jang Tran felt he could still take down the mirror boss by himself. He chose a high rock outcrop with a good view to initiate his healing spell while dealing damage. Immediately, the boss used a corrosion sticky trick to counterattack. However, Jang Tran's ability to move unpredictably had surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to easily dodge. The only problem is that little Yu was incredibly tense. If he could barely dodge, how would he evade the soul-reaping scythe? Jang Tran continuously used healing spells, causing the opponent's HP to drop. When its health dropped to 90%, little Yu and Than Anon held their breath, waiting for the impending soul-reaping scythe attack. Just as expected, the mirror boss launched a large scythe toward Jang Tran, but he had no intention of running away. As the scythe was about to hit, Jang Tran vanished, then reappeared right beside the boss. It turned out his confidence came from the skill of phasing through illusions. Unfortunately, phasing requires 2.5 minutes to recharge. This forced Jang Tran to whittle down the opponent's health slowly, preventing it from using the soul-reaping scythe too quickly. Fortunately, he managed to do that well. 25 minutes later, the boss was defeated. Than Anon and Little Dao were so happy they jumped up and down. They increasingly felt that choosing to follow him was the right decision. Jang Tran taking down the mirror boss was indeed a great achievement. Besides leveling up and increasing basic stats, he also gained an additional 4 points of free attributes like every time, and his bond with the two sisters grew quite quickly. Of course, defeating a boss means there are items that drop. This time, Jang Tran obtained a golden quality frost staff, a pair of shadow boots, and a blood-red greatsword, all of quality. Finally, there was a rare design for a short robe called Manhwa, exclusively for tailors. Jang Tran could use both the staff and boots, so he immediately equipped them. He planned to auction the blood-red greatsword once back in Tanthu village, and he would conveniently throw in the old gear he had replaced into the trading board as well. As for the design, it would sell even easier when players specializing in crafting started flooding in. It seemed there was quite a bit to do this time, but for now, he needed to rest. It was already past 2 a.m., so that was enough for tonight. Will you two be online tomorrow? Time flies. I can't believe it's this late already, Than Anon replied. I'm on summer break. I'll be around during the day. After making plans, Jang Tran logged off. Time in the game seemed to flow easily. He felt completely exhausted. Now it's time to sleep and recharge for leveling up tomorrow. After a long, refreshing sleep, Jang Tran was awakened by Ni the next morning. She went for a jog and conveniently bought him breakfast, and she even touched his six-pack abs early in the morning to recharge for the day. Thanks, Ni, but I'm the man here. I only pay, not pay back with my body. You're the only one who jokes around, Ni said, as she patted Jang Tran on the shoulder a few times before casually sitting down in the house. I forgot to ask, which Tanthu village are you in the deities? When Jang Tran responded with 100001, I could see Ni looking down. She was planning to ask the Almighty to pull her up, because she heard that if you play well with these deities, you can make a decent amount of money. Right now, one item in the deities is already worth 75 yuan, and it might even increase in value later. After hearing Ni's complaints for a while, Jang Tran suddenly remembered that Ni is a fashion design student. The drawing he was holding would be a waste to sell. It would be better to give it to family. He suggested that Ni learn tailoring after reaching level 10. After that, she could create many types of outfits to sell and earn money. This is also one of the highest-paying professions among the deities. Upon hearing that it was the highest-paying, Ni's eyes lit up, but she was only at level 3. Jang Tran couldn't directly pull Ni up, but he promised to write her a detailed guide for leveling up. After Ni returned, Jang Tran quickly logged into the deities. Your mission today is to level up to 10. When Jang Tran entered the game, Dao Tiu had already been online for a while. The two agreed to meet at the village gate in 5 minutes, because he was busy going to the trading room to auction off the remaining gold equipment from yesterday. Once you get past the level 10 dungeon, gold won't be worth much anymore. Jang Tran arrived at the trading room, first collecting the profits from the items he sold the day before. He earned a total of 1,125 gold coins. Yesterday, the exchange rate of gold to real money was over 100. This amount of gold should convert to at least 10 yuan. The deities are indeed the best tool for making money. Jang Tran enthusiastically auctioned off the remaining items. Eventually, he arrived at the village gate as planned. Than Anon was also online, looking quite disheveled. She had been browsing the forum until 3 a.m. yesterday, so she was still sleepy now. Speaking of the forum, Dao Tiu became very enthusiastic. The deities encyclopedia on the forum has been updated, and there are many monsters she doesn't know about. She even saw some players who reached level 10. They are all stuck in the ancient abyss dungeon and can't get to the main city. Dao Tiu is indeed a serious kid. Than Anon didn't know any of the things she mentioned. Yesterday, she just browsed the forum to catch up on the drama. So, about that ancient abyss dungeon, she was completely clueless. Isn't it enough to just reach level 10 to get to the main city? It's just that the ancient abyss dungeon is the gateway dungeon to the main city. A player must be the first to clear it to unlock the main city gate. The deities encyclopedia enthusiastically began to share knowledge without stopping. Jang Tran naturally knew this well. In his previous life, the first person to clear this dungeon did so around midnight tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare sleep so soundly. However, having the chance to live again, Jang Tran was determined to be the one to open the gate first this time. Before that, he needed to reach level 10, so the first thing to do was to go to the Black Mist Canyon to continue hunting monsters. Today, he assigned Than Anon and Dao Tioyo an important task to lure monsters. Both eagerly agreed. After assigning the tasks, the three quickly got to work. Dao Tioyo truly lives up to being the world's top revivalist in her past life. She even calculated the damage Jang Tran could inflict to lure the right amount of monsters. As soon as they reached the appropriate glass table, Jang Tran quickly activated his healing light skill to clear the living creatures behind them. You quickly leveled up to level 10, which is an important milestone, because after reaching level 10, the reversal effect of the talent will increase by 100%. Once Jang Tran reaches level 20, this effect will increase to 200%. Jang Tran was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Before, the effect increasing by 50% was already incredibly powerful. Now, at 100%, I can't even imagine how powerful it will be. Jang Tran was at the right level to enter the Ancient Yu secret realm. Than Anon had gained 50% of the experience for level 9, while Dao Tioyu had just recently reached level 9. Jang Tran calculated the time and asked them to continue hunting monsters. Once they both reached level 10, they would go to the Ancient Yu secret realm together. 3 hours later, all three of them arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Countless players were gathered here, but Than Anon guessed that most of them were just here to spectate. The difficulty of the gods was too high. Except for the top players, most players were stuck at level 6. A powerhouse like Jang Tran could handle 2 youngsters alone, so it was unlikely to find another like him. As Jang Tran's group arrived, they ran into familiar faces, specifically the mercenary team hired by Yen Hoa earlier. Seeing Dao Tuyu, who had just reached level 5 yesterday, now shot up to level 10, they were quite surprised and started whispering among themselves. This handsome guy's abilities were impressive. Not only was he with that female knight, but he also managed to pull her younger sister along. But not so fast. That priest is a powerhouse on the leaderboard. But what damage, dealing skills does a priest have? He must have made it to the leaderboard because of some other ability. Clearly, even though they had met twice, they still thought of Jang Tran as a freeloader, while Than Anon was considered the real powerhouse. Jang Tran didn't bother paying them any mind and directly entered the Ancient Yu's secret realm dungeon. The atmosphere inside was very strange, but oddly enough, there were no monsters. Jang Tran saw 4 stone platforms on the ground. He quickly stood on one of the platforms, and Than Anon and Tu Dao followed suit. With 1 stone platform still missing, Jang Tran called Dao Tuyu to summon her pet and have it stand on it. Luckily, there were no restrictions on the number of people in the Ancient Yu secret realm. Otherwise, it would take time to find someone. Tu Dao's summoned pet was a somewhat foolish-looking dog named Dai Hoang. After it stood on the last stone platform, the formation was activated, and the monsters finally appeared. It was a group of dry fog monsters, including warriors, knights, mages, archers, and beasts, covering all professions. All of them had reached level 10. Moreover, these monsters even had the basic skills of their respective professions. Their basic attributes were roughly equivalent to those of level 10 players. Their attributes are comparable to players, so they must be quite strong, right? Than Anon immediately panicked, while Dao Tuyu remained much calmer. No, it means the great god could easily wipe them out in an instant. Although small in stature, Dao Tuyu was indeed much sharper than Than Anon. Just as the girl said, Jang Tran calmly activated the healing light skill. With the effect of the innate ability increased by 100%, the damage he dealt was much more terrifying than before. The first wave of zombies was wiped out by Jang Tran in 1 hit. While Jang Tran was engrossed in monster hunting, he suddenly received several server-wide notifications. The players reporting were all about money being universal, 3 root vegetables, and 1 painful cut. They all shared a common goal, which was to buy the ancient sword that Jang Tran had just auctioned. He himself didn't expect this item to be so hot. However, there was still over an hour left until the auction for the ancient sword ended, and these players were eager to buy it outright. Jang Tran guessed that they all wanted to pass the first ancient mystery. If that's the case, he definitely couldn't sell it to them beforehand. He had to let them compete against each other for it. Meanwhile, he focused on clearing the dungeon. With that thought, Jang Tran began to slow down his attack pace. He planned to maintain it until the auction for the ancient sword was over before moving on. This way, the equipment would still be sold at a good price, and he would successfully become the gatekeeper of the main city. It was truly a 2 birds with 1 stone situation. Throughout the process, Jang Tran also dropped quite a few pieces of equipment while grinding in the dungeon. Dao Tuyu quietly calculated, feeling that his revenue this time must reach over 100,000. Than Anon couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. Isn't that too much profit? To be precise, only the great god makes money. A regular player can't clear a dungeon solo. After splitting the loot with teammates, the net gain might not even cover the losses. Dao Tiuyu shrugged. Being in a team with a monster like Jang Tran had severely impacted both of these girls. They felt that if they didn't keep trying, they would be left behind more and more. Dao Tiuyu even vowed to go out and grind levels more tonight. Seeing them mumble to themselves, Jang Tran couldn't help but remind them, "What are you two so absorbed in? Stand back a bit, or you'll be affected." At this moment, he had already cleared the first few waves of monsters. The next thing to appear was the Ancient Guard army, all elite monsters at level 10. The special skill of the Ancient Guards is stealth. When they take a critical hit, they enter an invincible stealth state, increasing their movement speed and attack by 20%, becoming very fierce. As soon as Dao Tiuyu saw this army appear, her expression became serious. "Be careful, great god. These elite monsters are very strong. 2/3 of the players on the forum are probably here." Jang Tran wasn't unaware of this. The Ancient Guards were indeed very difficult to deal with. In the early stages, he could completely use healing spells to drain their health. But the biggest problem was still when the health of the elite monsters dropped below 10%. At that point, they would enter stealth mode. And if he kept dodging, it would just make them stay invisible, wasting time and effort without any benefit. If you want to catch them in their true form, you need to lure them into attacking. But the damage from the Ancient Guards far exceeds Jang Tran's health. Just one misstep and he could lose his life. Than Anon and the little demon are so tense that they forget to breathe. This process is already testing their fighting skills. Jang Tran is concentrating all his senses. The Ancient Guards have gone invisible, but he can still track their movements by the sound of the wind. His skill is ready to be unleashed. Just as the elite monsters prepare to strike, he teleports away. Fortunately, he timed it perfectly, and Jang Tran delivers a healing attack to finish off the elite army. The reward for clearing the secret realm is a jade bone shield of silver quality. Once equipped, it can increase reverse defense by 30%, reduce damage by 10%, and grant an additional 10 points to physical attributes, making it very suitable for the knight class. Than Anon and the little demon can't hide their admiration for him. The great god truly lives up to the name. This ability to seize opportunities is something ordinary people could never learn. Exactly. That move just now from Pham Tran was too impressive. While the two are still engrossed in their thoughts with Jang Tran, the ground suddenly begins to shake violently. This commotion means the secret realm's boss has made its appearance. This ancient undead skeleton possesses two skills, Mana Burning and Chaotic Soul. The first skill allows it to shoot a beam of light that chases the farthest target, reducing the target's mana by 10% every second for 10 seconds. As for the second skill, whenever the boss's health drops by 10%, it automatically launches a soul attack at the target with the highest damage, dealing 100% true damage and causing the target to enter a state of chaotic awareness, attacking teammates for 10 seconds. "I am the top ancient mage of the Empire. You pests dare to come here and disrespect my tomb. I sentence you to death," the ancient undead mage coldly declares. It must be said, its appearance is quite impressive, but previous players probably never expected it. Jang Tran is extremely troubled. The ancient undead mage has a total of 2 skills, one targets intelligence-based classes, and the other targets the highest damage dealer in the team. In other words, both skills are aimed at him. However, with just a glance, Jang Tran can tell that the prophetic orb in the mage's hand is a valuable item. Only the first damage dealer can drop top-tier props, so he must seize this opportunity to eliminate it. However, he can't fight alone this time. Jang Tran has to rely on the help of the two sisters. "Than Anon, Dao Tiuyu, this boss is actually quite simple. I'll go in first, and you two need to support my attack." Than Anon and Dao Tiuyu think they might have misheard. The ancient undead mage is a major boss that has halted all major guilds. Yet, through Jang Tran's words, it has turned into something quite simple, as light as a feather. However, they all firmly believe in their captain. So if Jang Tran says so, Than Anon and Teal Dao are ready to join in. Jang Tran has planned everything. They will be responsible for attacking to distract the boss's mana-burning skill. As for the chaotic soul, he will have to handle that himself. Just using the skills from those phantom boots should be enough to deal with the chaotic soul. Jang Tran started with a healing spell. To be fair, the feeling in this game is incredibly realistic. Both Than Anon and Dao Tiuyu could feel the intense pressure this boss brought. Jang Tran was already used to this feeling from the previous round. He was just slightly annoyed by how much the spirit mage was talking. The ancient spirit mage began to unleash its first retaliation skill. Than Anon and Dao Tiuyu also immediately joined the fight. They tried their best to attack the opponent, then backed away as far as they could behind Jang Tran. This way, The boss would consider them the farthest targets. And right after that, when it used its mana-burning skill, the two girls took all the negative effects to help Jang Tran. Jang Tran continued to use healing spells on the opponents. This was a very crucial phase. The health of the ancient spirit mage was about to drop to 90%. At that point, it would activate the chaotic soul. Not long after, this skill was unleashed. Jang Tran was hit and immediately lost 1,500 health, falling backward. Than Anon was instantly frightened by this scene. Did Brother Pham Tran just get wrecked by the boss? No, the numbers are gray. This can't be the master. Kui and still, Dao Tiao Yu was sharper. The master is the main character. How could Jang Tran be defeated so easily? He had already considered this situation earlier. It was all thanks to those golden quality phantom boots. Besides enhancing defense and movement speed, it had another amazing skill. When attacked, it would automatically create a clone that is immune to damage from any source for one hit. The cooldown is not fixed at 3 minutes. Therefore, what just contained the chaotic soul of the boss was Jang Tran's clone, not his main body. The calculations were correct. Jang Tran felt much more relieved. There are still over 20 minutes left in the auction for the blood-heavy great sword. Its current price has reached 30,000, etc. Next, he could slowly play with the spirit mage until the auction ended, and then finish it off. Jang Tran was very curious about the current bidding price of the great sword, wondering what surprising number the major guilds could offer after the auction ended. With only 2 minutes left in the auction, the great sword's price had risen to 35,000, etc., and it was still increasing every second. The player Ba He Guangyun, the guild leader of the Vungzathianhar Guild, was determined to buy this item. He had sent 8 teams of adventurers to conquer the ancient secret realm, but they were all wiped out. The guild leader of the Than Ding Guild was also like sitting on a pile of fire at this moment. The previous price of the great sword was 40,000, etc., and in the blink of an eye, it had risen to 50,000, etc. The guild's assistant advised him to give up on this deal. After all, the great sword is just a level 10 golden quality weapon. If he continues to bid, he might end up losing money. But the one sword that drinks blood is just like the madman, both wanting to possess the Blood Dawn great sword to pass through the ancient secret realm. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to invest money in the auction just to get this piece of equipment. This struggle for dominance was incredibly tense, and in the end, the Heavenly Court Guild emerged victorious. They spent up to 60,000 to seize the great sword. As the one sword that drinks blood was eagerly preparing to attack the ancient secret realm with the new equipment, the entire server received a shocking announcement. It was the players, Than Anon, Pham Tran, and Dao Tiao Yu who had passed through the ancient secret realm, achieving the first kill achievement. The one sword that drinks blood felt like it had been slapped in the face. His attitude changed 180 degrees, going from joyful to furious. Get ready for me. I don't care what guild these 3 belong to, but if they dare to steal the first kill position, I will make them pay. Just losing the first kill has made the one sword that drinks blood so enraged. If he knew that Jang Tran had deliberately set a trap for him to buy the great sword for 60,000, his fury would be even more terrifying. In the ancient secret realm, the necromancer had been defeated. Jang Tran received a new title, Pathfinder, and leveled up to 11. This new title increased the drop rate of gems by 50%. This title, combined with the blessing pen, enhances the quality by 1 level, making it the perfect pair. As usual, Jang Tran allocated 4 points into free attributes and intelligence. His damage also increased. Dao Tiao Yu and Than Anon also leveled up together. They were so happy they could barely contain their smiles. But what Jang Tran was most excited about was the item in the hands of the necromancer, the ancient water crystal. It was the only reward for the first kill. All other players who later pass through the secret realm won't be able to receive it anymore. Although this item has silver quality, it can be upgraded. Its amazing skill is dual casting, with a 20% chance to trigger double effect. Next is the Sinker Necklace, which, when equipped, increases HP by 100 and has an effect of restoring 2% health during combat, while the effectiveness is halved. Along with that are the quality bronze battle gloves that increase attack by 20 points. The accompanying effects are a 5% critical hit chance and 5% critical damage, compatible with warriors, assassins, and archers. Finally, there's the temporarily sealed 3-star skill. Among these 3 pieces of equipment, aside from recognizing the first one, Jang Tran can use the other 2. Moreover, the magic orb is an upgradable item. Once the dual casting ability activates, even high-level enemies will be taken down in the blink of an eye. As for that skill book, just looking at its 3-star quality shows it's a good item, but being able to obtain this equipment wouldn't have been possible without the contribution of the blessing pen. Furthermore, this time during the boss fight, Than Anon and Dao Tiaoyu also contributed significantly. Therefore, Jiang Chen gave each of them 2 new pieces of equipment. Although they were all bronze level, it still helped them significantly boost their strength. Than Anon and the little girl were so moved that they couldn't speak. Even though they participated in the battle, the damage they dealt was truly negligible compared to Jiang Chen. Both of them thought that just following him to gain experience was already great, and they didn't expect the great god to distribute equipment to them as well. Since the number of items available each day at the trading room is limited, Jiang Chen also didn't plan to sell the remaining items. He intended to fuse the leftover bronze equipment with the magic orb to gain growth points. When he gets enough growth points, he can upgrade it. After splitting the loot, the 3 of them prepared to set off to the main city. As soon as the 3 stepped out of the hidden realm, the scene outside was incredibly chaotic. Look over there, kneeling to the big sister. Just 3 people managed to complete the main quest. So many large guilds were stuck here, yet big sister Than Anon could pull both the pastor and the summoner through the gate. She's truly amazing. Their attention was not unexpected for Jiang Chen. He just didn't expect that everyone here thought Than Anon was the main contributor of the team. Now, her name was the hottest on the server. After all, compared to a pastor, saying that a knight like her was the main contributor was much more credible. Than Anon was being borrowed by players to take pictures together. She didn't even understand what was happening, so she looked at Jiang Chen for help. But having Than Anon attract attention for him was also good, so Jiang Chen let her enjoy this unexpected fame. As for himself and the little girl, they went ahead to wait at the teleportation array in the novice village. After Than Anon escaped from that crowd, the 3 quickly regrouped at the teleportation array in the village to head to the main city. The 2 girls were incredibly excited as soon as they entered the main city, thrilled by its grandeur. Wow, I heard that the main city is one of the 32 level 2 main cities. If all the main cities are this grand, then the developers are truly amazing. Seeing them so happy, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to encourage each of them with a few words. You can teleport between main cities, and once you level up, you can explore other main cities on your own. In fact, he was just as excited as they were. Because after leaving the novice village, the game was officially starting. The 3 of them went together to the mansion in the main city. Here, Jiang Chen told the 2 girls to wander around to accept monster hunting quests, hoping to unlock hidden quests. He would go alone to the finance office. The person in charge here was Kim Da, who emanated a scent of money. Adventurer, I am Kim Da, a finance officer. How can I assist you? I want to rent a stall. As soon as Jiang Chen said that, Kim Da became much more enthusiastic. It was rare for a player to come to rent a stall in the early stages. Jiang Chen requested a stall in the mansion. Kim Da then handed him the layout of the stalls, including the prices. The reason Jang Tran wants to rent a booth is very simple: to sell props and unnecessary equipment. Although he has a private trading room, the number of items he can list for sale each day is limited. With his rapid accumulation of items, relying solely on the trading room will lead to a surplus, and the longer he waits, the more they lose value. Moreover, he will need a store to sell once Ni learns to tailor and craft outfits. Jang Tran pointed to the most prime land in the estate, stating he wanted to rent 6 booths for a year. He plans to use the gold earned from selling weapons to pay for this. After all, once he becomes a renowned figure, millions of players will be attracted. Having multiple shops will ensure he doesn't lose money, whether renting them out or selling. Kim Dak's eyes lit up, and it seemed like God of Wealth was written on his forehead. Renting per year means he'll see gold every year, right? Rent? Yes, Jang Tran answered decisively. Their transaction was completed, and while Kim Dak was immersed in the feeling of being welcomed by the God of Wealth, Jang Tran had already left. The next thing he needed to do was find a guide for the pastor profession to unlock that 3-star skill book. Compared to the greasy guide in the newbie village, the intermediate pastor guide here is a genuine beauty named Wei Fu Lan. Wei Fu Lan dressed very lightly, making it hard for Jang Tran to keep his eyes from wandering during his time in the room. This time, unlocking the 3-star skill book cost 50 gold coins. Jang Tran's luck was still good. He unlocked another area of effect skill called Little Saintlight Heaven's Array. When activated, it consumes 100 mana to create a 6-pointed star formation covering a 20 meters radius. All teammates within the formation recover 100% of magic damage and HP every second, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. After using the innate talent of reversing yin and yang, this skill became an incredibly formidable attack. It causes all enemies within the formation to suffer a 200% reduction in magic damage and health every second. The cooldown was also reduced to just 20 seconds, and the mana cost dropped to 50 points. This means that in the formation Jang Tran created, he is the champion. With everything settled, Jang Tran was eager to find teammates to level up by hunting monsters. Just then, Than Anon also messaged to say she found an infinite challenge quest. This is a random quest divided into 3 types. One is experience. Successfully completing the challenge will yield a large amount of experience. The second is equipment. Successfully completing the challenge will drop good gear. Finally, there's a combined type, where the reward will be both equipment and experience. Than Anon encountering this kind of random quest shows her luck isn't too bad. However, the NPC issuing the quest said its difficulty is very high. If players fail the challenge, they'll lose equipment and also lose experience. That's why she messaged to ask Jang Tran for advice. Listening to Than Anon's description, this must be the combined infinite challenge quest. He didn't need to think twice and immediately urged her to accept it. At the same time, the assistant of the one-blade chopping Yanla had tracked down the whereabouts of the 3 people who acquired the first transmission in the ancient secret realm. However, after hearing that Than Anon is the top female knight on the server, and that Jang Tran, though just a pastor, has also made it onto the leaderboard, the assistant advised Nyut Dao Chemjem La not to provoke these skilled players. Nevertheless, the rival who stole the first kill drove Han to lose all reason. He immediately ordered his assistant to gather 300 members of the Heavens Guild to go to Kurlok City to kill Jang Tran's team. Nyut Dao Chem Gimla's assistant advised Han to calm down, as most members of the Heavens Guild were currently in Minwirt City. If they teleport to Kurlok City, each would need to pay 5 gold coins. Still, Nyut Dao Chem Gimla remained stubborn. If he's the top knight on the server, then he must give a grand gift. I must let everyone know what the consequences are for those who offend us and the Heavens Guild. After all, the gods aren't just a game. While Nyut Dao Chem Gimla was gathering manpower, Jang Tran had accepted an endless challenge at the water source of the demon realm. This is the water source located in the forest west of Kurlok City. Their team must enter there to challenge the demons inside. Brother Pham Tran, I've accepted the endless challenge, but I don't see the rewards for completing it. Than Anon Bun Hon. The reward for the endless challenge is equipment that drops from monsters and experience. The drop rate for equipment is 1 drop every hour, and the experience will be double the usual amount. We're not losing out, let's get ready. Since the great god said so, Than Anon and Teo Dao felt much more at ease. They quickly headed to the water source. The 3 of them must endure for 10 minutes inside to deal with the demons in order to complete the challenge. The first monster to appear was a level 10 evil soldier. They possessed the passive skill Demon Blood. The demon blood flowing in their bodies allows these evil soldiers to recover 5% HP every second. The roles remain the same. Than Anon is responsible for tanking, no need to deal damage. Jang Tran will handle the main attack. Great God, am I really useless? I can't resist the monsters and can't deal damage either, Dao Tiu said sadly. Jang Tran did not blame her. Indeed, summoning earlier in the early stages is not strong. He was waiting for Teo Dao to reach level 20 to change classes and gradually grow stronger. For now, he just needed Dao Tiu to take good care of herself and not cause him more trouble. On Than Anon's side, many demons were quickly appearing. She was about to be overwhelmed by the relentless attacks from these evil soldiers. Jang Tran quickly cast the Heavenly Radiance formation. This was the first time he used this skill. Compared to the healing spell, this was much more powerful. Dao Tiu couldn't help but exclaim, "The great god truly lives up to the title." Jang Tran's level was on a completely different level compared to them. While the 3 of them were busy at the water source, Nyut Dao Chem Ziemla had already led his social crew to Kuluk City. This scene has attracted the attention of many other players. Seeing the Heavenly Guild bringing a whole bunch here, they knew something intense was about to happen. The scene shifts to the Hungdo Club located in Saouk Longdong in City Z. The owner of the Hungdo Club, Hungdo Lin Fong, is currently online with many of his brothers fighting monsters, but he is called back by a member, Vung Heal. The reason is that the forum is buzzing with news about the Heavenly Guild teleporting hundreds of people at once to the Loot Gate to settle scores with Jang Tran's team. Most people believe that Nyut Dao Chen Diamla is upset because they lost the chance to take the lead. But Hungdo Lin Fong knows it's not that simple. He wants to use the team's name to establish a reputation for the Heavenly Guild. Now, wanting to settle scores with Jang Tran's team is also to reclaim the lost fame. Nyut Dao Chen Tin Har's intentions are very good. Hungdo Vung thinks he wants to join in on the fun, but Hungdo Lin Fong's real intention is to pull the first team that opened the gate to critique him. The 3 main characters are completely unaware of anything. They are still happily completing tasks in the rift. The first piece of equipment has dropped, but Jang Tran's inventory is already full. Taking this opportunity, Ben takes out some useless equipment to feed the magic orb. Quickly, its growth points surge to 300. meeting the requirements to upgrade to gold quality. Its effects now grant 40 intelligence points and 40% dual spellcasting. Holy shit, a full 40% dual spellcasting. I'm truly the champion of the world, Jang Tran gasped in shock. At this moment, Than Anon summoned another wave of demon soldiers. An Pham Tran, if you don't make a move, I'm really done for. As before, Jang Tran used the little light of heaven to block an assassination attempt on all enemies. Than Anon narrowly escaped, and Ben let out a sigh of relief. Countless pieces of equipment dropped from the demon soldiers. Than Anon and the little demon Ben helped Jang Tran collect them. 3 minutes later, after defeating the last wave of monsters, he leveled up to level 12. Than Anon and the little demon just need a bit more experience to level up. The rewards from the Infinite Challenge quest indeed broaden one's horizons. The three waited for a long time without seeing a new wave of monsters. At this moment, the exit just opened. The system announced that their Infinite Challenge quest was complete, and they could now freely leave the Demon Realm Rift. However, just as Than Anon and the little demon were eager to go outside, Jang Tran called them back. Wait, it's not over yet. He had just spoken when the flying demon appeared. Compared to the previous demon soldiers, it had an extra pair of wings on its back. This is the last one, Boston On. The flying demon possesses a bloodthirsty charge skill that allows it to fly towards the target and use a charge attack once. It deals 300% damage, causing the target to bleed continuously for 15 seconds, losing 100 HP each second. This is indeed the last monster in this Infinite Challenge quest. Jang Tran predicts that defeating Boston will surely drop something of gold quality. So you obviously can't miss this opportunity. The staff in Jiang Chen's hand raised up as he continuously cast spells. The three skills used in turn caused the demon's blood to drop heavily. It quickly activated its bloodthirsty ambush skill in response. However, this Boston guy's speed was far inferior to Jiang Chen's, so none of his ambushes managed to injure him. It only took him a minute to deal with this English monster. Even though Than Anon and the little demon had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities many times, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The reward that dropped was a golden quality demon armor that increased 50 defense points, 15 physique points, and 15 strength points, accompanied by an effect that when attacked, there was a 20% chance to trigger a healing effect, restoring 10% HP per second for 10 seconds. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. The healing ability of this armor was equivalent to 2 lives for a tank class player, making it a divine armor. Additionally, from the demon that was defeated, a blueprint for a radiant shimmering item also dropped. This was completely an unexpected gain that Jiang Chen intended to save for Han Yinyi. Now, the mission was truly completed. The three of them then headed back to the city. At this time, Hengdo Langfang and Hengdo Vuanghue were already waiting at the city gate. They had been waiting for quite a while. The members of the Heavenly Court Guild had searched all over the city upon arriving, but did not find any trace of the three. Hengdo Langfang guessed that they had gone out to hunt monsters, and would definitely return through this gate. When Jiang Chen saw the Heavenly Court Guild members, he thought they were there to cause trouble. But as he passed by, Hengdo Langfang warned him, "Be careful, the Heavenly Court Guild is looking for you." Jiang Chen was taken aback, not expecting Hengdo Langfang to come with good intentions. Hearing him say that the Heavenly Court Guild was searching for them, Jiang Chen immediately guessed that the one who had stolen the Bloodblade was the one who had cut down the King of Hell. He then warned the two girls, "It's probably the Heavenly Court Guild members coming to seek revenge on us. After we return to the city, you two investigate the news, and I'll work on the first floor of the mansion. Contact me anytime." The three of them split into 2 directions. Jiang Chen returned to the city mansion, naming his first shop the Treasure Pavilion. The first thing he needed to do was to unload all the gear from his backpack onto the shelf. He sold common gear for 20 gold, and the Blood Demon armor was also put on the shelf. But Jiang Chen planned to use it to build his reputation, so he temporarily didn't price it. Just then, Than Anon also sent a message. "Brother Pham Tran, news is spreading in the city that the president of the Heavenly Court Guild has brought 300 people here. They want to kill the team that opened the secret realm first at the starting line." After that, Dao Tuyu also messaged in the group chat, "Big guy, I also heard that the monarch of the heaven and earth, Huangqie, Mythical Immortal, and countless other major guilds have also sent people here because they want to share." Jiang Chen didn't think a small character like him would attract so many people. But since they have come to offer their lives at his doorstep, then he wouldn't mind taking on a fan. Just right, Jang Tran wanted to kick off that mission, so he borrowed the lives of these players. And so he headed to the Greenstone Alley, in the south of Kurlok City, to meet a man. Although the man looked like a rough drunkard, Jang Tran recognized his identity based on his past experience. The person who finds the Lord of Kurlok City can initiate the limit mission. The limit mission Jang Tran received requires him to go to the ruined land north of Kurlok City and obtain the heart of the lava beast to deliver to the city lord. The reward is the city lord's light. The more hearts of the lava beast collected, the higher the reward. The deadline for completing the mission is set by the limit for 3 hours. Since Jang Tran was the first to find the city lord, he was generously reminded not to provoke the lava king deep in the ruined land. Jang Tran thanked him and left, but of course, he wouldn't listen. The game was already set, and he couldn't resist the next trap. Not long after Jang Tran left, Nyet Dao Chemziam La and the imposing Kung Yun also found this limit mission. Originally, Kung Yun came here only to confirm some details from the Heavenly Court Guild, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this mission along the way. On the surface, the two seemed to cooperate, but in reality, both were looking for ways to eliminate each other to monopolize the mission reward. Nyet Dao Chemthin Har quickly gathered people to the ruined land. Time didn't bother with Jang Tran's team anymore. Unexpectedly, Kung Yun also brought his members along. Upon encountering, Nyet Dao Chemthin Har immediately threw out provocations. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Heavenly Court? Why not deal with the team that stole the first egg and instead come out to the outskirts? Nonsense. A team stealing the first egg can't compare to the limit mission. On the contrary, are you waiting for these two to mutually destroy each other and benefit like a fisherman? You really don't know your place. Nyet Dao Chemthin Har saw through his intentions, and Kung Yun didn't bother to hide it anymore. The two sides exchanged words, and the atmosphere was thick with gunpowder. Meanwhile, Hung Do, Lin Fong, and his members were hiding in a corner, enjoying the show. He knew this would happen. Since both the Heavenly Court and the World Ruler are long-standing guilds from the game, they already had conflicts. Now, with conflicting interests over the mission, it's normal for them to jab at each other. They might even end up fighting later. Hung Do Lin Fong had no intention of getting his hands dirty in this hot mess. He could only avoid them and farm small monsters for additional mission rewards. Jang Tran and his two younger sisters had now entered the deepest area of the ruined land. As they walked, the little demon couldn't help but ask, "Brother Pham Tren, you've been avoiding players and small monsters all the way here, heading straight to the deepest part. Aren't we supposed to do the limit mission?" "The limit mission is just a distraction," he calmly replied. "This is our real target." Than Anon and the little demon looked in Jang Tran's direction, immediately feeling frightened. They didn't expect him to lead them directly to the Lava King Boss Cup back level 15. This thing has 3 skills. The first is Lava Strike, activated every time its HP drops by 10%. At that point, the Lava King will slam the ground, causing molten rock to rise within a 30 meters radius, forming a large number of sharp stones that deal massive damage of 300% to the target. Next is the Lava Rain, activated when HP drops to 80%, 60%, 40%, and 20%. At that moment, a large amount of molten lava will pour down from its body, inflicting 500 fire damage, along with a burning effect that causes the opponent to take 100 damage per second for 10 seconds. Finally, there's life absorption. Every time the Lava King takes down a target, it will absorb their life energy to strengthen itself. Seeing the 3 members of the Jung Chen group invade its territory, the Lava King spoke aggressively. "I am the king of the mountains, the Lava King. You lowly humans dare to disturb my slumber. I will turn you into lava and burn you to ashes." Than Anon swallowed hard due to the tension. This virtual reality effect feels so real. She felt both hot and breathless from the pressure of this monster. The little demon also wasn't much different. Jiang Chen began assigning tasks to them. He would lure the monster himself. The little demon and Than Anon would wait until it was far enough away before approaching the rock pit it just occupied. In the middle of the rock pit was a lava crystal. They just needed to wait for Jiang Chen's signal and then shatter it. Facing this massive beast, to be honest, Jiang Chen didn't feel too tense. His plan to lure the enemy went exactly as expected. Than Anon and the little demon waited until Jiang Chen and the Lava King disappeared, then cautiously approached its lair. Here, there is a lava crystal glowing brightly. This is the core crystal of the Lava King. Once it breaks, that big boss will enter a weakened state for half an hour. Jiang Chen signaled for them to prepare to break the crystal. Meanwhile, he tried to lure the boss as far away as possible. As he ran close to the edge of the forest, he unexpectedly encountered 2 players from the Celestial Guild. Jiang Chen left the boss and jumped up into the tallest tree to observe. Although he encountered the Celestial Guild members sooner than expected, every life is important. Jiang Chen's plan was to fatten up the Lava King a bit by letting it use life absorption to drain the lives of these players. After that, he would reel them in at once. But to give them a little hope, and to be ready to help him fight the monster, he needed to release a tempting bait first. Jiang Chen messaged Than Anon and the little demon. "The time has come. quickly destroy the lava crystal. Than Anon and the little demon quickly got the job done. Because of this, the Lava King fell into a weakened state. The ants from the Celestial Guild had no idea they had fallen into a trap. They only thought that the boss's weakness was their opportunity. Quick, hold it down and wait for the guild leader to take the kill. The one-hit kill on the lava beast is busy hunting the lava beast right now. But as soon as he heard his subordinate report that they had found a silver-level boss in a weakened state, he immediately stopped. He also ordered all members to halt and follow him to fight the boss. After the Celestial Guild members left, the King of the World Guild also refused to stay in one place and decided to follow along to check it out. Other guilds found this strange and were curious to follow as well. In the Scorched Land, 2 soldiers from the Celestial Realm are struggling to hold on. Not long after, they saw the fierce Nut Dao Chem Diem La charging towards them. The number of followers he had was simply overwhelming. Nut Dao Chem Diem La ordered his subordinates to team up with other guilds to drive away all the free players, as he wanted to minimize the number of people who could take advantage of the situation. He then instructed Varn Phop Kwai Tong, a key member of his guild, to make sure to land the final blow to defeat the boss. However, those players were not to be underestimated. Although they were following Nut Dao Chem Diem La for the excitement, the boss didn't belong to anyone, and everyone present had the right to a share. So, everyone rallied to stay and join the boss fight. Nut Dao Chem Diem La was furious. At this point, he could only attempt to steal the boss. Countless people began to unite to fight against Viêm Thạch Vuong. This impressive scene was fully witnessed by Than Anon and Teo Dao Noop from the side. At first, she thought Jang Tran wanted to use Viêm Thạch Vuong to deal with the Celestial Guild. But that wasn't his main goal. It was actually the skill of the life, forging furnace. It could continuously strengthen Viêm Thạch Vuong. As mentioned, Jang Tran instructed his 2 sisters to destroy the volcanic rocks to lure many players during the boss's weakened state, helping him to strengthen. This phase lasted only half an hour. According to Jang Tran's calculations, Viêm Thạch Vuong would soon regain strength. Viêm Thạch Vuong roared in fury once again. "I am the master of this mountain, and anyone who offends me shall not live." Nut Dao Chem Diem La saw the boss about to unleash a skill and ordered his subordinates to retreat quickly. But with so many people around, they simply couldn't escape in time. He wanted to withdraw and wait for Viêm Thạch Vuong's skill to finish before launching another attack. But unexpectedly, the monster's health began to rise. Varn Phop Kwai Tong had to remind Nut Dao Chem Diem La that the boss had escaped the weakened state. At first, he gritted his teeth and only agreed reluctantly. Later, he realized it was a good thing. The free players who wouldn't listen to commands were being taken out by the boss. Now, they should gather their forces and let their people in. He ordered. That makes sense. Suddenly, a voice next to Nut Dao Chem Diem La startled him. It was Thut Sat, the Vice Guild Master of Immortal Myth. Thut Sat believed that if the guilds united, even if the boss was in a normal state, they could still fight. Aside from him, most of the members from other major guilds were still intact. Nut Dao Chem Diem La honestly wasn't keen on forming an alliance, but if he remained too stubborn now, everything might end up in vain. He agreed, on the condition that he would be in command. Since the Celestial Guild had 300 members, they made up 2/3 of the players present. Alright, if you want to lead, go ahead. Hung Do Linfong was the first to readily agree, but he also felt that the situation was a bit off. He then sent a message in the guild chat channel that if anything happened, they must immediately retreat and regroup. After Hung Do Linfong, the 3 other leaders also agreed to let the long-haired guy take charge. Anyway, the final blow must rely on each person's strength. The command role isn't that important to him. Nut Dao Chem Diem La quickly presented his battle strategy. First, he ordered all knights to step forward and open the formation. The warriors launched a swift attack. This organized approach significantly reduced the health of Viêm Thạch Vuong. Seizing the advantage, Nut Dao Chem Diem La continued to instruct the mages and archers to maintain their distance and bleed the enemy from afar. Meanwhile, the pastor continuously healed the knights and warriors on the front lines. Master Viêm Thạch Vuong was preparing to unleash a skill. He ordered the melee team to pay attention to moving Nidon, making sure not to lose any lives. Under the organized command of Nut Dao Chem Diem La, Viêm Thạch Vuong's health steadily declined. He was extremely pleased, believing that the credit for taking down this boss would certainly belong to him. Seeing this, Than Anon began to feel anxious, but Jang Tran remained calm. He knew for sure that these people wouldn't be able to take down the boss. Why are you so sure about that? Is it because of the lava rain area damage skill? Dao Teo Yu asked curiously. That's only part of it. Guess again. Teo Dao focused on observing Viêm Thạch Vuong and noticed that its attack speed seemed to have increased a bit. Earlier, the boss's movements were slow, and its normal attacks hardly dealt any damage to players. But now, if players moved just a little slower, they couldn't avoid Viamthark Vung's normal attacks anymore. Jang Tran nodded. He really liked Teo Yu's keen observation. It seemed this girl was just like the last one. In the future, she would definitely become an extraordinary summoner. As for the boss's speed being boosted, it was also due to that life-forging skill. Aside from healing, its main effect was enhancement, leading to qualitative changes. As long as it absorbs enough life energy, it will evolve from silver to gold, so naturally, its speed and power will gradually increase. Although they knew this was all Jang Tran's calculations, Than Anon and Teal Dao still felt he was being overly cocky. This level of situational control and confidence was something ordinary people couldn't possess. Teo Yu felt a bit sorry for the adventurers out there. They were just recklessly attacking without knowing they were facing two opponents. And the hidden opponent, Jang Tran, was truly the hard nut to crack. Now, Viamthark Vung's health was only at 9%, which was already very low. Nyut Dao Chemziam La felt he was very close to victory. Meanwhile, Thut Sat was lurking, waiting for the chance to claim the first kill. However, when the boss had only 2% health left, suddenly its entire body emitted a dazzling glow, almost blinding Thut Sat. They thought this was Viamthark Vung's final move before going down. But unexpectedly, after the glow faded, its health bar was full again. Not only that, it leveled up. Viamthark Vung's rage now seemed capable of swallowing everything. It opens its mouth wide and unleashes the lava rain skill. The entire forest, which was already desolate, is almost entirely engulfed by lava. The situation that the group had worked hard to create has become chaotic. At this moment, Jiang Chen confidently shows up with his two subordinates. The little demon is extremely scared. The players from the major guilds haven't all fallen yet. She worries that if the three of them show up now, it would attract too much hatred. However, Jiang Chen lives by the motto of hitting back. Since those people dared to plot against him first, he has no qualms about teaching them a lesson. The group is currently in a difficult situation, with only a few survivors left. The faction advises him to retreat, as the boss has lost health, and they can't fight anymore. If they withdraw now, they could still complete the mission under the time limit by attacking the lava beast. But the stubborn leader refuses to back down. He sees that the boss's health bar is almost empty and can't accept it. In the end, he grits his teeth and orders his subordinates to retreat with him. Just when they were about to retreat, he gets hit by an attack from the Lava King. The stubborn leader lies flat on the ground, his vision becoming hazy. But before he falls, he sees a team of 3 approaching the Lava King. Jiang Chen walks past him and casually remarks, "Wow, your endurance is worse than I thought." Than Anon is soaked in cold sweat. This is the leader of the top guild among the gods right now. "Boss, we need to take down the monster now." Little demon is eager. "Not yet, let's wait for the boss to come back on its own. But first we need to clean up the battlefield." At this point, his gaze suddenly shifted, focusing straight on the tallest tree behind him. "If you dare come any closer, I won't hesitate to send you back to the respawn point." It turns out there are 2 people hiding in the tree, using invisibility. They are online game reporters Dung Kang and Nu. Even being this cautious, they were still spotted by him. The 2 looked at each other for a while and realized this was the team that the Celestial Guild was hunting down. Teacher Jang Tran led his 2 disciples away, leaving Dung Kang feeling regretful. He originally wanted to chase after them for hot news, but Nu felt that while Jang Tran was a weak teacher, he was not easy to provoke. She didn't want to return to the respawn point yet, so she just advised Dung Kang to stay here and wait. At this moment, Viamthark Vung had retreated deeper into the wasteland. After leveling up, it had gained a new skill called Magma Eruption. Whenever HP drops by 30%, the flames on Viamthark Vung will cover the ground within a 25 meters radius, turning the ground into a sea of molten lava. Targets standing within this range will suffer up to 1,000 fire damage per second, while their speed is reduced by 20%. This skill of the boss will last for 30 seconds, making it extremely difficult to deal with. This boss isn't hard. You go lure the monster, and the 2 of you stay far away to avoid the area effect of the skill. Jang Tran waved his hand. Than Anon dropped his jaw. "This is what you call an easy boss?" If people from those guilds heard this, it would surely stir up hatred to the heavens. The 2 moved away just as Jang Tran instructed. Then, he activated the ultimate technique of the little celestial light formation. Viamthark Vung was trapped in the formation, taking a lot of damage. As its health decreased, its fury grew even stronger. "You foolish insect, my lava will consume you." Viamthark Vung roared. When Viamthark Vung attacked, Jang Tran dodged. With his current speed, evading its attacks was completely feasible. Jang Tran silently calculated, The little celestial light formation deals sustained damage, causing Viêm Vung to lose 560 HP every second. Adding in healing spells and therapeutic techniques with the activated critical effect, along with the dual magic from the enchanted crystal ball, he could take down this boss in no more than 20 minutes. It was just a matter of time. Than Anon had witnessed Jang Tran fight countless battles, but watching him face off against Viêm Vung left her in awe due to the devastating damage he inflicted. Just now, the combined efforts of the large guild were no match for a single move from Jang Tran. Beside her, Dao Tiaoyu was also holding her breath in anticipation. Given the amount of health lost, it was clear that Viêm Vung was about to unleash a skill. As the rock spikes were launched, Jang Tran relied on his speed and reflexes to elegantly evade them. Earlier, the guild member struggled to avoid being hit, yet now he could calmly navigate through them. Before the rock spikes emerged from the ground, small water splashes appeared. Players could predict a lot, but to pinpoint the exact location of the rock spikes in a second and move perfectly to dodge them was something only our great god could do. Dao Tiaoyu analyzed with a tone full of pride. What she said was true. The failures of those large guilds were not only due to him setting traps but also because their manpower was not as close-knit anymore. As long as someone made a mistake, Viêm Vung would exploit that to continuously heal. Therefore, the more people there were, the harder this boss became to defeat. And the most important factor was that they didn't have the overwhelming damage like Jang Tran. At this moment, he waited for the wave of rock spikes to pass before using a healing beam to counterattack. The boss's health dropped another 10%, down to 80%. This was the moment it would use its next skill, the lava rain. Although Viêm Vung's attack was very powerful, it had a flaw. The lava spread out in a fan shape. Jang Tran took advantage of that to circle behind the boss, maintaining his attack while avoiding damage. While waiting for those two skills to cool down, he resorted to his most basic attack method, healing. With this attack speed, Viêm Vung soon found himself forced to unleash his ultimate skill, the earth-shattering lava. To be honest, this move was quite difficult to handle. The previous guilds were wiped out precisely because of this deadly skill. This was a type of skill that opponents could only dodge, not resist. Jang Tran was well aware of this, so he ran for his life. He had to admit that Viêm Vung was much harder to deal with after leveling up to gold. As long as he maintained the rhythm of attack and retreated at the right moment, he could strip the boss of its armor. The battle was incredibly intense, with nearby dry trees being incinerated by Viêm Vung's lava. Dung Kang and Nu, who were quite far away, could still hear the commotion, but being too distant, they could only hear sounds and not see the battle situation clearly. Dung Kang still wanted to get a little closer to eavesdrop, while Nu kept his thoughts about not playing with fire. About 9 minutes later, Viêm Vung was defeated. Dung Kang successfully led his two sisters to claim the first kill. Than Anon was so excited she jumped for joy. They had just taken down a gold boss, and Dung Kang leveled up 3 times. Each of his attributes increased by 3 points, and he also received an additional 12 free attribute points. The loot dropped was countless. First and foremost was the heart of the fiery gem. It was the heart of Viêm Vung after it had evolved. The energy within was equivalent to 1,000 hearts of the fiery beast, making it unsellable. Next is the Cloak of Fair Ma, very suitable for the priest, providing an additional 1,000 mana points. The accompanying effects are also quite rich, with each damage skill adding an extra 10% mana drain effect from enemies. And when HP drops below 50%, it automatically activates the protective mana to eliminate all damage caused by equivalent mana points. Next is the Silver Thunder Flame Staff, which is also suitable for Jang Tran's role. It increases magical damage by 140 points, and intelligence by 40 points. After equipping it, each damage skill will also include the paralysis effect of the Thunder Flame. This paralysis effect will reduce the target's attack and movement speed by 50% for 1 second. Finally, there's the 3-star skill stone, used to upgrade a 3-star skill. If you collect 2 skill stones of the same star, they can be fused into a higher level one. Jang Tran opened his eyes wide, staring at the items in front of him. Jackpot. This time, he really hit it big. He quickly equipped these items on himself. The protective mana of the new cloak is equivalent to converting mana into health, combined with the mana drain effect, making Jang Tran tougher than ever. Plus, with the paralysis effect from the Thunder Flame Staff, even if it only lasts for a second, it can trigger continuously with the damage skills. At the early stage of the game, having this type of equipment makes him practically invincible. The 3-star skill stone is also a good item, but players can only buy 1-star skill stones in the store for 500 gold after reaching level 20. This means that during this phase, almost no one will be able to buy it. Jang Tran decided to use it himself, upgrading the little bright light shield formation to 4 stars. The range of the formation increased by 5 meters, and the skill's damage was raised by 50%, making him very satisfied. After that, the three of them returned to the main city together. Jang Tran wanted to see if any fool would volunteer to let him test his new upgraded equipment and skills. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Dong Kang and Nu a fond glance. Even though they were invisible, they couldn't escape Jang Tran's eyes. They just didn't obstruct him, so he didn't bother paying attention. Seeing Jang Tran leave, the two reporters finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. That priest just glanced at us. I feel like being invisible in front of him is totally useless, Nu sighed with frustration. Then, the two of them sped up, heading towards the center of the wasteland to check the situation, determined to get today's hot news. Not long after, a hot article appeared on the forum with a headline that couldn't be more sensational. The secret that must be told between the main raid team and the gold-level boss, VM Thark Vung. At this moment, Jang Tran had returned to the city lord's mansion with Than Anon and Teo Dao. He went to meet the city lord to hand in a quest. Meanwhile, the two girls continued to wander around looking for new quests. Luk Tu Li was also waiting for Jang Chun to return. When he saw you holding the exquisite heart, he couldn't hide his shock. No wonder you're a daring adventurer from another world. You're even stronger than I thought. A normal reward seems unworthy of this exquisite heart. Jiang Chen is one of the top negotiators. Even Lu Zili said that the exquisite heart is not an ordinary item. Therefore, you boldly demanded that he give your team each a class change token. Lu Zili looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. What kind of mysterious class change token is that? And how could he find 3 at once like they're on wholesale? Both sides negotiated, and Lu Zili only agreed to give Jiang Chen 1 token at most, along with a portion of growth potion and a light book of the city master for each person. That's great. The city master Lu is indeed a good person. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled like stars as he eagerly accepted the rewards. Earlier, he had pushed the negotiation to the limit, and even when Lu Zili bargained down, he still got good items. The mysterious class change token is something worth its weight in gold. Plus, with the addition of the city master's light book and growth potion, this trip was truly profitable. I have to say, that book boosts all attributes by 10 points, and moreover, every day in the city, the bearer can nullify a judgment once. With it in hand, Jiang Chen came up with a wicked idea. He quickly messaged Than Anon and Teo Dao, asking them to help him investigate the current situation of the Heavenly Palace Guild. After the recent blow to the demonic king, he surely wouldn't let things be. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, the two girls brought back the news. The demonic king had seen the hot video on the forum. After learning that Jiang Chen's team had also claimed the first victory over the Flamestone King, he was furious. He even bluntly declared on the forum that wherever he encountered Jiang Chen's team, he would annihilate them, sounding extremely arrogant. Brother Pham Chen, the Heavenly Palace Guild is bullying us too much. Should we deal with them? Than Anon was excited. Of course, we have to settle the score, but she wasn't the one who could do that. To be honest, with Than Anon's current strength, she might not even withstand a single attack from them. Jiang Chen told the two of them to stay obediently at the mansion and take on more missions. He would go meet the demonic king by himself. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the mansion into the main city, the subordinates of the demonic king rushed back to report. He felt that you were too arrogant, just a pastor and yet daring to walk out alone. Clearly, he didn't place any importance on the Heavenly Palace Guild's expertise. Thinking of this, the demonic king ordered his subordinates to lead 50 members of the guild to eliminate Jiang Chen, and he would take full responsibility for any losses. Their team continuously messed up their plans. Now was the perfect time to take this pastor down a peg and restore the reputation of the Heavenly Palace Guild. Rest assured, guild leader, I will definitely show him the might of our guild. The other guy replied enthusiastically, but who would truly experience the guild's might was yet to be determined. Based on the intelligence, he hurriedly led 50 people to a small alley in the main city. This is a dead end, and it was here that Jang Tran was seen entering. After confirming this, he stormed in, unaware that Jang Tran had been waiting for them for a long time. You are the pastor in this desolate land. You are the one from the main attacking team. How could you not defeat the boss? You deliberately lured the boss here to play with us, didn't you? The guy with the messy hair asked Zhang with gritted teeth. Jang Tran didn't deny it, just shrugged, dismissing them as too weak, blaming him for not being able to take down the boss himself. This drove him mad. If you mess with the Heaven Guild, you'll pay for this. With the ambition to send Jang Tran back to Tanthu today, the leader quickly activated his first skill, the Raging Flame. Then, the rest quickly launched their attack. The 50 people they brought included a full range of classes, forming a powerful standard formation. But that strength only applied to other players. For someone with a unique special talent like Jang Tran, these guys were just rushing to their reincarnation. Fortunately, he could use them as subjects to test the upgraded minor Holy Light Heavenly Array. As soon as the skill was activated, all enemies immediately fell into the formation. Each of them lost 1,200 health to Jang Tran, quickly disappearing. Even until that moment, they still didn't understand what ultimate skill Jang Tran had used to take down 50 players in one hit. As for Jang Tran, he seemed quite disappointed. Indeed, players couldn't withstand a blow like monsters. It seemed he should look for other monsters to test his new equipment and skills. Just as he was about to leave, Jang Tran discovered there was still one fish that slipped through the net. That guy was now babbling like a fool but still very cocky. No matter what tricks you use, you'll face retribution. This is the main city, a safe zone, and the guards won't let you off. Oh really? Jang Tran replied nonchalantly. We don't even know if there's a pig here, but you definitely have to climb up to the cupboard to watch the naked chicken. Dealing with a person like this, Jang Tran only needed to use a healing spell to handle it. After sending him back to Tan Thu, the guards of Kerlock City arrived. Fighting was strictly prohibited in the main city, and violators would face the death penalty. Jang Tran was no exception and, of course, had to face judgment. But luckily, he had received the Lord's Light buff earlier, which helped him avoid one judgment within the Kerlock City limits. After activating the buff, the attitude of the guard team changed 180 degrees. It turned out to be Lord Pham Tran. We apologize for the offense. Please forgive us. If you have brought the glorious light of Kerlock City, then we will not judge you, but please do not repeat your offense. Goodbye. You take care. Jang Tran waved goodbye to that person. This buff is indeed a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it can only be used once a day. If he wants to deal with the Heaven Guild, he'll need to prepare a few more tricks. Afterwards, Jang Tran went to a grocery store. Before unlocking the mysterious job change book, he had to buy some mana potions first. To be safe, he also needed to prepare a few teleportation stones. Half an hour later, after finishing shopping, Jang Tran returned to the Kerlock mansion. The items he had previously stocked in the treasure vault were all sold out. He continued to put up the things he couldn't use on the shelf. As for the Blood Demon armor, Jang Tran still didn't price it to attract more views. Once everything was done, he opened the mysterious book of class transfer and activated the class transfer quest named Disaster of the Crimson Flame. The quest's content required Jang Tran to find the ancient land of Crimson Flame in the south of Lihoa City, a place that was under the influence of a demon god and was brewing a terrifying plot. He had to eliminate the threat by finding the rebel leader. Jang Tran was taken aback because he didn't expect to encounter this quest so soon. He remembered that in the previous chapter, the local inhabitants of the ancient land of Crimson Flame suddenly rioted, causing the entire Lihoa city to perish, with countless players suffering casualties. That was also the first time everyone realized that the city lord and the class transfer function could be completely destroyed. The riot in Lihoa City quickly spread to other main cities. Eventually, the system had to announce a server-wide quest to protect the main cities to resolve this disaster. However, Lihoa City could not recover afterwards and permanently became a deserted city. Jang Tran felt this quest was likely the system's countermeasure from the beginning, and the person who accepted the quest in the previous chapter was not him, but another player. In the end, Lihoa City was still destroyed, indicating that that player must have failed to complete it. Just as he was still thinking, a new server-wide announcement was sent out. The player with the in-game name Dancer Under the Moon had opened the seal of the demon at Crimson Flame Mountain. This activated a new server-wide quest to stop the invading demons. Jang Tran was even more confused. He had never seen this quest in the previous chapter. Going back 10 minutes, the Dancer Under the Moon accidentally encountered the Crystal Demon Lord at Crimson Flame Mountain. This entity had been dormant for many years, and now it just needed a little external force to shatter. Once it shattered, the demons sealed beneath the mountain would break free and activate the server-wide quest. The one who triggered this quest would face two scenarios. First, if any player completed the quest, the one who broke the crystal would be rewarded with 50 free attribute points. However, if no one could accomplish that and the quest failed, the one who activated it would be punished by losing 50% of all their attributes. After the quest was activated, countless demons would appear at Crimson Flame, including a large number of common demons, a few elite demons, and very few bosses. But there would be a gold-level boss. The Dancer Under the Moon felt uneasy because if it was a server-wide quest, the chance of losing control was very high. Right now, the highest level player was only level 15, and it was already difficult to deal with a silver-level boss, let alone a gold-level boss. She was very worried, as failing the quest would mean losing 50% of all attribute points. Therefore, Dancing Under the Moon went to the forum to check if any big players were taking down gold-level bosses lately. As a result, she stumbled upon the hottest video by Amnu and Duong Kang, instantly igniting a spark of hope. If a team of 3 could take down a gold-level boss, then Dancing Under the Moon was also ready to give it a shot. She quickly destroyed the crystal core, unlocking the seal, and the monsters began to pour out. A server-wide mission was sent to all players, with the rewards still unclear. It was only known that the more monsters you defeated, the richer the rewards would be. However, if they failed, all participants would lose 20% of their total attributes. Than Anon and the little rogue first consulted Jang Tran for confirmation. "Big shot. Are you taking the server-wide mission?" "Yes," he replied immediately. Although his class change didn't trigger this mission, for him, accepting it was only beneficial. Moreover, since the location was convenient, he could also take the opportunity to complete his class change quest. Jang Tran then arranged for the two to meet at the teleportation point in Kulak City at 7 a.m. the next day. After that, he went to the vault to put all his gear on the shelf at once and then went to sleep. When Jang Tran went offline, it was already dark and his stomach was about to stick to his back. Han Ni was hanging clothes nearby and saw Jang Tran's room was lit, so she called him over for dinner. In the game, he was a powerful big shot, and outside, he got to live next to such a beautiful and caring girl. Jang Tran felt like this was as good as life could get. The next morning, Than Anon was the first to arrive at the teleportation point in Kulak City. However, unexpectedly, just because she arrived a bit early, she encountered a lot of trouble. People from major guilds somehow found her, and all wanted to offer the best treatment to recruit Than Anon into their ranks. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Jang Tran arrived to help her out. Looking at the bustling crowd, he couldn't hide his confusion. "What's going on? They say they're from the top 10 guilds, here to recruit her. Why don't they even have the decency to recognize who they should be looking for? They should be looking for Pham Tran instead," Than Anon complained helplessly. Jang Tran didn't bother paying attention to this crowd. Right now, he just wanted to get to Lai Hoa City as quickly as possible. The three of them, along with a few other players, teleported to Lai Hoa City. The architecture here was completely different from Kulak City, almost as if everything was made of silver and jade. Although it was still very peaceful now, Jang Tran knew that if he didn't hurry, Lai Hoa City would soon become ruins. He urged Than Anon and the little rogue to head to the ancient Jiyan first, promising to return later to enjoy the scenery here. To get to the Jiyan area, they had to cross the deadly desert, a very harsh land that wasn't easy to traverse. Beneath the layers of white sand were traces of previous adventurers. However, the real danger of this desert came from the monsters. In the group of adventurers following behind them, someone was quickly attacked by a monster from the deadly terrain. This level 15 monster was the most numerous in the desert. While it wasn't too difficult to defeat, it had excellent stealth abilities and a very fast attack speed. The player's scream just now made Than Anon and the little demon girl lose their minds. This desolate desert alone could wipe out most players. It seems this server-wide mission is no simple task. Under Jang Tran's leadership, the three of them successfully set foot in the ancient land of the Red Flame. Among the group behind were Dung Kang and Nu. Despite the harsh terrain, they had to endure hardship to gather the latest images and information for their report. Nai Mua De Trang waited quite a while at the entrance of the ancient Red Flame. And of course, the person she was waiting for was Jang Tran's team. As the three entered the ancient site, Than Anon couldn't hide her curiosity and kept looking around. "On Pham Tran, I feel like this place doesn't resemble a fortress, but more like a forgotten site." Jang Tran nodded. And before he could say anything more, he suddenly sensed the presence of a fourth person. Tren Do hated being followed the most, so he shouted loudly for that person to show themselves. Naimua Dui Trang slowly stepped out from her hiding place, thinking to herself that indeed, the main team was sharp. Even in stealth mode, he could detect me. The moment Jang Tran saw her in-game, he immediately recognized her as the one who shattered the crystal and activated the server-wide mission. "Why are you following us? Collaboration?" Naimua Dui Trang replied with just a few words. "I'm sure you all know I'm the one who activated this mission. I have information not mentioned in the mission that I can share with you. If we're talking about collaboration, it can't just be one-sided." Nei Mua Dui Trang certainly had her own conditions, which were actually two. One is for her to join the team, and the other is that during the mission, everyone must follow her lead. Jang Tran didn't even think twice and immediately rejected. Just like him, Than Anon and Dao Tiaoyu also shot judgmental looks at the other party. She really had thick skin, they thought. Even after being outright rejected, Nai Mua Dui Trang still didn't want to give up. "Wait, I don't want to control you. I just want to complete the mission smoothly. If you listen to me, our chances of success will be much higher." Jang Tran, who generally didn't want to say much, found his annoyance rising as Nyemua Due Trang kept rambling on. "It seems you misunderstood my point. I can complete the mission without your intel, and I don't need to be here with you." Saying this, Jang Tran turned away. His attitude could only be defined by two words: arrogant. But even if Jang Tran was more arrogant, the three of them were still Nyemua Due Trang's only hope. Not wanting to lose half of her attribute points, she reluctantly dropped her second condition. "Wait, let me join the team. I'll share the intel I have with you." "Fine, but you have to listen to me." Jang Tran readily agreed. After all, to break the blessing condition, he still needed another girl. As for Than Anon and Tildar, although their first impression of the dancing player wasn't great, they completely followed Jang Tran's arrangements and had no objections. Later on, the short-haired girl joined the team. They gained another assassin, but with someone like Jang Tran who had server-wide damage output, adding one or two more people didn't change much. What he cared about now was only one thing. "So, what's the intel you have?" Than Anon and Daortiu Yu watched from the cliff as the dancing player replied to Jang Tran, starting with information about the ceiling gates. On Mount Sheech Vim, there are a total of 13 ceiling gates scattered across the mountains, including 9 bronze gates, 3 silver gates, and 1 gold gate. She continued to explain that every hour, a gate would open in order of strength, with the first ceiling gate opening in half an hour. "We need to head there immediately." Than Anon crossed her arms, looking unfriendly, and said, "Sister, you should remember that you are not the leader of the team." The dancing player turned back to look at the guy and replied, "I'm just worried that if we go too late, the mission will fail. After all, the next intel I want to share is about the demonic energy." She knew that once the ceiling gate opened, not only would demonic creatures escape, but also a wave of demonic energy, taking on various bizarre shapes, all with one common trait: they are extremely violent. Those infected by demonic energy will not be able to heal and will also suffer from a death penalty. Being infected by bronze-level demonic energy would cause a 20% total attribute loss upon death. At this point, her face fell. Once infected by gold-level demonic energy, it would cause a 40% total attribute loss upon death. So it's best to avoid getting too close to the ceiling gate. It's best to find a monster fighting point first. At this moment, looking up, Jang Tran was still staring wide-eyed at her, asking if she was done. The dancing player looked straight into his eyes and continued speaking. "There's also an important item called the Shard of the Ceiling Talisman, which can temporarily seal the ceiling gates. This item is scattered throughout Mount Seechvim and will take time to find." Jang Tran imagined its shape. He stepped back for her to cover her mouth and said, "I got it. Do you know the exact locations of the 13 ceiling gates?" The dancing player smiled, took out a map from her bag, and said she could guide everyone there. Jang Tran turned away. "I have other matters to attend to. We need to go to the nearby village first." He gestured to Than Anon and the little demon, then walked away, leaving the dancer underneath the moon in shock. She clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in frustration, cursing silently, saying so much, and he didn't even bother to stay. Is he trying to play me? Then she muttered to herself for comfort. For the server-wide mission. For the server-wide mission, in the Omen's Fire Chain village, Jiang Chen stopped in front of the small house to ask, "The old man, may I ask if you know someone named Not Din?" The old man was surprised and asked back, "Not Din." He hesitated a bit and recounted that the boy was just escorted for a parade yesterday and is probably stuck in the holy city now. Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" He thought to himself that the mission was to remind Not Din that he was in the Fire Chain village. Why did he suddenly leave? He looked again and thought something was off. Jiang Chen turned back and asked the old man, "Sir, do you know where Not Din usually lives?" The old man pointed and said, "At the end of that low slope behind the village. He built a wooden room there." Receiving the directions, he politely thanked the old man and left. Walking over to Than Anon and the little demon with the dancer under the moon, he waved and called for everyone to wait for him outside. The dancer under the moon complained irritably, "If you keep dawdling like this, are you even going to complete the server-wide mission? Are you guys saying he's wasting time like this?" Than Anon frowned darkly, coldly responding to her. "You were the one who insisted on joining our team, not us begging you. Understand your place, will you?" The little demon also voiced her annoyance, saying, "Sisinguyet, if you're not happy, you can leave the team." The dancer under the moon could only grit her teeth and remain silent. "I know," but she cursed internally. The main team was actually listening to that old fool. Jiang Chen followed the old man's guidance, thinking as he walked. The mission reminder was definitely in the Fire Chain village. He might not have been captured at all, or he could have escaped. Maybe he's hiding here. Jiang Chen entered the house and called out loudly, "Come out, I know you're in there." The traitor must have opened the closet door, speaking slowly and cautiously. "Are you the outsider adventurer?" Jiang Chen said with a friendly smile. "I'm here to help you," definitely handing over a letter he took out to Jiang Chen. "I trust you, outsider adventurer. Please deliver this letter to Lady Tang and tell her that I'm innocent. I didn't force myself on that woman." The system immediately notified Jiang Chen that he had received Not Din's letter. The next mission is to go to the Holy Palace, in the Holy City of Fire Chain, find the maid Lady Tang of the Holy Master, and deliver Not Din's letter to her. After reading through the mission, Jiang Chen glanced at Not Din and said, "I got it." With that he left. And when he got outside, he told Than Anon and the little demon to get ready to go. The dancer under the moon pulled out a cleaver and asked Jiang Chen, "The server-wide mission is about to start. Where are you planning to go?" Jiang Chen replied, "The first seal door is only at the bronze level. Whether to go or not doesn't matter much." With that he turned to say, "I have a more important mission to do." The dancer under the moon quickly rushed over and pulled his sleeve, saying, "You can't go." She now had a knife and said, "I've already told everything about the server-wide mission. I have to show you that my intel isn't a waste." Looking at the girl who's 20 centimeters shorter than me threatening me with a knife, Jang Tran asked in confusion what he needed to prove, grabbing her knife-wielding arm and spinning her around, twisting her wrist until she exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Suddenly, Jang Trun's younger brother touched her while dancing under the moonlight, making her blush and shyly say, "Let go." Jang Tran quickly released his grip and waved his hands, thinking to himself, "This isn't my fault." The feeling wasn't bad. Dancing under the moon, her face flushed with anger, she scolded him. "What are you doing?" I said proving means having a proper fight. Jiang Tran turned away and said, "I'm not interested. If you don't believe me, you can leave the team. When I reach the Crimson Mountain, you can join again for the mission. Consider it a payment for your intel." He waved his hand. "Let's go, Xiao Yao." Suddenly, his expression changed. "Shh," as he noticed two friends hiding over there. "Have you seen enough?" Mo Nu shyly ran out from the corner to greet him. Dung Kang, realizing he had been spotted, could only run out to greet him as well. He thought to himself, "Why is this guy so sharp?" Mo Nu wore a sincere smile, saying, "Honestly, you might not believe it, but we're just game staff. We happened to see your impressive stance and couldn't resist wanting to observe you a bit." Dung Kang, with a dark expression, looked at her and thought, "Sister Nu, you just said the main character of our video has arrived. We should be following him." Indeed, beautiful women are deceitful. Jang Tran changed his attitude, saying, "I remember now. Those two were sneaking around in the wasteland before." Mo Nu scratched her head, shyly smiling. "Hee, we just want to shoot some footage. We mean no harm," Jang Tran replied warmly. "If we're this familiar, you two promoting me shouldn't be a problem, right?" The title will be, "Jiang's Treasures in the City of the Giant Monsters Sell Golden Equipment." What do you guys think? Mo Nu sprayed some hairspray, her expression frozen. 1 minute later, Mo Nu, feeling like she was being played, said, "I just feel like I'm being toyed with." Dung Kang sighed, agreeing with her. The group continued on, and Jang Tran turned back to ask the dancing girl under the moon, "Now I want to go to the Crimson Mountain. Have you decided what you want to do?" He thought to himself that this girl was an unstable factor. Although she could earn some goodwill, it wasn't entirely necessary. The girl under the moon asked him back, "Do you remember the server-wide mission to eliminate all monsters before the Demon Summit is completely eroded?" "I just received a reminder. One summit has already been attacked by monsters. It's being eroded by demonic energy," Jang Tran said, a bit surprised. "I estimate that the number of participants in this mission must be over 100,000. Even the opening of a bronze door can't be stopped. Are these players really that useless?" Finally, he asked where the Demon Summit was. The girl under the moon replied, "The eroded summit is at the eastern foot of the mountain. It's a 10-minute walk from the nearest seal." Jang Tran rubbed his chin and said, "In 10 minutes, over 100,000 players still can't stop the monsters. Does this remind other players that they can join the quest? Only the one who activates the quest can receive it." Jang Tran nodded and said he understood. The players were all fighting monsters on Zichviam Mountain, so they didn't know if small monsters were running to the top of Zhanma. She really had to make a trip there. The system notified that the quest request was sent to the Friends channel before leaving the team. She turned her back to leave, saying she would wait for them at Zichviam Mountain and would contact them on the Friends channel. She blushed and shyly asked, "Pham Trun, you won't let me down, right?" Jiang Trun was taken aback and didn't know what to say, just stared at her. He sighed, thinking that this woman was quite alluring when serious. Than Anon in front suddenly blew up. Little demon, don't act up, sis." I have to take down that girl who dares to lure Pham Tran. Little demon tried to hold her back, saying, Sis Than Anon, calm down. We still have to go to the holy city. 10 minutes later at the Shichvium holy city, Than Anon unexpectedly exclaimed, I didn't expect this desolate place to have such grand architecture. Jang Tran stood to the side, thinking that this place was indeed not easy to enter. Just as expected, when they arrived, the entire team was stopped by the guards, who said in unison that this was the residence of the Holy Master, and anyone who didn't have permission could not enter. Jang Tran glanced up and said he was looking for Lair Tang. He had a letter to deliver to her. The guard suddenly asked, Looking for Lair Tang to deliver a letter? He turned to say, Jang Tran. Wait a moment, let me inform them. Jang Tran sighed, thinking that he guessed correctly. Lair Tang's status in the holy city was not low. Hopefully, he could meet this NPC smoothly. A few minutes later, the guard returned to tell him that Lair Tang was waiting for him in the flower garden. Please follow me, Zhang Chun. Than Anon and Little Demon prepared to enter, but were blocked by 2 guards. The guards said, Only the messenger can enter. Others stop here. Seeing this, Jang Tran turned back to give instructions. The 2 of them waited outside for him, scanning the holy city as he thought. This holy city indeed had strict defenses, with guards patrolling continuously. Sneaking in wouldn't be easy. Finally, Jang Tran found the person. The female attendant of the Holy Master, Lair Tang, sat waiting for him in a chair with a gentle appearance. She asked if he was the one delivering the letter, then extended her small hand and asked where the letter was. Jang Tran took out the letter. It seems she knew who the sender was. Lair Tang took the letter, her demeanor changing, and her eyes revealed a hint of cunning, telling him he was quite clever to have avoided being captured by the guards. Zhang Tran was stunned, thinking that Lair Tang didn't seem to have any feelings for Nyut Ding. Lair Tang looked at Jang Tran with a somewhat unfriendly gaze and asked, Are you a friend of Nyut Ding? Jang Tran immediately waved his hand, saying it wasn't the case. I'm just a risk-taker delivering a letter for Nyut Din. He thought to himself that this woman had some murderous intent. Lair Tang suddenly smiled brightly, resembling her earlier demeanor when they first met, and said to him, If you're a risk-taker, that's good. We just happen to have a task for you. We need you to eliminate Nyut Ding. As soon as these words were spoken, her gaze was as sharp as a killer's. The system displayed a notification that this quest conflicted with the mysterious job change quest. If Nyut Ding were to die, the mysterious job change quest would fail. Jang Tran silently cursed. Beautiful women are indeed dangerous. At that moment, he suddenly realized there was danger. Jang Tran laughed, saying he could skip the mission. Lair Tang transferred the mission to him for a cheerful price of 1,000 coins. Then please, brave adventurer, read the system board again. Jang Tran jumped in shock, realizing that if he had refused Lair Tang earlier, it would have been disastrous. He turned away, disappointed. The old saying was right. Women are like fierce tigers, not to be trifled with. He had to hurry back to complete the mission. Right now, he felt this task was somehow related to the main mission. Passing through the flower garden, Jang Tran's gaze fell on a wilting flower, wondering if it was a mission prop. After some thought, he took out some odd items from his backpack, confident in his years of gaming experience. This was usually a chain mission. After all, trying wouldn't hurt. Thus, the garden was filled with Jang Tran's footprints. He returned to the Oman village, went to the old house, and knocked on the door for a long time before Nyut Din, with a desperate look, opened it. The brave adventurer. As soon as he saw Jang Tran, he clung to him, asking if his letter had been sent to Lair Tang. Dazed, Jang Tran quickly replied, Yes, it was sent. However, after hesitating, he decided to tell him that she asked him to kill Nyut Din. The guy panicked, saying it couldn't be. Lair Tang saved me from the mud. We made a lifelong promise. How could she want to kill me? At this moment, Jang Tran was even more surprised, looking at Nyut Din in confusion, thinking that Lair Tang and the person he met seemed a bit different. Nyut Din, holding his head in despair, said a month ago he confessed his feelings to Lair Tang. She had arranged for him to enter the Holy Palace, but yesterday a woman suddenly appeared in his bed. How did she get into his room and climb onto him, doing things that embarrassed him? Shortly after, the guards rushed into the room, saying Nyut Din had violated that woman, committing lewd acts, and wanted to take him away for judgment. He felt disappointed, saying he asked him to deliver a letter to tell the truth to Lair Tang. But you said she wanted to eliminate me. Jang Tran remained expressionless, nodding. Have you ever thought that perhaps the one setting you up is Lair Tang? Jang Tran began to reflect, recalling that the reason for the chaos in the ancient city was that the Holy Lord was enchanted by a demon. And Lair Tang, being the female servant of the Holy Lord, had changed. Thinking of this, he understood the issue and turned back to ask Nut Din what he had done while in the Holy Palace, or if he had seen anything. Nut Din thought for a moment before hesitating, recalling what he had seen. He shouted, "I remember now. When I was patrolling the Holy Palace, I saw the wilting flower. Later, when chatting, I told Lair Tang about it. This is what I mean." As he passed by, Jang Tran casually took out the flower he had stolen earlier. It was placed in a vase with plenty of water, showing no signs of wilting at all. Nut Din stared at it. When Jang Tran curiously looked on, he picked up the vase and said that this land used to grow sunflowers, containing the fiery essence of the sunflowers within. But there's another strange memory. I need to rely on the cold to extract the burning essence of the flowers to understand what that odd essence really is. Nut Din finished speaking and turned to look at Jang Tran with a pleading gaze. "Respectable adventurer, I once again ask you to escort me to Yang Ting in the snowland at Mount Chiziem." Jang Tran smiled. Happy to help, the scene shifts to the foot of Mount Chiziem. Than Anon and the little demon followed Jang Tran, hearing him ask, "This is Yang Ting, but where's the Yang? Where's the snow?" Nut Din told them to wait a moment, then stepped forward to draw a magical circle with strange patterns. The illusion blocking Yang Ting has opened, and Nut Din reached out to catch the snowflakes. The condition was slightly better than before. In fact, the ancient land of Chi Vin had no snow and no illusions to obscure the vision. At this moment, Than Anon looked at the sky filled with falling snowflakes and couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." The girl born in the ancient land of Chi Vin had never seen winter snow. This Yang Ting was a gift forcibly taken by Diem Truong Fong from the ice magic system, using a forbidden spell left for the girl before leaving. The little demon listened intently from start to finish. She exclaimed with wide eyes, "What a romantic story." In his mind, Jang Tran thought that in his previous life, he only knew the city lord was Diem Truong Fong, a grand mage of the ice and fire system, not knowing he had such a past. After thinking, he turned to ask Nut Din what happened next. Nut Din caught a snowflake and sadly continued the story. Later, the girl went through many trials, becoming the Holy Lord of the Chi Vin Holy Land, using illusions to conceal this place. Than Anon and the little demon looked at the bright snowflake in hand, their expressions changing, sighing that it was truly worthy for that girl. Jang Tran grasped the information about the chaotic past of ancient Chi Vin, realizing the Holy Land's destruction was a gift from the Holy Lord of this place. He exclaimed, "Wow, the love of this person is so intense." After contemplating, he turned to ask Nut Din, "The story is finished, and now it's time to refine the land, right?" Nut Din nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we can't delay any longer." Nut Din took the snowflake and dropped it into the cup. The refinement would take 4 to 5 hours, and he asked everyone to wait here. The little demon stared wide-eyed at that snowflake. Then the girl ran to say to Jang Tran, "Great one, we don't have time to wait any longer." The two communicated through their friend channel, mentioning that someone had accidentally destroyed the remaining seal, causing a server-wide quest. The speed of the seal opening has increased. The little demon worriedly danced under the moon, saying that now every half hour a seal would open, and the 4th seal was about to open. According to the player data on the forum, once the silver and gold seals opened, the demon stronghold would likely fall. Realizing the situation was critical, Jang Tran quickly waved goodbye. "Nut Din, you stay here and wait for the refined land while I go handle some matters. I will return." Nut Din cheerfully agreed. The adventurer took the initiative. Jang Tran led Than Anon and the little demon onward, continuing their journey toward Mount Chi Vin. The scene shifts to the Thon Kung where the guards hurriedly report. Before the adventurer left, Latang had stayed in the flower garden for a while. Latang nodded, indicating she understood, but then ordered the man to step back, her expression dark with a fierce gaze, secretly thinking the adventurer had stirred trouble. Still, she had to meet Nut Din. Latang stepped into the middle of the flower garden, her face unable to change as she leaped up, her body lifted by a whirlwind of sand. The scene at Shichviam Mountain was chaotic. Players were fighting fiercely against a pack of dozens of ferocious wolves. 2 young men behind noticed and called out to their teammates, and upon seeing, one recognized it was the main team. The assassin joyfully reported that the main team had arrived at Shichviam, and the soldiers with swords sighed in relief. "Finally here, I thought the main team was going to give up on the whole server mission." The young man in purple armor began to ease his worries and started asking questions. "I heard that the elites of the major guilds are all on the mountain, especially the Thien Din Guild, which sent all its members to wash away the previous shame. Last time they were wiped out by a golden-level boss, yet the main team quickly passed through the gate with only 3 people. All the guilds lost face." The mushroom-haired guy laughed, saying this time it would be interesting to watch. The system notified Jang Tran that he had entered Jichviam Mountain, and the server-wide mission was starting. The next mission is to defeat a few ghost creatures to accumulate corresponding points. The higher the points, the better the rewards, as the three quickly ventured deeper into the mountain. Than Anon curiously asked, "Brother Pham Tran, where are we going now?" At this moment, Jang Tran was contacting Dancing Under the Moon via the friend channel, saying, "We've arrived at Shich VM. Where are you?" After messaging, he turned back to tell Than Anon they were going to find Dancing Under the Moon, who was currently struggling with a pack of wolves. Happy that Jang Tran had finally arrived, she quickly replied on the friend channel, "Juding Zhen is to the east of Sich Wang, dealing with the boss and monsters at the 4th ceiling gate." Jang Tran messaged back that they would be there soon, just as she sent the wolves away when she heard a voice calling from behind. Sister Under the Moon, turning around, she saw Jang Tran, Than Anon, and the little demon girl had caught up. Dancing Under the Moon smiled, saying, "You guys came quickly. I thought it would take longer to open the last ceiling gate." She pointed to the pack of thousands of wolves rushing in, urging that if they had arrived, they should quickly eliminate the monsters, while the other soldiers were continuously taking down the large wolves charging towards them. Once they reached a quiet and safe place, Dancing Under the Moon felt at ease to rest, exclaiming, "The ceiling gate opened too quickly." The player didn't react in time and thought he couldn't hold on any longer. The system announced that most of the seals were broken, and the 6th gate was about to open. Jiang Chen squinted, wondering why 2 sealed gates were opening in succession. The other players had just put their swords down for a few minutes when the new pack of wolves charged in, catching the group off guard as the wolves came in too fast. The Ingo O was running low on mana, and right now, they needed someone to support. The armored young man with the golden shield called for help. His shield was malfunctioning, and the Jiang Chen team, still not warmed up, had to prepare as the monsters arrived. Dancing Under the Moon, she nervously turned back to ask Jiang Chen if a low-health priest like him needed to retreat. Jiang Chen scratched his nose and said it wasn't necessary, but internally he wondered if he was being sidelined. He pulled out the staff to activate the healing spell, and the tip of the staff emitted a bright light. A wolf charged in, its body radiating aggression with glowing red eyes, catching Jiang Chen off guard as he had just reached 1,000 health, but this wolf had 5,000. Jiang Chen turned to Than Anon and said that this team was too long. "Than Anon, you take the small ones." Than Anon confidently smirked and said, "Leave it to me." Dancing Under the Moon was startled and jumped back, saying this was too reckless. The little spirit clung to her hand, calling her sister Under the Moon. "Don't rush, sister, look." Than Anon stepped into the pack of wolves and activated her fire tornado ability, sweeping the monsters away. Jiang Chen was also busy gathering power for the little green light heavenly shield formation. He pointed the staff straight down at the ground, and immediately, a magic formation appeared. The orb Jiang Chen held also shot straight up. The whole pack of monsters was quickly drained of blood by his energy, howling in pain. Dancing Under the Moon, with wide eyes, was shocked. "Is this really the priest? What the heck?" Jiang Chen remained unflinching, as if this was all too normal, looked up and told Than Anon to wait for the cooldown. "We'll lure the monsters together. Let's take care of the rest all at once." Than Anon smiled and agreed. A few seconds later, both skills were ready, and they charged into the midst of the wolves, raising their staffs high to gather strength for a clean sweep of the pack. Jiang Chen looked at the wolves in front of him and coldly told Than Anon to prepare. Than Anon immediately responded and summoned her shield. With a sharp aura, Jiang Chen's staff quickly reached the little green light heavenly shield formation. The healing energy peaked. Dancing Under the Moon was stunned, wondering if this was still a person. The little spirit thought that the great god was the strongest. Deep down, she told herself she was about to level up, and she had to strive to keep up with the great god. Jiang Chen glanced and said that killing monsters like this was too slow. "Let's go. Let's block the ceiling gate." Dancing Under the Moon didn't want to fall behind. She charged in with her dagger, saying that each ceiling gate would have 3 waves of ordinary monsters and 1 wave of elite monsters. This was probably the first wave of ordinary monsters for the 5th ceiling gate, and the last wolf was quickly taken down. Dancing Under the Moon advanced towards the pack of monsters, adding, "Ordinary monsters provide EXP but don't drop gear, only bosses drop items." Jiang Chen nodded behind her, thinking, no wonder. He once again used the healing technique, proudly raising his staff high, feeling very comfortable with his extensive experience. Than Anon looked on with shining eyes, filled with admiration. Dao Tuyu also called out in praise, "Master, my sister Than Anon and I have reached level 15 too." Jiang Chen smiled and thought to himself, "Great, with Dao Tuyu and Than Anon leveling up, my speed in grinding monsters will increase as well." Dancing Under the Moon isn't very comfortable. She reminded everyone not to rejoice too soon. "We're approaching the 5th ceiling gate. and the area around it is shrouded in demonic energy. Once we get too close, we'll be infected by the dark miasma that keeps flowing out from the gate. After dying, all attributes are reduced by 20%. Jiang Chen asked her, puzzled. Is that all? No healing and a death penalty? It's still manageable, but dancing under the black moon is tough. Just these two things alone are enough to make regular players despair. You can't just say it so casually, he thought, and suggested to dance under the moon to keep a distance while grinding monsters. Dancing under the moon, covered in spray, he didn't know what else to say, watching the demonic energy change colors continuously. Jiang Chen shook his head and exclaimed, waiting outside is taking too long, and dancing under the moon hurriedly reminded, once you die, you'll face the weakest state. Jiang Chen didn't care much and turned back. He walked in the admiration of Than Anon and Tu Yo, saying that these monsters weren't even strong enough to kill him yet, then transitioned to the snowy love forest. At that moment, Not Dean was still here doing his task. A giant sparrow had appeared and fell straight into the vase that Jiang Chen had mixed in. Not Din looked down at it for a long time, waiting for the love soil to filter it to know where the strange aura was really coming from. At this moment, someone approached from behind, carrying a magic circle. It turned out to be Latang. She secretly stepped out of the magic circle she had just teleported to. And at that moment, Not Din was still lost in thought, but quickly realized that the formation seemed to have fluctuations. Had the adventurer come back? But looking back, he found it was someone coming to pounce on him. He shouted Latang's name. Before he could react, Latang had tightly bound him and used the power of wind to lift him up. Not Din, frightened, said, Latang, what's wrong with you? Tell me, we can solve this together. Latang didn't have time to finish her sentence before she used chains to bind him completely, leaving him helpless, only able to watch as Latang approached to take the vase. She tightly bound Not Din, floating him up high. He couldn't move, let alone resist. Latang didn't say a word to him throughout, simply taking the vase and leaving. Meanwhile, at the ceiling gate, Dancing Under the Moon looked on, feeling unsafe, and spoke up. For the fifth sealed gate boss, Ma Lang Tiungwit, Zhang Chun called out. Thangang, you go open it. Before he could finish his sentence, the system announced a surprise mission to steal the AEG Bin Thui Tin filled with items taken by Lair Tung. If the mission wasn't completed, the secret job transfer mission would fail. Jang Tran's face darkened. What the heck? Dancing Under the Moon, seeing his expression, they guessed he was also struggling with her, reminding everyone about the server-wide mission due to the secret power. The seal-breaking abilities of the other gates were slipping away. The gate was about to close, recovering in an hour. Jiang Tran glanced back and called out to her. Let's go. We need to get out, he said. And the whole team rushed away from the demonic energy. Jiang Tran instructed everyone to get to the golden sealed gate immediately. He knew that having two simultaneous missions activated was definitely related. At least they had to ensure the server-wide mission was secured. Dancing Under the Moon, examining the chaotic situation, he led the way for the team to swiftly move through the forest they had just entered, needing to complete the mission quickly. The scene at the golden sealed gate now showed massive chains tightly binding the door. Varn Phap Kwai Tong stared thoughtfully and said, Guildmaster, the golden seal gate is about to open. And with that, Chem Riamla nodded and prepared for the fierce battle ahead. As Varn Phap Kwai Tong stated, other seal gates closed. Players on the mountain will rush here. The leading team must be arriving soon. Chem Riamla frowned, wondering if the guild leader would take advantage of the chaos. The strength of that pastor is too bizarre. Let's see how things unfold. Thai Ter Huang Chiu is also here, and after observing for a while, he spoke up, noting that players across the map were gathering. This server-wide mission is interesting, Hung Do Lin Fong added. The silver-level monsters have caused significant losses for many players. Gold-level ones won't be easy either. Just then, the team led by Jang Tran arrived. Listening to the others' conversation, Ye Muzicheng worriedly reminded him, Jang Tran, I know you're strong, but don't underestimate the gold-level monsters. Jiang Tran remained calm, saying, Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. But before he could finish, other players suddenly gasped. The seal gate has opened. Hearing this, everyone turned to the gate, where the chains had been broken by the dark energy. As the dark energy spilled out, a familiar figure appeared between the gates, startling Jiang Tran. It was Lair Tung, dancing under the moon, curious about the unfinished conversation. She asked, What did you say? Unless what? Jiang Tran continued from before. Unless it's a special situation, like leaving the area. Nemua Duitrung hadn't had time to add anything before she saw Jiang Tran dash straight into the gate. The dark energy was increasing, and Than Anon and Tio Yu followed him closely. As they prepared to go through the gate, Tio Yo quickly turned back to remind. Sis, under the moon. I'll chase after Jang Tran with Than Anon. See you later. She stayed behind to spray glue, saying as if I could choose. A bet's a bet. Hungdo Linfong, standing at a distance, couldn't see clearly and asked his teammates, what just went in? Vung Hio glanced and replied, looks like it's the leading team. Varn Phap Kui Tong was stunned and asked, the leading team has gone mad? Chem Riam La pondered for a moment and then said, the leading team can't be that reckless. Perhaps they were forced to enter. If they seek death, don't blame me for being cruel, he said with a strange smile. The dark energy fragments we found earlier are about to be used. You can temporarily close the seal gate for 5 minutes. Players can use the dark energy fragments, and the golden seal gate will close temporarily for 5 minutes, the announcement said. Thai Ter Huangqiu laughed. This is interesting. Let's add some fuel to the fire and let everyone use the found fragments. The subordinate beside him nodded in agreement. Thun Sot didn't want to be left out. Looking at the other teams, he said to his companion, it seems everyone wants to teach the leading team a lesson. You guys should send a gift too. The young man held the fragment in his hand, smugly saying, here it is. Vung He widened his eyes. Is that exciting? The guild leader, Hungdo Linfong, sighed. The major guilds are determined to confront the leading team. We won't help, but we also won't throw stones at them. It's a pity for that ordinary pastor. That young man is holding a shard in his hand, looking pleased. Vung is surprised. Is it really that exciting? President, what now? Hungdo Linfong breathes out. The major guilds are determined to confront the main team. We won't help, but we also won't throw stones into the well. Just pity for that common pastor. Trapped behind the golden ceiling gate, Lunfong looks up at the gate with tears, knowing he will surely die. The scene inside the golden ceiling gate is now completely enveloped in demonic energy. The system notifies that Jang Tran has been infected with demonic energy for an hour. Therefore, all healing effects will be reduced. Especially, after death, all attributes decrease by up to 40%. Jang Tran knows the consequences of being eroded by the golden demonic energy are even more serious. This mission won't be easy. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Anfam Tran, we're a team. Why didn't you wait for us before entering the ceiling gate? Meanwhile, down below, the undead are happily jumping around, saying, it's not me. I didn't do it. I was forced. Jang Tran responds cheerfully. Then keep close to me, he thought. Fighting side by side, this feeling isn't too bad. The team ventured deeper and found the ghostly figure floating above the ferocious monsters. Her mouth kept humming something, and Jang Tran was puzzled by the scene. What is she whispering? Looking up, he saw she was summoning chaotic monsters, their eyes filled with admiration for her. Jang Tran was stunned. It seemed the monsters at the gate were getting more restless, unable to return to normal. As the chaos grew, the system notification surprised him even more, stating that a player had used a fragment of the ghostly seal, temporarily closing the golden seal gate for 5 minutes. Dozens of notifications continuously with the same message made Jang Tran aware that this space would be sealed for another 45 minutes, completely cutting off his retreat. Senza wants you dead, he thought, feeling frustrated. Then let's fight our way out. Than Anon, little demon, danced under the moonlight. Follow my lead, he commanded, and Than Anon, with determined eyes, and little demon, serious, danced under the unwavering rhythm. S.A. readily accepted the order. The scene inside the Golden Gate was chaotic. The ghostly figure stood on the magic before the dragon, her face radiating ferocity, no longer the gentle ghost from before. Jang Tran and the entire team stood ready to face the monster horde, the wind fiercely whipping through their clothes as Jang Tran spoke up. Little demon, stay behind us. I'll summon the beasts to deal with the monsters. When it's crucial, sacrifice to summon the beasts. Little demon nodded in agreement. Understood. Then he summoned the great beast, and Jang Tran continued to call for Than Anon, reminding her to watch out for herself. Coordinate to summon the monsters with me. Than Anon immediately took the lead confidently, ensuring the mission would be completed. At this moment, Jang Tran glanced back at the dancing figure under the moon. She stealthily moved, responsible for dealing with the monsters breaking through Than Anon's line. Can you do it? Dancing under the moon, she readied her knife, thinking, I'll do my best. It feels like I'm about to board the enemy's ship. Forget it. There's no other choice now. Everyone quickly charged forward according to Jang Tran's command. Than Anon summoned the wolves, dancing under the moon while stealthily handling the monsters on either side. Than Anon's eyes sparkled. Okay, then I can confidently summon the monsters. She began to summon her strength, her whole body glowing, wielding her blade to strike down several large wolves. In no time, the monsters lay sprawled on the ground, some with their heads severed, others in pain, not knowing what had happened. Dancing under the moon, witnessing every moment as Than Anon flinched and mumbled while swinging her sword. She wasn't just a clingy little girl tailing Pham Tran Ha all day. Than Anon raised her hand to signal. Spraying, she had to muster strength to catch up to him. Jang Tran witnessed a mesmerizing display of butchery, surprised to find this girl had two different sides. He thought he must have been mistaken when he saw her fighting monsters. After thinking it through, Jang Tran activated his wind-slicing energy, calling out to Than Anon. Even if monsters came, Than Anon nodded, ready. She raised her cleaning cloth with the power of a knight's charge, swiftly wiping away with all her might. Behind her, a horde of fierce monsters chased her, causing her some fear as she called out loudly for Pham Tran. Jiang stood ready on this side. He used the minor light of Than Quang's heavenly shield formation, synchronizing with the magic ball that had gathered power. The healing spell was unleashed simultaneously, quickly draining the blood of the entire horde. Jang Tran praised Than Anon proudly. Great job. She beamed with joy, of course, not even noticing who was beside her. Before she could finish her sentence, Than Anon suddenly remembered. Enough. She had forgotten the role of the weak sister. Than Anon playfully teased, I'm going to hunt more monsters now, bye-bye. Jang Tran remained silent. The minor Than Quang led the dual spell. Monster blood usually couldn't withstand it, dealing with the monster situation first. Seeing the situation was critical, Dao Tou shouted for help. Great master, my beast is about to fall. Dar Huang rushed into the pack of monsters, having an initial advantage in strength. However, its small size quickly led to it being surrounded by the pack. Watching her familiar being bitten, Tiu Yu cried out its name in pain. The horde of wolves with glaring red eyes continued to rush in. Jang Tran kept gathering energy and told Tiu Yu, just stay calm, I still have 30 seconds to recover. At that moment, a wolf rushed in from behind, intending to leap at Jang Tran. But before it could touch a single hair on him, it was sent flying by a dance under the moon. She, feeling uneasy, asked, does Than Anon have enough blood? She's much weaker than the regular monsters. Jang Tran looked back, surprised at how close he had come to danger. The two stood side by side, watching the monsters surround them. Jang Tran said, maybe next time, we can find an opportunity for you to try. Dancing under the moon felt uncomfortable, and Jang Tran smiled brightly. Thank you. She felt the same, looking at the monsters and unsure how to deal with them. So she turned back to Jang Tran and asked, what should we do? Jang Tran suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Startled by the dance under the moon, her cheeks turned crimson. Are you still messing with me at a time like this? Jang Tran, with a calm expression, told her, I mainly want you to see this. Next, do it like this. His eyes sparkled with a bright green light as Jang Tran tightly held her waist, activating the light that enveloped both of them. He stared at her and said, look, how's this effect? Dancing under the moon felt a bit sudden, unable to find the words, and even the self-loving ones quickly rushed into the protective green light, ready for battle. Once it was done, Jang Tran released her from the dance under the moon, and she still felt shy before finally saying, thank you. Jang Tran merely nodded. She thought to herself that the power of this world was stronger than she had imagined, and she had been too self-assured. Jang Tran noticed her unusual expression and told her to take her medicine to get back to normal. The rest was up to him. Before he could move, a monster jumped in. Just now, looking at its kindred lying limp, it still seemed not to know fear. Jang Tran reacted quickly, grabbing the staff and leaping up to use the healing spell. He cast the healing spell down, and Than Anon's eyes sparkled with a smile. Just one word. I said it looked awesome, just knocked one down and got the whole group excited, and they rushed in to surround Jang Tran. He saw Than Anon still gaping in surprise. He quickly reminded her, don't just stand there, causing Than Anon to change her serious expression back. She charged forward with her shield, while Jang Tran wielded the staff and unleashed the small azure light heavenly formation, and Than Anon below used her shield to protect him. The two powers combined, and the healing strength became several times stronger, like a vortex charging straight at the pack of wolves. At that moment, the system announced the current score was 9,288. Total score 2,322. Jang Tran was surprised, exclaiming that the rewards were quite generous, making his effort worthwhile. He seriously told him through tears. Continuing with the same pace as before, don't let the main idea die. The mini-demon is still struggling, hearing him say that immediately ordered the team. Dancing under the moonlight, ignoring the coldness, his sharp gaze said he understood. At this moment, the golden seal was at the gate. With a single slash, he looked at the gate for an hour, feeling smug. Logically, at this stage, he should have wiped out the main team. The 10,000 Laws sect added that the more talented one was, the more jealousy they would attract, and the main team was still too inexperienced. with Prince Huang Chou smirking confidently making his predictions. This is the consequence of being too arrogant. A bug should have the consciousness of a bug. One of the subordinates nodded in agreement. The president stated the truth. On this side, Vung Hil had a different thought and asked, "President, do you think the main team can hold out until the gate opens?" Hung Do Linfong frowned and shook his head, saying that being caught in the chaotic energy, they would definitely die. What a pity. 15 minutes later, the system notified Jang Tran that the current score was 45,288, and the total score had risen to 11,322. Jang Tran sighed, holding the staff that was still casting healing spells, finally clearing out the small monsters. Now there was only one thing left. At this point, all four turned to look at one another, and everyone knew who it was. Level 19 Demon Dragon, a golden boss with 1,000,000 health summoned by the summoner. Its power was no joke, and its breath could corrode the gear of its target. The Storm Demon, created by a strong vortex, the dragon blood helped restore health. Jang Tran was stunned by its power, but was also searching for the figure of someone else. The soul form of the summoner was lost. Looking at the glass jar placed at the feet of the dragon demon, he thought, but the quest item was still there. He couldn't afford to miss out on this boss's loot. Once again, he tightened his grip on the staff and reminded everyone that the boss's skills were not easy to dodge, so everyone should keep their distance. Don't hold on to grudges. Leave the rest to me. The dragon demon charged with its sharp claws, its massive body rushing towards Jang Tran, creating a gust of wind. As soon as it touched the ground, it swung both legs up. Its claws were even bigger than Jang Tran's face, carrying incredible power. But Jang Tran was no pushover. Quickly swinging the staff, he cast a combo of lightning strike and healing spells, launching a series of attacks straight at the demon god, making it scream in pain. Blood was continuously drained by the healing spell, but the demon's health was substantial. It quickly regained its form and lunged straight at Jang Tran with its dragon breath. Jang Tran looked back as the smoke surrounded him and began to defend himself. Than Anon worriedly said, "This skill is hard to dodge with just movement." Dancing under the moonlight, usually sharp, tongued, but at moments like this, she couldn't help but worry, hoping Jang Tran would be careful, while the mini-demon was stunned, terrified and pale, about to be caught up. The smoke touched Jang Tran, continuously draining An's blood, but fortunately An could convert mana into blood, so he could hold on a bit longer. Dancing under the moon, shifting from worry to curiosity, she stared at An in shock, wondering what kind of monster he really was. Jang Tran poured all his strength into quickly drawing the sacred light formation. The purple smoke could no longer touch An because of this. Now it was Long Ma Gurk's turn. Jang Tran stood in the magic array, draining the boss Demon King's blood, feeling pleased. Now he just needed to slowly recover his blood. With a sharp gaze, An looked at the world with half an eye, remembering those who had trapped him with fragments, those dirty creatures outside. He would definitely wait until he killed that boss. Long Ma Gurk had been drained to half its health. It roared angrily. Realizing the situation was dire, it began to summon the magic storm, with whirlwinds rushing in. Jang Tran also lost a bit of blood because of this. He sighed. The damage from this great storm was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he still had mana recovery and mana drain effects, able to withstand the boss's damage. Losing this blood wasn't a big deal for him. Jang Tran stood in the whirlwind, casting a healing spell. The healing light pierced through the demon storm directly into the boss's blood drain. 20 minutes later, while fighting and calculating, Jang Tran noted that the effect of the shattered demon suppression had worn off, and the golden seal gate was about to open. Thinking of this, he was determined to eliminate it quickly to get out. The accumulated power was sufficient, and Jang Tran unleashed another healing light. His shout echoed, "Die!" Immediately, the entire body of Long Ma Gurk was struck by dazzling lightning, making it gasp for breath. Its storm could do nothing to Jang Tran, and quickly dissipated. The system announced that he had killed the golden level Long Ma Gurk, completing his first achievement, so his points continuously increased, and Jang Tran felt a bit satisfied as he leveled up to 19. He even gained an additional free attribute, feeling proud. The golden level boss had 50,000 mission points and a large amount of EXP, instantly leveling him up by 2 levels. Looking at the system, Jang Tran felt a bit delighted, allocating everything to intelligence, adding attributes from the equipment. Now he was also sufficient to hunt players. An's eyes sparkled like car headlights, full of excitement. "An Pham Tran, I'm level 18 now." The little demon joyfully chimed in. "Me too." As for Sister Jie Trung, she was pondering while dancing. She believed her family didn't have the qualifications to cooperate. Compared to staying to enjoy the experience, she felt more suited to solo adventures. Then she pressed the button to leave the team, and the system announced the little demon's disappointed question. Sister Jang Tran didn't answer the previous question but waved her hand and turned away, saying, "I'll go ahead." Jang Tran looked back at her, thinking to himself, this little sister had quite the strong personality. It's fine. Whatever she wants. Once I get the loot, I'll head out. Thinking this, Jang Tran went to check and collect the loot. First was the demon longstaff, contaminated with platinum. Due to being tainted, it needed to be refined before use. The effects were unclear, but it would grant a finishing blow reward for the first achievement. Next was the skull helm contaminated with platinum. Both the attributes and effects were unclear, with a sealed 3-star skill. It hasn't been unlocked yet, so its effectiveness is unclear, so I can't learn it. The fusion skill can combine items of the same quality. Finally, the system has assigned a new mission, to return the filled glass vial to the designated person. Jiang Chen held the glass vial in his hand for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes, realizing the mission was complete. It's time to settle the score and move outside the ceiling gate. The other teams are starting to question each other in confusion. Is this the B.OG? Those behind are also curious. Right, the gate is open, so where are the monsters? Yi Dao commanded the others to stand down after being curious. If we wait 2 more minutes and the monsters still don't come out, someone has to go in. But just then, from the ceiling gate, they saw some movement. Under the moonlight, something was dancing and stepping out, he shouted. It's her. The others began to murmur. Isn't she the one who activated the server-wide mission and took a photo? The girl beside her couldn't help but be curious. How is she still alive? Could it be that there are no monsters in the gate? The young man behind witnessed this and dumbfoundedly said, "No way. What the hell is going on?" As the one dancing under the moon turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Stop!" Yi Dao angrily asked. "How can you come out of the ceiling gate? The 3-man team went in before you, so why?" The one dancing under the moon didn't even look back as she replied, "Why should I tell you?" He quickly found an excuse. "Because you have 3 auras on you. I guess you don't want to die, do you?" Wanfa Gizong then flattered her. "Hey girl, we mean no harm. Just want to know about the first victory team." The one dancing under the moon scoffed at the bunch, thinking they wanted to cause trouble for the first victory team. "If you're so tough, go see for yourself." Wanfa Guizong's face darkened. "Are you really not going to say anything?" The one dancing under the moon quickly vanished, coldly leaving a few words. "I have nothing to say to you." Wanfa Gizong, feeling disrespected, got angry and prepared a freezing spell. Yi Dao was not much different. He spoke up. "Hey, what kind of people bully a girl like this?" He was the first to enter the guild. The strange-looking guy, the one dancing under the moon, brushed past him and revealed her true form. Yi Dao's face darkened, feeling less certain. "Are you stubbornly confronting the Heavenly Guild? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak, you'll die." The one dancing under the moon remained expressionless, disdainfully saying. He was the first to enter the Ceiling Guild, yet he still survived. Many guilds used items like that, yet the first victory team wasn't trapped and killed. A girl spoke up. "Looks like there's some drama to watch now," which caught Jiang Chen by surprise. "It seems that the fact that I'm still alive really shocks others." He walked over to the one dancing under the moon and asked, "Just tell them I'm in the Ceiling Guild, isn't that enough?" The one dancing under the moon glided back to look at him and said, "Why do you care? My death doesn't matter. The server-wide mission not being completed is the real issue." Jiang Chen calmly replied, "Get outside and settle the score." His words startled the one dancing under the moon, and she anxiously said, "There are too many of them." Jiang Chen hurriedly used a private channel to communicate quietly. "You should quickly camouflage into the Ceiling Guild. It will be very dangerous out here soon," seeing the crowd of players numbering in the thousands. Dancing under the moon, worriedly asking if he could handle it alone. Jang Tran replied, "Don't worry. Dancing under the moon might make me blush. But just remember, don't die, or I'll have to take revenge for you." After winking, she turned back to look at Varnfap Kwai Tong, considering him lucky. He was furious, and gritted his teeth at Jiang. Dancing under the moon continued messaging Jang Tran. "Pham Tran, I'm waiting for your good news inside." She then stepped in but glanced back at that proud figure, feeling a bit uneasy about the situation. "Pham Tran, I can't believe you made it out alive. Where are your remaining teammates?" Jang Tran pointed inside the gate and said, "They are in there. Why don't you go check it out? Killing Deemla is unnecessary. Just call your knights and let them out. We can spare your life after all. You're just a shepherd. It doesn't have to be this way." At this moment, feeling underestimated, Jang Tran smiled and said to them, "But those 2 are my teammates. Telling them to come out and seek death isn't a good idea, unless..." He paused, making Deemla curious. Unless what? Jang Tran pointed his staff at him. Unless you kneel down. Call me Dad. Diemla's pride was hurt, raising his sword to curse at him. Pham Trun, are you messing with me? You're really asking for it. Jang Tran continued to provoke him. Are you going to make a move? Using so many broken pieces, it's clear that not only your guild wants us dead. He glanced at the others, ready to fight. I'll accept all challenges. You seem confident, Diemla sneered. Killing you will be enough for both guilds, he added, cursing at Jang. You're overconfident, he immediately ordered. Guilds, go. The scrawny youths raised their hands to vote, while the shattered guild cheered. Brothers of the immortal myth! They all shouted in unison. The two guild leaders shouted together and charged forward, but Jang Tran stood still. He stood there watching as the fireball and ice spells rushed toward him. A loud explosion rang out, and ice shards flew everywhere. The system continuously displayed that the opponent was losing health, and Varnfap Quitong watched eagerly and asked, Is he dead yet? Diemla grew more anxious and shouted. Still no notification. As the ice dust settled, Jang Tran appeared, still with half his health, confidently saying, Too bad. I'm still alive. Now it's my turn, he said while raising his staff to summon the heavenly light array. Diemla exclaimed in shock. That skill is too powerful. Varnfap Quitong was stunned. Quick, get out of the way, he urgently reminded as their entire guild fell into Jang Tran's spell. In no time, their health was nearly depleted, and Jang Tran decided he wouldn't spare anyone. Those who tried to harm him earlier would have to outgame now. Any attempt to escape was met with a whirlwind that blew them back, draining their health completely. Diemla still underestimated him, saying, Aren't you just a shepherd? How can you do this? Jang Tran approached him, casting a high-level healing spell that left him frozen in place. Jiang Chen gently said, Guess what? In the end, with one swift move, he sent the Demon Slayer flying far away, leaving a trail on the ground. After dealing with the Demon Slayer, he confidently raised his sword and addressed the Royal Guild. The Prince of the Royal Guild and the entire guild looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. The prince asked, Fan Chen, the Royal Guild has no grudge against you. What are you planning? Jiang Chen wasn't pleased either. He remembered the battles between the nations in his past life. This guy conspired with foreign guilds to sell intelligence to eliminate domestic competition, completely burying a major city. Jiang Chen thought that someone like this didn't deserve to live. He pointed to his forehead and asked the Prince of the Royal Guild, Prince, is there something wrong with your head? You used fragments of demon seal to shut the gate, and now you say we have no grudge. The prince immediately denied it, saying, I think you misunderstand. Just now, the Royal Guild used the fragments for a server-wide mission, not targeting the main guild. He looked at Jiang Chen with half an eye and added, Since it has come to this, you wouldn't want to face the entire servers guild, right? Let's each take a step back and pretend nothing happened. What do you think? Jiang Chen disagreed, saying, Not a chance. On the contrary, it's you who has dragged this out long enough. He created a gust of wind that swept past the prince, making him fearfully summon guards to protect himself. Fan Chen, how arrogant. The Royal Guild is not a place you can provoke at will. On the other side, members from other guilds already had their bows ready for him. The prince ordered, The people from the 3 teams, move forward. He used a skill, and Jiang Chen didn't care much, but quietly assessed that this prince was cautious. From beginning to end, he hadn't made a move. Senza wouldn't be able to take any gear from him. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the encirclement from the other guilds, watching as fireballs and ice arrows were launched at him. He showed no fear. The ice arrows hit the ground, immediately freezing a large area and creating large spikes. Jiang Chen quickly dodged all those spells. The onlookers were left speechless. This style of movement from ZZ had someone dumbfounded, asking, Can the game even be played like this? Is this the gap between the great god and us mere mortals? Jiang Chen confidently taunted. Is this all the Royal Guild has? The Prince of the Royal Guild was furious, ready to bleed. Still refusing to act, he ordered his bodyguards to engage in close combat, approaching to attack him. He's just a lowly target with little health. He won't last. The others, hearing this, immediately took their positions, their swords creating a powerful whirlwind attack as the knights charged. Altogether, they shouted, Ready! Jiang Chen cheerfully said, Who wants to engage in close combat with you guys? Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant light began to emerge around him. Jiang Chen used a technique, leaping behind the prince in an instant. While he was still curious about him, Jiang Chen prepared to deliver a blow. Only when he saw the light behind him did the prince turn in surprise. But at that moment, Jiang Chen was already right at his neck, holding a glowing scepter and saying, It's happening. Seeing the little light coming towards me. The healing spell has started draining him. The prince of the dynasty looks terrified. No. The battle will end soon. At Jiang Chen's feet, dozens of swords from the associations he just wiped out. The remaining players are visibly scared, asking each other. The war god is just a supportive pastor, the others are exclaiming. Too strong. Is this the top player? Jiang Chen walks past the swords, chopping. Guo is one of the 10 major guilds. Quite the catch. Maybe I can upgrade my magical glass player to platinum. The guild leader is ranked 90. The forest gang knows to be afraid, so they try to retreat, rushing to the village. The great master Fan Chen. I'm from Guild 90. We're a small guild. The matter with the shards is really a misunderstanding. We just follow the crowd. Can we negotiate? Jiang Chen calmly offers a deal. 30 bronze gear, plus the guild's list, using the shards. And then we're even. The young man sighs in relief, quickly sends a trade request, and if it goes through, he'll save his life. He sends a message saying, except for the 3 previous guilds, there's still the Royal Guild, and also players from the 10-star guild last night whose guild isn't clear. Jiang Chen sighs and smiles. It seems many guilds want me dead. He called back. Guild leader only honors the military. Why the rush? He stammers, hurrying to explain. Great master Fan Chen, is there anything you want to teach? Jiang Chen coldly responds. I don't even know how I offended the guild leader, but he seems to want to trap this small team in the sealed gate. He doesn't want to lose his life quickly, waving his hands to explain. Great master Fan Chen jokes, why would I want to trap you? It's just that some kids in the guild don't understand things and cause this mess. Jiang Chen chuckles and gestures. Let's not talk about this. 200 bronze gear. Let's consider it settled. His attitude suddenly changes, coldly stating, the guild leader is very generous. Then, he reluctantly agrees to trade. A green light flashes on his forehead, and then the 200 bronze pieces are taken out. This military leader secretly holds a grudge. Fan Chen, your stomach is quite big, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He smiles brightly, preparing to retaliate. Still looking down on Jiang Chen, he asks, 200 is a bit much. How about 100? I'll leave now. Just like that, the military leader pulls a move, gathering energy, soul strike, and his attack forces the prince to lose power, losing 1,000. At this moment, he thinks, is he dead? Everything has turned serious, leaving everyone stunned, while the red-haired friend is surprised. What's going on? Wang Xiao is confused. The immoral leader strikes from behind. The great master Fan Chen is dead. The other guy responds, dead so easily? What a pity. The red-haired friend replies, dead so easily. What a pity. As everything on him starts to disintegrate, money is omnipotent, he sighs. Players who die should return to the respawn point, right? Why did he turn into fragments? Suddenly, the prince appears from somewhere, smiling and saying, hello. Because of the effect of the illusory boots, after one instance of personal damage, he wondered why you didn't die. Holding the staff in his hand, he triumphantly said that logically, your power-boosting skill should have dealt real damage to me. And I definitely should have died. But you see, I'm not like everyone else. At this moment, when the little blue light appeared, he sent the army away. So, bye-bye. In an instant, he struck him with powerful moves that caused him to lose balance and fall. He swore to the heavens. This ring we see is called the Broken Angel Ring, which can be repaired. It has a megapixel point increase of 100, plus a 4% boost to spell damage with the highest mana point, suitable for sorcerers and clerics, requiring level 10. Reminder: this equipment is not complete and can be repaired at the repair shop in the main city. After having such a precious ring, he thought that the army leader was indeed a good person to proactively gift him such good equipment. First, put it on, and after the server-wide mission ends, go repair it. The quality can at least go up by 1, or even 2. Remembering the past, he looked through the misty debris and thought that the equipment dropped by the major guilds was enough to level up the magical glass. This time, he hit the jackpot, and his face looked quite smug. He was thinking that it was a pity that the big guilds weren't foolish. This time, thanks to false information and high damage, he managed to gain the upper hand. Next time won't be so easy, because the power of the seal-breaking recovery is about to open gates 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. With such an announcement, everyone was surprised and turned to discuss. The southern seal gates opened at the same time. Let's go. We can finally continue the fight. He was thinking, why are the southern seal gates opening at the same time? Well, let's temporarily overlook the Long Guild. Consider it their luck. At this moment in that castle, the man Jang Tran sighed and said, it can come out now. Over here, from left to right, is the moonlit dance and the little demon. Than Anon was happily entering the hall, saying, Brother Jang Tran, just now you wiped out a whole bunch of people. Ngo Ba chimed in. I want a chapter in a life like the great god when I level up. Pham Tran smiled at this and eagerly looked towards the moonlit dance, wondering if he should lead the way. She replied, okay. As night fell at the resurrection point of Lai Hoa, Prince Hoang Tru was searching for something alone while observing everything. The leader of the Heaven Guild told him, "Isn't this the prince? Did you get killed and come here too?" He replied, "It's better than that group that got kicked out. At least I have no losses." The Heaven Guild responded sadly, "The Hong Triu Guild lost so many people, and you call that no losses? Truly eye-opening." Prince Huang Tru then asked, "If you have time to worry about me, why not think about whether you have enough funds to bid on equipment? I heard the auction house is selling level gold defense equipment." He reminded himself to check his bag, so he wouldn't be embarrassed if he found it empty later. The afternoon replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." And with that, Prince Huang Tru took his leave. After gathering all the forces, the president of the Heavenly Guild ordered the remaining members to head to the Kurlok city, ensuring they wouldn't leave behind the precious golden defensive gear. At this moment in Kurlok city, Harnier Ni finally found her booth, and she cheerfully said, "The booth in the mansion at Kurlok that Jang Tran mentioned must be right here." Upon arriving in front of a shop named Jang Tran, she was welcomed by an announcement. "Welcome back to the booth," and she said, "Found it. Here's a more specific introduction to this booth. Shop name, Jang Tran. Booth manager, Nier Ni. Items for sale, Frost Spear. Regular price. Items in stock. Designs for moon, cloak, and luminous paint." After thinking for a long time, she came up with it. "This kid Jang Tran is quite thoughtful, preparing everything for me." In the end, she decided to let him know she had arrived. Inside the 7th sealed gate, the boss called Sat Mate is a level 15 bronze boss, charging forward furiously. Because it charges wildly, when its health drops to 10%, it will rush towards the nearest target, dealing 300% damage and pushing the target back. Going berserk, when its health drops to 25%, it ignores hatred and attacks any target within 20 meters, while increasing its attack power by 50%. At this moment, a healing light began to radiate from him. The more he attacked, the more the energy of Sat Mate decreased. One was dealt 1,472 damage, while the other received only 3,580. The black one was the wild charge, and it roared as it advanced. He thought that the wild charge could be dodged by moving, and that dealing with this boss with healing light and healing spells was the best approach. Saying that, he rewarded it with a sudden burst of power, pulling it into his vortex. Watching his battle were 3 girls, dancing under the moon. Than Anon, Dao Tioyu were admiring him, and Tioyu praised. Watching the master fight monsters is truly a sight to behold. The other 2 remained silent, focused on watching, while Than Anon responded, I hope after I graduate, I can also live a life supported by the master, just lying around eating and waiting to die." A few minutes later, after he defeated the wild charge, he received a notification. "Congratulations. You have received the Moon Spring Cloak, silver, along with a sword. Congratulations. You have received the Great Sword of Cold, iron, silver." After receiving the 2 items, he urged the girls to move to the next location. Suddenly, a message appeared. "Player Ni has sent a friend request." Pham Tran noticed and asked. Oh, in his memory, he could picture that girl. He said while talking to her, "Sister Nier Ni." She replied, "Little brother Kung, you finally accepted my friend request, treasure of Kurlok City." She sadly said, "I've arrived at the booth in Kurlok City. There are 2 fat crickets looking quite silly, who came to buy the 2 golden items you are selling." She mentioned that the 2 people who came to the shop to buy those items were the president of the Heavenly Guild and Prince Huang Chio, standing right in front of her and asking in unison, "How much are these 2 golden items selling for?" She fell silent at that, but calmly replied, "Wait a moment, let me check the price." Seeing this, Pham Tran thought, so many people have money these days. Let them set their own prices, no less than 10,000 gold. Ni cheerfully replied to the 2 men, "Starting at 10,000, whoever bids higher gets it." The president of the Heavenly Guild negotiated with her, saying the Blood Demon armor and Frost Staff together would be 20,000. Prince Hongchu also wanted in on this item and responded with a higher bid. He said, "I'm the most painful here. Am I just a broke fool? Right now, there are only 5 golden items on the server, and you want to suck up 2 for 20,000? Heavenly Guild raised it to 26,000. The arrival of others made him burst into laughter with the 2, increasing the bid by 1,000 gold each time, which didn't suit the president's style at all. His appearance surprised everyone. "Why are you here?" he replied. "Of course I'm here to buy equipment. We can't let the Heavenly Guild monopolize all the golden items on the server, raising it to 28,000. Seeing this, the Heavenly Guild raised it even more. 30,000. Nini felt quite awkward seeing the three of them competing like this, but she laughed, thinking, so this is how gaming really works. Is it too late for me to quit my job? Designing can earn money like this? Haha, there are so many rich people in the world. Can I get a slot? The conversation continued like that. Jang Tran. 30,000 for the 2 items, later I can profit with you. Sister Nini, before sleeping, let me treat you to a meal. I'll share 1% with you. At this moment, he was only concerned that with Sister Nini there, he could hand over the stall to her entirely, and later if he got golden items he didn't need, he could just throw them in the warehouse. After that conversation, they returned to the 9th ceiling gate. The 4 of them arrived at this level, and upon seeing the situation before him, Tran said, 5 ceiling gates opening at once puts a lot of pressure on players. The little demon also agreed with his opinion. Although we've gone through 2 gates before, logically, players should have chased down to the 9th gate by now, but looking at the current situation, perhaps the monsters in this gate have all run to the demon shock point. Hearing such comments, Than Anon also asked, so should we wait for the ceiling gate to open or head to the demon shock point? A notification popped up, informing them that the ceiling power was recovering. The 10th, 11th, and 12th gates are about to open. Players should pay attention. The demon shock point is being corroded by demonic energy, dancing under the moonlight, it seemed. No need to wait any longer, the demon shock point can't hold out anymore, she said, looking over at him. Tran, something's going to happen at the demon shock point. The whole server's mission will fail. What should we do now? He pondered for a moment before daring to reply. Then we definitely can't let the 3 silver bosses reach the demon shock point. You 3 go to the demon shock point for support first. I'll handle the boss. Seeing that, she agreed with his plan. Okay. Before leaving, Tran had a few words with Teal Eel, saying, it hurts, Teal Eel. I'm handing you another battlefield. Can you handle it? But deep down he thought, the top support mage will not let me down, right? Teal Eel immediately obeyed the order, ensuring that she would not disappoint the Great One. Back to the domain of the demon shock, the warriors must now fight fiercely against the terrifying anomalies. Everyone is terrified. There are too many monsters. Quickly call for more people to protect the demon summit. If this continues, we won't last much longer. As the anomalies began to tire, they slowly advanced, and no one could bear this situation. It was a nightmare. My blood supply is running low. Why are there more and more monsters? This server-wide mission is hard to hold. Hungba, unable to withstand any longer, advised, no, we simply can't hold out anymore. I want to retreat. If I die from the demon energy, it will be impossible to recover. The mages here fought to the end against the anomalies. He shouted, my magic staff is broken. Help. Hearing this, a sword struck the mouth of the anomaly, forcing it to release his magic staff. The one who made that move was Hungba. Seeing this, he politely thanked, phew, I'm saved, thank you. The trio of girls finally arrived, and in the face of this disastrous situation, seeing them made him happy. They were the main force. The main force has arrived, and everyone turned to seek help from them. Big sis, save us. Confidently, Teal Eel sang loudly, the Great One believes in me, I can't let him down. Once enough strength had gathered, the commander spoke up about how to deal with the anomalies. Everyone, listen to me, the players on the right. Long-range fighters fall back to protect under the demon barrier. Prioritize dealing with the nearby monsters. Don't let the demon barrier get contaminated, Hungba advised the commander. Commander, the main force is leading. The man you mentioned is the leader of the Longhorse Guild. He's talented, he replied. The main force has some skills. For now, let her lead. Let our long-range fighters fall back to protect. Move. We can continue, Tou commanded. The left flank fighters form 2 teams. Those level 15 and above stand in the front row. Those below level 15 stand in the back. 2 rows of defense ready to replace the front line at any time. The priest needs to keep an eye on the first row fighters, ensuring their health stays above 80% to avoid casualties. Immediately, the fighters raised their staffs to the sky one by one. She added, there are fewer monsters on the left flank. Long-range fighters close in on me, and the fighters narrow the defense. Priests, come to my side. Keep an eye on the health of the front row. Don't let it drop below 50%. That said, you all got into position to prepare for battle, but she couldn't help but consider avoiding any bad situations like the players before not being too chaotic. Starting from the long range, slowly retreating, don't rush into close combat. If blood runs low, fall back. Now is the time for the warriors to be ready to fight until the end, and with the clear arrangement of the team, she continued to guide the remaining pastors. The third line of pastors shouldn't just focus on their teammates, but pay attention to the frontline warriors. When Hung 3 saw the little demon being controlled like that, he had a thought. She was responsible for such a large battlefield, but could still control the entire situation and remained calm. This little demon was a rare talent in the command system. He boldly thought if he could return to the guild, the advantage in battle would be his. Not to mention he also considered the future consequences. But you can't make a cake without eggs. Even if the little demon's field of vision is stronger, if there aren't enough players, it wouldn't hold up for long. Thinking back to the anomalies that the warriors fought earlier, he wondered if this server-wide mission would ultimately fail in a food chart. In the second press of the community, perhaps this anomaly is the three-tailed demon fox, a silver-level boss, LV-15. Specifically, it's the Ulam firefox. Each time it attacks, its tail condenses 3 green flames that shoot towards the target, each green flame dealing 150% magic damage alongside 20% lifesteal. Next is the vast fire lake, which, when its health drops by 20%, will condense into a giant fire lake that shoots towards the target, dealing 300% magic damage while creating a fire zone that deals 100% magic damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Jang Tran stood here holding the staff, suspicious, never expecting the second boss to be long range, significantly stronger than a normal boss. If it appeared on the main battlefield, players would be wiped out. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful healing spell and declared, "Quick victory, quick win." It has to be kept here. Along with that power, the anomaly was gradually losing energy, as if it contained 2,944, with an additional 1,423. This anomaly was no exception, launching fire wave attacks to defeat him. And Jang Tran calculated carefully. Fire waves can dodge while moving, but will take time to charge. Facing head, on, and striking hard is the quickest way. Saying that, he directly confronted the terrifying anomaly, using the Lesser Holy Light Heavenly Barrier to affect it. At this moment, his strength was so immense that the three-tailed demon fox cried out in pain while losing energy, as if it contained 3,580. Containing 3,580. Containing 3,580. He pressed on for a full 10 minutes, after which Jang Tran received a notification. You have defeated the three-tailed demon fox. Silver level boss. Achievement completed. You receive the Crescent Moon armor. Gold. You receive the unyielding longbow. Gold. After receiving these rewards, he sighed in relief as he had reached the final stage. There's just one final stage left. Saying that, he dashed towards the last gate. Back to the deep stop, the quartet from left to right was the Virtuous String, who heard no one, Little Spring, who revived, and Little Anne, who stood still like a mountain. The metal weapon was advancing together. The string player remarked that it really was a bad luck. Having missed the previous task due to time, they couldn't reach in time for the earlier gates to open, and now they wanted to fight the boss but were being robbed by others. The metal player replied, "The boss at Gate 10 has already been defeated," while Little Anne reassured, "Don't get upset anymore. I heard players are all going to protect the peak demon now, so the 2 bosses behind are definitely ours." Suddenly, a light flashed by that caught his attention, and Little Anne wondered, what was that just zipped by? Little Spring saw nothing unusual and reassured him, "Forget it, the boss is important, let's hurry. The 11th gate is right in front." Seeing this, Little Anne agreed, "That's right. Let's go fight the boss." After the 3 girls reached the peak demon, they jumped and danced under the moon, calling out for Little Yao, Little Yao. The right wing of the room was breached again, and many players had run out of backup. The little one thought of a way to go. Tou sighed. Having endured this approach, she replied, "There's no other way, this is the best solution." But finally, she had a thought. To resolve the issue, there was only one way. Dao Tou spun around and said, "Extend it." She looked towards the dragon horse in the sky and said, "I'll hold on until the Great Master arrives. The number of level 5 monsters is 5 times that of the players, and there are those with area damage skills here. If we can only wait," the dragon horse replied. "I admit Jang Tran is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. Can you guarantee that after we stall long enough, he'll manage to deal with all these undead creatures?" The little demon confidently replied, "I can, because she can trust Jang Tran." Since he is a master, seeing the little demon so convinced, the dragon horse shouted loudly to give orders. "All right, I'll trust you one more time. People of the Dragon Horse Guild, listen up, bring out your strongest gear and try to hold off this damn undead horde." Hearing the order from the dragon horse, the guards, including Mo Nu and 2 other guards, began to fight, saying, "Damn it. This is tough. I've already got over 1,000 points. Giving up now would be a huge loss." Let's fight. Facing the increasingly aggressive monsters, everyone focused intently on this battle. Now the excitement serves no purpose. I can't hold on any longer. I've used my peak power. Everyone just give up. The little demon over here strained and yelled for help from someone. Master, where are you? Hurry up and come. As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of monsters concentrated their attack. The little demon stammered, unable to hold on any longer. It's over. And the miracle responded to her wish. A large boulder appeared. A familiar voice rang out, calm. None other than Famchun. He continued, "It's not over yet." After saying that, he commanded his beast, along with the staff, to shine straight up into the sky. That's the power of the divine light of the little saint. Unexpectedly facing his strength, the monsters began to lose energy gradually. Each monster lost at least 3,580 energy. The laws were surprised to see Pham Trun's return and exclaimed, "It's Tran Thun." Tran Thun really arrived just in time, too excited to the point of kneeling on the ground, tears of joy streaming down. He said, "Pham Trun, I'm willing to call you the god of virtual reality games. You chased after that dragon so well. I'm impressed." The dragon horse saw Pham Trun fighting like this and felt a twinge of jealousy, saying, "How annoying." He managed to show off successfully, but the whole server's mission is considered safe. The guild's efforts were not in vain. TSK. After seeing Pham Trun really return, Than Anon rushed to hug the little demon and cried out in joy. She said, "Little demon, he's here just in time. He really is here just in time. For the first time I realized a game could be this passionate." The little demon replied, "Me too." As for Pham Trun, he politely reassured all the guards, thanking everyone for their efforts. "Now you can rest easy and leave your backs to me." Pham Trun spoke confidently, saying, "Even though I'm just a priest who can't heal anyone, I can definitely take down monsters." His words stirred the rest, and they all felt the adrenaline rush, shouting, "Okay, those monsters, I'm back." After a battle that lasted half an hour, the monsters were completely defeated. Tou was overjoyed, saying, "It's finally over." She and Than Anon danced and breathed heavily after the fight. Than Anon said, "The server-wide mission is over. I want to take a break for half a day." Tou agreed. "I'm exhausted too. This game drains my energy more than any virtual reality game. It's hard to keep going without a break." Pham Trun noticed this and urged the girls, "Don't relax too quickly, it's not over yet." Tiu was surprised. "Not over yet?" she replied. "The boss of the final seal gate hasn't been defeated." He explained, "On my way here, I got a message from Tiu, so I came here first. Luckily, the boss hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, the server-wide mission could really be in trouble." Tiu then remarked, "The mechanism of the server-wide mission is that all monsters will rush in like a chaotic storm, so logically, the boss should appear too." He heard this but didn't say much, just insisted, "Let's go check it out." Soon they arrived at the 12th seal gate, where a gigantic LV-15 silver Masanaki boss appeared, surrounded by a toxic fog that would reduce health by 10% and unleash a large amount of poisonous mist all around, obscuring visibility. It dealt 200 damage every second for 25 seconds, with a radius of 20 meters. To make matters worse, the Masanaki also had a self-healing ability. If it doesn't take damage for 10 seconds, it activates a healing effect, recovering 1% of its maximum health every second. After 10 seconds, when the guards arrived, Tiu, frozen like a rock, said, "The toxic fog and self-healing. This combination makes it tough. Someone has to deal damage to the boss during the fog, or it'll heal." Hearing this, the sword spirit Huanthu and the stringed weapon both exclaimed that they couldn't see, rendering their skills useless. The sword spirit replied, "The bosses in the previous gates were taken down quickly by someone else. I thought the boss for the server-wide mission would be weak." To his surprise, he noticed the boss was even stronger than usual and nervously stammered, "It's even tougher than before." Tio Xuan encouraged them, saying, "Well, we're here now, let's give it a try." Tioan also reassured them, "That's right, if it gets tough, just use potions and run. Find more people to fight." Hearing that the strings had already started the battle on their own, he just took out his bow and said, "Then I'll open the instance." And this makes it difficult for the Pham Trun team when he realizes that, it seems, someone has indeed arrived before. Facing Masanaki this time, Xiaoan could hardly defeat him, and Huang Thu couldn't either. He completely couldn't locate the boss or stop the boss from healing. He struggled to lift his shield and added that, moreover, healing isn't possible here. The shield protecting Xiao Xuan couldn't hold up throughout the process. Seeing everything getting worse, Huang Thu's sword energy warned everyone to retreat. Continuing to drag this out would only waste supplies, so the quartet withdrew from the battle. And at this point, Masa became stronger while whispering to himself, Than Anon saw this and told Than Tran, it seems they aren't fighting anymore. He replied, let's go over there. Xiao An turned to Hoang Thu and said, Hoang Thu, there's a squad of 4 over there. They might also come to fight the boss. Should we let them? He turned back to think because in his mind, the pastor, knight, healer, and assassin were arranged similarly to their team, so maybe they'd end up empty-handed too. He thought like this for a while and then retreated to find a way out, so Hoang Thu said, I'll go ask. While Than Tran was moving, Hoang Thu called him, Hey bro, wait a moment. He turned back with a puzzled expression upon realizing this was Hoang Thu's aura. The melody of virtue had no one listening. Xiao An and Xiao Xuan, players who topped the ranks in the previous life's early stages, were actually a team. But he still politely responded to Hoang Thu's call. What is it? He cheerfully replied. Are you guys also going to fight the boss? Than Tran, noticing his open demeanor, raised a question. The top-ranked warrior is this enthusiastic. Hoang Thu continued to express his intentions. I have no other intentions. I just want to ask if you all want to join in fighting the monster. The gear can be shared. This boss is quite tricky. Than Tran then instructed him. No need. If you guys aren't fighting, please step aside so you don't affect others. Xiao Xuan, seeing him talk so rudely, also protested. What arrogance! Hoang Thu, are you really asking if we need such a strong smell of gunpowder? Than Anon defended Than Tran's viewpoint, saying, You crazy? You can't fight the boss and want to find someone to fight with. What do you mean by having goodwill or not? Listen closely. We don't need it. Xiao Xuan replied with a provocative smile. No need. Before you say anything, check the boss's information. Don't wait until the boss ambushes us all and makes us look bad. Than Tran wanted to quickly end this debate, so he considered, if you all still want to go, I don't mind taking you back to the resurrection point. Hoang Thu also had the intention that Xiao Xuan's temper was hot, but her words were true, and this boss was not the type your team could defeat. We can step back. You don't have to be so sure. Suddenly feeling that this time there might be a chance for peaceful cooperation, hope flickered in Hoang Thu's heart. Perhaps we still have a chance to collaborate. But conversely, Than Tran denied. Don't worry, that won't happen. And finally, he ordered his 3 teammates. I'm going to open the boss. Everyone, guard this area. Don't let them have a chance to steal the monster. Than immediately replied, assuring that the mission would be completed. At that moment, Than Tran confronted the massive anomaly in front of him, which he thought was just a boss with a deadly fog combination skill and a self-healing ability. No wonder Hoang Thu's team backed off. Without extremely high damage pressure, the boss wouldn't even lose health. Tio Xuan thought he was too arrogant and told Huan Thursday, Why is that pastor rushing to face the boss alone? Is he planning to solo it? He replied, Who knows, let's just watch. Back to the confrontation between Than Tran and Masa, he decided to grant the latter a healing power. This spell made Masa scream in pain, as it gradually drained his minimum energy for 24 hours, and suddenly he opened a very large mouth. And he could feel the agony of facing Than Tran's healing spell. Next, he used a healing light, and this spell almost knocked Masa out with no escape route. He became increasingly exhausted, feeling as if he would be weighed down. The warriors who had previously underestimated him were now left speechless in awe. Hoang Thu couldn't believe his eyes and said, How can a pastor like him deal more damage than I do? The other 3 replied, We don't understand. Tio An warned, Don't move or speak. This is clearly a special effect of the healing spell. How can it deal damage? Tio Xuan tried to remain calm and responded, Moreover, this damage value is unusually high. Witnessing Than Tran's spells and powers, Hoang Thu praised it as a talent. Just like Tio Xuan can turn healing spells into protective shields thanks to his talent, his healing spells can be converted into damage. Watching Than Tran fight left everyone in admiration. Jai Dan recalled his words and said, It seems he really has the qualifications to reject us. Tio Xuan sharply pointed out any of his weaknesses. Even if his damage is really high, so what? The boss is about to use a skill. The poisonous mist will make it impossible to locate the boss, and he won't be able to maintain damage. The boss will heal. Even if his damage is high, it's useless. Meanwhile, the boss struggled to recover while spewing poisonous fog towards Than Tran. Tio Xuan reminded everyone. And don't forget, the pastor is a fragile class. He's clearly out of options. According to her, when he came into contact with Masa's fog, he felt like he was sinking into sleep. Seeing this, Tio Xuan pointed out the weakness. Look at that. I wasn't wrong. This pastor is just pretending. Tio An reminded her not to ramble on too much. Tio Xuan, don't say any more. Tio An, pale-faced, pointed at Than Tran and said, Look there. Pham Tran bravely unleashed his next move against the boss, the little holy light spell. After casting the spell, he thought to himself, "This distance is just right." Then, the staff of lightning fire emitted a beam of light towards the monster. With Pham Tran's chosen spell, the monster writhed in pain. On the other side, Tu Xuan was astonished at the sight before him, mouth agape, exclaiming that this guy, the pastor, surely couldn't have such a wide-range skill. Than Anon, hearing her remarks, couldn't help but mockingly point out that if she couldn't do it, she shouldn't blame others, confirming that there's always someone foolish. And today, it's just unusually many. Tu Xuan, unwilling to back down, tried to retort that she was just stating the truth but was interrupted by Hong Thu, who stopped her. We were indeed too short-sighted. He really does have the capability to solo a boss. He must have obtained a skill book to deal such wide-area damage. Moreover, the level of the skill book isn't low. If he couldn't deal high damage, he would even bypass the boss's skill mechanisms. Afterwards, Hong Thu had to admit that we couldn't compete with him. Tu Xuan seemed to realize her mistake, turning to one side and sincerely apologizing to Hong Thu, saying she was the one who embarrassed him. Than Anon had a stern expression, still staring intently at the two, giving a hum. At that moment, the system also displayed a report congratulating them for defeating the boss, Masana, a silver-level boss, completing the first achievement. Following that was a series of reward items for Pham Tran's achievement. He received a golden magic staff and a gold amulet. The announcement stated that all monster chains in VM had been eliminated, completing the server-wide mission against them. Players would share the points, and in 10 minutes, a limited-time store would open for point exchange. After hearing the announcement, Pham Tran smiled contentedly, not counting the mission points. He also got 5 gold equipment drops before, making quite a profit from this server-wide mission. The team, including Than Anon, the little demon, and the assassin, gathered joyfully under the moonlight. They happily received their rewards after enduring many difficult missions. Than Anon cheerfully said she wouldn't be polite anymore, and the little demon couldn't contain her emotions, thanking the Great One. The assassin under the moon also coldly expressed his thanks. Hong Thu approached to chat, but Pham Tran replied in a not-so-friendly tone, asking what he wanted. Pham Tran looked at the person in front of him warily, thinking he couldn't steal the boss. So, was he preparing to loot? But contrary to what he expected, Hong Thu smiled brightly, just wanting to exchange items, saying, "Don't misunderstand, my friend. I just want to ask what your silver equipment was for. If you have warrior and archer equipment, could you sell it to us?" Pham Tran secretly chuckled, realizing they were friends wanting to pay. So he said early on, "Well, I do have some, but how much are you guys willing to offer?" Hong Thu, hearing him, quickly asked if he could take a look, saying they could buy it for 10% more than the market price. "Let me check," Pham Tran replied, then displayed the announcement of the items for sale. Silver can armor, silver great sword, silver longbow, and silver light armor. Hong Thu, upon seeing the announcement, was left speechless, exclaiming, "Dude, are you selling these at a discount?" Pham Tran smiled, revealing his prices: 650 for weapons, 600 for accessories, small trades, no credit, no returns, cash only. Buy it all, Juan decided instantly, considering the money spent as peace with him, since there's still profit to be made from this deal. After the completion of the transaction, you receive 3,200 credits. Pham Tran smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling, and responded enthusiastically. With Juan, the generous boss, he thought to himself that he was indeed someone who could climb the ranks, someone with money that he liked. Than Anon noticed his obsession with money and teased him, commenting on how quickly his attitude changed. Pham Tran didn't mind at all. He had made a big profit and replied casually. He wasn't deeply offended and was happy to make money. Not wanting to dwell on that topic, Than Anon asked him, "So, where are we going next, Pham Tran?" "I need to head to the Love Forest. You girls can go home." Than decided to see that Pham Tran had already planned the route, so he bid farewell to Than Anon and the current teammates. It seemed that the job change mission didn't involve monster hunting, so the blessing of the love god wasn't needed for now. Little Yu, who was nearby, chimed in, "I'll take a nap here next to Than Anon." She covered her mouth while yawning and added, "Sis, I'll go to sleep for a bit. See you tonight." Only the assassin jumped in with a serious expression, saying, "I have something to take care of, so I'll temporarily leave. But before I go, I want to ask you something." Hearing this, Pham Tran was puzzled, staring wide-eyed at the jumping assassin. He didn't know how to react as the girl approached him, her figure now even more alluring. Blushing, she asked, "I want to know, do you have a girlfriend?" When she asked that, Pham Tran doubted and repeated, "Girlfriend?" He then imagined a beautiful girl with a charming figure and fair skin, thinking to himself, "Strange, why was he suddenly thinking about that sister? How guilty." He quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought that just popped into his mind. The jumping assassin was still there, waiting for Pham Tran's answer. She called out to him, her face blushing with shyness. "Pham Tran, you still haven't answered me." Pham Tran immediately replied to her question. "Why bother asking?" After hearing his answer, she smiled, said goodbye, and added, "All right then, I'll be on my way. Next time we meet, I won't pull your leg anymore." Meanwhile, Pham Tran stood there, confused by her question, and then thought about Than Anon and little Yu. It was still Than Anon and little Yu that were easier to understand. At this moment in the love forest, Newt Din sat dejectedly on the ground, announcing to Pham Tran, "The crystal vase has been taken by the bandit. The crystal vase has been taken." Right after that, Pham Tran grabbed the crystal vase and walked over to Newt Din, saying, "I know, I brought it back." Seeing the object in front of her, a smile appeared on Newt Din's face as she thanked Pham Tran. "With the crystal vase, we can quickly uncover the secrets of the land." Pham Tran smiled and praised, then thought to himself that it was the perfect time to check the mission point exchange shop for the whole server. The gods are quite generous. The rewards are all useful items that can permanently increase 4 basic attributes. You only need 10 points to exchange for this item, which can later be sold. With such an outrageous price, and considering how rare it is, wealthy people in the real world are scrambling for it, but they can't even get one. They have to buy all the attribute stones. I'll buy the 4-star skill book and get an additional gold equipment along with 3 teleportation stones, using the remaining points to exchange everything for gold. Newt Din turned to Pham Tran and announced that the blazing aura of Hoa Tree Dung had been refined from the ground. Pham Tran then asked what to do next, and Newt Din placed his hand on the ground, replying that he would try to use a magic circle to trace the remaining aura in the soil. After casting the spell with a glass vial, a massive black vortex appeared, and Newt Din exclaimed that this was the aura of the demon god. Pham Tran looked at the scene in front of him, pondering that it must be true. The disaster of the ancient land and the red sword in his previous life was related to the demon god. At the same time, Newt Din looked up in shock. The magic circle could project the image from that time, and we would quickly know what happened. Just as she finished laughing, an image of a frail girl appeared, speaking in a trembling voice, asking why they had come to find her. Suddenly, she shed tears onto the flowers below. Immediately, a fierce image appeared behind the girl, angrily declaring that a lowly human dared to defy my control. "If it weren't for the fact that your soul is still intact, I would definitely make you lose your life." Seeing that image, Pham Tran immediately thought that it seemed like Lair Tung was being possessed by someone else, and even her soul was being controlled by that person. Newt Din, annoyed, stated that controlling the soul and attaching it to the body was all the demon god's tactics. Than had already been infiltrated by the demon god. He then turned to Pham Tran respectfully, saying that the brave adventurer must take this glass vial to the city of Liha to speak with the city lord Diem Trungfong about the demon god. At this point, a notification board immediately appeared, stating that the current task was completed, and the next task was to take the full glass vial to the city of Lihoa to inform Diem Trungfong about this. Pham Tran immediately agreed without hesitation, saying he would go right away. Immediately afterward, the evil woman sealed the space and threatened that today no one would leave. Anyone who learns the secret of the demon god will lose their life. Newt Din looked at the girl, who suddenly became so fierce, and his face went pale as he gasped at the sight of Lair Tung. Pham Tran stood there, one hand raised to shield those behind him, calmly explaining that she was no longer Lair Tung. Right in front of him, the figure was no longer Lair Tung. The system displayed a notification that Lair Tung was being controlled. Level 15, Elite Silver. The soul can deal 100 real damage after casting for 2 seconds to any target within 20 meters, while controlling that target for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. The blessing of the spirit god Tien Du has received the blessing of the deity that can seal space temporarily, and the delicate face of Latang gradually becomes more pronounced. I gaze up at Pham Tran with bright eyes, clearly seeing the disdain of the reckless person who once told me he would take my life. How can he still not give up? Pham Tran firmly holds the flame staff and responds, saying it's Latang, not the spirit god's believer, even though he's resolute. But deep down, Pham Tran is a bit worried about the person in front of him. His face is calculating as he considers the sealed space, realizing that to complete the mission, he must fight. Latang's skills are quite unusual, and her real damage cannot be countered with mana directly, which is really troublesome. At this moment, Latang interrupts Pham Tran's thoughts, saying, "I am in Latang's body. I am her." and she is me. This statement successfully provokes the reckless one, who screams in agony, "Enough! Just stop!" Insulting her body again, Latang is gentle and kind, while the Enshir is something that doesn't even have a body. As the reckless one speaks, Latang furrows her brow and a stream of dark energy surrounds her. In an instant, she soars up, fully enveloped. In despair, she vows that today, she must take someone's life. Suddenly, Latang's spirit appears before the spirit god, arms wide open, using herself to protect the reckless one, shouting, "Don't harm him." The spirit god, irritated by Latang's interference, screams in fury, "You keep resisting me. It seems that this foolish person will only listen when he loses his life." Witnessing the reckless one's life slipping away, Latang sees the spirit god gathering the dark energy around to form a black ball. At that moment, the system urgently prompts Jang Tran, indicating that the important character, the reckless one, is in life-threatening danger. The reckless one's impending death means the job transfer mission will fail. Jang Tran, upon seeing this notification, decides he cannot let her succeed in the spell. Then, Latang and the spirit god use the soul technique, immediately surrounding her with magical circles emitting mystical blue light. Jang Tran, with a cold gaze, observes that the casting time of this skill is too short, and when she casts it, she is very confident, which means it can't be interrupted. With that thought, Jang Tran quickly needs to use Latang's spirit to assist the spirit god. The spirit god looks at him mockingly, saying, "You're talking to this wench, not a divine spirit. How could I?" Just as the spirit god is contemptuously speaking, Latang quickly flies over, using all her strength to embrace the waist of the one who has taken over her body and pulls down. Because of this, the soul technique being cast gets interrupted and ends, which the spirit god realizes. The situation of the battle changes, and unable to hide his rage, he screams at Jang Tran in agony, "No, the cunning reckless one, the spirit god will not spare you." Latang's spirit struggles against the spirit god, trying to break free, urgently turning to hurry everyone to leave. Without hesitation, Jang Tran grabs the reckless one's wrist and pulls her away. After running for a while, he patted his shoulder and suggested that the adventurer follow him. He would lead him to the Flame City, but Jang Tran couldn't get a word in. The two of them then arrived at an area where a magic circle stood before the majestic circle. He explained that this was the teleportation array between the Red Flame Ancient Land and the Flame City 100 years ago. Later, the demon god was sealed in the Red Flame Ancient Land to prevent those with ulterior motives, and the teleportation array had been destroyed. Saying this, he began to pick up the stones one by one to repair the teleportation array. Jang Tran watched his actions with curiosity and asked if he knew how to repair the teleportation array. He turned back to Jang Tran and recounted that before he became a soldier in the Flame City, he had worked on repairing the main city's teleportation array, so he learned a bit about it. After finishing the repairs, he placed the green stone inside the circle. As soon as the stone touched the ground, the magic circle seemed to activate. White flakes like snow flew up into the air, and he turned to Jang Tran with a light smile, saying, "Adventurer, let's go. I'll escort you to the Flame City." Following his suggestion, Jang Tran slowly stepped inside, not forgetting to ask, "What about your son?" He replied with a bitter smile. In a calm tone, he prepared the crystal, saying that it was meant to be a betrothal gift, enough to teleport one person. His duty was done, and now it was up to the adventurer. With that, he turned away, saying he had to return to his beloved, who was waiting for him. Jang Tran was moved by his love, and looked at him with affection, promising to return soon. Upon arriving at the Flame City, Jang Tran hurried to find the city lord of Flame City, asking about the adventurer from another world and what he needed. Jang Tran set the glass on the table and reported about the Red Flame Ancient Land being breached by the demon god, indicating a critical situation. Hearing this, the city lord was astonished, exclaiming, "What? So it really is the aura of the demon god." The city lord of Flame City quickly waved his hand, ordering, "We must head to the Red Flame Ancient Land immediately." The system displayed a notification that the task of sending the message was completed and the next task was ready. Go to the Red Flame Ancient Land to investigate the demon god incident. Jang Tran looked at the city lord of Flame City, silently assessing him. It seemed that Diem Trung Fong actually possessed divine artifacts. The teleportation map of the world allows anyone to teleport to any place they have been before at any time. Diem Trung Fong turned back and asked where the demon god's followers were. Jang Tran immediately replied without beating around the bush, "In the Frozen Land." Upon hearing this place, Diem Trung Fong seemed to ponder something and said, "I never expected to come here again in this life." He then pointed his hand at the fabric of space, creating a miraculous vortex. In an instant, the two arrived in the Frozen Land. Looking around, Diem Trungfong assessed that this place had been concealed by an illusion. Pham Tran did not answer Diem Trungfong's question, but in his eyes, there was contemplation. Indeed, it must have been said why this place was called the Frozen Land. This is a farewell gift from Yama to the Holy Lord for coming to the ancient land again, because of the demon god's cut. But where are Not Din and Latang? After a while of searching, Yama found nothing unusual and turned back to ask the adventurer if he was sure the demon god's aura was here. Pham Tran knelt on the ground, touching the ground and silently observing while he was with Not Din standing next to the teleportation array. Latang in the forest was in a situation of being ambushed and vomiting blood. Not Din said he had to go back to find Latang. If in the last life he also followed the script, then no one activated the mysterious job change mission. He suspected that what he told Yama about the ancient land of Chi Him would lead to a riot, and the root cause of the riot was at the Holy Palace. Latang had been exposed, and would definitely return to the Holy Palace to cause chaos. Yama's face darkened. This matter could not be delayed. Then the two of them entered the Holy Palace together. Inside the Holy Palace, Yama seemed to sense something and said, "I can feel it." At that moment, the aura of the demon god and Latang also appeared somewhere in the Holy Palace, threatening those behind him who dared to chase after him to seek death. She used magic to create a stream of black smoke to attack that person, her eyes igniting with fire. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." The black aura immediately surged towards Not Din, who was hiding behind a large tree, catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, a green aura suddenly rushed in to block the demon god's magic. Along with a loud shout, "You're bold!" The man who unexpectedly appeared was the city lord, Yama, who angrily threatened the demon creature for daring to invade the Holy Palace. Seeing that Yama was about to attack, Latang was controlled by the demon god, and Not Din hurriedly begged for her life. "Please don't kill Latang. She's just possessed by me, and you're not a villain." Yama agreed with him. Then Yama used a powerful magic attack towards Latang, causing her to cry out in pain. After everything was settled, seeing Not Din holding Latang in his arms, Yama said, "I'll leave a thread of life. Whether she can wake up depends on whether the gods care about her." But unexpectedly, at this moment, a black mist appeared. With lazy red eyes, the person looked extremely terrified. Those who dared to disrupt the demon god's plan would all die. "Demon god, please allow me to proceed with your orders." Yama looked at the scene before him with a grim face. Was it worth offering his body to the demon god for such an ugly spirit? She smiled wickedly, retorting, "You don't appreciate the spirit that the demon god has bestowed upon me. It is the most beautiful existence in this world." At this moment, Pham Tran, standing to the side, raised his hand to cover his face, feeling helpless, and said, "I suspect you are being manipulated psychologically by the demon god. I suggest you see a doctor." The monster that just appeared was the demon god Aona Boss Cup Park, level 20. She continued to threaten, "No one is allowed to doubt the demon god." At this moment, the notification board appears, stating that the physical damage must be reduced by 50% and that the soul shock will deal 200 true damage to all targets within 25 meters, while controlling the target to attack allies for 10 seconds and absorb souls when it happens. The reduction of 25% will deal 200 true damage to all targets within 25 meters, while restoring HP equivalent to that value for 10 seconds. Pham Tran looks at the three-headed Aona in front of him, feeling like throwing up at this hideous creature that the master has entrusted to him. Dien Trong Fong looks up and replies to the adventurer, "I'm afraid I can't help you." Following the master's gaze, the master of the city, Chi Vmi, appears from afar with a confident smile, announcing that the opponent is him. Pham Tran realizes the situation and tries to speak loudly. "Are you messing with me, you ugly thing? Even if you're not strong, you're just too annoying." Aona charges at Pham Tran, roaring, "You will pay for insulting the demon god. I will bury your body and shatter your soul." Pham Tran, unafraid, calmly responds, "Just a mere demon god." Then, Pham Tran lifts his staff confidently, saying, "I've even skewered demon gods before." Saying that, Pham Tran immediately uses healing magic from his staff. The attack on the three-headed boss deals damage. She is left with just a tiny bit of health against the lowly humans. Then Aona launches an attack at Pham Tran, but he blocks it. The attack comes too quickly and unexpectedly. Luckily, it's not true damage. Pham Tran continues to cast his healing spell. Attacking the demon god's minion, she cries out in pain, "You human make me angry. I will tear you apart." After saying that, Aona unleashes a soul shock directed at him. Pham Tran quickly dodges the attack and silently assesses the soul shock, noting it has 2 chains that slow him down. Thankfully, he's out of the attack range. Then he tells his opponent, "I'm out of your attack range, but you should get a taste of my little radiant light. From his staff, he unleashes the little radiant light, and a purple orb instantly appears. Each time it hits, the two beasts on either side howl in despair. He observes its reaction and secretly criticizes the aesthetic of the demon god. It really is quite ugly. Then Jang Tran points his staff directly at the monster, thinking it best to finish this quickly. Otherwise, prolonged fighting may lead to mental damage. Aona, hearing this, angrily shouts, "Die, you despicable human! Die, die, die!" At the same time, swirling black smoke appears around her. Jang Tran, unfazed, continues, "I'm just speaking the truth. Honestly, your human head isn't bad looking, just a bit ugly. In the aesthetic of the demon god, you're still quite beautiful." Aona continues to cast her soul absorption spell, yelling, "AAA, I will suck your soul dry." Jang Tran is unshaken, holding his head and thinking, lately the boss has been so disobedient, it's truly a cold-hearted world. After a back-and-forth battle for 10 minutes, the boss's health is down to 1%, and the two beasts on either side have fallen. Iona takes a final breath and cries out, "Die!" Jang Tran stood there calmly and announced, "Don't worry, I'll see her off right away. Even though she forced me to run like crazy to complete the mission, I'm a good person. It won't hurt for long." But before Jang Tran could do anything, a surge of power burst through the window, hitting the boss directly. Jang Tran instinctively gasped and muttered an expletive. He turned around angrily and shouted, "What the hell are you doing, DM Truongfong?" DM Truongfong hovered above, scratching his head in confusion, explaining, "The adventurer sincerely apologizes. I didn't expect the space to suddenly be disrupted and elemental power to surge out." Jang Tran didn't care. He demanded, "What are we going to do about this?" He silently blamed him. Even if he was a real PC, robbing was still too much. DM Truongfong landed on the ground, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll compensate you, Jang Tran. Just think of it as a little less drinking." He thought to himself, "As the master of DM, I must deliver." He then considered that a teleportation map of the world would be quite useful. Someone had appeared from behind without him noticing. Jang Tran spoke up, "This young man is quite similar to that guy." DM Truongfong replied seriously, "Smart like me, huh?" She immediately retorted, "No, you're just a shameless jerk." Hearing that, DM Truongfong's face darkened. Why would she say that? Jang Tran stood in the middle, sweating, silently evaluating his ex. "Can you two not drag innocent people into your argument?" Aiza smiled mockingly at that man. "Your ancestors didn't care about the lives of the ancient people, so why should you care about the stubborn mayor's opposition to the seal? The demon god Nai Ni is here. Isn't he just a shameless jerk? You, his descendant, accept that as a given. Isn't that shameless?" Jang Tran agreed with Aiza's words, silently cursing a bunch of shameless people. The fiery argument between Aiza and DM Truongfong erupted. If the ancestors hadn't sealed the demon god Nai Ni, the ancient people and the nearby city would have suffered greatly. Aiza, with her red hair, mockingly stated that he was powerful, but at what cost for the ancient people to endure? 100 years ago, the ancient land was full of vitality. It was only because your ancestors sealed the demon god Nai Ni here that this place, which once provided nourishment for the sealing array, has now become barren. Her expression grew increasingly hateful as she pointed out, "Open your eyes. The barrenness of the ancient land is all thanks to your ancestors." The sight of the dry, lifeless land emerged, and the peak of hatred surged with each of Aiza's accusations. If that were all, it would be fine. But you don't want the sealing to be exposed. Not only does it destroy all the teleportation arrays of the ancient land, but it also lowers the barriers, preventing the ancient people from leaving. Generations of ours have never seen the outside world, turning this place into a god-forsaken land with a stifling atmosphere, filled with despair and misery. Who's to say that if the gods have abandoned us, we shouldn't ally with the demon god to escape this forsaken land? What's wrong with that? DM Truongfong turned away and replied, "I can't comment on my ancestors' actions, but have you ever thought that collaborating with the demon god is just drinking poison in a different way? For years, I've been searching for a new way out for the ancient fiery realm." DM Truongfong's words felt like an excuse for neglecting this ancient realm, causing Who's to scoff and say, "Do you even remember you promised to take me to see the snow?" She smiled bitterly, a tear of sorrow falling from her eye. "I thought you would actually find a way to solve our people's suffering. But your solution is to set a freezing curse and then walk away? How ridiculous." Jang Tran, listening attentively, couldn't help but be surprised, commenting on the real-life version of a romantic love story where, of all people, it was DM Truongfong. DM Truongfong looked pained and regretful, gritting his teeth in helplessness. Yet he remained determined to stop Aisha from releasing the fierce demon god, knowing he was at fault. But no matter what, he couldn't let her unleash the demon. Aisha seemed uninterested in Diem Trung-Fong's words. She cast a spell to summon the holy mirror. She charged forward, challenging Diem Trung-Fong, saying, "No more talking, let's finish this today." Pham Tran couldn't help but praise. The Holy Master is a swordsmanship profession, but why is the sword energy so strong? Aisha said, "I don't want to kill you, but if you remain stubborn, I'll have to do it." Diem Trung-Fong, while defending, raised his arm high to block the direct stab from Aisha's holy mirror with an ice shield. He added, "After you die, I'll resign as the city master and follow you to the heavenly kingdom." Hearing that the city master was determined to perish alongside Aisha, Pham Tran was startled when he saw the technique. If Diem Trung-Fong unleashed this double-layered ice and fire curse, it would affect the entire ancient fiery realm. At this moment, Pham Tran spoke up in indignation. "Diem Trung-Fong, come on. The Diem family is already too much. Your ancestors imprisoned the Holy Master's people in the ancient realm, and you're even worse, using a curse? Are you planning to bury everyone in the ancient fiery realm?" Diem Trung-Fong's face showed guilt as he replied, "Aisha is too strong. I can't let her release the demon. This is the only way. I'll take my death as atonement." Aisha seemed still angry at the city master's hypocrisy, and she answered Pham Tran, "Is it worth risking your life for this? As for the people of the ancient fiery realm, even if they die, they won't agree to prolong this agony." Wanting to keep everyone alive, Pham Tran insisted, "Wait, both of you stop. I have to say, you really don't care about my life? I can't watch this drama any longer." He then suggested, "I have a way to solve your problems so that the ancient fiery realm can see the sunlight again." Upon hearing him, Aisha immediately asked, "What way?" Diem Trung-Fong beside also added that this risky matter can't be taken lightly. Pham Tran immediately explained that the ancient land of Chikveum, devoid of even a blade of grass, became a forsaken place, not because of the deity, Sir-Ni, but if that were the case, wouldn't taking his life suffice? Aisha spoke firmly to Sir-Ni, saying that his body was that of an immortal deity, and only a seal could keep him from ever appearing in the world again. Diem Trung-Fong also agreed with Aisha, saying, "We can't kill the deity, but I can. Give me 2 years, and I will kill the deity for you," Pham Tran boldly declared in front of the two exceptional talents. After that, a series of notifications appeared. "You have activated a special mission to kill the deity, Sir-Ni. Details of the mission are to establish a pact with the gods, kill the deity Sir-Ni within 2 years. If the mission fails, the player's soul will be permanently imprisoned in the ancient land of Chikveum, unable to escape. Be mindful of the teleportation map. Once the pact with the gods is established, divine protection will be granted and cannot be changed, so choose wisely." Diem Trung-Fong turned to look at Pham Tran with a hopeful attitude, saying, "Adventurer, I know you come from another world. I've heard it's the homeland of the gods. I believe you have unlimited potential. So are you willing to pledge your soul to establish a pact with the gods?" Pham Tran smiled confidently, his sharp gaze answering for him. Pham Tran placed his hand on his chest and declared that the adventurer from another world, Jang Tran, pledged his soul. If he fails to kill the deity Sir-Ni within 2 years, his soul will be imprisoned forever, unable to leave the ancient land of Chikveum. Just then, the GameSock system announced that you have accepted the special mission to kill the deity Sir-Ni within a 2-year limit. Looking at Aisha, he asked if they could pause now. Aisha glanced at him seriously and replied that since it's like this, I will give you 2 years. If after 2 years you haven't completed the pact, I will still present a similar choice. Diem Trung-Fong added that within 2 years, I will also do my best to find another way. Aisha, I hope we won't have to reach that point. Hearing this, she frowned and looked at Diem Trung-Fong, replying that once you're done, I have one more request. I want to repair the teleportation array of the ancient land of Chikveum. Diem Trung-Fong was taken aback by her request, saying that the ancient land is affected by the curse and cannot leave. Even if the teleportation array is repaired, they can't use it. Aisha confidently replied, I know, but once the teleportation array is fixed, the inhabitants of the ancient land will be able to interact with the outside world. Although it may take time, there are still energy crystals of the deity that can maintain the connection. With the outside world, the lives of the inhabitants of the ancient land will gradually improve. With the official's approval, Pham Tran was beside himself with impatience. During their conversation, he cleared his throat twice, thinking to himself about wanting to return to the city, but the two were looking at him, and he still had his job transfer mission to complete. Turning to Pham Chun, Diem Trung-Fong reassured his brother. Pham Chun, I know you're anxious, but just stay calm for now. Then he turned to negotiate with Aisha about whether this could be resolved without Pham Tran's involvement, saying it could not be initiated without him. Aisha didn't want to argue further, so she said that no matter what he said, weren't they all going to lead him through anyway? Looking at Pham Tran, she continued, but if he wants to go, I really have no reason to refuse. After that, Aisha turned around and followed him. At that moment, the game system announced that the risk of the ancient plague had been resolved. The mysterious job transfer quest for the disaster of the ancient plague was completed. Please proceed to the sacred palace. Receiving the reward, Pham Tran felt proud and praised himself, wondering why no one completed this quest in the past. It had to come to him. Aisha over there had successfully cast the spell to open the time-space portal. Turning back, she said, "Go in. This is the last ancient sacred hall of light in the world." In front of Pham Tran was a vast sacred hall, incredibly grand and magnificent. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't this just the sacred hall of light? Fong explained that the ancient sacred hall of light was designed by the creator god, while the current sacred hall of light was only made by the god of light. According to legend, before the god of light became a deity, he was merely a subordinate god in the ancient sacred hall of light. Hearing this, Pham Tran was very impressed and couldn't help but exclaim that the hall was created by the creator god, and the god of light was once his apostle. That's quite a high status. The three of them gradually stepped into the grand hall, climbing the stairs. Aisha introduced that these 6 wise ones represented the 6 major hidden professions of the pastor. The one in the center is the transformation god, Pham Tran of the creator god. He is the guiding figure of the 6 major hidden professions. Aisha continued to explain that the hidden professions were divided into 2 main paths, the high priest for healing and the judge for judgment. Each hidden profession has its own characteristics, but the records are not clear. Looking up at the crystal ball, she said that placing a hand on the crystal ball would activate the job transfer ritual. Then she turned to Pham Tran and said that after activating the job transfer ritual, the wise ones would conduct a test for him. The wise one who accepts him will allow him to transfer to the corresponding hidden profession. He asked her, "Can't I choose?" Aisha smiled and replied, "You can if all 6 wise ones recognize you. You can choose your hidden profession." At this moment, DM Truong Fong also replied, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Historically, only the current Light Sacred Hall has received recognition from all 6 wise ones." Pham Tran felt very surprised, thinking to himself about that invincible pervert god he heard about, who was said to have been able to challenge the god promotion long ago but stayed back to spread faith. Aisha spoke up, "If you're taking on the responsibility of the demon god, I will naturally help you." Saying this, she handed him the divine stone, which is the divine stone for the ritual. It is the only item that can be used in the job transfer ritual. The system also provided Pham Tran with information about this divine stone. After possessing this item, his intelligence would increase by 50%. Currently, it cannot be used because of the restriction on equipment. Pham Tran held the divine stone in his hand, looked it over, and asked suspiciously, "What does this mean?" Aisha smiled softly in response to him. Once the job transfer ritual activated, all equipment skills became ineffective, and he could only rely on attributes. Basically, he couldn't help but exclaim how bizarre it was. Aisha didn't pay attention to him and asked if he was transferring. Pham Tran didn't think much and placed his hand on the crystal ball, saying decisively, "Transfer." Pham Tran had started the job transfer ritual. In front of him was the job transfer tower for clerics. Standing before the magnificent tower, he pondered. This space resembled the virtual challenge where one enters with their consciousness. And just as he predicted, there were indeed only the basic attributes of level 19 remaining, like the innate abilities. The game system displayed a notification showing his personal information such as name, innate abilities, profession, level, physical strength, agility, intelligence, and magical damage. With the guidance line, he was instructed to enter the cleric job transfer tower to accept the challenge of the 1,000 towers. After a while, he noted that the cleric job transfer tower was very similar to the assessment tower of other professions. Then he entered the cleric job transfer tower. The system notified him that he received the healing spell skill, an entry-level wooden staff, and a wooden warrior companion. Next, an information panel about the wooden warrior appeared before Pham Tran. It was a level 19 wooden warrior with 54 physical strength, 18 intelligence, 54 strength, and 18 agility. The system further explained that the healing spell skill restored 50% of the target's magical damage and health every 2 seconds, consuming 5 mana, and he could use innate abilities to view this information. Pham Tran was very cautious. He thought this challenge was likely a trap for the cleric's primary profession, which could use this innate ability. He entered the cleric job transfer tower. The requirement for level 1 was to defeat the enemy on the field. Only then could he advance to the next level. The system also reminded him that if his companion died, the challenge would end. Jang Tran suddenly realized something. He snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Bingo, got it." Shortly after, he began to complete his challenge, raising the wooden staff and commanding his wooden warrior companion, "Attack it, I'll heal you." The wooden warrior responded quickly, charging forward with his sword. It used the charge skill to attack another wooden dummy. Jang Tran stood at a distance, carefully calculating. The wooden warrior had 540 health, and each use of the healing spell restored 150 health. He needed to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, the two wooden dummies were engaged in a tense battle. Both sides seemed evenly matched, and it was unclear which side would win. Just then, when the opportunity arose, Jang Tran raised the entry-level wooden staff, preparing to channel his energy to use his healing spell on the wooden warrior. But he couldn't shake the unease and worry that this challenge seemed too easy. Outside, the city lord, Chi Vien, was anxiously waiting. He had also entered for a while, but had not seen any of the celestial statues light up. The city lord, Than Li, replied to him, "Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Jang Tran is a cleric. He shouldn't be able to take the life of a demon god's believer solely by his own strength. His innate ability must be quite dangerous." Aiza heard this but still couldn't believe that Jang Tran could do it. However, his talent wasn't recognized by the wise ones, making it hard to believe that he could kill the demon god Nhai Ni in just 2 years. Diem Trungfong's face darkened as he replied, "But neither I nor her, or rather, the people from our world, can completely kill the demon god Nhai Ni." Looking up, he continued, "Only a risk-taker from another world would have this ability. I believe the one who established the contract won't let us down." Then Diem Trungfong turned to look at Pham Chun, trying to hold on a little longer to wait. On Aiza's side, she firmly believed that Pham Tran could not complete that challenge. Why wait? By now, he must have already passed the 4th level, but still nothing. But before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a statue lit up. Following that, the remaining statues began to shine one by one. Aiza exclaimed, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Diem Trungfong exclaimed loudly, "It's amazing! 4 statues. 4 wise ones. All recognize him." Aisha felt a bit scared and wondered what exactly he had done in the Tower of Transmission. Inside the tower, Pham Tran sighed, placing a hand on the wooden man's shoulder and saying, "I tell you, this transmission tower is too much. Didn't I just casually create 2 simple challenge questions? Why do I need to face double the opponents at level 4 to 0? Right now in front of him are hundreds of wooden opponents, armed and ready to charge and attack." Pointing at the wooden figures, he shouted loudly, "Damn it, you immoral beings. Let them know how strong I am." After that, hundreds of opponents charged in unison, rushing to attack his wooden warrior. Pham Tran cheered on his teammate, the wooden man, encouraging him to persevere and using healing spells to support him as best as he could. In just 10 minutes, they defeated all the opponents. Pham Tran put his arm around the wooden man, praising him. "Great job, brother. Let's move on to the next level." At this moment, the game system announced, "Due to your outstanding performance, the Tower of Transmission will initiate the final challenge ahead of schedule. You must face 2 enemies alone. The longer you persist, the higher the chance of completing the challenge." Upon hearing the announcement, both the wooden man and he showed obvious signs of exasperation. Before he could take a moment to rest, the system immediately initiated the final challenge. In this challenge, the arena will continuously shrink, and after 10 minutes, the arena will disappear. If you haven't killed all the enemies by then, the challenge will fail, which made him gasp in shock and exclaim a curse. Pham Tran saw many people coming to welcome him, but looking at their appearances, all holding weapons, it was clear they had no good intentions. He grinned and shouted, "The Tower of Transmission is really something, huh?" He raised his staff, ready to respond to their welcome. This is a challenge of independent survival ability for a pastor in the absence of teammates. But without teammates, I'm just stronger. A cloud of smoke enveloped Pham Tran's feet. The system notification panel appears when he uses his ability, the reverse healing spell, reducing the target's magical damage and health by 100%, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Consuming 5 mana points, the yin-yang reversal, a dark blue light emanates from the class transfer tower, and at the same time, the system displays that the final challenge officially begins. Fireballs and ice shards fly straight down towards Zhang Chen, who arrogantly taunts that this challenge is way too easy. A statue of a person raising their hand suddenly glows, leaving others in awe. The 5th wise sage statue is lit up. Yan Changfeng's joyful expression clearly shows his anticipation. This moment has finally come. He looks up at the glowing statues and speaks to the person beside him. Aisha, it seems we weren't wrong about him. He might become the second person recognized by all 6 wise sages. Aisha furrows her brows, still wearing her usual cold expression, but in her heart, she hopes just like Yan Changfeng. Being recognized by 5 wise sages is already rare. He still can't believe that Chen will fail, and looks up at the last statue, hoping for a miracle. Aisha wants to shatter his faint hope, as gaining recognition from the 6th wise sage seems nearly impossible. Does he really think he can compare to the Pope? Before he can finish his thought, he hears Yan Changfeng's joyful shout. It's lit. The 6th statue has truly lit up, bringing joy and amazement to both of them. She is still in shock. He really has received recognition from all 6 wise sages. Yan Changfeng, feeling triumphant, looks a bit arrogant as he gazes at Jiang Chen's back. What did I say? Jiang Chen, this brother from another world, can really compare to the Pope. Aisha has nothing more to say. She kindly tells him that once he wakes up, he might be exhausted and fall over. Someone should help him, and Changfeng nods. Don't worry, I'll take good care of this brother. But suddenly, the scene before him shocks him, making his eyes widen. Aisha, it seems I'm seeing things. The creator god appears here for some unknown reason. A supreme deity that everyone must respect. Aisha stammers, looking at the god before her and replying to Changfeng. No, you're not mistaken. It's because of that. They hurriedly bow down to show their respect for the god. City Lord of Live Fire, Yan Changfeng, City Lord of Crimson Flame, Aisha, both chant together, greeting the creator god. On Jiang Chen's side, everything has been resolved, and the system also announces that you have completed the class transfer ceremony. Please proceed with the class transfer at the Holy Light Temple. He looks at the orb in his hand. It's over. When he looks over at the two, he sees they have both knelt on the ground, thinking something must be happening. He asks in shock what the two are doing. Yan Changfeng frightens him, telling him to turn around and see who just appeared. Look ahead. Aisha is 3 parts scared and 7 parts anxious. She cautiously tells him, You have received recognition from the Lord. The guiding light has shone. Now you can choose all the wise beings, including the Master. Speaking of which, she must be terrified, but Jiang Chen's expression showed no surprise at all. He casually asked, Does this count as a hidden profession? Who knows? In my understanding, it doesn't count, but if the guiding light has appeared, this may be a fate meant for you. The golden light swirled around him, creating a circle, and the ethereal voice echoed, It must have light, and then he shone brightly. At that moment, the system notification appeared. The job transition ritual was complete. You have become the Radiant Saint. You received the Radiant Sacrament, and everything unfolded as the sparkling light surrounded you and slowly lifted you up. You received the Radiant Coin, and once everything was settled, Jiang Chen happily turned to look at Yan Changfeng, the city lord. I did it, right? His face was excited as if he had just stumbled upon a treasure, and indeed it was. That being is the god everyone fears. You could say it's even more valuable than a treasure. There's no way to see Jiang Chen as the same person anymore. He has now reached a higher status, earning respect from Changfeng and Aisa. City Lord of Lidiem, Changfeng, visited the Radiant Saint, and Aisa also knelt down to greet the saint. Watching their actions made him feel a bit strange. Is the aura of the Radiant Saint profession really that impressive? He held his head in frustration, thinking that everywhere he goes, these NPCs would treat him with such respect, so how could he still trick others? No, that's not it. Then how do I claim the mission rewards? I need to think of a way. Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something, so he happily ran over to Changfeng. He smiled and casually draped his arm over Changfeng's shoulder, like 2 close friends, but really it was a joke. He whispered in Changfeng's ear, Old Yan, why are you acting so strange all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're planning to settle a debt. Yan Changfeng looked surprised and confused. Huh? What do you mean by debt? His mind was full of question marks. Jiang Chen winked and smiled, looking at Yan Changfeng. Don't tell me you forgot about the last blow that took down the demon god? His tone had a hint of teasing. In doubt, hearing Jiang Chen say this, Yan Changfeng replied confidently, Of course not. I will definitely compensate you once we get back to the city. Yan Changfeng, with his hair styled in small curls that nearly covered his eyes, looked somewhat flustered at Jiang Chen's question. The sweat on his face began to show, so he forced a smile to encourage himself, but still kept calm enough to respond to Jang Tran's question. That answer completely satisfied Tran Than, his face clearly showing joy. He patted Diem Trungfang on the shoulder as if to express his excitement, saying, I'll wait for your good stuff. He smiled widely, eyes squinting in sheer contentment. In contrast, Diem Trung Fong seemed to have just escaped a trial from Jang Tran, letting out a relieved sigh. The two looked like opposite sides of the same coin, yet that contrast forged a genuine bond between them. They both resembled warriors who were united in the hope of forming the perfect duo. At that moment, Jang Tran was looking at Diem Trung Fong, raising his right arm to suggest taking Diem Trung Fong's hand, a promise made. Diem Trung Fong grasped his arm in response, a promise made, under the still black sky. While most people were deep in sleep, only the stars in the sky adorned the late-night scene. But above all, beside those stars was the moonlight, witnessing the efforts of the two young men. It also served as a testament to the bond of camaraderie between them, as the two young men's arms held each other tightly, determined to fight to the end against the cruel. Each of them exuded bravery, and suddenly a girl with shoulder-length, deep red hair appeared. Her slender face with a sharp chin was a striking feature, looking like a grown woman. It was Aisha, who came with a cheerful mood but seemed to interrupt the bond between the two boys. She placed her hands on her hips, smiled, and spoke to Jang Tran. If you can't kill the demon god in 2 years, staying in the ancient fiery land could be quite interesting, Aisha said. Jang Tran smiled awkwardly in response, saying to her, Please don't say such enthusiastic things, Saint Master. He raised both hands as if to block her thoughts. Aisha looked at the boy in front of her and said, wanting to explain the future of the ancient fiery land was dependent on him, that he shouldn't worry too much. From now on, just call me Aisha, she said, as you are the only one I expect to be able to protect that ancient land. Perhaps it's because you have the right qualities of skill and will. With enough courage and measured actions, she valued him greatly. He looked embarrassed after hearing her words and was hesitant to accept her offer. His hand reached out hesitantly, then he responded to her, seemingly reluctant to agree to her request. Well, that seems a bit inappropriate. From now on, I'll call you Sis Aisha, not Saint Master anymore, but Sis Aisha. By using this friendly, sisterly term, it seemed their relationship was growing closer than it had been during their first meetings. Aisha smiled at him and said, It's up to you. She seemed to like this affectionate way of being addressed by the boy in front of her. Without taking long, she continued the main topic they had been discussing. Regarding the demon god's sign, I also have responsibility. This faceless mask is considered my compensation, she said, pointing to the white mask on her head, which had a prominent red streak. It was simply designed, yet every detail was intricately crafted. And to others, it seemed to suit Aisha perfectly. A system panel appeared before them, introducing the mask she was holding. The faceless mask, a special prop, can hide all of your information when worn, my dear. It can actively activate the faceless effect, with the maximum level reducing the hate value of bosses and small monsters, compatible with all professions and level requirements. No, I can see the mask that Aisha gave you. Jiang Chen wore a joyful and excited expression, like a child receiving a gift from someone. His eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, he took the mask from her hands, hugging it tightly as if to confirm how much he liked it. This is now mine, Jiang Chen. I love your gift, but my tone is a bit serious. It's a bit embarrassing. Sis Aisha, you're too polite. Perhaps it's because you're really fond of it. When we receive a free gift from someone, no matter how old we are, our faces still light up with the joy of a child. Seeing him so happy made her smile too, looking at him and saying, Here's the mask for you. Return the divine stone to me. You won't be using this, so don't keep it. She stretched her hand forward, wanting Jiang Chen to return the item. You want to take back what belongs to you. Since you haven't touched it, returning it is the best option. Hearing her mention the divine stone, he looked at her with a hint of surprise mixed with reluctance. After all, it's a good item to keep around, and may come in handy. After their brief conversation, although it only lasted a few minutes, their relationship surely grew closer. The sky lit up with bright stars like a real galaxy, making the night scene even more beautiful, and their conversation became much more relaxed. After walking a few steps, she encountered Yan Changfeng, and they talked about Jiang Chen, who seemed to be quite interesting. Aisa's voice rang out first. This kid is tough. It seems this time he will have to spend quite a bit. She looked at Yan Changfeng and smiled. Surely that smile was meant for Chen Cheng. Yan Changfeng replied calmly, enough to reassure her, It's okay. My own troubles are quite heavy, replying with a tone that suggests I can handle it. Yan Changfeng looked up and continued talking to her. But with the 7 statues shining, the world is likely to become chaotic again. He worries that the future will be long and difficult. The path ahead is indeed full of thorns, and one must be determined to achieve satisfactory results. Hearing Yan Changfeng say this, Aisa's expression changed. Her worried face surely mirrored her fears about the world's future. Just like Yan Changfeng, as she lightly furrowed her brows in response to him. The Radiant Church may have received news. Both share a common will. They share the same great ideal of wanting to protect humanity, walking the same path as young people who truly care. Everyone deserves to be valued. In the Radiant Church, someone stands right in the middle of that bright circle. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the Archbishop. The church was built with a striking green base, and above that circle are several stone statues holding their arms down, pointing at the circle of the church. It seems to convey a welcome to the Radiant Hall. That large circle contains a meticulously designed 8-pointed star. Skillfully detailed, within the 8-pointed star is another circle. Inside that circle is a 4-petaled flower, drawn with precision. The Radiant Hall is indeed a magnificent and solemn place, befitting kings and lords like a high priest. There, the high priest stood tall, gazing down, looking truly imposing. The king possessed a long white beard and thick eyebrows, exuding a dignified and respected aura, showcasing strong authority that commanded respect. True to his title, the high priest's face bore the qualities of someone of high status. Like a wise and respected leader, someone suddenly entered the hall. It was one of the subordinates of the hall. The subordinate reported to the high priest that the high priest, it has been years since the Radiant Envoy appeared, and now suddenly showing up, it's uncertain whether it's good or bad. The high priest relaxed his facial muscles. His eyebrows softened from their initial height as he replied to the subordinate, suggesting that what the gods intended is something we cannot speculate lightly. In his words, there was a mix of threat and reproach towards the subordinate. He turned his head. But he didn't turn directly. Instead, he turned slightly to reveal just part of his broad face, then continued, saying that the Radiant God will guide us. Whether it be good or bad, we will know in the future. Meanwhile, in Jang Tran, he was deep in thought about the hall, pondering over what the Radiant Hall was like, but he couldn't concern himself with that. As long as he didn't interfere with him, everyone would be safe. He alone truly lacked the strength to manage a large hall that housed thousands or millions of people. Moreover, facing that powerful man was indeed a challenge, but he didn't only think of himself. He also thought of others. He feared chaos among the people, and worried for their peace. Truly, Jiang Chen was very compassionate. Suddenly he thought he had missed something, and upon reviewing, he realized he hadn't looked at the attributes of his new profession. The system panel appeared, summarizing his new profession. The profession of Radiant Envoy Priest. The Radiant Envoy can level up and learn the priest profession, including all skills from the priest and judge systems. After gaining enough radiant strength, one will advance to Radiant Sun. Primary Radiant Body. After using the Radiant Body, all effects of control must be endured. Each day, it can be used at a fixed level for over 2 minutes, currently at 9.5 minutes, with no consumption. The system panel also revealed the Primary Radiant Spirit. After opening the Radiant Spirit, one can transform any ability that the target uses into their own skill and retaliate. Each day it can be used at a fixed level more than 10 times, currently at 1 time, with no consumption. He read it sincerely. His eyes looked a bit dazed, his expression bewildered as he contemplated the attributes of this new profession. However, he seemed more joyful than anything else, his face clearly showing happiness. He smiled, his eyes half open, truly cunning, unrestrained. Transforming skills was indeed unbeatable. Many of his rivals have never been players but gods in the realm of deities. This new profession suits him well, and he's very strong indeed. Jang Tran kept thinking and then started to laugh at himself. He looked like a fool wandering among the clouds. Seeing this, Diem Trungfong gently patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, "If you keep laughing, I'll head back to the City of Fire alone." Jiang Tran felt a bit guilty and realized he had been acting foolishly. Quickly responding to Diem Trungfong, he said, "Wait, can you give me a ride for a bit?" A circle appeared in the sky, surrounding a part of it, marking the way back for the two of them. Diem Trungfong called out below, "We're heading back," while raising his arm to wave. Next to him was someone who hadn't forgotten what she had told Jang Tran, reminding him not to forget about his promise. "You mean the divine stone you mentioned earlier?" Jang Tran smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more, appearing to reluctantly accept it. The two of them arrived at the City of Fire, which felt like a forbidden place. Even at night, 4 guards stood there to guard the city gate. The 4 of them split into 2, with 2 guarding each side of the city. As they entered, Jiang Tran wondered why Diem Trungfong had come all the way here with him. It seemed like Diem Trungfong had other business, so he asked curiously, "Aren't you going back to the estate? Why teleport to the city gate?" Diem Trungfong replied, "I thought I'd take you to experience a bit." He seemed to have enough knowledge and experience about the City of Fire, wanting to join Jiang Tran for another round of exploration. Hearing Diem Trungfong say that, Jiang Tran made a face, indicating he didn't need to experience anything. For him, this was definitely not a usual experience. A loud voice rang out from a nearby guard. "Greetings, sir!" The guard's voice startled Jang Tran, making him tense up, his limbs feeling unsteady as if he was about to fall. He was bewildered by the chaos in his mind, not knowing what was happening here. Suddenly, two strangers appeared. One wore a black robe and had brown hair. He was a young man. The young man stated that the guard NPC had never paid attention to anyone, not even setting up basic dialogues. Yet he was respectful to a priest. The person next to him in a green robe replied, "This is a scene I wouldn't even dare to dream of." They were discussing the two newcomers, and one said, "I know him. He's the top priest on the server who previously turned the tide of the entire server's mission. He's the real deal. If I got to know him, I'd be starstruck right here." It seemed that they really admired him. Jang Tran didn't know what to say and just stood there listening to them gossip about him. Seeing Jang Tran like this, DM Trung Fong, with a teasing tone, joked, "So, how's the experience, Your Excellency?" Hearing the mockery from DM Trung Fong made him think, if every city lord was like this, wouldn't I be publicly executed every day? Feeling embarrassed, Jang Tran decided he didn't want to be there anymore. He wanted to go back, or to another place that would satisfy him. So he told DM Trung Fong, "How about we head back to the mansion to discuss the compensation? It seems like you want to change the subject to avoid talking about what's happening in this chaotic city." On the slender hand of DM Trung Fong appeared a badge, looking like something ancient, surrounded by a black hue. Like those seemingly simple little things that can hold immense power, holding the badge, DM Trung Fong said to Jang Tran, "You'll probably be interested in this." He raised his hand, indicating he wanted to give it to Tran Than. Seeing the delicious item right in front of him, he eagerly took it from DM Trung Fong's hand, and the system interface appeared again. This is the main city badge, a special item. The owner of this badge can use all the main city teleportation gates for free, and can also purchase items at a 20% discount at all shops in the main city. He felt this new equipment suited him perfectly, truly a good item. This badge allows him to try out many things he wants to test, to discover what items would be useful for him, even if it doesn't have any power or combat abilities. But in return, it acts like a charm for him, someone who enjoys combat experiences. For him, this is truly a great item, something valuable. Holding the badge in hand, he brushed his back and turned away. But perhaps DM Trung Fong was already too familiar with this scene, so he didn't say anything to Jang Tran, just closed his eyes and sighed. This kid, really, Jang Tran's personality, while brave like a warrior, sometimes behaves like a teenager. Indeed, everyone has many different sides depending on the environment they're in, reacting in their own way. Jang Tran walked to the third floor of the mansion, where it was grand like a magnificent palace. Glamorous, with guards everywhere, a figure appeared before him like a nobleman. The young man was tall with long hair tied up, wearing a blue robe with armor around him, approaching Jang Tran as if casually passing by. Jang Tran felt uneasy and thought about the star from last night, recalling it, but the three guilds before still remained powerful, only acknowledging the guild of the noble dragon. Besides that, there was another player with the star ID from last night, unclear about the guild, remembering that statement. He looked at the young man and said, "About the star from last night, I have no grievances with you. Shouldn't the fragment of that demon be explained a bit?" Tran Than was unclear about that star ID, so he wanted to clarify it now that they met. He wanted to hear the answer from the other side. Upon hearing Tran Than's words, the young man turned his head slightly and replied in a low voice. His tone seemed like he didn't want to say anything. "Nothing to explain. The leading pastor in the country. We will meet again later." After saying that, he turned away, and Tran Than looked at him with suspicion, his mind a blur. Could it be he had met this guy before? Truly a strange person. He looked very mysterious. When he spoke, he exuded a cold demeanor, making the atmosphere of the conversation between them even more uncomfortable. But he couldn't dwell on it too much since he had a mission to complete, pushing thoughts of that guy aside. Then he continued his journey, focusing on unlocking the more important skill set. He walked to a room, standing outside as Jang Tran knocked on the door, and a man's voice echoed from inside. "Come in, greetings adventurer. I am the intermediate guide, B. Lurk." The man inside was large, with dark hair and a streak of blonde tied up on top, looking like a mighty warrior. Yet this guy named B. Lurk was only wearing pants that barely covered his sensitive areas. His body was like a cocoon, with several heart shapes drawn around him. Tran wore black thigh-high socks, his limbs moving as if dancing. This man truly looked strange and off-putting. Seeing B. Lurk like that made Jang Tran giddy, while Yin Zhang looked speechless, staring up at him and asking, "What's your relationship with Ladakh?" The man in front of him did look somewhat familiar. indeed resembling someone he knew. He appeared very muscular, but Bilurk's voice was not as strong. In response to Trenthing's question, he replied, "Adventurer, you have a sharp eye. That's my cousin. It turns out they know each other. That's why they looked so alike that it was easy to recognize." But before he could say more, Jang Tran's finger stopped him from speaking. Bilurk blushed, seemingly embarrassed by Jang Tran's action. Jang Tran impatiently continued. "About the skill books, one is 3 stars, and the other is 4 stars. Bilurk's eyes lit up as if he had seen something amazing, and he smiled with delight at the 2 skill books in front of him. "Overwhelmed," he exclaimed, holding the skill book Jang Tran had asked to upgrade, feeling satisfied as he carefully touched the book. After examining the book closely, he told Jang Tran, "Unlocking the 4-star skill book takes longer, so I will unlock the 3-star one first." The system interface appeared, briefly describing the book. Holy Light Punishment, 3 stars. Casting a beam of holy light at a target will deal 50% damage, adding magic damage to attack, with a range of 20 meters, cooldown of 10 seconds, and costs 100 mana. Skill, Judge. Bilurk brought the book over to Jang Tran, seemingly surprised by the skill it contained, which turned out to be a judge's skill. "Have you completed your job change?" Bilurk asked Jang Tran, but he seemed reluctant to explain further, only responding briefly. "Yeah, please unlock the other book," he said, staring intently at the book, deep in thought. Old Deem said that the avatar of the creator god is the guide for the 6 major hidden professions. That's why I can unlock the judge skill. Bilurk smiled, surely expecting to earn a lot. He held the book against his cheek like cradling a cute puppy, speaking gently with a playful tone. He said, "The cost to unlock the 4-star skill book isn't cheap. It's 200 coins, plus the unlocking fee earlier. You need to give me 250 coins, or should I take the money first?" Bilurk seemed very excited. Enjoying the preparation work ahead, Tran saw Bilurk having fun like that. He closed his eyes and sighed, his words tinged with complaint. "This money, I can probably swipe it," as if responding to Bilurk that he's not someone who likes to swipe money. Eating someone else's food, and even the money to unlock this skill book can't be said to be swiped right away. If it were, it would probably be just ordinary Tran Tianha. Everyone knows about him, yet Tran stumbled upon the idea, thinking about the badge that DM Trung Fong had given him earlier. He immediately suggested to Bilurk, "Hey, can this be used? The owner of your place said that all stalls could give a 20% discount, and the badge items are really good," reducing a bit for him, so he felt relieved. He also knew that money is important, so he didn't want to waste a single cent. Even a small piece of meat counts, saving even a little is better. Jang Tran showed clear joy, but that joy quickly faded when he heard Bilurk say, "Don't tell me you think unlocking the skill book can also be discounted." "Ah, I forgot that the badge from the city owner only gives discounts when buying items in the city, while unlocking books is a different matter." Unable to use it, Jang Tran's expression changed 180 degrees, feeling angry and resentful towards the badge that DM Truong Fong gave him. Blaming it out of anger, it seemed that this badge wasn't worth much, showing clear disdain for it. Yet, Bilurk seemed to like that badge. Truly, those who have it don't appreciate it, while those who don't want it. That's the inevitable law of life. Seeing Jang Tran no longer wanting it, Bilurk suggested, "You don't want it. Then give it to me. I want it, but there's nowhere to buy it." Bilurk expressed helplessness at his words, wanting to have that good item too. Jang Tran took back his earlier words, feeling a bit regretful, because he was too angry then, and just said a few joking remarks, feeling a bit embarrassed. He replied to Bilurk, "Oh fine, you go ahead and unlock it." Bilurk understood that Jang Tran's offer of the badge was impossible, so he didn't ask for anything more and continued doing his own work. Bilurk looked down. The book emitted a circle, like a dazzling golden halo. The system panel appeared, K4 Angel, projecting an angel illusion, immediately restoring 5% of the remaining health of all surrounding teammates. Then every second increases magic damage and experience points by 100%, within a 20 meters range, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The skill of the High Priest. Seeing the last line on the system panel, Bilurk was surprised, questioning loudly. He raised his face to ask Jang Tran, "That's strange. Aren't you a judge type? How can you even have the skill of a High Priest?" Bilurk was astonished, but for Jang Tran, this was actually normal, as that skill had appeared many times on his system panel already, seeing Bilurk looking so confused. Jang Tran smiled fondly, gently calming Bilurk with a soft voice, quietly saying, "This story is long, so I won't share it for now," because he knew if he talked about it, it would take until tomorrow morning, and that wasn't important to him at the moment, What mattered was unlocking the skill book, so he hurriedly sneaked away as quickly as possible to avoid prolonging the time. A bright smile spread across his face. Holding the remaining book, he walked quickly but didn't forget to turn back and give Bai Luke a nod, which was also a sign of respect. Polite to others, the guide, goodbye, still thinking while walking. It's a shame I only have one skill slot left, or I could learn both powers. Not only brave and resilient, Than is also eager to learn and absorb knowledge from various sources, which helps him grow and experience even more. At the same time, he's unsure which book would benefit him now, in a 2-to-1 situation. He hesitated a bit before deciding to choose it. Jang Tran chose the K4S Angel power that Bilurk had just unlocked. Holding the book in hand, he thought about the future but wouldn't casually change his decision. The system panel appeared. The K4S Angel unleashed an angel illusion, immediately restoring 5% of the remaining health of all teammates around. After that, it increased magic damage by 100% every second and had a range of 20 meters, lasting 30 seconds with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The skill of the High Priest, Jang Tran, stood majestically in a white outfit, with a high black collar and black gloves, looking like a triad leader, his long fingers directing the system. He said with a serious face. Reversing yin and yang, his face suddenly lit up with excitement, breaking into a smile, as if witnessing something truly wonderful and surprising. The damage from this skill is insane. It turns out that the powerful weapon described on the system is the K4S Angel, unleashing the angel illusion that immediately restores 5% of the remaining health of all teammates around. After that, it increases magic damage by 100% every second, with a range of 20 meters, lasting 30 seconds with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The skill of the High Priest fell into Jang Tran's deep thought. Each player initially only has 4 skill slots. To increase more, they can only go to the Divine Item Shop to buy expansion stones. But the Divine Item Shop only opens at level 20, and the items inside are random. Jang Tran slowly closed his eyes as he thought about the game system. Therefore, this skill book is temporarily just for gathering dust in the backpack. A gentle wave passed through his mind, surprising him with the name that appeared on the player system, Than Anon Island. The little demon online turned out to be those two. He felt a bit confused and questioned why he was online. So Than Anon, the girl with golden hair, looking like a warrior, immediately messaged him. Pham Trun, me and Tio are waiting at the Fire City. He replied, you two go ahead and exchange the server-wide mission rewards. Remember to buy all the attribute potions. Then prioritize checking skills. Any leftover points should be spent on skill stones. I still have things to do. Once you're done, wander around the mansion and wait for me. After messaging Than Anon, he thought about what he had to do next. The broken angel ring that had fallen from the last battle still hadn't been repaired. The platinum equipment dropped by the boss also needed careful refining. Perhaps he could make a trip there. As he finished his thought, he immediately ran off. The wind outside made his steps quicker than before. All exuded the imposing aura of a young man, running to the blacksmith shop which seemed dim due to the darkness. But at least there was still a little flicker of light from the bulb. The shop was mostly made of wood, and to the right of the shop sign was a large tree. The wooden body, with a metal top, is securely tied together, embodying all the elements of a material shop with a style that the ancients would call classical and simple. As you step inside, you see the silhouette of a large, strong man, quite imposing. Judging by that figure, people often guess that he is the blacksmith owner here. The man, with his hair neatly tied back likely for convenience while forging metal, holds a large hammer, similar to the one hanging on the shop's sign. He strikes rhythmically against the long, sharp sword. The blade glimmers silver, and the hilt is adorned in gold. This makes the sword look even more beautiful. Yet on the floor, there are dozens of other swords scattered in every nook and cranny of the brown wooden-tiled floor. It's unclear what the intention was, but it seems these are swords the man discarded, as they didn't meet his standards. When the hammer struck the sword, a loud clanging sound echoed. The sword broke in two, and upon seeing this, the man exclaimed, "Oh no!" As it seems this has happened so many times that he has become quite accustomed to it. Therefore, his tone was not at all panicked, and he casually tossed the broken sword behind him, anywhere, saying, "I've ruined another customer's equipment, now I'm empty-handed." Indeed, this has occurred far too many times. One wonders how much he has profited from this. The sword fell to the ground with a strong force. This caused the sword to clang loudly, reaching Than, who was startled and exclaimed with a confused expression. But he kept his arms crossed over his chest, instinctively dodging as one would in a reflexive manner. Jang Tran now appeared in a humorous light, his eyes filled with hostility directed at the man, who responded with a smirk. He spoke to Jang Tran in a wide voice. mixed with a hint of guilt for startling him to the point of nearly jumping out of his skin, a daring venture into Anjiu's shop. "I am Anjiu." That was the equipment of a customer. It turns out this is the owner of the Zen shop named Anjiu, whose strong physique contrasts with his rather gentle face. Kind-hearted, with a hint of maturity shown by several stubbles on his face, he has thick eyebrows. Looking at Jang Tran, I smiled despite the beads of sweat on my face. Jang Tran paused for a moment to collect himself after the recent shock. He looked down at the floor, where several swords and a scythe were scattered, and thought to himself, so this is what the legendary Zen master looks like. He seemed a bit surprised by the way the shop owner handled the swords. But its true skilled people often know how to discard unnecessary mistakes. Seeing this, Jang Tran changed his mind and wanted to leave. Just as he was about to turn away, the man's voice rang out, wanting to keep him there, saying, "Please don't go. I am truly the best Zen master in all the major cities." Jang Tran questioned the swords on the floor and asked, "So what is this?" The shop owner replied hesitantly. Smiling awkwardly, he said, "Failures are hard to avoid, especially when it comes to this fiery forge." Jang Tran, puzzled, turned back to the Zen shop owner, his eyes wide with concern. "What does fiery forge mean?" The owner raised an eyebrow and explained seriously. "The fiery forge has a special core fire. There is a way to enhance the equipment with Zen, but the success rate will drop significantly, especially looking at the blazing charcoal fire surrounded by orange bricks." There was a bit of fear when mentioning the fiery forge, but Jang Tran thought seriously about his decision and said to the shop owner, "If that's the case, can you help me repair this equipment?" Perhaps his rational mind was urging him to take a risk, go big or go home. What Jang Tran handed to the owner was a battered silver angel ring. The owner opened one eye, peering through his glasses. His expression showed how difficult it would be, and he replied to Jang Tran, "I can do it, but with the current materials, I can only upgrade it to gold." After hearing this, Jang Tran seemed surprised, as if something buried for a long time had finally surfaced. He asked the shop owner, "You mean its rank can be higher?" The owner responded, "Of course, this ring was initially a platinum piece." The owner sighed and continued, "However, it has too many flaws and requires tears of ethereal essence, which can only be found in the abandoned mines in the northern rainforest. Recently, there have been violent creatures over there, and tears of ethereal essence are in short supply." The system displayed two items from Jang Tran's hands. One was a cursed dragon staff tainted with platinum, and the other was a cursed skull helmet, also tainted with platinum. He asked the owner about these two items. "Can these items be purified?" After hearing that Jang Tran wanted to purify them, the owner burst into an excited, hearty laugh. "You want to purify this with your experience?" The owner turned slightly, seeming to think it would be as challenging as the battered silver angel ring. He replied, "It can be purified. But we lack the same materials as for repairs. We need 2 vials of pure boiling water. This can also be found in the northern rainforest, where there is a source of pure water on the White Mountain cliffs." He then expressed his desire to ask for a favor. "Adventurer, if you go, I will ask you to fetch a few things for me." The system displayed a mission plan for Jang Tran. Mission details. Go to the northern rainforest to collect 10 drops of ethereal essence and 10 vials of pure boiling water. My goodness, the male lead is deep in thought. And it's also a task. He thought it was just a mission, not realizing there was also a request from the shop owner. So, he looked a bit suspicious, but still agreed to what his love proposed. Right after that, a red vase appeared on his palm. The system displayed a message. "You have received the quest item, Anu Glass Vase 20x20, which seems beneficial for a 2-in-1 situation. If he goes monster hunting, he'll level up quickly," so he didn't hesitate to agree, just in time to call Than Anon to join him and fight some monsters to break through to level 20 early. After all, it's beneficial for the male lead to be with teammates, which makes him feel a bit happier as he arrives at the main city square. This place looks generally majestic and polite, with several notices pinned on a board, and few people passing by. It really isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Jang Tran exudes the aura of a true warrior, and he speaks to Than Anon and the other two. "I'm waiting for you two at the main city square for a new mission." While waiting for them to arrive, Jang Tran casually reads the bright paper on the notice board. It states that the main city mission is to hunt beast monsters in detail, located in the northern part of the violent rainforest, where the adventurers should eliminate no more than 20. The reward is 99 silver. Jang Tran suddenly thought, "Oh, that old man has 3 missions in the northern rainforest. With such severe violence, if the blacksmith shop didn't have a shortage of materials, it means the monsters are causing trouble. Hence the shop owner doesn't have enough materials to upgrade." This thought made Jang Tran eager to hunt those monsters. Meanwhile, Than Anon and I were in the Z room of the mansion. We bumped into two PCs arguing and suspected it was a hidden mission. I replied that it could be the prologue of a mission. You two stay there. I'll be back soon. Tran turned to look back, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to quickly eliminate the monsters so they wouldn't cause chaos. The sky darkened, and the stars twinkled like Tran was shining in the quiet night, with his weapon on his back. He decided that it seemed today he could only do the mission alone. Alone in his world, he stepped onto the dark, dry path. In the northern rainforest, the group behind Pham Tran saw him and joyfully said, "Isn't that the great pastor?" The main team's top performer was also astonished and exclaimed that it was the first time he saw the real great guy. Immediately, two big guys approached him cheerfully to introduce themselves, and one suggested they meet. It's a coincidence to take a photo together. The other one smiled and asked how he could be his teammate. Pham Tran felt a bit awkward and declined, thanking them and saying goodbye. After walking away from the group under the tree, he felt a bit anxious and thought this was indeed the biggest threat since he came back to life. Pham Tran activated a mask, silently comforting himself that thankfully the item could help conceal his information. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay safe. Suddenly, a level 12 monster, a wind wolf, appeared before him. He was a bit shocked. Level 12 monsters were no joke. Without waiting for him to prepare, the wind wolf lunged at him aggressively. Pham Tran was about to engage when a girl's voice unexpectedly shouted from behind him, "Be careful!" With her red hair, the girl named Tov stood in front of him, warning him that the wind wolf's speed and sharp claws were not to be underestimated. "Just hide behind me. I can handle this," she said, leaving Pham Tran unsure how to respond as he attempted to explain that he could fight too. Before he could say anything, a man with golden hair named Tizai Lan stepped forward, quietly drawing a sword from his back and saying, "No need to thank me." Meanwhile, Tilmir stood back, healing them. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man's name was Lu Fong, and the girl's name was Nukmut Daimir. Without giving Pham Tran a chance to react, Juimir quickly pulled him away, saying, "Follow me." After bringing him to a safe corner, she stood ready to face the threat and couldn't help but question him. "Why did you charge in alone? Don't you know the monsters here are aggressive?" Pham Tran felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself, "I really appreciate you guys." Watching their movements, he couldn't help but think they seemed like dedicated players. If they didn't need him here, he should quickly head to the mine. With that thought, he turned to leave. A few minutes later, Tov's group had defeated the monster. Daimir then asked, "That priest didn't say a word and just left? Not even a thank you?" Lan replied immediately, "I guess she thinks she's the top priest on the server, with only Tov standing in her way. Let's not talk." Helping him was a small thing. Meanwhile, at the abandoned mine, Pham Tran looked at the gemstones before him, wondering if these were special materials. He immediately picked up a sparkling stone, and sure enough, the property panel appeared. Tears of the Spirit Stone, a type of pure, natural material that grows near unique monsters or bosses. Seeing this information, Pham Tran raised an eyebrow, surprised it was so easy to obtain, considering it was supposed to grow near monsters or bosses. Just as he thought that, a spirit wolf suddenly emerged from the cave. Pham Tran couldn't help but exclaim, "I knew it! There really is a boss here!" It meant he was not alone with the little spirit. It wasn't just a simple fight. While thinking, he swiftly jumped into the air. The spirit wolf immediately launched an attack at him. Pham Tran quickly activated his healing skill while attacking it. This strike trapped the spirit wolf inside. Without waiting long, Pham Tran activated the Little Radiant Divine Light formation, causing the spirit wolf to continuously lose health while howling. Its howl used the breath of the spirit wolf. The sound of its howl was immediately answered by another spirit wolf from the mountains in the distant forest. The scene shifts to where the young master is fighting monsters when suddenly a creature runs away, leaving him frustrated, wondering why such a big monster would flee. Tov sees him distracted and approaches, hitting him on the head to remind him not to zone out and to look behind him. As the young master turns around, he is startled by the scene before him and shouts at the summoned beast. Behind him is a pack of fearsome werewolves charging out from the forest. The scene freezes in front of the abandoned mine, with Tov's group surrounded by the werewolves. Daimir speaks up, saying there's no way forward. The young master's face darkens as he holds his sword, pondering what to do. Should they charge in? The guy behind him responds that everyone is just players cornered here. Maybe we should all rush in together. It might be a chance to break through. Hearing this, a person named Fap Lurk Quanquern expresses his opinion. It's easy to say, but there are at least 500 monsters here. We can only fight with faith. He frowns and says, in my opinion. He immediately uses a freezing spell to hold everyone in place and maliciously adds, why don't you stay back and watch us deal with them? The ice spreads. freezing half of the young master's body. In front, Quencorn leads a group of people into the dense forest, not forgetting to leave a message. "We'll scout the way in the forest for you guys." The young master has broken free from the ice. He angrily shouts, "Damn it, I'll remember this grudge." Hearing this, Lu Fong casually reminds him not to hold on to grudges but to think about how to avoid losing levels. TLV struggles to say, "Gods, this is bad. Dying anytime or anywhere will cause us to lose XP or levels. It's tough to level up," Daimir also fearfully exclaims. "The monsters are surrounding us now, retreating back into the abandoned mine." Pham Tran activates the little blue light, causing the werewolf to collapse to the ground. Immediately after, the system announces repeatedly, congratulating them for killing the boss and receiving the demon crystal and the mage robe along with the blood pendant. Fidgeting with the demon crystal in his hand, Pham Tran laments. Too bad it doesn't have a common quality, otherwise it would have been a big gain. With this, it should compensate for the lack of the elemental tears. "Now, I should go find the source of the burning essence," he says before turning to leave. Before he could take a few steps, he was shocked by the scene before him, wondering, wait, what's going on? In front of him is the struggling scene of TUV's group fighting the werewolves. This makes him a bit surprised and exclaim, "Has the boss already died, but its summoning skill's effect hasn't disappeared, leading to this small-scale beast wave?" He furrows his brow. These people helped him before, and even though he doesn't need it, he thinks of it as forming a good bond, waiting for the gods to invade reality. It would be hard to find pure players like this. After all, this beast wave was caused by the boss, so he decides to lend them a hand. Thinking this, he uses his staff to create a magic circle on the ground, and the little blue light is immediately formed, sucking all the monsters inside to eliminate them. This sudden phenomenon made the lieutenant pale and ask, "What skill is this?" Little Vi beside him was also excitedly asking, "The damage is too high. It could almost wipe out something tiny." At that moment, Daimai noticed something else and turned to call out, "Sister Little Vi, look over there." Her face became panic-stricken. "It's the pastor from earlier. He's the one who saved us." Pham Tran, however, didn't care too much about that. He just thought he should head to the source of the energy, and as he was about to turn and leave, suddenly a voice called out from behind him. Brother Dai stopped, coldly turning to ask, "What?" Immediately, the four of them, the lieutenant, Little Vi, Dai Mai, and coincidentally, all froze upon seeing someone. "Thank you, Brother Dai," Pham Tran said a bit flustered. "It's nothing. You don't need to take it to heart." But in his mind, he thought these kids are really quite silly. He turned his back and left Little Vi and the others behind, who were now mocking themselves, realizing how overly confident they had been, thinking they could protect Brother Dai. After a long journey, Pham Tran finally stopped at a stream that emitted a wonderful light, making him exclaim, "Finally, I've arrived at the source of the energy." Under the river, which was flowing gently, suddenly appeared a girl with stunning fox ears. Upon seeing Pham Tran, she called out, "Adventurer!" She looked enchantingly at his face, wondering if he came here for her. Pham Tran was shocked to think that. The Pure Spring also had a PC, but he shook his head, denying his own thoughts. No, that can't be right. Looking intently at the girl before him, Pham Tran realized this was the boss of the high white illusion of the Pure Spring. He frowned. This boss was too beautiful. Wasn't she the one from before? A frame of a world appeared in his mind, a friend he had seen before, Cabro. "I met an extremely beautiful PC in the north." Another voice quickly joined in. "Cabro. I can vouch for that." Not believing his friends, he thought it was just a death trap. Ending his flashback, Pham Tran helplessly scratched his head and wondered, "Don't tell me this is the PC that caused 300 male players to die without closing their eyes?" Unexpectedly, the boss standing opposite him looked very pleased. "Ah," she called out, "Adventurer, outsiders are not allowed in the Pure Spring. Get out of here." Hearing her say that made him a bit nervous, and he coughed lightly. Too bad this is a quest, otherwise. Lazily, he aimed his staff at the fox spirit and cast a healing spell. However, this little attack of his couldn't defeat her. Instead, she joyfully exclaimed, "It hurts so much." "Adventurer, you must want something," Pham Tran thought. Amazed at the boss's preferences, he took a step back and affirmed, "I definitely want it." Upon receiving the answer, the high white illusion that had just been trapped before him suddenly appeared from behind, preparing to strike. "Ah," she challenged, "then let me invite you to die." Pham Tran quickly reacted and dodged her attack, causing her to tumble forward. He thought to himself, the boss's normal attacks are very fast. Ordinary players would have a hard time dealing with them. That means I have a suppression level. Thinking this, Pham Tran raised his staff and shouted, If the damage isn't high, then just keep dealing damage. Fast-paced victory. With his shout, a gigantic egg appeared in midair. Heavenly Guardian. The egg immediately shattered, forming the figure of the Heavenly Guardian. The high white girl was incredibly shocked upon seeing this and let out a roar. As she regained her true form, the figure of a white fox appeared behind her, quickly swallowing her essence. After regaining her original strength, she leaped towards Than Anon, who had been standing still all this time. He was not afraid at all and firmly declared 3 words. Heavenly Guardian. Maintaining damage. As he finished speaking, the white fox was stopped by the Heavenly Guardian, and suddenly the system rang with a notification that he had reached level 20. At the same time, being the first to reach this level means he will unlock a portal to the royal city. Than Anon stared at the screen in disbelief, completely astonished. He reached level 20, but instead of feeling excited, Than Anon felt more anxious and restless. Level 20 players would activate the portal between the gods and reality. Clearing the portal dungeon was like obtaining the key. Than Anon looked up at the distant sky and felt frustrated. The game of gods had truly begun. Looking at the defeated phantom before him, Than Anon thought to himself, let's check the boss loot first. A moment later, system notifications chimed in one after another, congratulating him for receiving pure spring water, a sacred charm, agile boots, and a refined sword blueprint. As the information flowed before him, Than Anon said with a hint of regret, Than Anon and Yu aren't here. I have no one to share this loot with. I guess I'll just feed it to the Crystal Bridge, but that's not nothing. The quest was completed, and he also got a new outfit. Than Anon said this while fiddling with the scroll in his hand, when suddenly a message from Than Anon popped up on his screen. Big bro Than Anon, Yu and I took an undercover mission that requires us to head immediately to the swamp east of Laihawa City to get the giant thunder frog. We have 45 minutes. Do we need to wait for you? Seeing this, he replied, I still have a task to turn in. You two go ahead. Being so close to the main city, you should be able to handle it. Than Anon quickly messaged back with an okay. A little while later, as night fell at Zenengu's shop, a loud shout echoed. Turn in the quest, 10 bottles of pure spring water. However, he only had 9 life and death tiers. He casually checked if the crystal could be used. Looking at the items spread across the table, Than Anon said calmly. The shopkeeper, seeing this, happily ran off. Of course, this crystal is worth more than 10 life and death tiers. Plus, there's no stock available if you want to buy more, he happily told him. If you give me the life and death tiers, I'll fix one of your gear for free. Upon hearing this, he replied, but I don't have any gear that needs fixing. The shopkeeper, seeing this, pulled out a small bag and smiled amicably. How about this? If you're interested, we can trade. Inside the bag was a kind of white powder with black specks. Based on the attributes, he recognized it as tracking powder. Than Anon was delighted and praised it. All right, he thought to himself, this special item is something rare. A useless life and death tear for me isn't a loss. At this moment, the shopkeeper announced, it'll take half an hour to fix all 3 pieces of gear. Please wait a bit. Upon hearing this, Than Anon raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll stay here. Suddenly, a message from Yu appeared on the screen. She nervously said, Big bro Than Anon. It seems like I'm in trouble. Earlier, I was fighting monsters when someone started messing with me. I couldn't hold back my anger, so I led him to the monsters and took care of him in the swamp east. Right now, Than Anon and Yu are surrounded by a group of people. The girl gently informed him that a group of people was surrounding them, wanting to settle scores. Than Anon immediately stepped in front of Yu, saying that if they wanted to bully her sister, they would have to go through her first. Yu continued to text, saying that Sister Than Anon was protecting her, and the group didn't dare to act for now. But Sister Than Anon had started arguing with the other side. Seeing this, Than Anon quickly replied, telling her to stay calm. He was on his way. Yu was delighted and chimed in, saying happily. She turned to the angry Than Anon and said, Sister Than Anon, I've told the big guy, and he said to stay calm. He'll be here soon. Than Anon's expression darkened as she frowned. Okay, just let me handle this. Facing her was a big guy with spiky hair. He aggressively said, Young lady, just apologize to me and be my girlfriend, and we can pretend today never happened. Otherwise, he raised his fist threateningly and said, we can only send you back to the starting line. Yu, hearing this, angrily replied, clearly, that tall guy was bothering me. If he gets hurt, he deserves it. Than Anon agreed beside her. You're right, that punk deserves it. The other guy sneered and said, do you even know who the young master is to talk like that? The young master is the son of Mr. Trung from the entertainment industry. He pointed at Tou and said, "The young master liking you is a blessing for you. Do you know who I am? I'm the top player in this server. I'll ask you one last time. Will you apologize?" Than Anon then seriously comforted the girl. "Tou, don't be scared. I will protect you. I've been wanting to test my skills." The girl felt reassured and replied, "Yes, with Sister Than Anon here, I'm not afraid." She gathered all her courage and shouted, "Hey, listen up. I won't apologize," the guy immediately ordered. "Get them." Just then, Jang Tran appeared, looking at them with disdain, and asked, "Get them? It's only been a few days, and already someone is bothering my team. If you want to fight, I'll play with you." Seeing someone timely come to her rescue, Tou joyfully shouted, "The big guy." Than Anon also felt extremely relieved, thinking she wouldn't fall in level now, just at that moment. A soldier spoke up, asking about Jang Tran's identity. "You're Jang Tran, the top player in this server, right?" Jang Tran coldly warned the group from before. "If you know me and still dare to bully my team, it seems you think very little of me." Than Anon tried to act scared and weak in front of Jang Tran. "You scared me to death. This is the first time I've met someone like this." Of course, Jang Tran didn't believe any of Than Anon's boasting. He started mocking her. "Scared to death? I see you're full of fighting spirit and think I'm affecting your ability to fight." Than Anon hugged her cheek with one hand, closed her eyes, and put on a heartbroken expression. "Jang Tran, what you said hurts me too much. They said they wanted to send us back to the starting line. I'm really scared." After hearing her, Jang Tran's expression immediately changed. He turned to look at the group with a fierce glare. "You want to kill them over a level? I've been too polite with you, haven't I?" Jang Tran was extremely furious inside, thinking about how hard he fought to bring up his teammates. The soldier laughed coldly, arrogantly announcing to Jang Tran, "Jang Tran, teammates can change at any time, but this kid causing trouble is hard to replace." Jang Tran coldly asked Gata, "So what? It's just a game. This guy's teammates can say whatever they want. Threatening someone outside the game, pretending to be your grandfather's wife, that knight is still stubbornly threatening him. You really are asking for trouble. Want to drink to the consequences?" Then, Gata gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates, "I'll stall for time. You focus fire and take down Jang Tran." Gata's subordinates shouted back, "Understood." That knight held his sword, feeling very pleased in front of Jang Tran's group. "Jang Tran, even if you're stronger, you're still just a fragile one. Being with us, you should think carefully," not letting him finish his words. Jang Tran interrupted him, raising his staff high. A blue light surrounded it, looking good. "I'm in a hurry to level them up. No time to play with you guys, so excuse me." Jang Tran narrowed his eyes. He coldly told the others to leave quickly, and immediately, a huge formation appeared beneath the feet of the opposing knights. Screams of fear rang out continuously. "Damn, what skill is this? I don't want to lose levels. Big brother, save me." Before disappearing, the leading knight desperately tried to intimidate Jang Tran. "Jang Tran, you slapped Hantu, he won't let you off the hook." After dealing with the previous group, Jang Tran sheathed his weapon. He glanced back. "Tisk, the world is about to be chaotic. I care about that guy being this and that. I see that there's a lack of practice, and if there's a lack of money, then there's definitely something wrong." After witnessing Jang Tran handle the previous group, she was completely amazed by his skill. "Master, your skill damage has increased again. I see that knight owes you several hundred health. Truly top-notch." Than Anon continuously praised his abilities. "Jang Tran, you're impressive." Jang Tran smiled happily. "It's just okay. Have you two finished your missions yet? How much more experience until you hit level 20? The little fairy told him about their recent mission progress. The mission requirements have been fully collected. Now there's just the final step left. Earlier, after exchanging important items for the entire server's mission, I and the little fairy exchanged all remaining points for experience potions. Now that we're just hitting level 19, Jang Tran reminded the two of them. "Let's complete the mission first, then I'll take you two to hunt monsters." The little fairy laughed heartily, raising her hands. Little fairy took out a drum and shouted. The final step of the mission requires using the collected items to fix the drum. Jang Tran realized something. He seriously reminded the little fairy, "You two, hurry up." "No, I'm worried that frame might really break." After a while, he patted the drum with his hand. "Okay, it's fixed now, little Yao," the little Yao girl said, holding the drumstick in her hand. She raised her hand and struck the drum, and then a shard of soul unexpectedly burst out from the drum. The soul hovered in the air. He marveled. "I never expected this soon to disappear. Shard of soul would have the chance to meet someone fated. It seems the deities are not so cruel as to leave me without an heir." Jang Tran was also quite astonished. It turned out to be the legacy of the ancient spirit. Their luck wasn't bad either. The little Yao girl curiously asked, "Do you know about the Thunder Spirit?" Pham Tran began to explain the identity of that shard of soul to the two of them. According to ancient records of the gods, elemental powers now all originate from the ancient spirit clans, such as Wind Spirit, Fire Spirit, Water Spirit. After hearing Pham Tran's words, the shard of soul was also a bit surprised, not expecting that even now, there were still people who remembered the ancient spirit clans like me. That was enough. A sphere of power appeared in the hand of the shard of soul. "You have awakened me. Before I disappear, I will gift you a chance." The little Yao girl and Than Anon closed their eyes to feel the power granted by the shard of soul, and the system displayed a notification. "You have received the inheritance of the ancient blood legacy. When you use any attack, it will carry 10% lightning damage." A mark of the spirit appeared on Than Anon's forehead. The same happened on the forehead of the little Yao girl. She clenched her fists, extremely excited, shouting, "This power is incredible." The ancient spirit smiled and began to fade away. "I hope you can cultivate this seed of power. My wish is fulfilled, and I should go meet my kin now." After having found someone to inherit his power, the shard of soul began to disappear. The little Yao girl looked down, appearing quite sad. The system's interaction simulation of the gods is so realistic. It's clearly just a PC, yet when it fades away, I still feel a bit sad. Suddenly, Pham Tran asked a very strange question. "Have you ever thought that maybe he's not just a PC?" Dao Tuoyo looked at Pham Tran with a confused gaze, while Dai Than smiled. He didn't want to continue the previous topic, so he tried to avoid it, saying he was just joking. "The mission is complete now. How much more experience do you two need to reach level 20? Dao Tuoyu laughed and pointed to the mark on her forehead, following the system's reminder. "As long as you fully merge the mark and master the zooming, you can directly reach level 20, but it will take some time." Than Anon added, "Me too. I received good news." Pham Tran was very happy. He advised the two of them that it seems they don't need to waste time hunting monsters anymore. "Great, let's head back to the main city. You two find a safe spot to merge the marks and level up quickly. I don't need to go get it." The scene has now shifted to the city of Laihoa, and the system displayed the mission notification for the players. Main mission, Dreaming Secret Realm, mission details. The teleportation to the royal city cannot be activated due to the influence of the Dreaming Master. Go to the ancient ruins of the Dreaming City, in the far north of Feng Shui City, find the entrance to the secret realm, and capture the Dreaming Master inside. Reopen the path to the royal city. Reminder 1, to encourage the completion of the mission. Teleportation to Feng Shui City temporarily cancelled. Reminder 2, due to the high difficulty of the Dreaming Secret Realm. Players from level 20 can only enter. Dao Tuoyu was very confused. Do the gods even have main missions? Isn't that like opening the door to World A? Pham Tran answered her very mysteriously, "Yes, but not really." Then he turned and left. "Let's go. Take the time to level up." Pham Tran recalled the past life. Someone sought the ancient ruins of the Dreaming City before the power of the gods sealed them, causing the producers to issue an announcement for clarification. He silently calculated in his head, based on the time, they should be arriving soon, at Feng Shui City. A group of people was gathered here. They were members of the Explorer Guild. Troc Thui observed the castle in front of him and confirmed it. This must be the Dreaming Ancient City. The members of the Explorer Guild approached the illusionary city, and Troc Thui noticed something. All the castles had turned into ruins. No wonder they said it was a relic. Another member of the Explorer Guild urged Troc Thui, President, "Let's hurry in. As long as we can find the entrance to the Dreaming Secret Realm first, we will definitely strike it rich." Before entering the illusionary city, Troc Thui asked his team members once more, "Is everyone's camera on?" A team member replied, "President, it's always on." After confirming that the cameras were still running, Troc Thui shouted, "Then let's go." All members of Troc Thui's team began to move inside the illusionary city. Before them was a majestic scene. There were many floating towers in the air. Continuous gasps of amazement echoed. The scene was too magnificent. Could this be what they call the entrance to the dream? It must be. The president's group moved the fastest, asking them about it. "President, President." A team member following Troc Thui heard those calls and reminded the president. "President, it seems the brothers are calling you." At this moment, Troc Thui seemed to sense something was wrong, his eyes half closed, his face tired. Lacking vitality, huh? But my voice, Troc Thui's voice, was getting fainter. Before he completely closed his eyes, he managed to say one last thing. So sleepy, not just him, but the others were in the same boat. I felt that way too. The team members behind looked at those above, shrouded in a transparent circle, completely bewildered. What's going on? Why is there a transparent halo around the team in front? What is that? Have they activated the hidden realm already? But we haven't reached level 20 yet. One team member's face changed immediately. He shouted orders to the others to log off immediately and asked the guild leader what was happening. The scene now shifted to the explorer's home. In the office, many players were slumped over their desks, seemingly drifting into sleep. The guy who just ordered everyone to log off hurriedly stood up, pulling down his cap. He anxiously asked Troc 3, "Guild leader, what just happened?" He expressed regret about the mysterious halo, asking what that light was, the protective mechanism of the hidden realm. But Troc 3 didn't wake up for ages, and he started to sense that something was off. Guild leader, what's wrong? Troc 3 was still slumped over the table, unconscious. Another team member rushed over in fear, thinking he hadn't seen it and went to call others first. Realizing that all the trapped players had lost consciousness, the blue-haired team member clenched his teeth in fear. How could events in the game impact reality? At that moment, in Laihoa City, the system displayed a notification to remind players. Warning, warning. The virtual ancient city of dreams has shown an unknown power, causing some players to lose contact. All players, please do not go to the virtual ancient city ruins. Remain calm and wait for the announcement after this message is sent. Players immediately exploded in chatter. Damn. I've been around in the gaming world for years, and this is the first time I've seen the producers use this kind of warning. The virtual ancient city of dreams, showing an unknown power causing players to lose contact? What does that mean? Don't tell me the producer's equipment is faulty and they're blaming it on some unknown power. Dao Tiu also started to worry, gripping Than Anon's arm. Sister Than Anon, why do I feel like something big is about to happen? Than Anon reassured her. It's my first time facing this situation too, but maybe Than Tran will know. Than Anon had complete faith in Than Tran. She told Dao Tiu about her observations after spending time with him, starting from the first time she met him. It seemed he really enjoyed leveling up, faced everything with such calmness, like he already knew something was going to happen. Suddenly, Than Tran received a message from Than Anon. She said, "Hey Than Tran, did you see the silver warning in the middle? Tiu and I are really worried. It feels like something big is about to happen." Than Tran was also surprised that both Than Anon and Tiu could sense the impending danger. Their instincts were quite sharp. He shaded his eyes from the glaring sunlight. Whether he wanted to or not, from today on, the era belonging to the gods would begin. Than Tran's gaze turned extremely cold. At that moment, in Laihoa City, the players are in a state of panic, suddenly realizing that within the game, entertainment or escape from life harbors an unclear power that can affect reality. Everyone will face a crisis in a short time. Amid that chaos, Than Tran remains incredibly calm as he moves forward. But after this crisis passes, everyone will quickly realize this is a completely new beginning, with identities, statuses, power, and wealth all being rearranged. The common folk at the bottom can rise like a blade in the wind through the game, becoming rulers of their own domains. The local tycoons, once wealthy, will also fall into the abyss due to losing their power. In this era, anyone can become a deity. Everyone can be a god. Then, Than Tran replies to Than Anon, telling her not to worry. As they level up quickly, even if there's a delay, they will gradually grow stronger to gain protection. Dao Tiu firmly believes in Than Tran. Although she doesn't fully understand the great god's words, she trusts he won't harm them and they need to level up quickly. Than Anon talks about their next plan, which is the only thing they can do right now. The scene has shifted to in front of the Zenanu shop. Than Tran urges the shop owner. Time is running out. Have the equipment repairs been completed? Anu confidently asserts, "I told you, I'm the best Zen craftsman. Fixing a few pieces of equipment won't ruin my reputation." After receiving the magical items, a series of information about them appears in the system. Before leaving, Than Tran thanks Anu, and his expression suddenly becomes very serious. Than Tran continues to think about the next steps. The helmet and ring are accessories he needs right now. He must prepare thoroughly before entering the dream realm, which will be different from previous realms. In Than Tran's hand appears a 4-star divine skill stone. The skill stone he merged previously now has part of it upgraded to enhance the new skill, while the remaining skill stone can be used to upgrade the healing skill to 2 stars. Although Than Tran is facing a very urgent situation, he remains calm and unafraid. After a while, the producers of Chu Thun will release a global update notification. From midnight tonight until 10 a.m. tomorrow, players won't be able to log into the game. Once updated, the 4 basic attributes will fully merge into reality. It's been urgent. Than Tran seriously reads through all the attributes of the magical items. He quietly calculates the points he has for combat. With his current megapixel points, he can use a celestial skill once in battle. Enough. Pham Tran recalls his previous battles. He confirms that the healing skill did not consume mana. The range damage was relatively low but increased mana after leveling up, which is within acceptable limits. That's enough. However, he doesn't act immediately. Pham Tran still wants to level up with him and Dao Tier Yu. Everything is prepared. Just leveling up with him and Dao Tier Yu to level 20 will allow them to set off for the Dream Realm. Pham Tran remembers the events of his past life and hopes that in this life, everything can turn out for the best. In his previous life, he faced heavy failures in the Dream Realm before discovering the dream secrets. Open the portal. Hopefully this time things will go smoothly. Then, Pham Tran sent a reminder to Than Anon and Dao Tier Yu. Tomorrow, they must level up before 10 o'clock and meet at the teleportation station in the City of War. After returning to the real world, Pham Tran took off his hat. He sighed wearily. Another day gone by. Pham Tran stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. The influence of the deities on reality was becoming more and more apparent. She called out loudly, "Jang Tran! Jang Tran!" Blushing and embarrassed, she reminded Nini, "Sis, it's not appropriate to come to my room dressed like this." Nini got angry and scolded Jang Tran, saying, "Something serious happened. Can you get rid of those images in your head?" Jang Tran widened his eyes, staring at Nini. He paused. "What serious thing?" Nini helplessly picked up her phone. "The game of deities invading reality is trending hot. Don't tell me you still don't know?" After hearing her, Jang Tran was shocked. His mouth fell open in disbelief. "Even you know now?" Nini showed Jang Tran the phone with the latest news. "No matter what, I'm a player of the deities, okay? You check it out yourself. The forum is exploding." On the phone was a series of images of the group Track Thui surrounded by a transparent light. Below was a sensational headline, "Game invades reality." Some players trapped in the virtual city of dreams still haven't woken up. There was even an image of Track Thui unconscious, slumped over a table. Was there a problem with the game, causing players to fall into a coma? Track Thui had now woken up, his image appearing on various news outlets. The guild leader of the explorers has awakened, but how has this power affected reality? Exclusive hot news. Track Thui seriously recounted what happened on the day of his coma. "Hello everyone, I'm the player who fell into a coma due to the game's influence. Now, the players in the guild are waking up. Below is an automatic replay of the system after I fell into a coma." The screen started replaying all the scenes that had occurred. A series of system notifications appeared, and Track Thui continued his story. "I was trapped inside, unable to find the so-called loophole. I could only wait for the time to end." Another voice rang out, asking Track Thui directly, "May I ask why you released these precious images?" Track Thui sadly replied, "I shared this image hoping that some players could break the dreamscape. Finding the true dream secret realm, I have a feeling. Once someone surpasses the dream secret realm, the portal will open, and we will welcome a new world." Track Thui closed his eyes tightly, determined to voice his terrifying thoughts. "Once someone surpasses the dream secret realm, the portal will open, and we will welcome a new world." Track Thui suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I know some of you must think I'm crazy, but I can clearly tell you that I'm not insane. To ensure safety, after I left the secret realm, I had a professional check. The results showed that he was overjoyed as he stood up, arms wide, announcing an astonishing piece of news. Our bodies are not only uninjured but even healthier than before we entered the game of deities." The video on the phone has ended. Nini asked Jang Tran with a sharp gaze, "How much did you understand from the video? You've always said Sis plays games. Is it because you discovered the truth early on?" She blushed and asked him, "Will our world change because of this?" Jang Tran awkwardly called out, "Sis Nini," as he draped his arm over her shoulder. He reassured the girl next to him, "You know Sis is very anxious, but first, don't panic. Check the first news on the forum, on the official forum of the deities." An extremely important announcement appeared, announcing that, "Dear players, the deities will synchronize the announcement. And there will be a global update from midnight tonight until 10 a.m. tomorrow," Jang Tran said seriously in the room. "If there really were issues with Har Near, do you think they would just let it continue?" He gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, perhaps wanting to control it, but there's no way to intervene. Or maybe it's the higher-ups. And the deities must have signed some kind of agreement, probably waiting until I truly stand at the top to clarify the secrets within. Har Near thought for a moment and crossed her arms, asking him, "So what should I do?" He laughed and said, "Just focus on what you need to do. Even if the world is chaotic, tailors are still needed. Everyone still needs clothes." She cheerfully stood with her eyes glistening at Jang Tran, and playfully said, "Treat me to something." He clearly loved her in his heart, but on the outside, he chided, "Oh Har Near, how dare you kiss me after using me?" She turned to leave, still wearing a half-serious, half-joking expression, reminding him to make sure to grind monsters. I'm off now. Find more designs for me. I've learned all the previous ones, so when you have time, come back to the shop, and I'll design for you. Left alone in the room, Jang Tran pondered, thinking about the experienced players need to level up from level 20, increasing levels 100-fold. And the experience of ordinary people is basically not enough. In the end, they can only regret and withdraw. Moreover, lacking talent and financial resources makes it very difficult to progress. But ultimately, you still need to have strength to achieve your goals. The next day at the teleportation station, the scene could be described with one word: bustling. Jang Tran furrowed his brow and sighed to himself. It's been too long, and I forgot about the server reopening. Hundreds of millions of players are flooding into the deities. He was still fuming, wondering if the server would explode or not. All I know is that I'm about to burst. Than Anon stood away from him among the crowd, also very worried, reminding him to prepare warm clothes, while the little demon stood further away, chiming in to save the great deity. The soldiers seriously shouted as the teleportation station to the Snow City opened. Adventurers needed to get there quickly. Outside, the snowstorm rages, living up to its grand name, Jiangchen. Exhausted, I finally escape, and Than Anon frowns, saying she's never seen so many people in her life. Little Dao hears them and sighs, saying it's all because of the video and the update announcement last night that drew so many new players into the game. She turns to the great Jiangchen, asking about the superpower mentioned in the official announcement. He replies, "With your smart brain, you must feel the change in your body, right?" Little Dao ponders and suddenly suggests that her face in reality is starting to resemble her current character. Than Anon agrees, saying it's hard to imagine. If the game could influence real life, then it would no longer be just a game. Dao reassures her not to think too much. At least for now, the results are still good. Jiangchen furrows his brow, his tone growing more determined as he reminds them that the upcoming journey will be tough. I hope you both think it through. Once you decide to move forward, you have to face it seriously. After all, from now on, every failure comes with a price. Giving up now is still an option. Little Dao strongly retorts that she won't give up. They've all bullied her in real life. If this is real, I want the power. Than Anon immediately chimes in. Me too. Seeing their determination, Jiangchen replies, "Got it. I understand." Then he puts on a playful expression and glances at Than Anon, but she retorts, "I'm the same," which makes him think of her saying, "I'm the same" too easily. Hearing him joke, she angrily shouts, "Pham Chun." At the Snowstorm Tavern, the room is filled with warmth as Jiangchen loudly calls for the owner. 30 bottles of wine, please. Than Anon asks him, "Aren't you planning to go to the ruins?" Jiangchen laughs and replies, "The snowstorm specialty. If you come and don't buy it, you'll be unlucky. This wine can withstand the Z cold for 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Than Anon smiles and says, "So it can withstand the Z cold? Interesting. I'll drink it." He panics looking at them. "You don't have to drink it all at once." Before he could finish, he sees the two in front of him blushing and drunk, thinking to himself, "Oh no, this is bad." Than Anon stands up, looking like a real drunkard, teasing, "Hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" She moves closer, saying, "You remind me so much of my brother Pham Tran. Too bad he likes men. Can you kiss me for him?" Jiangchen is taken aback, pondering his life, wondering if he really likes men and why he didn't know. Little Dao sitting next to her encourages, "Go for it, Than Anon, kiss him." He holds his head and sighs. Why didn't I stop these two from drinking in the first place? While the three of them are resting, in the Silverleaf Forest, a masked man says, "This is the path we must take. If they're going to the ancient ruins, then Pham Tran should have arrived by now." He grumbles. Or does he know there's an ambush, so he's deliberately avoiding it? At this moment, a person named Star responds, "Pham Tran's arrogant nature makes him confident in his strength. Knowing about the ambush, he wouldn't avoid it. He might just be caught up in something. Don't rush, just wait another 2 hours." As soon as Pham Tran shows up, the archer will act to grab his attention while he hides in the shadows to deal a deadly blow. If he can't kill him, he should retreat immediately. After resting, they continued their journey. Jang Tran frowned as the three of them walked together through the cold snow. Than Anon frowned and complained, "Oh my, why did you pull that sneaky stunt and say everything you were thinking? Pham Tran definitely won't like you anymore." Dao, sweetly in love, replied, "Maybe that could clear up the misunderstanding. At least we know the Earth God likes women." Than Anon wasn't reassured and shouted, "I'd rather he liked men." Jang Tran finally turned around and said, "Stop yelling, it's just a drunken lean. What's the big deal? Hurry up, don't fall behind." Crossing through this coniferous forest leads to the ancient ruins of the illusory city. Once the others are hidden, they told each other, "Someone's coming, get ready." Jang Tran quietly told his teammates, "This is the only path to the ancient ruins. There's a supply point. A small cabin where most first-time players in the Snowstorm City buy drinks to prepare." Speaking of Snowstorm City, this is a unique main city. Just staying here for over 30 minutes will cause health loss due to the frost, making it uncomfortable and affecting control. While explaining to the other two, he suddenly shouted at the tailing enemy. A small sharp weapon flew toward them, and the other two shouted in unison, "Pham Trun, Dar Thun." The leader of the gang was too focused on Pham Trun to pay attention to the two girls. Jang Tran, seeing the situation, silently urged Than Anon, "Little you, take him to safety." After casting an illusion spell that shattered, Jang Tran immediately fell back, calling out in worry, "Dar Thun." He quickly recovered, and the girl reminded him, "Don't forget you have this skill." He calmly replied, "You and Than Anon protect yourselves. I'm going to settle this." They felt they clearly couldn't match him and shouted, "Go!" Jang Tran frowned, ready to run when suddenly someone approached him, saying, "You should run." Jang Tran widened his eyes in surprise. "Is that a sneak attack?" The level 20 assassin had the skill to sneak up on him. He entered the fight, but they were unprepared for his attack and could only awkwardly spin in midair. Realizing it was bad, he turned to run, not forgetting to taunt. "Looks like you have a big life." Jang Tran frowned and cursed. "You want to run? If you dare to come, then lose your life." Jang Tran immediately cast his healing skill. Furious, he didn't forget to glare at the others while attacking, shouting, "And you all." Jang Tran quickly used a healing burst to control all of them. He stood outside the battlefield, calmly saying, "As expected, I'm really strong, but..." He turned away, leaving behind a brief statement, "We will meet again." Jang Tran frowned again. That guy used a teleport stone earlier. He can't block him. Who is this guy that he can team up with someone on the leaderboard to kill me? Than Anon and Little Yu then came to ask him, Pham Trun, are you okay? Has Dar Thun caught him yet?" He replied, "The nasty little mouse will leave many traces behind. Let them go to the ancient ruins of Than first." At the dreamy ruins of Than Anon frowned at the unpleasant sight before her, a group of men blocking the way of the beautiful girls. Jang Tran said, "There's no need to get involved in the guild's conflicts. Let's just head into the ancient ruins of Than." The guild leader shouted angrily at the woman named Bung Tuet, warning her not to dismiss what he said unless they agreed to the alliance. "If not, don't even think about going in," the woman named Bung Tuet retorted, saying he was being unreasonable. She had already stated that the Bung Tuet guild would not ally. "We just want to quietly carry out our mission in the snowy city. We ask you to step aside." He sneered, saying if there's no alliance, don't blame them for taking action, then turned to order his men to teach these women a lesson so they'd know who to listen to. The man immediately launched an attack. Bung Tuet was furious, shouting insults at them, thinking they were easy to bully. The henchmen rushed in, thinking they could catch her off guard. Her mist skill wouldn't obstruct my vision, so whatever, I'll throw a strike. Their strike landed on the cheek of the little demon, and Than Anon worriedly shouted her name. Jang Tran was infuriated, loudly scolding the guild for launching such a reckless attack. Were they out of their minds? The Black Panther on the other side also yelled, asking who told them to block the road without knowing to step aside and not disturb him. Jang Tran was so angry that he cursed, then quickly cast a spell, unleashing a bright light to open the battle. His attack successfully subdued them all. The man from the Black Panther was scared, wondering what was happening. The Lola group was also worried, shouting for their leader. The Black Panther froze, trying to figure out who this formidable person was working with the hunting guild. Jang Tran reassured them that this time it was quieter. He turned to leave when he heard someone call out, "Wait, great God." Bung Tuet expressed her gratitude, thanking him for helping her and her sisters, saying they were all very grateful. "If it weren't for you, by the time the ice melted, our guild would definitely have been hunted down by the Black Panther Guild for the bounty, and returning to complete our mission would have taken a lot of time." Jang Tran replied, saying there was no need to thank him. He didn't help her. "They had injured my teammates and didn't even apologize. I just stepped in for her, and we still had a mission to complete, so goodbye." Bung Tuet remarked to her teammates that the #1 player in the server truly lived up to the reputation. His extraordinary strength had infiltrated real life, proving that this game was more than just a game, and if they could befriend him, it would be a good thing. As for our guild, the girl next to her laughed, saying that Tuet liked him. She shyly replied to focus on the mission instead. After that incident, the three of them entered the ancient city of Jitik, a dangerous area that required careful exploration. Jang Tran thought, According to the words of the first player in GTIC from the previous life, there was a special NPC in the ancient city that could seriously injure or even kill anyone who encountered it. Not only do game characters suffer from a drop in morale, but life also brings many changes that can cause minor injuries. He told his teammates that this place isn't safe, so stay away from me. A girl suddenly appeared from nowhere and asked, "Is it unsafe?" She stepped forward, covering her brother's eyes. "Big bro, this place isn't safe. Can you protect Vuina?" Than was surprised. "There's even a PC in GTIC?" He quickly warned, "Be careful, close your eyes." Both Than and Tur immediately complied. The girl with one empty eye tilted her head and said, "I listened to my big brother. Can you protect me? I need my brother to help me get my eye back." Suddenly, she widened her eyes and screamed madly, "Without my eye, Vuina is in so much pain." She kept shouting, "It hurts too much." Jang Tran shouted loudly to close his eyes and cover his ears. The sound of her screams was affecting the team dynamics on the forum, warning that special NPCs would cause players to get hurt in real life, but hadn't mentioned how to resolve it. The system announced that attacking this target, Vuina, was impossible. Her will was protected. He frowned. "I can't attack?" Jang Tran then smiled, changing tactics. "I can help you, but can you stop screaming?" The girl smiled, thanking him, activating a special mission to bring light to Vuina. Vuina held out an eye, saying, "Big bro, this is my eye. You'll help me, right?" Jang Tran thought about the special challenge mission. In his previous life, a player couldn't resist the temptation of the real eye and was killed, getting their account deleted. He ordered his teammates to close their eyes. Jang Tran reached out to the girl's eye, and as she recovered, she smiled sweetly, thanking him, while the mission was completed. Jang Tran thought to himself that the illusion city had been destroyed for hundreds of years, and Vuina was the last citizen left in this city. He said, "Vuina, I can take you out of here." She refused him, whispering, "The Demon King is still here. I can't leave." She then said, "Big brother, I need your help." As the system announced that the next mission had activated, which was the challenge to protect the illusion city. He agreed with her, "Of course I can." And then they indeed arrived at the true mission of the illusion city. Vuina turned and said, "Big brother, with my two sisters, follow me." The system announced that under the influence of dream power, they entered a dreamscape created by the Dream Master, lasting for 5 minutes. They had to find the loophole in the dreamscape or wait for it to end to leave. The little demon realized the dreamscape had activated and told Than, "Earlier, I studied videos for hours and still couldn't find the loophole. Don't tell me we'll be trapped here." He said, "With that girl, we won't be trapped. The dreamscape of Illusion City will only prevent players from recognizing the mission we already have with Vuina leading us." Vuina raised her hand to break the illusion, and then the dreamscape shattered. The little demon worriedly asked, "Vuina, what about your eye?" The girl turned back, one eye bleeding. Yet she still smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm used to it. The power of the real eye is too strong. I can't fully control it, so I have to pay a price each time I use it." They stopped in front of a giant tree, and Vuina said to everyone, "Big brothers and sisters, wait for me a moment." Then the girl stepped inside and cast a spell, a massive blue light appearing around her tiny body. Vuina was casting with great difficulty, her face showing immense strain and pain. The little demon anxiously asked if the deity was sacrificing herself, and Than Anon also asked if they could help the girl. Jang Tran replied solemnly that even if she was willing, they couldn't help. Vuina said that 218 years ago, the Dream City was destroyed, and her parents sacrificed themselves to seal the demon god. She desperately sought the recognition of the true eye to activate the power within her body. Before leaving, they cried and said that only her power could maintain the seal. At that time, she was too young and scared of the pain, so she pleaded with them. She turned back, panting, and said to lock her here. This is the sacrificial array used to provide strength for the sealing array. But her power was too weak to stop the demon god's breath from leaking out, preventing the dead from resting in peace. I need you all to help me eliminate those affected by the demon god's breath so they can return to dust. The system announced that the challenge mission had been opened, with details about the mission behind the dream city that buried its people. The dead bodies, affected by the demon god's breath, turned into undead monsters. Eliminate the demonized dead so they can return. Currently, the ratio is 0%. The mission reward is the Guardian Medal. Jang Tran assigned the mission to Than Anon, and to the little demon, the old rules apply. Than Anon will take the damage while the little demon summons the monsters. Than Anon replied, "No problem." Before them, a level 19 demonized corpse rushed in to attack, its decaying strength causing a 20% reduction in damage to its target. and the magical damage lasts for 5 seconds and cannot be stacked. Than Anon quickly used a shield to stop the undead. The little demon immediately summoned 2 spirit beasts to help Than Anon. Jang Tran observed silently from the side, assessing the current situation. A summoner below level 20 could only summon 1. A magical beast combined from level 20 and above would not be limited as long as the magical damage was enough. 1 summoner would be equivalent to a whole army of magical beasts. Seeing the 2 spirit beasts, summoned by the little demon, Jang Tran asked if they were newly captured. The little demon proudly recounted how she had secretly gone online that day and caught up with his steps. Jang Tran chuckled and told her to stop bragging and get to summoning. At that moment, dozens of demonized corpses appeared from both sides of the snowy cliffs. Jang Tran raised his fist, ready to activate the Little Than Quang Thien Kai formation. The system reported that the result of the collection was that the demonized corpses had reached 50%, and the mission was completed. Vuina smiled with satisfaction. The people of the Dream City could finally rest in peace. Vuina turned to Jang Tran and the little demon, sincerely thanking them on behalf of the deceased citizens. The mission system completed. Jang Tran's group received the Guardian Medal of the Dream City, a special item that increases health when equipped. The maximum current level is multiplied by 20, and the reverse damage is 20% of the actual damage the target deals to himself. Despite the target item's defense, Vui held up 3 medals to give to the Jiang Chen group as their reward. Than Anon was surprised, saying that if this attribute was sold in the market, it would start at several tens of thousands. Tio Yin also chimed in. If all players completing the quest could receive it, then the demand wouldn't be that high. Jiang Chen thought to himself that only the first group of players to complete the quest would receive the special attribute medal. The attributes of those who received it later would be halved, he said. If nothing unexpected happens, this is something only we can obtain. The special equipment area online is currently 1/3 complete. Jiang Chen turned to Velina and asked if she had met any other outsiders before meeting them. Velina honestly replied that she hadn't. The gods will guide you to find the real adventurer who can save this ruined city. As she said this, Velina's face suddenly darkened. But there's one last thing. Please help me kill someone. Jiang Chen lowered his eyes, asking, Who do you want to kill? Velina replied sadly, My brother, who is the Dream Lord. Or rather, the final quest is Velina's request. The Dream Lord possesses the Eye of Illusion, which cannot accept the reality of becoming a dream. Ensnared by the power of the demon god, he is eternally trapped in a dreamscape created by himself. Only by killing the Dream Lord can this land find peace. Velina explained that the demon god has taken her brother as a pawn to escape the seal. If Jiang Chen can kill her brother, she can give him the true eye. At the entrance to the dream realm, Jiang Chen, Than Anon, and Dao Tiaoyu were carefully observing the situation before them. Dao Tiaoyu lamented, If this really exists, Velina must be in so much pain from her loss. After being trapped in the spell for over 200 years, how much suffering must he have endured? Than Anon also lowered her eyes in sympathy, saying, Even if it's just a scripted scenario, it breaks my heart. Moreover, Jiang Chen turned back to the two and said, There are too many secrets about the gods that I can't fully explain. He speculated that even in the future, no one would know if the gods were projections from the real world, but many people believed that all NPCs here were real people. Jiang Chen said solemnly, The only thing I can tell you too is to live in the present and focus on what's in front of you, like completing the quest. Than Anon replied, Yes, and Dao Tiaoyu added, The master is right. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to become stronger. The system announced, You have entered the dream realm. This area is dangerous. Please act with caution. The scene before Than Anon was astonishing. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Is this the illusion city before it was destroyed? Dao Tiaoyu asked doubtfully. Jiang Chen explained that the Dream Lord could not accept reality being destroyed, so he used the Eye of Illusion to create this false city. The people on the street, upon seeing 3 strangers, all turned their gazes toward them. Dao Tiaoyu couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming, They look terrifying. Than Anon was also frightened, seeing the people on the street suddenly stop and then all look at her. It was truly spine-chilling. Jiang Chen tried to persuade the Dream Lord, saying that he could still control the illusion, so it wasn't entirely losing reason, right? But then he reflected on his actions, feeling cowardly. The Dream Master shouted angrily, cursing that the peaceful city of dreams would never be disturbed by those who deserve to die. The Dream Master ordered the level 20 Nightmare Shadows to attack Jiang Chen's group. Than Anon stepped in front of Deng Qin to block them, crying out that these monsters were too strong. She might not be able to hold out for long. Jiang Chen calculated that Than Anon had over 1,000 health points, enough to withstand 10 attacks. but the monster's resistance was too high. He warned her to distract the little monsters. Than Anon immediately summoned Dai Hoang, while Jiang Chen simultaneously invited Tien Su Ka. Tien Su Ka easily eliminated the nightmare shadows. For each shadow destroyed, the Dream Master lost 6,000 points. Dai Tuyo was astonished. The damage was too high. Dai Than Anon must have learned a new skill. Jiang Chen frowned, thinking it must be because the Celestial Master has a counter-effect against shadow creatures. The Dream Master was furious at this scene. The disrupted illusions died. After eliminating the shadow spirits, Jiang Chen's group entered the Dream City. Little Demon Girl anxiously asked if that was the Dream City from the past. Why was it black? Jiang Chen explained that the Dream Master was enchanted by the demon god, and his power had long since corrupted. The illusions he created were unavoidable. Jiang Chen turned to tell the two, Than Anon and Little Demon Girl, to go meet the former lord of this Dream City. At that moment, the Dream Master was sitting on his throne. Seeing Jiang Chen's group enter, he loudly asked if they were the commoners who destroyed his Dream City. Little Demon Girl was amazed. She found him incredibly handsome, and Than Anon's eyes widened, now believing he was Valina's older brother. Jiang Chen disdainfully said that having points means nothing. He is just a coward trapping himself here and shifting the blame onto Valina. The Dream Master is actually Sir Dai Tu, a level 20 silver boss, who angrily shouted at Valina, "She is my queen. How dare you speak her name?" The system displayed a notification. The illusion attack. Every time Sir Dai Tu attacks, he ignores the distance. With a corresponding quick time, it affects the target, causing 100% damage. The illusion will create an immovable shield right in front of all incoming attacks. The shield will immediately disappear. Whenever Sir Dai Tu's health drops by 10%, it will reflect an illusionary mirror behind the target, which can reflect Sir Dai Tu's attacks, dealing 100% damage for 1 minute. When his health is down to 10%, he will use mystical power to create an endless illusion every second. Sir Dai Tu coldly said that the ones disrupting the peace of the clear dream will ultimately face divine punishment. Than Anon was sweating. The difficulty of this boss is too high, and Little Demon Girl frowned, realizing they were not on the same level as the previous encounters. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He reminded them to be well prepared, as even he found it quite challenging to face him. Jiang Chen thought of the strongest boss in the dream realm. As soon as the battle began, Sir Dai Tu unleashed the illusion attack. This attack accurately struck Jiang Chen in the shoulder. He frowned, recalling how in his previous life, he had to dodge this move flawlessly to avoid taking damage. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, thinking if he couldn't dodge, he wouldn't run anymore. He took out a healing potion. Using a healing spell, Sir Dai Tu did not give Jiang Chen time to recover. He continued to unleash the illusion shield, mocking Jiang Chen as a foolish adventurer. Jiang Chen focused on setting up the celestial array, which immediately trapped Sir Dai Tu. He lost 4,450 points, and in anger, he cursed Jiang Chen for daring to hurt him. Sir Dai Tu immediately counterattacked. Than Anon rushed in to help Jiang Chen, saying, "You take the hit, I'll handle this." Sir Dai Tu looked at her and smiled, saying, "A bunch of little dogs and cats dare to act recklessly in front of me." Sir Dai Tu delivered a heavy blow to Than Anon, knocking her back. Jang Tran quickly caught Than Anon, and she used her little demon to protect herself well. After recovering, she nodded at him. Jang Tran pointed his staff towards Sir Dai Tu. Sir Dai Tu's health dropped to 89%, and he screamed that the outsider would pay for this action. Then Sir Dai Tu suddenly vanished. Jang Tran narrowed his eyes, observing the most challenging mirror ahead. He focused on deducing the illusion skill of the Dream Master, which was the hardest to deal with. Each mirror could sustain an attack for a minute. Otherwise, the front wouldn't disappear and the back would reappear. Jang Tran calculated the damage from the mirrors while simultaneously firing off a level 20 attack. Jang Tran carefully observed the transformations before him. The two demon beasts summoned by Dao Tuoyen were suddenly attacked, and they screamed in panic. Dao Tuoyen stood by, ready to assist Jang Tran whenever necessary. As the Dream Master still couldn't defeat Jang Tran, he grew impatient, determined to see how many more times he could escape. Jang Tran was still searching for a way to break through Sir Dai Tu's illusion shield, as the forum had summarized that the team should prolong the battle, but it seemed impossible now. Jang Tran's eyes lit up as he called out the holy bronze light. Sir Dai Tu sensed something unusual. Jang Tran had come up with the idea to make the illusion shield his own. When Sir Dai Tu lost the illusion shield, he became furious, threatening that anyone who dared steal his energy would pay dearly. Jang Tran smirked, saying it was now his turn to decide. Sir Dai Tu was down to 8% health, kneeling on the ground, still stubbornly cursing him for wanting him dead. Jang Tran replied with a smirk, saying it was a pity he wouldn't get that chance. He swung his staff, inviting the Holy Master to battle. Sir Dui too could only scream in despair. Jang Tran looked at the scene and wondered if Sir Dui too was really dead. The system immediately announced he had killed the silver tier boss, Sir Dai too, completing the first major achievement. From now on, level 20 players could teleport to major cities. Jang Tran heard the system's reminder. Logically, Sir Dai too was dead, but he didn't see this scene in the previous life's video. Suddenly, a stream of black smoke enveloped Sir Dutu, transforming him into a new form of the demon god Lamak. He cursed the lowly humans, claiming they had ruined his years of planning, and he would use their flesh and blood as sacrifice. Jang Tran was shocked. All of the boss's attributes were question marks, transformed into the demon god. He panicked and shouted a warning to his teammates that this was not something they could handle at this moment. Than Anon and the little demon immediately retreated from the boss. Lai Dai too held onto a demon. He quickly grabbed Jang Tran. He maliciously approached the weak, fragile human voice of death and sacrifice, retreating to the one of his. The boss ruthlessly tightened his grip on him, causing the other two to panic and shout Jang Tran's name. He managed to escape and hide, activating the effect of the illusion. The gods will not recreate the phase of dealing with the most unmanageable demonic entities. There must be a way to remain calm. That spirit named Tudai screamed at him, thinking he could escape from me. Jang Tran turned around as suddenly all the black mist emerged from the pupils of Ngaidi too. Everyone knew this was the only connection between the demon god and the present world. The only solution was to cut off the connection. He let out a scornful laugh. Ngai Du too, in a weak state, also deluded himself into thinking he could touch the artifact of the divine. He soared high, arrogantly declaring that the resistance of the black spirits should stop. Jang Tran reluctantly shouted that after I die, the portal will immediately open, leaving as far away as possible, thinking that dying at the hands of the demon god is not just a simple end. Vuina anxiously said that the breath of the demon god, her brother, was in danger. She rushed into the black mist, crying out for her brother. The black smoke quickly reached Jang Tran, that eye approaching him. Vuina shouted for her brother. The real eye could cut off the connection with the demon god's illusory eye. The system announced that you have received the real eye of the demon god. It seems that your human experience is about to end. Get back to your room immediately. The demon god shouted vehemently that little ant Phan Tran. I remember you well. He replied, don't worry, I remember you too. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you, but for now, get lost. The system displayed several notifications. You have received the golden wizard hat. You have received the golden celestial sword. Phan Tran was thinking about how to use these artifacts appropriately. One hat of intelligence and one strength sword suited Than Anon and Tiu perfectly. Suddenly, Than Anon's anxious voice echoed. Brother Phan Tran. Valina's condition is very bad. Tiu hugged Valina tightly. She fearfully asked Phan Tran, is she going to be okay? Phan Tran handed the two artifacts he just received to Than Anon and Tiu, telling them to use them. Leave this to me. The system showed a notification reminding him that the hat and sword transaction was successful. Than Anon was extremely surprised. Are you giving them to us? Tiu tightly grasped the hat on her head, determinedly shouting, I will not let the great god down. Phan Tran approached to support Valina. She weakly made a request to Phan Tran. Brother, please take me back to the sacrificial array. Phan Tran surprisingly agreed easily to Valina's request. Okay, he said, carrying her towards the sacrificial array. Phan Tran sat on the bed next to Valina. He asked about her next plans as Lamar Tan's transformation faded. The power of the demon god weakened. It might not be able to escape the seal in a short time. What are your plans for the future? Valina smiled, looking extremely happy. I hope my big brother can take my eye to see the world outside. I've heard my parents say there are green meadows, beautiful flowers, and winding rivers outside. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to take you with me. After hearing Valina's story, Than Anon felt really down. Poor little Valina, Phan Tran said seriously to her. Maybe I can take you with me. When he said that, Valina was shocked and couldn't believe it. She shouted, Really? Phan Tran shared the solution he thought of with Valina. If you agree to sign the equality contract, I can take you out of this dream city. He thought to himself. The gods set up various types of contracts. The equality contract is the most friendly. Valina agreed with Phan Tran, but she still had one request. Big brother, I agree to sign the contract, but I need you to come with me to meet my parents. Phan Tran glanced at the girl sitting on the bed, puzzled. Your parents? Right now, in front of them is a gravestone. It reads, Madame Waituet, City Lord, and Master Loi Uitri. Valina knelt down, reaching out to touch the cold stone tablet in front of her. After my parents passed away, they told me to bury them here. Even in death, they wanted to protect the citizens of this dream city. I promised them that I would bring someone to sign the equality contract with me before them. Pham Tran, Than Anon, and the little one silently watched her. Velina stood up and smiled, extending her hand towards Pham Tran. Brother, place your hand on mine. Suddenly, Pham Tran reached out to cover her blind eye. A surge of power surrounded his hand. Velina was taken aback. Brother, Pham Tran said to her, if you want to break the contract, I can't let your parents see you half-blind, under Pham Tran's power. Velina's blind eye returned to its original condition, and she was very happy. She smiled at Pham Tran. Thank you, big brother. Then, Pham Tran placed his hand on Velina's hand. An equality contract was established. The system continuously displayed notifications. You have signed the equality contract with Velina. Now you can communicate your consciousness with Velina. View Velina's basic information when the contract setup is complete. Velina raised her hand and smiled at Pham Tran. Brother, I'll be relying on you from now on. Velina. Level 5 weakened. Listening to the mysterious sorcerer. Vitality points 45% 200. Mysterious energy 50. Pham Tran was very surprised. A mysterious sorcerer? This class has never appeared before. Velina used her power to pull out a book. She laughed and explained to Pham Tran. Adventurers cannot become mysterious sorcerers. This class requires inheritance. The book radiated a dazzling light. Velina laughed even louder. She seemed very excited about the future. This is the weapon my parents left for me. I will do my best to help my brother. At this moment, Than Anon suddenly spoke up. Pham Tran, if you're done, where do we go next? Pham Tran turned around and mentioned a location. Vung Thine. The scene has now transmitted to the snowstorm teleportation array. All eyes here are focused on Pham Tran. The main team has arrived. Tran Thun. Congratulations on achieving the first milestone. Tran Thun, is this dungeon difficult? Does a random team have a chance of getting through? Pham Tran coldly refused to answer their questions. Sorry everyone, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's chat next time. At this moment, Pham Tran's group successfully entered the teleportation array. Pham Tran sighed wearily, wanting to be humble, but it was tough. Listen to me. In the realm of deities, there are a total of 8 major Vung Thang, accessible via teleportation arrays starting at level 20. Pham Tran seriously stated his plan. The place we will go is Vung Than Kan Thien. As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation array had transported them to Vung Than Kan Tien. Pham Tran explained the world briefly to the others as they walked. After level 20, players can change jobs through NPCs in Vung Thine. After changing jobs, the direction of specialization and career growth for players will be more detailed and clearer. The top 100 players entering Vung Than can go to the Vung Than Academy for training, but a stick was slammed down firmly in front of them. Pham Tran continued his previous thoughts. The people of the Vung Than Academy target outsiders. There will be a special welcoming ceremony for new students. Kai Kung held a spear in his hand, speaking nonchalantly to Pham Tran. The new foreign adventurer should know the rules. He snapped his fingers with a very contemptuous look and ordered them. If you know the rules, hand over the money quickly. Pham Tran was not intimidated by the young man in front of him. He sarcastically told him that he didn't expect students from the Kan Thien Academy to have a penchant for robbery. Kai Kung was now successfully provoked into a rage by him. He tried to justify his robbery, mumbling something. I'm teaching you foreigners how to behave. If you honestly hand over the money, I might spare you some face. Otherwise, Pham Tran pointed at him and said, Tesk, where did this fool come from? The welcoming ceremony for new students isn't a game. Maybe you should take a look before you speak. Lu Bo appeared out of nowhere and witnessed their entire conversation. Kai Kung's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and stepped back. Teacher Lu, why are you here again? Lu Bo coldly warned him. I'm not here to wait. Later, I'll need to go to the dungeons of Vung Than with you. He turned around and shot a sharp glance at Kai Kung. Hurry up and give them the Academy's medals. Once you get to the Academy, you can hold whatever welcoming ceremony for new students you want, Lu Bo reminded. Kai Kung had no choice but to compromise and threw out 3 Academy medals. Then he thought, if I'd known, I wouldn't have robbed this new student welcoming mission. Bored, Pham Tran held 3 medals. He was completely amazed. Only 3 stars. She is my contract partner. Can she enroll? Pham Tran felt a bit anxious, thinking that in his past life, there were very few people with contract partners. There was no information about contract partners on the forum either. After hearing Pham Tran's question, the guy Kai Kwang continued to mock him. What level is this beansprout? Must be eligible for the academy. Lu Bo answered Pham Tran's question. That girl isn't someone from another world. She needs a letter of recommendation from a big character to enter the academy. Pham Tran tried to ask him. Is Master Than considered a big character? Lu Bo chuckled. He is while in office. If she gets a letter from Master Than, this girl can get in. Kai Kwang, weapon slung over his shoulder, didn't miss the chance to continue mocking Pham Tran. Come on, how could a guy from another world know Master Than? Stop pretending. I'm waiting for you at the academy, but don't make me wait too long. And don't let me see this bean sprout. Than Anon started to get angry. She immediately yelled back at them. What kind of ridiculous academy is this? So arrogant. Brother Pham Tran, can't we just not go? Pham Tran tried to calm down the angry Than Anon. The training rooms and battle rooms at the Canthin Academy also teach skills. Not going means losing out, you know? Moreover, she didn't see the faces of the others on the grounds of the academy. So what? Than Anon immediately broke into a smile, saying that makes sense. Dao Tuyo excitedly asked Pham Tran. So are we going to the academy now? Pham Tran held Valina's hand and left first. Before leaving, he reminded Than Anon and Dao Tuyo. No rush. I'll take Valina to the City of Fire first. The two of them can stroll around the royal city while I return. Then we'll go together. The scene is now shifted to the imperial capital's Long Van Villa, where Tan Jia is sitting opposite Lu Tingthan. Behind him is a girl giving him a massage. After a moment, Tan Jia spoke up to the person across from him. Lu Tingthan, what is the situation now? Lu Tingthan explained the recent situation and continued to ask for instructions from Tan Jia. Tan Jia, before you told me to block the evidence team, but it didn't work out. Now they have completed the portal quest to Royal City. At this stage, no one is a match for them. Do you think we still need to take action? Tan Jia's face turned extremely gloomy. He ordered Lu Tingthan. If you can't win in the game, can't you think of another way? If the divine beings are not just a game, so why should our actions be constrained? Investigate his identity, find him to talk if he doesn't know his place. In Tan Jia's eyes right now, there was nothing but murderous intent. He coldly stated a sentence, then decisively resolved it. Lu Tingthan was very surprised by this order, but in the end, he still agreed. There, Tan Jia, Pham Tran, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too talented. At this moment, Pham Tran's voice echoed throughout the tower. Old Yan, there's something we need to do. Pham Tran smiled sweetly at the person in front of him. Ziam Chung Feng, why are you asking him? Pham Chun, why aren't you at Vung Thang? What are you doing here? Pham Chun laughed loudly and introduced Valina to Ziam Chung Feng, leading my little apprentice to get acquainted. Valina, call him Big Bro Deem. Valina obediently bowed her head and called out, Big Bro Deem. Ziam Chung Feng shot an incredulous look at Pham Chun. Pham Chun, you can't be serious. Although this girl is quite cute, she's also too young. You can't be such a beast. Pham Tran was alarmed and quickly warned him. Hey, how are you talking? Don't corrupt the kids. Valina curiously asked the two of them. Big Bro Deem, what are you talking about? Pham Tran, feeling guilty, quickly looked away. We were just saying Big Bro Deem is preparing something special for you. Old Deem. Valina is my first apprentice. You're like a brother, can't you show a little more? Diem Trung Fong suddenly reminded, filled with questions. Pham Tran smiled sincerely. He raised a finger. For example, a letter of recommendation to the Canthin Academy. Diem Trung Fong looked a bit awkward. It's not like you just showed up for no reason. You really know how to find work for me. Even though I'm the city lord, I can't just hand out recommendation letters. But little Phi really does have potential. If she fails, wouldn't that ruin my reputation as the Fire City Lord? Valina confidently asserted. Big Bro Deem, I'm a mysterious mage. I have the lineage. I won't embarrass you. Diem Trung Fong sensed Valina's aura around her. He felt utterly amazed by her mystical magic aura. The girl is the bloodline of the Illusion City Lord. If that's the case, this recommendation letter really should be given to Diem Trung Fong in front of both Pham Tran and her. Just then, the system continuously displayed notifications. You have received a binding connection with Diem Trung Fong. The connection with Diem Trung Fong can be used in danger. Ziam Chung Fong will come to help you. Number of uses. Mort. Pham Tran held the recommendation letter in his hand. He seriously asked, Old Diem, this isn't just some random recommendation letter, right? Diem Chung Fong coldly reminded Pham Tran. Once you enter Vung Than, you will officially step into this world. Try to survive. I'm still waiting for you to kill the demon god. Go on, I'll conveniently send you back to Vung Thang Canthin. After returning to Vung Thang Canthin, Pham Tran felt utterly powerless and idle. Old Diem, Valina smiled joyfully. Big Bro, does that mean I can join you now? Pham Tran reminded the girl. Come on, I'll take you to the Than Academy. At that moment, the sarcastic voice of a strong kid echoed throughout the Than Academy. Turns out the interdimensional adventurers are just a bunch of cowards. Than Tran faced the crowd in front. He suspiciously asked, "What's going on?" Than Anon called out loudly, "Big bro Than Tran." Than Anon quickly explained the situation at that moment. "When the little demon and I got your message, we were nearby, so we came here to wait for you and Valina. But we got caught and made to join the new student celebration." Seeing Than Tran return, he continued to use a highly aggressive tone to insult them. "If you're too scared to join, then hand over the medals, you useless bunch." Than Tran was also stirred by his words. He coldly responded, saying a lot, but showing off isn't going to get me to see what this so-called welcome ceremony for newcomers is all about. At this moment, Kai Kwang was still very arrogant, sneering, claiming this was a self-chosen stage for martial arts, waiting for them. Many people were gathered at the martial arts stage. Than Tran recalled his memories from his previous life. He hadn't made it into the top 100 and had only seen the welcome ceremony for new students from the major academies in the royal city through the forum. The content was pretty similar, all about newcomers defeating the upperclassmen at the martial arts stage. The upperclassmen at the major academies were at least level 24. Before stepping onto the martial arts stage, Than Tran instructed the others to wait for him below. Kai Kwang mocked him, asking if he planned to kneel down and admit defeat alone. He was still very confident and showed no fear, telling him to kneel. "Call me Grandpa, and I'll let you admit defeat," Than Tran confidently declared while shouldering his weapon. "You misunderstood. I just need to take down a few of you. I'm more than enough." Kai Kwang sneered at Than Tran. "A puny one dares to be so arrogant. You must be very strong." He then swung his weapon. "Let me see what skills you have," Than Tran said firmly to him. "Just hold back a bit." Before he could finish his sentence, Kai Kwang lunged at Than Tran with his weapon, thinking he would give him a chance to use magic. As the spear lunged forward, Than Tran managed to dodge it easily, calmly admiring Kai Kwang's previous technique. "Your spear is fast," Than Tran smirked, "but it's still lacking a bit." A powerful force was gathered on the Thunderfire staff. At this moment, Kai Kwang was trapped in Than Tran's magic formation. His health continuously decreased, and he gritted his teeth, feeling extremely furious. "The magic formation isn't bad." Than Tran looked down on him, saying he was just passable, a bit stronger than he expected. He secretly admired Kai Kwang in his heart. A level 24 player wouldn't have that much health. He was indeed a student from the Than Academy. Some ability, Kai Kwang gripped his spear tightly, still not afraid, but someone daring to challenge 5 of us alone is a bit overconfident. At that moment, an arrow, along with a fireball, flew from behind to attack Than Tran, while 2 other teammates of Kai Kwang simultaneously joined in the attack. The other students watching the battle outside were also very surprised. Kai Kwang's team, known for their unethical behavior, was now working together. Many students here were blinded by the street. This guy was too reckless. If it weren't 1 against 5, he might still have a chance. Even Lu Bo felt Than Tran would lose to Kai Kwang. He even felt a bit contemptuous of him. "This kid was the odd one I mentioned to you. Originally thought to be someone useful. Unexpectedly, he was so arrogant. There's no need to think about this match. He'll definitely lose." But Bak Min disagreed with him. He answered briefly, but not necessarily. Under the fighting stage, Than Tran's back was being pierced by many weapons. However, he seemed to feel no pain at all. Lu Bo stubbornly believed he would lose. The damage from the Kai Kwang team was enough to kill a fragile little guy like him. Even if he was a hidden master, he couldn't turn things around. Bak Min reminded him, "Look again," and Lu Bo was a bit skeptical. He had already turned into a corpse. What more was there? Than Tran's body on the fighting stage was gradually fading away. Someone gasped in surprise, calling it an illusion, while Than Tran had actually appeared behind Kai Kwang at that moment. Bak Min continued, "He's using the illusion to distract." In fact, he had teleported behind Kai Kwang. Realizing the situation was dire, Kai Kwang opened his eyes wide. With a grim look back, Bak Min continued, "First, capture the thief, then the king. It's a deadly move." Than Tran's formation completely trapped Kai Kwang inside. Terrified, Kai Kwang gaped, quickly using his healing technique. Someone shouted, "It's the end. Victory." Than Tran held his staff, smiling brightly. "So what if you've passed the welcome ceremony for new students? You brought outsiders into the academy, violating the school's rules. The disciplinary team won't let you off." Valina anxiously clutched Than An's arm at that moment. Kaloy also appeared, not beating around the bush, directly ordering Valina to be expelled from the academy. Kai Kwang was right. The academy strictly forbade outsiders. "You can come in, but those kids have to leave." Pham Tran coldly condemned them. If you can't accept defeat, just say it. Don't bully a girl here. Then, he took out the recommendation letter he received from Yan Changfeng. Moreover, who said the girl was an outsider? She had a recommendation letter from the academy head, Than Hoa, and was also a new student this term. Ki Loi naturally didn't believe in that recommendation letter. He went completely mad, shouting about recommendation letters and trying to intimidate him. How could someone from another world have a recommendation letter from the academy head? Bakmin stepped closer, loudly commanding him to shut up. Ki Loi, unwilling to back down, still wanted to chase Valina away. The head of the academy, K. Loi, angrily voiced his strong opposition, raising his voice too high. This guy violated school rules by bringing outsiders into the academy. But before he could finish, the head of the academy, Bak Min, came over, hands clasped behind his back, shouting back, "Enough! Are you still embarrassed? I've been here since they stepped onto the fighting stage. I see the truth clearly." Ki Loi began to feel a bit scared but still unwilling to yield, gritting his teeth to retort. But the head is from another world. How could he be friends with the academy head? That recommendation letter must be fake. Just as K. Loi finished, Pham Tran immediately pulled out the invitation letter. Kai Kwang, furious beside him, quickly added, "That's right, head. You can't overlook them just because he's the first from another world." Pham Tran didn't want to argue with them and silently handed the invitation letter to the head. Bak Min quickly took it and turned to scold his student. Normally, the ritual celebrations in our institute depend on the students, as a way to hone their skills, but I never expected them to learn the habit of bullying their peers. Still as foolish as ever, he picked up the invitation letter and said, "Open your eyes wide and see what's actually written in this letter." The two of them quickly grabbed the letter to read, their eyes showing panic as they read, sent specifically to the esteemed Northmin Institute. Next to them, Vorwina, the Lord of Thanli, and Dim Trung Fong, Hai Kung were sweating, saying that it was indeed a private seal of the Lord that couldn't be trifled with. Buckmin turned around and shouted, "Now that you've seen it clearly, get down and accept your punishment for not learning anything good." At the same time, Pham Tran boldly raised his hand to voice his opinion, saying that if there were no further issues, we could be arranged to attend the afternoon class. Buckmin came over and held his hand, happily saying, "Poor child, you've suffered injustice, haven't you?" Ket Loi and Kai Kung saw this scene and thought to themselves, "Isn't it us who are suffering injustice?" Pham Tran immediately put on a pitiful expression, admitting that it was indeed a bit unfair, and if there could be some compensation, that would be even better. Director Buck Min immediately stroked his beard and coldly said, "Classmate Pham Tran, studying at the Canthin Institute has strict regulations, and all acts of profiteering are not worth mentioning." Then he looked at the other two and added, "You two haven't changed your profession yet, right? You can go to the manor to complete your profession change before coming to study at the institute." He immediately continued, "Your fake promise can allow you to enter the institute for study. And as for you, I heard from the Lord that you possess the most mysterious hidden profession, the Light Envoy." Pham Tran heard this and found it strange, immediately questioning, "Is something wrong today?" Buckmin suddenly became serious and explained, "Do you know about the Light Envoy Academy? Today's hidden identity of yours cannot avoid interaction with people from the academy. But those people." Before the director could finish, Pham Tran was already pulled to a strange place. At this point, a guy in a red outfit spoke up, "Kid, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. The Light Envoy Academy welcomes all who aspire toward the light. It's the purest place," Pham Tran thought as he looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him. "In the independent space," the man continued, "creating an independent space of the gods is the exclusive ability of the academy. Do you want to learn?" The man was none other than the Scarlet Cardinal Kim Darfu, and he frowned, thinking deeply. "Scarlet Cardinal Kim Darfu," he immediately asked, "why did you suddenly pull me into this independent space?" He smiled, but his eyes remained sharp as he immediately asked, "You know me, don't you?" He didn't hide it and quickly spoke up. The mind-reading skill of the Cardinal was indeed powerful. With just a facial expression, he could read my thoughts, and the Scarlet Cardinal smiled back. "You don't need to be afraid. I am following the Grand Cardinal's orders to bring 10 who aspire to the light to join the Light Envoy Academy." After that, he used magic to draw a circle. "I think you won't refuse, right?" Pham Tran immediately shifted into a fighting stance, asking, "What if I refuse?" Kim Darfu, without hesitation, replied, "Then I will help you sharpen your mind." As he was about to help you join the church, suddenly a large tear appeared in his collar, and then a hand using magic landed on the shoulders of the Cardinal. It turned out to be Director Lambak, who smiled politely and said, "Cardinal, you came to the Canthin Academy. Why didn't I know?" This behavior is very rude. He turned to look at the director and disdainfully replied, "So it's Director Backmin. Long time no see, you're still alive, but Director Backmin is not gentle either." He didn't hesitate to respond, "As long as you're not dead, of course I'm still alive." Upon hearing this, Cardinal immediately waved his hands, looking innocent, saying, "Director Backmin, I care about you. Why do you have to be so hot-tempered?" It seemed like the two were pretending to be polite, making the atmosphere more tense than ever. He suddenly became serious. "Today I came at the Pope's request to inquire about you. If your health isn't good, you can come to the church and relax." Backmin politely replied, "No need for inquiries. I, Duangjia, am willing to stay at the academy, and you should just go back where you came from." Feeling unwelcomed, Cardinal and his followers turned back to the teleport gate and waved goodbye. "I suggest you consider my proposal carefully." At that moment, Tran sighed in relief when Director Backmin spoke up. "Do you know your status has affected the Supreme Church Authority?" He felt a bit discouraged and replied, "I guess that if not, the Cardinal wouldn't have come looking for me." Backmin continued slowly. "If you join the Kwangmin Church, they won't make things difficult for you in the short term. If you refuse, your life will be unsettled. But as long as you stay at the academy, I won't let that old man touch you. Think carefully, there's no rush." Dao Tuyao, a little curious, immediately asked, "Are you planning to join the church, sir?" Tran thought for a moment, and then replied without hesitation, "Joining is a given, but I still need to think it through." However, he thought to himself, after all, the church knows the heart poison technique. Casually joining might lead to trouble. Than Anon beside him also looked confused and asked, "So what do we do next?" Tran smiled brightly and replied, "The academy can teach skills, but I advise you and Tiu Yao to go to the manor to complete the transfer first. View Ina can get familiar with the academy first. I want to go." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, causing him to quickly take off his hat. Jang Tran looked outside and thought, at this late hour, who would come looking for me? Outside stood 3 tall men dressed neatly, making him surprised and hesitantly exclaim, "You guys." The leader immediately raised his badge to introduce himself. "Supernatural Safety Bureau, Hoa Hung." Jang Tran felt a bit uneasy, frowning and thinking to himself, "The Supernatural Safety Bureau is looking for me this early?" He tried to stay calm and asked, "What do you want from me?" The 3 men naturally walked into the house, and Charon Kwok spoke up, Tran An. "Just relax a bit, kid. We're the official guild responsible for maintaining the balance between the gods and reality." Charon Kwok sat down on the sofa and continued, "I believe you can feel the changes in yourself, right?" Jang Tran looked at them suspiciously, not saying anything but thinking that the increase in the 4 basic attributes would show on him. The appearance of players in reality will gradually resemble their in-game forms, eventually transforming completely into their game avatars. Charon Kwok lit a cigarette and said, "You don't need to be tense. Your change is completely normal." He continued, "This time we're here for a different reason." Then he coldly added, "You've been marked." Jang Tran was slightly stunned, not understanding what was happening. He then asked blankly, "What do you mean by that?" Charon Kwok took a drag and continued, "Now all the major powers know that the gods can influence reality, and you, as the top player among the gods, will naturally become a thorn in their side." Jang Tran smiled slyly. "Looks like quite a few people are watching me," as he took another drag from his cigarette. "Oh, it seems you're not afraid." Jang Tran awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "If fear had any effect, you wouldn't have come looking for me, right? So, what's your real purpose?" Charon Kwok couldn't help but tease. "Indeed, as the head of the gods, you guessed right." And he didn't hesitate to state it. "Our actions this time have 2 purposes. One is to remind you to move, and 2, he pulled out a business card to invite you to join the Bureau of Supernatural Phenomena infiltrating reality. Criminal elements are sprouting like mushrooms. We need a leader like you." Jang Tran took the business card, somewhat astonished, and said, "Join the Bureau of Supernatural Safety? I need time to think. Is that okay?" Chur and Kwok happily agreed. "Of course. Take your time and just call me when you're done. For now, I suggest you move. This place is no longer safe." Jang Tran, still confused about what was happening, immediately asked, "So that's it? You still haven't told me who the silent forces targeting me are?" Chur and Kwok calmly replied, "They hide very well. The Bureau of Supernatural Safety hasn't been able to gather accurate information yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a point to remind you." Jang Tran then asked, somewhat nervously, "What if I don't have money to move?" Chur An Kwok, upon hearing that, was left speechless, not knowing how to respond as this was a bit unexpected for him. He then waved his hand as he left, saying, "Feel free to drop by the Bureau of Supernatural Safety's dormitory any time." Jang Tran suddenly felt a chill. He furrowed his brow and thought, forget it, reflecting that the Bureau of Safety was reliable but lacked women. He didn't want to see a bunch of men all day. But the house moving still required Sister Nini to go along. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly went to Nini's house. At this moment, Nini was surprised to hear a knock at the door. She quickly opened the door and, seeing Jiang Chen, immediately asked if he was looking for her. Jiang Chen saw Nini's fiery appearance and felt a bit shy, but still voiced his intention. Sister Nini, I'm preparing to move. Do you want to come with me? Nini was a bit confused. Why would he suddenly want to move? Jiang Chen quickly replied, it's a long story. After entering Nini's room, Jiang Chen fabricated a reasonable excuse and then explained the reason. So I intend to invite you to help me make costumes. A monthly salary of 20,000, with a 10% commission on each item sold. I'll handle the funds. To cooperate smoothly, it's best if we live together. Hearing this, Nini immediately laughed and said, your intention is clear on your face. Fine, who told you that you're my little brother? Jiang Chen immediately excitedly replied, then let's pack and move. Time flies, and before long, it was the next day at Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, sighing. This move has drained all my savings, Nini said, hugging a high-tech hat and laughing. Someone with no savings like me just wants to work and meet the gods. Jiang Chen quickly responded, then let's meet at the gods. The system quickly announced, identity verification successful. Welcome back to the world of the gods. As soon as he entered, he received a message from Tu Yo. Dai Than. I'm going with Sister Than Anon to do the job change first, while he focused on reading Tu Yo's reminder. Dai Than, the guide said you're very suitable for the Dragon Language Recovery Assistant position, but I've heard that the job change mission is very difficult. Should I accept it? Pham Tran was a bit stunned upon hearing this, then thought to himself about the Dragon Language Recovery Assistant. The strongest recovery assistant in the future, the master of the line, finally arrived. Pham Tran replied without hesitation, saying there are two career paths for a summoner. One is a spatial summoner, and the other is a contract summoner. The role requires summoning magic to teleport the summoned beasts from another dimension. Strength depends on the number of summoned beasts, usually deciding the outcome of battles. The dragon summoning type can sign contracts with summoned beasts, sharing some attributes with them. The dragon summoner is the king among summoners. The scene quickly shifts to the royal estate, and as Pham Tran arrives, Than Anon calls out, Pham Tran, you're finally online. We were really worried about you after yesterday. Pham Tran immediately responded, I was just busy with some things. Have you finished your career change quest? Than Anon asked as she came down to clarify with Pham Tran. The knight has two career paths. One is a shield knight specializing in defense, and the other is a vanguard knight specializing in attack. My talent is a defensive skill that reduces cooldown by 30%, so I chose the shield knight. She smiled confidently and said, leave the monster resistance to me. Pham Tran asked seriously in return, have you completed the career change quest yet? Than Anon replied immediately, my quest is simple. I can do it any time, but the little demons is tough. Just mentioning it brings it right to you. At that moment, the little demon came running down with a contract. Big Sister Than Anon, please guide me to a summoning contract. It told me to go to the chaotic forest to sign a contract with a young fire spirit. Pham Tran saw the contract and expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Having a personal summoning contract seems easy. The real challenge now is how to safely enter the chaotic forest. Than Anon asked in confusion. Is the chaotic forest really that dangerous? The little demon replied immediately. Yes, according to the map provided by the game developers, the chaotic forest is an area of supernatural power, with monsters ranging from level 10 to level 100, randomly generated. The guide says this quest has no time limit, so you can go any time. Wait until I get stronger before doing that, Pham Tran coldly replied. It doesn't matter when we go. After all, it all depends on luck. You don't need to worry too much, especially if we encounter some chaotic dragon. Level 100 won't help either. They quickly left, and Pham Tran voiced his doubts. By the way, since I logged in, I haven't checked on Violina. The principal said there's a way to help her level up. She must be at the academy now. I can't help but admire that old man. He really is a good person. I hope when we return. Violina has already become a high-level player, the little demon said helplessly after hearing this. Big shot, don't just lie around anymore, Pham Tran replied. People need to have dreams. Suddenly at that moment, a voice rang out. I am Hone, the leader of the 8th Judge Squad. The Judgment Department of the Canthin Sect, branch of the Radiant Church, is here on the orders of the Master to take you back to the church. Pham Tran thought to himself. The Radiant Church's people are quick to come. he coldly replied. Not going, not joining. The church's judge seemed a bit surprised. Does that mean you agree to join the church? Pham Tran angrily thought. This level of understanding is top-notch. He then remembered they still had things to do, so it would be better to stay in the city and wait for him to return. After hearing this, Pham Tran felt a bit angry and said, Captain, your actions really disappoint me. How could you choose to deceive someone like me, who's about to join the church, just because of danger? Even God Guang Min would be ashamed of this. The Guardian was also a bit pleased after hearing this. But when Pham Tran expressed his intentions, I knew that stopping the chaotic advance was indeed very dangerous. For God Guang Min, I have a good idea. Just lend me 2 mounts. And after negotiations, Pham Tran also got 2 mounts. He happily said, the people from the church are so easy to fool. Thanks to my superior's cleverness. Thank you, God Guang Min. Than Anon next to him also replied with a word of praise, and he immediately excitedly said, as they targeted the goal, they arrived at the chaotic stop, and as soon as they entered, the system immediately warned them. Dangerous area ahead contains supernatural forces. Please explore with caution. He shouted orders to the mounts while secretly hoping that luck wouldn't be too bad. Pham Tran's group slowly rode into the forest, filled with mystique and strangeness. Suddenly, Pham Tran raised his hand to signal to stop. Than Anon, who was following behind, asked in confusion, and then he immediately continued to speak. Looking ahead, strange sounds filled the chaotic stop, echoing, forgetting, getting lost. Then a figure with a human body and a beast's legs carrying a coffin slowly walked by. He is known as the coffin bearer, and besides that, no other information is known. Pham Tran looked at the scene in front of him and thought, Level 50 Diamond Boss. The coffin bearer has the ability to expel human senses, causing players to fall into darkness, endlessly soundless and feelingless. The coffin bearer quickly swept past them, leaving those struck unable to sense the passage of time. There had been players who encountered this boss before, and then they suffered from nervous breakdowns, relying only on medicine to survive. This is a supernatural boss. Luck is not on our side, and suddenly the coffin bearer turned back towards them. Pham Tran felt a bit worried, thinking to himself, game over before it even started. But at that moment, a level 30 demon tiger appeared behind them. It was a golden level boss, and the two bosses quickly faced off against each other, taking advantage of the moment. Pham Tran quickly ordered them to leave. Than Anon kept looking back while walking. The aura of the coffin bearer was too terrifying. Pham Tran quickly spoke up to reassure him. Don't think too much. As long as our levels increase, our strength will gradually rise too. By then, we'll see whether it crushes us or we take it down. The mission coordinates for the little demon are right ahead. Let's go. The little demon was extremely excited. She shouted loudly, and they quickly moved towards the fire dragon. Not knowing its level and rank, Than Anon looked at the dragon in front of her and asked in a bit of a panic, Little demon, is this the mission target? The little demon immediately frowned and said, Isn't my mission target behind it? In that mountain cave is its young one. Than Anon excitedly cheered for the little demon. A true warrior dares to face the ancient dragon directly. Let's go for P.K.E.U. Pham Tran looked at the two of them and helplessly said, You two stop chatting. Than Anon, you go with her to find the young dragon. Be careful not to disturb the big dragon. The little demon anxiously asked, What about the Lord? Pham Tran looked at the dragon in front of him and said, He's here at the academy. If the fire dragon wakes up, I'll take it with me, he thought. Although he didn't know how the little demon did it in the previous life, this time he couldn't let her fail with him here. The little demon and Than Anon tried their best to quietly enter the cave, where a hatchling dragon was sleeping soundly. The little demon gently stroked its head and said, Come with me, cutie. I'll take you to see the scenery outside. The hatchling dragon let out a sound in response. Then the little demon sensed that it had relaxed its guard, so she cast a spell, and the pact was immediately formed. The pact ceremony began, and at the same time, outside the cave, the fire dragon was stirring. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it opened its eyes wide, and Pham Tran looked on in panic, exclaiming, Damn it, the fire dragon is awake. The fire dragon yawned, and then looked towards the cave, as if it had also noticed something unusual. Pham Tran looked towards the cave, worrying to himself. The little demon still hasn't come out. We can't delay any longer. He immediately raised his hand and used his healing spell. At this point, the fire dragon had sensed the attack and turned angrily towards Pham Tran, roaring, with the sound echoing from outside. Than Anon immediately panicked and thought to herself, Pham Tran. The fire dragon angrily flapped its wings and chased after him, causing his two mounts to run away in fear. He thought to himself that he had to protect the little spirit. He couldn't let the binding ritual be interrupted. He had to lure the fire dragon away. It angrily breathed fire at Jang Tran, who quickly dodged, thinking to himself that his speed was too fast. Then, Jang Tran immediately used the blink skill. While dodging the fire dragon's attack, he realized his speed was too low. He couldn't evade with movement alone. He had to use the effective slow from the lightning to reduce its speed before it attacked. Jang Tran used the little blue light formation, but it had no effect on it, making the fire dragon even angrier as it howled at him. Jang Tran worriedly thought that he couldn't be too far out of his league. The fire dragon was now right in front of him. In a moment of crisis, Jang Tran quickly launched an attack, activating the illusion skill, thinking to himself, it would only take a few seconds. There was unknown danger in the cave, and he quickly made a decisive choice. Betting on a guess, the danger in the cave was still better than facing the fire dragon. At that moment, Jang Tran was about to move into the cave when he accidentally stepped on a magic circle. He silently cursed, realizing it was a teleportation circle, and was immediately transported to another space. Jang Tran looked around in confusion, thinking this was the legendary winged tribe's territory, as memories hazily surfaced. According to information on the previous forum, the winged tribe was one of the mysterious races, with unknown traits and abilities. Almost no one had encountered them, and only a few players had been lucky enough to see a special type of equipment. From then on, the winged tribe knew about the existence of this race. And at that moment, a beautiful girl with large wings appeared behind him. She was the winged Taya of the winged tribe, and she quickly asked, "Who are you, and why did you intrude into the winged tribe's territory?" Jang Tran naively replied, "I seem to have accidentally come here through a magic formation." Taya thought for a moment and then said, "The winged tribe has a great barrier. Outsiders can't enter unless you are." Suddenly, her attitude changed completely. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "You're the one who can save our tribe," as predicted. Jang Tran, upon hearing this, looked confused and just nodded. The scene quickly shifted to the palace of the winged tribe, where a man spoke up. "I heard Taya say you crossed through the barrier from another world." Jang Tran, upon hearing this, confidently responded, "Yes, I am an adventurer from another realm." He furrowed his brows in curiosity. "Looking at you, I sense the aura of the Kwangmin Church. The one speaking is the chief of the Yuk tribe, Yuk Kin Van." Jang Tran thought to himself, this uncle can sense my identity as the saint of Kwangmin. Seeing he didn't respond, Yuk King Van continued, "Although you are the first to break through the barrier into the realm of combat, logically, you would be the savior as predicted by the high priest, but you carry the aura of the Kwangmin Church. I can't trust you. The West Asia will escort this adventurer out of the combat realm, and West Asia will immediately respond with respect. Chief, however." At this moment, Jang Tran spoke up to counter. "Hold on, Chief Yuk. Just because I carry the aura of the Kwangmin Church doesn't mean I belong to them. In fact, before I entered the combat realm, I had a conflict with the people of the Kwangmin Church. I think the aura on me was acquired back then." Yuk King Van listened, but did not lower his guard. "Oh, just a conflict?" Jang Tran immediately continued. "Not only that, but I also stole a mount from the church's judge team." Yuk King Van, confused, asked, "Are you really that poor, adventurer?" Jang Tran replied without hesitation, "Poor is just part of it." He suddenly became serious. "The important thing is that the Kwangmin Church always pretends to be virtuous, but in reality, they are extremely cruel and brutal. I would never associate with the Kwangmin Church." After that, he thought to himself, and in reality, that is indeed the case. The Kwangmin Church is not as written in books. There is too much bloodshed. Yuk King Van seemed to be stirred up by his words. "You are absolutely right. Years ago, our tribe was massacred by those so-called virtuous people from the Kwangmin Church." When recalling the past, he felt very heartbroken. "Back then, our tribe had countless members. We lived peacefully. We never caused trouble, and now there are only a few hundred left," he sadly continued. "Even our queen was severely injured by the Pope. She still hasn't woken up." Jang Tran couldn't help but lament after hearing this. "This is truly outrageous," he thought. "Unfortunately, my identity as a saint of the Kwangmin Church has destined me to join them. But first, I need to get through this situation. The atmosphere in the palace is heavily gloomy," Yuk King Van continued. "The queen is severely injured and unconscious. The Yuk tribe has lost its vital source of life, and now we can't produce descendants. We can only gradually perish, adventurer. I want to ask you to save our queen." And at this moment, the system also announced, "Special mission plan. Do you accept it? Details. The injured king has fallen into a deep sleep. Sign a contract to help the king awaken." Jang Tran pondered for a moment after hearing this. Signing a life resonance contract, The principal will always lose half of their base health, but I can rely on my skills to make up for it. In fact, it won't have a huge impact. Kin Von saw him hesitating and encouraged him. If you can awaken the queen, the entire Dirt clan will see you as an ally, supporting you wholeheartedly. He continued to offer very favorable terms. Once the queen wakes up, I will gift you the ancestral wings of our clan. The form of the ancestral wings is unpredictable. It's a treasure of our clan that can grant you the ability to fly, Jang Tran immediately replied. I was just thinking that the Life Resonance Pact requires consent from both sides to be signed, but the queen is currently in a deep sleep. Kin Von quickly responded. The queen is only forced into a deep sleep, but her soul has not dissipated. As long as you can communicate with her soul, you can sign the pact. We will help you. To delay the queen's injury, we have set up an ice and snow barrier after the royal seal. Just as Kin Von finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was the queen of the Dirt clan, the Vor Huang. Jang Tran narrowed his eyes, pondering. The Dirt clan had not appeared outside before, but the entrance was not completely blocked. Previously, many players had activated it, but none completed it. This task seems more complicated than it appears. Jang Tran looked at the crystal orb in Kin Von's hand and immediately asked, "What do I need to do?" He wasn't in a hurry to respond, moving closer to the royal seal. The snow crystal interacts with the queen using the smart jade, and Jang Tran seemed to understand. So the hardest part of this mission is here. As soon as Jang Tran touched the smart jade, the system announced, "Smart jade, mission item. The owner can sense the existence of the soul." At the same time, King Von also spoke. The smart jade can help you enter the queen's soul world. The mysterious soul world is unpredictable. If your ability is not sufficient, just think about it. The smart jade will help you leave. So it's up to you now. The novice moved slowly, contemplating under the influence of supernatural power. The side effects of any actions related to souls in the deity realm will directly impact the player's own soul, even with a game system that can mitigate damage. It won't cause player death, but the cost of soul damage is still unacceptable for many players. The novice was getting closer to the celestial monarch. Players could inadvertently enter the celestial realm, which is rare, and even rarer are those who dare to risk their souls. At this moment, he was nearing the celestial monarch. Therefore, the celestial monarch must still be in deep slumber. The celestial tribe has never left the celestial realm. Yet I dare to step onto the path of divinity. The intelligent gem quickly flew towards the celestial monarch, instantly activating its own effect, releasing a strange surge of energy. The novice was suddenly pushed back, and the system immediately announced that he had been attacked by extreme ice. Action speed will slow down. Your soul has entered a dangerous area. Lingering too long will result in irreparable damage. Be careful. The cold wind continued to blow. The novice squinted and thought to himself, "It seems this is the final challenge. Overcoming this snow and ice will awaken her." The novice moved step by step with great difficulty through the thick ice. Finally, he got closer to the celestial monarch and quickly called out, "Hey, wake up!" His face was now flushed from the cold, and he silently thought to himself, "The path just now seemed short, but having come this far, I could feel the ice and snow growing heavier." The system also warned, urging players to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, they would suffer irreparable damage. The novice thought, time is running out. After a while, the celestial monarch still did not awaken, so the novice made up his mind to kiss her. That was the only way to wake her up, and at that moment, the celestial monarch opened her eyes. But it was too late. My lips had touched hers, and I was quickly thrown back. The Empress angrily asked who I was and why I had acted so inappropriately. I quickly explained, "I came to save you," but it seemed the Empress was still skeptical and asked, "Are you from a different world? Is this how you awaken the souls of people from your world?" Her question caught me off guard, and then I became serious, saying, "My strength is not equal to yours. I can't stay long in your soul realm, and I had to use this method to awaken you." I thought to myself, but no matter what, the Empress's lips were very soft. However, the Empress happily said, "You have done a great favor for my people, so if you have any intentions, it's not out of the question." I was a bit surprised to hear that. "Really?" The Empress smiled and said, "What do you think?" Moments later, a surge of power pressed down on me. Talking too much was pointless, and I still needed to make a contract with her. The life resonance contract was quickly completed. After finishing the contract, the Empress returned to her original position. The Empress gradually rose, breaking free from the seal, and her status appeared. Empress of the Winged Clan, weakened state, level unknown. The game system of Jang Tran announced that you had completed the mission to awaken the Empress. Jang Tran looked at the Queen. After a moment, the Empress was fully awakened and sat up. while Yu Jingyun approached and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." The Empress gently smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. How has the situation been in our clan these years?" Yu Jingyun replied, "Your Majesty, after the Great War, our clan has been resting and recuperating. It's just that you were in a deep sleep, causing the life source to lose vitality, and many years have passed without new births. But now that you have awakened, the life source has once again spread its vitality." The Empress listened and kindly said, "You've worked hard these past few years." Yu Jingyun replied, "As long as Your Majesty can wake up easily, it's not hard at all. Your Majesty, do you not know who the adventurer is that awakened you? Where were you before this?" Jang Tran came up to Yu Jingyun and poked him, saying, "I'm right here." Yu Jingyun awkwardly chuckled and said, "Thank you for awakening the Empress. Now I will take you to the ancestral stone to get the ancestral wings." The Empress stepped forward and said, "I'll take you. You go handle matters in the clan." Yu Jingyun replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Empress then took Jiang Chan to Bai Chu Hua, where the ancestral stone of the winged clan was, and told him, "Jiang Chan, this is our clan's ancestral stone. Stand here and wait a moment. The ancestral stone will grant you the most suitable wings." Jiang Chan asked, "If I receive wings, can I fly like you all?" The Empress replied, "You'll understand soon enough." A moment later, a pair of large black wings appeared on Jiang Chen's back, accompanied by an introduction stating that he received the yin-yang wings, a personal item with 2 forms of white wings. The black wings that condensed on his back could fly at incredible speed, 10 times faster than the white wings, usable for 10 minutes at a time at 2 levels above. Then the wings transformed to white, with the white wings condensing on his back, allowing for agile flight, increasing by 100%, usable for 1 minute at 2 makeup levels. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised, as he admired the wings granted to him by the ancestral stone. Wu Hong was also surprised, saying this was the first time he had seen wings of 2 forms. It seemed the ancestral stone really liked him. Jiang Chen then immediately tried out his new equipment by flapping his wings and soaring up, feeling ecstatic as he thought to himself that this was what it felt like to fly. Wu Huang watched, commenting that it seemed Jiang Chen suited the wings very well. He flew high and landed gracefully, and he decided to try the black wings. He switched to the black wing form and dashed through the air at an astonishing speed. A moment later, Jiang Chen stopped next to Wu Huang, who frankly said if he were a member of the winged clan, he would definitely become a young man chased after by the girls in the clan. Wu Huang began to approach, suggesting that Jiang Chen should stay in the winged realm. He had the courage to think but not to act, which he respected. Jiang Chen firmly replied that, unfortunately, his goal was to become a deity. Wu Hong, seeing this determination, did not want to hold him back and said it seemed he wanted to say goodbye, handing over a new item as a farewell. It was a special heartstone item that could conceal sounds and heartbeats, undetectable by others, which could fit into a special item frame. Saying goodbye, Wu Huang took off and said, "Jiang Chen, take care, goodbye." Jiang Chen received the special gift and smiled lightly, saying goodbye, Wu Huang. Jiang Chen passed through the barrier into the forest. In the chaotic forest, he thought to himself that Along was not guarding here anymore. It seemed it had returned to the clan, so he had to check on the situation with the little demon. Jiang Chen opened the little demon's message and found up to 99 unread messages. The little demon messaged him that he, Jiang Chen, had seen the message and replied about the mission being completed. The little demon party had completed their task, but all their mounts had been scared away, and now they could only hide on the left side of Along's territory. Jiang Chen sighed, not expecting to not receive messages while in the winged realm. Luckily, it hadn't taken too long. Jiang Chen used his new wings to fly, thinking that if the city was safe, he could look for the one-horned beast first. After considering for a while, Jiang Chen replied to the message that he had just seen their messages and told them to hide well. He would come right away. He flew to the Bikyu Lake, where the one-horned beast was located. Its attribute board displayed the one-horned beast at the primary level, a mount at level 35 with a diamond quality. Its main attribute was primary, and after riding it, movement speed increased by 200%, accompanied by primary gliding and a primary breakthrough. Jang Tran flew behind the beast in the chaotic forest, preparing to attack. He carefully thought that in the previous guides about dual hunting on the forum, the most mentioned was the unicorn, a mount type. In the chaotic woods, it seemed that today wasn't too bad for this non-attack pet. The quickest way to tame it was to fight. He used a healing spell to attack the beast, causing it to panic and jump up. The unicorn, frightened, ran away, and Jiang Tran immediately followed, planning to stay close to the unicorn. With his damage output, He could reduce its health by 10% in half an hour and then proceed to capture it. Suddenly, a large lion blocked its path, roaring loudly, leaving Jang Tran in shock as its property panel appeared, showing a golden lion king with an unclear rank and quality. Jang Tran gracefully landed and thought to himself, why did an unexpected guest show up like this? Suddenly, a person in a red robe appeared behind him, asking if he needed help. He looked over and said, "Is that you, Master Kim?" Master Kim smiled and said, "Pham Trun, we meet again. I heard the captain of the judge team say you wanted to enter the chaotic woods, so I came to protect you." The envoy had a connection to the Jik clan, and Master Kim's demeanor turned serious. Jang Tran was surprised by Master Kim's suspicious demeanor, thinking to himself that he couldn't let this old man believe that the Jik clan and the church had a grudge. He tried to remain calm and said, "Master Kim, what do you mean about the Jik clan?" Master Kim began to look a bit annoyed, explaining that years ago, the Jik clan offended the church and faced divine punishment, then disappeared without a trace. The most distinctive feature of the Jik clan was their divine wings, which Master Kim now conjured using Jang Tran's wings. At this moment, Jang Tran found himself in a difficult position, but he remained alert. Without solid evidence, he dared not act against him. However, he had to borrow some of his bravado, and Jang Tran said seriously, "What does this have to do with me? These wings were given to me by the Holy Light." Master Kim exclaimed in surprise, "What? How can that be?" Jang Tran, feeling even more imposing, said, "Master Kim, are you really that clueless? Can't you feel the breath from my wings? Now you want to doubt the Holy Light Cathedral and question my holy status." Master Kim, feeling cornered, said, "Of course, I didn't mean that." Then Master Kim regained his composure and said, "But before, the Holy Light did not have these wings, and now I can't read the heart of the Holy Light." Jang Tran began to perform, saying, "I think it's because of that. Knowing that others are watching me, I was led into the chaotic woods to obtain these wings and gain new strength." He thought to himself that he even dared to say it. Immediately, Jang Tran's face turned extremely serious as he questioned Master Kim, "I am the Holy Light. Do you think the divine would tolerate your excessive behavior?" Master Kim, raising his hands in apology, replied, "Indeed, that was my mistake. So what are your plans now, Holy Light? If the sect leader Kim asked me and I didn't say anything, wouldn't that betray your feelings?" Pham Tran said, "There's really nothing big. Just catch the horned beast and give it to me." As he spoke, he looked over at the horned beast fighting another creature. The sect leader Kim replied, "My dear saint, you really are straightforward, my sect leader. We're practically family now, so no need for formality," Pham Tran said, throwing an arm around the sect leader Kim. "That mount of mine is thanks to you," the sect leader quickly declined, saying, "Oh, I have urgent matters." He responded with a serious expression, "If the sect leader is busy, then so be it. But I worry if the sect leader of Vung Thien finds out that the saint of Quang Min has joined the branch at Vung Thien Con Thien. There's no mount to speak of." Before he could continue, the sect leader replied with a serious face, "Actually, catching a mount doesn't take much time. Just wait a moment." The sect leader then cast a spell, creating an invisible cage that trapped the horned beast. He brought the horned beast in front of Pham Tran, saying, "The saint can directly sign the contract." "The horned beast won't resist," Kim sect leader, Pham Tran said. "You're truly a good person." He signed the contract with the horned beast, congratulating his friend on taming the mount. "Horned beast, Kim sect leader, see you in Vung Thien." After saying that, he left. The saint of Quang Min, Pham Tran, continued to infuriate Kim. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the church ordering me to invite him, I would definitely make him pay. After he finished speaking, he let out his frustration on the golden beast beside him. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the sect leader. "My sect leader, turns out it's one of his subordinates." He continued, "Do you want me to teach him some rules? All the cardinal sect leaders know that the saint of Quang Min is on our turf." The sect leader replied with an angry expression, "That jumping fool gets into trouble. I'm sure I'll be punished. Besides, many people in the church want him dead. There's no need to mess up my territory. Let's go." Not far away, Pham Tran had heard everything. He thought, "Luckily, Kim Dao Fu is worrying too much. Otherwise, I might not have gotten away this time. It seems I'll have to be more careful when joining the church in the future, and try not to use the black wing form." Pham Tran then took the one-horned beast to meet Tou and Than Anon, saying, "I'll bring the one-horned beast to pick you two up. Can we ride together, brother Pham Tran?" The three of them got on the one-horned beast's back and set off for Vung Thien. Okay, to Buk Vung Thien Can Thien. They arrived, and the sect leader Bok Wai greeted the three with a bright smile. You two go ahead and report your tasks, Pham Tran said to Teo Yu and Than Anon. I'll go take care of some matters, he said. Yes, the two replied. The sect leader Bak Wai then greeted and introduced himself, saying, I am Bark Ding Dung, the deputy sect leader of the Quang Min Church in Canthin. Kim's sect leader often stays in the Cone district. I'm in charge here. Pham Tran then became alert, asking, What do you want with me? At the Quang Min Church in Canthin, sect leader Bark Wai continued, The great Kim Dao Fu deliberately asked me to welcome you, which means the great Kim Dao Fu frequently stays in the Cone district. Otherwise, you could join the church managed by that shy priest. The future will definitely be bright. He replied with a fake smile. I think the Quang Min Church is managed quite well. The priest, Bark Wai, smiled proudly, assuring that he wouldn't disappoint the envoy. He continued, The Quang Min Church has a total of 8 houses of worship, spread across 8 major cities. Due to the 4 cardinal archpriests sharing the management, including the cities of Canthin and Kondir, under the control of Kim Dar Fu, he spoke while leading Pham Tran to the main hall of the church. In fact, if it weren't for the discord between Kim Dao Fu and the city lord of Canthin, I wouldn't have the right to sit in this church. Right now, the envoy agrees to join the church and take a seat in the chapel. Later, we'll rely on Envoy Dio to guide us, Pham Tran replied. Bark Wai, the priest, insisted that he was being too kind, saying we should help each other. Is the ceremony ready? Pham Tran asked. It's been arranged for a while. Come with me, Envoy Pham Tran. Priest Bark Wai said. The ceremony for Envoy Pham Tran is about to begin. Let's pray for him. Yes, priest. The two prepared the items, and he stepped forward, saying, Envoy Pham Tran, Priest Bark Wai said. Please stand before the statue. As he approached, a halo radiated around him. Envoy Pham Tran, please kneel 3 times and receive the grace of the deity, he heard the priest say, and he complied. Still need to kneel? Oh well, I guess I have no choice. As he knelt, the statue of the Holy Maiden wept a bit, Bark Wai said. He asked, Wait, do I still have to kneel? Priest Bark Wai was startled. Lin, calm down, Envoy Pham Tran. The ceremony requires kneeling, so I must trouble you to do so. Before he could finish speaking, the statue of the goddess wept again. No need to kneel anymore. At this point, the priest was truly panicking. If we continue kneeling, will the deity be able to keep it together? I'll kneel in your place. After saying that, he bowed his head for him, leaving Pham Tran embarrassed. I'm really sorry. I must trouble Priest Bark Wai to kneel for me. No trouble at all. It's what I should do. He replied with a lump on his head, laughing heartily. As long as Envoy Pham Tran completes the ceremony to join the church, it's my honor. Though he smiled outwardly, he cried inwardly, Great Lord, don't torment me anymore. Thinking this, he knelt down respectfully and said, Welcome Envoy Pham Tran to the church. May the light always shine on the world. He smiled as he replied, Priest Bark Wai, now that the ceremony is complete, I have officially joined the church. You understand, right? He smiled slyly and said, Rest assured, Envoy, I understand. It's all been prepared. With the status of an envoy, how could there not be maidservants to serve him well? He hinted at the shy girl beside him, embarrassed next to him. Oh. He was startled. What I meant was the light's blessing. At that moment, a maidservant approached and slightly bowed. Miss Lear comes to greet the envoy, willing to devote herself to him. Jang Tran was flustered. I remember the church only has nuns, not maidservants, he thought to himself. This Bark Ding Dung is really something. Right now, he says his face looks a bit even-shaped. These young girls are eager to offer themselves to serve me, and I can't refuse. So I've made an exception to let them into the church as maids. If the envoy is not satisfied, there are other maids to choose from. Jang Tran shyly waved his hand, saying she didn't need to go. But inside, he was calculating that he would definitely confront the church that accepted her later, both to save her and to add another ally. Bark Ding Dung walked towards the maid, his gaze fixated on her. The envoy has good taste. She is the most beautiful and pure maid among them all, so I will send her to the envoy's room to serve. Then he turned to point towards the church, saying that in another church, they don't have such things, especially at the church where Kim Dar Fu is. It's too strict and serious. Jang Tran thought to himself that although he disagreed with Kim Dar Fu, he was still better than this boring guy. He immediately replied, But Ba Jiao Chu, you misunderstood. What I want to know is when the Radiant Blessing will begin. The Radiant Blessing is a euphemism for the exclusive rewards of the Radiant Church that can grant them the power. Bark Ding Dung laughed and said, The envoy of the Radiant Blessing has a quota. Not all members of the church can receive it. Jang Tran was surprised to hear this. His eyes widened in confusion. I am an envoy of the Radiant, and I don't have a quota. Bark Yao Chu smiled. According to the rules, the quotas need to be evaluated based on contribution points. Even if you are a Radiant Envoy, you must submit an application and wait for the church's approval. After hearing this, he felt flustered. A Kim Dar Fu is already tough to deal with, and if I disturb the fake Radiant Church further, it will be even harder to manage. He then immediately asked Bark Ding Dung, I just joined the church. Being too isolated is not good. What do you suggest I do to earn contribution points? Completing church tasks and daily chores can earn contribution points, he excitedly continued. Additionally, joining the Judgment Sect can allow you to directly earn a blessing quota through combat. Can I join the Judgment Sect later? Bark Yao Chu turned back. You really want to join the Judgment Sect? It's dangerous there with fights all day, and the management is very strict. He smiled and thought to himself, please arrange it for me. A place suitable for me like that must be explored. They kept talking as they walked. Seeing his determination, Bark Ding Dung reminded him, there's something I need to remind you of. The Judgment Sect is nominally managed by me, but in reality, it's under the responsibility of the sect leader, Catch Y, and the members there are very exclusive. Jang Tran followed behind, no problem. At this moment, they reached the Judgment Sect, and the two guards immediately greeted Bark Ding Dung in unison. Greetings, Bark Xiao Chu. Bark Ding Dung ordered, call Catch Y to meet me. One of the guards said, Dear Jiao Chu, sect leader Catch Y is not at the Judgment Sect. If there's anything, we will relay your message. Bark Ding Dung frowned upon hearing this. I want to arrange for someone to join the Judgment Sect. You can relay this message. They keep saying that joining the Religious Judgment Office requires passing this test. We really can't afford to take too many rounds. Our actions are very dangerous, so we need reliable teammates. Those who can't pass the test cannot join. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, it seems that Master Bai is not well liked at the Quantian Church. Hearing the guard say that, Master Bai immediately erupted in anger. How dare you decide who can enter the Judgment Office? The country has instructed me to meet with you. The two continued to talk, saying that the weak do not deserve to enter the Judgment Office. Even if you are the master, you can't just arrange for the weak to enter. With such determination, Bai Dingyang turned back, awkwardly speaking to Jiang Chen. Rest assured, Envoy, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer today, Jiang Chen replied. It's fine. Then his gaze turned sharp, and he smiled disdainfully. I just find it very interesting that you assume I'm weak after just one meeting, putting on a facade of security. Your arrogant refusal to let me join the Religious Judgment Office really annoys me. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, the two guards immediately frowned. This is no place for the weak to talk. If you're weak, you should act like it. If you dare to speak recklessly, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Upon hearing this, Bai Dingyang shouted angrily. I see you all clearly have no regard for my master. At this moment, Jiang Chen threw up a ball and then said, Master Bai, there's no need to be angry. He smiled lightly at the two. Do you think I'm weak? The two guards immediately looked down on him. With that weak build of yours, you won't even break through our defenses. Before they could finish speaking, Jiang Chen landed a lethal punch, causing them intense pain. The impact was too strong. Even so, they remained stubborn. Even so, you cannot just join the Judgment Office at will. Then, the head of the Judgment Office, Ka Yi, stepped forward. All right, if he wants to hurt you, then perhaps you all would already be dead. They stuttered. Head. Ka Yi squinted his eyes. You all can withdraw. At this moment, Bai Dingyang was filled with anger, but he still held back. Ka Yi, those two refused to obey the master's orders. Just let them go. Ka Yi laughed loudly. Those fools don't understand. Master, you are generous enough to spare them this time, right? Recently, the Judgment Office has been understaffed and really needs people. Then Bai Dingyang turned to Jiang Chen. If manpower is insufficient, I will send someone over to you. They may not be punished, but you must not refuse the envoy, Pham Chen, joining. Ka Yi squinted. Whether he can join the Judgment Office or not, of course, depends on his word. There will be no objections. At this moment, Shi Meng spoke up. The head, Shi Meng, is the captain of the night team, but Ka Yi immediately gestured for him to be quiet. Ka Yi said with a smile, Envoy Pham Chen will now be a member of the Religious Judgment Office, given the title of the adjudicator, and no one is allowed to question it. Jang Tran wondered, is it unnecessary to check? Of course, it isn't needed, but the newly appointed envoy hasn't found a suitable partner and can't participate in the combat mission for now. Jang Tran smiled lightly and said, whatever works, I just need a blessing. Suddenly, Catch Y's gaze became sharp. This time, the Judgment Office only has 4 blessings specifically for the Inner Night team, and the Mage team has dozens of people wanting a spot. They can only compete fairly on the arena, even if the leader asks, I can't give that blessing to you. At this moment, Baek Ding-zung smiled awkwardly. The envoy Catch Y spoke truthfully, and Jang Tran immediately agreed. Then it will be a fair competition. Catch Y questioned, you want to participate in the arena duel? Beside him, Taemong sneered, how naive to think one can join the arena battle relying on newcomers. Jiang Tran quickly replied, one person cannot participate. Catch Y looked at Jiang Tran. Well, I'm just worried that the great envoy might not be able to hold up at that time. Jang Tran declared loudly. Then it's settled. When does the arena competition start? Catch Y excitedly responded. 3 days from now. Jang Tran calmly replied, then I'll see you in 3 days. The two turned to leave, but Baek Ding-dung couldn't help but worry. If the envoy can't withstand the energy drain in the arena, he should retreat. The people from the judgment office are ruthless. Don't take risks with them. The leader worriedly responded, the leader doesn't believe I can win. Baek Ding-zung felt incredibly helpless. There's a belief, but... He turned to Baek Ding-zung and said, then I'll go meet Ngai Li first and take my leave. At this moment, at the church where Jiang Tran lived, he entered, thinking, Baek Ding-dung prepared a nice place. Inside, Ngai Lear was preparing food for him and was happy to see him return. The great envoy has returned, she said, reaching behind her dress to unzip. She shyly opened the door, revealing her curvy figure. I'm willing to offer my body for the great envoy, Jang Tran exclaimed in fear. What is she planning? He surely has luck but doesn't know how to enjoy it. Ngai Lear was bashful. Does the great envoy not like it? The leader taught us to offer ourselves for the light. To give ourselves for you great envoys to shine upon us. Jang Tran was bewildered. Is this what he meant by offering? He then thought, that old Baek Ding-dung is only skilled at doing bad things. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with him. Then he turned to her, raising his voice. Put your clothes back on, I have something to tell you. At this moment, both sat down, and Ngai Lear was timid and fearful. Please, great envoy, give your instructions, Jang Tran said seriously. I won't be at the church often. When I'm away, everything related to me here must be reported. Also, help me keep an eye on Bark Jiao Chu. Everything he says about me must be recorded. Ngai Lear curiously asked, why do that? The leader is a believer in the light and won't betray it. Jang Tran smiled lightly at this moment. Ngai Lear, I am the envoy of the light, the spokesperson of the deity. As long as you follow my instructions, you will soon be able to join the true church and offer yourself to the light. Ngai Lear shyly replied, you are the illustrious messenger, I will always be loyal to you. Then he thought to himself, I want to reach the divine realm, I must find harmony. With the illustrious church now having Ngai Lear as my eyes and ears, I can know the church's direction at any time. It's a guarantee, so I should visit the Canthin Academy. At this moment, at Canthin Academy, Pham Tran said, I want to go to the skill hall with TOU for a job change, but since I haven't changed jobs yet, I can go to find me at the academy. There's a chance to choose a skill for free. Than Anon immediately replied, I'm done. I'll grab some potions with TOU and come over right away, and she walked off excitedly. Brother Pham Tran, I'm busy now, okay. I'll wait for you two at the skill hall. He was standing there waiting when someone called his name from behind. Pham Tran. He jumped and turned around. What do you want, he thought. So soon, there's already a team of players, and it seems like the butterflies in Vung Thine still have some influence on the game. At that moment, 4 people approached. Tio An, motionless like the mountain, Him Ki Huang Thu with a headset, and finally Sun Hui from Hoi Sing. Him Ki Huang Thu said, we are preparing to participate in the welcoming ceremony for the new students of Canthin Academy. Did you know there are rewards and insights at the ceremony? At this time, Pham Tran replied, we'll know right after everyone participates, right? Just then, someone was cleaning up and was called back by him. Kai Kung. Kai Seung shyly stepped forward and asked, hello, Junior Pham Tran. Then he turned to speak to the 4 of them. Junior Pham Tran is absolutely right. You all have to participate in the welcoming ceremony later, so there's no need to ask too much, he said cheerfully to Pham Tran. Junior, I didn't make amends after our last meeting, but if you want to, let's go watch the ceremony together, okay? Pham Tran smiled and said, I want to go to the skill hall, so I won't bother you anymore. But in his mind, he thought, after leaving last time, Kai Kung must have been taught a lesson. A fan with such a good attitude. But I don't have time to chat. And he turned to leave, calling out to Kai Kung. He wanted to choose skills after the ceremony was over, and he would bring people to cheer for his junior, said Tio Swan Koi from Hoi Sin loudly. Why is this person treating us badly but being nice to Pham Tran? Is it that the NPC also judges how people treat each other? Him Ki Huan Thu pressed. Maybe we haven't completed the welcoming ceremony, and we aren't considered members of the academy yet. Things will surely get better after the ceremony. She nodded and said, That's right. After I get through the ceremony, I need to complain about that Kai Kung. Hearing this, Kai Kung quickly led the way and said, Let's hurry. We need to go watch Junior Pham Chun choose skills. In his mind, he thought, I wonder what skills he will get. I need to hurry to broaden my horizons. At this moment, at the Canteen Skill Hall, Pham Tran casually walked in, and a manager spoke to him. The new student, Pham Tran, has a chance to choose a skill, so he quickly responded that he understood. He then approached the skill stone pillar to read the instructions, placing his hand on it. The stone would assess the strength of his chosen ability and grant a corresponding skill. The stronger the ability, the higher the skill level, up to 5 stars. If he disagreed with the stone's decision, he could choose a challenge, and if he failed, he would receive a random 1-star skill. He raised his hand, thinking that the stone would likely judge based on his basic attributes, and if all went well, he might achieve something great. As he touched the stone, a bright circle immediately spread out, revealing 3 circles corresponding to 3 stars. The others were rushing over anxiously. Hurry up and learn. The assessment of skills has already begun, and the skills are shining bright, just like spring bursting forth with vigor. Those people were just marveling at how they could worship Pham Tran so much. It was quite unusual. Gasping for breath, he wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking they were close to catching up with him, but they were still far behind. At this moment, 3 circles glowed brightly outside, and Kai Chang was excited. Yet, he managed to light up 3 skill levels. The headmasters weren't wrong. He really is something. Anyone who hears it agrees. True, when I first started, they said I didn't even deserve 1 star, and suddenly, Kai Chang burst out. Wait, the light on the stone has disappeared. Is Pham Tran about to take on the skill challenge? Over here, in front of the stone's information, it indicated that he could currently receive a 3-star skill. Would he accept it? If not, he would start the skill challenge. He pondered silently. A 3-star skill was enough for him. Compared to taking a useless skill, why not be greedy just this once, especially since he believed in his own abilities? Then he confidently declared, Start the skill challenge. At that moment, 2 skill challenges appeared. One was a damage skill, and the other was a healing skill. The system prompted him to check and choose a special profession. To activate the skill challenge, after overcoming it, he would receive the corresponding skill. Pham Tran immediately responded, With my talent here, I'll choose the healing skill. The system appeared, stating he had chosen the healing skill and activated the challenge. He must ensure his teammates survive until the enemies are defeated, and at that moment, he was revealed. With 3 other teammates, a level 20 clone mage, a level 20 clone warrior, and finally a level 20 clone knight, he thought to himself. For the healing skill challenge, what about the opponent? Immediately, the opponent appeared. A level 20 clone fire dragon. Pham Tran now raised the lightning fire formation, ready to fight. If the blood couldn't save his teammates, then what about the opponent? At this moment, outside the tower, it had become crowded. Kai Chang couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he was the first to start learning. Pham Tran's popularity is really unmatched. Anyone who heard agreed, I saw some teachers coming too. At this moment, 3 teachers approached. Liu Bu, Fa Lei, and Tijian. Liu Bu then said, Our radiant teacher actually chose the skill challenge. It seems he is very confident in his abilities. Upon hearing this, Fa Lei immediately responded, If you say he's confident, it's more accurate to say he has great ambition. Unfortunately, he underestimated the challenges of his skills, and the battle strategy is laughable. It's good for a young person to have a spirit of adventure. Failing isn't the end. At this moment, Than Anon stepped forward, smiling brightly. An Pham is starting to act cool again. Hearing that, the little demon said, Than Anon was just doing what he usually does. But who can blame him for being so famous? She was excited. After all, I believe in him. He will definitely overcome the challenge. At this moment, Quan Lam approached, along with Tai Har Fap, and the little fairy who had stayed up all night. Not necessarily. Tai Har Teen is someone I admire. It's been a long time since I've seen the main team lead. He looked at the little demon. I didn't expect there to be such a high-quality NPC in the game. Can you sell her to me? Than Anon was furious. Where did this idiot come from? Immediately she texted Pham Chun. Pham Chun, someone wants to bully Vuina. Pham Tran texted back to Than Anon, saying to temporarily find the Academy's enforcement team, and then wait for me to deal with it. Than Anon quickly replied, Got it. Pham Tran looked at the red meteor heading down closer. He thought to himself, looks like I need to speed things up. Suddenly, he shot up into the sky, knocking the meteor back. At that moment, Than Anon texted again. Pham Tran, someone wants to bully Vuina. At this moment, Pham Tran suddenly raised his staff high. He thought to himself, Angel. Behind him, a massive female angel quickly appeared, flying in the air. The monster let out a thunderous roar upon seeing this. Over here, Than Anon was protecting Vuina with Tail Yu. Seeing the situation with Pham Tran, she said seriously to Tail Yu, you protect her. I'll go find the enforcement team. Yu immediately nodded and replied, yes. At this moment, a man laughed and spoke to Tail Yu and the others. Everyone, let's not get worked up over a mere NPC. I'm a top 5 ranked wizard. I won't let you suffer. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Han's words. The person said, who wants to be friends with your idiot? Upon hearing this, Fap was furious, asking loudly, who? At that moment, the team leader of the Academy's enforcement team, Kach Loi, came over and said to Han, I am the team leader of the Academy's enforcement team. A milk-drinking dog like you is trying to mess with my sister-in-law? At this moment, Tail Yu also angrily spoke to Kach Loi. Yes, that's the one. The two men laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. The man named Teen was laughing and said to them, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We just wanted to be friends, no other intentions. The man named Fap Von nodded repeatedly, saying, right. Kach Loi's face was filled with anger. He frowned and said to them, stop pretending to be friends, get lost, or I'll make sure you get kicked out of the academy for messing with others. The two men's faces darkened with anger. Teen was too arrogant with Fap Von. Old Fap, let's go, he said, turning back to look at Than Anon and thinking to himself, if it weren't for that meddling NPC, I could have let that lecherous guy test the strength of the others in the main team. Seeing them leave, Kach Loi turned back and smiled at Than Anon, saying, sister-in-law, because the dean was strict with us that day. We all respect and obey Big Bro Pham Tran, and I'm ready to dedicate myself to everyone at the academy anytime. Than Anon's face turned bright red upon hearing this, and she shyly covered her face with her hands. Really, you don't have to call me sister-in-law, she said. The little girls around her, knowing Than Anon was embarrassed, burst into laughter and said together, got it, sister-in-law. At that moment, a green light appeared on the 4th skill tower, astonishing the students below, who pointed and whispered to each other. Someone shouted, look, the 4th skill tower is lit up. Lubo was wide-eyed with disbelief, shouting, he actually lit up all 4 skill towers. Far away, Fap Li heard this and said to Lubo, interesting. Achieving 4 stars in the ability challenge is a complete change. Pham Tran is stronger than expected. Tietien approached them, frowning as he spoke. Even for Tian Ya and Yan Changfeng, the 2 top city lords, they could only receive 5-star skills after leaving the academy. Getting a 4-star skill on the first try is quite impressive, Lubo thought, his expression darkening as he turned to Tietien with sharp eyes. Let's go before he reports this good news to the dean, Lubo said. Hearing this, Fap Li turned to him with a strange expression and asked, are we leaving already? Aren't we waiting for him to challenge the 5 stars? Lubo lowered his head, squinting his eyes as he replied to Fap Li. Since the academy was established, no one has been able to receive a 5-star skill on their first try. He's no exception. Fap Li listened to him and turned to look at Lubo, responding, that's true. Even Tian Ya and Yan Changfeng had to stop to mature before receiving 5-star skills. Let's go. Meanwhile, Pham Tran had just successfully defeated the demon-faced dragon. The system announcement quickly rang out. Player Pham Tran has completed 4 stars. Do you accept the 5-star challenge? If you decline, you will immediately leave the challenge. Receiving the 4-star skill, Pham Tran thought to himself, seems like 4 stars are achieved while ensuring the teammates survive, and the boss's health drops to 30%. Then the next challenge will probably be to kill the fire dragon. At this moment, a pair of black wings appeared on Pham Tran's back, and the wide-winged look made him seem like a messenger from hell. Pham Tran had now made his choice, boldly stating, I choose to accept. As soon as he said this, a huge dragon flew towards him. Although it hadn't reached him yet, the fireballs it breathed out were already on their way. Watching the fireballs soar towards him, Pham Tran thought, fire of mercy. Just getting hit by one would be enough to get him to witness the naked chicken, joking about extending the boss's hatred. After that, he leaped, thinking. He flew upward, skillfully dodging the fireballs, and his expression turned serious. 10 minutes later, Lubo, standing outside, saw all 5 skill towers finally light up, his voice trembling in disbelief as he said, he really passed the 5-star ability challenge. Fap Li's expression also darkened. The voice was vibrant. I didn't mishear. After years, the skills lit up completely. The attitude towards those two was completely different when seeing all 5 skill levels glowing. He excitedly raised his fist, saying, "That kid Pham Tran is really something. Over there with the crowd, Ka Loi and Kai Kung, Than Anon, Dao Tio Yu, and Vu Ina." Upon seeing the 5-star skills light up, were so happy they jumped up. Ka Loi and Kai Kung couldn't help but cheer together. "The skills are lit up," Kai Kung excitedly continued. "I told you, Junior Pham Tran is really impressive. Losing to him is not embarrassing." Saying that, he laughed loudly. On the other side, the group led by Tien Lavat Nung, Phap Ra, and Tio Tien Nu Tho. Dem also saw the results. Tien Lavar Nung looked at the 5th level skills finally lighting up. He frowned, saying, "5-star skills are powerful, but do they need to be that exaggerated?" Phap Ra beside him echoed, "These students are basically just rural NPCs. You don't know anything, Tien. Wait for Pham Tran to come out and you'll see how strong I am." Tien Lavar Nung's face suddenly turned sinister. He smugly said, "Don't say that. The top-level pastor in this country, Pham Tran, is only slightly below me. That guy Ka Loi was too arrogant earlier. I'll make him see clearly." Tio Tien Nu Tho Dem listened and thought, Pham Tran even got a 5-star skill, so a top 10 pastor like me should at least have a 4-star skill. Tien Lavar Nung here seemed to have lost patience. He furrowed his brow in annoyance. Who knows when Pham Tran will come out? At this moment, inside, Pham Tran finally completed the challenge. The system announcement rang out again. "You have passed the 5-star challenge. You can receive a 5-star skill. Place your hand on the skill stone to receive the skill." At this moment, a large blue crystal emitting a dazzling light appeared before him. Pham Tran curiously wondered, "Let's see what good stuff it has." Then he placed his hand on the crystal. The system announced to Pham Tran, "You have received the 5-star skill, Sacrificing Life." Then the crystal flew away. The ring of light around it became increasingly dazzling. The system continued to announce, "Sacrificing Life 5-star skill, the Great Priest skill, reduces the target's health by 70%. This skill can reduce 10% of your total health and recover 10% of the target's total health instantly, without consumption." Not even 30 seconds later, Pham Tran heard this. He shouted loudly, "The Sacrificing Life skill." Pham Tran thought to himself, "It's a reversal of sound." At this moment, the system announcement displayed again. "Sacrificing Life 5-star, reverse, Great Priest skill, reduces the target's health by 70%. This skill can recover 25% of your total health and reduce 25% of the target's total health without consumption." Not even 30 seconds later, Pham Tran heard this and smiled excitedly. He said, "Combined with my talent, this skill is truly incredible. Indeed, the truth of sacrificing life is to give another's life for oneself." At this moment, the group outside finally saw hope after waiting so long. She happily shouted, "The skill is opened." Pham Tran calmly stepped outside. Seeing them, he couldn't help but ask in surprise why everyone was here. As soon as Vu Ina saw Pham Tran, she happily ran over. "Big bro," she said, throwing herself into his arms. Pham Tran was confused, wondering what was happening, and looked around at the others. What just happened? Hearing Pham Tran's question, a kind-hearted person stood up to explain. "Somebody tried to bully the sister group, but we chased them off." Pham Tran let out a puzzled sound, and at that moment, Phap Ra suddenly approached him, saying, "Isn't it just some kid playing PC? If you don't want to give in, stop acting tough. It's just a game. Do you think you're that impressive?" Pham Tran calmly asked him, "You were the one bullying Vu Ina." Phap Ra, not backing down, provocatively replied, "So what if I did?" Before he could finish, a loud explosion sounded behind him. Phap Ra's face turned pale with fear, and he was scared out of his wits. Pham Tran had a dark expression as he turned to Phap Ra, holding a baton in his hand. "You should be grateful that the leader doesn't allow fighting. You better behave from now on, or that beating will be your fate." Phap Ra flinched slightly but then remembered his backup and gritted his teeth, turning to Pham Tran. "You only have one 5-star skill. What's there to be arrogant about? Even Teen can do it, and your foolishness is something everyone can laugh at." Teen smirked. "Be humble, just a bit. Wait until I get another skill." Phap Ra's eyes lit up as he obediently nodded. "Okay, Teen. I wish you luck getting that 5-star skill," Pham Tran said from a distance, raising an eyebrow with a mocking tone. "You think he can protect you? Remember my words. If you dare to touch my people again, not even heaven will save you." His face darkened immediately. Responding coldly, he said, "I'll relay your message to Teen. You step ahead, we're leaving," and he glanced back. Still a bit reluctant, Pham Tran thought. "Will I just let this slide?" He half buried his face in his shirt, staying calm. That guy would definitely leave the city eventually. Only a finishing blow would make him remember. He thought, after level 20, the death penalty in the divine realm would simply mean losing a level. Big bro. View Ina gently called. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Famtron's expression stiffened slightly, and he opened his mouth. You need to study hard. Don't worry about anything else. View Ina smiled brightly, but the atmosphere between them didn't feel friendly at all. He remembered clearly that in his past life, after gaining the divine thinking ability at Harfap Jia, he had corrupted many young ones worthless, dying without regret. The principal stared at him and spoke in his characteristic loud voice. Pham Tran, I heard you got the 5-star skill. Congratulations. He paused, but then the principal's face turned slightly awkward. You've joined the Holy Church now. Pham Tran looked at him. He didn't understand why the principal's attitude changed like that. He calmly replied, Do you think I shouldn't join the church? The principal stood up. Come along, View Ina. Follow me for a moment. View Ina is just a little girl, so she listens to everything. She hops along beside the director, her eyes sparkling with joy. With her hand resting behind her, the director knows that criticizing AD Saint is not really possible. He looks down at View Ina, but this child is exceptionally gifted. I have taken her as my last disciple. The internal dynamics of the church are complex. Even if she and I have equal standing, I won't allow my disciple to join the church. Pham Tran slightly furrows his brow. Although I joined the church, I have no intention of being involved with it. The concerns you have won't come true. The director thinks he's just a young man who doesn't understand the world, Mr. Ho Khan. I know well the church's tactics. If you harbor any opposition, it will be very difficult to pass the baptism. Pham Tran doesn't want to say much to him. He reveals one wing hidden behind his back. The pure white feathers seem to carry a celestial aura. The wing spreads out wide enough to cover half the sky. What is this? The director's eyes widen in astonishment. The divine wings of the tribe of the dark are here. His lips tremble as he recalls that fateful year when the Pope took action, nearly annihilating the tribe, and both sides are now bitter enemies. As for you, Pham Tran replies calmly, my joining the church is merely a temporary plan. The director puts on a satisfied expression. He pulls a stone from his pocket. If you've already made your plans, I won't say much. Vila, I'll give you something good. The blue stone is intricately carved, a transforming stone, a special item that can conceal one's professional aura. Changing specific skills displayed, Pham Tran accepts the gift, fiddling with the stone in his hand, nodding in thanks to the director. He waves his hand, saying if you want to thank someone, thank Vila instead. Vila smiles sweetly. Thank you. This action leaves the director feeling helpless. That girl. He doesn't look at him. One step forward, Vila will stay at the academy to train. Once she catches up with your progress, I'll let her go outside. He bows slightly. Take care, director. Vila asks him to take care. Than Anon comes running from afar with a huge shield, waving and calling out, Pham Tran, look at those skills. He follows the direction she points to, shocked at how quickly it happened. It's already over at level 1. Really? With that, money is powerful, and from afar, he witnesses everything, feeling frustrated. Kai Kung and Kai Loi, standing nearby, scoff loudly. Kai Kung intended to whisper, but didn't realize how loud he was. How can they compare with Pham Tran? The other one, with his neatly trimmed red hair, Kach Loi agrees. Boring. What a waste of 2 minutes. Money and power are about to explode from frustration. Wanting to salvage his not-so-great image, these country bumpkins don't know anything. How can Pham Tran's level surpass the challenge? That guy must have cheated. Pham Tran replies, his expression and tone very provocative. Unable to strike back, they're just making a fuss. It seems the troublemaker has appeared. Pham Tran speaks up. Who says I cheated? Clearly, I relied on this top-notch equipment. The player named Money is the most powerful. Pointing at me with a smug look. You're comparing gear with him, while he's decked out in top-tier auction house gear, plus a rare golden item on the market. As he spoke, he pounded his chest, trying to prove he had more rare items than the other guy, which made Pham Tran think. It's not bad at all. That's why he got a 1-star skill. No wonder he's the rich fool who took down the top double. I spoke up, honestly not hiding anything. I'm fully equipped in gold gear. No sooner had I said that, money is everything. His eyes gleamed like a hawk spotting prey. He excitedly asked where I got such good gear. Pham Tran quietly whispered in Han's ear. The treasure shop at the estate in the city, filled with silver and gold gear. I thought you might like it, so I told you. Han thought Pham Tran was a nice guy, friendly enough to share this good news with him, and said, Pham Tran, you're a pretty decent person. I simply replied, Sharing this info comes with a condition. I need you to kick this guy out of the team. He thought to himself, money is everything, the top financier. Average character, but never did anything illegal. As for this scum, he had to go. The man with the side-swept hair, that guy is Fapra. Hearing Phan Tran say that, Han quickly made a smug face. Phan Tran, you're too cunning. Then turned to money is everything with a frustrated look. Brother Teen, I'm the one you invited for this mission. If you want to cancel the agreement, it's a loss for both sides. Seeing how important this was, Han stepped in to mediate. Fapra remained calm. Phan Tran, don't get angry. I have a mission regarding the treasure map. Fapra quickly jumped in to stop them. Brother Teen, money is everything's expression changed dangerously. His gaze was sharper than before as he replied, Fapra, our strength can't handle this treasure map. It's a valuable golden map. The location is at Her Utirn, a level 25 monster zone, very close to Canthian City. Are you interested? Phan Tran replied. Maybe, but I already know what that guy wants. Money is everything wanted to use me to complete the mission, but it also provided an opportunity to kill Fapra. Hearing my agreement, Money is everything continued to provide more information for the trip. All right, let's do it. Bring in a friend. We leave at 6 p.m. sharp, of course. Brother Pham agreed. A thought crossed his mind, just in time to visit the mystical item shop for a quick trip. At the mysterious store selling special items among the deities, the special item list is updated bi-weekly, selling 6 items each time. The items are as follows. High-level teleportation stones can teleport to designated safe zones and marked areas. They disappear after 1 round trip, priced at 500 gold. Mid-level God expansion stones can open the 6th skill slot, priced at 1,000 gold. High-level God expansion stones can open the 7th skill slot, priced at 10,000 gold. Mid-level backpacks can upgrade the rank of mid-level spirit beasts, priced at 500 gold. As I read, I thought about my items. The 50,000 gold backpack from players was no longer sufficient for me, and other items were also what I needed. Buy everything. The system displays a notification. You are using a medium backpack. The backpack space expands to 200,000. You are using a medium expansion stone. Premium, unlocking skill slots 6 and 7. He thought again. The previous skill slots weren't enough. This skill book is still unused, and now it's just the right time to use it. Then add the innate talent. When this skill appears, Holy Light Punishment, 3 stars, reverses, fires a beam of holy light at a teammate, restoring 250% of intelligence points plus strength, range 20 meters, cooldown 10 seconds, costs 100 mana points. Too excited about this skill, he exclaimed loudly. Finally, it's here, the first healing skill of the priest. He clicked to select without hesitation, and the mechanism for double hidden updates was only discovered by players later in the stage. The system then displayed the following skills. Primary teleportation stone, can teleport to the nearest safe zone, will disappear after 1 round trip, priced at 100 gold. Intermediate teleportation, can teleport to a designated safe zone, will disappear after 1 round trip, priced at 200 gold, 1-star skill stone. Can upgrade the star level of the 1-star skill, priced at 500 gold. Can merge into a higher level skill stone, 1-star forget stone. Can forget learned 1-star skills, priced at 100 gold. Can merge into a higher level forget stone, point reset stone. Can reset 1 free attribute point. The number of resets cannot exceed the owned free attribute points. Priced at 500 gold. Advanced Beast Spirit Stone. Can enhance the grade of the Advanced Beast Spirit. Priced at 1,000 gold. Showing a smug look, he saw what he needed. Not bad. There are 3 things I need. Buy. His words couldn't be clearer, he remembered. Moreover, the virtual love fantasy has also reached the spirit level now. Once again, the system notified Phan Tran. You have consumed Ancient Beast Spirit Stone, Intermediate Beast Spirit Stone, Advanced Beast Spirit Stone. The scene shifts to the leveling room of the Canthian Academy, a vast and majestic space. Phan Tran spoke. Today is the leveling session at the Academy. At 6 o'clock I will go on a mission with the versatile money. See you tomorrow. A girl with braided blonde hair responded to him. Okay, the system updates. You have entered the leveling room of Canthian Academy. Student Phan Tran, the current rental time for the leveling room is 3 hours. The door closes. Before him appear 11 wooden soldiers wielding swords and shields, ready for battle. That is the 20-level wooden soldier legion. Standing before them he thought of something else, not worried at all about the power of the wooden soldiers. It's a pity that the continuous rental cost of the leveling room will accumulate. Otherwise, my leveling speed could be even faster, too small before the attack. There is still preparation time, so let's test the effect of transformation. With that, he raised his weapon high to perform the skill, Little Holy Light Heaven's Blessing, the space enveloped in a bright red color, his outfit billowing in the wind looking incredibly cool, he remembered. The special display of the skill completely changed, indeed a high-quality one. Later I can confidently deal with those old men from the teaching peak who are fiercely practicing. Then the system appeared. He gained 37,000 gold coins. Additional notification. Someone named Teen Isvar Nung bought 2 golden bronze equipment transferred to you. Good younger brother, don't forget each other when you get rich. Receiving the news, he couldn't help but exclaim about the storage capacity of that one. Truly the #1 fortune god, knows how to listen to advice, but also doesn't forget the words of the goddess who works all night. I promise to deliver, tonight I'll take you. I just need 20% more experience. 3 hours in the training room should be enough. 2 hours later, the system displayed that you've reached level 21, and all around me were the remnants of those wooden beings. I leveled up too. 4 basic attribute points plus 1, receiving 6 free attribute points. I pondered, adding 4 attribute points next, thanks to the illusionary eye, which grants additional knowledge. The illusionary eye is a special item, glowing bright red. It looks simple, but its effectiveness is anything but. Effect 1. Each level up grants an additional 4 attribute points times 100 compatibility. Effect 2. All damage dealt will add 4% compatibility times 1. Effect 3. I can actively conceal myself in the void. Lasts 2.4 seconds, 1 minute per compatibility. Cooldown time is not fixed at 25 minutes. 1 minute on compatibility. Current compatibility is 4%. Sure enough, Fam's confidence grew. Compatibility had increased by 2% from the start. Truly a top-tier item. It's time to gather. Money is omnipotent. Greeting with a wave, Than Tran is here, and behind him are 2 others, including a sexy girl in a pink outfit. The Night Money and a chubby guy named Fap Gia announced their appearance. Money is omnipotent, invites you to join the team. Will you accept? Of course, I agree. Money is omnipotent, speaks up, introducing you a bit. It's a night job, just changed class to High Priest. Old Fap has changed class to Elemental Mage. There was a slight misunderstanding before, but I hope it won't affect the mission. The mission is complete. The 2 can resolve their issues with each other. Let's move. The space shifts to a gloomy place. You can clearly see this chilling darkness through your own eyes. This is called the Quiet Abyss. While the crazed rabbits are at level 24, here's some extra information. With blood-soaked bites, the rabbit leaps toward the target for a savage attack, dealing 200% damage, with a 10-second bleeding effect. The bleeding effect reduces 100 points each second. It's truly terrifying, just as the name suggests. They have glowing red eyes. Rabbits are usually cute, but not these ones. Their muscular bodies roll, be cautious around them. Even their growl is enough to instill fear. Outside the space, money is omnipotent, says. The Quiet Abyss only has this path. The rabbit monsters are 3 to 4 levels higher than us, appearing in groups, stubbornly breaking through. It's quite a heavy cost, but with Than Tran's intelligence, he surely knows a safer route. There must be a path that won't draw hatred. In my opinion, this narrow path is cramped. It's hard for monsters to maneuver. It should be safer. I lead the way, followed by those 3. Dark thoughts crossed Fap's mind. The top pastor in the country is a threat. He must be eliminated before finding the difficult report. Just as he thought, Han quietly unleashed his ultimate skill, which startled the terrifying rabbit monsters. They were truly furious, with sharp eyes and a bloodthirsty expression. The rabbit monsters instantly charged at the one in front of them, no one else but our Than Tran. Seeing the plan was going as intended. Fap grinned, his fists clenched as if victory was assured. He thought to himself, yes, kill it quickly. In a flash, Than Tran dodged the rabbit monster's attack, shouting loudly, "Money is everything." It doesn't stop for a moment. He immediately pulls out his gun and yells back, "I'm coming." Turning to the night girl. The king pays attention to the blood level, ensuring it's above 80% for healing. She replies, and then turns to remind the mage, "Find a good spot to unleash your spell. Control the damage, keep the hatred in check." But in response, there's indifference, a dismissive look on her face. She prioritizes her own safety, not realizing the dark plan of the mage. Than Tran glances at Han, considering that now isn't the right time to wait, letting the guy live a bit longer. The monster has a certain intelligence and has formed a trap. He yells, "Money is everything." Stepping back as he immediately unleashes a spell, the space seems to fill with a large surge of energy. The power is overwhelming. The enemy's health drops rapidly. 9,850. 9,850. 9,850 each time. Even those standing back are shocked by his strength. Money is everything, he exclaims. Damn, that's high damage, the night girl adds. If I had known, I would have changed my role to a judge. So strong, I can hear the cries. Pham Tran might be happy, but not now. The situation is too urgent. He shouts again. No more chatting. Money is everything. Keep attacking the monsters. The monsters keep rushing in without pause, and he exclaims, Damn, there are too many to handle. It's pretty tense. It's hard to turn this situation around. Pham Tran reassures everyone. Hold on for 30 seconds, then retreat. He remembers the milk that the night girl provides. Angel. I remember the angel. The girl is all in green, with 2 large wings. She has significant abilities. The angel's damage will accumulate to 200,000 over 30 seconds, compensating with her divine wings. The enemy continues to lose energy. 7,880. 7,880. Now, money is everything is down to 50%. He struggles with all his might, but can't hold on any longer. The night girl comes to support him. As long as you still breathe, I won't let you die. Without further ado, she casts a series of spells. Healing spell, plus 1,020. Holy word spell, plus 2,000. Light healing, plus 3,030. Gradually, his energy starts to rise. Turning to Pham Tran, he continues to unleash the spell, the little holy light. A formation lights up on the ground. Boom. The ground around seems to split in 2, weapons clattering on the ground, and in the end, Pham Tran has secured victory. The stunned expressions of the others show just how quickly the fight ended. They have to admire him for wiping out the small monsters in under 10 minutes. A legendary fruit of the water, the system displays a mysterious purple-pink orb. It is the ancient magic glass ball, platinum, 4,640 out of 30,000. Pham Tran says, I've got the gear I need. You all can share the rest. His gaze turns dangerous as he looks at the one who caused this situation and says, but if the fight is over, it's time to settle the score. Feeling a pang of guilt, the mage automatically defends himself. Settle the score? What score? You lured the monsters. I didn't want to intervene. There must be a misunderstanding. He tries to make excuses, but how could he fool Pham Tran? The technique you use to open the trap is a basic illusion skill, lacking specificity, making no sound. Do you think everyone else is stupid? At this point, even money can't keep him calm anymore. His face clearly showed anger, demanding a valid reason, or he wouldn't hold back. Old Fap, you almost got us killed. You should explain yourself. Otherwise, I can't help you. Feeling cornered and unsure how to explain, Fap resorted to money to solve everything. Truly, that's how the wealthy deal with problems, he exclaimed. Is 1,000 gold enough for everyone? But secretly, he thought of a more sinister plan. Damn it. Later, during the mission, I'll have fun taking you all down. If you accept it, fine, I'll have more thoughts on it. The mission to hide treasures is something never mentioned on the forum. Still need someone to guide the way. Keep that dog alive for now. After the path is clear, kill. His eyes grew colder with that thought, sealing the fate of that wicked person. Deep in the quiet crevice, all 4 stood at a towering cliff, surrounded by thick mist. On the wall was a green rectangular seal. Money is universal for treasure maps. The location shown on the treasure map is here, but he's hesitant. Ahead is a dead end, and Pham Tran isn't paying much attention to what he says. Looking at the seal on the wall, he wondered, is that really a seal? He continued, trying to place the treasure map on it. Money is universal, and he laid the treasure map on the rectangular shape. Observing, he noted that the size seemed off. As he spoke, glowing rings appeared around the treasure map, followed by a voice shouting out. The wall had vanished, revealing a mysterious cave that emanated strange smells that made one nauseous. Money is universal, realized it was the stench of decay. Pham Tran added, there's also the smell of blood and long-standing rot. Looking at the cave before them, he frowned. Do we really have to go down? Pham Tran turned to order Fap, who was behind him. Hey, you, go down and check it out. Fap frowned, raising his voice. Everyone was led by him. What gives you the right to boss me around? Pham Tran retorted coldly. If it weren't for this situation, you'd have been dead long ago. Fap was annoyed but could do nothing. He could only grumble as he descended into the cave. If it came to a fight, who knows who would kill whom? Out of respect for money, I won't hold it against you. He thought to himself. Fap was getting farther and farther away, and nothing happened yet. Pham Tran wondered if it was really this easy. Money felt uneasy. Could it be that we went the wrong way? Suddenly, Fap shouted, No, we can't go. He trembled and ran back, knowing there were corpses inside, accompanied by warnings of supernatural forces from the system. Money was stunned. Since the producers of the deity system acknowledged the existence of supernatural powers, they stopped hiding it, except for the deity city. 80% of the map has reminders about supernatural powers. The Night Watch worried. Old man, maybe we shouldn't go anymore. Dying from supernatural forces could affect our real lives. A foreign server already had someone die from brain death at Deity City. Money turned to ask, Pham Chan, what do you think? He replied, that's just an exception, according to forum statistics. Right now, dying in a safe zone takes only 1 to 3 days. If you can't adapt, dying in a danger zone just puts you in a coma for a month. He was firm but acknowledged the high risks. High profits and strength in the game means major improvements in real life. I don't want to be left behind. That said, Fan Chen directly went down. Money is omnipotent. Seeing you like this, I've made up my mind. The era has changed. I want to go all in. Let's dive in head first. Yeah. Only Farah seems troubled. Fan Chen isn't wrong. He glanced at Farah and thought, indeed, still going down. Very well. Only death in the danger zone can punish this kind of trash. Upon reaching the basement, a mechanical voice from the system echoed, you have entered the danger zone. Proceed with the immortal. Headless monsters with bodies stained red and emitting a foul stench approached them. Everyone immediately became alert. Welcome to the immortal tribe, interdimensional adventurers. Who? Money is omnipotent. Fa Ra grumbled. Have we encountered a demon? Fan Chen excitedly replied. Demons aren't tougher than the immortal tribe. He turned and asked, is Money omnipotent? His treasure map is gold, grade, and Money is omnipotent was stunned. How do you know? He explained that regular immortals can't speak or think. To say that sentence, you must at least be a gold-level boss. Brother Money, you hit the jackpot this time. Fan Chen was astonished. The immortal tribe is recognized as the toughest monsters. The weird ones are already troublesome, let alone this is a dungeon. Money is omnipotent, replied half understanding. Ah, quiet. The Night Watch reminded. Monsters are coming. These are level 25 headless corpses, the mechanical voice of the system announced. Immortal body. After death, they will unlock a lower form, existing in another way, waiting to revive, ordinary fading life. Their damage from each attack reduces the opponent's maximum health accordingly, lasting 30 seconds. Fan Chen commanded, Money is omnipotent, lure the monsters. Money is omnipotent, grabbed his weapon, eager to go. Leave these 3 little monsters to me. Fan Chen happily replied. All right, it's all yours. Colin Broser, the Night Watch worried. Is he really okay alone? Money is omnipotent, politely said. Night Watch, don't underestimate me. They're just little monsters. I can handle it. Then he jumped up, wielding the scythe, using the battle skill to challenge the headless ones. System alert. You have been struck by fading life, reducing maximum health by 115. Money is omnipotent, was furious. Damn it. I can't. You're too high leveled. Each attack hits me like a brick. Fan Chen shouted. Broser, help. The Night Watch and Fan Chen looked at him speechless. Money is omnipotent continued to call for help. Let's go together, Fan Chen yelled. Broser, unleash your skills. The bright blades continuously targeted the immortal tribe members. Fan Chen combined his healing skill, both of them working in sync. Their combined strength blew up those monsters. Money is omnipotent was pleased. That's enough. Watch out, Fan Chen warned. Don't get distracted, it's not over yet. The health of the small immortal monsters isn't high. They seem easy to finish, but in reality, they're very persistent. Just a bit of flesh left, and they can keep coming back. No sooner had he finished speaking than the headless monsters reformed their bodies from the shattered flesh. Fa Ra was terrified. Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier? Fan Chen exclaimed. Don't lead us to our doom. The guy appeared behind Fap Ra. Coldly, I've given you too much face, huh? He kicked Fap Ra, sending him crashing toward the monsters. Fap Ra, get up. I'm inviting your whole family over. While Fap Ra was defending against the monster's attack, he shouted, Brother Teen, little fairy, why are you just standing there watching Pham Chun bully me? Now that guy can strike at me, take the loot, and go for both of you too. Teen, the versatile one, felt a bit helpless, asking Pham Chun, Brother, isn't this a bit much? The night owl is still checking the basket. What now? Do I still need to heal him? Pham Chun smiled, recalling how he used magic on him at the entrance of the quiet crevice. It's not too unreasonable for him to get a taste of his own medicine, right? Teen, the versatile one, quickly changed his tone, nervously saying, Not unreasonable, not unreasonable. The night owl widened its eyes, so no need to heal anymore. Pham Chun eagerly added, We still need to pump a little before my skill ends. Don't let him die. After all, we can still draw the monsters. Fapra, you're speaking human language, right, little fairy? You won't listen to him, right? The night owl replied coldly, it's none of your business. Then she used healing magic on Fapra, and he gasped. Damn, teen, the versatile one, felt a bit uneasy. Fam Chun, brother, there's a lot of blood and flesh on the ground. A wide area damage skill might not be enough. How about giving the old mage a chance to attack? Fam Chun didn't bother with that suggestion and directly used a healing punch on the celestial brother. He established the little holy light celestial barrier, sweeping away all the blood and flesh on the ground. He turned back, hearing Injo asking if he just wanted to give Fop Ra a chance to attack. Teen, the versatile one, shirked responsibility, cheerfully saying, you keep going, keep going. Only Fop Ra felt furious, thinking that guy has 2 wide area damage skills. Moreover, the damage exceeds 4 digits. Could they all be 5-star? Who really is the surplus mage? Teen, the versatile one, was astonished. It had been less than 10 minutes. All the rotten flesh and human skin were cleared away. The attack was even more twisted than a boss, and the night owl couldn't help but be amazed. So strong. Fapra sought a way to negotiate. Fam Chun, I would die in such a small crowd. Earlier, you didn't lose a drop of blood. Let's end our feud here. Fam Chun sneered. Did I agree? I still have to settle the score for you bullying my teammates. Teen, the versatile one, quickly sought to mediate. Fam Chun, brother, if it's already settled, don't you think? Fam Chun interrupted. Who said it's settled? Teen, the versatile one, and Fop Ra exclaimed together, what the hell is this? A level 25 Blood King zombie appeared before them, its whole body engulfed in blazing red flames. The system announced, Blood Curse. The Blood King zombie emits a large amount of blood mist. Any target hit will be silenced, unable to cast skills. Blood level, all of the target's lost health will become nutrients to restore the Blood King's state. Fam Chun leaned close to Fap Ra, wearing a sinister smile. Old mage, I still need your help this time. And he generously encouraged. Go for it, Fap Ra shouted. Damn it again. He was kicked by Fam Chun towards the monsters. Fam Chan, the law will fall pitifully. Fam Chan looked at his struggling appearance and felt satisfied. This time, it seems like everything is settled. Now I can fight without worry. Fam Chan quickly wiped his face and activated the staff, speaking loudly. It's open now, happily thinking to himself. Just in time to test a new skill, he pointed the staff forward and whispered the incantation, sacrificing his life. Instantly, a green light surrounded the monster, dealing 20,000 damage to its life points. Money is omnipotent, he gasped in shock, dealing 20,000 damage. Little Zwan's heart raced, cold sweat dripping down, as the mission in his head repeated like a spell. Good thing I didn't offend him. Suddenly, Fam Chan hurriedly turned to the two, saying, Money is omnipotent, don't just stand there. Quickly tighten the hatred, he immediately complied, letting him, while activating the skill of the challenge aura. The giant monster, attracted by money, is omnipotent's actions, prepared to attack him. Just as the monster lost focus, Fam Chan schemed, striking quickly to take it down. Next, he activated the angel's song. A huge angel appeared behind the monster, not delaying for a moment, as he continuously cast healing spells. Little Than's light angel array formed a multicolored orb hovering above, a series of spells unleashed that exploded the giant monster, leaving Money as omnipotent perplexed. It's over now. The girl behind shivered slightly. Fam Chan smiled at the two and said, It's just a monster, no need to waste time. He glanced elsewhere and said, Logically, it should have been opened already. In the room above the stairs, there was a coffin placed in the middle, with a red aura gathering around it. The three approached the coffin, which was a brown wooden coffin with a cross shape carved on top. Money is omnipotent. Upon seeing the coffin, asked in surprise, The immortal clan still needs a coffin? Fam Chan cautiously said, Inside could very well be a boss. Money is omnipotent, volunteered to go first, saying, Let me open it. He pushed open the coffin, revealing a dark gap as black as ink. When the lid was fully opened, inside lay a beautiful girl, with flowing brown hair and sharp hands. Her hands were crossed over her chest, lying neatly in the middle of the coffin. Money is omnipotent, dark-faced, said, It's a lowly, not a boss? Fam Chan added, A servant of the immortal clan. The character information appeared. A love slave of the immortal clan, a spirit mage, and a powerful love slave. Through the forbidden technique of spirit, transformed into a servant of the immortal clan, currently possessing very strong magical talent, capable of using spirit spells. Possessing an immortal body, after the love slave is transformed, the soul will enter the master's realm. The love slave will designate the first target they see as their master. Placing a hand on this love slave can pour life value into her, awakening her. Money is omnipotent, cautiously looked at Pham Chan, and Pham Chan said, I'll pay 30,000 gold as the reward for this expedition. Can you let me have this love slave? Pham Chan immediately agreed. Okay. Money is omnipotent, smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. Pham Chan's face was expressionless. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You listened to my advice, right? Pham Chan said seriously. This love slave could be a trap. After all, the boss that can talk in the dungeon hasn't appeared yet. Money is omnipotent. You're annoying. Thanks for the reminder. But riches come with danger. Even if it's a trap, I still want to try it. After all, this is the first slave love deal in the god realm. He placed his hand on Daine's forehead. A blue glow appeared, and he smugly said, If you can get it. His strength could definitely improve further. Pham Chan felt a bit anxious. Good words can't persuade a stubborn person. The initial slave love deal must have already been taken by someone else. How could he wait for others to take the lead? Suddenly, black streaks appeared on the hand of the omnipotent money. The blue light surrounding his hand had turned purple. He shouted in panic, What is this? It's draining my blood. Pump blood for me. Little Schwan urgently agreed. Okay. And the green healing effect surrounded the omnipotent money. But his condition still didn't improve. Not enough. Still not enough. The blood loss was too rapid. At that moment, Pham Chan's fist aimed at him, activating the spell, Holy Light Punishment, and the omnipotent money was healed again. But now the black streaks had spread to his face. He stammered, Pham Chan, bro, can you still pump blood? He quickly responded. The cooldown isn't long. If it's still not enough, I can't help anymore. He thought, but no matter what, the recovery wouldn't be enough. After all, there might be an inheritance of immortality here. This cannot be given up. In the end, he coldly made up his mind. Sorry, omnipotent money. At this moment, the omnipotent money didn't know Pham Chan's thoughts. He was still extremely excited. It's definitely enough. My blood level stabilizes at 20%. The joyful slave love let out a brilliant purple light from its mouth. He was happy. I did it. Pham Chan was a bit surprised. I did it. The joyful slave love emitted a mechanical sound. The risk-taker has awakened me. Come here, give your body to me. The omnipotent money quickly retracted his hand, startled. Wait, this is the boss. Black smoke invaded his mouth. His eyes gradually disintegrated. He cried out in despair. I said I would give the mission to the first target I see. You deceived me, God. The omnipotent money finally lowered his head and smiled eerily. A status board appeared before him. Joyful Immortal Race. DK Gold Boss, level 25. Soul entering state is clinging to the body of the omnipotent money. Undead Singing Chi. All attacks from DK are accompanied by undead Singing Chi, reducing the target's health by 1%. The undead charges forward toward the target within 10 meters, dealing 150% damage. Undead Ice Mountain Slash, using weapons to chop down, causing 150% damage to all targets within a 5 meters range ahead. Undead Half-Human Slash. The weapon emitted a black death aura like a crescent moon, dealing 200% damage to all targets within a 10 meters range ahead. The eyes of the omnipotent money were exhausted. He smiled maniacally. What a pity. It's the body of a warrior, not suitable for me. If I could get a person's body, that would be perfect. Pham Chan felt tense. It was no wonder the immortal race could control the bodies of players. It seems the death experience of the omnipotent money was even better than the law. Little Spring, resurrected in fear, turned back to ask him, wasn't the name of the demon servant Dai Ni Ha? Why did it turn into Emperor? He replied that the demon servant was probably bait manipulated by the Emperor. The life value of the old money had all been absorbed by the Emperor. Money is an omnipotent dark laughter. People are very smart to enjoy being the next vessel for me, and this girl is very suitable for training. As he spoke, he swung down his weapon onto the ground, causing shards of stone to fly straight toward Little Spring, who immediately lost consciousness. Track Pham panicked immensely, shouting loudly, raising his love spirit, reducing recoil, reducing consumption, and losing all his quality drops. How could I forget that supernatural enemies are not affected by the rules of hatred? They can choose their targets. As he spoke, he shouted angrily. The Emperor with his glowing red eyes spoke triumphantly, knowing fear doesn't mean being stupid, then raised his hand to submit. Become my vessel, I won't let you suffer. This is indeed extreme delusion. This is Track Pham. Not money is omnipotent. Who are you, the leader among the priests? His ordinary gaze became sharp. Colder than ever, he softly replied, who said I was afraid? As he spoke, he raised his weapon high. A bright green circle appeared. He shouted loudly, I am furious. The technique being performed was the life sacrifice move. Powerful magic energy blew throughout the room. The force charged straight at the enemy, who was trapped in that vortex. Suddenly, Pham noticed something unusual. The enemy was launching an attack. He was a bit surprised by the Emperor's ability. Could even leave his body to avoid damage? He thought aesthetically. No wonder the actors before on the forum said that the immortal race is hard to kill. If encountered, running away is the best option. The Emperor softly said, "Give it up. You can't kill me." Surrounding him was an extremely dark aura. Anyone who looked would feel terror. But surely our Pham wasn't just any ordinary guy. He was also a master. Recognizing the enemy's flaw, he immediately probed, "You also can't leave your body for too long, right?" As he spoke generally about the weakness, he showed signs of anger. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand and stepped forward. Loudly, with his legs wide apart, he firmly launched his ultimate move, the Death Spirit Crescent Slash. A series of sharp slashes were unleashed from the front. Each strike carried tremendous and terrifying power. Surely Pham had to be cautious of its strength. This wide-area damage was unstoppable. After a few seconds of thought, he decided to launch an attack, Holy Light Judgment, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I now have the Blood Boost skill. My power is gradually recovering." Therefore, his combat ability also increased. The enemy immediately unleashed the Death Spirit Assault. He aggressively shouted, "Filthy inferior humanity, die," swiftly passing by. He felt like being swept away in a flash, but just in time, the beautiful girl appeared, none other than Angel C. The enemy thought that his power was limitless. No one could withstand it, arrogantly saying, "I'm very curious how you plan to dodge this wide-area damage. You can't just stand and die. Pham must continue to launch attacks to avoid damage." Still, the little holy light, the heavenly revelation of the red magic formation, bursts forth before his eyes with immense power, filling the dark shadows that loom over the area, the killing intent surging more than before. He was furious, enraged to the peak, shouting in anger, "Those who harm my foundation must die. Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Faced with such fury, he realized the enemy's ultimate move was a versatile tactic that was draining his life away. The unavoidable damage was evident on his face, he thought. With the damage from his skill, the enemy would surely die in 3 seconds at most. But he couldn't withstand 3 seconds. A thought flashed quickly in his mind, activating the effect of the illusory eye. The ultimate move appeared, just as the name suggested. The blue light shone forth, not giving the enemy a moment's rest, before launching into battle, hiding in the void and using the night as cover. Truly a clever move, he thought for a few seconds about this ultimate skill. Using the active skill of the illusory eye for the first time, it indeed could nullify damage, but sadly, it only lasted for a few seconds. Still, it was enough for a first-time use, leaving him astonished. The enemy did not expect that he would be the one to turn the tables. He screamed, Why can you nullify damage?" The echoes of his voice filled the room. It was as if he had disappeared. The dark shadow was indeed gone, and once again, he had achieved victory. The Immortal Clan had to retreat upon encountering him, and the system displayed a notification honoring his achievement. "You have killed the Golden Enemy. Congratulations. You've completed your first triumph." He received a special item, the Divine Mandate. A purple ring adorned with a large red gem appeared. Its effects remained a mystery, but it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. A beautiful girl lay unconscious, his hand placed before her as if to check her condition. His voice rang out, "I need to give her life to awaken her," hoping this time it wasn't a trap. Luckily, he had obtained a healing skill before arriving. After thinking, he unleashed the Holy Light Punishment, his power gradually increasing. The system displayed information. The soul container of the Divine Mandate, which held her soul inside. Once acquired, it could allow him to claim the Divine Mandate. After hearing this, he contemplated the girl lying on the bed, truly the Divine Mandate of the Divine Servant. Additional information about the Divine Mandate was displayed. The Divine Servant of the Immortal Clan, a special spirit beast, level 20, quality, Silver Elite, with a score of 1,250 x 1,250, quantum energy, not over 200. The girl shyly pulled her hands into her chest and said, I greet you, my lord, to gain more knowledge, the immortal body. After death, one can control the body through the consumption of quantum energy. Each point of quantum energy consumed can sustain 1 second. When quantum energy is depleted, one will fall into a deep sleep. Death energy can shoot out a beam of dark death energy towards a target within 20 meters, causing 100% damage based on remaining quantum energy. No consumption, cooldown of 2 seconds, absorbs life. Each point of quantum energy consumed can absorb 2 points from the target. Ignores defense. The Great Knee is a special spirit beast that can upgrade its rank and quality with special items, increasing the Great Knee's level. Points in quantum energy increase. Quality matures. Quantum energy and skill effects amplify, with a chance of receiving new skills. Trak thought to himself, special spirit beasts can enter the spirit beast space, allowing them to catch opponents off guard in battle. He looked at her. Come in, Great Knee, come in, she gently replied. Yes, master. As they entered the spirit beast's spatial gate, visible only to the player and their spirit beast, Than Anon spoke up. If you have anything to instruct, you can convey orders through the command scroll. I'm in the spirit beast's space. The energy of the spirit will gradually recover, and I can serve you at any time. Trakfam questioned, asking for the things she needed to upgrade her rank and quality. She replied to her master and listed a series of useful items. Dark Essence, Blood of Dark attribute monsters could all help level up. The Spirit Essence or better command scrolls for bathing the soul could increase the quality. He asked again, do you know where the command scroll of the Emperor is? An unexpected answer came from Than Anon. The Emperor's scroll is in my coffin, but it has been damaged by the Light Church, and it's in a broken state, unable to be used to bathe the soul. The system continued to supplement new knowledge. The damaged command scroll was once the vessel of a demon's soul. Now it is tattered and worn out, and the soul cannot inhabit it. Chakfam held the scroll in his hand and asked Than Anon, if I repair this, will it be better than yours? She lowered her head and replied softly, this is a high-level command scroll. If it can be repaired, it will certainly be better than my low-level scroll. It can nurture my soul and help my rank increase. He also replied gently, showing no signs of difficulty or discomfort. Then I will think of a way to fix it. You go recover first. Truly, he is a capable and warm man. The scene shifted to the outside of the north gate of Canthian, where a man stood with his arms crossed in front of Chakfam, his hair a fiery red. With his hair swept to one side, he had a long horizontal scar across his nose, about 5 centimeters long. He spoke to Chakfam, young brother, I am Jang Tran. He was surprised to see that face and the sword slung behind him, and he blurted out, the nameless sword saint, and thought to himself, one of the avatars with limitless power. Why is he here, and how does he know me? Seeing Jang Tran's astonished expression, he seemed to read his mind and replied softly, it seems you know me. Indeed, I have heard the name, Sword Saint. Are you here to find me? As he finished speaking, his hand touched the sword behind him. In a ready-to-fight stance, he spoke, I have also heard of you, young brother. This time, I will try to kill you. The face of the one considered an avatar with limitless power became sharper than before, his eyes cold, and he was stunned by Chakfam's unexpected response. He did not expect, or rather did not understand the reason for such a strange occurrence, and he had to exclaim with a gradually tense face, kill me? Jang Tran suddenly shouted, what the hell? A high-level dude comes to kill a player like me. Is this something someone can say? Hearing this, the nameless sword saint laughed and said, stop the nonsense. After that, the nameless sword saint charged at Jang Tran, who was shocked. Playing it cool, are you serious? Jang Tran used a skill, and a phantom image appeared on Jang Tran's forehead, surprising the nameless sword saint as he missed his stab. Meanwhile, Jang Tran had already run far away and shouted, the best plan is to run. The nameless sword saint turned back and said, having an escape skill is quite good. In the blink of an eye, I caught up to Jang Tran. Little brother. But your speed is still too slow, Jang Tran thought in astonishment, his confidence shaken. As he moved to catch up, suddenly the nameless sword saint unleashed a strike surrounded by countless lightning bolts aimed directly at Jang Tran. Jang Tran activated his void cloak skill, his eyes shining as if blinded. The surroundings darkened, and he thought to himself. Fortunately, the compatibility of the illusionary eye increased, and the cooldown time hadn't decreased. The nameless sword saint laughed darkly and said, you have a champion-level skill, and your survival ability isn't bad, but your skills are still outmatched. The void was shattered by the sword energy, Jang Tran thought. His sword energy can break through the void, damn it. I need to be faster. I just need to get into the city. Seeing this, the nameless sword saint quickly executed another skill and said, rushing into the city, huh? The nameless sword saint stood in the air, and suddenly a surge of sword energy appeared. Jang Tran exclaimed loudly, damn it. Behind Jang Tran, a pair of white wings appeared and flew above him, and he thought, keep circling. I'm less than 10 meters from the city gate. Suddenly, swords pierced into Jang Tran's body, and he thought in shock and fear, could it be that my first death will be here? Suddenly, His health bar was reduced to -7, -6, -5. Pham Tran, bewildered, couldn't say a word and turned to ask, "Senior, what do you really mean?" The nameless sword saint sheathed his sword and smiled, saying, "Someone is on a mission to assassinate at the Adventurers Guild. I came to test the difficulty of the mission, which is you." The Adventurers Guild, an organization in the world of gods, where both locals and players can receive and issue missions. The mission difficulty ranges from E to SSS. Pham Tran thought, "It seems that even in the early stages, the gods have someone utilizing the Adventurers Guild to target me. I must have touched the interests of quite a few people. Speaking of which, may I ask your rank?" The nameless sword saint smiled and replied, "If you can withstand 10 seconds under my hand, you will be considered a target of rank S." Tran Pham exclaimed in surprise, "A nobody like me is worth the guild leader's personal visit to check." The nameless sword saint said, "I've heard the city lord and Master Backmin mention you, saying that a certain adventurous outsider with boundless potential has emerged, and now that I meet you, it truly lives up to the reputation." Pham Tran turned away and said, "So that's why you locked your attributes to find me. No wonder." The nameless sword saint said, "But this action was indeed a bit abrupt. As compensation, I will prepare an S-rank adventurer badge for you. You have to come to the guild to collect it." Then the nameless sword saint smiled and bade him farewell, saying, "Little brother, see you again." Hearing the nameless sword saint, Pham Tran thought in astonishment, an S-rank adventurer badge in the world of gods that people take over half a year to obtain through continuous missions. To just hand it to me like this means I now have the privileges of an S-rank adventurer, which is the badge engraved with the Adventurers Guild logo, Pham Tran thought with a smile, including the ability to purchase S-rank items, access S-rank confidential materials, not limited to the guild, etc. He walked toward the city gate while thinking, "It seems the matter of correcting my fate will have to be postponed. Now I have to go to the Adventurers Guild to get the badge." A moment later at the Adventurers Guild, Pham Tran walked into the lobby, thinking to himself, "It's been a while since I came here. This place is still bustling like before." Suddenly 2 people approached him from behind. The man said, "Pham Tran bro, you got killed and came back to the city too?" Hearing the call, Pham Tran turned around and said, "Old man, little fairy." He looked at the old man and pondered, "From level 20 to 30. Players who die in dangerous areas will have a headache for half a day and cannot enter the game. You can disable the early death penalty. Didn't you rely on an item to negate the death penalty to go online?" Hearing this, Pham Tran furrowed his brows in thought. "I almost forgot, before level 50, players with money can obtain items to negate the death penalty through various special means. I can revive myself with innate talent. Their revival is reality. It can't be compared." Pham Tran was talking in his thoughts with Dai Ni. "Dai Ni, can your soul return to your body?" Dai Ni replied, "Master, I can, but I have no command. After I die, I can't come back to life." Pham Tran laughed and said, "I will fix the damaged command. You go back to your body for now." Dai Ni replied, "Yes, master," and from the ring on his hand, a cloud of black smoke appeared. The old man looked at Pham Tran standing still and called out, "Pham Tran bro, Pham Tran bro." Hearing the old man's call, Pham Tran was startled and replied, "Huh, Tran Pham," smiling and said, "Old man, I received your commission but couldn't complete it. I feel very ashamed. After the little fairy died, I thought I definitely couldn't let you lose everything, so I defeated the boss and got the item below." The old man said, "Pham Tran bro, you're too good to me. I'm willing to add an extra 50,000 gold on top of the 30,000 gold we discussed to reward you." The system gold increased. "Players with money are the ultimate traders," Pham Tran said. "The item below isn't anything great. Old man, if you need it, 100,000 gold is enough." But in his heart, he thought, "Too much. My conscience is uneasy. The ring used to be the vessel for the soul of the so-called love slave. Can be used to contain souls." The old man held the container and smiled. "It's a pity the love slave is no more, but the price remains unchanged. This extra money can be considered as a way to befriend you, Pham Tran bro." Pham Tran smiled and thought, "Old man, you truly live up to your reputation. The richest among the gods." Pham Tran turned to leave and said, "I have something to attend to, you don't need to see me off." The old man hurriedly said, "Just in time, I also came to settle something. Farah accepted your commission but just stood by watching in the dungeon. If you don't kill him a few times, it's hard to let go of your anger," the old man said while opening the status panel. "You need to post a bounty, no anonymity. Kill Farah, 10,000 gold each time." Pham Tran looked at him and thought, "No wonder in the past, money is omnipotent. It can make one the richest among the gods. The wealthiest uses malicious tactics but also likes doing good deeds. Who dares to accuse him? Suddenly, a voice rang out. You are the top pastor among the great gods, Jang Tran. I've watched many of your videos. I finally get to meet the real person, the master of the wide land said. That is the girl with the ID, one arrow heart, followed by the boy with the ID holding life and death. Fan Chen has admired the great figure for a long time. He thought about the #1 warrior in the country from his past life, who hunted down some players for months. The opponent must be under the game, holding life and death in their hands, making them extremely arrogant. He had never met this person before when he spoke up. Is there something you need? Asked the charming one, smiling. Master, I'm a fan of yours. Can we take a picture together? Fan Chen laughed and waved his hand, saying, Thanks for your support, but let's skip the picture. The one holding power and life frowned at his words. So you're really the #1 warrior in the country, huh? My cousin respects you, so let's take that picture. You're even higher up than me. The charming one turned around and gently said, Cousin, don't say that. I admire Chen, but I can't cause trouble for him just because of my admiration. Not taking a picture isn't a big deal. The one holding power and life was still hot-headed. He scoffed at my cousin, saying, Do you think it's wrong for me to put him in his place? She remained gentle, but he immediately snapped at her. Don't call me cousin. We don't have a blood relationship. Ever since we were young, I've given you everything you wanted. It's not because I'm your cousin. Do you understand? She looked at him in surprise, her eyes shining. Then she burst into tears and ran away. The one holding power and life turned to Fan Chen. Fan Chen pretended the situation didn't concern him. Hearing this, Fan Chen immediately turned around, annoyed. What the hell, dude? I didn't want to cause trouble, so I refused to take that picture. This guy can't handle his own business and wants to push the blame onto me. Money is everything, he said. How are you talking? You lack skill and still blame my cousin Fan Chen. The one holding power and life raised an eyebrow. Money is everything. Aren't you just an uneducated guy with a lot of money? Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. Gods change mechanisms like you were destined to be stepped on by me. Money is everything. Who do you think you are to demand anything from me with your money? Fan Chen patted him on the shoulder. Old man, don't pick fights with someone less knowledgeable. Although this guy is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. He's on the warrior ranking list. Now you're scared, huh? Too bad this feud of ours is already tight. Today's events aren't over. If we meet in the wild area again, I'll take you down. Then he walked away, a wealthy, uncultured guy, a little brat who only knows how to show off, daring to provoke me. What a joke. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, and I added a task to the board. This surprised everyone. Turning to look as a beautiful receptionist gently greeted him. You need to complete the procedures for the task you just posted in Harfap. The difficulty of the target is B+, with the minimum reward not below 1,500 gold, plus a 150 fee. Right now, not many are qualified to take the task. Do you have the bounty? He replied confidently. There's a bounty of 10,000 gold for killing him 5 times, so help him remember well. Holding the power of life and death, I wanted to see who would dare take it. I will, said Famchan quickly. Holding the power of life and death laughed. You want to kill me? Look at what level you're at. A newly registered adventurer, just a level E. It took me over half a month to climb to E+, and this task is B+. You're not even close. At this moment, the receptionist held up a medal. Honorable Famchan, this task is yours. Here's the S-level adventurer medal. Please take it. Holding the power of life and death was stunned. What are you joking about? Famchan took the medal, grinning. Looks like you didn't hear me clearly, so open your eyes and look properly. Hantang immediately got angry and gritted his teeth. You must have used some trick to get that S medal. Do you think it represents real strength? If you've accepted the reward, do you dare go outside the city and have a life or death match with me? Famchan rubbed his chin, finding it interesting. You know how to play better than I thought. The gods are not just a game anymore. The price of death affects reality. You don't have to compete, Famchan said. Old man, you don't need to advise. The gods are no longer just a game. If you keep being cowardly, money is omnipotent, he pointed at the information board. Famchan, you should take a look. The information board read, Task for Famchan, reward of 10,000 gold, deadline 70 hours and 25 minutes. Message from the client. Regardless of whether you accept the task, if you can kill Famchan and record it to post on the forum, I will actively contact you and send 10,000 gold with unlimited attempts and no time limit. After reading it, Famchan smiled lightly. Interesting. You'll never reach greater heights. That guy has provoked me 5 times. It's time to teach him a lesson. Holding the power of life and death didn't take him seriously. Han Tang gritted his teeth. When we meet at the North Gate, I'll show you what a gap feels like. Famshan walked away, and immediately, the Omnipotent One followed. We're coming with you, Famshan said excitedly. Fine. Right now the Northern Gate holds the power of life and death over the enemy. I'll show you that I'm just a pretentious pastor. It's all a confused mess. I called you back for this. Then she sighed. Having watched many videos of Tran, out of respect for our past, I advise you one last time not to provoke him. He glanced back. And before it even started, don't raise the morale of others here, he thought. Besides, it's not just you who wants to kill me. Right now, 2 others have also stepped up, quickly drawing weapons from behind them. Let's go. Then he rushed in to deliver a fatal blow to me. But I dodged. I held my staff, still feeling a bit flashy. Then he opened his eyes wide in disbelief and said, However, this skill of mine isn't cool enough. Look at me. I raised the staff to unleash a heavenly strike. I called out to him, and immediately a celestial girl flew out, surrounded by a green aura of life and death, causing immense damage. Then I shouted loudly, Stop hiding, let's go. Instantly, the one who rushed behind me smiled lightly as he entered the damage zone. He fumbled in fear, and I turned to look at him with half an eye. What kind of assassin operates like this? You need to work on your invisibility. Remember not to recklessly enter the area of wide-range damage skills. Meanwhile, I stood firm, breathing heavily with rage. I called out, and he raised his staff, launching a beam of sword light towards me, ready to die. Suddenly, his motion froze, leaving him extremely panicked. No, it shouldn't be like this. I chuckled lightly. No wonder he's a warrior. His health and magic resistance ranking is quite impressive, but don't worry, I'll take the prize for you. At this moment, I turned to the one who rushed in, saying, The power of life and death is over, you're done. Before I could finish, the one beside me had her eyes lit up. Tran, you're even more handsome than in the videos. Can we take a picture together? She completely ignored her brother. I, hearing such a suggestion, smiled awkwardly and coldly replied, No. The girl immediately thought, Can I pay 1,000 gold? The more friends, the better. I'm begging you, Tran. I felt helpless. Don't ask for too much. Then the girl happily skipped away, singing, Money is everything. Hey Famchan bro, killing someone really needs a wide-range damage skill, huh? I smiled smugly. Old man, you know too much. Then suddenly a guy stepped up, asking, Are you Famchan? I recognized him as a member of the church and replied that I was. He said, The selection competition for the position of the Radiant Order will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure to register, or you won't be able to participate. Then I turned to leave. Got it. Let's go. I waved. Goodbye, old man and little fairy, and the 2 behind me responded. Goodbye. At this moment at the Judgment Church, I stepped in and shouted. The leader of the sect looked at me as if I were a thorn in his eye. Why is someone like this allowed to join the church? It's an embarrassment for us. The leader appeared. All right, settle down. Then he turned to Pham Tran and said, The competition starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow, with 14 teams registered, and with you, it makes 15. The rules are to eliminate teams until only one remains. Each round, one team advances directly to the winning team, which can receive 4 blessings of light. Pham Tran was excited. So if I win, I'll get all 4 blessings? The leader laughed loudly. Each person can only receive 1 blessing. The remaining ones can be distributed as you wish. You definitely want to register, right? Pham Tran quickly replied. Definitely. Then he returned to his room and saw Lady Lear. Lear bent over cleaning the floor. He asked, Lady Lear, what are you doing? She hurriedly turned around and replied, Sir, I'm cleaning. New members of the church have to do these tasks as you requested. No need to do that anymore. Come with me to find the White Leader to check your magical talent. The main path to advancement in the Church of Light is mastering theology and magic, Lady Lear, Lee said worriedly. They say only geniuses have magical talent, while commoners like us need to work for a year to get the attention of the gods. He and she turned to leave, and he said gently, You don't need to worry about these tasks. Just agree with me to work hard on theology and magic, aiming to rise as high as you can. He then turned to look into her eyes. Lady Lear, only when you become strong enough will light come closer to you. Lady Lear was confused. Light will come closer to me? Meanwhile, at Baek Dingzung's residence, Pham Tran and Lady Lear approached. He smiled and said, I didn't mean to intrude like this. I hope I'm not bothering the White Leader. Baek Dingdung turned around and smiled back. Sir Pham Tran, you're too polite. Then he asked, What brings you here unexpectedly? Is it that you're not satisfied with Lady Lear? If so, I will arrange something for you immediately. Before he could finish, Pham Tran denied it happily. No, White Leader. You misunderstood. I want Lady Lear Lear to study theology and practice magic. She should be happy with me. Baek Ding-zung sighed in relief. I see, if you say so, then I will surely make you satisfied. He then took out a crystal ball. Just in time, I have a crystal ball to measure magic. Lady Lear, Lear, place your hands here. Lady Lear, Lee quickly agreed. Yes, White Leader. She immediately placed her hands on the crystal ball, which lit up and emitted a circle of light. Bark Ding Dung was very excited to see this. It seems her talent is very good. She could soon hold a position at the church. Pham Tran was also pleased. Thank you, White Leader. I still have one thing I want to ask, and he put his arm around his shoulder. I heard that there are many common spells in the church. Can I learn them? Bark Ding Dung looked worried. Well, that might not be possible. Kim Daor Fu, the leader, has advised me that without his permission, I cannot teach the church's magic to the saint. At this moment, he thought to himself, just as I suspected, Kim Daor Fu is still wary of me. Then Bark Ding Dung continued with concern. Perhaps the Master Kim is afraid that you might go the long way, so he wants to personally oversee the growth process of the Holy Messenger. Don't overthink it. Then he continued to whisper into his ear. So if I want to learn the great art of vomiting, does it also require Master Kim's approval? At this moment, Bai Ding Yang was extremely shocked. Pham Tran spoke carefully, saying that only the Holy Pope and the service personnel of the church have the right to learn from others. One cannot just discuss it casually. Pham Tran felt he wasn't achieving his goal and turned to leave. Don't be tense, I was just joking. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. He then thought to himself, the hierarchy in the church is strict. It seems I am still far from mastering the great art of vomiting. He then walked to the royal city's blacksmith guild and raised his voice. Excuse me. The blacksmith suddenly turned around, delegating the task to the Adventurers Association to buy equipment at the blacksmith shop. Pham Tran smiled awkwardly. I have an item that needs repair. The blacksmith picked up his item and said, the soul container is damaged and needs repair. It requires soul wood. It cannot be restored to its original state. The repair fee is 1,000 gold. He then handed them 1,000 gold with a bright smile. No problem. The blacksmith turned away. All right, come pick it up tomorrow morning. He also turned to leave, thinking to himself. The blacksmith guild in the royal city was indeed cold, just like what was said in the previous forum, but who could blame them for being skilled? At this moment, in his private room, he was sitting in a daze when Han Nini called out, Have you finished all your tasks for today? He replied, Sister Nini, it's so early, and you've already started working? Can't the treasure house operate without business? Han Nini laughed and said, All 6 pieces of gold equipment have been sold out. If there's no stock in the store, doesn't that mean we can't do business? Hearing this, he was also pleased. How much money was made? Nini, holding a pen, beamed, a total of 112,400 gold. Is that number satisfying? Jang Tran was also surprised. No wonder you are, Sister Ni. Send it to me online tomorrow. Finally, pay sister, Han Nini shrugged. To be honest, even now I still can't believe that this gold can really be exchanged for money. This money is so easy to earn. Jang sat in the chair and laughed. Easy? You think everyone can earn as much gold equipment as your little brother? Nini put the pen to her mouth and pondered. That's true. The big guys from the guild barely have any gold equipment on them. Jang Tran said. Let's talk business. I will send you a fashion sketch online later. Prioritize making it for me first, and send both that and the gold to me tomorrow morning. Okay, Ni agreed. Overtime means extra pay, right? Ni's gaze was seductive. What if I offer myself instead? In the night, under the dim light, the house with warm yellow lights had some faint cries. Sister Ni, haven't you always wanted to repay with your body? That place can't be fixed. Sister Near Ni, the next morning, Jang Tran held the destiny scroll in his hand. Indeed, it's the strongest guild. It only took one night to fix this, with the destiny scroll of the Great Ni, which looks like a ring with a green gem in the middle. It's the destiny bracelet. Once a vessel for the soul of a demon, it has been repaired after being damaged, and can now store souls, a high-grade soul container, notification system. You have a package from Near Ni. You received a charming cane, ordinary in appearance. You received 112,400 gold. Sister Near Ni also sent outfits and gold coins. Everything is ready. It's time to participate in the church's competition. At the church's arena, a total of 15 teams are competing this time, with the 15 team leaders stepping up to draw lots to determine their opponents. The host of the match explained the rules, and Jang Tran silently prayed. It seemed he arrived just in time, perfectly aligned to draw lots. The others looked at him as he approached. That guy, the shepherd, actually showed up. He came to get beaten up, 4 against 1. I don't even want to fight him. I heard this guy is really arrogant. They say he's a sure win. Jang Tran reached in to draw lots, pulling out ball number 15. Congratulations to Pham Tran. He gets a direct pass. Prepare for the next match. Bark Ding Dung looked at the number in his hand and said, Jang Tran, holding the ball and laughing. Don't tell me Bark Ding Dung is worried I'll lose badly, and invited me to go straight in. That's just ridiculous. Bark Ding Dung announced loudly that the drawing was complete and invited all teams to get ready. The match was starting. Bark Ding Dung and the red-bearded host exchanged glances simultaneously. Kim Daofu entered with a smile. It seems we arrived just in time. Ahead of Kim Daofu was the Pope Kwang Min Odin. The two of them bowed and greeted the Pope respectfully. Hearing the Pope's arrival, Jang Tran thought, well, Kim Daofu is one thing, but what's the Pope Kwang Min doing here? Whatever, it probably doesn't concern me. Find a place to stand first, the Pope spoke. I heard today the Judgment of Canthin is hosting the arena competition, so I came here to meet this Pham Tran. Jang Tran was startled when he heard his name. He chuckled and replied, receiving this special honor, I'm truly honored. Inside, he wondered what these two old men were up to. The Pope said, there's no need for formalities, continue with your competition. Yes. The Pope's Majesty, the red-bearded host complied. Jang Tran raised his hand in salute to the Pope in front of him, greeting the Pope respectfully. It's been a long time since I've heard the High Priest mention it. Today, meeting the envoy, he truly has an extraordinary presence. But I wonder if the envoy can always look towards the radiance. The Pope looked at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen replied, my heart is set on the radiance. I hope the radiance will protect us. With these words from the envoy, I feel at ease. May the radiance bless us. The Pope then took his leave. While seeing off the Pope, Jang Tran wondered, isn't High Priest Kim going with the Pope? The priest wore sparkling earrings, smiling as he spoke. This place is also under my authority. Since I'm here, I must watch this match to the end. Why isn't the envoy waiting for me? Jang Tran smiled and casually asked. Long silently prayed. This guy is really hard to approach, but I hope he won't cause me any trouble. Jang Tran walked away, saying, I have to go prepare for the match now. I'll see the High Priest later, the priest said with a cheerful face. I hope the envoy will win the match, the announcement rang out. Team 13, Team 15, Arena 4, a member of Team 13 called out. Team 15's pastor is the one from before. Even if the Pope comes, it won't change the fact that he is alone. It looks like this match can be easily won. Save your strength. Team 13 said disdainfully while looking at Jang Tran. Jang Tran still smiled naturally. Not so fast, don't give him a chance to unleash his skills. Than Quang punished. The 4 members of Team 13 began to attack. They raised their hands to the sky, and 4 beams of light appeared, launching their attack towards Jang Tran. Brother Tong flew up to avoid the attack while calculating. The church's strength is quite strong. The second form of the wings can't be hidden. Better to do the opposite. Actively revealing, Jang Tran held the small light Heavenly Chang formation. The members of Team 13 were stunned. The small light Heavenly Chang formation. Is he giving up the competition? Confused, they were taken aback. This isn't right. This isn't a healing skill. Quickly, those guys panicked and shouted. The stipulation is that during the duel, when health points drop to 1, they will automatically be teleported out of the arena. Jang Tran casually said, Gentlemen, thank you for your concession. White church son and the red-haired guy with wide eyes. Stunned to speak, is Than Pham Tran that strong? Highland's team is also one of the sharpest in the judgment office. Yet he was still outperformed by him. Kim Daofu witnessed the match and evaluated. The people of the anomaly are indeed unpredictable. This kid has already reached such heights at his level. Moreover, he even dared to use that form of wings in the church. Could it really have nothing to do with the winged race? Kim Dao Shi said, Than Pham Tran, there's no need to compete in the next match. The two people were startled and leaned their heads to listen. What does the church leader mean? Jang Tran asked. I guess so. This guy is leaning on his wings. Jang Tran protested. Church leader, you can't just take away my right to compete without giving me a reason. Kim Daofu happily held the letter. Than Su, don't misunderstand. Your strength is greater than all the teams here. Continuing to compete would only waste time. I have requested a special blessing for you. You, Jang Tran cut in. There's only one spot. Then I should continue competing. You understand. Turns out you want my 4 spots, Kim Daofu explained. Each person can only receive the blessing once. Even if you get that many spots, it won't help. Jang Tran remained firm. Even if it's useless, it's what I need. Don't worry. I'll secure first place myself. Kim Dao Aohu held 2 other items. Only 1 blessing spot can be added. Besides, You can go to the Holy Scripture of the Holy Light to choose a skill book, Kim Dao-fu thought. This kid is hard to deal with. Just adding a spot isn't enough to drive him away. The system announced, "You have received a Holy Light Blessing Certificate. 2. You have received a handwritten letter allowing you to take a skill book from the Holy Scripture." Jang Tran happily accepted it, said goodbye, and walked away. "Thank you, church leader. I'll take my leave now." Kim Dao-fu quickly called out, "Wait, how dare you reveal another form of wings in the church?" Kim Dao-fu solemnly questioned. "I never intended to hide it." Jang Tran replied calmly. Indeed, still asking about the wings, Kim Dao-fu's face turned redder than a rice paper, cheerfully thinking that he was overthinking. "Your wings are a gift from the gods. There's really no need to hide it," Jiang Chen thought. "The old fox is checking on me again." Kim Dao-fu was no less crafty. This brat is the king of slippery characters. Jiang Chen moved to another spot and called out, "Sir Li, esteemed envoy." Jiang Chen held up the letter that Kim Dao-fu had just handed him, bringing the letter to the sacred hall. "It can help you receive the divine blessing." But Sir Li quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying that wasn't possible. "I've just joined the order. I have no right to receive blessings," Jiang Chen said seriously. "This is my command. You must receive the divine blessing," he thought to himself. "Only then can you quickly become my loyal eyes and ears in the order." Sir Li held the letter obediently, determined not to disappoint the esteemed one. System notification. The trial tower at the Qiantian Academy has opened. Please make it into the top 100 on the trial tower ranking before midnight today, or you won't be admitted to the Qiantian Academy. Finally, it's time to gather, Jiang Chen said, looking at the site before him. Inside the trial tower, it was divided into 9 independent spatial levels through casting techniques. Standing 40-50 meters high, beside it was a gigantic light curtain 10 meters tall. After 100 players arrive at the royal city, the trial tower of the academy would be activated. Only players who make it into the top 100 on the trial tower ranking within the specified time can officially become students of the academy. Other players will permanently lose the chance to enter the academy. Than Anon texted, saying that she would meet Jang Tran at the trial tower, which would be eye-opening. Even the little fairy was messaging, "Esteemed one, remember to check the ranking later. It will surely amaze you." Jiang Chen felt happy. These 2 little girls had finally matured. At the Qiantian Academy trial tower, the ranking board appeared, and those below kept discussing, "Look, the ranking has been updated." It changed completely in the blink of an eye. The previously hidden person at the top had switched to the great artist. The trial tower ranking of Qiantian Academy, the longer you persist at each level, the higher your rank. Top 1, Great Artist, Attack and Defense, Level 45, Top 2, Anonymous ID, Level 3, 1 foot 12. Top 3, Dao Tiuyo, Restoration Mage, Level 2 by Du Soundus. Top 7, Thangang, Warrior, Level 7 di Blas. Top 100, Vang Nang, Warrior, Level 1 1010. Jiang Chen looked at the ranking with satisfaction. Top 3 and top 100, so much progress. Someone shouted, "The esteemed one, Pham Tran is here." The little fairy was watching closely. One of the brothers humorously said, "After the trial tower, I can finally witness the miracle being born." The third son of the family was surprised. "Pham Tran, we finally met again." He smiled in anticipation. The person in front, the ID, Great Artist Archer, was now at the top of the ranking. Someone shouted. Jiang Chen looked closely. Is that him? One of the few archers who had consistently remained among the top powerful beings since the beginning of this divine journey. If it weren't for me, he would surely be the top one of the trial tower. Unfortunately, the great archer saw Jiang Chen enter and said, "The pastor at the top of the server, Pham Tran." Jiang Chen enjoyed a moment, while those others gossiped. Top 1 of the training test, and top 1 of the rank are clashing. This time, there's a show to watch. Now that the great archer has left, does that mean no one can surpass him? The great archer laughs and reminds, "Let me give you some sincere advice. Don't fantasize about reaching level 3, that's not a place for pastors to go." Where did the young lord come from? Pointing aggressively at the great archer, he thought, who does he think he is, dancing around with Tran Shen? Jiang Chen was surprised and puzzled. That blonde kid I saved back in the northern rainforest. ID, young lord, excitedly said, "I saw your skills in DEO on the forum later. Thank you for saving my life." The great archer frowned. He thought, Pham Tran can enter the academy just by being in the top 100 ranking. Why should he risk his life for that top title? Those who know humility and heed advice will benefit. Jiang Chen agreed, saying, "You're right." The young lord was fuming at this. What exactly did he say that was right? Jiang Shen ignored him and walked into the training tower. Tran Shen, wait. Tran Shen, Tran Shen. Jiang Shen felt annoyed and exhausted. Why did I save that black-haired kid in the first place? He's like a constantly barking husky. No point arguing with someone like the great archer. Just let him figure it out. System announcement. The training tower has a total of 9 floors. The first 3 floors each have 100 monsters, and from floor 4 onward, the number of monsters decreases by 10, levels from 10 to 90. Defeating all monsters or surviving for over 10 minutes allows you to advance to the next floor. The higher the floor, the higher the rank. If the floors are the same, the one with the longer survival time ranks higher. Is the trial starting? Starting. The first level boss must be level 10. I like this the most. Jiang Chen thrusts out the little saint's divine light formation. The great archer couldn't believe it, thinking, there's no way floor 2 has 1000 level 20 monsters. Even with area damage skills, it couldn't be that quick to get through. The great archer was still unconvinced. Young man, don't get too cocky too soon. Floor 3 is not a place where a pastor like you can stay. Just wait and see. You'll be kicked out immediately. Images of the elite level, 30 monsters. Jiang Chen was surrounded by them, calculating. This floor has small monsters that attack from afar, dealing high damage. The attack is overwhelming. It's hard to evade everything. We need to strike fast and win quickly. If not, we'll be smashed. Little Saint's divine light formation. Jiang Chen charged forward to attack. The elite monsters were heavily damaged, losing health continuously. The elite monsters were enough. Someone had a crescent moon on their forehead, whispering, "Let's go." A girl with white wings appeared from the divine light. Luckily, the elite monsters on floor 3 aren't too overwhelming. Now let's deal with them group by group. The ranking will continue to be announced. Top 1. Great Archer, floor Fear, nil 5. Top Twi, Pham Tran, Musiu, floor Dri, Fear Dri 35. Top 3, ID, Unknown floor Dri, 319. Why are they still not out? Master Hunter is a bit annoying, casually leaning his head and joking. People call him a battle god. Don't judge the power of the battle god with your limited perspective. Master Hunter is really irritated. A bit angry but silent. Damn this guy. The receptionist appeared. What right does your spoiled brat have to evaluate the battle god? I've been to level 3 too. The elite monsters aren't that numerous. Maybe Pham Tran is just stalling, Master Hunter wondered. That's the logic, Master Hunter happily stated. Pham Tran reaching level 3 means he has some skill, but this way of playing isn't meant for leveling up. Ultimately, it's not a proper way. The spoiled brat pointed at the ranking board. Hey, are you sure, old man? Top Mort, Pham Tran, Pastor, Level Bon, Home minutes Sao seconds. Top 2, Master Hunter, Archer, Level 4, 0 minutes 5 seconds. Master Hunter couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes lit up, hands clenched. There's no way he is actually being beaten. Level 3 has 100 elite monsters at level 30. No matter how powerful Pham Tran is, he can't withstand skills that cover the ground like that. The receptionist also looked at the 3 stars. The spoiled brat was happily bright. Hey, calm down, calm down. The truth proves that my battle god is still my battle god. Master Hunter angrily said. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the testing tower. I have to check it out. Jang Tran stepped out. I don't know what you used to cheat, but I will definitely surpass you. Jang Tran looked at Master Hunter with a questioning expression on his head. He chuckled to himself. No wonder people called him the hottest archer before. This terrible personality is indeed something. Jang Tran looked at the spoiled brat. Why haven't you left yet? Of course not. I'm staying to witness the miracle that Battle God creates. Moreover, I've thought long about this. The original life-saving grace must be returned. I will repay you with my body. The spoiled brat raised his hand. His face slightly flushed, said sincerely. Jang Tran coldly walked away. No need to see you again. Bye. Battle God, don't go. I have a secret I want to tell you. Not interested. With a jumpy guy like you, even if it's a real secret, I'm afraid it's still not worth it. The spoiled brat nervously insisted. I'm really not lying to you. I got a hidden class, Demon Sword. An old man passed it down to me saying this class is very powerful. I also want to become a top master like you. I want to follow you around. Jiang Tran was surprised and stopped, tilting his head to look. Huh? Demon Sword. The hidden class is recognized as the hardest to obtain, with extremely high requirements. It needs an elusive mystical attribute like intelligent sword intent. Sword intent that just got accepted. This guy really got it. The spoiled brat continued. Battle God, if I follow you, I absolutely won't embarrass you. Following me isn't out of the question. The spoiled brat beamed. System notification. Player Jang Tran wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? 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 The leader is joyfully dancing like it's a festive season. He nailed the first step to becoming a legendary swordsman. Jiang Chen is speechless, telling him to take half a day to climb the rankings before contacting him. Jiang Chen walks away, texting, Than Anon and Xiao Yao, get out of the training tower and meet me at the south gate. Current intimacy level with Than Anon, 9,990, 9 out of 10,000. Current intimacy level with Dao Xiao Yao, 9,980 out of 10,000. It's time for some serious bonding. At the southern city, Than Anon and Xiao Yao approach. Big bro Fam Chen, we're here. Is there a task we need to do? The system reminds that players Than Anon and Dao Xiao Yao have joined the team. Jiang Chen says, let's see how well you two have been practicing lately. Reading the level 20 Than Diep has appeared. Than Anon excitedly pulls out her shield, eager to fight, and Xiao Yao also equips her weapon. It's been days since the master checked on us for a mission, and now he suddenly wants to see our progress. The two fight hard while Jiang Chen stands by, smiling with satisfaction. Even without him, they coordinate perfectly. It seems the world's #1 support will no longer be lonely on this path. System announcement. Your intimacy with Than Anon has reached the maximum level. You can remove one team buff request. Your intimacy with Dao Xiao Yao has also reached the maximum level. You can remove one team buff request, removing the cooldown effect by 50% and adding one quality to surplus items. Under the night sky, with a crescent moon, Than Anon and Xiao Yao don't look very happy. Why do they have to separate now? What's changed? There's no feast that lasts forever. The places I'll go will be even more dangerous. I can't guarantee I can protect you both. You need to grow up. Dao Xiao Yao looks sad. I understand. I'll level up to keep up with you. Than Anon blushes slightly. Big bro, if you've decided to leave, then at least let me confess before we part. Without hesitation, Than Anon leans in and kisses Jiang Chen's cheek. He stands there, stunned and blushing. Otherwise, it would be such a loss. Dao Xiao Yao grins mischievously. Do you still feel it's a loss now? Than Anon, blushing and holding her face, exclaims, Xiao Yao, you both are so annoying. I'm not talking to you two anymore. I'm just going to call Valina. Than Anon shyly runs away, while Dao Xiao Yao looks at Jiang Chen and smiles. Don't forget about me, master. I'll definitely be there. Valina stands next to Jiang Chen. Big bro, we have to leave the city as far as we can. Yeah, I'm your guardian. I can't just leave you here forever. Valina is excited. Great. Just when Teacher Bak Min can't teach me, traveling with you will definitely help me get stronger quickly. Jiang Chen grins fiercely at Ina. I'm counting on you to protect me. A message arrives. I've reached the top 70 on the leaderboard. Can I look for you now? Jiang Chen thinks, it's the right time, and replies, meet at Wang Cheng, Chen Lei. You've transported to the Thunder City of the King. Before the young lord could finish his greeting, Jiang Chen had put on a faceless mask, the system announced. You have worn a faceless mask. All information is concealed, the young lord exclaimed. Wow, no wonder when you saved me. I couldn't see your ID. Even the impression left was quite ordinary. Jiang Chen's eyes were fierce. Changing the way he addressed him, the young lord quickly called out, Big bro, big bro. Ina happily conjured a magic book. Hey, I also want to hide myself. A thunderstorm appeared in the sky. Damn, the King's Thunder City is really something. The protective barrier has been active all day. Big bro, look over there. There's even thunder in the clear sky. Jiang Chen explained. The King's Thunder City is famous for this, even though the environment here is harsh. But the magic energy crystals produced underground are enough to keep the protective barrier running continuously. With Jiang Chen's angry expression, silence fell. The young lord was cheerful. Big bro. You stand next to Ina, reaching out to pat her head. Big bro. Who is this girl? On DEA. O's shoulder. She had never seen this little sister before. She was a bit shy. Earlier, I saw you use magic. It was really impressive. Jiang Chen carried Ina and ran off. I'll send you the location. Meet at the Dark Shadow Point. See you later. The young lord called out desperately. Big bro. At the Dark Shadow Point. Big brother. It seems you don't like him. Why do you still want to team up with him? He has talent. He's not a bad person. Just a bit loudmouthed. Can be accepted. Ina looked confused. Adult matters are really complicated. Hard to understand. Jiang Chen helplessly smiled. Anyway, just wait. In 20 minutes, Jiang Chen sensed. There was noise. The young lord was coming, and some girls were coming out. It seemed there was a blooming PC ahead. The one who talked is ID. Rose. Warrior. I saw it too. It's a young man and a girl appearing at the picnic area. They must have a hidden mission. This is ID, Purple Lantern, Archer, ID, White Fruit, Knight. Jang Tran looked at the three girls approaching, temporarily sensing Rose. If players usually pay attention to the dual leaderboard, but apparently according to them, they consider themselves blooming PC. Jang Tran smiled to himself. Rose approached. Hello, you seem to be in trouble, right? We'd be happy to help you out. Jang Tran pretended to act, the esteemed adventurer. In the ruins of the Dark Relics appears a fallen witch. You girls should lead this fallen witch to the abandoned altar. This is very important. Adventurer, please hurry. Rose said. The mission to hunt monsters, this is the first time I've heard of it, White Fruit questioned. Why isn't there a mission reminder? Purple Lantern said. The blooming PC is urging us. Could it be a hidden mission? The three girls hurriedly ran off. Go, go, go. Quickly, go do the mission. Don't let others steal it. Watching the three girls rush off, Jiang Chen sighed. Are they serious? They actually believe that? Tiao Zhai approached. Big bro, what's going on? Did you run into someone you know? Jiang Chen chuckled. Those three girls have a bit of a problem. Don't mind them. Since you're here, I have a mission for you in the Dark Relics. Hunt at least 10 monsters. Bring all of them to the abandoned altar. Tiao Zhai complied. Understood. I'll ensure the mission is completed. Jiang Chen smiled and thought, the fallen witch is too small, with a stealth ability 25 times stronger, low attack power, suitable for practice. Importantly, they are also too small with dark attributes. Just in time to level up the love slave, he and Ina stood beside each other and said, let's go to the abandoned altar. The images of the city walls have been shattered. Ina pointed out, Big brother, there are a few people lingering ahead. Those in front are looking at the two of them. They are fallen witches, level 25. Jang Tran tilted his head and asked, I can see through the shadow here. The innate shadow attribute monster is hiding. Ordinary players can only detect it when they get very close. One of Ina's eyes glowed. It can help me see through. I can even see a spirit behind the collapsed wall. A legendary race of spirits, the Shadow Race. Living in the distant, ancient forest, it's hard for ordinary people to encounter the two races of spirits and shadow spirits. Jang Tran asked, why is the spirit appearing here? Can Ina help me see him? Maybe. Ina raised her hand to reveal. And the image of a young man appeared. It was the shadow spirit. Lack 2 detected and said, I don't mean to cause trouble with you two. Why did you break my silent concealment? Jang Tran quickly explained. We didn't mean to target you, just afraid of an enemy, Lack 2 said. The shadow carvings have not been visited in a long time. Only outsiders come here. Could it be that you two are the adventurers mentioned in the prophecy of the gods? Jang Tran thought to himself. Do the visiting players really fall within the data of the gods? He replied. You guessed correctly, Lack 2 said. The adventurer needs the body of the fallen witch. This girl's power should help me. System notification. Activate special mission. The request of the shadow spirit Lack 2. Do you accept? I can make a contribution. You have accepted the request of the shadow spirit Lack 2. Mission details. Help the shadow spirit Lack 2 find the fallen witch. Mission reward. Favor from the shadow spirit Lack 2. Mark in the ruins of shadows. Tu Sai shouldered his sword while searching. The fallen witch knows how to hide so well. How can we find her? The trio hurriedly ran out. Hey, big brother over there, are you here for a hidden mission too? Want to team up? Hoa Hong called out loudly while running with a sword. Tu Sai didn't understand. What hidden mission? My brother called me here. Hoa Hong heard Tu Sai's response and understood. It seems like we, the other two chimed in, have been tricked. Tu Sai shouted, stop talking. We're about to be caught by the fallen witch. Don't you want to live? Hoa Hong got angry. How could you still have the face to speak, if it weren't for your brother tricking us? We probably have to dive into the ruins of shadows. Tu Sai paused angrily. My brother tricked you. It's infuriating to follow this guy. If we don't find his brother later, we'll take our anger out on him, Tu Sai shouted. What does this have to do with me? You're talking hopelessly as if you're about to fly away. Jang Tran was battling the corrupt witch when he heard something distant. It seemed he sensed some movement. Ina reminded him, Big bro, you need to take this seriously. There's still one left. Jang Tran refocused. That's true. That noise probably has nothing to do with him. The system notified. Help the shadow spirit Lack 2 find the corrupt witch. 10 out of 10. Mission accomplished. Lack 2's affection for you increases. Jang Tran looked at Lack 2 and asked, I need the soul core from the dead corrupt witch, right? Yes, thanks for your help. I'm here this time for that soul core. Lack 2 closed his eyes, sorrowfully recounting. Ever since the great queen perished in the battle against the demon god, the princess has also been struck by the demon god's power, needing to continuously supply dark energy. Only then could we survive. I want to ask you two to save the princess. Lack 2 bowed his head in request, and the system notified again. activating a special hidden mission. Save the princess of the Shadow Spirit Tribe. Mission details. Go to the residence of the Shadow Spirit Tribe, find the escape route left by the demon god back near, and eliminate the demon god's power that ambushed the princess of the Shadow Spirit Tribe. Mission reward. To be determined. Jang Tran smiled and agreed. Okay, I accept your request. Lock 2 happily held a small artifact, thanking you. This is the Moonstone. It can lead you to find our tribe's hiding place. Our tribe will always respectfully wait for you two. The item in Lac2's hand is the Moonstone of the Shadow Spirit Tribe. Special item. The holder of the Moonstone can see the residence of the Shadow Spirit Tribe on the map. Holding the Moonstone, Jang Tran looked. The Shadow Spirit Tribe is near the city of Darmak. Located in the west of the Divine Continent, it is the oldest major city, even using a teleportation array. It takes 3 hours from the dark area to get there, quite far. Lac2 happily waved his hand. It's a long way. I still need to bring back the soul core of the corrupt witch to the tribe. Excuse me, I'll go first. The dark witch here has been dealt with by me. You two can stay with peace of mind. Ha. The boss won't reset in a short time. Once you deal with it, what will I use to kill? Looks like I can only go into the abandoned altar first. In the abandoned altar, not sure if the leader will be too distracted, Hoa Hong saw Jang Tran, hands on hips with a fierce gaze, finally arrived. You have to explain to me why you tricked us. The spoils are tied up, and their mouths are covered. The big bro can only mumble, unable to speak. It's quite pitiful. I really didn't expect to overdo it like this, and there was no system notification. You all still managed to convince yourselves this is a hidden mission. Hoa Hong angrily said, Stop the nonsense. If you dare to play with them, you have to pay the price. Attack. The white fruit unleashed their skills, and the death lantern flew in from afar. You're skilled. Jang Tran took to the skies, truly impressive. The famed triangle blossom of Hoa Hong. He dodged the fierce attacks from the three. Jang Tran also struck back. There's no need to make enemies over this. Swift victory, leaving them terrified. Hoa Hong looked at him, attacking with disdain. A pastor like you doesn't quietly wait for death. Do you still plan to attack? Hoa Hong sensed, how could the damage be this high? In the end, he said to Jang Tran. Jang Tran replied, Dying in the camping area will result in a level drop. I don't want to make enemies with you. Choose between surrendering or dying. It's up to you. Hoa Hong was panicked. Accepting defeat, he ordered. They were tied up tightly, blindfolded and thrown far away. Tioza happily complied. Got it. He smiled wickedly. Sisters, sorry, but the three of them were bound hand and foot, and their mouths were covered. But judging by their skills, Tioza finished the task and dusted off his hands. Come here, Jang Tran commanded. What's going on, big brother? Get the depraved sorcerers over here for a solo fight. Are you ready? Okay, big brother, look closely at this. Tioza swung his sword. Dai Ni, paying respects to the master, must have gotten used to it by now. Jang Tran looked at Dai Ni and asked, Much better now, thank you, master. This place is filled with emotional crystal cores. You can use them to level up. After absorbing them, let Aina take you to hunt the depraved sorcerers. He smiled and handed over the bag of crystal cores. Aina beside him nodded happily. Dai Ni said excitedly, Thank you, master. Jang Tran assessed thoughtfully. It seems Dai Ni will be able to level up soon. This timing is just right to guide Tioza, the sword wielder. Damn it! Tioza cursed from afar, interrupting his train of thought. Jang Tran got angry and yelled, Tioza, what are you doing jumping around? You're a sword wielder, not a dancer. Tioza complained with tears, Big brother, the sky is watching. I'm seriously fighting monsters, Jang Tran said. The biggest advantage of virtual reality games over regular ones is that attribute values don't represent everything. As long as your mind is flexible in your body, you can perform many actions. Tioza said confusedly. What actions? Get to the point, big brother. Jang Tran helped him. Behind, to the right, dodge. Tioza dodged. Damn it, thanks, big brother. The attack frequency of the depraved sorcerers is not high. Before each attack, they will gather energy in their palms. You must pay attention to the direction of this monster's attack wave. For example, in the current situation, then I will raise my hand. That will be your opportunity to attack. The depraved sorcerer prepared to attack with a ball of energy, Jang Tran continued. If you want to pursue the sword wielder profession, there's no shortcut. Only through continuous high-intensity practice, lacking vision or mental focus is not allowed. Right now, Tioza's gaze was sharp. He unleashed a move. The silver sword slashed. Tioza successfully defeated the depraved sorcerer. Big brother, this monster doesn't seem that hard to kill, Jang Tran praised. Well done. There's also a skill for sword wielders that can deal burst damage. During the fight, don't just dodge. Tuza raised his hand in a military salute. Understood. He smiled. Next, I have to go to the Dark Elf tribe. You just keep practicing, and I will act together with View Ina. Later, I will send you the map location. When the time comes, just say little, honestly wait for me, Tusa asked. Hidden mission, let's go with that. The Dark Elf tribe has encountered some trouble, but when you get there, don't listen to nonsense. Remember my words. I'm off. See you later. Tusa waved goodbye. Don't worry. Big brother, bye-bye. Big brother, I'm leveling up. View Ina, level 10, sorcerer class, mysterious points, HB 700, magical energy 250. Daini stood beside and said, Master, seeing Ina appear, Jang Tran marveled, she's grown up. Ina happily nodded, saying that due to the seal's effect, her growth was very slow, but now she levels up every 10 levels. Her body will also mature, and when she regains her original appearance, Jiang Chen thought with anticipation, will she transform from a lowly to a big sister? He felt a bit excited. Dai Ni said, Master, my strength has increased too. Dai Ni, a joyful immortal pet, level 35. Quality silver quality. HB 2750 x 2750. Spirit energy 350 x 350. Jiang Chen smiled. Items to upgrade quality are hard to find. We can only wait for fate to slowly nourish them. Let's take a break for now. Come on, Valina. We're heading to the Great Desert City. Outside the west gate of the Great Desert City, the southern area is being attacked by cutting winds. Only by wearing a magic reinforced scarf can we avoid the wind's damage, Jiang Chen said, while walking. The Shadow Elves in the west of the Great Desert City have a really terrible living environment. There are two people chasing a wolf, its brother Feng Ying and his girlfriend, ID Feng Ying. The assassin, back when I was just an ordinary player, brother Feng Ying already had some reputation. He didn't look down on me and taught me a lot of skills. Feng Ying's girlfriend called out, Feng Ying, someone is coming. That's Bai Cha Than Anon. The priestess said, I didn't expect to meet such a handsome guy here in the wild desert. Want to add more friends? Jiang Chen felt annoyed. Indeed, Feng Ying's girlfriend is still the same as before, a real green tea type. Pham Tran thought. In the past life, Bai Cha Than Anon was Feng Ying's girlfriend in reality, and after meeting a backstabber among the gods, she betrayed Feng Ying. He suffered for a long time because of this. Who would have thought the betrayal had signs early on? After pondering, he spoke up. Why are you chatting with me, instead of helping your teammate? Bai Cha Than Anon said with a sad tone. He's really good. It's okay if I don't help. She pointed at the man, speaking alluringly. It's him instead. Meeting is fate. Adding more friends can help us fight monsters together. She thought. Those willing to spend money on outfits are all foolish rich kids. I must lure them in. Feng Ying called out from a distance. Bai Cha, when will you fix that overly friendly nature of yours? She irritably retorted. What are you talking about? You should have some limits, Feng Ying said. She means no harm. If she bothers you, I apologize for her. Pham Tran thought. It seems Feng Ying still hasn't realized Bai Cha's true nature. If we cross paths this time, I can't let him be deceived by her. He waved his hand to Feng Ying. It's mainly because I also want to stay low-key. Otherwise, I would love to befriend you both. Bai Cha interrupted. This is simple. Just make a contract with the gods. Feng Ying awkwardly said. Bai Cha, it can't be that extreme. She didn't listen to Feng Ying, and a contract circle formed in her hand. She said, Bai Cha Than Anon establishes a contract with the gods. Absolutely will not reveal your true identity directly or indirectly to anyone else. So Feng Ying also had to swear along with her, looking resigned. Feng Ying swore, I will never tell anyone. The main character smiled happily and thought, great. Then he said, Bak Tra's little sister and Fong are already so formal, I won't hide anything anymore. The announcement board appeared. The dazzling Pham Tran invited friends to join, surprising Fong. Fong Tran, that Bak Tra asked, Are you the #1 pastor on the server? The main character took off his mask and said, It's just a name everyone likes to call me, not worth mentioning. She brightened up and said joyfully, Tran, you're too modest. I've watched your DEO role for a long time. It's such an honor to meet the real you. How about we team up? Pham Tran smiled and said, Let's not team up. I'll bring my little sister along. As for the tasks, I can't stay long. Vuina waved at the two of them with a smile. And Pham Tran continued, If there are any issues, feel free to contact me any time. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and waved goodbye to Fong. Bak Tra Than Anon didn't dare to be too obvious. She had to give her a chance to show off. Bak Tra said, You can contact me any time." Then the four of them said their goodbyes. She stood watching Pham Tran leave, smiling with a scheming and cunning expression. Min had told her, "There's no man who doesn't like something salty." Meanwhile, Fong stood behind, confused, and asked, "Bok Tra, what are you laughing about?" She shot him an annoyed look and replied, "What's it to you?" Fong then explained, "I know you're mad I didn't buy that bag for you, but it's really too expensive. I can't buy it right away. Wait until I defeat a few monsters, and I'll buy it for you." She kept walking and said, "Fine, I'm not mad at you anymore. Let's both try our best." Fong ran after her, looking very excited. "Let's both try our best," she thought while glancing at Fong with disdain, thinking, "Both poor and stupid. Looks like I have to quickly reel in Pham Tran. I need to get this short-term meal ticket." After thinking, she messaged Pham Tran. "Hey Pham Tran, do you have a girlfriend yet?" He smiled, thinking, "Bait taken," and replied to her message. "Nothing going on?" She messaged back, "Nothing much, just asking. How do you see me?" He replied, "You're fine. What do you want to say?" She messaged, "I kind of like you, but it's awkward for a girl like me to say it." He asked, "Aren't you supposed to have a boyfriend?" His eyes coldly scrutinized the message. She continued messaging, "Fong is just a friend. He keeps clinging to me. It's so annoying. I don't have feelings for him." Pham Tran thought with amusement. I was just waiting for this line from her. Then he sent his journal about their interaction to Fong to see. He smiled with satisfaction for having exposed her true face. View Ina saw this and asked, "Big brother, what are you so happy about?" He replied, "Don't ask too much, we're doing good things here." Meanwhile, Fong received a message from Pham Tran, and he thought in surprise, "What is this?" After reading the journal about their interactions sent by Pham Tran, Fong couldn't shake off the words that kept popping up. "No feelings," he thought. "I'm really such a fool." Meanwhile, Bark Tra Than Anon said to Fong, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Just go and beat the boss. That bag is a limited edition. If you're slow, you won't be able to buy it." Fong turned and walked away, saying, "In my heart, feelings aren't that important, right? Either way, if I leave you, I can still find another meal ticket for myself." She angrily shouted, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Fong remained indifferent and continued walking away. The player Fong An left the team. He said, "We won't meet again. She's done." "Are you crazy?" "Hey." Fong An sent a message to Pham Tran. "My brother Pham Tran, thank you." Pham Tran thought happily. After a cheerful goodbye, the girl Bok Tra messaged Pham Tran. "Big bro Pham Tran, help me. I've been thrown out by Fong An in this desert." A notification appeared on the system, asking if the player Bok Tra Than Anon should be blocked. Blocking him, he chuckled, thinking, "Let Bok Tra reveal her true face before Fong An gets hurt again." "Indeed, it's me," Fong An messaged Pham Tran. "Without you, I wouldn't know Bok Tra's true thoughts. If there's a chance, let's grab a drink together in real life." He said, "Okay, there will definitely be a chance. What's your plan next, Fong An?" Fong An replied, "I originally planned to level up, but I just offline to wash my face and saw someone got a guild token at the outdoor area. The guild Cheatonlian Min is offering a high price for it," Pham Tran thought surprised, realizing news of the guild token was out. But until now, all guilds in the celestial realm existed offline. Only guilds formed with a guild token are recognized by the system, receiving the benefits of guild membership. Previously, no guild had revealed the location for the guild token. So, even though I want this, I don't know where to start. After this life, Fong An messaged, "The location for the guild token has been revealed. I'm preparing to try my luck. I won't hide it from you. I'm relying on the celestial beings to get by." Pham Tran replied, "That's just when I'm interested in the guild token." "Thanks for the heads up," Fong An messaged. "I'll head out first, and I'll get in touch later." Pham Tran replied, "All right, if you get the guild token, I'm ready to buy it at a high price." He walked, thinking about completing the hidden mission, and quickly headed to the city of Kondir. "I must get that guild token," he said as the scene shifted to the residence of the Shadow Elf tribe. "The location on the map is right here, but this is a lake," he said, holding his spear. "Whoever you are, leave now." Pham Tran laughed. "I'm here to find Unlock 2, this is the token," he suddenly said, pointing his spear. "So it's the token of Darnan Unlock. Please wait a moment," the male lead thought. Is the vigilance of the Shadow Elf tribe that strong? Not only is the attitude of the Shadow Elf tribe strange, but there's no news from Tilan either. Logically, he should be faster than me. Then someone from the Shadow Elf tribe came out to guide them. "I didn't expect to meet you two so soon. What a delight. The Shadow Elf tribe welcomes your visit. Please follow me." Just step on the surface of the lake. He said, sorry for the trouble. Tulak replied, you're too polite. It's our tribe that should apologize to you, Pham Tran. Arriving at Weirho Island, Tulak introduced. That's where the princess resides. He messaged to Lan Tiu. Hey Lan Tiu, I've arrived. Where are you? Lan Tiu replied, big bro, you probably won't believe this, but I'm in the prison of the Ting Lin tribe. The male lead asked. Prison? What's going on? Lan Tiu said. I'll keep it brief. I mistook a girl from the Tin Lin tribe for a PC. Just wait a moment for her. I can only say a little, he thought, unable to speak to this guy. Tulak chimed in. Pham Tran, is there anything you need help with? He forced a smile and said, it's fine. It's fine. I'm really looking forward to meeting the princess. At the Moonlight Castle, to meet Her Highness the Princess, Jang Tran stood with Ina and Lak Tu in front of the seated princess of the Shadow Elf clan, Li Nya Tu, who said, Lord Pham Tran, Lak Tu said you could help us find the way back left by the demon god. I think you might be able to help everyone, not me. Surely Lak Tu has seen Ina's new abilities. Ina cheerfully said, Your Highness, what do you need me to do? Lak Tu looked at Ina. Before the demon god Barknir was sealed, he left behind a turtle essence, which continuously radiates turtle essence power, attacking the body of Her Highness, the princess. This power is invisible. We can't trace its origin. We hope the two of you can find the turtle essence so that Her Highness doesn't have to suffer anymore. Li Nyatu closed her eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Chan asked again. Turtle essence, not turtle essence power, Lak Tu explained. We once had a demon master refine the turtle essence for Her Highness, but each time it was refined, the turtle essence power appeared again. If we can't find the root cause, the princess will be drained of life by the turtle essence power. Jiang Chan looked at Ina. Sorry to trouble you. Ina reached out to sense it. I can see the turtle essence power, but if the turtle essence isn't in front of me, I can't see it. Lak Tu prayed. Pham Tran, cut it off. Ina's view. You two must come up with a way. The princess is still young, Li Na Tu interrupted gently. Lak Tu, I'm already very grateful they could come here. There's no need to force them. Jiang Chan advised. Don't give up too soon. There might be a way to find the turtle essence. Ina responded, her eye glowing. I can break the concealment. Yes. The dark energy surrounded Li Na Tu, and she looked at the dark energy. This is it, Jiang Chan replied. The turtle essence power. He said to Lak Tu, go invite the previous demon master. Tell him to refine the turtle essence from the princess. But, Ina explained, after it's refined, the turtle essence will definitely emit power attacking the princess. At that time, we will be able to trace its traces to find it. Lak Tu understood. So that's it. I'll immediately contact the demon master Ha Catch. Ha Catch. Remember, he's your senior, right? Jiang Chan tilted his head and asked Ina. Ina placed her hand on her chin, contemplating. It seems Teacher Buckmink mentioned him. I have many seniors. He said if I'm in danger, I should crush this signal crystal, and the closest senior will come to save me, she thought. Most of Buckmin's students are renowned individuals, like the famous Swordmaster. The Shadow Elf clan might be able to summon him, but there must be another reason, Li Nantu said. Pham Chun, may I speak with Miss Vur Ina? Go ahead. Ina cheerfully agreed. Jang Tran thought. Since Vur Ina was trapped in the Dream Castle for 100 years, it would be good for her to have friends her age. Li Nantu joked. Miss Vur Ina, thank you for being here. I've been stuck in this tower for so long due to my body. Can you share some stories from the outside? Ina happily agreed. Sure. Jang Tran smiled. Those girls bond quickly. He wondered when or how the new image would appear. Someone stepped out with a cheerful expression. I heard Miss Vur Ina is here. Let me meet her. Li Nyatu kindly responded. Mr. Huakkek, Vu Ina is here. Huakkek joyfully greeted. Miss Vu Ina. I've heard the teacher mention you many times. It's nice to finally meet you. Ina bowed, greeting. Hello, Mr. Huin. Ah, still the charming Miss Mori. More interesting than those two nameless fools, Hoak Ketch said, pleased with his compliment, Mr. Hoak Ketch. Pham Tran is still waiting for the purification of the original curse, Lak Tu said to him. Hua Catch looked at Jang Tran. You're the holy trial of light who signed the equal treaty with Miss Moore. Jang Tran raised his hand to greet. Mr. Hoa Catch knows me. You've got guts, kid. No wonder the teacher praised you. I heard you have a strong connection with the Light Academy. Just a reminder, don't involve Miss Moore, Jin Nok Tran said with a smile. Don't worry. Director Buck Min has already talked to me about it, so no more words needed. Hoa Catch snapped his fingers. This technique, please. The sparkling stars descended towards Li Nantu. The power of the original curse has been thoroughly purified, but the source remains unresolved. The princess will soon be attacked again, Jang Tran said. What we are waiting for is the return of the original curse power. Look, Ina. One of Ina's eyes lit up, breaking the illusion. Hoak Catch looked at his Miss Mori with satisfaction. The treasure of the dream castle, the real eye. So that's how it is. No wonder Miss Mori knows the illusion spell, Ina exclaimed. I found it. The source is outside the castle. Jang Tran ran off, towards the large lake. Look, Ina, Lak-Tu also ran after them. I'll go with you too. Hoak Kike placed a tracking mark on Lak-Tu. Li Nyan-Tu worriedly asked, Mr. Hoak Catch, will they succeed? Of course, but only before finding the source. I still have to purify the original curse for the kid. Otherwise, once the original curse takes form, the source will become invisible, and its aura will dissipate. Li Nyan-Tu said to Jang, Sorry for bothering you, Mr. Hoak Catch, he softly replied. What bother? When you were small, your mother saved my life, and I couldn't get to the battle against the Silver Demon in time to save her. If I had been there, she wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. At a riverbank, Jang Tran stood there with 3 people. Ina said, Big brother, the power of the original curse comes from here. Jang Tran asked, Where is this place? Lak-Tu exclaimed, This is Tang Ha. Lak-Tu explained, Tang Ha is like the graveyard for humanity. This is where we, the Shadow Elves, bury our dead. I hope you two won't disturb the remains in the river. Quickly find the source of the original curse, Jang Tran urged. I apologize for the intrusion. Ina continued to search, breaking the illusion. The river revealed the dark auras like those on Li Nyan-Tu earlier. This is the image of a woman rising. Lak-Tu then said, The queen of our Shadow Elf clan, the mother of Li Nyan-Tu. Or the way it appeared. I left a tracking mark on Lak-Tu. Seeing that he wasn't moving anymore, I guess they might have discovered something. Unexpectedly, it was like this. Or the way my brows furrowed in anger. Should I report this to the princess? Jang Tran asked. If Li Nyan-Tu knew that the demon god was using the queen's corpse, she would definitely be heartbroken. Ina said. Or the way she fell silent. The queen rests beneath the river Tang Ha, the only place where the spirit of Princess Dien Ha is entrusted. The demon god Back Ni, that damned beast, has very strong invisibility powers. The skill he possesses can turn invisible. Surely back then, when he fought with the queen, he infused the original essence into her body. The original essence has merged with the queen's corpse, and it can't be extracted. Eliminating the original essence means the queen's corpse will also disappear. If the princess knows, she would rather die than harm the queen. Ina looked up at Jang Tran with sorrow and asked, Big brother, you're so smart. Can you think of any way to help Li Nyan-Tu? He looked at Ina. Seeing that she and Li Nyan-Tu had similar backgrounds, she was thinking of herself. Jang Tran replied, I have a way, though I'm not sure if it will work. Or the way said, Let's hear it. Jang Tran raised his hand and said, We want to eliminate the original essence to prevent Princess Li Nyan-Tu from being attacked by that power, right? So let's think from a different angle. We can seal the original essence, preventing its power from causing harm to Li Nyan-Tu. Or the way said, You mean to seal the queen's corpse. From that, we could isolate the power of the original essence. It shouldn't be. The reason the queen's corpse isn't decaying is because the river Tang Ha can turn the dead into stars. The corpse won't rot. Leaving the river Tang Ha, the queen's body will gradually decay until it disappears. Jang Tran quickly replied, Why think so complicated? Just seal the queen in the waters of the river Tang Ha, but I don't know if you can do that. Or the Wei's hand glowed with a purple orb. You little brat, do you look down on me? Or the Wei raised his hand, sealing it. A sealing circle appeared, lying over the river. The system announced, You have completed the mission to save the princess of the Shadow Elf clan. Ina was delighted, and Jang Tran smiled. Long secretly praised, It worked. Truly, the student of the director. This magical power is impressive. Lak-Tu happily said, Thank you, Pham Tran. Thank you, or the Wei. The Shadow Elf clan will always be grateful to you. Or unleashed a spell, a teleportation circle appeared. He smiled and said, Let's go. We can talk more when we're back. Everyone went to Li Nyan-Tu's place. Or the Wei laughed and praised. You're not bad, kid. Take good care of little junior sister. Remember to find me when you get to the royal city. Jang Tran replied, For sure. Or the Wei continued. There are still many things to do in the royal city. I'll head out first. Goodbye. Li Nyan-Tu, little junior sister. Li Nyan-Tu also greets Uncle Hoke, saying goodbye, then looks at Jang Tran and Ina, thanking them for helping him deal with the curse power. To show gratitude, our clan will offer the treasure of the Shadow Spirit clan, Lak-Tu, holding the Holy Spirit vase with joy. Pham Tran, this is the treasure, exclusive to the Spirit Clan. They would dream of finding the Holy Spirit vase. The treasure of the Spirit Clan can be used to obtain the Holy Spirit water. Jang Tran holds the Holy Spirit vase. Feeling pleased. If I remember correctly, the Holy Spirit water is a supernatural item that can prolong one's life in reality. This vase can collect the Holy Spirit water. No wonder it's the treasure of the Spirit Clan. Lak Tu laughs and says, if you need it, you can trade it with the Spirit Clan. The Great Gate of the Shadow Spirit Clan will always welcome you. Jang Tran happily responds, the curse power has been removed. We should get going. But before we leave, I have one unreasonable request. Lak Tu says, your friend is in here. Earlier, he was sneaky, teasing our clan's guards multiple times. Even the male guards couldn't escape his cunning. Tu Sai raises his hand and says, big bro, don't listen to him. I just noticed that guy's chest is really big and wanted to ask how he trains. I'm really not teasing him. Jang Tran disregards Tu Sai and looks at Lak Tu, saying, please just throw him out. Tu Sai happily agrees. He makes an okay gesture, saying it's no trouble, and he'll definitely do it properly. Li Nya Tu sits on a chair, smiling while holding the sound transmission stone and giving it to Ina. Ina, you must come visit me when you have time. Once I'm feeling better, I'll come find you to hang out. This is a sound transmission stone. Remember to keep in touch with me. Ina nods, making an sound. Jang Tran calls out, Ina, it's time to go. Ina runs off but turns back to wave goodbye with a smile. Li Nya Tu, I will contact you using the sound transmission stone. Goodbye. The sound transmission stone suddenly lights up. It's the teacher. Ina looks at Jang Tran, saying, big brother, the teacher told me to go back. He borrowed a magical item. Do you want me to try to see if I can use magic to materialize it? Jang Tran smiles and replies, then you should head back first and check it out. I need to go to the capital to handle some work. I'll regroup with you once I'm done. The system announces, you have been teleported to the capital. Jang Tran, wearing a faceless mask, walks by as two people pass him, chatting. Ebro, just reached level 20 and here to join the fun. The other guy replies, so what if you're level 20? I heard the people who got the guild token just reached level 20 too. It's still very early. Jang Tran listens and thinks to himself, the guild token is something only lucky people can encounter. The information on the forum is kept under wraps, yet it's being spread strangely like this now. It seems someone is pushing this, intentionally leaking information. Someone calls out to Jang Tran, Ebro, don't leave yet. He coldly replies, what's up? Oh, I wanted to team up with you. I think your outfit looks pretty cool. You must be a big shot. Just a suggestion, don't rush to your doom. Who knows what could happen? Wild Archer. Jang Tran looks at the Wild Archer and asks back, what do you mean? The Wild Archer replies, from what I observe, the information about the guild token is being deliberately spread. Perhaps this person has ill intentions. If it weren't for your cool outfit, I wouldn't even bother telling you. Jang Tran's eyes were filled with anticipation. I know this is a game of chess, but I want to play big. The bandit is surprised and confused. Brother, you, the system announces. General announcement across all levels. Congratulations to player Chiton Quan Lam for establishing the first guild at the Hoaha level. Chiton Min receives a reward of 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 guild reputation points. General announcement across all levels. The guild ranking has officially opened, with Chiton Min at the top of the Hoaha guild ranking. Guild members receive a 30% basic point increase. Experience growth increased by 100%, standing in second place. None yet. Guild members receive a 25% basic point increase. Experience growth increased by 85%. Standing in 10th place, none yet. Guild members receive a 10% basic point increase. Experience growth increased by 50%. The higher the total guild reputation points, the higher the ranking. Jang Tran is deep in thought. Finally, it has arrived. The era of guilds among the gods officially begins. The bandit looks at him and says, awesome, the energy of the 10th guild is really high. No wonder everyone wants to obtain the guild establishment token. It's indeed a valuable item. Jang Tran touches his nose and thinks, I have to get that guild establishment token. The tasks after establishing the guild also need someone to handle them. This chubby kid has a pretty high IQ. He can be useful. He asks, are you interested in doing something big together? The bandit also touches his nose. With an eager expression, let's do it. At Feng Mountain, the mist swirls through the peaks. So this is where we are. Jang Tran looks around and says, as I walk, I reflect. At Feng Mountain, there are many bandits. High damage, extremely low chance of bat drops, and the experience points gained are also minimal. Almost no one fights monsters here. However, I remember that Feng Mountain has a special mechanism called the Mountain Protection Barrier. It activates automatically every 3 hours and lasts for 15 minutes. During that time, the more players inside the barrier, the stronger the bandits become, and spirit beasts will appear among them. The drop rate for items is very high, so it seems this is the goal of the mastermind behind it all. But how do they have the confidence to catch all the players here and the bandits in one net? Feng Ying texts, Brother Jang Tran, I arrived at Feng Mountain 2 hours ago. There are a lot of players but very few monsters. However, I still haven't seen a single guild establishment token. On the contrary, the number of players keeps increasing. Jang Tran smiles to himself. Looks like Brother Feng Ying has noticed the issue. He replies, someone must be deliberately spreading the news about the guild establishment token. Even if players go up the mountain, Feng Ying texts back, but I don't understand what they gain from doing that. Jang Tran replies, in short, their intentions aren't good. Brother Feng Ying, come gather with me first. Something might happen soon. System announcement. Your team invitation has been sent. You have joined Pham Tran's team. Feng Ying replies, got it. I'm on my way. The bandit looks around and asks, where are we going? Aren't we fighting monsters? Jang Tran says, based on the drop rate of low-level monsters right now. Even if Ao Hang comes, he won't find a guild establishment token. It's mostly a waste of time. We're nearing the limit. There are a bunch of level 20 bandits showing up. Jang Tran glances around. After the news of the guild formation order spread, the protective barrier was briefly opened at noon. You mean that pale yellow light? It seemed to have appeared over 2 hours ago. But at that time, the news had just come out. I only heard about it on the forum, Jiang Chen replied. It seems the time is near. The guild looked at the light appearing in the sky and prepared for battle. Damn, you're right. Your prediction is spot on. The bandits are fighting, and everyone is looking up at the sky. What is that? The light is sparkling. Everyone, quickly look. The monsters are activating. A group has appeared. Enhanced Bandit Elites. Level 20 Gold. The first path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The fifth path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The fourth path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The third path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The second path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The first path of Wind Mountain. Silver level 20. The Great Path of Wind Mountain. Gold level 20. The guild looked on in panic and excitement. So this was the purpose of the one behind the scenes. No wonder all the major guilds have been absent. It seems they already knew this was a game setup. Jiang Chen smiled. No, to be precise, this is a game set up by the major guilds working together. No guild dares to provoke the anger of all the free players. But the veteran guilds can team up without fear, Feng Ying said. That's right, my brother, let's get out of here. The Golden Sun, Eternal Myth, and Sovereign of the World. The Yulong Guild and the Trial Tower Academy are teaming up for the first time, leading thousands of guild members to recruit free players. The guild leader said, so what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. This barrier doesn't restrict entry or exit, and as long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't lack for firewood. Jiang Chen said, what's there to panic about? Having someone help clear the battlefield is a good thing. The enemies in the Wind Mountain have high damage, low health, and a short lifespan. In the protective barrier, every player that dies will prolong the enemy's existence. The guild leader frowned. Brother Jia, what good does talking like this do? Can the three of us really fight against the 4 major guilds? Feng Ying stroked his chin, pondering. It might actually be possible. The pirates rushed in. There are still 3 people in front. Let's go together and not waste time. The guild leader and Feng Ying looked back at the Yulong guild members. The guild leader shouted with frustration. Damn, they found us so quickly. If the tiger doesn't roar, do you really think I'm just a cute little cat? An arrow pierced through. Feng Ying rushed forward with 2 swords. The guild leader messaged Jiang Chen. Master, I've reached the Wind Mountain. Jiang Chen smiled. Everyone is here. We can start working now. The guild leader charged in. Big bro, I'm here. This place is up to me. Jiang Chen observed. There are less than 10 days until the passage to the royal city opens. Right now, the free players who can reach the Wind Mountain are all exceptional. Yet, they are being hunted down by major forces. The members of these large forces truly no longer act like humans. They haven't even started fighting yet. Feng Ying waved his sword and laughed. If the bad guys have taken the heat, let the good ones come to me. The guild leader said, Brother, don't get cocky. Let's split. But right now, there aren't many people. Let's activate the special transformation stone. Jiang Chen raised his staff and shouted. The wind image. The leader avoided the attack. Those guys got hit, the wind image said. So are you ready to strike now? The lieutenant cheerfully replied, Big bro, I'm ready for orders. One guy looked at the two holes and said, "Damn, you're tough. With your approach today, I'll take a risk. Just tell me how," Jang Tran said with a smile. "Let's go, clean up the battlefield." At the gathering point of the male forces, Prince Huang Chio said, "During the gold boss season, how do we divide the silver bosses?" Three guys discussed. "After the silver level enemies appear, they will roam all over Feng Mountain, or should our side share evenly?" Thut Sot observed, "I have no issues, but your manpower seems a bit low, not sure if you can handle it." Last Night Star murmured, "I can fight the enemies alone." "What do you say?" The horse dragon in the sky. Then it settled, "I'll lead the brothers to take care of the 6 situations. See you later." Last Night Star, "So I wish everyone success first." At the 6 situations in Feng Mountain, horse dragon in the sky, all members of the Horse Dragon Guild prepare to attract monsters. The freak Pham Tran Ko appeared, proving that even heaven is helping us get the guild formation order. So this time we must eliminate the enemies, kill the lined-up soldiers. The rockets were launched. The mage in defense stood far away to attract monsters. The night team launched their attacks. The night team pulled tight their hatred. The horse dragon in the sky gave the order. "Soldiers wait for commands. Get ready. Horse dragon, you can still leave now." Jang Tran smiled. "In 3 seconds, I will sweep the battlefield." The horse dragon in the sky frowned, angry. Where did this little brat come from? "You dare to mess with the Horse Dragon Guild?" He raised his hand and shouted, "Long range. Concentrate fire to take him down. Sa bar. Tu sai." And Fang An stood on the tree and said, "Damn it. Are you sure your big bro can withstand this kind of large-scale attack?" Tu Zai looked and laughed. "It's okay. It's okay. Trust your big bro. Stop firing." A piece of land was bombarded and sank. The horse dragon in the sky laughed delightfully, turning to dust and leaving. "One person dared to provoke our guild. Do you think you're Jang Tran soaring in the sky?" Guild leader, horse dragon, "I've already warned you. If you don't appreciate it, then I'll show you how one person can wipe out a guild." The shining leader, ACC Clan, just got big for the first time. Still has to show off a bit. Jiang Chen smiled, activating the special transformation stone. "Heavenly Master." Jiang Chen is ready to strike. The horse dragon in the sky cursed. "Damn, where did this freak come from? Just got one Pham Tran and now another mysterious one." Raising a cup to invite the bright morning, "Hey brothers, look over there. Is that the killer god?" The 6th prince also looked on wide-eyed. "The power soared," Jiang Chen observed. A huge patch of land was quickly completed. "All right, let's finish the job." The 3 of Jiang Chen sat on the tree, unable to believe their eyes. "Next, we should go find others." Jiang Chen smiled. The 4 situations in Feng Mountain DNR AG attacked the knights. Prince Huang Tio said, "The functions tightened the enemy's hatred. The remaining long range gathered towards me." "Prince." Afterwards, Prince Huang Chio gritted his teeth in anger. "There's a pervert who can rival Pham Trunji Ate, with unknown level and profession. The Dragon Guardian Guild and the Universal Monarch have been wiped out. Both enemies have fallen to him. We are his next target. Immediately contact the Immortal Myth. Collaborate to ambush him. The order is given." "Yes, President. I'll do it right away. No need to trouble yourself," Shattered Death quickly said. "I've received the news too. I've heard this person has many tricks to keep himself alive. Almost no skill he can't counter. You lead the team to draw his attention. I'll have the archers set up an ambush. Bring the assassin concealed in the shadows, waiting for the right moment." The crown prince of the royal court smiled wickedly. "As long as he dares to show up, he won't leave." Shattered Death shouted loudly, "Hey guys, the royal court and the immortal myth are teaming up to ambush you." Jang Tran looked at Shattered Death and praised, "Your intel is that sharp?" Shattered Death scratched his head and smiled. "Even a small fry like me has to have some skills, right?" Jang Tran said, "If that's the case, everyone listen to my arrangements. Let's give them a surprise." A voice echoed from afar. The black guy with the head showing, "Finally, you've arrived. Go." The ones who just spoke shouted as they launched an attack towards Jiang Tran. He dodged in a flash, vanishing into thin air. Jiang Tran soared above. The kid's intel was indeed accurate. But who would have thought the illusionary stone could create phantoms, just in time to be bait? Here it comes. Blood clash. Shattered Death rushed in like it was nothing. Illusion. Gone. They've fallen for the trap. Shattered Death prepared to shoot with his bow. A rain of arrows fired continuously, piercing into their bodies. The crown prince of the royal court hit by an arrow, as Nguyen Zhang said, "That guy has teammates too." The crown prince of the royal court shouted loudly, "Pastor, keep an eye on the blood levels. Everyone gather around me." A shadow from afar flew over, drawing his sword. "It's late to organize now. Shadow strike. Here comes a hit." The prince was struck and stiffened. Shattered Death shouted loudly. Brothers of the royal court, don't panic. Listen to my command. Focus fire on that assassin. A figure leaped in from a distance, launching an attack. Fellow brother, focus up. Your opponent is me. Jang Tran smiled as he looked on. The shadow figure defended. The Royal Court Guild lost its leader like a headless snake. The leader tightly pressed Shattered Death, charging forward to create a fantastic opportunity to attack. At that moment, activate the Illusionary Stone's effect, Little Light's Heavenly Opening Formation. Jang Tran raised his staff, preparing to strike. System notifications rang out. Congratulations, you have killed a silver-level enemy. The 4th Master of the Fengshan. The 3rd Master of the Fengshan. Explosions erupted around. Jang Tran looked at everything with satisfaction and said, "There's only one last silver enemy, and an old friend I haven't seen in a long time, the warrior. To repay the enemy's hatred, Pastor, pump blood for me. The rest, give it your all. The command is quite good." Last night's star looked at Jang Tran. "You're the divine figure. It seems the prince can't stop you. Why do you have to target me?" Jang Tran replied, "Why would I target something? You all set up a game for the guild token, luring players to come here to kill. As for me, I mainly couldn't stand seeing you bully others like this. Besides, who wouldn't want a guild token?" Last night's star chuckled. "If that's the case, I'll let you have this enemy, and we'll leave the Feng Mountain area immediately. How about that?" Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. "Too bad I don't like being given things. I prefer to take. And what I like most is killing and robbing." That's what he thought. The 4 major guilds might still negotiate, but the Night Star must die tonight. The vast lake from last night is retreating. The Green Mountains remain. So what's there to fear about not having firewood? The Night Star hurriedly ran away last night, before things got worse, and the agile rogue chased after him. The Night Star was handed over to us. Feng Ying also followed. "Wait for me. Let's finish this. Then I can confidently go after the enemy." Feng Ying used 2 swords to stab the Night Star. "Your physical damage resistance is high," the rogue said. "Don't waste words with him. Just kill him and that's the end of it." The Night Star gritted his teeth. "No matter how the enemy tried to kill me. What's wrong with your heads? A bunch of lunatics. But 3 of you aren't enough to take me down. If 3 people can't stop you, then how about adding us?" The Night Star's eyes widened in panic, as another group of people arrived to help them thank the God of Slaughter. These are free players, all very grateful for his help. "Earlier, I secretly went up the mountain to capture the scene of the God of Slaughter pressuring the major guilds. I'm posting it on the forum, thanking his existence for letting the guilds know that we free players are not easy to bully." The newcomers said one after another. The Night Star was drenched in sweat. "Cut, cut, human." His voice echoed throughout the forest. System notification. "Congratulations, you have killed a silver-level enemy, the 2nd in command of the Feng Mountain." Jiang Chen smiled happily. All 5 silver-level enemies have been dealt with, and he received a mid-level guild establishment token. Yet it was a mid-level guild token. Enemies of the previous stage, regardless of level, only dropped a junior guild token. You can only form a junior guild. Right now, the enemy is a level 20 gold level boss from Feng Mountain. Jiang Chen held the sword in his hand. The region calculates that to level up later requires consuming a large amount of guild prestige. No matter how much guild prestige you have, it's just enough time for this guild establishment token to arrive. Including the few enemies I previously defeated, I have a total of 2 guild establishment tokens and 3 essential items for the guild. My luck can be considered quite good. He looked at the boss of Feng Mountain. At this moment, the system displayed the message channel of the team, led by Chen Ying Feng Ying gathering at the gold-level enemies. "Feng Ying, come here quickly. The leader is coming soon." After watching a thrilling performance, "Feng Chen, shut your mouth and come here quickly," the rogue shouted. "Brother, you have no idea how chaotic the battlefield was. The Night Star wanted to escape from our grasp, but the result was that below the mountain were free players wanting to take lives. Everyone had a skill, and the lights at the foot of the mountain looked like fireworks. Your expression described it well. Even after using all their skills, they couldn't stop this. Clawing, trampling, all kinds of attacks were thrown out. You joyfully recounted," the rogue continued. "That guy was really too slow. It really was tragic. Dying was hard," the sharpshooter added. "That result is what he deserves." Jiang Chen grinned in satisfaction. After the superhero powers emerged, the guild increasingly disregarded free players. Serves them right. "All right, calm down, and get ready to draw in the enemies." The leader stepped out before Feng Shan, grinning wickedly, swaggering forward with a sword, attracting monsters and igniting their hatred. "Got it, little enemy. Grandpa is coming. Prepare for a blast." The long-range attack is on. and the shadow skill creates a blood-splitting aura to maintain the damage. Alright then. The system prompts that player Nak Zan invites you to join a team, and you have joined Pham Tran's squad. Damn it, Pham! Jang Tran's sharp gaze warns him to keep it a secret, or he'll be hunted down throughout the game. Let's deal with the enemy first. Life is on the line, and Jang Tran also unleashes his skills, the leader shouting fiercely, the sword spirit launching an ambush, cutting horizontally, and forcing a challenge. The leader Feng Shan retaliates fiercely, unleashing a storm of arrows, and the shadow strikes blood. The blast and shadow skills take turns attacking the leader Feng Shan, and Jiang Tran watches, satisfied. His teammates are doing well this time. A transformation effect appears, the heavenly radiance array, and you have killed the golden level enemy leader Feng Shan. Leveling up. Level 22, 4 basic attributes plus 1, earned 4 free attribute points. The system continues to notify you that you have received a 4-star steel headquarters, and you have received a mid-level guild token. You have received a blueprint for the mid-level demon cannon, and the blueprint for the God Weapon Guild for the next stage of this quest. Jiang Tran spoke up. Next, I'm preparing to establish a guild. Brothers, are you interested? In the grand hall of Wang Cheng, a voice called out. Hello, the guild manager Yu Han looked over while holding a ledger. Jiang Tran smiled back. I want to establish a guild, said the guild manager Yu Han. To create a guild, you need a guild token. Jiang Tran presented the token in his hand. Here, the guild manager Yu Han took the token and read it. Is it really true that a mid-level guild token can be seen by everyone in Wangcheng? Adventurer, you also need to pay 100 gold for the guild establishment fee and the guild name. The guild manager Yu Han said with a smile. Jiang Tran replied. The guild name is Feng Shen. The system prompts that you have established a mid-level guild. The guild Feng Shen is a mid-level guild with no headquarters, no architecture, 1 member out of 500, no guild reputation, and no guild assets. A system announcement congratulates player Nak Dan for establishing the Feng Shen Guild at the mid-tier level, ranking 2nd among guilds. Basic member experience growth is increased by 26%, plus 90%, and the remaining 2 rejoice. We are the 2nd guild established. This welfare is great. Jiang Tran said, I've switched to a mode where only the guild leader can see the guild member information. This time with Feng Shen, we've completely severed ties with the 5 major powers. Remember to keep the guild hidden to avoid being ambushed later. Sarbao reached out to touch his nose, eyes filled with anticipation. Clearly, Master was smiling. As always considerate, Jang Tran continued speaking. Later, I will put the guild token on the auction shelf. The final profits will be distributed based on the attack and defense rates sent through the mailbox to everyone. If anything comes up, remember to contact me. Sarbao and Fong An exchanged glances and nodded. Sounds good. Goodbye. Tu Zai followed Jang Tran and asked, Big bro, where are we going now? Let's head to the auction house first. The weapon price board lit up with fixed prices. The Divine Annihilation level 20 weapon starts at 100 gold, while the Blessing Sword melee weapon level 20 starts at 500 gold. The time for divine weapons to rise in price is over. Now, what's valuable are rare items and guild tokens. In the early days, equipment was all about gold. Now, selling the guild token can maximize profits. System notification. You are selling a mid-level guild token. Starting price 10,000 gold. You are selling a mid-level guild token. Starting price 10,000 gold. Auctioning a mid-level guild token starting at 10,000 gold. A mid-level guild token starting at 10,000 gold, some shouted, and others were already selling the guild tokens, quickly informing the guild leader Bao An to come to the auction. With the tricky mechanics of the Fong Sun segment, who knows how many months it will take to defeat the monsters, Tu Sai said. Big bro, the guild token is in high demand, yet they are all bidding. Jiang Tran replied. Not only are they all bidding, but roughly their buying price won't be less than 30,000 gold. Just wait and see the 5 factions. Last time, even knowing where these 2 guild tokens came from, they had to grit their teeth and pay a high price to swallow it down. Tu Sai wondered, why? Because at this time, the guild ranking shows that whoever establishes the guild first can level up with many buffs. Tu Sai laughed. I just skimmed through the global chat channel, which is very lively. Last night, the Night Star Guild and the Shattered Seven were calling for you to surrender, and the system displayed the message. Last night, the Night Star was buying guild tokens at all levels for negotiated prices. As long as this brother agrees, our grudges can be considered settled. The Crown Prince Huang Qiu said that if you sell the guild token to me, everything will be easy to discuss. The Shattered Seven truly wants to buy it and hopes the brother of the God of Death can cooperate with us. Jang Tran shrugged and said, Let them play by themselves. We should get going. The chaotic forest was dense, and I need to go deep into the wild. As night fell, the stars twinkled. Jang Tran added, "Handle your leveling outside. Wait here. The chaotic forest has supernatural forces. If you feel uneasy, run immediately." Tusai waved goodbye. "Okay." A voice called out. "Big bro, why are you here?" Ina came over to greet him. "I just learned a specific illusion spell and thought I could find you. With the equal contract, we can sense each other's locations and communicate," Jang Tran said happily. "We really need to move on with him. Find the dwelling of the elf tribe to get the holy spring." Ina nodded vigorously. In the chaotic jungle, this cursed place, the elf tribe really knows how to choose a location. No wonder the previous life split pages were hard to affect them. No monsters encountered, no monsters at all. Leading Vor, Ina wanted to fly, but it wasn't convenient to ride the beast. She was afraid of encountering supernatural enemies, attacking unexpectedly. Ina looked back at Jang Tran and asked, "Is it really dangerous here in this forest? I feel like you're really scared." Jang Tran was sweating profusely, holding onto the tree, speaking softly. "It's not just dangerous, I'd say." The season howling loudly, sending chills down the spine. A group of beasts appeared, black fur shining at the rank. Level. Golden beasts at the rank. Level. The tyrant of the earth rank level. Jang Tran stepped forward to protect Ina behind him. Ina drew closer to him, hiding her clothes, the royal pressure thickening the air. The royal aura shone to protect. 3 monsters roared while guarding the statue. Ina realized something. This sound, get lost. All of you. The warlord. The warlord appears. The beautiful warlord said, "Creatures in the chaotic jungle, listen carefully to me. Commoners are our esteemed guests. If you dare to offend again, I won't care about turning this place into a battlefield." In an instant, those monsters ran away and vanished. Jang Tran looked at the approaching warlord. Indeed, it's 3 of them. No wonder that man dared to challenge the Pope. It seems her condition has also recovered quite well. "Warlord, it's been a while since we've met. I've only recovered about 3 parts, but relying on the innate pressure of our tribe and the aura left from before still makes this place fear us," the warlord said, hands on hips. Then, looking at Ina, "This girl isn't bad. Where did you trick her from?" Ina politely greeted, honoring the warlord. Jang Tran introduced, "This is Ina, a partner who has an equal contract with me." "On the contrary, how did you know I was here?" the warlord replied, someone stepping into the chaotic jungle. "Our tribe basically has ways to know. I see your path was intended to pass through here to the elf forest." Jang Tran replied, "You guessed this too." "Yes, I have business to attend to in the elf territory," the warlord said with closed eyes. "The elf tribe is very expansionist and recently is at a sensitive time with the throne changing hands. You stepping in could easily get you killed." Jang Tran was surprised. "The elf tribe is about to have a new king," the warlord explained. "The current elf king is very old. His 2 sons and 1 daughter are fighting for the throne." Jang Tran thought to himself. "Better to arrive at the right time than too early," he said. "I have important matters to discuss with the elf tribe." The warlord had anticipated. "I knew I couldn't dissuade you. Let's go. I'll lead you on a shortcut." "Thank you." In the shadowy woods, the warlord said. "The teleportation point from that giant tree leads to the elven forest we set up before. I can't leave this chaotic forest to guide you here." Jiang Chen. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Your Majesty," the queen smiled. "Are you still being polite with me? Don't forget to visit the winged tribe more often." The notification system indicated that you have teleported to the elven forest territory, Ina said with an admiring gaze. "So this is the elven territory. It's beautiful," Jiang Chen thought. The elven tribe is indeed in turmoil. Even the most important teleportation point has no one guarding it, Ina wondered, watching the bubbles floating around her. "Big brother, what is this?" "This is the natural aura of the elven tribe that can sense everything happening around it." The natural auras suddenly flew with the wind. What was that noise from the tree? Who dared to trespass into the elven territory under the command of Princess? Whoever comes in will be punished. Where did that blue figure come from? Fan Chen raised his 5 fingers and said, "I heard that the elven tribe is elegant and noble, friendly to everyone. Just meeting today, you all want to kill me. What does that mean?" The elven captain, Lam Dai, heard him say that. He frowned and replied, "You entered our territory without permission and will be killed on the spot, no matter the reason. Out of consideration for your status as outsiders, I can spare your lives, but it's a sensitive time now. We cannot let you go." Hearing him, Fan Chen couldn't help but think, "In my past life, the elven princess was the final victor in this power struggle. Wanting to achieve her goals, I guess I need to meet her first." With that thought, Fan Chen opened his mouth to say, "I came here to request a meeting." Before he could finish, Lam Dai interrupted him, his face darkening as he said, "No matter the reason, humans entering the natural forest cannot leave. This is the command of the princess." Hearing this, Fan Chen straightforwardly said, "I came here specifically for the princess." Lam Dai, upon hearing this, became wary. He raised his sword defensively and warned Fan Chen, "The princess is not allied with humans. Rather, the second prince has always been in contact with humans. You are the ones the second prince is looking for." Fan Chen's expression darkened at this. His tone became serious as he said to him, "I'm here to help the princess ascend to the throne. If you don't believe me, you can lead me to the princess." Lam Di, hearing him, raised an eyebrow in suspicion and said to Fan Chen, "The princess has always despised humans. I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, don't expect to survive in the elven tribe." With that, Lam Di turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Fan Chen and Valina, "You two follow me." Fan Chen, seeing his attitude, furrowed his brow in thought. It seems the final victor of the elven tribe in my past life is also not friendly towards humans, but this time at the princess's palace, the elven princess. Sabak. At this moment, Sabak turned around. Her brow furrowed as she said to Fan Chen and the others, "I told you to let the patrol leave to deal with the reinforcements from the second prince, Huyen. What are you bringing people here for?" Lam Dai, upon hearing this, immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to her. "Your Highness, they say they are here to help you." At this moment, Pham Tran also spoke up, addressing Sabak. "Princess Sabike, I came here to find you." Upon hearing this, Sabike's face lit up with satisfaction as she looked at Pham Tran. This time, the reinforcements sent by Second Prince Huyen arrived very quickly, looking quite decent as well. Hearing this, Pham Tran broke out in a cold sweat, pouting as he spoke to her. "I am not the second prince." Before he could finish his sentence, a man impatiently interrupted him. It seems Pham Tran was not destined to complete a sentence here. The one who arrived was the second Prince Huyen, from what Sabark said. He rushed over, shouting loudly, "Get lost." Sabark chuckled, playfully flicking 3 fingers as she spoke to Pham Tran. "Look, the second Prince Huyen couldn't hold back and came to save the person." Pham Tran felt wronged but couldn't voice it. He turned his head, thinking to himself, "The second prince really knows how to create more trouble. How can I take out the sacred artifact of the Elven clan now?" As soon as the second prince arrived, he started questioning Sabark, asking why she suddenly let the patrol team go. "Your actions put the safety of our territory at risk." Sabark, upon hearing this, mockingly said to him, "Isn't that exactly what Prince Huyen wanted?" The second prince, hearing this, forced a smile and replied, "You just love to joke. This is a serious matter concerning the safety of our clan." Sabark's expression turned serious, her gaze icy as she said, "Now that it's come to this, there's no need to pretend anymore. Huyen came to see me to probe whether I knew about Huyen inviting Viet Bing, right?" The second prince was taken aback. He stammered, "You already know?" Sabark raised an eyebrow and casually continued, "Not only do I know, but I also know about seizing the crown. Huyen even invited humans to meddle. How foolish. If Huyen dares to do something so reckless, it's no wonder the princess could become the victor in the previous life. In terms of demeanor or strategy, the second prince was no match for her. It's a pity he came to meet the Elven King, but the victory was practically in Princess Dirnhar's hands. The Elven King, having lost the sacred artifact, became weak and needed him the most. At this moment, the argument between the second prince and Sabark was heating up, with the second prince angrily saying to Sabark, "As long as it's about power, it can be exploited. I'm sure I can control them." Sabark, hearing this, closed her eyes and spoke to him. "The cunning and schemes of humans are not something we can compare to. The interdimensional adventurer you just mentioned could prove this." The second prince, hearing this, asked back suspiciously, "Where is this interdimensional adventurer? I haven't contacted anyone." Pham Tran finally had the chance to speak up and explained, saying, "Princess Dirnhar, the truth is I am not one of the second prince's people. The one I really want to meet is the Elven King. I can extend the life of the Elven King." Sabark, upon hearing this, became extremely angry, spouting nonsense, and the second prince also angrily replied, "The emperor is elderly, his lifespan is dwindling, and it cannot be treated. Don't stand there spouting nonsense and misleading others." Pham Tran noticed the two were already getting anxious. He casually remarked, "You two from Dinha are so flustered. Is it because you don't want me to save the Spirit King?" Sabak turned to him, her face angry as she asked Pham Tran, "Do you even know what you're saying?" It was clearly a pointless question. Pham Tran knew exactly what she meant. With confidence, he calmly replied, "I said I can save the Spirit King." Hearing this, Sabak became furious, and a large bow and arrow appeared in her hand, aimed at Pham Tran. Humans babble nonsense and deceive others. Death is the only escape you should have. View Ina was made aware by her actions. Big brother Pham Tran, hearing Sabak say that, angrily retorted, Princess Sabak, are you planning to kill me now as if you were killing the king and your father? With an expressionless face and a cold tone, she replied, You think I wouldn't dare? The second prince also shouted in anger, How dare you? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop, let them come to see me, he ordered. And the faces of Sabak and the second prince twisted in fear. Sabak seemed to want to say something more. She started to call out but stopped, saying, Yes, father. Saying that, she turned to order the servant, Lead him to see father. The maid immediately nodded and responded, Yes, princess. Pham Tran will follow Valina. Valina, let's go, the second prince said, unable to hide his displeasure at their boldness. That damned outsider, father can protect him temporarily, but not forever. Lamdik raised an eyebrow and asked Sabak, Princess Dinhar, do you need your subordinates to kill them? Sabak coldly replied, The soul can control most areas. Taking risks without killing is very dangerous. She thought to herself, Father's lifespan is running out. There's basically no way to heal him. Her gaze became sinister. The ancient tree, the royal spirit clan, Spirit King Asat, sat on the throne and spoke to Pham Tran. The one from the other world, What is your name? Pham Tran bowed and greeted him. He said, Greetings, King Asat. I am Pham Tran. The King Asat, looking weary, seemed to draw in all his breath to speak to him. King Asat said, Pham Tran, do you bring our clan's sacred artifact? Pham Tran curiously asked him why. King Asat sighed and closed his eyes, saying, After our sacred artifact was lost, I once sought guidance from the goddess of nature, who decreed that one from the other world would bring the sacred cup to the spirit clan. I waited many years and finally saw a glimmer of hope. Please tell me that you truly possess it. Pham Tran, upon hearing this, closed his eyes and replied with a smile, Yes, I have brought the sacred cup of the spirits here. I can hand it over to you, but you need to agree to 2 conditions. King Asat, hearing this, joyfully spoke to Pham Tran. Please, go ahead, he said with a smile. First, I need enough sacred springs of the spirits. Second, I need 2 pieces of equipment. You can select one now, and I will choose the other in 6 months. On the day I acquire the new equipment, I will return the sacred cup to you. King Asat nodded eagerly, saying, All right, we cannot delay. Let's go to the sacred spring immediately, King Asat said to Pham Tran and Valina. This is the sacred spring of the spirits. You can call it the source of life. Pham Tran quickly took out a flask to draw water and poured it into a cup. King Asat said to Pham Tran, Only the true sacred vessel can preserve the energy of the spring water. After acquiring it, you can use any vessel to hold it. Pham Tran handed him the cup he just filled. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one go. After drinking, King Asat quickly returned to his youth. He joyfully exclaimed to Pham Tran, Finally, I can feel the power of life again. Thank you, Sir Pham Tran. If you need it, 1 gulp can help a person extend their lifespan by 100 years, Pham Tran said, raising the vase in his hand. This trip of mine is it, he said. Then gulped down all the water in the vase. At that moment in a modern room, shimmering blue lights appeared. The figure of Pham Tran gradually emerged, and a girl, upon seeing him, spat out the sip of water she was drinking, cursing under her breath. Flashing back to earlier, after finishing the holy spring water in the vase, he happily exclaimed, A supernatural item indeed. Just then, a system notification sounded, stating that the basic blood volume increased by up to 50%, and the lifespan doubled the limit of this creature. The holy spring from the elven holy artifact, the source of life. After drinking, the life value enhancement permanently increased by the corresponding percentage of basic blood volume. At the same time, gaining lifespan, Pham Tran turned and called out to Valina. Valina, come here, this is good stuff. The girl obediently ran over and said, I'm here. The Assassination King, hearing this, was startled and hesitated for a moment before addressing him. Sir Pham Tran, he cautiously asked the Assassination King, then continued. You should know that the holy spring water will dwindle over time. It's not endless. After many years, only 10 vases can be collected. I hope you will be lenient. Pham Tran smiled slyly at him and said, I saved your life. Taking 5 vases isn't too much, right? The Assassination King forced a smile, but inside he was bleeding with regret. He replied, It's not too much. Just then, the system continued to ring out. You have received the Holy Spring Elven Essence. Seeing the forced expression of the Assassination King, Pham Tran shyly avoided looking directly at him, scratching his face. Thank you. I heard there's some life fruit near the source of life. The assassination king seemed to be hesitating about something. He suddenly spoke seriously to him. You can certainly have it, but right now I'm afraid not. My 3 beloved children are coming here. Hearing that, Pham Tran understood his meaning. He smiled and said to him, Assassination King, are you interested in seeing the true faces of your children? The Assassination King responded to Pham Tran. All right then, I won't reveal myself for now. Just then, an angry voice shouted, My 2 royal brothers, the one from another world who charms or bewilders our father is indeed here. This time, besides Sabak and the second prince, William, there's also another person, the first prince, Lord Luen. Hearing Sabak say this, Lord Luen frowned and spoke to Pham Tran, the one from another world. Why are you in our holy land? Pham Tran heard this and casually replied, Isn't it obvious why I'm here? Of course, it's to save your father. The second prince, William, shouted angrily, asking him, Where's our father? Sabak coldly questioned Pham Tran. You said you could save our father, but now he's missing, and you appear in our holy land. How can you expect us to trust you? Pham Tran scratched his head, his face glistening with sweat as he laughed and explained to them, Didn't I prepare to go save him? Sabak sighed in relief upon hearing this, thinking to herself, It seems my father hasn't been saved yet. Then, she suddenly shouted at him, You're talking nonsense. I can clearly see you're just using the excuse of saving someone to steal from my holy clan. We can't just sit back and watch, William said, as if finally finding a valid reason to stop Pham Tran. He added, This person is deceiving the king. After getting onto the ground, Sir Luan also angrily drew his sword and said, Kill him immediately. Pham Tran sneered at the 3 of them. You truly are filial. At this moment, Asat King also stepped forward and spoke to Sir Luan's group. It's my fault for not teaching you well, allowing you to criticize me. When Sir Luan saw Asat King, he was stunned and shouted, Father! William, seeing this, stuttered before finally forming a complete sentence. Father, your body has recovered. Seeing Asat King back to his strong self, the others' faces showed nothing but shock and fear, no joy at all. Asat King, at this moment, said to them, It seems my extended life has disappointed you all. Sir Luan was sweating profusely at this point. He fearfully said to him, Father, this is a misunderstanding. William, hearing this, also nervously smiled to explain, Father, I didn't know he could save you. Only Sabak remained silent, her entire being emanating a terrifying gloom. Asat King grew increasingly angry and said to them, I never wanted to believe you would cut off your father's path to survival for a throne, but today I won't let Asat King finish his sentence. At this moment, Sabak, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed, Our clan is strong, but in your hands, you can only remain a small corner. If you become king, you can lead the spirit clan to battle and expand our territory. You shouldn't continue living. Those who are not of our clan surely have ulterior motives, and you will regret it later. Hearing this, King Asat's face darkened. He turned to speak coldly, saying that your thoughts would only lead our clan to an irreversible fate, disrupting the bond of father and child. I won't kill you. From today, you will head to the cold north for training. If you're not summoned, you can never return to the clan. With that, he turned and left with Pham Tran. At this moment, King Asat looked 10 years younger on the outside, but inside he felt 100 years older due to his beloved children. He walked while speaking to Pham Tran, My friend. This place is our clan's treasure that you need. As long as there's a need, we won't be stingy. Pham Tran, hearing this, turned and smiled at King Asat, saying thank you so much, King Asaturday. In the treasure room of the elf clan, King Asat generously told Pham Tran, My friend, feel free to choose what you want. I will go prepare the life fruit for you. Hearing this, Pham Tran replied, Thank you, and looked at the pile of elf clan weapons. He couldn't help but exclaim to Vaina, No wonder this is the treasure of the elf clan. There are truly a lot of high-quality items. At that moment, Vaina suddenly pointed to a nearby room. She said, Big brother, it seems there's a phantom formation in there. Pham Tran, hearing this, calmly asked her, Can it be broken? Vaina, upon hearing this, immediately used her spiritual energy, making one of her eyes shine. Like a penetrating light, she said to Pham Tran, Let me take a look. Vaina thought to herself. Breaking the illusion, at that moment, some items in the room appeared, like naturally formed swords, diamond-grade armor, diamond-grade boots, diamond-grade mysterious silver bracelets, diamond-grade items. Pham Tran saw this. He was so excited that he thought to himself, All these are equipment that don't require a level, unrestricted, and they're diamond-grade. What a find. Other items looked like a warrior's gear, only the bracelet seemed quite suitable for me. At this moment, in front of him, an information panel about the mysterious silver bracelet appeared. Outside the treasure room, the Assassination King was astonished. Holding a necklace in his hand, he said to Jang Tran, "I never expected you could break the illusion array and obtain the most suitable equipment. You really have a connection with our Lin tribe. This is the life fruit you wanted before. It was nurtured by the holy waters, also extending life but a bit weak." Just then, the system notification echoed, stating he received a life fruit times 20. Jang Tran shyly said to him, "Sorry to bother you. I have things to do, so I won't trouble you anymore." Before he could finish, a message from Tu Sai Lan Tiu interrupted him. In the message, Tu Sai Lan Tiu excitedly said, "Big brother, I encountered a super ancient dragon." The information displayed that it was a chaotic ancient dragon. Hearing this, Jang Tran's expression darkened, and he slightly furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, a chaotic ancient dragon, the final boss of the chaotic forest. For that guy to encounter it, Jang Tran immediately replied to him. He asked Tu Sai Lang Thiel, "Are you messaging me while in a corpse state?" Tu Sai Lang Thiel, unfazed, innocently replied, "No, big brother, I'm still alive. This big dragon fell from the sky and is now lying on the ground, not moving. It looks severely injured, almost like it's protecting something. I'll send you the location. You should come and see. It's in the chaotic forest." Soon after, Jang Tran and Vi Ina arrived at the location. He emerged from the thick bushes, speaking to the girl. "Even though there was an earlier threat from the warlord, we must still be cautious above all. A boss of the level, like the chaotic ancient dragon, might be able to sense that the warlord is still in a weakened state." Vi Ina obediently replied, "Yes," and Jang Tran continued, "Let's not get taken out before the warlord even shows up." Suddenly, Jang Tran was startled by the scene before him. He thought to himself in shock, the ancient dragon of Silver Moon, an incredible force. The three-headed flamehound was staring intently at the chaotic ancient dragon like tigers, ready to pounce. At that moment, a gigantic dragon lay sprawled on the ground, with the three beasts in front of it. Behind those three beasts were Jang Tran and the tiny Vi Ina. Jang Tran texted Tu Sai Lang Thiel, "Where are you? I can't see you." A quick reply came back. Tu Sai Lang Thiel said to him, "Big brother, to your right." Hearing this, Jang Tran looked to the side. Sure enough, Tu Sai Lang Thiel was standing not far away, waving over. Jang Tran thought to himself, why didn't he just say that from the start? Jang Tran walked over to Tu Sai Lang Thiel, looking at the spot where he was hiding. He said, "You found a great hiding spot." Tu Sai Lang Thiel proudly replied, "This is the boss's blind spot. It's very spacious in here, and this cover allows us to observe the outside." Indeed, looking through the cover allowed for a clear view of the chaotic ancient dragon. Jang Tran gazed at the chaotic ancient dragon. He pondered, what is this big dragon really doing? Tu Sai Lang Thiel listened intently. He said with a weary expression, "After it fell, it has been lying on the ground, wings half closed covering its belly. It might be about to give birth." Jang Tran, hearing this, replied to Tu Sai Lang Thiel with an expressionless face. "Congratulations, you guessed right. To be precise, it has already given birth." Tu Sai Lang Thiel, upon hearing this, raised one eyebrow with a sly grin and said to Jang Tran, "Big bro, do you think we can take this chance to deal with it? Then we can grab the dragon's treasure and run. A perfect plan." Jang Tran responded calmly, saying to him, "With just the three of us, it's not much different from signing our own death warrants. But perhaps there's one person who could give it a try." Jang Tran looked at Vor Huang and suggested, "Vor Huang, the chaotic ancient dragon just gave birth and is in a weakened state. Are you interested in teaming up?" She replied, "Absolutely, don't provoke it. My strength hasn't recovered yet. Based on my skills and the sword's aura, I might scare it off, but if we push too hard, I'm not sure I can kill it," he thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful for agreeing so easily. It's a rare opportunity. If we let this go, it would be a pity. But the chaotic ancient dragon is fundamentally beyond what I can handle right now. A single swipe could take me down. Suddenly, he remembered the old demon. Right. The old demon could definitely open the paper and see the instructions. Is there any special tool? The aura of Diem Trung Fong. Okay. Suddenly, a scream echoed from somewhere. It turned out to be the ancient beast Bimong. He exclaimed joyfully, "So it's the ancient beast Bimong. The heavens are really helping me." Tu Sai Lan Thiel asked, "What is the ancient beast Bimong?" The ancient beast Bimong, also known as the practical long dragon, is said to feed on dragons. It's a natural enemy of the dragon clan. The chaotic ancient dragon is being targeted and attacked. The chaotic ancient dragon is definitely not distracted by the Bimong. This is a great opportunity, perhaps. It could be a feast. You guide INA to teleport back to the city first. Later, if I can't protect both of you, Shosai replied. Okay, from above. The chaotic 9 dragons roared, unleashing a force directly at the ancient beast, Bimong. It didn't hold back and roared back fiercely. Yeah, the ancient dragon is coming, I'll take care of it. Than Anon thought. Magic dragon language. Elemental whirlwind. Truly the king of chaotic realms. This time it really is fortune amidst danger. At this moment, the system panel appeared. You have received the token of the chaotic ancient dragon. Would you like to use the traditional stone? Traditional stone to the city of Kantien. He shouted, use it. The system panel appeared once again. The traditional stone has been activated. It will complete the transmission in 10 seconds. Please pay attention. Once the transmission is interrupted by external forces, it will immediately stop. The countdown has begun. 10. The token of the chaotic ancient dragon has been placed in the item frame. 9. At this moment he was just worried. If it fails... Suddenly, 3 monsters appeared out of nowhere. He wondered, why haven't these beasts left? At that moment, a flash of light flickered above his head like some kind of power. The dragon was stunned. Then suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky onto the dragon, as if it gained new power, roaring loudly. Wow, it seems the chaotic ancient dragon has discovered the entangled line. The ancient beast can't fly, so it probably can't stop it. Yet the 3 creatures behind keep clinging on. The male lead had to show his frustration. Damn it, those 3 monsters were determined not to let him go. And he made a firm decision, taking a gamble, hoping the chaotic ancient dragon would get injured. But unexpectedly, at that moment, it unleashed a powerful surge of strength, releasing a blinding red light from its skin. The male lead turned around in shock and remembered he had something that could control it right now. The mysterious silver bracelet was passive, dispelling the force, and was nowhere near the ancient dragon. He helplessly said, this time it's really too much, tired and panting, learning. The mysterious silver bracelet was only active for 3 seconds. The black wings could still be used for 3.5 minutes, then immediately activate the concealed space. He thought he could still escape an attack from the chaotic ancient dragon, but who would have guessed? The dragon had reached the peak of its anger and roared, return my child to me. The male lead cleverly dodged that blow, hiding in the concealed space. There's no way out. The life-saving skills are on cooldown, really at a dead end. It seems this time he can only rely on the old demon, and she has really come. Complaining to him, she truly gave in to him. Wouldn't it be better if you listened to me? He looked at her in confusion, wondering why she was here. The chaotic ancient dragon is not easy to deal with. Can she really handle it now? She turned away and told him to hurry to the teleportation magic circle. She had her own way. The ancient dragon spoke sharply. Queen of the Winged Clan, do you seek death? She calmly replied, your body is weakening to this extent. Even a large-scale magic circle can't be activated, and you still want to kill me? She cursed back at the ancient dragon loudly. Shut up, suppress. Delivering a blow that completely destabilized the ancient dragon, Sky Sword, the queen of the Winged Clan, said, you condone the human race stealing my child. This grudge won't end until I die, she asked. Still too reluctant? She pondered. The consequences of the Sky Sword wouldn't hold it for too long. She had to get Than Anon out of here. The ancient dragon screamed helplessly, I will definitely kill you all. The old demon complained angrily, you're really too bold. If the chaotic ancient dragon is at its peak, 1 breath could kill you. I told you to leave there quickly. Are you really joking with your life? If it weren't for my real concern, Than Anon could only listen in silence and replied, yeah, no, I promise there won't be a next time, she told the male lead. All right then. You need to get out of here quickly. It won't be long before the chaotic ancient dragon can break free from its restraints, she said. Wait, I haven't said goodbye to you. Why did you come here? Diem Trung Fong spoke up to confirm. Than Anon, surprised, asked, Old Diem, why are you out in the chaotic woods instead of in the city? Diem Trung Fong replied, I'm here on church business, just taking a stroll. You, Fu Huang, suddenly chimed in. Diem Trung Fong is also my friend, prompting Than Anon to ask. The two knew each other, and Fu Huang recounted what he knew. Diem Trung Fong, a genius of unmatched talent born from the flames, is the youngest dual-system practitioner in nearly 1,000 years. Of course, he had heard of him and speculated about his purpose for being there. Diem Trung Fong calmly retorted, that was just ancient history. He added, but I really didn't expect to find the Vordark clan's queen so easily. Vor Huang looked at him, surprised to have found an answer to his speculation. Sure enough, you came to find me, DM Trungfang continued. As for business, I sought her for the church, and they gave me what I wanted. The church had invited me multiple times before, but I declined. I only ventured out lately because I felt good. Pham Tran cautiously voiced his suspicion. Don't tell me it's because I dealt with the crisis at the Chivium ancient site that you're in a good mood to agree with the church? Then, because she saved me, she left the Vordirk clan, and that's how old Deem caught her, he said, turning his head to hold his head in frustration. Oh man. Damn it. Old Ziem, Wu Huang is my contract teammate. We're family. Let's not fight. Ziem Trungfang maintained his smile. He said, if that's the case, then let's drop this deal. After all, the church can't do anything to me. After agreeing, Diem Trungfang turned to ask Pham Tran, what about you? Why are you in the chaotic woods? Pham Tran replied cheerfully. I came to visit the elf clan, and I'm holding 2 life fruits. Presenting them to Diem Trungfang and Ver Huang, he said, here, I'm gifting you both these treasures. Diem Trungfang took the life fruit and asked in surprise, life fruit? Ver Huang confirmed, indeed, it's a life fruit. It can help me recover from my injuries. Thank you, Pham Tran added, in case it's not enough. I still have some. Suddenly, a giant dragon flew in from nowhere, roaring at the 3 of them. Those from another realm, hand over my child, Diem Trungfang exclaimed in surprise. Chaotic dragon, what did you 2 get tangled up with? Pham Tran scratched his cheek, trying to avoid the question. I just stole one of its eggs. Old Diem. You won't just sit there and wait to die, right? Diem Trungfang was at a loss for words at his thick-skinned attitude, gritting his teeth and launching a ball of energy. You really are reckless. Reckless, huh? The chaotic dragon opened its mouth to breathe fire, but the flames were instantly blocked by Diem Trungfang. Stop! The chaotic dragon froze, and Pham Tran joyfully shouted from behind. Old Diem, can you finish it off while you're at it? Vor Huang immediately stopped him, saying, no, if the chaotic dragon's life is threatened, Lam Nui will use a life-saving skill. When that happens, the super curse will be unleashed, and no one will survive. Diem Trungfang turned to Pham Tran. For now, it won't be able to move. Let's leave first. Where do you want to go? Pham Tran answered immediately. The Adventurers Association in Canthian. Ziem Trungfang said, let's go, and Jiang Chun waved goodbye to Vu Huang. See you, Vu Huang. Fu Huang smiled and replied, goodbye. At the royal mansion in Canthian, Pham Chun and Ziem Trungfang emerged from the magic circle. Diem Trungfang opened his mouth to greet, Heavenly City Lord, it's been a while. The Heavenly City Lord saw him and remarked, Diem City Lord, your unexpected visit must be addressed. Diem Trungfang laughed out loud. Haha, I'll definitely fix it. He didn't even hesitate to kick Pham Tran out, adding, let's reminisce about old times. You should go out and play, Pham Tran thought irritably. It seems this old Diem can only honestly head to the Adventurers Guild to find information on the Dragon Clan. At that moment in the Adventurers Guild, the system announcement rang out, rewarding a mission, with Pham Tran as the target, and the mission's difficulty level 5. With a reward of 1,000 and a nameless mission, Little Schwan saw this and exclaimed, wow, someone's actually offering a reward for an S-rank mission. Assassinate the great Pham Tran. A man behind her heard this and said to Little Swan, what's this? There are actually people offering rewards to stomp on that god. A green-haired man nodded in agreement, saying, yes, 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 hanging right under the great Pham Tran. That's also an S-rank mission. Hearing this, a guy turned to the green-haired man and said, is the reward poster messed up? Who would dare take that? Another person added, I definitely wouldn't. It's hard enough to level up to this point. I don't want to gift my life. Meanwhile, the main character in their discussion casually walked past them. Pham Tran said to the high-ranking receptionist, excuse me, could you get me the documents on the chaotic ancient dragon? The receptionist, hearing him, rolled her eyes and contemptuously said, adventurer, handle your procedures at the reception desk. We don't accept that here. Suddenly, Pham Tran pulled out a badge, and upon seeing it, the receptionist's attitude flipped 180 degrees. She sat down respectfully and said to him, I'm very sorry. I'll get the documents for you right away. Please wait a moment. Saying that, she hurried off, and Pham Tran watched her leave. His expression was emotionless as he said to her, sorry for the trouble. Soon after, she returned with a stack of documents in hand, panting as she spoke to Pham Tran. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here are the basic documents and leveling information on the chaotic ancient dragon. Pham Tran took the documents from her hand and smiled, saying, thank you. The basic documents on the chaotic ancient dragon typically appear in chaotic jungles, giant creatures with black dragon scales, green skin, and chaotic magical attributes, possessing the ability to cast super-level forbidden spells. According to the records, the chaotic ancient dragon has the chaotic dragon lineage and the potential to evolve, but the chances are very low, with a high danger level. Reading this, Than Anon pondered, a high-level dragon species like the chaotic ancient dragon can evolve, but I've never heard of chaotic ancient dragons before. He continued flipping through the documents searching, then suddenly Than Anon stopped, happily thinking to himself, I found it. In one of the documents, it stated that chaotic ancient dragons can be nurtured with fire, spirit stones, dragon blood herbs, sunflowers, and dusk flowers. By using the Holy Spring Spirit, they can hatch. Than Anon thought to himself, I have the Holy Spring Spirit, sunflowers in the old Red Flame domain. Dusk flowers are found near the northern main city, and dragon blood herbs can be found in the dragon's tranquil jungle, but I still need fire spirit stones. Thinking this, he turned to the receptionist and asked, Do you have any documents on fire spirit stones? Hearing his question, she replied, I'll go find them for you. Suddenly, the receptionist mumbled to herself, saying, Okay, I know. Than Anon thought as he looked at Ngai Nya, is someone feeding her information? Ngai Nya had just finished her call and smiled brightly at Than Anon. My lord, I've just received news. The association has gotten a lead on the fire spirit crystal. At that moment, the system notification sounded, announcing a special mission. Go to the Lavan volcano to gather special materials. Mission details. The Lavan volcano is currently active, experiencing several minor eruptions. A large amount of special materials has appeared. Go there to collect them. Mission rewards include special equipment, determined by the quantity and quality of the materials. The quality of the special materials ranges from low to high. Fire, patterned steel, good. Fire spirit crystal, rare. Fire origin gem, excellent, Than Anon said with a smile to Ngai Nya. I understand. Please help me register for this. Saying this, Than Anon thought seriously. So much coincidence. Although I don't know why you're helping, I still thank you. Sword Saint of the Unknown. Ngai Nya saw the Sword Saint approaching. She bowed respectfully to him, greeting the president. May I ask why you issued such a mission? Is the S-rank lord acquainted with you? The Sword Saint of the Unknown listened. He turned and replied with a smile to Ngai Nya, that guy from Lamdong is active again and needs someone to deal with it. I initially planned to go, but seeing Than Anon, I felt it was all right to leave it to him. Ngai Nya, upon hearing this, closed her eyes and said to the Sword Saint of the Unknown, My subordinate is unclear about this. What does it have to do with the Lavan volcano? The Sword Saint of the Unknown didn't explain further. He waved his hand at Ngai Nya and said, You'll know when the time comes. Step back for now. At this moment, the Sword Saint of the Unknown thought to himself sadly, if I complete this, what reward should I prepare for that guy? At the central city of the Lavan volcano, around the foot of the volcano, lava snails crawled everywhere. Brother, Than Anon sent a message. Line Tiu, I'm assigning you a task. Go to the outskirts of the city and pick some chium flowers for me. Tuisai Lang Tiu quickly responded, Okay, big bro. I thought you were done for. Turns out you're still alive, just like you. Than Anon walked at the foot of the volcano, thinking to himself. Lava snails were scattered about. He could find a way around to gather materials. Suddenly, Than Anon stopped, shocked. He turned around, thinking to himself. At that moment, a group of women approached, led by Hoa Hong Chinsi, who strutted up confidently and said to Than Anon, You're the one impersonating a PC. Why are you everywhere? Than Anon chuckled awkwardly and said to Hoa Hong Chinsi, Calm down. Who would have thought you girls would actually believe it? Let's not talk about that anymore. The monsters in the Lavan volcano drop blood, colored shoes, completely unsuitable for leveling. What are you girls doing here? Did you receive some hidden mission? Hoa Hong Qiansir's face suddenly flushed. Her voice trembled as she stuttered to Than Anon. What mission? We just came to this place without any intention. Than Anon turned to leave, not forgetting to say to Hoa Hong Qiansir, Why be so agitated? What you girls are here for has nothing to do with me. Bye-bye. He waved to them and left. The Rose Warrior looked at Than Anon with a confused expression, wondering what he was doing here. Forget him, let's go. Than Anon headed in a different direction. He thought to himself, the further I go, the fewer monsters there are. It must be here. Suddenly, a blinding red light appeared behind him, and he realized he was surrounded by a maze. Giant lava snails were slowly crawling towards him, their mouths filled with sharp teeth arranged in a thick, circular pattern. It looked like a flower. Suddenly the maze exploded into the sky. and a notification sounded. You have received 8 fire pattern steel. Pham Tran turned to look at the aftermath of the explosion. He thought to himself, more than 20 monsters only dropped 8 pieces of fire pattern steel, and there were no traces of fire pattern crystals around. Looks like I need to go around the volcano to check it out. Suddenly he paused in doubt. The group of Rose warriors was standing in front of a rock, performing some kind of formation. Pham Tran thought to himself, encountering them again. That must be a hidden space. Did they really receive some hidden mission? They cast into the space, and the Rose warriors entered that space and disappeared. Pham Tran watched everything from a hiding spot. He thought to himself, in my previous life, I didn't operate in the directional city. The living environment at Lavan Volcano was scarce. There were almost no materials and missions related to it on the forum. I know nothing about this place. I'll follow them and see. After thinking, Pham Tran followed the Rose warriors into that hidden space and immediately came face to face with a pair of round, firm buttocks in front of him. She walked away in front. Pham Tran looked back at this steamy scene. He blushed with delight, thinking to himself, sure enough, there's something good here. It turns out there's a secret passage. At this moment, the girl in front finally noticed. She angrily shouted at Pham Tran. Why is it you? Are you stalking us? Hey, stop looking around. This scoundrel, Pham Tran, was still lost in his own dream. He drooled and muttered. I don't want to. At this moment, in the dark cave, only screams could be heard. What are you drooling about? Pham Tran quickly denied, saying, No, I'm not drooling. She shouted again. Close your eyes now. He obediently replied. Okay. A moment later, another angry shout came. Where are you touching? Step back. Pham Tran immediately said, Sorry. Finally out of the cave, Pham Tran sighed and said, Hey, we just came to grind monsters for levels. Inside were plenty of lava monsters. My level is silver, different from lava snails. Lava monsters appeared human-like. With long limbs, they walked on tiptoes, their eyes blank, and their mouths round with sharp teeth sticking out inside. On their backs was a shell attached tightly to their bodies, causing them to hunch forward while walking. Pham Tran saw this. He waved his hand to the Rose warriors. Many monsters, low level. The area around the obscured spot is a decent place to hunt. You girls keep going. I'll fly around a bit. If you need me, just call. Saying that, he swaggered away. The Rose warrior heard that. She was so angry and called out to the monkey. You better hurry up. The Rose warrior watched his figure leave. She thought to herself, with his abilities, why isn't he hunting monsters with us? I really don't understand what he's doing. At this moment, Pham Tran had reached the mouth of the volcano. He looked up at the volcano above him. Pham Tran thought to himself, so it turns out to be inside the volcano. This hotspot is indeed magnificent. He clicked his tongue in regret. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock. He turned to look at the bubbles rising from the lava flow. Pham Tran cautiously thought to himself, what is that? It's like it's answering his question. At that moment, a lava fish slowly emerged from the lava, its face fierce. Pham Tran exclaimed in surprise, swearing. Outside the volcano, scorching lava was erupting violently from within. A group of people who had just arrived were frightened by this scene. They exclaimed in horror, Damn, this volcano is about to erupt. Another man calmly said, Don't panic. It's probably just a small eruption. Everyone looked, and before he could finish speaking, someone else joyfully shouted. He stammered, We shouldn't hope. This is. Others joined in. Rare materials we've been searching for. The earthquake also frightened the Rose warriors who were hunting monsters. She turned around and shouted, What's going on? What is that guy doing? Is it dangerous? At that moment, on Pham Tran's side, the lava fish jumped high, its red mouth aimed at him, ready to swallow him whole. Pham Tran took a step back. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, This is in the Lavan volcanic area. My luck can't be matched by anyone. The lava fish let out a loud roar and charged forward. Behind Pham Tran, a pair of large white wings appeared. He quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding a strike from the lava fish. The lava fish missed and plunged back into the lava. Pham Tran stared in awe as a pearl shot up. He thought to himself, This is the sound of the system notification. You have received fire steel. You have received fire crystal. Pham Tran wondered about the mission items. At this moment, the lava fish looked up and charged at him again. He quickly dodged its attack. The system notifications continued to ring out. You have received fire crystal. Pham Tran watched as rare materials continuously floated up. He happily thought to himself, So that's it. Most of the special materials are in this lava layer. No wonder the drop rate was so low when hunting. The notifications kept sounding non-stop. You received the Fire Stone and the Fire Essence. Pham Tran was shocked to hear that. The Fire Essence is a rare item, truly the key to riches amidst danger. Suddenly, Pham Tran was startled. The lava fish from afar charged straight at him. Pham Tran was too surprised, pale with fright. A distance attack, and suddenly a crescent-shaped green symbol appeared on his forehead. He thought briefly, and the wings on his back also turned jet black. Pham Tran looked at the lava fish hiding under the water, glaring at him. He wondered if it couldn't come ashore, but he definitely hadn't left the danger zone. It can continue attacking from a distance, so why has it stopped? The skill is still cooling down, but it probably only attacks those who get close to the lava pool. But why is that? The lava fish seems to be protecting something. He curiously looked behind it. On a rock sticking out from the lava, there was a red crystal. It radiated a blinding golden glow. Pham Tran wondered what that was. Could it be guarding that? Forget about it. Grab it first and think later. With that thought, he rushed toward the stone, while the lava fish remained unprepared. As he touched the crystal and flew up, a notification from the system rang out. You received the Fire Soul Essence. At this moment, the lava fish seemed completely enraged, leaping high into the air. It opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, the volcano seemed to reach its peak. It erupted violently, with lava shooting up into a tall column and splattering everywhere. The wide mouth of the lava fish opened as if about to swallow something whole. He could only see himself skillfully dodging the fish's attack. This made it miss with a loud thud, and at that moment, the people below were astonished, shouting, "What the hell? That's a killing machine!" Another man wondered aloud, how did he fly out of the volcano? A different guy, still stunned, said, "Do these big shots love to dive into danger?" Suddenly, a blinding light shot past above them. They followed his silhouette, their voices gradually turning into murmurs. But from his appearance, it seemed he was running for his life, and they slowly turned back. A massive lava fish was opening its fiery mouth towards them, while Pham Tran was flying rapidly through the air. He watched as the lava fish chased after him relentlessly, propelled by the flowing lava. Pham Tran thought to himself, it seems it can only operate within the lava, but the volcano is erupting now. Damn it, the supernatural boss is truly insane. I'm so far out of the danger zone, yet it's still chasing me. Didn't I just want to grab some materials? Is it really necessary to yell like that? The system notification blared. Soulfire Heart, a special equipment used in special scenarios. Effect 1. All fire attribute attacks deal extra damage. Effect 2. Reduces damage from fire attribute attacks and decreases fire attribute damage points further. Hearing this, he smirked, thinking, it's not just materials, it's special gear. He continued, no wonder it's going crazy. Below, the lava creature jumped up, aiming its fiery mouth at him. At that moment, one of his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, the void cloak is out of tricks. I can only hold on a bit longer. When it came to speed, he suddenly flew into a dense forest, hoping to use the terrain to split it in half. If it doesn't work, I can find a hidden spot to use the teleport stone. Just then, the system's voice announced, you have removed the special equipment, Soulfire Heart. You have equipped the special Soulfire Heart. In the dense forest, he zipped past a group of people. They saw him and shouted, look, the god of death. The guild is still offering a bounty on him. The reward is similar to Pham Tran's, and the guild is on high alert. Seeing this, Hungba excitedly said, a pastor has appeared. We just need to strike first. Shoot him down, Viren Trin. The man named Viren Trin complied, saying, got it. While Pham Tran was flying in the middle, he barked, bunch of idiots, dying without a fight. Hungba heard Pham Tran say this. He was furious, shouting, damn it, you dare to mock me even now. Viren Trin, what are you doing? Shoot it down, Viren Trin said in a nonchalant tone to him. Boss, boss. Hungba felt the heat behind him, while Pham Tran heard a loud noise above him. He thought, as expected, this thing can't get into bed. As long as I can escape the range of Viren Trin's skill, Hungba said with a sinister smile. This time, I'm going to score big. Just then, a man approached Pham Tran, saying, not a bad haul, huh? Congratulations. Pham Tran saw that it was the nameless sword saint and was astonished, asking, why are you here? Are you worried I won't complete the mission you assigned? The nameless sword saint grinned and said to Pham Tran, you can guess that the mission was set by me. Indeed, a smart kid. But you stole the Soulfire Heart, and now the lava creature, unable to catch up to you, has started venting its anger on other adventurers. For a short time, the Lavan volcano won't settle down. Pham Tran heard this and awkwardly smiled, saying, sorry, I didn't mean to. the nameless sword saint, hearing this, casually waved his hand at Pham Tran, saying, "The Lavan volcano is unusual now. My next mission in the Lamdong region has to be postponed. You have to take responsibility." Pham Tran understood his meaning and said, "So this is a continuous mission? Just tell me straight what you need me to do." The nameless holy sword heard this and said seriously, "Quickly finish the task, and I'll reward you with a royal equipment of unlimited level." However, the red-haired gentleman gently explained the serious consequences that Jiang Chen had caused, as he angered the 5 lava dragons, causing the volcano to act abnormally. Other adventurers could not enter, he continued to warn. "If you do not complete the task, you will face severe punishment." Jiang Chen showed clear dissatisfaction. Interrupting their conversation, he asked, "What exactly is the mission?" He raised his hand to his chin, his eyes reflecting disinterest, challenging. "What exactly is the mission?" The other did not respond to the heat but gently placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, showing a friendly gesture as a reminder that this mission was not simple. Before leaving, the older man did not forget to send his wishes. "I wish you a successful mission." After that statement, the gentleman quickly turned and left with a calm and decisive demeanor, disappearing into the void with his farewell. "I'll go check the volcano situation next," he said. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood behind, unable to read his expression clearly. His hands seemed a bit relaxed, and his posture was no longer stiff as before. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen maintained a calm attitude, not rushing into the mission but instead contemplating other plans he could execute during this time. He thought about another opportunity, one that could lead to the ancient Red Flame territory, to find the sunflower needed to hatch the dragon egg in the cool green forest. He did not rush but carefully considered his next steps, the scene unfolding into a majestic and ancient site of the Red Flame Palace under the crescent moonlight. A stern gatekeeper appeared, blocking his path and warned, "Who goes there? This is the dwelling of the ancient holy master. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden." Despite being stopped, the protagonist showed no signs of worry. He looked at the gatekeeper with a slightly tipsy tone and replied, "Ijo. Not bad living now, huh?" He looked at the gatekeeper with a sly gaze and continued, "You're sure?" the gatekeeper asked in surprise. "Do you know that person?" This sparked a mystery. Jiang Chen seemed to have a past related to this place, and the gatekeeper's failure to recognize him only highlighted some change or advancement in him. Nevertheless, he did not need to explain much, simply replying, "It's me." A short but confident answer. Jiang Chen didn't need to elaborate, just responding briefly, "It's me," with an air of confidence. "I'm here to handle a few things," hinting that he was not just appearing randomly but had a specific mission, the mask in his hand seemingly representing concealment. In the end, the gatekeeper of the Red Flame Palace seemed to have recognized this character's identity, and asked seriously, "Fan Chen, why are you here?" Fan Chen casually replied, "I'm here to pick some sunflowers." An answer full of sarcasm and humor after Jiang Chen responded. The scene continued with images of brilliant golden sunflowers blooming everywhere in the garden of the Holy Palace, their shimmering golden petals dancing in the light. Creating a mystical and vibrant atmosphere, Jang Tran gently stepped into the garden, bent down, and without hesitation took a small knife, carefully cutting a branch of the dandelion flower. Still allowing Jang Tran to continue, the words from the gatekeeper showed a certain acquiescence. But along with that was a sense of alertness. After Pham Tran cut the dandelion flower, the situation became even more interesting when Lair Tang unexpectedly appeared. She approached softly with an intimate tone, saying, "Pham Tran, it's been a long time." Lair Tang's appearance seemed to ease the tension in the air, but there was still an air of mystery, especially regarding the relationship between the two. Determined not to show surprise, he casually asked, "Lair Tang, what brings you here?" However, his question also revealed a certain level of concern for Lair Tang, albeit indirectly, after Jiang Tran noticed Lair Tang's presence. He asked gently, "Lair Tang, you seem all right." "I'm fine," he replied. Though his words expressed concern, he appeared completely unfazed by her arrival, even seeming to have anticipated it. "Lair Tang," he responded, "the master left a life-preserving item with me after I was heavily injured by the city lord. The power of the demon dissipates due to the fortune." I must smile subtly. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at Lair Tang. He spoke in a calm tone. "Thank you, Pham Tran. Only with Lair Tang can I understand and be together." His words, though expressing gratitude, had a calmness as if it were a matter of course. Lair Tang blushed slightly, her eyes lowered in embarrassment, saying nothing more, just quietly standing beside him, occasionally leaning against him as a silent show of empathy. Jang Tran stood next to the two, wearing a relaxed smile, raising a hand to say goodbye. "As long as you two are okay, that's all that matters." I'm heading out now." Though his face was smiling, he couldn't hide a hint of worry in his eyes. Jang Tran merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more as the other turned to leave. As his figure gradually faded, Tang suddenly tilted her head. Her voice became soft yet serious. "Pham Tran, the master invites you to chat." Jang Tran turned to look at her. The gentle smile never left his face after hearing Tang mention the master. The atmosphere temporarily settled, and suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, breaking the silence. "Sister, who sent you to find me?" The call echoed from the distant building. Under the bright moonlight, a figure with red hair appeared. Looking toward Jang Tran, the newcomer was Isa with a mysterious smile. Her bright red hair stood out in the darkness. She didn't wait for anyone to respond, and directly asked, "Pham Tran, did you come to the ancient fire grounds because you are sure you can kill the demon lord?" Jang Tran turned around. His eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, not rushing to respond to her question after hearing Tang mention the master. The atmosphere grew tenser, and for a moment, he decided to turn to leave, muttering with dissatisfaction as he walked. "Sister Isa, if you say that, then I'm leaving now. Bye." Pham Tran's face clearly showed his displeasure. His lips pressed tightly, eyes squinting, as if wanting to escape this conversation as quickly as possible. Isa stood there, showing a hint of regret on her face. She slowly spoke, her tone filled with subtle meaning. "That's too bad. I thought it would be hard for you to come here even once. I should give you a little gift to help you grow faster." Isa's words made Jang Tran stop in his tracks, his face showing clear surprise and a bit of panic. Before he could respond, he felt the seriousness from Isa. Jang Tran paused, as if struggling with himself inside. He looked at Isa, her face showing determination. Isa smirked slightly, her voice carrying an implication. "It seems I wasted my effort." Jang Tran interrupted sharply, his gaze icy. His voice rang out powerfully. "It wasn't a waste." His voice crackled behind him. He continued. This time, his tone slowed down, as if admitting the truth. "I know what you've done, Sister Asa. You're so considerate, always pampering me." Before he finished his sentence, Isa burst out laughing and quickly spoke up, her eyes still sharp. "Here, take this enlightenment stone." As she said this, a stone emitting a strange light appeared in her hand. Isa smiled gently, her red hair standing out in the dark night. A gleaming stone with an enchanting glow appeared in her hand. Based on the skills chosen, new skills must be generated. Types of skills include healing, damage, skill strength, 7 stars. He was dizzy, his mouth agape. "Enough." Isa stood back, watching Jang Tran's reaction, her smile deepening, as if everything was going according to her plan. In Jang Tran's journey, his relationship with Isa became increasingly complicated. When Isa handed Jang Tran the Enlightenment Stone with a contemptuous expression, yet genuinely caring for him, fearing he wouldn't be pleased with her gift. However, contrary to Isa's worries, Jang Tran appeared cheerful and grateful. The stone was not just an ordinary gift but also helped him easily cultivate advanced skills, especially the 9-star skill, even though he could feel Isa's concern. Jang Tran maintained a calm demeanor, knowing that if he showed greed or ingratitude, Isa would look at him with disdain, seeing him as someone who only knows how to fight for power. Jang Tran's sincerity put Isa in a tough position. Despite trying to appear cold and push him away, deep down she still hoped he would become strong soon to face their common enemy, the demon god. Jang Tran, facing Isa's rejections, became even more determined. He understood that the upcoming battle with the demon god was not just a fight for honor, but also a promise to those in the ancient land, under Jang Tran's steadfast gaze. Although Isa was tough, she couldn't hide her worries for him. After their emotional conversation, Jang Tran was teleported to the city of Changthien. As soon as he entered the city, he immediately encountered a stranger, who quickly led him to meet the master of the city, the Celestial. Jang Tran was startled to realize he had forgotten to wear his mask, the thing that concealed his true identity. Naturally, instead of facing danger, he was surprised that the city master already knew about him. What surprised him more was that the Celestial admired Jang Tran's talent. But behind that facade was a cold and indifferent gaze. The Celestial's admiration did not stem from kindness, but from the information he had heard from the school's leader. Although a bit surprised by the city master's knowledge of his journey, Jang Tran remained resolute. This did not concern the city master. This response showed his self-control and determination. Even when facing someone powerful like the Celestial, he wouldn't back down. The conversation grew tense as the Celestial Master revealed the mission he wanted Jang Tran to undertake. He demanded Jang Tran kill a dangerous individual imprisoned in Dongbang Nguyen, Tat Kuk, belonging to the Half-Beast clan. But this was not just a simple assassination mission. the Celestial Master wanted to ignite a war with the Half-Beast clan. The one who had caused him pain in the past was from this clan, which had destroyed the Celestial Master's home when he was young and left its mark. Yes, they made him a slave for many years. The Celestial Master did not hide his ambitions when he stated that the death of Tot Kuk would be the first step in the war against the Half-Beast clan. He yearned for revenge and did not hesitate to use Jang Tran as a tool for this plan. However, Jang Tran quickly realized the scheme, giving the Celestial Master a defiant look, not wanting to be used for personal ambitions. Even though he knew that completing the mission would bring him valuable rewards, he refused because his loyalty did not belong to a scheming traitor. When the Celestial Master revealed the name Tot Kuk, Jang Tran's gaze sharpened, but he was neither surprised nor afraid. He boldly proposed an alternative plan. Instead of killing Tot Kuk, why not kill the princess of the Half-Beast clan? This, according to Jang Tran, would easily ignite the war and disrupt the Celestial Master's plans. Jang Tran's toughness and determination not only astonished the Celestial Master, but also solidified his status as a true hero, someone who placed duty and ideals above all material rewards. The system notification announced, activating a special hidden mission, requesting if the war should be accepted. Mission details: go to the Half-Beast clan territory, capture the Half-Beast princess, and deliver her to the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master of Canthian, the mission rewards unknown, felt excitement in his ordinary eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting in secret delight. This way, it wouldn't conflict with the nameless mission anymore. But there was a skeptical look. Capturing her is indeed quite challenging. Hearing those words, the orange-haired guy pondered. Some things aren't as simple as the rumors say. I can show you how to subdue the Half-Beast princess. You just need to bring her before me. The orange-haired guy turned around. It must be kept mysterious. This needs to be a secret. Once you finish the mission for the nameless senior, I will share the details with you. And as for the rewards, they will definitely not be lesser than those of the nameless senior. After the conversation ended, Jang Tran left. The words and mission given to him by the orange-haired guy left him deep in thought. It seemed the goals of the Celestial Master and the nameless one were not the same. He entered a luxurious building, looking around for something while pondering. It's better to stay out of the affairs of others. As long as the mission doesn't conflict, that's fine. But I still need to hand over the mission from the nameless one first, transitioning to a lavish room inside. The voice echoed, totaling 53 pieces of fire-patterned steel, 2 pieces of fire spirit crystal, and 1 piece of fire essence gem. The other person continued, assessing the task completion as an A+. Hearing the supervisor announce his achievement, Pham Tran secretly complained. Although he had kept some fire spirit crystals with so many materials, he only received an A+. Unsatisfied, Pham Tran asked the supervisor, "What about the mission reward?" The supervisor replied seriously, "The special equipment reward needs the materials you collected to forge. The forging will take about 3 hours. Please come back later to receive your reward." Pham Tran smiled at the supervisor, thinking that the anonymous guild leader mentioned another task. He thought to himself that it seems he wouldn't get anything today. Just as he finished his thought, the supervisor left but turned back to Pham Tran, saying, "Follow me." That was a special mission, requiring him to go to the main hall. Pham Tran quietly followed, and they went out to the main hall where the system displayed an announcement. Special mission: go to the ice barrier at Lam Dong Ice Field. Kill the Royal Prince Beastman. The mission required that the adventurer complete the Flame Connection mission, rated B level or higher, to be eligible for the reward. The equipment reward does not require the level of the recipient's class, royal quality. Everyone in the main hall was stunned when they received the announcement, looking at the message again in disbelief. The equipment does not require the level, royal quality. Learning something new, they thought, I haven't even touched any gold equipment, and now there's royal equipment. Is this the barrier between me and the strong? All the players were excited. They were thrilled, and hoped they would be the first to obtain this rare equipment, seeking people, as many as possible. Taking advantage of the time to go to the Flame Connection to complete the mission, he found that the task was recorded as gathering materials. Who knew there was another mission afterwards? Moreover, the reward was so awesome. Pham Tran, hearing their excitement, thought of the anonymous leader on the other side. He wondered if the anonymous leader had finished the Flame Connection. Otherwise, going now would be suicidal. Pham Tran doubtedly asked the supervisor, "Did the leader have any other instructions?" The supervisor's eyes sparkled as he replied softly, "The leader asked me to inform you that if you fail the mission, he will seal 1 item of any kind on you. He hopes you will be careful. After completing the mission, he will give you an additional sealed sword skill as a reward." Transitioning to the scene with the black-haired man. He was preparing to leave, saying, Okay, see you tomorrow. His silhouette gradually faded away, and the others began to talk. Who is that? It was the first time they saw the receptionist so respectfully. He seemed like a god of death, truly impressive. Even the receptionist submitted to him. Transitioning to a room filled with shelves packed with books, the supervisor reported respectfully to the leader. He left the guild, and it's a mystery now. The leader hurriedly spoke a few words to her, perhaps about the other world. Just wait for him here tomorrow morning. The supervisor looked puzzled. Hoang Ni asked him, I completely don't understand. With your power, you could easily deal with those at the ice field. Why go to the trouble of using equipment and inviting someone from the other world? The leader, hearing those words, frowned. If I act, I might fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives. This could ignite a war between the two races, and this matter must not be leaked. Those from the other world always fear that the world will be chaotic. Jang Tran finished the game, feeling proud and smiling brightly. Inside him is a surge of energy, a charm that captivates every girl, with a relaxed demeanor, while a woman stands nearby, arms crossed, waiting impatiently. What have you done in the game? Don't tell me it's something despicable. Jang Tran was taken aback, frozen in place. A few seconds later, he regained his composure. Sister Near, is this the kind of person you are? She smiled wryly. Who knows? She pressed herself close to the male lead, her hands and feet flailing about, honestly confessing what she did in the game. Why do you suddenly look younger like this? Hurry up and confess. Jang Tran shyly retreated. Sister Near is pressing in like this to challenge me, shifting the scene outside the house, while inside there are echoes of voices. Then there's Near's voice. Let me see if you can withstand the challenge. Jang Tran also stirred. Sister Near slowly. After a passionate night with a girl named Har Ni, Jang Tran felt exhausted yet still looked shy. Shy like a girl experiencing it for the first time, Har Near, with her fair skin and well-proportioned figure, appeared relaxed and satisfied. She gave Jang Tran sincere compliments about last night, but instead of staying, she chose to leave, leaving Jang Tran standing there, bewildered, not knowing what to do. When returning to the world of deities, Jang Tran was greeted by a girl named Gai Nya. However, her greeting seemed somewhat reluctant, possibly due to fatigue or some other reason, her face becoming more tense as she handed Jang Tran a mysterious red gem as a reward. Jang Tran couldn't hide his shyness as his gaze flickered over Gai Nya's ample figure. Noticing Jang Tran's strange expression, Gai Nya asked directly, but seemingly without any intention to interrogate, Jang Tran snatched the gem from Gai Nya's hand, leaving her looking stunned. Nevertheless, Gai Nya still smiled and wished Jang Tran the best in completing his mission. Soon after, the system displayed information about the gem, a level A protective fire gem, equipped in a special slot to enhance its effect, helping to reduce 750 points of damage from attribute attacks. Jang Tran compared the benefits of this gem with other items and realized it would be very useful in Dongbang Win. He also thought of Har Near, the girl who shared a passionate night with him, and reminded himself to treat her better. Later, Jang Tran had an online conversation with someone about gathering resources and news about those diving headfirst into quests in Dongbang Win, arranging to meet the person in the Longwind Forest to help him find Longwei Thao, despite appearing cold on the outside. He still showed concern when advising the other person not to approach if they spotted Longwei Thao, as there was a fierce dragon guarding the transition to the frigid outskirts of Dongbang Win. The surrounding area was cold, with a deadly atmosphere, and the trees resembled giant swords, covered in a bright layer of ice and snow that sparkled like jade. 2 soldiers sent by the chief to assist Jang Tran expressed dissatisfaction because they couldn't get inside to help and spent a lot of time moving. They had no idea who had angered the Lavan volcano boss, and one soldier realized Jang Tran was the god of death, while they panicked. Jang Tran calmly walked inside. This place was too familiar to him from his past life when he had a mission here. A shocking event had occurred, causing the whole world to rush to check the news about the author's death. However, Jang Tran was surprised to learn that the bosses he thought were dead were still alive, like the Countess and the Dragon, Anduk, the depraved spirit clan, and the haunting spirit of Kung Fu. The deepest part of this area was where the half-beast prince was still frozen when Jang Tran reached the end of the path. He met the president of Long again, while Jang Tran appeared friendly. The 2 presidents showed discomfort and quickly recognized him as the god of slaughter, the one who had caused a lot of commotion recently, yet Jang Tran still kept smiling and innocently asked if he had done anything wrong for them to want to get rid of him. But when he heard they intended to open the seal, Jang Tran sternly warned that if they dared to do so, he would show no mercy, even knowing Jang Tran's strength. The 2 members of Long remained arrogant and mentioned that someone similar to Jang Tran had been named on the honor board. Jang Tran only let out a cold laugh and replied that the top priest had never died. This answer made the two presidents furious, and they decided to escort Jang Tran out. Jang Tran said nothing more, immediately unleashing skills to confront the two Inger-long presidents, catching on to their intent to launch a surprise attack together. Jang Tran quickly reacted thanks to his keen ears, activating the transformation stone along with healing magic, leaving Quan Lam and Inger Long at Than King Ngak in shock from the devastating damage. If it weren't for the damage immunity effect beforehand, Quan Lam might have lost his life. In that situation, Quan Lam hurriedly rubbed Jang Tran, fearing he would die. The two sides would become sworn enemies, but contrary to Quan Lam's weakness, Nur Long at Than was furious to see his teammate faltering. Quan Lam explained that there was no enmity between him and Jang Tran. There was no need to fight. Just then, a wave of red energy suddenly rushed straight at Quan Lam. Jang Tran's skill, he realized it was too late. In just a few seconds, the wave of energy struck Quan Lam, causing him to feel extreme pain and humiliation. Jang Tran stood there with an innocent expression, unaware of what had just happened, while Inger Long at Than, worried and frightened, decided to flee, leaving a threat that he would return to defeat Jang Tran. In that moment, the half-beast prince awakened, breaking the seal that had been in place for hundreds of years, and despite being imprisoned, his power was still formidable. He mocked Jang Tran, a weak little race, unworthy of facing him, but Jang Tran didn't care, ridiculing him as a chatterbox and immediately unleashed his skills. Unfortunately, the great boss easily dodged, showing no effort at all. He easily nullified Jang Tran's weak damage and did not relent, compressing the boomerang battle axe with tracking capabilities to follow the enemy. Inflicting 300% damage, it could return to deal an additional 200% damage. Jang Tran began to feel the pressure but did not run away. As the great boss hurled the axe toward him, accompanied by small ice shards that slowed him down, Jang Tran quickly activated the illusion boots to evade. Right after that, he activated the Holy Light Revelation formation, unleashing waves of fierce red power to overwhelm his opponent. He wanted to drain the great boss's strength, but he quickly realized his intention and struck first with a wicked smile. However, Jang Tran still managed to dodge many life-saving skills, which only made the great boss angrier. Jang Tran countered with a healing light, but to the great boss, it felt like a mere sting. He mocked Jang Tran and unleashed a series of terrifying skills. In a frenzy of rage, he grew twice as large, increasing his power and attack range by 100%, and his rage caused 50% damage along with a 3-second stun effect to all enemies in range. Before the great boss's terrifying power, Jang Tran felt small and powerless in the bone-chilling cold of the battlefield. A basic attack from Pham Tran struggled to block the damage, even with his healing requiring 5 to 6 hits to recover. He managed to fly high, unsure how long the cooldown time for the boss's attack would last, wondering if he could escape its range. Pham Tran quickly flew up to dodge, realizing he hadn't used his skills to control the supernatural boss yet. Pham Tran shouted to activate the Holy Glory, immediately surrounding himself with a display of the primary Holy Glory system. When activating Holy Glory, he was immune to all control effects for a fixed time, usable every day with a duration of 2 minutes, currently at 11 minutes without consuming anything. Pham Tran thought hard. The skill to control the void was still able to evade one more time, and perhaps that would be enough. He wouldn't hold back. Then Pham Tran shouted to activate the effect of the magical glass bridge, immediately crashing down to where the boss was standing, creating a huge hole in the ground. Pham Tran gasped, "Damn it." This was the first time he had used all his skills and felt exhausted and empty, but he was still okay. The boss stood behind, using all his strength to taunt, making Pham Tran jump in surprise. "Still alive?" The boss continued. "You are very, very, very strong." Then fell to the ground. Pham Tran, exhausted, replied, "You're strong too. If it weren't for the right timing, your skills could have finished me off. Sorry, but I can't let you die unjustly this time." The system notification appeared. "You have defeated the Platinum level boss, completing the first achievement. Special mission completed. Level up to level 25. Gain 4 basic attribute points and 12 free attribute points." Pham Tran thought while walking, leveling up by 3 more levels. Indeed, defeating a boss is the fastest way to level up. The system displayed that he received a Diamond Beast King Belt, battle boots with Diamond Rage, sealing the skills with 4 stars. Pham Tran continued, carrying 2 diamond equipment and a set of harvesting skills. Not bad, but he wondered how effective they would be when suddenly, 2 monsters appeared beside him. Pham Tran panicked. What is happening? Account level undead dragon? The soul-eating creatures were all going berserk. The seal was breaking. Leaving immediately was essential. Right after that, Tran quickly dashed away. It's safe to assume that the boss is down. Those bosses aren't something I can handle right now. The leader of the Alliance smiles and approaches. Brother Slayer, you're here. I'm the leader of the Alliance, and I'd like to invite you to team up to take down the boss. Tran seriously says, the boss mission is dead. This place is really dangerous now. The leader of the Alliance turns away and says, if you don't want to team up, you don't need to lie to us. That's a level 30 boss. Even if you die, the boss won't. Then he turns to everyone and says, let's go. Tran doesn't bother to say more, thinking to himself why none of the players he meets ever listen to advice. Oh well. Feeling uneasy, he quickly notices a scream. Tran jumps and turns to see the seal of the ice prison has shattered. Jang Tran hurriedly flies up to the center, dodging as the stone barrier bursts. Could it be that the fight with the boss just now broke the seal's stability? He feels a rush. So many monsters are closing in behind him. Looking back at all these supernatural bosses chasing him, he realizes he might be the first target. This is definitely not good. All he can do is accept it. The noble lady and the whole Enduklirt clan are right behind him. Don't run anymore. You can't escape. He's using his abilities, his eyes gleaming. He has to rush forward, hiding in the void with one last skill to save his life. He accelerates, dissolving his energy. Enduklirt laughs loudly, proud. Don't be so easy to trick. Let my poison devour you. Jang Tran has to dodge while thinking, this guy's skills don't need cooldowns. These bosses are indeed notorious. This area is really chaotic. Suddenly he notices a flash of blue-white light in front of him. The noble lady and her clan are startled. That sword energy. Jang Tran feels like he's found luck. An unnamed brother below is waving and laughing. Are you done with the quest yet? He quickly descends. If I hadn't completed it, I wouldn't have faced this situation. Than Anon beside him laughs and says, it seems that your battle with the boss has loosened the seal. Then the death of the boss provoked these crazies. The noble lady and her clan see this and quickly turn to leave. Unnamed, you definitely won't survive this. After I recover, I'll take your life. Everyone move quickly. The swordsman only uses one strike. Don't give them a chance. The sword intent is merciful. The noble lady and her clan laugh disdainfully. Unnamed, you can't outlast me. Haha. Suddenly, Than Anon slices straight into its neck. A powerful strike causing its entire body to explode, not leaving a single piece. Than walks arrogantly. Brother, your sword seems a bit off, Than Anon says. If the world is peaceful, it's just a bit worn out, but you're here. Jang Tran realizes that the person approaching is Than Anon. Than Anon speaks up. There's a problem with the ice seal. Of course, I had to come check it out. The swordsman laughs and says, let's go then. Let's go fix the seal. The two of them left, reminding Tran to stand back and avoid getting hurt. Once we're done, we'll head to your province, using a technique to transform energy into form, but Jang Tran took a long time to think. The two sealed off an area, proving themselves as strategic characters among the gods, standing tall amidst the chaos. Master, the one who wants to kill me is right in front. You have to help me, Jang Tran thought. That voice. Could it be the one here to reclaim lost honor? The old man in the hood stepped forward and asked, is this the one you want to kill? Quanlum pointed directly at Jang Tran, saying, yes, that's him. Master, you have to help me kill that guy, he sneered, showing with his hand that he was about to finish Jang Tran off, daring to call himself a god of death. I'll turn you into a dead dog. Jang Tran just laughed, saying, oh, Quanlum, you're looking for a wanted criminal, turning your back on the gods, hunted by the great powers, master. Are you tired of living too long? At that moment, he finally removed the hood, chuckling, how do you know me? The dark sorcerer, the one bound by fate. Quanlum stood beside him, eyes wide in shock. He stammered, Master, he's just talking nonsense, right? He can't be a wanted criminal. The old man waved his hand, creating a circle, shutting him up. That murky circle covered Quanlum's mouth, rendering him unable to speak. The system announced that the affinity of the dark sorcerer towards you decreased. The master-student relationship has been erased. You have been affected by supernatural powers, silencing you effectively. That question, raising his hand to cast magic, unexpectedly, someone from another realm like you would know me, can only make you keep your mouth shut forever. Jang Tran raised his voice, warning the two of them that if they didn't back off, he would be targeted as a criminal. Than stepped forward with a laugh, saying, ha ha, I thought you were going to collect the bounty alone. Than Anon added, my thoughts are similar to those of the master. Jang Tran smiled back. Well, it's just that I can't fight back. You two brothers, continue your performance. Than teased, you little brat. The dark sorcerer has finished casting, due to the shadowy vortex. He grinned wickedly, threatening, "Don't forget about the others." "Then let's die together." Suddenly a beam of light struck his back, shattering all the magic he had worked hard to cast, blood oozing from his eyes and nose. He looked on. This metal. You are the nameless Kim Than." Before he could say more, he was cut straight across the neck, his eyes filled with rage, and also that damned Thean Dar. Before he could finish his sentence, he exploded in midair. Quan Lam stood beside him, frozen in shock, drenched in sweat, level 65, once dead. "It's really dead," the system announced. "The silencing effect on you has been removed by the nameless Kim Than." Kim Than asked, "Are you the disciple of that guy?" Quan Lam raised both hands in surrender, stammering, No, don't kill me. My master-student relationship with him has been erased." Kim Than only smiled slyly. "Don't worry, we won't randomly attack someone from another realm." Seeing this, he sighed in relief, planning to slip away quickly. Thank you. I'll be going now." Suddenly a trident blocked his path. Someone spoke. "Captain Quan Lam," Dung Dung said from above. "Are you really leaving? We haven't settled our scores yet." The soldier hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. "Oh God of death, oh my God. I was wrong," tears and snot flowing as I plead. "My death exemption has been used up. Please don't kill me. Let's reconcile. I'm willing to pay compensation." Jang Tran smiled kindly. "You want to kill me, but if you fail, you think some money would make it all better? Think again. Have a nice death, na farewells." The soldier fell back, unable to finish his sentence. "My God of death. The holy sword is just joking around. I thought you'd take the compensation first before making a move." Jang Tran waved his hand. "Brother, I'm not that kind of person. You misunderstood me." Thean Jian's face wasn't looking good. "I noticed your skills effect was quite strange. Did Master Buckmin give you the transforming stone?" Jang Tran's face darkened, sweating profusely. "You figured out the effect of Darz's transformation. So it's true." Than Kim laughed. "You're worried others will notice the effect of the transforming stone. Don't worry. Not everyone knows the details of various skills like Thean Jian does." Thean Gia explained, "Ordinary people can't tell at all. Besides, I can detect issues. The main reason is that I previously used the transforming stone for a long time." Jang Tran wondered, "Do you also need to hide your identity?" Thean Jian said, "No. My attack has a dark attribute. Everyone prefers to avoid unnecessary trouble. Years ago my master lent me the transforming stone." Jiang Tran still had some doubts. "So what will you do now?" Thean Jiang continued. "Now I'm a core member of the governing body. No need to hide." Than Kim, standing next to him, praised. "Looks like you two are quite familiar with each other. Junior brother, it seems you haven't made it clear why you're here. Lam Dong Bong is still within the territory of Than Kirk Han. The barrier is the matter of the Adventurers Association. That can't be the reason you came here. So you came for Pham Tren." Jang Tran sighed beside him. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Thean Jian pondered. "Senior brother, perhaps you know I don't want to kill him, yet you stubbornly want to help. How can I just sit back? It's a pity I still arrived too late." Than Kim could only advise. "You should back off." Thean Jian said, "Until you've experienced someone else's hardships, don't tell others to be kind. Senior brother, you have no right to advise me to let go." Than Kim became very serious, no matter what. Saying that, he turned to leave. "All right, let's just leave it at that. Junior brother, take care of yourself," Jang Tran added. "So brother, are you heading back now?" Than Kim waved his hand. "Yeah, I'm leaving. The guild still has a lot to handle. Brother Pham Tran is waiting for you at the Adventurers Association." Jiang Tran thought his brother had begun to suspect him, but continued on. Thean Jia also waved goodbye. "If that's the case, I'm not going back first. Just take care of Trung Fong for me. If anything comes up later, you can find me at Than Kan Thien." Jiang Tran sighed, and the two just walked away, really. Than Kim turned back. "What is it now?" Jiang Tran was confused. "Seems like this brother hasn't left yet, really." The sword stood beside him, deep and patient, saying he was also a person who wouldn't let the world fall into chaos. "I still have to pay more attention to the two of you. It seems like you really have no ties." Jiang Chen only knew to ask, "Are you done, bro? I still need to go back to hand over the mission." The sword waved his hand. "Is there a mission or not? It doesn't matter. This is your reward. On the notice board, you have received the Hollow Sword Aura and the Sword of Wisdom. The Hollow Sword Aura is a consumable item containing the aura of an unnamed sword. Once used, it provides a protective aura that negates all damage and increases movement speed by 100%. Lasting 15 seconds, it deactivates the Wisdom Point, Royal Mail. Magical sword attack power 200. Physical sword attack power 150. Integrates with all professions. No level requirement. Can freely change shape. Magical sword damage 200. Intelligence 80. Physical sword attack 150. Strength 50. Effect accompanied by overwhelming pressure. All attack skills targeting the enemy have a 30% chance of generating overwhelming effects, causing the target to be unable to move for 2 seconds. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim that this attribute is truly overpowered. Senza's lightning flame staff could be retired, but he still stood tall, not needing to hand over the mission, already giving me the reward. Don't tell me you have other demands, bro. The sword just smiled and explained, there's only one request. During this time, don't come to the Kangtian mansion, especially Than Ju's room. Jiang Chen also reminded, I told you. All right. If I don't go, I won't go. He waved his hand. Goodbye. I'm heading back to the extreme cold city first. Feel free, he thought to himself. Being monitored by this bro, Senza could only wait for Tiandai to find him first, moving to the extreme cold city. Than Ju's room in the extreme cold city, gathering all of Yang's power. Who is it? A person wearing a black mask stepped out. I am the city master. The top secret mission requires sending a soldier to the north gate to wait for a daredevil and then lead him to meet me. Pham Chen smiled. City master, that's good. You're impressive, Zhang Yang. This guy plays quite well. Tianya replied, if you can keep your promise and come to meet me, I would be very happy. He snapped his fingers, the dark field, the surrounding space changed, and Tianya spoke. My elder brother, the sword, has already started to suspect. He will definitely think of every way to prevent me from meeting you. The extreme cold city is still the safest place. He held a vial in his hand. I'll keep it brief. Inside is a mesmerizing powder that can make this beast princess lose consciousness. System recognition of this item. Mesmerizing vial. Mission item cannot be traded. After use, a large amount of powder will be sprayed from the vial, causing the target to lose consciousness. Pham Chen accepted it. The physique of beastmen is very strong. How could you make an item that can put them to sleep? Tianya warned. Getting this is not easy. It can only be used once. You must seize this opportunity. One success. He added, if you fail, no matter how many times you come back to life, no matter how far you run, I will hunt you down at all costs. Pham Chen smiled awkwardly. Understood, understood. Tianya looked at Pham Chen. If you're ready, now we will take you outside the territory of the Beastman tribe. Tran True, I have a message from the envoy of the war leader, to Pham Tran, big bro. I discovered a large patch of bloodgrass in the Long Uyen jungle. But there's a poisonous dragon hawk eating the bloodgrass, and I'm afraid it will eat it all. I'm sending my location. After receiving the message, Pham Tran said, Heavenly Lord, can you take me to the Long Uyen jungle? I still have things to take care of. Heavenly agreed. All right. Being a bit late to the Beastman territory is fine. It could also reduce some suspicion from my senior brother. However, if I take you to the Long Uyen jungle, you'll have to go to the Beastman tribe on your own. Pham Tran didn't mind. Please, just take me part of the way. I can manage to get to the Beastman territory myself. Heavenly opened the magic circle. Okay, give me the address. But I hope you won't go back on your word, otherwise the pursuers will have a hard time. Pham Tran helplessly said, Look at what you're saying. Don't worry. I want to go to the southwest entrance of the Long Uyen jungle. The position is roughly 1,000 meters. At the Long Uyen jungle, the envoy is hiding behind a tree. Worried, Big Bro still had not replied to his message. The herbs were about to be eaten clean. He stood in the bushes watching the poisonous dragonhawk eating the bloodgrass. What to do now? Suddenly, a portal appeared, catching the attention of both him and the poisonous dragonhawk. Pham Tran looked at it in surprise. The dragonhawk was sweating profusely. Your mouth, big dragonhawk, big bro. Why is it always so dramatic with you? The poisonous dragonhawk opened its mouth aggressively. As if wanting to destroy everything, Pham Tran quickly dodged. Damn, this teleportation from Heavenly is too good. Taking me right in front of the level 4 to 5 boss, the poisonous dragonhawk flapped its wings and roared, quickly chasing him down. Diamond boss. Can't fight back. Hey, open your wings and rush to the fire, the envoy asked. Big bro, are you dead yet? Pham Tran replied. I'm still alive, thanks for your concern, but just now you were nearby. Big bro raised an eyebrow. The envoy texted back. I was just behind the poisonous dragonhawk. Saw you struggling like that, so I didn't call you. What should I do now? Wait here for you. He was already hopeless. Pham Tran lost control of his words. Wait a sec, I'm off to grab the bloodgrass. The envoy nodded. Got it. His expression was a bit inappropriate while Pham Tran was still being chased by the poisonous dragonhawk in circles above, pretending to be calm. Seems like I have to run away all the time now. Guess I should take fewer missions and spend time leveling up. Suddenly he noticed something. Slowly. That person is… Dao Tuyu and a few of her friends were walking very quietly in the forest. No one said a word, trying to find a small voice from above the treetops, resonating softly. Tuyu, a tiny person with large wings, was flying high above the broad treetops and said, "Why did she leave the city to come to the Longwuyan jungle?" When Dao Tuyu looked up at the treetops, the person from before had transformed into a dragonhawk and flew away. Seeing her frozen and staring at each other, Tuyu's good friend, Tiu Lin, turned to ask, but she continued to gaze after the creature flying away and said, "A feng shui dragon just flew over us. The bright moon stretches out its hand, and Longwuyan's vast forest is a supernatural map. It's normal to see strange things, no need to panic." Then he turned and walked away, mumbling to himself, "We've seen enough, let's go. The Longcock Lake is still far away, don't waste my time," Tiolin said as she walked along, while Tiu kept following, her mind still distracted, but it seemed like he spotted someone else. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Pham Tran was walking when he received a message from his underlings. "Boss, the long blood grass has been harvested. I've left the vast Longyuan forest, and I'll meet you in the city," he replied, thinking that it seemed like it was time to settle the old scores with the boss. Luckily, it wasn't a supernatural boss, still restricted by rules. The feng shui dragon flying behind spewed out white mist. The underling said, "The void conceals the truth," then vanished. The feng shui dragon flying behind looked around, puzzled. He observed it and thought, "It's done. If I hadn't encountered this dragon, I would have forgotten all about it. The unidentified equipment hasn't been used yet." He took out the sword, and the system displayed his information. Player Pham Tran. Talent: reversal of yin and yang. Class: priest. Level: 25. Intelligence: 304. His sword had been infused with wisdom magic by the celestial envoy. He thought to himself, "The sword requires a hidden acknowledgement, allowing me to store spells for later use." As Pham Tran walked, he thought, "Soon I can unleash 2 consecutive attacks from the celestial envoy. I can finally head back with peace of mind." Tio Lin Dong was surprised to see someone walking ahead and asked, "Oh, is someone really walking alone in the dense Longwuyan forest?" The bright figure replied nonchalantly, "Probably just a newbie who isn't afraid of death. After all, in the early stages, dying comes without punishment in reality, so they want to explore the map. Let's go, don't waste time." Pham Tran looked at Tio Ling Dong and thought, Tio Yu's new teammate is quite bold. Tio Yu gazed at his back, deep in thought. He's too familiar. She used her sensing ability to connect with him. "Pham Tran, it's you." He looked at her and thought, the sensing ability of summoners in some worlds is truly impressive. In response to her, he thought it was him, keeping it a secret as the bright figure turned back too large. "Tio Yu, why is it always you? What's the reason this time?" Tio Lin turned back to explain to ease the tension. "Hey, don't." Tio Yu must have something going on. He doesn't care and continues to poke at her. The Longcock Lake has been quite chaotic lately. Tio Yu is quite the celebrity. If she hadn't asked me for help, I wouldn't be going this time. Running a map like this involves so much. "Do we still want to team up?" Tio Lin asked worriedly, turning back to Tio Yo. "Tio Yo, what's going on with you?" Tio Yu remained silent, not responding to either of their questions, still using her ability to communicate with Pham Tran. "Pham Tran, I'm sorry, I embarrassed you. What's going on?" he replied. "Xiaoling is just a new friend of mine. She heard that you need to go to the Longcock Lake to tame the water dragon, so she intentionally came to find someone to help you. You know I can't handle this alone after we separated. Than Anon and I have been targeted by the major guilds, making it hard to find a team. Recently, Than Anon has a mission to complete. I decided to go alone. When I saw her just standing there without saying anything, I was really angry. Her face was too high and mighty. Dao Tu Yu, do you even want to complete this mission? The #1 server pastor has already given up on you. You're just someone nobody needs. Teaming up with you is already a burden." Pham Tran couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Hey man, who said nobody needs her?" Hearing that, he frowned and said, "What does our team's internal issues have to do with you? I'm already under a lot of pressure teaming up with her. Can't she be a little more understanding, Dao Tu Yo? Hurry up and come here." Pham Tran ignored his words and turned to Dao Tu Yo. "It's too noisy. Let's go, Tu Yo. I'll use my sensing ability to help you with the water dragon." The guy's expression was a bit sly. "Looks like you guys are acquaintances. I knew it. But now I'm her lifesaver, How can she listen to you? The system suddenly chimed in. Player Dao Tuyu has left the team. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His face darkened, speechless. The guy pointed to the sky and shouted, Dao Tuyu, you're something. If that guy can't handle you later, don't say I didn't warn you. Tio Liandong, who was right behind, could only lower her head helplessly without saying a word. Tran walked briskly and nudged Tio Yo. Let's go, it's so noisy. She quietly followed behind. Yes, big bro. She used her sensing ability to say to Tu Liandang, I'm going with my brother for now. I'm really sorry. She replied, That's your big brother. Go on ahead, I'll handle things over here. Stay safe. I didn't expect Big Bro Trang Sang to be so stubborn, she replied to ease Tu Liandang's worries. It's okay. Don't worry, my brother is very strong, the guy still grumbled. Damn it, that bitch. Knowing her place, she mediated. Big Bro Trang Sang, let's go. I'll pay you as promised. You shouldn't talk to Tio Yu like that. He turned around and snapped. Where are you going? The Longcock Lake has already been sealed off by the major guilds. I want to see how they plan to get in. Without me leading the way, how are they going to get in? After walking a distance, Pham Tran turned back to say quietly to Dao Tu Yu, Apologize to your friend. My identity is quite sensitive. I can't just bring anyone along for now, she said, speaking softly. It's because I didn't foresee your situation with Than Anon, he said. Then turned to her and added, I'll invite you to join the guild first. Later, I'll bring Than Anon along too. If anything comes up, just message the guild. The system notification for Tu Yu appeared. Pham Tran invites you to join the God of Wind Guild. She gasps in shock. Speechless. Pham Tran, you're the legendary god of slaughter lately. He smiles casually, saying, The Jianghu must have some clone ACCs, right? Player Dao Tio Yu has joined the guild, the system announces. At this moment, the guild's chat channel is flooded with messages from players. Wow, is this girl the one? Big bro? Are you opening a harem? Pham Tran replies, Come Hong. This is my little sister. Please take care of her. Hello everyone. Thank you, she says. But is interrupted by the lively banter. No problem, just speak up. I'm here to help anytime. Hunting monsters, getting gear, doing quests completely free. Grateful, Dao Tio Yu replies. Thank you all. Pham Tran responds sharply. Come Hong, shut up. And tell her to stop grinning like that. Hurry up and help me catch the little Long Thuy Nguyen. She giggles as she runs behind him. Coming right up. On the other side of the forest, the Huang Trio Guild, known for its handsome members, stands at the entrance of the Longcock Lake, announcing loudly, the illusionary dragon's egg appears inside, and this entrance will be taken over by the Huang Trio Guild. Free players aren't allowed in. Don't blame us for taking action, Trang Sang replies confidently. I didn't say anything wrong. They definitely can't get in. Tio Ling quietly stands behind. Yes, thank you. I'm really grateful. His expression filled with pride. I need to let Dao Tio Yo know. I'm the only one who can help them. I'm a member of the Than Thay Club, and I know the Prince of Huang Tro, Tio Lin says loudly, looking over there. Hey Trang Sang, why don't you take a look over there? He turns back with a confused expression. What's so interesting to see? Oh, it's Pham Tran. He approaches the Huang Trio Guild and cheerfully greets them. Hello. Turning to threaten, I told you not to enter here. He calmly explains. I want to handle some things. Is that okay? When he realizes he's the god of slaughter, he's completely stunned. Yes, of course, sorry. He claps. Everyone, step aside, clear the way. He says with a satisfied expression. All right, let's go in. She happily follows, watching his back, suddenly thinking, why is the god of slaughter here? I need to notify the guild leader immediately. Trang Sang, seeing him enter, is furious. This identity-concealing guy has some real power. Let's go check it out, Tio Lin remarks indifferently. You can't go in. Outside the Longcock Lake is chaotic, as the illusionary dragon eggs swirl around wildly. Someone spoke up. What's wrong with this illusory dragon egg? Why are there so many, and how do they keep flying around? Quickly call the guild leader. Let the guild leader think of a way. Pham Tran remained very calm, walking leisurely while speaking to Tio Yu. Hey Tio Yu, are you interested in dragon eggs? Then he thought to himself, who managed to get that illusory dragon egg in the last life? Oh, I forgot. The illusory dragon egg will continuously change positions, and there are many fake dragon eggs causing chaos. Even if you catch a real dragon egg, you still need materials to hatch it. It's very time-consuming. Never mind, I don't need it, she replied. He helplessly said, That's true. Then let's just look for the dragon water source first. But at that moment, he thought, If it weren't for looking for materials to hatch the dragon egg, I probably wouldn't have met you. At this moment, in front of the two, 3 eggs stood still. A player behind shouted, "Look over there, 3 dragon eggs are standing still." Everyone was in a frenzy. Where? Over by that guy and girl. Hey, you two, stand still. Don't even think about grabbing those dragon eggs. Take it slow. That figure, is that the assistant who used to follow Jang Tran, right? A green-haired player said. And the person next to him replied. It seems that the god of death and those two are together. Jang Tran and the little demon are staring wide-eyed at the 3 dragon eggs in front of them, wondering what they're doing. Should we capture them? He asked. It looks very much like it, she chimed in. Just then a loud voice rang out from behind. The president is coming. Everyone clear the way. He glanced back, thinking, wow, we're about to meet again. Here, I can't believe we ran into each other. The god of death approached you and greeted you. Prince, long time no see. You turned away disinterestedly and said with a casual tone, where did this brat come from? Get lost. Don't block the way. You moved closer to Jang Tran and cheerfully said, Big bro death, I really apologize for the last time. I heard you let it go to me to say sorry, he thought. Wow, this guy is quite considerate. He happily replied, Prince, you're too polite. We really haven't fought or anything. In the future, we'll have to take care of each other. Speaking of taking care of each other, those 3 dragon eggs stopped right here. Suddenly, the 3 of them looked surprised and confused, not understanding why the 3 dragon eggs were standing still. The atmosphere grew tense, beads of sweat forming without a word. To break this tense atmosphere, Jang Tran laughed loudly and said, It seems these 3 dragon eggs are just a decoy. It's fine. It's fine. The document said that to catch this, we must rely on luck. Surely the god of death is here to catch dragon eggs, right? We should rely on our luck. Okay, you said. He turned to walk away laughing. Okay, good luck. You smiled, showing your teeth, also wishing the god of death a bountiful harvest. But in his heart, he secretly thought, the god of death is very strong. If it comes to a fight, the royal family would suffer a lot. Keeping a close relationship is best. But that little demon is following Jang Tran. Why? Never mind, don't think about it anymore. The little demon used her sensing ability to compare herself with him. Hey Jang Tran, the prince with such high self-esteem must also bow to you. If he knew your identity, he would surely be furious. He proudly replied, Hey, people in this world rely on performance. Not really. Prince Jang Tran relies on strength instead. She praised. He smiled and replied, This girl. Then she cheerfully urged, Come on, hurry up. The document says the water dragon egg is in the Longcock Lake. Since it's bright, I've been planning to act cool in front of the god of death and tease him. Am I crazy? Hearing him say that, T-Lin didn't even bother to respond, just thought to herself, whether I'm crazy or not, but your brain definitely has issues. The system announced, You have left the team of the inviting cup bright. Then she cheerfully ran after those 2 calling out, Little demon. Wait for me. I'm going with you. She seemed flustered and called out, Hey, Jang Tran responded to her senses. Let her come along, but he still didn't want to pull her into the team. He didn't want others to know his identity yet. Understood, she exclaimed. After walking for a while, they stood in front of a simple stone cave. He asked, Are you sure it's here? She responded with uncertainty. It must be here. The document said very clearly. The water dragon egg is here. Suddenly there was a cry from inside the cave. She shouted excitedly, Found it! A small water dragonling with tiny wings and a body as green as leaves flew out. Her face was filled with immense joy, her heart-shaped eyes sparkling. So cute, she thought to herself as she approached her sister. Even though they had been raised for a long time, the little spirit still looked like this. Don't tell me it's grown up now? Or was it always like this behind others? He shook his head, closing his eyes to dispel the thought and calm himself down. Oh man, it's so scary. That little spirit back then was the cold-hearted lowly in the embrace of the treasure. I can't think of her like that. She moved closer to the water dragonling, creating a magical circle around it, then prepared to imprint it on the top of the creature's head. It's done. He looked at her, bewildered, thinking, That's it? So simple? Truly, a gifted person. The market for awakening dragons is exhausting. It's hard to even get a dragon, let alone a dragonling. Digging through the little spirit's hands, she held a glowing green dragonstone and said, I have this dragonstone too. The chances of finding dragonstones near the big dragon cave are indeed higher, but the properties of the dragonstones are random. Let me see what properties I have. The creature cried out, as if agreeing. After a moment of inspection, she said, It's a mixed attribute, which means I don't have a mixed dragonling. The system displayed the information, Mixed dragon stone, a special material, coexisting with the dragon clan for a long time. The mixed dragon stone carries the breath of the dragon clan, which can enhance the stability of the dragon clan's veins. Mixed attribute, huh? The little spirit held her wand, commanding the water dragonling. Okay, let's go to the market space to rest. The creature chirped, curious. As if agreeing with her command, Than Anon turned to her and asked, Little spirit, do you mean you have a lot of dragon stones? Yes. When I was at the academy, I once went to find dragonlings with Than Anon. Although we didn't find any, we discovered quite a few dragon stones. However, I heard these are very rare. I don't know why that is. Brother, do you need dragon stones? I have plenty. Feel free to take as much as you want. He squinted his eyes and replied, No need, no need. I only want the one in your hand. But in his mind, he was thinking, Do you need lucky protection or something? The system chimed in. You've received a mixed dragon stone from your good friend, the little spirit. She smirked. Why are you being so polite with me? Than Anon laughed heartily. Thanks. In his mind, he thought, if I remember correctly, the chaotic dragon has a portion of the chaotic dragon's bloodline. Maybe this dragon stone can stabilize that bloodline. He decided to exchange something with the little spirit and said, I won't take your stuff for free. Here, take this. The system announced. You've received a life fruit from your good friend, Than Anon. Seeing him give her the life fruit, she used her powers to communicate with him, brother Than Anon. The item description stated, it can increase lifespan. Don't think it's too precious. I can't take it. He calmly replied. Just take it. Why are you still being polite with me? Just like you thought, this fruit can increase lifespan in reality. You must keep it a secret. Otherwise, you might as well use it now. Otherwise, it could lead to a deadly disaster, a real-life disaster. She smiled brightly. Yes, don't worry. I know what to do. You waved your hand goodbye. Okay. Let's go. When I meet Than Anon, remember to ask her if she wants to join the club. If she does, I'll just pull her in right away. You used your sensing ability to tell Tiu this. Be careful on your way back. Oh, and remember to keep the dragon stone safe. There will be many places to use it later, I remind her. Don't worry, she replied obediently, while Tiolin looked suspicious, starting to ask, You're a god of death, yet you're his uncle. But is it a real brother, a cousin, or a lover? Hearing that tricky question, she just laughed loudly. Tiolin was. She laughed and said, all right. Let's go. Back to the city. Than Anon walked past a group of players standing in front of the shop. They started chattering. Someone caught a dragon egg. Not yet. It's so hard. What they catch is all fake. Hurry up. Over there is one. A speculation. A guy named Trang Sang held a melon egg high in front of him. Shouting for everyone's attention. I caught a dragon egg. I didn't expect to get an illusion egg. I'm rich now. Accompanied by his loud laughter. He looked and just thought silently. What a fool of a fool. But then, the Royal Guild showed their power, saying, Hey, that brat over there, hand over the dragon egg. He looked fearful and unhappy. Reluctant to give it up, he said. Prince, I'm a part of the prosperous world. We've met before. It seems like he doesn't care about what he said. Just give it up when I say so. What nonsense. Don't make me use strong methods. You know my tricks, he just stammered. Me. At this moment the system showed a notification. The illusion egg has been placed in the item slot. Than Anon walked away, ignoring them, and thought, the Royal Guild isn't made up of good people. This guy is about to be unlucky. Suddenly he heard a loud call behind him. God of death, please stop. God of death, I'm ready to sell the dragon egg to you at a low price. It turned out that Trang Sang was calling out loudly, inviting him to buy. The Royal Guild stood by in surprise. You know the God of death. He simply replied coldly, I'm not interested in dragon eggs. Seeing that he seemed like he wouldn't sell it, the guy quickly pulled him back. Hey, don't rush to leave. I invite you to be the guarantor. Half of the sale price of the dragon egg will go to you. Okay. He turned back. Half of the money. Seems like he is contemplating. Seeing him paying attention to what he said, he quickly added, Right. No matter how much money I sell for, I will share half with you. Then Than Anon turned to the prince. The prince heard it too. How about, name a price? In his mind, he thought, this guy. But on the outside, he had to act normal and say, 5,000 gold, each person half, that's plenty. Hearing the conversation between the two, the guildmaster Yenvor from Yenvor Pavilion chimed in. Hey, prince, how can you offer such a price? Our Yenvor Pavilion offers 10,000 gold. He glanced at him and said, those from Yenvor Pavilion also want to get involved. He immediately retorted, whoever offers a higher price can buy. Or does the prince think the god of death isn't worth the money? The prince thought. With cold, sharp eyes, don't add fuel to the fire. I offer 15,000 gold. Yenvor seemed to challenge and said, 30,000 gold. All of you brothers should go home, shower, and sleep. Watching the intense back and forth between the two, Pham Tran silently thought to himself, this is getting interesting. The real game is on now. The crown prince turned around with a challenging tone. Be careful, Brother Qian. You might have money but no life to spend it on, he said. You don't need to worry about this. You're still better off than the poor guy who can't even afford to buy. All right, it's getting late. You all go wash up and sleep. The bloodline is definitely from me. The news came to Pham Tran. Big bro, I've arrived at the capital. When will you give me the dragon blood herb? Receiving a message from his underlings, he turned back and smiled at those around him. I still have things to do, just one last minute. Quickly, quote, the price. I'll make the deal right here. Yenvor boldly stated, 46,000 gold. All in. Anyone have any objections? The crown prince stood behind with a gloomy face. Damn, this crazy guy has too much money. Where's he going to burn it? Your price is too high. Yenvor bowed her head and sighed. Brother Qian is going all in, I concede. The system announced. Raise your glass and invite for a trade of 26,000 gold. Upon seeing the deal accepted, he turned to leave and greeted everyone. See you later, brothers. As he walked away, he thought to himself, this guy knows how to be reasonable. Not bad. And he left happily. The crown prince stood behind with a fierce expression. It's best we don't meet again. After walking a bit, he announced, I've arrived at the capital. Holding the dragon blood herb, he went to the Alchemist Association to find the master. The system popped up a notification. Your friend wants to trade with you. A loud voice called from behind. Big brother, here's what you need. It's been tossed aside. He replied, you received the dragon blood herb, 18. You received the Yang wisdom flower, 1010. The system chimed in, and he turned to leave, waving his hand. Okay, you go gather some healing potions. I'll take you to a cool place once I finish my business, he said. And the other nodded with a joyful expression. Pham Tran entered the Alchemist Association of the capital. Inside the building, a strict-looking alchemist with white hair and a beard was holding a tray with a greenish jar on it, along with some herbs. He spoke loudly. Hello, I have materials I need to fuse. The old man replied curtly, hand me the materials. He pulled out a pouch of money and said, the fusion fee and materials are all in here. The rest is just the trouble fee for today, the old man said, spinning the pouch on his finger. Kid, you're quite understanding. Wait. Half an hour later, the alchemist brought out a strange-looking purple jar, with a pair of horns, a small pair of wings, and a dragon-like tail in front of him. He said, here, take it. The system displays information about this solution. Chaotic dragon fusion fluid. He raised his hand to point, and said, thanks. Goodbye. The system asked if you want to use the fusion fluid. He chose yes, once he received confirmation. The chaotic dragon fusion fluid is in the fusion state. The fusion time is unknown. Please wait. He walked while thinking. One hand holding the dragon egg and putting it in his backpack. Waiting for the egg to hatch would take some time. Put it in the backpack first. Let's go call Lan Tiu to set off. They headed to the Love King Peach Tree, a very poetic place. Lan Tiu looked confused and asked, Big bro, you said to take me to fight. He looked at the scenery in front of him and said, yes, the main target is it. The level 50 golden boss. Love King Peach Tree. He sighed. Big bro, just kill me already. Just when I wanted to log off and go to sleep. The system lit up with a notification. Your friend gifted you a frostbone armor. You have equipped the frostbone armor. Your body emits a chill. Gold equipment. Big bro, are you giving me a gift before going to sleep? He looked at the cherry blossom trees blooming. While admiring the beautiful scenery, he said, here, gold equipment level 20. Just what you need at this stage. Consider it a reward for helping me find materials. He laughed loudly, saying, the Love King Peach Tree doesn't move and has no skills. The falling cherry blossoms are its attack range. The closer to the main branch, the thicker the leaves, the higher the damage. Its attributes are suitable for you to practice your skills. Just handle it. Your level will definitely skyrocket. He turned and walked away, saying, thanks, big bro. Be careful. His face still smiled brightly. Don't be so down. Keep it up. Then he told himself, I also need to go to the Beastman tribe to complete the mission. He walked away as the sky darkened. Outside the Beastman tribe, snow was falling. He stood outside silently reassuring himself to ensure nothing was amiss before searching for the Beastman princess. I need to prepare some stuff. The mortal walked slowly. Found it. The beast spring. In front of him was a magnificent fountain with strange carvings. The system displayed information about the spring, Beast Spring, the drinking water needed for beastmen to survive. After humans drink it, they will be beastified. Physical plus 5%, strength plus 5%, agility plus 5%, intellect plus 15%, lasts for 2 hours. At the beastman territory, the mortal approached the gate. A green beastman guard saw him and chased him away. The beastman empire does not welcome wild beastmen. Get lost, the mortal in beastman form said. I'm from the tribe, coming to join. Hearing the guard's words, he thought to himself, we're all beastmen but still distinguish between wild and noble. The beastman trader in the alley said that the tribe joined. Although the savage beastman isn't strong enough, his looks are quite appealing, just to the liking of the princess. The beastman behind questioned, Captain, he lets you in. Follow me, if you can catch the princess's eye. Consider it your honor, the other beastman discussed, with such skinny arms. Does this savage beastman not eat enough? Tsk, tsk. I wonder if the princess will break him. Than Tran listened closely. The princess they mentioned must be the target of his mission this time. It seems the princess knows how to play, shifting scenes to the main city where beastmen fight in the arena. 2 beastmen in the arena are fighting each other. The female beastman high above is controlling the fight, looking bored. The princess beastman, let that human out. I want to see him struggle, the attendant replied. Yes, princess. An attendant stepped forward and announced, Princess, the alley has captured an outstanding-looking savage beastman. In the midst of the day, Taklir thought to herself, the goods he sends are always great, but this is the first time he mentioned someone looking outstanding. She replied, yes. Someone went to relay the message to him, saying, over here. The alley was surprised and exclaimed, what? The princess wants him to enter the arena. Struggling against that cruel human, Than Tran frowned. This princess beastman isn't a good sort. On the arena, that scarred man is a human slave. Von Ku, he wondered, will another beastman be killed? All beastmen deserve to die. Von Ku looked at Than Tran and remarked, this beastman looks a bit frail. Than Tran thought, in this world, most bosses and humanoid monsters are just game constructs, but in this situation, that's unnecessary. I don't want to kill anyone. Maybe I can try talking to him. Von Ku waved his hand. Come on, beastman. If you don't strike, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. Than Tran dodged and whispered, calm down. I'm not a beastman. I'm a human who has drunk beastman spring water. We don't need to fight to the death, he explained. I have a mission to complete. Help me finish it. I think of a way to get you out of here. Von Ku was taken aback. The human, Than Tran, shouted, wait, I have something to say. I'm a beastman without a teacher. I have my dignity. Please change my opponent to a beastman. Taklir frowned. A rare teacher from our clan. Then, as he wishes. If he lies, let those slaves deal with him. A scarred beastman was chosen. A beastman with a golden skill level. LV 35, he said. The weakest golden beastman. I heard you're a fun one. I haven't killed any fun ones yet, Than Tran thought. Unable to use weapons. Only able to cast spells with bare hands. But luckily, it's just a golden boss. Than Tran raised his hands to the sky. A red light surrounded him. Taklir is really a master, isn't she? She's excited, licking her lips. Her skin must be so soft, and the taste is definitely not bad. Taklir orders, immediately stopping the duel and leading him to my room. The 4 princesses want to enjoy him. Than Tran brings him in. Princess, it's too early. The best princess. Taklir uses a whip to hit the beastman, calling for her master. The bloodied slave looks pleased. Master. Than Tran sprays glue. Here. Taklir looks at him and says, hey cutie, you've arrived. With a name. No, Than Tran stutters. I am. My name is Fiklicht. Taklir lifts Than Tran's chin. I heard that battle mages rarely fight in close combat, Than Tran thinks. Taklir, as a princess, doesn't know anything about mages. Could it be that there are no mages in the beastman territory? Taklir praises. Your body must be really soft, huh? I've never played with someone like you before, Than Tran frowns. Sorry, my tastes aren't that heavy, it seems. I can only knock her out first. He has a bottle of sleeping medicine ready in hand. Taklir raises an eyebrow. What are you dazed about? You've never played before? Then I'll teach you slowly, little Fiklik. Than Tran hesitates, but if he knocks her out now, suddenly news comes in. Than Tran is relieved. The king has ordered. New foreign mages are to rush to the fortress immediately. Than Tran is surprised. He breathes a sigh of relief. In the fortress, the one sitting on the throne is the beastman king Tat Don. He says, I heard that our tribe has a beastman mage, Huang Da, visiting. The red lion lying next to him is the mage Kim Veem. I'm asking, is it you? Pham Tran bows. Mage Phik Lik, greetings to the king. He is pleased. Our beastmen are born with insufficient mental power, making it very difficult to have mages. Although you are a beastman Huang Dan, you are much more important than many people in the empire. This king happens to have a matter that requires the help of your mage tribe, Pham Tran replies. Please tell me, your majesty. I'm here to say, in the kingdom alongside the divine beast, there's an object that can help our tribe petition the divine beast. However, this object has been dormant for many years. Only the mental power of mages can awaken it. Will you agree to help me? The system interface appears, activating a special mission. Activate the divine beast's object. May I ask if you accept? Pham Tran thinks, the beastman tribe's development into an empire cannot be separated from the divine beast's contribution. If he accepts the mission, the great war against the tribe that has been planned will likely see variables. If he doesn't agree, then he might die now. He bows his head, willing to give his all for our tribe. The system displays, you have accepted the mission, activating the divine beast's object. I laugh heartily. Good. As long as you can activate the divine beast's object, I will make you the mage of the kingdom. At that time, wealth and women will be yours to choose from. Following me, Pham Tran responds, Yes, your majesty. He turns to instruct Mage Kim Veem, my brother. I'll take him to the altar for a visit. If anything happens, you can handle it for me. The lion roars. To the altar. In front is a ball placed high. I introduce. This is our tribe's altar, the thing that is worshipped. Above is the eye of the divine beast. This is the object of the divine beast that you need to activate. Pham Tran asks, is this really the eye of the divine beast? I confirm, of course, this is the lost eye of the great divine beast when it hadn't yet become a deity. It is a part of the divine beast. The most direct connection to the god, he guided, placing his hand on the mana-breaking barrier, pouring the spirit energy of the person into it. Pham Tran thought to himself, the god of the beastman. The eye of the beast was indeed only one. It turned out not to be congenital, but rather lost, he replied. Your majesty. Pham Tran stood gazing at the divine beast's eye. The beastman king isn't easy to fool. Looks like I have to give it a shot. Pham Tran reached out to touch the barrier, and the divine beast's eye suddenly lit up. The system displayed, you have touched the mana-breaking barrier. Will you pour in mana? Pham Tran said, pouring it in. The divine beast's eye accepted the mana, I said. There's a reaction now. Just like that. Keep it steady, Pham Tran thought. My mana pool is depleting too quickly. If I don't use a replenishing potion, it will run out soon. Just like seeing the reaction of the beastmen earlier. Perhaps it has been a long time since they had a mage. Let's see how it goes. Pham Tran stopped pouring mana into the divine beast's eye. He turned to scratch his head. Your majesty, please forgive my incompetence. My mana isn't enough. I can't awaken the divine beast's eye. I am worried. Right now there is only one mage in the kingdom. If you can't do it, then what? No, wait, the replenishing potion. What if I give it to you? Pham Tran thought. The potion can certainly be used. Indeed, not easy to deceive. But I don't believe, he said. You know beastmen are not sensitive to mana. I need time to drink the potion. But once the mana pouring is interrupted, your majesty, the thunder tiger oath. It's true, the system displayed, the divine beast's eye, not activated yet. Special equipment, after equipping it will gain the divine beast's power. Unlock a special form. Pham Tran was surprised. Wait, this divine beast's eye is special equipment. I sighed. Well, this really can't be forced. Just that the beastmen cannot recover their past glory under my guidance, Pham Tran interrupted. Your majesty, the thunder tiger truly cannot bear to see you disappointed. For the beastmen, for the kingdom, the thunder tiger is willing to use forbidden techniques to forcibly enhance power, awaken the beastman's eye. I was delighted to hear this. Is this for real? Pham Tran nodded. Of course it's real, but this forbidden technique requires a sacrifice. So, I laughed and replied, it's nothing difficult. You can require as many as you need. I have over 10,000 soldiers and 3,000 slaves. It's up to you to choose, Pham Tran said. A dozen strong slaves will do. Our warriors are precious. We shouldn't use them for this. But the requirements for the sacrifice are very high. I must choose personally. And also, we need the most discreet location. During the ritual, we cannot be disturbed. I turned to say, okay, I'll bring the strong slaves over. And as for the secret location, this altar will do. It's a forbidden area of our clan. No one can enter without my command. Pham Tran was delighted. Great. Then I will trouble your majesty. I was secretly happy. Indeed, the heavens are helping me. This time, the eyes of the beast and the princess will be blinded. I will take them all. After a while, I had brought the slaves over. Everyone needed was here. This is the first group, if no one is chosen. Outside, Pham Tran saw the slaves and thought to himself, selling beastmen really doesn't care about any race. Even the earthlings and the jinn are here. No wonder they are hated by all races. I wonder if the martial door is here. He searched through the crowd and found it. Pham Tran said, Your Majesty, the secret technique cannot be leaked, so when I choose, besides the sacrifice, there cannot be anyone else. I replied, Then this king will wait for the person outside the altar. It's fine. Pham Tran looked at the martial door. You, follow me. The warrior followed and asked, Why did you bring me here? Pham Tran reminded, Shh, keep your voice down. Speaking in here. If I'm not mistaken, with your abilities, you must have always been looking for a way to escape, right? So, do you know the layout of the guards on this side of the royal city, and near the Princess Tali as well? The martial door questioned. Why do you want to know about the situation around the room? Pham Tran replied, You don't deny it, meaning you know, tell me. I'll help you escape from the royal city as a trade-off. The martial door was suspicious. Why should I trust you? The martial door said, Moreover, I want to take all the human slaves here with me. They are mostly battle veterans, brothers, and friends of mine from before. And also, just because you say you're human, I fundamentally cannot trust you. Pham Tran suddenly shone, he speculated. Is this the Beastman spring losing its effect? Pham Tran had transformed back into human form. This time, I didn't need to explain myself anymore. Fortunately, there was still half a bottle of Beastman spring left. The martial door was happy. You really are human. Can you really save us? The system panel appeared. You have activated a special mission. Rescue the human slaves captured by the Beastman clan. Upon acceptance, you will receive an item. The initial guard of the Beastman Royal City, Pham Tran promised. I promise you, as long as I can successfully leave the Beastman Royal City, I will strive to push for war between the two clans. At that time, I will take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate and rescue everyone again. This way, the chance of escape will be much greater. The martial door agreed. Okay. I will draw the guard layout of this area. Pham Tran continued to select the sacrificial slaves. You are not suitable. The next one, an hour later, Pham Tran reported. Your Majesty, 20 sacrifices have been selected. Now I will complete the secret technique. Please continue to guard here. Don't let anyone enter. I closed the lid. Warrior Fitch Lich has worked hard. I will lead all the soldiers guarding below. Don't worry, you must activate the item of the Divine Beast. Pham Tran bowed his head. I won't disappoint His Majesty's expectations, Pham Tran instructed. Everyone, turn back, no matter what happens. We must not look back, the slaves murmured. What does this sorcerer intend to do? I don't know. Pham Tran thought while setting up the magic formation. Luckily, the number of beastmen among the slaves was just enough. The last half bottle of beastman spring water had already been used up. I need to hurry. The little blue light from the heavenly formation, the sacrificed slaves fell down. Pham Tran approached the eye of the divine beast. He touched the crystal ball. The divine beast's fruit glowed. System notification. You have completed the mission. Activated the item of the divine beast. You received the eye of the divine beast. Pham Tran looked at the eye of the divine beast in his hand. Done. The system displayed that the eye of the divine beast was equipped. Pham Tran used his wings to fly up, using the speed of the black wings and the invisibility effect of the illusory eye. Flying this way allows me to easily bypass the dangerous areas marked on the lookout map. After that, I went to find Tat Li. At Tat Li's room, she was surprised to see him. Didn't the king summon you already? Pham Tran held a vial of anesthetic and replied, I have completed the mission His Majesty assigned. His Majesty agreed to let me return to follow the princess, Tat Li said. Consider yourself understanding. I will be gentler. She noticed what was in his hand. The vial emitted a sweet scent of anesthesia. Tat Li gradually lost consciousness. This smell. Ding, ding. System notification. You have used the sleeping powder on the Beastman Princess Tat Li. Tat Li lost consciousness. Her body floated. Duration 12 hours. If she gets injured, she will wake up. Pham Tran caught Tat Li. Then just one last step. He carried Tat Li and flew away, leaving the Beastman Kingdom. System notification. Beastman transformation has ended. Pham Tran returned to human form. He flew through the barrier. System notification. You have passed through the sensing barrier of the Beastman Kingdom. The red lion sensed the intruder. The golden lion chased after Pham Tran. It roared. Pham Tran carried Tat Li. He wondered. How did the golden lion detect him, shifting its focus? The black wings have half a minute left. I hope I can shake it off. Otherwise, he thought to himself, I'll have to take the risk of using the eye of the divine beast. It might unlock a special form. The Divine Beast's power, manifestation, duration, level multiplied by 50%. Minutes, recovery time not fixed 6 hours. System display. Effect 1. All 4 basic attributes transform into Divine Beast power. Based on the value of Divine Beast power, one can receive attributes such as health points, defense points, damage points. Effect 2. Receive effects. Divine Beast attack, Divine Beast rage, Divine Beast territory, Divine Beast attack. Can attack once per minute, inflicting double Divine Beast power damage points. Divine Beast rage enhances regular attacks, increasing standard damage of Divine Beast power by 5 times against all targets in range. Level multiplied by 50% in front. Divine Beast territory. After opening the territory, it causes silence to all targets within the diameter. Level unclear, preventing targets from using skills, lasting 10 seconds. Recovery time not fixed, 60 seconds. 10 minutes later, Jang Tran had landed in the forest. The golden sorcerer was searching in the sky. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the cooldown time of the illusory eye was just over. Bye-bye. The sharp-tongued sorcerer roared. He was transmitting the beast language. I received the transmission from this side. He was startled. What, brother? The person who just left the barrier is definitely... How could this be? I rushed over. It's ruined. The crystal protecting the eye turned into a hollow beast. I was trembling. Humans, you sent someone to steal the sacred artifact, to take my child. We won't let this go, he shouted. The army, heed my command. Immediately set out, prepare to wage war against humanity. Meanwhile, the young commander heard a loud noise and wondered what was happening. It was too noisy. Jang Tran appeared, carrying a huge axe on his shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, the axe must be going crazy, preparing for battle. It's been so long and you still haven't dealt with this boss? The young commander was delighted. Big bro, he replied. Big bro, you took someone else's daughter. Jang Tran said. Don't change the subject. Keep an eye on her. I'm going to take down the boss now. System notification. The young commander has joined the party, Jang Tran thought. Just in time to test the new gear, he activated it, boosting his power. A beast, a massive manosphere was created. Jang Tran directed the sphere straight towards the forest. 20 minutes later. System notification. You have killed the gold level boss. The Love King tree. Leveled up to 27. Gained 4 basic attribute points plus 2. Received 8 free attribute points. Allocate as you wish. Jang Tran was satisfied. Leveled up 2 more levels. That's decent. The young commander here, hoisting the axe, playfully slapped her on the back. Big bro. I leveled up 4 more levels to level 24. The system displayed. You gifted your friend the young commander a heart of the tree, he said. The boss dropped 3 items. This is for you. Take it. Heart of the tree. Consumable item. When used, if you die within an hour, you will revive at the spot. Cannot be used after death. The young commander replied. Thanks, big bro. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, Jang Tran. Looks like you had a lot of fun this time. A stranger appeared. Can you explain to me the Princess Beastman on your shoulder? The girl next to you. What's going on? On the young commander's shoulder lay the Princess Beastman. Her expression was what you said. Who are you? How do you explain this to big bro? The nameless sword saint asked. Who are you? Jang Tran turned to look at the commander, explaining to the sword saint. He's my friend, the young commander said. Big bro? Why are you being polite to an NPC? What's this nameless sword saint? I'm also the sword god of Hoa Dao here. The nameless sword saint used magic to make the Princess Beastman fly toward him, while the young commander flew backward. He said, I see this guy is too hot-headed. Better calm down. The young commander flew backward and landed on a tree. The nameless sword saint turned to him and said, Young brother, Jang Tran, now that there's no one else here, can you tell me why the Princess Beastman is here? He gently laid her down and smiled. This? Mainly because I've admired the princess for a long time. Oh right, I admired the princess. He was too angry. Do you think I'm stupid? I've been waiting forever in Canthian for my junior brother, and I guessed right that you two were up to something, but I never expected you'd actually do this. Bring the Princess of the Beastmen back immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. He sighed and said this might be useless anyway. Pham grabbed a gem and said, I casually took this from the Beastmen tribe. The man was startled and asked, You took their ritual offering? Hearing that, Pham continued, Yes, and no matter what, I won't hand this over. The sword saint was left speechless. He gently said, Well, I've taken it, so why return it? Then he asked, Do you know why I don't want to go to war with the Beastmen? When he heard this, he asked, Does it have something to do with the Beastman's eye? The man replied, Exactly. The Beastmen's population is small. Their strength is also low. And the reason they haven't been exterminated is their ritual offering, the divine beast's eye, the eye placed on the altar. He stared at him and explained, if the divine beast's eye is taken, humanity will face catastrophe. He continued with a slight smirk. Now that you've taken the divine beast's eye, what reason do I have to prevent the heavenly calamity? After years of heavenly calamity, it's time to end it. Pham nodded and said, so that's how it is. Just then, as he was speaking, the voice of the heavenly calamity suddenly interrupted. If that's the case, please enlighten me. The heavenly calamity stepped out from the portal and said, brother, I definitely won't let you release the Beastmen's princess. No one can stop the war between the Beastmen and Kantien. The Sword Saint raised his hand to open the portal. With a sigh, he muttered, you fool, go ahead, I'm going to prepare. You two talk. The heavenly calamity asked Pham. What does your brother mean? What is he preparing for? What did you two talk about earlier? He replied. My unnamed brother agreed to go to war. The heavenly calamity, upon hearing this, asked in disbelief. What? How can this be? He rolled his eyes and replied, it's probably because I casually took the divine beast's eye with me. The heavenly calamity's eyes widened in surprise. Finally, he said to Pham, hold on tight. Follow me and let's recount the details to Kantien. He replied, okay. The noble young master hanging upside down couldn't help but ask, big brother, what about me? Kantien, the royal estate. The heavenly calamity looked at Pham holding the princess and said, all right, now we can talk calmly. What is this all about? The heavenly calamity extended his hand and said, the Beastmen spring. So that's it. I didn't expect you to know such a secret. No wonder the Beastman King couldn't see through your disguise. Pham closed his eyes and thought, after all, I also came back to life. Even though I can't remember many details, I still remember this well-hidden information clearly. The heavenly calamity extended his hand and gently asked, my friend Pham, I have one more outrageous request. Can you lend me your divine beast's eye? He felt a bit puzzled, so he asked, what do you need the beast god's eye for? Tian Ya closed his eyes and replied that the beast god's eye is a sacred object of the Beastmen tribe, and it seems like Tok Don has a way to track it down. If it's with you, I'm afraid Tok Don won't hesitate to go to war with Tien City. He pondered, realizing Tian Ya was right, and decided to hand over the beast god's eye to him. In return, I would benefit from it. After thinking it over, he responded, I trust the city lord. Once he saw the agreement, he said, thank you. I consider this compensation for borrowing the beast god's eye. I hope you won't hold it against me. Also, this treasure map of the strange land is a reward I've prepared for you. A notification appeared on his screen showing the compensation and the map. Curiously, he asked, the strange land? Isn't that what the Holy Church refers to as heretical? Tian Ya replied, yes. Actually, it's a treasure maze left by the Dark Church. In the battle between the two factions 100 years ago, the Dark Church was defeated, leaving behind many legacies. This is one of them. The map changed hands many times before finally landing in my possession. I've been there once, although it was a bit dangerous, the benefits outweighed even the equipment my senior brother gave me. The commoner turned to bid farewell, thanking the city lord. Then I shall take my leave now. Tian Ya couldn't help but remind him, the Beastman King and his army will surely arrive at the city soon. It's best to leave here quickly. I won't see you off. He said, goodbye, and Tian Ya replied softly, this day has finally come, the Beastman tribe. He called out loudly, where are you? The commoner, holding a skill book, said, hello, unlocking the skill book while thinking to himself, when killing the Beastmen prince, a skill book fell down, so I took this opportunity to unlock it. The job instructor smiled and said, the unlocking fee is 200 gold. Wait a moment. The commoner touched the book, and immediately, a skill panel appeared before him. Looking at it, he couldn't help but exclaim, it turned out to be this skill, how beneficial. He gazed at the notification for the innate skill, reversal of yin and yang. Feeling delighted, he thought, now it's perfect. Next, let's go to the location on the treasure map and see what happens. Suddenly, a voice called out, big brother. Joyfully, Aina looked at him and replied, I learned a new skill, mirror replication. I can copy others' skills. The teacher said I could have free reign for 2 days. He asked in surprise, what skills can be copied? She linked her arm with his and replied, in theory, all skills can be copied, but the replication skill will consume your magical energy. If you exceed your limit, you won't be able to copy anymore. The commoner said, Aina, you truly are my lucky star. Let's go find the treasure. She skipped ahead and asked, is this the spot on the map? He replied from behind, the map shows it's right here. That stone block might be the entrance to the maze. It's a stone block with a round indentation in the middle. He inserted the key and turned it gently, and immediately, the door opened. The stone block was just replaced, and it revealed a black hole. The two focused on it, and she nervously exclaimed, "Big brother, there's indeed a path beneath the stone block." But there was also a swirling black gas rising up, looking very dangerous. He said, "I'll go in first." A voice came from the bottom of the black hole. "You just came down." He frowned, thinking there was someone down there. Vui Ina sat down with her arms around her knees, looking up at Pham with a puzzled expression, asking, "Big bro, what should we do?" Pham, confused, replied, "Didn't you hear anything?" She gently answered him, "No, I just saw you lost in thought." He couldn't help but wonder if he was the only one who heard that sound. Could there be something dangerous inside? But since we're here, we have to check it out. After thinking for a long moment, he replied, "It's okay, I'll go down first." Suddenly, a notification appeared that the dragon egg had hatched, followed by a notification of ownership. The two stood watching as the dragon egg slowly cracked open, revealing a green dragon hatchling with an introduction panel beside it, showing its name and rank. Its power. Vui Ina reached out to touch its head, laughing and saying, "So cute. Big bro, does it have a name yet?" A new notification appeared. "Chaotic Dragon. The hatchling has successfully bonded with its owner. Please name it." Pham grinned widely. "Let's call it Chaotic. I hope one day it will grow into an ancient chaotic dragon. All right, go rest in the pet space." The notification popped up. Chaotic has entered the pet space. He spread his wings behind him and reminded, "There might be danger down below. Ina, wait for me here. I'll tell you when you need to come down." Vui Ina replied, "Okay, be careful." He slowly descended, thinking to himself, "I want to see what kind of danger is hidden here." While Pham was flying down, a letter and sound appeared, revealing the light sect's disciple. He widened his eyes in surprise as the dark statue suddenly unleashed an attack towards him and shouted loudly, "Damn it!" He quickly dodged the attack, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Is it really a dark deity?" But he immediately denied it. "No, that's not right. This attack is too damaging for a statue. It can't be the work of a dark deity or its disciple." The dark statue stood upright, its eyes gleaming. He stared at the statue, thinking, could it be that someone is controlling this statue? While he was thinking, a man wearing tattered clothes, with his hair completely white and an aged appearance, appeared standing on the statue's shoulder. He was the one discarded by the light sect, surely. He stared at Pham with deep resentment and spoke each word slowly. "All light sect disciples must die," Pham exclaimed. "This old man has supernatural strength." He quickly shouted, "Wait, I'm not a light sect disciple." One of the man's eyes glowed red as he calmly replied, "You carry the breath of the light sect." Pham desperately tried to convince him, "I'm hiding within the light sect." "But I'm not loyal to the light sect," he countered. The old man didn't believe him and asked, "Can you even escape from my mind control technique? You dare say you're pretending to join the light sect? Are you messing with me?" Pham shouted urgently. "Senior, wait." He changed his equipment from stone to heart-sealing stone and said, "Senior, give it another try." The old man looked at him for a moment and said, "So you have this trick. If that's the case, I won't kill you. Stay here with me and witness the battle between the two factions from 100 years ago. I fell here because I killed the dark winds," he explained. "This place can't use teleport stones, and spatial magic doesn't work." Hearing this, Pham asked, "What?" He looked at the old man in disbelief. "I believe in the light of glory, but the light has abandoned me," Mr. Ngyeng vehemently shouted, "leaving me trapped here for 100 years. Pham Tran thought to himself, "Ina has a true eye. As long as that kid is here, we can definitely find a way out of this place." On the contrary, the old man might be tested right now. After making up his mind, he continuously waved his hands carefully at him, urging him to calm down. "If you could get out, what would you do?" Hearing him ask that, he firmly replied, "If I can get out, I will definitely kill those pretentious members of the glorious church." He feigned calmness and replied, "Are you saying the darkness has corroded your mind? Killing the glorious church is like asking for death, isn't it?" He looked at the black power symbolizing dark magic in his hand and calmly said, "You don't need to test me. Maybe I was indeed corroded at first. But now I have comprehended the dark attribute magic. I am very clear-headed. Those members of the glorious church deserve to die." He slightly frowned. Hung led the way, and if you believe in the magic of both attributes, then why not return to the glorious church? The grand things in this world always rot from within. Destroyed from the inside, outsiders can easily bring the building down with little effort. After hearing his advice, he laughed joyfully and said, "You are right. Once I get out, I will return to the church and wait for the right moment to strike them down. Kid, you're really keeping your distance, but can you actually hear me out when I get out? Hearing him ask. He smiled warmly and replied, Senior, wait a moment. Then he quickly called out with his mind, Ina, behind me. Whoosh! Ina immediately appeared and called out, Big brother! Both he and Chakko were surprised by her appearance. She stood with her hands behind her back, lightly explaining, I was a bit worried about you, so I came down. You're not mad at me, are you? Jang Tran replied lightly, Of course not, but thought to himself that probably Vu Ina had copied some kind of concealment magic. So even the old man didn't notice. What a hassle. He was extremely happy to see her and said, I didn't expect that after 100 years, I could still feel the breath of your magical secrets. Seeing her precious eye turn into an illusion, the true eye, no wonder you are so certain that we can escape from this place. She quickly activated the spell in her left eye, chanting a spell to dispel the illusion. Then a path illuminated by gemstones appeared. Vu Ina said, This path can lead us out of this space. She went ahead to lead the way. While walking, she turned her head to say to him, Big brother, you two follow me. This place is a maze, and a slight misstep will lead to confusion of the mind. He replied, Okay. While walking, he couldn't help but think that this was indeed the maze described on the treasure map. There really are many treasures here. Half an hour later, they finally saw the light of the exit. She looked back and indicated that going out from here would let them leave this place. Just as he saw the exit, a notification appeared in front of him, announcing that he had received many items. He couldn't help but happily reply to her, Let's go. Time to get out. Even she couldn't help but smile. Looking at the night sky and the architecture outside, he sighed, thinking he would die in eternal darkness, never expecting to have today. He stood behind him and said, Senior, my future in the Guangbin Church depends on you. He turned back and assured, Don't worry, young one. I will definitely help, but I don't know how to call you. Kim Dao Fu appeared at the magic gate as he spoke, and he replied, Saint Jang Tran. It's been a while. His master appeared, and he couldn't help but question, Why is the leader Kim Dao Fu here? Are you monitoring my movements? He explained, I heard that the Celestial gifted the saint that map, so I hurried to come to the saint's aid, but now it seems the saint doesn't need me. He looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean by that? The leader replied with a smile, The treasure map is a gift the Guangming Church prepared for the Celestial. Deep in the maze lies a lost land. Once you fall in, it's hard to escape. A dark black hole with no way out, he continued. I heard that last year, a very strong believer fell deep inside. Until now, there's been no trace. He thought to himself, so the Guangming Church knows everything, yet they let that old man get stuck in there, and now they even block the old man from mentioning this. He couldn't help but exclaim, You must have heard them mention me, huh? The leader was talking about him, the believer who fell into the lost land 100 years ago. Good to see you, leader, Kim Dao Fu replied. You must be the one who escaped from the lost land. He answered, It was Saint Jang Tran Kak Ha who saved me. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be the saint of Guangming, a saint with rebellious intentions. It seems heaven wants to destroy the Guangming Church. Then I know what to do next, he transmitted to him. I will help you become the new Guangming Pope. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Going big, huh? I like it. You must be joking, Kim Dao Fu asked. It's been a while since you've been back to the church. Does Guangming still protect its believers? Hearing this, he replied with a laugh, Guangming still journeys with you. Senior, I will take you to meet the Pope right away. Knowing you've returned, the Pope will surely be overjoyed. He directly continued, Let's go. Take me to see the Pope. Both of them stepped through the teleportation gate, and before leaving, Kim Dao Fu reminded, Your Grace, I'm taking the senior back to the church. The secret of the treasure map, please keep it confidential. Jang Tran smiled and agreed, Of course. Watching the two disappear, he thought, The senior really is quick as lightning. This time, the church finally has someone on our side. Trutvorina beside him spoke up to ask, Big brother, why does this leader seem like a restless spirit? Jang Tran calmly explained his suspicions to her. The Guangming Church is not at ease with you, so they sent someone to follow you, but they can only monitor you. He turned back and signaled, Let's go, Ina, back to the city, Canthian City. The guards are very strict. As Jang Tran and Ina walked slowly along the road, watching the fully equipped soldiers march by, he couldn't help but think, it seems the Celestial is preparing for a great war. He turned back and said to her, Ina, you should go back to the academy and rest. She wondered aloud, Big bro, do you want to go down below? Blushing, she shyly asked, Can I go home with you? I want to be with you. Jang Tran replied, Maybe there will be opportunities in the future. Thinking of the sacred place that stands tall and unyielding, she stepped up, saying that anything is possible. The next day, a notice appeared, announcing that the 4 main gates of Canthian City would be temporarily closed. He wondered, the Beastman tribe has arrived. A man in blue warrior armor remarked, the brothers outside the city say the Beastman army has surrounded the area. Another man in golden armor chimed in, is war really about to break out? Suddenly, he heard a voice calling in his mind, come meet us at the city wall. Pham Tran thought, heavenly plans. He turned and headed toward the city wall, while those behind continued to discuss. I wanted to go up to the wall to see the situation, but they wouldn't let me, someone next to him added. Maybe they haven't activated the mission yet. Just wait. Heavenly Plans were talking with the nameless sword saint when he saw him appear, and asked, you've arrived. I guess I'm not late. Looking down from above the city wall, many soldiers of the Beastman tribe appeared to be surrounding the area. He inquired, are the opponents all here? Aren't we deploying? Heavenly Plans replied, just wait. There are still people who haven't arrived. This battle hasn't started yet. Both he and the sword saint seem to be waiting for someone. A man appeared from the magic gate, greeting, Heavenly Saint Master. Sword Saint Master, may the divine light bless all beings, and we will not let this war break out. The visitor was the chief judge of the Guangming sect, who raised an eyebrow and questioned, Sword Saint, you've always been in favor of initiating war. Why are you allowing Heavenly Saint Master to act recklessly? The Sword Saint casually replied, the Beastman soldiers are already at the city gates. Isn't it too late to ask my junior brother to surrender and give up the fight? Dao Tu argued back. Clearly, Heavenly Plans kidnapped the Beastman princess. Taking the divine beast's eye first caused the war. Don't reverse the cause and effect. The Sword Saint countered. So what? Should we return the items and people? Or, the Guangming sect has grown strong enough to disregard the dangers of the divine beast's descent? Heavenly Plans firmly asked. Dao Tu, do you have any more objections? Without waiting for his response, the Heavenly Saint Master shouted, soldiers of Canthian City, heed my command. Raise the banner. Declare war. A notice appeared before Pham Tran, stating, Canthian City is under attack by monsters. The server-wide mission has been activated. Protect Canthian City. He sighed lightly. Here it comes, the server-wide mission. A voice called out, stop. The Guangming sect had summoned a glowing golden cross-shaped object. Following that, the president of the Heavenly Court Guild looked at the world through half-closed eyes, warning seriously, do you consider me heir? A great battle is about to begin. The chief judge remained here to help protect the city. The 3 of them stood before the area of brilliant power, nervously saying, Heavenly Plans have countless strategies. In response to the attack on Than, he didn't stop but instead supported it, stating that their actions would be reported truthfully to the Pope, throwing in a farewell remark. After that, he turned and walked away, sneering at Than, not bothering to see him off. Pham Tran stood nearby, silently contemplating, as the Church of Kwangmin boasted about protecting the people. The most aggressive ones are indeed them. They truly have no shame. Than turned to see Pham Tran lost in thought, throwing a few words at him. Hey buddy, are you so into the show that you forgot to fight monsters? Pham Tran replied slowly, preparing to head down. But it seemed like there were fewer monsters now, not enough for players to even fill their gaps. Than heard this and excitedly said, we've just started, the soldiers of Than Canthian. Open the gates. Charge. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers charged forward in waves. Charge! At that moment, the leader of the Beastmen shouted fiercely, warriors of our tribe, level the Than Canthian. Reclaim the princess and the divine beast's eye for me. Kill. Loi Lang. Kill that escaped slave for me. The command came from a man with a tuft of red hair, who was the leader of the Beastmen, Loi Lang, as he approached the escaped slave. In a taunting voice, he said, escaped slave, the taste of those brought to our tribe with you was exquisite. I have had many slaves since, but none compare to them. Now I can finally use you for a delicious meal, the escaped slave said no more, soaring into the air with red magic swirling around his body. Shouting in disbelief, Loi Lang said, stop rambling. Today, the city lord will wipe out the Beastmen, using your blood to offer sacrifices to their spirits. The gang leader, hearing this, was agitated, pointing and yelling, I must kill. Humans wage war. The heart of a beast is merciless. I ask you all to help. Don't let humans achieve their goals. They must pay dearly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of beings resembling humans but with animal traits appeared in the sky. The furry bodies flew in, and Pham Tran circled in the sky, saying, looks like it's time to join the battlefield. 2 notifications also popped up. stating that you have switched to the transformation stone. You have activated the transformation stone effect. The beastmen and soldiers are fighting fiercely, while some mages behind begin casting spells to help. Than Anon observed them from above. He then swung his large sword, unleashing a tremendous force, and the combatants quickly fell into that power. Than Anon contemplated, thinking he might need to lure more monsters in, using the iron sword to sweep through, just like by himself. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Big bro, we're here to help you." 3 beautiful girls walked through the gate with a confident demeanor. At that moment, a notification appeared with a message from Tuso Alantio. "Hey, is anyone in Thankantian? Let's do some missions together. I'm heading to the battlefield now." Tilyu responded, "I'm in," and Daothan replied, "On my way." The photo arrives here, and he joyfully declares, "All right, let's team up." The strong blonde girl steps forward and unleashes her technique. In a divine mockery, the trickster says, "What trick is this?" The little demon conjures up 2 chubby dragons and commands them to move forward. Yes, the little dragons surge forward, sensing the opportune moment. Than Anon quickly gathers all his strength, forming the powerful final angelic force. The beastmen see the swirling power in the sky, their faces filled with worry. Junjun asks, "What is that? Is it human magic?" Suddenly, one beastman panics, shouting, "Everyone be careful and fall back." At that moment, the source of power turns orange and begins to swirl upwards. Then, the source of power continues to impact the ground fiercely, causing the beastmen to scatter in a panic, shouting, "Get out of the way! Hurry! Get out of the way!" Things don't simply stop there. Ina ascends to the center, closes her eyes, and begins to heal her technique slowly. She cries out, "Revered technique, reveal!" A swirling force is created, making the beastmen turn in fear. Jun, the son-in-law, says, "And more, the revered technique sweeps through like a storm, carrying everything upwards." The teammates look on in awe and excitedly shout, "Ina!" Together with the little demon, they exclaim, "So amazing!" Than Anon is also pleased, laughing with his eyes squinting, giving her a compliment. "Ina, you did great. Everyone has grown up." Looking at the multitude of beastmen flying before him, the cold-blooded boy says, "Keep it going." Ina responds with determination. Indeed, the beastmen are now furious, turning dark and primal, emitting strange sounds from their throats. The cool-headed commander sees this and says to Than Anon, "Big bro, why don't you wait for us?" The chubby friend standing proudly joins in with laughter. "Exactly. Dive in, keep going." Than Anon, even more excited, shouts, "Let's finish this. All right, let's get started." Saying that, he pulls out a sturdy green sword, gripping it at his waist, ready to fight fiercely. A moment later, a notification from the system appears. "You are currently level 28. He seems satisfied, thinking, "That's about right." At this moment, a message board from the system shows up, as Than Anon starts a conversation. "Everyone, you've worked hard. Next, I'll head into the battlefield. Please protect yourselves well, until we meet again." Then, the little demon is the first to respond. "Yes, brother Than Anon, be safe." Following that, the cool-headed commander replies immediately, "Don't worry, big bro. I'll protect the sisters." Meanwhile, the mischievous guy replies to the commander, "Let me handle the sisters." "Commander, go slash away." Immediately, a notification from the system appears, stating, "You have withdrawn from the little demon team," and the scene shifts to the battlefield. Siruzu flew in, his long hair flowing as he warned, "Today is the day you die." That beastman has lost some of his courage and is now cornered. "Return to the embrace of death," the beastman said coolly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Tianjia was thinking, "Today is the day of extermination," and the system notification appeared with the content. The entire server's alert updated, announcing that the Beastman King had been killed, activating the next mission to wipe out the remnants of the Beastmen. Wu Ming was fighting on the side, looking up at the unexpected announcement. Tianjia finished that quickly? Meanwhile, a new message appeared. "Brother Than Anon, I'm heading to the city to eliminate the remnants first. You take care of the Beastman King's lair, don't let anyone survive, and there will be plenty of rewards for you later." The system notification appeared, activating the mission to eliminate the Beastman King in the city. Reward unknown. Than Anon accepted the mission, letting out a shout. "Got it," he thought. "I'll need to ask Tianjia and Wu Ming for some upgrade materials for the chaos later on, from those beastmen." They were all shouting, "Captain, Captain." The captain found it annoying and replied, "What are you screaming about?" The beastman soldier stammered, There's a human going on a rampage, slaughtering the guards in the city." As he was saying this, a massive figure, towering over 3 meters and weighing over 100 kilograms, charged wildly toward the beastmen who had just shouted. Pham Tran smirked. Looks like you're the only one left, old friend. The beastman panicked and asked, Who are you? Pham Tran laughed. For the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you a chance. Lead me to the slave quarters or die. Ma Dart asked in fear. Who are you, really? He looked mysterious. You're not very clever, are you? Ma Dart realized in panic. The king came here to kill. So the one who dares to return to the king's city. Does that mean the king is dead? Pham Tran smirked. You guessed right, he's dead. Have you thought this through? Captain Ma Dart had no choice but to comply and lead the way. All right, I'll lead the way, he said. At least you know how to behave. Where's the treasure of the Beastman tribe, Ma Dart? Ma Dart looked confused. What treasure? I only know the king has a stash underneath the altar. It seems to be some divine beast relics and some structure, Pham Tran thought excitedly. There must be good stuff there. Hurry up, take me to the slave quarters first, and then lead me to the treasure vault once we're done. Transitioning to the dark slave area, Pham Tran spoke to those trapped there. You can all leave now. If anyone knows Von Kuyu, tell him to come see me. A man shouted. Who are you? Why are you looking for Von Kuyu? He asked. You seem to not believe me, do you? He said that before, there were people who came, claiming they wanted to save us, but in reality, they just wanted to sell us, making us continue to be slaves. Your breath is similar to theirs. He turned to Modat, confused about what he meant. Selling beastmen and trading with humans? Modat was flustered. My lord, I really don't know about this. I'm just a small captain. This is about the slave area. I couldn't figure it out either, he thought to himself. It seems Modat really doesn't know. I'll find Voku first, he told the old man. It's like this. I came to find Voku, telling him that Fitchlich has arrived. The old man was overjoyed. You are Fitchlich? He hurriedly led him away. Follow me. Vo is injured and resting. Vo, Fitchlich is here to see you. The young man sitting in the corner opened his eyes wide and asked loudly upon hearing that name. It's you really came. Is it true that a war has broken out between beastmen and humans? Did humans win? Pham Tran said. I thought I was dead. What do you think the outcome is? I'm here to lead everyone out of here. You gather the remaining people and leave. There are no more soldiers in the city. I have a few things to take care of. Modat, is there a way out from the slave area through those small paths? He scratched his face, thinking, From what you said, it seems that when the slave area was built, there was a small path for workers to come and go, but that path has been closed off since then. No one goes that way anymore. Pham Tran frowned. Just as I thought, lead me to take a look. All right, then follow me, Modat said as they approached the entrance. What's going on here? When was this place broken? The path had been sealed for a long time. Now it had been broken open in a large area. When did this happen? Pham Tran's expression turned serious. It seems that humans really have a traitor. While Pham Tran and Modat were still puzzled about the broken wall, a voice called from behind. Brother Pham Tran, the group from the slave area has made it outside. Voku spoke up. We're preparing to return to the humans. We specifically came to say goodbye to you and also want to meet you in person to thank you. Pham Tran gestured that there was no need for politeness. No need for thanks. This was what I promised you, and you helped me back then. But do you know about humans trading slaves to sell beastmen? Voku replied, I do. It's just that when those people traded, they all wore black robes and hoods, completely covering their faces, making it impossible to identify them. The old man chimed in. Young man Pham Tran, my senses for magical breath are better than normal people. Earlier, when you used magic, your breath was very similar to those people, so I misunderstood. Pham Tran nodded. So that's how it is. I've somewhat figured it out now. The soldiers selling beastmen in the city have all been killed, so everyone can leave in peace. Perhaps Canthian City is not a bad place. They happily said their goodbyes. You all, we'll meet again, my brother Pham Tran. After saying goodbye to those people, Nguadart took him to the treasure vault. As Pham Tran looked around, it was indeed a real treasure vault. Had he known, he would have wandered around earlier. Nguadart stopped in front of the door. Inside was the treasure vault. I had accidentally seen the king open this door before, so I knew. Pham Tran scared him. Fine, you can go now. If you run into me again, I won't hold back. Nguadart was so scared that he ran off. Clearly, I'm going home to pack up and leave right now, then find a deserted mountain to live in seclusion for the rest of my life. Pham Tran stayed at the door of the treasure vault. He placed his hand on the door, really looking forward to what was inside. The door opened. A huge pile of shining gold appeared. Pham Tran was mesmerized. Wow, the king is truly a good person. Super good. Not only did he give me a divine beast's eye, but he also left behind so much treasure. Various announcements gradually appeared. You received 300,000 gold coins. You received the Black Abyss Fortress. The Black Abyss Fortress is the tribal capital of the original king. If robbed by the divine beast, reminder, the Black Abyss Fortress is a construction item that can be placed in private property. Pham Tran was overjoyed. Oh my god, it's even a divine beast's item. A voice rang out. Who are you? Pham Tran was startled and wanted to swear. Who? Destiny. A human? Why is there no sound? I was startled. What are you doing there? A long-haired young man sat in the corner. It was the royal guard named Lak Lon Tin, he asked. Are you also a human? What game is the king playing this time? Pham Tran replied. The Beastman tribe has been wiped out. I killed them. I'm the good guy inheriting the old man's legacy. Lon Tin was excited. You killed them? Then who are you? He introduced himself. Adventurer. Pham Tran. Lon Tin exclaimed. You are from another world. I am Lak Lon Tin, of the Royal Guards. I was ordered to investigate the slave trade with the Beastman tribe. Please help me get out of here. I will pay you handsomely. Pham Tran's announcement appeared. Activated special mission. Request from Lak Lon Tin. Mission details. Rescue Lak Lon Tin of the Royal Guards trapped in the treasure vault. Pham Tran mused. The Royal Guards are soldiers of the Royal City in the level 30 map, loyal to the Royal Palace, both secretive and powerful. But this name is so familiar. He broke the chains for Lak Tin. Both of them quickly left the treasure vault, following me. Given your appearance, you've figured out who's been trading slaves with the Beastman tribe, right? Lon Tin's face darkened. Yes, I already know the identity of that luck scoundrel. But this is confidential. Pham Tran Tren Hang is a member of the Bright Church, isn't he? Lon Tin was shocked. How did you know? Pham Tran replied. How I know isn't important. What matters is whether the Imperial Palace will punish the Bright Church. Lon Tin sighed. I can only ensure that I report the truth, but what they do above, I can't know. This isn't something I can decide. He clenched his fist tightly. I can't hide it. I have no goodwill toward the Bright Church if I had the power to decide. We definitely have to kill them. Pham Tran chuckled in agreement. What a coincidence. I don't like them either, but the Bright Church is currently all-powerful. Their authority surpasses even the monarchy. It truly makes one sigh. Lon Tin reminded. Pham Tran cut him off. We must leave the territory of the Beastmen. These words can no longer be spoken. Pham Tran's notification for play appeared, and Lon Tin's favorability towards him increased. Pham Tran said, You're right, Lak. Let's go first and then decide. The scene shifted outside the territory of the Beastmen. Lon Tin stretched and took in the sky's air, having been locked away for over a year. I didn't expect to have a chance to return to the Imperial City. Thank you very much. Pham Tran hesitated. Maybe it's my role. But no matter how I look at it, it seems like I'm trying to take advantage of you. Lon Tin scratched his nose, looking apologetic. I just remembered, all the assets I've accumulated over the years are kept in the Imperial City. I'm afraid I can't pay you right away. Pham Tran was at a loss for words. Come on, Lak, with that handsome face, how can you be such a freeloader? Lon Tin quickly defended. Pham Tran interjected. Don't be angry. What I meant was I have a younger sister in the Imperial City. She's not betrothed yet and is very beautiful. I want to set you two up. Pham Tran broke into a sweat. During the later stages of the divine beings, one could bring family along. But marrying off a wife like that, won't Sister Nir kill me later? The image of Ha Nir flashed in his mind, making him feel overwhelmed. Pham Tran felt awkward. Should we be a little more formal? Lon Tin felt he couldn't stop the guy. My sister's name is Lak Lien Weert, the beauty of the Imperial City. My brother. I really can't help you. Pham Tran seemed to catch a signal. The pure white maiden Lak Lien Weert of the Bright Church from the previous life, the senior in the purification event that caused over 100 deaths. Pham Tran stared wide-eyed. The maiden Lak Lien Weert of the Bright Church is your sister? Lon Tin questioned. How could my sister be a member of the Bright Church? Are you mistaken? Pham Tran thought. Perhaps. Currently Lak Lien Weert hasn't joined the Bright Church yet, he said. Perhaps I remembered wrong. Lak, we're brothers. You don't need to worry about rewards. When I come to the Imperial City in the future, I'll still need you to take care of me. Lon Tin leaned on his hand and smiled. Of course, if by then my sister isn't married yet, I'll still help. Pham Tran was speechless. He jumped up and called down to Lon Tin. I have important business. See you later, Lak. Lon Tin looked up to say goodbye, secretly finding that this guy down here was quite interesting. Maybe it's time to head back. Reporting to the ruler, the Quang Min Church announces to the entire server that the mission to protect Canthian City has concluded. Adventurers are invited to the notice board in Canthian City to claim their rewards. Pham Tran soared through the sky. Has it really ended already? Time to return to the city for the reward. Pham Tran arrived at Canthian City and stood before the notice board. Adventurer Pham Tran, do you have a mission to report? Now calculating the mission completion level. Please wait a moment. The mission completion level is 5, and you will receive a reward 5 times, totaling 2,500 gold coins. Attribute Potion Snum, Primary Teleportation Stone Snum, Special Life Potion Smui, Special Mana Potion Smui. Pham Tran felt helpless. This reward is worth less than what you'd take from the treasure vault. It seems I can only rely on the rewards from Thindar and the unnamed ones. A person approached and said, Pham Tran, the city lord has invited you to meet him. The city lord Thindar. Are you ready with the rewards? Hey, I want to take a little. Suddenly, he noticed another person, the director Buk Min. Why are you here? Thindar showed skills to Jang Tran, saying, This is your divine beast eye, returning it to you, along with some energy crystals. You're quite impressive, having obtained a chaotic heart as a pet, he announced. You received the special equipment, the divine beast eye, and the chaotic energy crystal. The chaotic energy crystal is a condensed form of energy that raises chaotic attribute pets to the next level. Jang Tran replied, You can't hide anything from him. But both of you are here. You must have come to find me, right? Buk Min said it's true that he needs help. Didn't you save someone who was supposed to be the royal guard from the territory of the Beastmen? He realized that the director Buk Min knew about this. He said, The person you saved is Lak Lan Tin, a member of the strongest royal guard team who has been promoted in a special way. Jang Tran didn't quite understand. Lak Lang Ting? He explained further that he is a member of the strongest royal guard team and has been promoted in an unusual way. So he was imprisoned by the Beastmen for a long time? He asked. Thindar said, It sounds quite tragic, but the Beastmen aren't weak. Plus, Lak Lang Tin is famous for his exceptional talent. Recognized by the war god, Buk Min further said, Pham Tran, what do you think about the Quang Min Church participating in the slave trade? He replied, Director Buk Min, why don't you just say it plainly? So he said, I know joining the Quang Min Church is due to necessity. Therefore, we would like to invite you to help. After that, Thindar explained that the investigation into Lak Lang Tin had caused a stir among the higher-ups in the palace, with the elite class divided into 2 factions. One supporting opposition against the church. The other faction believes that the Beastmen have been exterminated and there's no need to stir up more trouble, especially since the church now has someone who sacrificed themselves during the battle of light and darkness. The depth of their power is unpredictable. This faction feels they can't turn against the church now. Jiang Chen pondered. Is the one offering themselves a powerful figure? He asked. So the 2 of you came to me to ask what exactly? The heavenly being stated plainly that your identity is special, and we need you to go to the Radiant Temple to investigate just how powerful this offering truly is. Then, the system announced the activation of a special mission to investigate the power of the offering. He hesitated to accept. The mission was presented, but he couldn't reveal his connection to the offering for now. He must secure a strong position in the church, Jiang Chen said. The Radiant Temple is located in the Imperial City, but I can't go right now, Bei Ming replied. As long as you accept the mission, we can help you reach the necessary level immediately, the heavenly being said. But you still have to open the gate to the Imperial City yourself. This is a test set by the gods. We cannot interfere and can only rely on you. Thus, Jiang Chen agreed as well. I accept this mission, though deep down he's still worried about the temptation of leveling up faster. Everyone understands, right? Bei Ming handed him an item. This is Experience Stone and Energy Sensing Stone. Take it, the system explained. The Experience Stone contains the cultivation experience left by predecessors. After use, it will boost you to level 30. The mission item cannot be gifted through teleportation, and the Energy Sensing Stone will sense and record the energy dynamics of the target within a 1-meter range. The mission item cannot be gifted through teleportation. Bei Ming wished Jiang Chen good luck. I hope you can complete the mission smoothly, he said. Don't worry. The system announced that Jiang Chen was the first player to reach level 30. The path to the Imperial City has now opened. Passing through the dungeon will unlock the gate to the Imperial City, reversing the yin and yang after using the talent. The skill will have a contrasting effect, increasing the skill's intensity by 200%. He finally replied that he was level 30. They messaged him. Big bro, top of the game. I'm telling you, can you really not wait for us? Great God, take me with you. Wow, Pham Tran messaged. Haha, okay. Let's go get everyone leveled up. Suddenly someone messaged that Pham Tran. Congratulations on reaching level 30. I just spent a ton of money buying a top-tier treasure map. Is there any harvest? He was referring to the top-tier treasure map. Pham Tran messaged, "See you at the Kang Tian Academy. The system notified that you have removed the mask, and the stealth effect has disappeared." The guy who is all-powerful greeted, "Long time no see, Pham Tran. You've been quietly grinding to level 30. I guess this time the princes and the group will go crazy. They've been staying up late every night to level up, but you've outpaced them." The little fairy girl said, "Keep it down. Are you worried we haven't caused enough trouble yet?" He sneered. "I'm not scared of Pham Tran being here. They're just a bunch of mosquitoes." Pham Tran said, "Old money, time is tight. It's an important mission. Let's talk about the treasure map." Money is omnipotent said, "Hey, have you ever heard of the Forbidden Land of the Gods?" He thought, "The Forbidden Land of the Gods is the home of the faction opposing the gods on this continent, related to evil gods. Behind every Forbidden Land of the Gods, there exists an evil god." Pham Tran asked, "Is the treasure map related to the Forbidden God's land?" The old man replied, "That's right. They say it's extremely dangerous inside." "Didn't you think of Pham Tran right away, uncle? As per the old rules, you pay me to protect you. How about that?" Pham Tran said, "No, it's based on contribution levels. Prioritize the warrior's equipment for me. I'll choose the pastor's gear first, the rest will depend on the person's skills." He thought to himself, "After luring the old man into the trap last time, I'll let it go this time." That guy agreed. "All right, let's go with that. Can we team up now?" The system displayed that the player is a versatile recruiter, inviting you to team up. "Accept." He said, "Wait for one more person," then Vuina arrived. "Big bro, I just texted you that I'm coming right over." Pham Tran said, "Enough stabbing. It's about to start. Okay." Outside the city is fiery. The old man guided him according to the map. "Go straight this way. This direction might be the area on the treasure map." He realized, this pattern, looking at the map while thinking, could the treasure hiding place be related to the cursed god Tula? But the item appears at this stage. There's danger, but it probably won't lead to a direct confrontation with the god. They reached the abandoned dark advertising area, the old man said. "It must be this place." Pham Tran also said, It's here on the map." That guy also said, "If we get through this ad barrier, we can unlock the treasure land, but it won't be easy. They have to fight through a horde of zombies and undead." The old man said, "You distract the monsters, leave the attacking to me." Pham Tran agreed. The old man with great strength charged in to attack them fiercely, launching a heavy assault. The little blue light heavenly formation was set up to draw them in, basically freezing them in place. Then, Pham Tran's team arrived at the needed location. He opened the gate. A strong wind blew in. They noticed someone on the altar. "Be careful, he has the breath of a god." The altar now is just a frozen corpse. Pham Tran and the old man were surprised when they heard Ina mention the god. Both jaws dropped. Pham Tran said, "The breath of a god?" The old man replied, "A god." "Is it the god you're thinking of?" Ina pointed up, confirming, That's right, I'm sure." Pham Tran asked Ina, "Do you see any other news? Is this person alive or dead?" Ina replied, "It's not clear. He emits life energy, but I feel the energy is alive." He turned to the old man and said, "Life energy, old man, about this treasure map of yours," the old man replied. "It really came from the same person's hand, but that guy has quite a few treasure maps. Aren't they all related to the immortal tribe?" Pham Tran sighed. "Being related to the immortal tribe is fine, but the last treasure map was obviously a trap. Do you still dare to take a treasure map from that guy?" The old man was shocked, sweating, saying, "I believe in myself. It can't always be bad luck. Besides, even if this place is a real world, for us, it's just a virtual reality. Dying hurts a bit, but you can come back. What's there to be afraid of?" Ina suddenly panicked and said, "Big bro, me, the principal, we are real, not fake. Pham Tran, you know, Ina, don't be so agitated. In the past life, there were plenty of people who thought money was omnipotent. After all, as long as they didn't really die, the players were the fourth disaster. But who said the early stages wouldn't lead to real death?" He spoke casually, saying that dying in the game has its price. The old man was confused, not understanding what he meant. The little spring god advised him not to be too reckless. "All right, let's proceed carefully." Pham Tran turned away and continued, saying to investigate the surroundings first. "Don't get too close to the altar for now," Ina said. "I'll check over there." The old man replied, "I'll go this way." Suddenly, Ina saw something and called everyone over. "Hey, there are drawings here. On the wall, there are strange images of faceless figures in robes together lifting another person, as if they were venerating that person." Pham Tran turned around upon hearing the call, and Ina continued, "It seems like a painting recording the past. The one being lifted in the painting is likely the one currently on the altar. These drawings must be explaining the origins of that person. But what are they doing? Pham Tran frowned and thought, the one lying on the altar might also be a person. But why does it feel divine? As he pondered, he heard the old man calling, Pham Tran, come over here quickly. The 4 people in the drawing look a bit like us. He exclaimed in panic. It's not just similar, it is us. The old man, frightened, said, we've really run into trouble. Pham Tran, we should head back. Pham Tran stated clearly, if you're scared, you can wait outside for my news. We'll check everything first. After hearing this, the old man stood frozen, his face stiff, saying, you can go too. As everyone continued searching, they spotted a sickle. It was very large. Ina exclaimed, hey, this sickle looks just like the drawing on the wall. The old man, looking worried, said, Pham Tran, during the introduction of the divine realm, it wasn't mentioned that there are spirits. Pham Tran contemplated, the weapon is a sickle, so it probably has nothing to do with the immortal god Tula. Who could it be? He said, it seems I know who the god behind this forbidden land is. After hearing Pham Tran say he knows who is on the altar, everyone turned to him with curious expressions. Pham Tran's face darkened, revealing a dangerous look as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the god of death, Yu Min. He is a tall, muscular figure dressed in black, with 2 long, large horns, sharp eyes, holding a huge sickle that looks very dangerous. Pham Tran explained, according to legends, he is the lord of the dark realm, a god worshipped by the immortal clan and necromancers. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out it's still the immortal clan. Well, that's good then. I thought it really was a ghost. The little spring had a skeptical look and said, what's good about that? Pham Tran burst out laughing. Old man, it seems you really like the immortal clan. For the old man, as long as it's not something unknown and horrific, it's fine. Besides, this is the sickle of the god of Yu Min. Pham Tran explained. Divine artifacts have a halo. This is at most just a fairly good weapon. Let me tell you some bad news. It could very well have necromantic properties. You might not be able to use it. The old man grimaced and said, but I can't go back empty-handed, can I? This needs to be shared. Just as he was speaking, the sickle suddenly flew up into the air. The old man shouted in panic, the sickle is flying away. Surrounding the sickle were swirling black clouds. Seeing this, the old man laughed, saying that heaven was helping him. This time it wasn't in vain. To get the treasure map, he had invested a lot. Pham Tran felt something was off and shouted, hey old man, Xiao Chun said, this guy is blinded by money. I'm going with him. Even if it's dangerous, I can pump some blood for a few hits. Pham Tran replied, just remember, my healing skills are limited, so save them for crucial moments. The old man suddenly felt strange as he grabbed the scythe, losing consciousness. His eyes turned completely white. Out of nowhere appeared a being called the Son of the Dark Underworld, a level 40 gold monster, looking very bizarre. Its bright eyes, bald head, and muscular body were holding the scythe. Suddenly, the old man and Xiao Chan bowed down and said, we pay our respects to the Dark Master. The hellfire of the underworld includes all attacks with black flames. Every second increases basic damage by 500 points, lasting 10 minutes, and the master said, the wheel of fate has finally begun to turn. The circle of death in the underworld holds a stream of dark death power, dealing pure damage, and the targets of its attacks cannot heal. For 10 minutes, the breath of dark death within the target can bring back the bloodline of dark death even in death. The cooldown time isn't 30 minutes, suddenly controlling the target's spirit for 3 minutes, Pham Tran worriedly said, according to this scenario. Next is the scene where we are all in different places. This is the power of the dark god, the master said in a chilling tone. Fate has been predetermined. The sweet hellfire will burn your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the scythe towards him, and he asked, can you do it? Ina replied, brother, don't worry. In a few seconds, a protective circle appeared around the old man. It was an illusion spell. Pham Tran exclaimed, well done, Ina. Now follow my lead. Let's take down this dark god. Surrounding Pham Tran was a transparent circle. He swung his sword and advanced towards the monster, and the master angrily said, just a mere insect dares to offend me. I will enslave you, controlling the souls of the dead. He ordered the old man and Xiao Chun to attack Pham Tran. Upon receiving the command, both rushed at Pham Tran. Kill. He truly didn't want to harm those two, but the situation forced him to counterattack. Old man, little fairy, I'm sorry. Pham Tran used a bright healing skill to knock Xiao Chun away, the master angrily said, provoking the divine servant. You will pay dearly, and then he swung the long scythe towards him. Immediately, Than Tran transformed into wings to dodge his attack. Then he used the Little Saint Light Heavenly Formation. A formation appeared beneath him with a light blue glow. The master was controlled by Than Tran's spell, screaming, "Die for me." He thought that the skill of the bot was nearly drained. Immediately he shouted, "Ina, restore the armor." Ina responded, "Right away, brother." Ina activated the restoration mirror. A large, flashy mirror appeared around, decorated quite attractively. He shouted, "Get ready." Than Tran continued to execute the angel song technique. A woman appeared with large wings. Than Tran and Ina coordinated the restoration and angel song techniques, hidden within the mirror. Two angels emerged, causing Duke to panic and shout, "No, wow." Then he was surrounded by a black mist. The starry purple sky, along with the black mist, created a spine-chilling scene. Than Tran said, "This necromantic power is extraordinary." Ina immediately replied that it's the breath of the divine strengthening his power. Unstoppable. Suddenly Than Tran heard a call. "Master." It was Darni, the master. "I can feel the necromantic power, deep within my soul. My instincts crave this power. It can help me evolve." Than Tran was communicating with Darni through thoughts. The power deep within her soul was the black bone on the altar. Darni replied, "That's right, master. I can manipulate the body to devour it. Don't rush. Wait for me to deal with him first. Then you can devour it." Duke escaped the constraints and said, "Die, you bastard." "You filthy ant." "I will," Than Tran thought. Is this its second form? Much stronger. But it seems its mind isn't quite right. Then it charged at Than Tran and Ina. "I will enslave your souls for eternity." What a tricky and dodgy attack. Dodging Macduke's strikes. "Big brother, after reviving, its attributes have been greatly upgraded," he firmly replied. "Ina, be careful and escape. If you die, I'll immediately return to the city, got it?" He thought, "Damn it, looks like I have to save my life again." After saying that, Than Tran launched the agile song. He spread his wings and flew up, using the life sacrifice technique to strike at him. Macduke fell to the ground, debris flying everywhere, dust surrounding. Than Tran thought, the extended time of the agile song is still too short. 15 seconds is basically not enough to kill this monster. "This time I'm really in trouble," he told Ina. "I will do my best to hold it back." "You go back immediately." Ina cast a wind technique and said, "Big brother, I won't leave you behind. I'm strong too now." Immediately, Than Tran received power from Ina. She received the effect of the wind rhythm, increasing movement speed by 50%, lasting 30 seconds. He praised Ina. "Looking good, Ina." Then he spread his wings and flew towards that guy, thinking, 30 seconds should be just enough, make the most of the time. Macduke angrily shouted, "Damn you pests." Little Light's Heavenly Formation. A formation appeared behind him. At the same time Ina activated, shining with the light of healing. "Big brother, I'll show you this skill. Don't be too surprised." Ina exclaimed, "Time compass." A large clock appeared around it, with golden edges radiating light. The time compass allows the user to increase or decrease the action speed of all enemies. The time and range of the effect are determined by the user's ability. Than Tran was slightly surprised by Ina, just a bit. The effect of this skill. "Ina, you're definitely not some contract slave of mine. You are my cheating machine." At this moment, Ina was holding the book and shouting for Jang Tran to act quickly, because the skill she was using wouldn't last long. Hearing that, Jang Tran began to cast his technique and replied, as long as he could slow its speed, it was definitely going to die. At this moment, the monster was hit and couldn't move. It could only cry out that this shouldn't be happening before exploding. At that moment, the system announced, "You have killed the platinum level boss, the child of Yumin, Macduke." Jang Tran leveled up to level 31, and upon seeing this, he smiled and said he had enough experience to level up. At this moment, a stone fell in front of Jang Tran, and he exclaimed, "Is there even more loot?" This is the Yumin crystal, containing a trace of the blood aura of the death god Yumin. Using it will grant a portion of breath. The necromancer class can use it. Holding the crystal in his hand, he frowned because he felt that this seemed to be prepared for Darni. Jang Tran remembered the last time at the immortal tomb he received Darni's fate scroll, and now this Yumin crystal seemed to be prepared for her too. At this moment, Darni, with a changing expression, called for Jang Tran, as there was still a trace of consciousness left in the death power. "It is trying to take control of my body. I need blood aura." Although he felt like this was a situation already set up, he still had to give her this crystal. Hearing the thanks, he thought, gratitude, and repayment. Wait until you can survive to say that. At that moment, Ina called Jang Tran because she sensed something strange about Darni's aura. At this moment, the system announced Darni, the child of Yumin, a special level 3 pet, Gold. Darnie reported to her master that she had eliminated the remaining consciousness. She was now holding the scythe of the child of Yu Min, with a death attribute bonus of 200, changing the attack properties. This weapon is a unique equipment of the child of Yu Min, absorbing death attributes. It can be upgraded, but when Ina saw it, she warned Jang Tran that Darnie was deceiving him because that aura was still present. Hearing this, Darnie was confused because she knew Ina was referring to the gray mist around her, but she couldn't sense it at all. Jang Tran, upon hearing this, scratched his head, indicating he understood the problem, and told her about the current situation. "I fear I won't be able to enter the city." Then he said to his sister, "Ina, let's go back to the city of disaster. You go find Diem Trung Fong and tell him to come pick me up." Ina replied and left. Darnie didn't understand what was happening to her. At this moment, Jang Tran expressed his thoughts, fearing she had become a medium for the death god Yu Min to descend. She sadly replied, "Then will I harm my master? If so, master, please kill me." Jang Tran disagreed, saying to wait until they meet Diem Trung Fong before deciding. At this moment, a loud bang on the table followed by an angry shout called out, "Pham Trun," from none other than Diem Trung Fong. He was very angry because Ina had told him to come pick up Jang Tran but didn't mention Darnie's burnt hand. At this moment, Jang Tran could only smile to appease and plead with Diem Truong Fong to calm down. He sincerely expressed that he never expected to become a target of the will of the powerful, and he didn't know who to turn to for help, only being able to seek him out. Diem Truong Fong sighed and said that because he carried a dark child with him, any powerful master could kill him at any moment. He had no more words for him, yet he really knew how to resolve this issue. That was the way to find someone to provide the treasure map. Diem Truong Fong explained to Jang Tran that he had been pulled into this, and even if he abandoned the dark child, the other party wouldn't let him go. He advised him that to end future disasters, he should strike back at those who strike him. Jang Tran agreed, realizing that the other party was waiting for him to seek out the guy, because without Dai Ni and the Black Scythe, the guy wouldn't be able to resurrect the Dark Death. At this moment, Diem Truong Fong showed regret, saying that due to some limitations, he couldn't get directly involved, so Jang Tran had to handle it himself. He could only help him contact the major masters so that he wouldn't get killed the moment he entered the city. Jang Tran pretended to be disappointed, as Diem Truong Fong seemed to want him to seek death. He didn't want Jang Tran to stay here any longer, so he used a teleportation formation, warning him if it was really life-threatening. Remember to use the binding to sense. At this moment, Jang Tran's face was twisted, thinking that he was just trying to chase him away but still use teleportation. He was about to say something else, but Diem Truong Fong immediately interrupted, asking him to bring along his own love slave too. Ina was startled, wide-eyed, while Dai Ni had a confused expression, not understanding a single word. Once teleported to another place, Jang Tran sighed and comforted himself with a life-saving talisman, then contacted the person called Lao Tian with a question full of urgency. "Is Lao Tian still alive? I need to ask him for a favor." When they met, Lao Tian scolded him, saying that his back was bitten by a dog because he took the love slave into his bag without saying anything to her. At that time, she even gave him an additional 30,000 gold. Jang Tran ordered Ina to go back and take charge first, and after Ina returned to take charge, he expressed his desire to give something to Lao Tian, saying if she liked it, she could take it. Although pretending to be indifferent, when presented with it, she said she didn't need it because she knew she didn't have the capability like him. Being targeted meant she would go meet her end immediately. At this moment, Lao Tian changed the subject, mentioning that the NPC who provided the treasure map was in the novice village. Now, she would lead him to meet. Hearing this, both Jang Tran and Ina smiled, looking very much alike, and thanked her. Lao Tian took the opportunity to tell Jang Tran that he didn't need to thank him. Later, when he found the equipment she needed, just a little money would suffice. Jang Tran heard this and smiled brightly, agreeing. At this moment, all three were teleported to Novice Village number 444. The newcomers were looking at them with admiration, saying, "Are they high-level big brothers? Their equipment looks amazing. Look at that outfit, it's so impressive." At that moment, someone recognized him and asked, "Is there anyone going, Pastor?" "That Pham Tran, wasn't he announced across the entire server before?" The girl next to him sighed with envy, wondering when they could walk so leisurely. At this point, the old man turned back with a sly look, saying that once he finished handling this matter, he would take him around the newbie village. Who knows, they might run into a cute girl. Both of them then exchanged lewd smiles and whispered to each other. Jang Tran remarked on why he often came to the newbie village lately. The old man shrugged it off, and when they arrived, he called out for Mac several times loudly. The old Mac here was Mac too, who appeared unfriendly and asked him what he was doing here. At this moment, Ina reminded Jang Tran that the old man's aura was very strange, as it mixed a dark gray breath with a pure, white, light aura, the natural breath of the elf race, and many other auras. In the end, she concluded that the colors were too chaotic. At this point, the old man stated his purpose, but was immediately interrupted by him shouting, "The envoy." He was very pleased that the envoy had finally arrived, and the person he referred to as the envoy was Jang Tran. Jang Tran appeared clueless, insisting that he was not the envoy. The true envoy is someone who worships the deities. Favored by the gods, the old man then smiled sinisterly, certain that he was indeed the envoy. At this moment, the teleportation array opened up and the old man left a parting comment, saying that the great master had been waiting for him for a long time. Standing at the entrance, Maktu respectfully gestured for Pham Tran, the envoy, to enter, but he hadn't spoken yet. Ina insisted on going along. "Big bro, I'm coming with you." And the old man pretended to care. "Well, I'll go too." Afraid the two of them would ruin his plan, Maktu quickly intervened. "No, only the envoy can go down." Realizing the old man's scheme to separate them, Pham Tran feigned annoyance. "Then fine, I don't want to go anymore," sweating profusely. Worried he couldn't trick him into entering, Maktu tried to flatter him. "Don't worry, I'm the most loyal follower of the great master. I won't harm the envoy." Hearing this, Pham Tran finally relented. "All right, lead the way." But deep down, he fully accepted that he had to go down alone. He thought that after all, Trung Kwai still had to go down, and if it really didn't work, he could use the divine sensing of old Diem. So Maktu led the way. "Follow me." At this moment, the system issued a warning to Pham Tran. "Warning. You have entered an unknown area." At the same time, the old man called out loudly with a proud air, "Envoy, this is the great master. Hurry up and greet him." In the air, there was a statue of a powerful man entirely in black, dressed in black, with black shoes and a black hat adorned with two high goat horns, holding a long black sword. Pham Tran was indifferent, neither familiar nor interested in the divine master. Disagreeing with his words, the old man spread his arms to showcase the greatness of the master and praised him endlessly. "Our master is not just a deity. Our master is the true God who oversees death, the Lord of the underworld, the refuge of all beings, the great God of the underworld." Disdainfully, Pham Tran mocked, calling the so-called god behind her a mere pile of patched stones that looked like a crumbling statue. Only upon closer inspection did it become clear. Indeed, the statue looked quite dilapidated, with cracks all over it, lacking the grandeur that the old man boasted about, yet he still tried to retort, filled with anger. "If it weren't for the god occupying this lifeless stone, why would I need to steal leftover materials from them to sculpt a statue of the master?" Then, he shouted at Pham Tran, "Enough already. Stop defaming the master. Hand over the broker's materials. Let the master descend to the mortal realm and reign over the world again." Pham Tran, annoyed, asked why he should give it to him. At this point, he stopped flattering him and turned confrontational, shouting about credit. "Without my arrangements, how could you have Vu Yu know? Without my arrangements, how could Vu No become the shadowy child and acquire the god's weapon?" He still didn't understand the old man's intention. Pham Tran was puzzled. Why was it me? The old man laughed heartily, happily explaining that it was because the master had chosen him. "Submit. Obediently hand over the shadowy child and the god's weapon, and I might let you go." Not reacting to his words, Pham Tran instead threatened him. "I could kill you and still get out of here." Suddenly, the old man made a gesture, manipulating the rocks beneath their feet to float mid-air, laughing ominously. The lifeless stone could bear the breath of any attribute. Once used to sculpt a statue, it would condense a breath similar to the gods. This space was filled with the breath of countless gods. Just a little stir, and this place would be plunged into chaos and disorder, becoming a void. Pausing for dramatic effect, he continued, "And you will be trapped here forever, with no one able to save you." Pham Tran was furious, his eyes glaring at the old man, sensing that his master might be in danger. He thought to himself, "It sounded like a space confinement skill, but I have the ability to traverse any space. I'm not threatened. First, let's see if he has anything good." With clarity in mind, he tried to negotiate with the old man. "I can give you something, but you have to compensate me." It seemed that Pham Tran had agreed to cooperate. The old man demanded the item, saying, "You're the one who should pay. I won't let you be at a loss." "All right, hand over the broker's materials," but he wasn't going to make it that easy. Pham Tran firmly stated, "Do you think I would believe you? Bring out the compensation first, then I will give it to you," gritting his teeth. The old man knew he couldn't hold back and presented the item, a soul magic technique modeled after the death technique. which humans could also learn. A book of secrets appeared. Holding the book in his hands, Pham Tran was curious. Soul planting? The system quickly informed Pham Tran. The 5-star soul planting technique, a common skill, can plant an invisible soul mark on a target, including undead creatures or corpses, waiting for the 9-point soul mark. Successfully establishing a connection with the soul mark allows control over this target, lasting 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. No cost. Reminder 1. The target's level cannot exceed the planter's level. Reminder 2. The duration of the 9-point soul mark is determined by the target's quality. The higher the quality, the longer the time required, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. Pham Tran frowned. This is indeed a good thing. At the same time, the demon slave looked towards the statue, wanting something good too. Master, give me my body back. I want to control the statue. The old man said powerfully. Now that you've acquired the soul planting technique, hand over the body of the sacrifice to me. Then, Pham Tran ordered Darni. She obeyed her master, as I lost control of my body. Did you notice the soul planting technique? When the aura turns gray, that's the invisible soul mark. The old man spoke strongly. Great master, your loyal servant prays here, using the flesh and blood of the divine to forge the statue. He didn't notice that Darni had planned an attack from behind. Unexpectedly, he had summoned the legendary Demon King, a tough opponent for Pham Tran and Darni. Please, master, let it be formed. That demon was under his control, completely restrained in its massive body, making it difficult for Pham Tran in front of Darni. She said, the master cannot let him complete the ritual smoothly. I only have a chance to win by competing for the body with a fragment of divinity. Pham Tran prepared his sword, ready to fight. He wasn't afraid of killing, especially that crazy old man. He was sacrificing his life, screaming in pain as Darni attacked from behind, filled with rage, as he was the betrayer. You dare betray the master? He summoned dark magic to suppress those two. You will face the harshest punishment, blood sacrifice. He was very clever in arranging the battle, making it difficult for Pham Tran to move, forcing him to use his wings to fly up, dodging the attacks, setting up a blood feud with his own life force. Indeed, my disciples are all crazy. Pham Tran raised his sword, attacking back. He knew he was originally going to sacrifice his life one more time. It seems I have to prolong this now. He summoned the little holy light to break the formation, and the old man was no match for it. Using healing techniques, he declared, no one can stop the master from forming. No one at all. He shouted loudly. Sacrifice. At that moment, Darni's body gradually lost itself, merging with the Demon King. She was gradually enveloped by darkness, which was consuming her. He was smug, saying quickly, soon I will see the master. Pham Tran knew. Darni, I will stop him at the last moment. She timed it right, thanking her master. The battle continued as he summoned more spirits. If you want to die that badly, I'll help you fulfill your wish, he shouted. Angel. Hidden away, he was no longer rational, still crazed to the point of losing his mind. Just a little bit more. Just a bit more, the one who ruins the homeowner's plans. Stay here forever. Master, your loyal servant. I ask for a soul as a sacrifice. May the day come. He himself offers his body to help the demon resurrect with a soul. But within that massive body, Daini could connect with Jang Tran through the ring. Master, wait for me. He recognized Daini. You can really control the deity. You have killed the diamond-level boss. Advancing from the deity of the underworld, you have reached level 34, Pham Tran thought. Recklessly, he completed the sacrifice before dying. Will Daini successfully seize the body? Daini in the deity's body said happily, the master is here. This sacrifice is truly perfect. From the deity of the underworld, it's not fully descended. In the idol, there's only the deity's power, no consciousness, so I can completely control it. Don't worry, master. Hearing this, he felt relieved. That's good, she added. But I need to absorb this source of power to truly control the idol and condense flesh and blood again, which will take a lot of time. Pham Tran replied, time is not an issue. Right now, this place has become a safe space. I'll leave my fate here with you, buddy. Don't worry, just absorb it. I'll come to pick you up in a few days. No need to hide. Lao Tian was outside, confused. What's going on? Why hasn't he come up yet? He shouted, Pham Tran, bro. Pham Tran. You startled me when you appeared. Anyway, you made it out. You scared me to death. Pham Tran said, just come out normally. All right, let's head back to the city. The issue is resolved. Lao Tian asked, hey Pham Tran, aren't you going to tell the details? He glanced and said, I'll share when I have time. Oh right, here's something for you. The system appeared. You have received an item from a good friend. Bone armor, gold level. You were surprised to equip a gold level 25 item. You gave this to me? Pham Tran waved his hand. The gear dropped from earlier when fighting monsters, just when it was unusable. Lao Tian didn't understand much, so he just let it be. At Canthian City, Vuina asked, Big brother, what do we do next? Pham Tran told her to go back to the academy. Report to Director Buck Min. I'm going to handle something. We'll meet up in the square later, he thought. It's also time to open the path to the Imperial City. But first, let me check the status window. Forgetting stone 2 stars, forget a 1-star skill learned. Sell for 500 gold. Can merge 2 stones into a high-level stone. Forgetting stone can add 1 free attribute point. Sell for 500 gold. Intermediate expansion stone can be used to open the 6th skill slot. Sell for 1000 gold. Advanced expansion stone can be used to open the 7th skill slot. Sell for 10,000 gold. You have received a forgetting stone 2 stars. Do you want to forget the 2-star healing light skill? After forgetting this skill, it will disappear. Please choose carefully. Forget. Do you have the 5-star soul planting skill? Learn it, Jang Tran thought. Since there's no top-level expansion stone, I'll have to temporarily give up the healing light skill. The effect of the soul planting skill is to control the target. Let's not use it for now. Let's see what the talent does. Next, the main quest is the Abyss City. The details of the Abyss City quest have appeared on the human realm again after a long time. Go to the entrance of the Endless Abyss in the east of Than Thai to enter the Abyss City from the Adult Abyss. Reminder, this is the main quest that players level 30 and above can accept. After completion, the traditional battle will open. Do you want to accept the main quest in Abyss City? Accept, Vuina shouted. Hey bro, are we going? The two set off. That night at Than Thai, Pham Tran, wearing a mask, said, Leaving the city is the path to the Abyss City. Ina, you, she replied. Don't worry, big brother. Vuina used a magic book. Taking out a small black cloak, she said, This skill can avoid 1 instance of damage and also conceal your presence, so it won't reveal your identity, big brother. He replied, Illusion magic is indeed powerful. Let's go. We're heading to the Deep City. Crossing the maple forest in front will lead us to the Sky Valley. Once we pass through the valley, we'll be able to see the Deep City. Ina, before we enter the forest, use your true sight to observe first. View Ina. Follow along. Yes, your message has appeared, Pham Tran. There's someone on the forum offering a high bounty on you. Right now, the reward has exceeded 1 million. Be careful on your way to the Deep City, Pham Tran. Stay alert. There's definitely someone jealous of me. At the maple forest, someone is discussing how they've been waiting for hours and Pham Tran still hasn't arrived. Surely he didn't hear about the people trying to test their skills and is too scared to come. I heard the bounty on the forum is rising, and anyone who kills Pham Tran and records the video can share 1,500,000 gold. Damn, that's faster than robbing money. Pham Tran really has a big reputation. I just want to know where he is. The one issuing the bounty said, Everyone, spread out and wait quietly. Don't mess up my plans. I used to blame him for not paying, the lady from the guild said, on Mr.'s order. A only has 2 targets in the server, and now he can't even kill one. What a waste. They said, Don't worry. We can definitely satisfy Mr. A this time. When he and the other players start fighting, I'll take advantage of the chaos. Make sure to deliver a fatal blow. It's best if you can do that, Vuina said, as she and Pham Tran faced a tough challenge. Big brother, there's indeed a magical aura ahead, he said. We're pretty well prepared. It seems they are determined to capture you this time. Ina, have you found the specific location of the hidden magic? She sensed and said. Big brother, it seems to be close by, but if we get any closer, it might attract attention inside. Then he added, So the true sight can bypass the hidden magic barrier. Can you observe the situation inside? Vuina used her ability. Yes, I can. She overheard a couple talking. The reward is 1,500,000. Everyone will get a share. He doesn't believe he can't catch that rabbit. We have so many people ambushing like this. As long as he shows up, he's dead for sure. It should be easy. If something goes wrong again this time, surely the star will make a meal out of him, and they exchanged loving looks. Why think so much? Just enjoy each day as it comes. That's true, your little mouth is really sweet. Come on. Share with me. Both of them felt shy. Vuina blushed slightly. Then that man over there, Pham Tran understood. All right, prepare the sword. It seems that the bounty issuer is the one with the fatal blow, and the person behind him is your old rival, Mo from last night. Dealing with him, Mo from last night probably won't sit still anymore. Ina broke the hidden barrier and looked for a place to hide. She replied, Yes, Break the concealment. The people on that side were startled. The hidden barrier was broken, and everyone became alert, preparing for battle. Suddenly, the rogue appeared, reacting quickly but a bit late. He panicked. Why is it you, the god of slaughter? The star was attacked too much by the rogue. He feared it was the god of slaughter. Save me. Ah, he noticed someone ambushing with bone chains. The rogue dodged, but he was bound by snow around him. The system announced, they must be effective in imprisonment, unable to move. Extending for 5 seconds allows control over the star. That guy said fiercely, God of slaughter, there's no way out in heaven. Hell has no door, yet you still charge in. He struck, charging in for a direct attack, launching a violent assault, creating a red fire sword, blazing fire cleave. What the hell are you to be called, the god of slaughter? Today I will send you off for good. The rogue calmly used void concealment, a technique that made him disappear flawlessly, making him a bit chaotic. Where is he? He was just here. It can't be. My ice sword has an imprisoning effect. He can't move. You appeared behind and asked, why do you two want to kill me? The rogue was angry. Don't tell me it's over that mountain incident. I know that isn't enough to hold a grudge. I want to hear the real reason. If you don't speak, then die. The formula is not inferior. Sorry, I don't like being threatened. This sensory charm was originally meant for the rogue. Now using it on you isn't bad either. Who said you and the rogue have no eyes? Blocking his path, you're on the hit list for slaughter. You don't understand much. The hit list. What the hell are you? Another person is Duo Bak Xuan. Call me if there's something. They said, Do Than Shi, this guy is my great enemy. Please kill him. He said, the beings from the other world come from the mirror of the gods. Even if they die, only a part of your strength remains. Just for this small matter, you waste my sensory charm, the rogue realized. In the divine realm, is there another divine lord like this? That guy said, this one is a great threat to my close subordinates. I hope the divine lord will take action, he replied. All right, Do Bak Xuan said. My sensory charm is extremely precious. Now that it has come, if it's just ordinary punishment, it's too much of a waste of my time. You better retreat quickly. The system announced, you are affected by the brutal breath of Do Bak Xuan. After death, all attributes permanently reduce by 20%. The rogue tried to run. The spread was too fast. The death penalty is terrifying. The arrogant count, true to his reputation as the divine lord, thinks very carefully. It seems the god of slaughter's fame will be erased from now on. The rogue shouted, if you are the divine lord, you must be recognized by the gods. Are you not afraid of punishment for attacking beings from the other world? Do Bak Xuan didn't care. I haven't been a divine lord for a long time. The gods can no longer manage me. He then slashed at you. Die, being from the other world. You tried to dodge with all your might. In a flash, Do Bak Xuan is not the kind of brainless boss that can be compared to. I am not his opponent. The system announced, will you use the sensory charm of the Heavenly Knight? Use it. The great Harry Potter, he also uses that emotional sensing. The master of the sword seems to be at a standstill. It looks like that. How does he have this too? It can't go on any longer. Harry Potter is done. Master of the city. Please strike quickly and straight. Avoid any incidents. Do Bak Xuan smirked. Among the 32 main cities, 8 royal cities, those who can match me are no more than a handful. But if you have such a request, he swung his sword and rushed toward Pham Tran. Brat, just die quietly. Pham Tran gritted his teeth. It was a chaotic massacre. After a series of frenzied slashes so fast they were almost invisible, Harry Potter asked, is he dead? Do Bak Xuan was pleased. Not many can survive such a massacre. That brat has. Before he could gloat, Pham Tran was still intact. A piece of debris flew above his head. Master of the city, you spoke too soon. Do Bak Xuan was momentarily surprised. Can you still fly? But that's useless. I want to kill. No one can stop me. He swung his sword and didn't reach you again. A voice rang out. You talk big, Do Bak Xuan. You were cursed to be removed from the position of city master due to your innate cruelty. Yet you don't stay at home and keep your head down, daring to come out here and attack someone from another world. He was pushed back by the counterattack. Do Bak Xuan looked at the one who just attacked him. It was Thien Da. Thien Da coldly said, not bad memory. Do Bak Xuan was bitter. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years of not seeing, you have become the city master. Thien Da attacked him with a move. You've got some guts. He was slammed into a nearby tree. Bak Xuan lost his composure. You, stranger. Thien Da asked him. It's not strange. I became the city master. The question is, do you know your crimes? He angrily waved. Who do you think you are to judge me? He exerted force. Brutal domain. / Thien Da reminded Pham Tran. Hey buddy Pham Tran. Stay away or you'll get caught up in it. City Master, Thienda. Be careful. Haha. Fine. Thienda dodged Bok Xuan's slash. Pointing with his finger using the Dark Storm domain, Harry Potter panicked. We're getting weakened too. Once dead we'll become discarded pawns. Let's withdraw. But Pham Tran landed to block both of them. Where do you think you're going? You didn't wait to ask and just tried to leave. That's very rude. Harry Potter trembled. What do you want? The other one was also frightened. You god of death. Let's talk slowly. Pham Tran remained calm. There's nothing to talk about. Now I just want to help you. Harry Potter quickly wrapped up to explain. I'm from the enemy clan. We don't need to make a fuss where you die and I live. Pham Tran's face turned serious. The enemy clan of the European Union. Turns out this guy is from a foreign financial group. He remembered, after that, the Supernatural Safety Bureau clearly knew there was someone unruly, and they came to tell him at home. The image of Chuan Kwok reminded him. The kid is being followed, turns out it's inconvenient to act. Pham Tran told them, all right, you two go home. The two thought they had escaped happily. Still waving at him, smiling and talking. Thank you, God of Death. I will definitely repay you in the future. Thank you so much. But it's not that easy. Dung Pham smiled brightly, but his hands turned into swords. These two guys. Hold on. They're panicking. What do you mean? God of Death. What are you planning to do? Dung Pham won't spare these two. Going back is too slow. Let me send you off a bit, little radiant heaven strike. The two could only rage before they died. You will regret this. After that hit, Dung Pham took down the two rascals. Their power weakened, and all attributes dropped by 20%. If I don't help you, that would be regretful. In the sky, Thienjir and Dobok Xuan were still locked in a stalemate. Zung Pham shouted, City Lord, can you handle this? Thiengyar replied, it's as easy as pie. Hearing that Dung Pham felt he had nothing more to do. So I'll take my leave then. Bye-bye. Ina hurried to catch up. Big bro, wait for me. A moment later, Thienjir had taken care of everything. He looked around. This kid is really fast. We haven't even had a chance to ask for help yet. The church's people also arrived at the Deep Abyss City. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. Shifting scenes to Deep Abyss City. The two siblings had entered the city, surrounded by numerous demons. Demon servants, level 30. Dung Pham didn't want to waste time. He asked his sister, Ina, is there a way to lure all these monsters out? Ina pulled out her book. Yes, the dandelion seed can materialize. Its damage is very low, but it's perfect for luring these monsters. The little dandelion petals fluttered in all directions. The demon servants rushed to attack all at once, due to the effect of the dandelion. Pham Tran continued to use Little Radiant Heaven Strike. In just one move, he quickly cleared everything. Dung Pham calculated, ahead is the residence of the Deep Abyss City Lord. There's no need to hide his identity anymore. Otherwise, when the server-wide announcement comes, the God of Death sub-account won't be able to be kept. You have removed the faceless mask. A giant snake lies on the ground. Wait, did the gatekeeper monster die? Could it be that someone got here first and managed to kill the boss monster? Seems like he's not weak, Pham Tran observed, controlling this giant snake first. In case something unexpected happens, he used the soul planting technique on the snake. The interface popped up. You have used the soul planting technique. Once the soul seal is complete, you can control this target. A voice rang out. Pham Tran cut in. What are you doing? Behind him, the person who just asked Pham Tran was two ascetic monks from the church. Pham Tran was on guard. The ascetic monks received orders from the Pope and the Roadmaster. Only those two can issue orders. The ascetic monk is now questioning, what did you do to the corpse of the monster just now? Pham Tran switched to a special equipment, the Mind Stone. He didn't answer. Who are you guys? On what grounds do you question me? The Scarlet Cardinal approached. They are the ascetic monks of the light. Pham Tran frowned. Bondak, the youngest cardinal. He is also the one with the most hope of inheriting the Pope's position. I've gotten myself into trouble this time. Even though he knew who he was, Pham Tran still asked, who are you? The bishop replied, this coward is named Bishop, an ordinary light envoy. Pham Tran. I've admired you for a long time upon our first meeting. Pham Tran questioned, if you already knew I was the light envoy, why did you allow them to question me? The bishop wouldn't back down. Then I must ask you, just now, what did you do with the monster's corpse? Any magic used on the monster is forbidden sorcery not allowed by the church. You, being a holy envoy of the church, clearly know this, yet still chose to violate it. I hope the holy envoy will come with us to the church for judgment. Pham Tran thought, are you kidding? I won't admit to it, and there's no way I'll let this slide. Going to the church, that's certainly a death sentence. He smirked. I doubt I have any obligation to join this trip, the two monks shouted loudly. You're bold, planning to threaten my brother, Than Tran asked. Bishop, what do you mean by this? The bishop threatened. I'm just inviting the envoy to ask a few questions. There's no intention to resort to violence. I hope the envoy won't make it difficult for us. Peace breeds prosperity. What do you think? Than Tran found it hard to bear. If it really can't be avoided, I'll just have to risk attacking. I'll see where this goes. No need to complicate things. Just ask whatever you want here. The bishop and the two monks bowed their heads, paying respects to the judge. Only Than Tran was a bit surprised. It turned out to be the judge. He just returned to the church not long ago and has already become a judge? With the judge's appearance, there's likely no need to solve this with violence, but he's become the judge now. Does that mean the initial judge has stepped down? Will the pure white envoy from the previous life still become a judge? The judge asked the bishop, Go on. What happened? Why aren't you completing your mission, instead hanging around here? Naturally, we followed the instructions of the senior, exploring the depths. Indeed, there were some discoveries, and then we encountered the envoy, Than Tran, who seemed to be performing magic on the corpse of a giant serpent, the judge said. I can sense that there's no forbidden magic on the corpse. It must be a misunderstanding, the bishop contested, but the judge had already cut him off, not like it was anything else. Bishop, esteemed monks, you are all from the church, and your sensitivity to forbidden magic must be quite sharp. Did you all sense any forbidden magic on this corpse? The two monks whispered to each other. No, there really isn't any. Maybe we really misjudged. Than Tran sighed in relief. The soul planting technique is a magic system that mimics necromancy. Of course, there won't be any traces of forbidden magic. The judge quickly brushed that aside. If there are no traces of forbidden magic, Bishop, you can rest assured. Describe the situation in the depths. The bishop's face was grim, but he could only hold back. Yes, we discovered an ancient statue of the dark god in the 7th layer of the depths. The depths are also known as the entrance to the abyss, a place that must be passed through to reach the 18 layers of the abyss. The entire area is devoid of any color other than the brown of the earth. Be cautious, Jiufeng, the depths are a paradise for demons. The devil minions with sharp horns guarding the city gate can scare anyone wanting to enter. Only when passing through the blurred gate can players enter the depths. Than Tran carefully listened to the words of Bishop, the judge sharing with a raised eyebrow. Surrounding the statue of the dark, singing god is an indescribable power, making it difficult to probe. But this statue appears almost perfect, as I speculate. Its divine nature is very close to the original statue of the god. The gray stone statue shows no signs of burn marks, as if it were cast from a human form. Hearing this, the judge's gaze flickered, indicating that this statue is very likely to become a medium for the dark singing god's manifestation, not just a medium for manifestation. As a person with experience, he quickly thought of another possibility, that it could also be exploited in the opposite direction, becoming a vessel for the fam to step onto the altar of the gods. There is a saying that the human body is a boat, the soul is the rower, and when one reaches the shore, they will become a god. The simple poison wood standing in the river of fate seems to have no benefits, but it holds immense value. The church leader disagreed, and he countered. This is heretical doctrine. We just need to believe in the great radiant God, and the God will guide us. The elder glanced at the statue and affirmed that it must be destroyed immediately to avoid further disaster, and the church leader agreed. Regarding the church, I will assign a risky task, but the dean dismissed it, questioning why complicate things. Looking at Than Tran standing not far away, he suggested that there is also a suitable option here. He is both a risk-taker and a member of the Radiant Church. Suddenly being singled out, Than Tran couldn't help but feel uneasy, wondering what he meant. Of course, he must have his own reasons, and he also wanted to probe Than Tran. Seizing the opportunity to claim this statue, I want to know what will happen if he holds both the dark singing divinity and the radiant divinity. After leading the group for a while, he turned back to speak to Than Tran, saying the statue is located in the deep abyss, and he still cannot enter. Once he completes the challenge, I will assign a task to him. We will go ahead. Than Tran pretended to adjust his words. The chief judge assured him that they would meet again. Viana, standing behind, spoke up, asking, Brother, what should we do now? It's just the two of us left. Usually within an hour, after the waiting time passed, the system announced that the soul seal had been completed. You can control this target for 30 minutes. And simultaneously, a soul seal appeared on the head of the serpent. With the roar of the spiked black serpent, the level 30 boss awakened. Than Tran saw it was time to set off, and he took the lead, saying, Let's go. Just as all three stepped to the large black gate, the system displayed a new announcement. You have entered the Deep Abyss City, Golden Dungeon. Suddenly, a voice from inside called out, Who is it? Pham Tran calmly replied, "An adventurer." And as he spoke, the heavy door slowly opened. Inside, they asked for more information. "Are you from another realm?" Awaiting them was the lady of the Deep Abyss City, an Uyen Vern. She sat in a specially designed wheelchair and, without beating around the bush, asked the purpose of Pham Tran's group visiting the city. Displaying authority and seriousness, Pham Tran replied, "To seek the city lord of the Deep Abyss." Lady Anne smiled widely, saying, "I knew this day would come. If you two want to save him, then accept my thanks." Confused by Nguyen Vern's words, Ina remained cautious. Why does she want to thank us? Just like my sister, Pham Tran couldn't understand Nguyen Vern's intentions, and was guessing. Perhaps it's because this is her request, maintaining a calm demeanor. Nguyen Vern gently replied, "The Lord of the Deep Abyss City is my husband. His name is Huoc Chien. Since he took on the role of Lord, he guards this place every day." She recalled the image of her husband that An needed to care for during her pregnancy, his face adorned with a happy smile. Perhaps they were counting the days until their baby would be born. She continued to introduce the Deep Abyss City, which is called a city but should actually be seen as an important gate that prevents the abyss. He fights against countless invading demons here. In her eyes, he is perhaps the responsible hero, standing alone with a sword at the city gate, bravely battling the waves of demons coming to destroy Hong Kong. With a heavy heart, Lady Anne recounted, yet ultimately could not resist the erosion of the abyss, completely falling into a demon, killing our child. The image of the Lord holding a bloodied sword, his dark eyes standing beside the two children, will perhaps forever be a scar in Lady Anne's heart. She closed her eyes, feeling sorrow. Before he completely succumbed to the demons, he locked me here. I waited day after day, she spoke pleadingly, finally waiting for you two to arrive. Please, kill him. The Lord of the Deep Abyss City, Huoc Chien, sat on the throne like a statue, devoid of any human vitality, and one would not know if he was still breathing without looking into his red eyes. After pouring out her heart, Lady Anne led Pham Tran and Ina into the main hall. "The Lord is here." He stood up to greet them. "I am Huoc Chien. Hello to you both. May I ask why you've come here?" Stepping forward, Pham Tran went straight to the point. "Kill him," with Ina behind him. Lady Anne and the serpent both had puzzled expressions. Huoc Chien questioned, "Why?" Pham Tran looked directly at the Lord without a hint of fear. "Because I have been tasked with killing the Lord of the Deep Abyss City." Upon hearing this, Huoc Chien closed his eyes and shook his head sadly. "But I am not the Lord of the Deep Abyss City. The Lord is my wife, and Nguyen Vern." Behind him, Lady Anne sighed. "Huoc Chien, things have come to this, and you're still deceiving yourself." It seems that absorbing the conflicting information from the two has left him unsure whom to listen to. Vu Yina was stunned, her face blank. She blurted out, "Huh?" Huoc Chien turned back. "Mr. Pham Tran, the Lord of the Deep Abyss City has always been my wife since taking on the role. Every day she guards this place, fighting against the invasion of demons. Yet ultimately, she could not resist the erosion of the abyss, completely falling into a demon. Killing our child, the story Huoc Chien was telling was exactly what Lady Anne had said when meeting Pham Tran. Only the main character had changed from him to Nguyen Vern. She closed her eyes. "You struggle, holding back the heartache. I know I should kill her, but I just can't bring myself to do it." Then he steps forward, standing in front of his wife, earnestly expressing his request. "If you two have come to kill her, then please, go ahead and do it." Pham Tran and Yina stand on either side, unsure of whom to trust, feeling lost just hearing the story. Yina looks at the two, struggling to assess the situation. What's going on? Who's telling the truth, and who's lying? Pham Tran feels troubled. He doesn't know either. He thinks to himself, even the actors don't know the answer. Given the current situation, Pham Tran feels a bit of sorrow and sympathy for the two. Perhaps they're both lying, or perhaps they're both telling the truth. Neither of them is lying. They've just been eroded by the abyss, driven to madness. Ina closes her eyes, pondering. Before being consumed by the abyss, each of them, no matter who was the city lord, surely loved this city very much. Suddenly, an unexpected situation interrupts Ina's words. Huoc Chien and Nguyen suddenly hold hands. One calls, "Still Ni," while the other lovingly says, "My dear," and they both chant in unison, "Let all past matters end today." After that, the two unite, each being half of a singular entity, terrified and anxious. Ina cries out, They are merging." The system jumps out to announce a new character, completing the boss-level transformation. Level 30, he stands tall, holding two swords, radiating a dazzling golden light. His swords are called the Sword of Dance, slashing wildly from the side. It fires blades of energy within a 30 meters range, dealing 150% damage to targets hit, lasting for 15 seconds. Additionally, he possesses 2 other weapons. One is a monstrous staff. Whenever his health points drop by 35%, it emits a demonic aura, causing 100% damage, along with a fear debuff, making the target lose control and move randomly for 5 seconds. Or, there's the Cursed Words, which activates when health points fall below 30%, launching a chaotic attack that drives the target insane, causing them to attack their allies. After the merger, one side of the transformed boss calls the adventurer, asking him to kill her, while the other side, the adventurer, asks him to kill him. Seeing the opponent beginning to strike, Than Anon worries for his sister, Ina, telling her to find a place to hide for now. Knowing the situation is critical and fearing she might become a burden, Ina quickly agrees and runs away. Than Anon immediately draws his sword, calling out, "Manga, stay close." It quietly follows behind, hearing its master's call. Manga immediately joins him, lunging alongside him to confront the transformed boss, raising his sword high and charging at the boss. The battle cry echoes as he feels he can barely hold her back. There he is again. Be careful. Just as the words leave his mouth, he strikes multiple times with his sword on Manga, causing it to cry out in pain, intently observing the boss's movements. Than Anon, with a determined gaze, is ready to fight. He raises his sword in front of him, and then both strike, unleashing sword energy that swirls throughout the room. Than Anon silently vows to give his life. At that moment, he unleashes his sword dance and pain strike. Jang Tran, feeling the pain of the sword dance, calls out. The black-scaled snake was charging in, and a large one rushed in to take the hit, but he still couldn't afford to let his guard down due to the speed. There's also the ongoing damage, so he had to speed up. At this moment, he offered his life and executed the minor holy light technique, Tren. Many voices rose up, filled with malice, pollution, and wickedness. He then shouted, the lies dripping with malice. It seemed he had waited a long time for this moment. He unleashed the holy copper light technique, and he couldn't dodge it, and at that moment, 2 voices echoed. Must kill her, must kill him, and he thrust 2 weapons into his body. Right now, he was using techniques while praying, with 2 city lords guarding this place. Rest in peace. At this moment within him echoed 2 opposing voices. He shouldn't have lived this long. He and the soldiers were watching him, about to die, yet she couldn't escape the lies she had woven for herself. At this moment, his soul seemed to split in 2, blaming each other. The last thing he said was that he had always been stubborn like this. The system announced he had killed the golden level boss, yet the form collapsed, completing the gate-opening quest. He sighed, and the system announced to the entire server, congratulating the mortal player. He had cleared the Deep Pit Manor quest, becoming the first to clear the gate, opening the path to the Royal City. From now on, level 30 players could teleport to the Royal City. Other players, hearing the announcement, exclaimed that it was him again, even doubting he would challenge again. Then Jang Tran received the Radiant Damage, Platinum level, and a tough armor piece. The system announced a tough armor equipped on the shoulder. Defense power plus 30. Stealth effect. Duration extended. Compatible with all classes. Silver level requirement. 30. Stealth. Can actively enter stealth mode when moving within 5 meters under the vision of others, becoming invisible. If actively attacking or being attacked, they will reveal themselves. Lasts 60 seconds. Fixed cooldown time of 10 minutes. Extended can be used with any skill or effect that has a duration, increasing its duration by 50%. At most, not more than 60 seconds, Jang Tran felt relief with the additional duration effect because any skill or gear could increase the duration. The Thief Gloves equipped gave an attack speed bonus of 20%, with an effect of 3 hands, compatible with all classes. 3 hands use skills on targets within 1 meter, with certain accuracy to obtain items from the target, not exceeding the user's size, and the same target cannot be used more than 3 times. Lasts for 1 hour, although he felt it was a bit useless. The effect of 3 hands would be significant after receiving rewards. He and Ina completed the task. The 2 teleported to the Heavenly City. Ina was amazed when seeing the completion, while he finally arrived at his destination. Immediately, a voice called out, Than Anon, the Grand Commander requests your presence. At the governor's mansion, Lingak said, Than Anon, please let your friend wait outside. Than Anon asked, why? Lingak replied, the Grand Commander only wants to see you, Vila Ina said. I have to go with my brother. My master said that as long as I mention his name, I can go anywhere. My master is Huak Kek, and Lingak looked very surprised. Master Huak Kek, Lak Langting has sent a summons. Please let them both in, Vila Ina proudly said. Master Huak Kek is fine. said Dai Kaka. Let's go in, Pham Tran replied, and the two entered the hall. Inside, Lak Langting was already waiting. He happily said, Pham Tran, I can't believe we meet again so soon. A girl rushed after Lak Langting, saying, Lak Langting, wait for me. The girl was Lak Lantin's younger sister. Lak Langwiet, Pham Tran was slightly surprised. This is the girl in pure white, Lak Langwiet. Different from my memory, Lak Langting said. Come on in, follow me, let me introduce you. He introduced the group. This is the Lord Guardian of the Palace, the Grand Commander. These two are Haklo Luan and La Lam, both from the ancient Prohibition, the Royal Guards, also my teammates. From left to right are La Lam, Ver Kung, and Hakla Luan. Lak Langting pointed at Lak Langwiet for introduction. This girl is my sister, Lak Langwiet. If you agree, she will be your future wife. Lak Langwiet got angry. Lak Langting, are you looking for a beating? Pham Tran chuckled. Brother Lak, that's not good. Everyone exclaimed, and Lak Langting explained. Lak Langwiet, with your personality, I'm finding a match for you because it's for your own good. Lak Langwiet didn't care. If you want to get married, go marry yourself. Using my sister to pay a debt, I can't accept that, Pham Tran grumbled. Brother Lak, my sister, you need my consent first, right? You two stop arguing. Right now, I really don't intend to get married, Lak Lantin said. Hey, Pham Tran, don't be like that. Even if you don't want to marry now, you could get engaged to my sister first. This is a matter I can decide. Here, take this, he replied, handing Pham Tran a key. Pham Tran caught the key, and the system announced, You have received the heart lock of the Lak family. The heart lock of the Lak family. Male, special prop, locked. Effect 1. Owning this lock allows you to register a marriage with the owner of the heart lock of the Lak family. At the NPC related to it, Effect 2. The owner of this lock and the owner of the heart lock of the Lak family can know each other's location and communicate. Lak Lun Nuert got furious. Who gave you the right to give the heart lock to someone else? Why him? He is from another world. Lak Lon Tin frowned. Years ago, our parents gave me the heart lock. I have the right to decide who to give it to. You are smart enough. You must know why I did this. Lak Lanuert couldn't say anything more, and Pham Tran sighed. I feel like I'm not gaining a wife but rather holding a hot potato that I can't throw away. I'm still here. Lak Lon Tin replied. Pham Tran, we'll deal with this later. If your engagement with my sister is decided, we can finalize it. So, the envoy interrupted. We should discuss the main matter now. He asked. Pham Tran, you are invited this time because we want you to join the Royal Academy. Are you interested? Pham Tran thought. The Royal Academy and the 8 major academies in the capital are similar. They all allow players to join. The difference is that the Royal Academy requires completing a survey mission to join, and correspondingly, the benefits there are more generous. Pham Tran suspected, there's no free lunch in this world. The envoy invited me for a reason. The envoy said he heard that Pham Tran is part of the Radiant Church. Pham Tran did not deny it. Yes, I have joined the Radiant Church, but that doesn't mean I am a member of the Radiant Church. The envoy continued. That's precisely why I want to entrust you with a task. The envoy presented the task. I want you to help someone, a steward of the Radiant Church. Pham Tran was talking with everyone, informing the envoy. I have no intention of turning against the Radiant Church. The envoy responded cheerfully. Don't worry. You don't need to lift a finger. You just need to lead the target to the Radiant Sanctuary, and someone else will take care of killing him. Pham Tran thought to himself, if it's just leading someone, it could be considered. But he said, leading someone out could also carry great risks. I need to know why you're doing this. The envoy closed his eyes to contemplate and replied, Do you remember when the Radiant Church was involved in slave trading? The person we want to kill is the steward handling the slave trade. The conservative faction in the palace does not want to turn against the Radiant Church, and the monarch needs to balance opinions from all sides. Unable to make a decision for a long time, the others were a bit surprised. The envoy continued, Killing him will tear down the curtain, leaving the conservatives with no other choice but to turn against us. Right now, the influence of the church has surpassed royal power. If we take a step back, it will only lead to chaos, and you are the key to this game. Pham Tran thought, once exposed, I would become an enemy of the Radiant Church, but the reward could be very worthwhile. He hesitated and said, I need to think for a moment. Kim Dao-fu smiled and said while closing his eyes, I, Kim Dao-fu, have come to pay respects to the Grand Commander. I heard that the Grand Commander invited our Holy Master here, so I came intentionally. The Grand Commander won't mind, right? The envoy laughed in response. Of course not. If the Holy Master Kim Daofu has come, then I won't keep Pham Tran any longer. Kim Daofu happily replied. Holy Master Pham Tran, you haven't been deceived by anyone, right? Pham Tran thought, luckily I haven't revealed my true intentions. Why is he everywhere? And moreover, he arrived so quickly. He said, of course not. My heart is with radiance. How could I be blinded? Kim Daofu responded upon hearing this. That's good. Please, Holy Master, I will take you back to the Radiant Sanctuary. Pham Tran told Ina, stay at the command post and wait for me. I'll come back to pick you up later. Ina smiled and replied, yes, brother. The Radiant Sanctuary is a magnificent palace with uniquely designed windows. In a very luxurious setting, Kim Daofu said in a declarative tone, Saint Master Pham Tran, even though you are a Saint Master of Radiance, your position in the religious hierarchy is still low. You should quickly pass the theological exam to get promoted. Pham Tran laughed and replied, so I'm just interested in fighting. I probably won't get through the theology books. But skill books, like mind reading and holy incantations, are fine, Kim Daofu, the leader, said. How about you teach me when you have some free time? Kim Daofu turned and said, once the Saint Master gets promoted, I certainly won't hide anything for myself. Pham Tran looked disappointed and said, so what now? Oh, after blocking the last arena battle, I got a handwritten letter to the Holy Golden Pavilion. I should be able to choose skills there, right? Leader Kim replied, of course you can. But what skills you can get at the Holy Golden Pavilion depends on fate. Just then, a girl walked in and said, greetings, esteemed leader. May I ask if this is Saint Master Pham? She inquired. The esteemed one must have summoned you, Kim Daofu replied. If it's a senior inviting you, then go ahead. She said, please follow me, Saint Master. Pham Tran turned to Leader Kim and said, see you later, Leader Kim. Suddenly, Pham Tran heard someone calling for him in his mind. It was Lachlan Nguyen. She said, Pham Tran, can you hear me? He replied. What's going on? She continued. The Grand Commander asked me to check if you are still accepting this mission. If you're not taking it, I won't bother you anymore. A new mission has appeared. The plan for the Palace Guard, mission details, recruit the representative of the Holy Radiant Temple to the north of Heavenly Jiang City. Lachlan Nguyen thought sadly, this representative is in charge of the slave trade. I don't know how many people he has harmed. It's regrettable to die, but if possible, I still hope for you. For Pham Tran, he only needs to lead the opponent to the northern city. If it weren't for this guy, perhaps the group of martial artists wouldn't have been sold to the foreign tribes. All right, he said to Lachlan Nguyen. I'll accept the mission. She happily replied, thank you, Pham Tran continued. But the risk of this is not small. I advise you not to underestimate the capabilities of the church. Reckless actions, when the job is done. I'll contact you later. He then walked over to the representative, esteemed representative. Pham Tran Kak Ha has arrived. The man waved his hand and said, all right, you may leave. Pham Tran, I didn't expect you to arrive at the Imperial City so quickly. Pham Tran replied, esteemed representative, you called me over for something? He showed a mysterious expression and asked him, do you remember the Dark God statue on the 7th floor of the Abyss? I have thought of a way to absorb divinity for you, and I need you to take a trip. Pham Tran looked confused and asked, esteemed representative, I want to know. Why do you want me to seize the divinity of the Dark God? He replied. Of course, to pave your way to godhood. He immediately countered, then why seize the dark divinity? The radiant and dark gods coexist. It could be life-threatening. He thought, comparatively, the path to becoming a god through the wind god seems more secure. The man furrowed his brow and said, you are not wrong. Indeed, these two divinities repel each other. Just a little carelessness can be life-threatening, but danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. Having two types of divinity allows one to touch the realm of the gods, Pham Tran joked. You've probably tried it, right, senior? He recounted. I waited under the church's poetry square for 100 years. Feeling the corrosion of the dark song and loneliness, he also realized how the two divine natures of light and darkness can coexist. He continued, what a pity. My body has decayed. I can't accept more divinity. I can only try it lightly. But you're different. You're young and have limitless potential. This is the vessel I made using void stones. I call it the yin-yang vial. Inside there's a thin thread of light and dark divinity as a conduit. You can use it to absorb the dark divinity. The yin-yang vial is a glass container. Its exterior looks like an eye-catching gray crystal. This special item contains the fragile divinity of the god of light and the god of darkness. After use, it can absorb and store related divinity. Then a notification appears. Pham Tran has received the yin-yang vial, he said. Can the void stones of the statue be crafted into something like this? Jacko replied. After extracting the divinity, I will try to teach you how to use, absorb, and control it, he said, raising his hand in a reversing gesture. Thank you, Senior Jacko, he replied. There's no need to thank me. I also hope you can quickly gain enough power to become the new god of light. Or we could say the god of light and darkness. Pham Chan heard the words of the elder. Senior, this is the cathedral. Jacko smiled and replied, Don't be nervous. I'm specialized in spatial magic. This space has been reinforced. Even a pope can't investigate it. He proudly answered, Indeed. Seniors are different. That's great. I just hope you can help me with a small task. He laughed and replied, I can sense the energy. Do you need me to be stronger or weaker? Pham Chan replied, Just as usual, it's fine. Then the notification appeared, indicating that he had sensed the energy level of the target at SSS. He gasped, sweat pouring down like rain. He smiled and said, Then you must believe I can protect you in the cathedral, right? By the way, the person you're looking for, I've found him too. He's currently in the prayer room. You can go meet him. The person Pham Chan wants to see is the overseer of the Dark Realm. He took out the faceless mask and put it on, then said, Let's go. The overseer knelt on the ground, his expression earnest, hands crossed over his chest, solemnly praying, Beloved God of light, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Suddenly Pham Chan stepped out from the portal of annihilation, mocking, After doing so many evil deeds, you still dare to seek the deity's forgiveness. If your God is so easy to forgive, wouldn't the suffering of the slaves become a joke? He immediately turned his head toward where the voice came from. Seeing the sudden appearance of him, the overseer panicked and shouted, Who are you? How do you know about these things? Hearing his questioning words, with an expressionless face, he looked at the man responding, Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is that someone is waiting for you in the North City. Get there now, he shouted, his face darkening. The black man replied nonchalantly, Whether you go or not is up to you. I'm just here to say one thing. That person knows about your slave trade. Sweat pouring down his face like rain. He felt hesitant, thinking that going might offer a chance at survival. I'm not going, he said, sitting back down, hands on the ground, eyes closed, determined as he told Pham Tran. Go. I'm leaving. He watched as the man slowly walked out of the room, feeling restless inside. He transmitted the message. He's already at the North City. But this is too easy. You all better be careful. I have a feeling it won't be so simple, he said, standing and waiting for a moment to recover. Understood. He looked around the room, then stared at the prayer papers, feeling amazed. This person's status in the church is quite high, and he even has a private prayer room. Senza came here very frequently. He touched the stack of prayer papers on the shelf, and immediately a notification appeared. You have received the repentance paper from Khan. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder, is there so much to repent for? He glanced at the text on the paper, thinking, this is about his slave trading. The following letters detailed his involvement in the events, also mentioning the leader and experiments on human bodies. He was extremely angry. His hands clenched around the repentance papers, crumpling them in anger, thinking, discarded products, the body of a mother, experimental subjects, what a bunch of scum. With a dark, determined expression, he decided, I need to check out that guy's place. But who is this leader? Khan lay on the ground. One foot of the priest was pressing down on his face turning pale as he continually begged for mercy. Lord Priest, please calm down. The priest glared at him, raising one hand to shout, the palace knows about the slave trading. This is a sensitive time. You dared to come to the North City? His face was threatening, eyes avoiding the gaze as he tried to explain. I just went to meet an old friend. Hearing this, he turned his head to order the person behind him. Use his face to go to the North City and see what really happened. Immediately, the person responded, yes, Lord Leader. Then, he slightly bent down, casually saying, as for him, Khan below earnestly begged for mercy. Lord Leader, please, please, pressing down harder. Blood splattered everywhere, echoing against his face. His gaze fixed on the person below, the sound of desperate cries rang out. He withdrew his foot, raising a hand to wipe the blood off his face. He licked his lips to taste the fresh blood, calmly saying, everything I do is for the church. God, you will forgive me, right? At Khan's place, Pham Tran stood in front of a staircase leading down the building. He was a bit surprised. In the basement, thinking about it made him chuckle. He slowly walked down the stairs and suddenly noticed the women in white sitting below. The women were staring at him, some of them pregnant and quite far along. He couldn't help but think that these were all discarded products. The mother's body, experimental products. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. If the church was using them for experiments, responsible for such important matters, there must be someone monitoring around Yuhan. Pham Tran opened his eyes wide and immediately sent a message. Laklan Nungyet, tell them not to act. She responded with a solemn expression, staring ahead. There was no time. She looked at a dead body lying there with unclosed eyes. She continued sending her message. We're in big trouble now. Laklan Nguyet thought to herself. The person we killed was also part of the Bright Church. They stared at the corpse before them, thinking that if they killed Yuhan, it would be justifiable. But this one hadn't committed any crime yet. Killing him would be hard to escape the church's judgment. Kak Lalun spoke up. It seems our plan has been exposed. This is exactly the church's trap. If it weren't for Pham Tran's betrayal, Laklan interrupted. Pham Tran would never intentionally harm us. Moreover, Master Nguyen trusts Pham Tran, which is why he assigned him this task. Kak Lalun retorted. The thoughts of those reckless adventurers from another world are completely unrestrained. They fundamentally do not see us as human. Who knows what he will do? Laklan Nguyet shot him a glance and said, Earlier, Pham Tran sent a message. I told you all to be careful. Just now, he also sent me a message, warning us not to act too quickly. After saying that, she quickly stepped into the night. Opening her mouth, she said, In short, let's wait for news. Pham Tran is in Yuhan's room. The church's methods are indeed ruthless. In this case, it seems that Laklan's group will face more bad than good. Their mission will surely fail. He looked around the room, searching. Calculating in his mind, if he could find some evidence here, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a bottle on the table. Curiously, he thought, what is this? He received a notification from the system. You have obtained an unknown potion, which contains a fusion of many liquids. It was impossible to know what this originally was. He picked it up and asked those around him, What is this? The girl remained silent, staring blankly at the floor, not responding. He turned around and sighed in disappointment. It seemed they couldn't communicate. His hand immediately reached for the papers on the table, thinking to himself, It seems there's nothing else to find here. As soon as he touched it, he received a notification from the system. You have received a letter from Yuhan. In the 2 letters, there was mention of the body of the deceased, but it seemed that all attempts had failed. He suspected the method proposed by the church leader. In the next letter, he spoke about the detailed plan, doubting that the plan could be carried out. Upon reading this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, thinking about the creative plan. Suddenly, a sound came from above. Checking carefully, eliminate everything. He glanced and thought to himself, Someone is coming. I can't let the church's people discover me. Suddenly, he held a final letter and received a notification. You've received a directive from the Admiral. He wondered, the Admiral is involved in this? After reading through it quickly, he decided to slip away first. Going to check on the situation of the lost star, he stood in front of a shelf to examine. Nothingness was lurking, and suddenly a passage appeared. He quickly stepped in, and the Grand Commander Pham Tran appeared. Seeing 3 people waiting for a long time, he waved cheerfully and called out loudly, Brother, or immediately introducing the person beside him, Pham Tran Kuthar. This is the Prince of the West, always commanding the army in the border region of the Far West, against the invasion of the other world, the Prince of the West. Kang Lukson greeted him immediately, Pham Tran Kuthar. Hearing the name for a long time, he couldn't help but recall. In the Imperial City there are 4 other kings of different surnames, each stationed at the end of the 4 corners of the continent. Also, the invisible wall at the border of the world map, but in his previous life, he had never heard of the invasion of the other world. He asked again, the invasion of the other world. He looked at him and explained. Over 10,000 years ago, there was an invasion of this continent by the other world. Now the space is stable, but it still needs to be guarded. Then he continued, this time inviting Kuthar here is because he wants to ask you to save the lost star. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, responding, the lost star is my friend. If I can save them, of course, I will. But, saying this, he looked sharply at him and asked, what must I do to save them? Kang Lok-sun's expression grew serious as he said, I want to ask you to stop the church from holding a trial. Pham Tran's face remained unchanged, responding without thinking, I can't do that. He spread his hands and shook his head in response, the trouble caused by the royal palace, asking me to wipe your butt, that makes no sense, he continued. Trying to persuade, as I know, although you have no position, the higher-ups in the church value you highly. If you say a few words for them, you can ensure their lives. The lost star is not your friend? He raised his hand and said, stop, I have no morals. Don't put me on a moral high ground. It was the royal palace's negligence that led to this. So even if the lost star dies, it will be because of you. Suddenly, the group of lost star entered, he said. Master Prince of the West. This is ultimately due to our misjudgment. You are forcing Than Anon, Huakqian shouted. You all. Huakqian's dark expression looked towards him, negotiating. The lost star is recognized by the war god. In the future, we can definitely help you. Moreover, we can promise, as long as you save them. The Royal Academy always keeps its doors open to welcome you. Lok Lin Weird also pleaded. Than Anon, please save my brother. I will agree to any of your requests. In the end, he also agreed. The expressions of the brothers Lak Lon Tin and the Grand Commander were relieved. I can help you, but in a different way. Huakqian happily replied. As long as we can save the people, that's enough. Than Anon, I hope you will elaborate. Just as he was speaking, the sound of the church's people echoed from outside, interrupting him, as the Pope's order came to escort the suspect. Both he and Huakqian looked in shock towards the source of the noise. The leader of that group said, We are the first squad of the religious tribunal, Sir Charlie from the Holy Order. Under orders to escort the suspect, I hope the Grand Commander will cooperate, Huakqian responded. The Shield of Light, Sir Charlie, has been sent here by the church to demonstrate their strength, Kang Luxun questioned. He is quite famous, Huakqian explained about him. This person has gained notoriety in recent years. It is said he has comprehended the essence of the shield, and with the Shield of Light and absolute defense, he is a seed of the church. After hearing the explanation, he addressed the newcomer, Sir Charlie. This is the Grand Commander's office. Even if you are a criminal, it is not the church's place to escort you. Hearing this, he laughed in response. More than 100 years ago, the royal palace commanded the Holy Church to attack the Dark Church, granting them the right to judge, and now you want to revoke that treaty. He looked at him and thought, no wonder the church is so arrogant. It turns out that years ago, the royal palace wanted to chase away the wolves but ended up going too far, truly creating their own karma. He heard that and sighed. Evidence, he said with a light laugh. The badge, the church official who was killed had a badge, and the remnants recorded images before death, suggesting a confrontation with the Western King. If the Grand Commander does not release the 3 captives, do not blame me for using force. A bright idea sparked in Huakqian's mind. He pondered. Not good, Than Anon whispered. Ina, come over here with me, he said, eyeing him and Vuina as they moved to a corner. He wondered if Than Anon feared that acting would reveal their identities. So can the captives still be saved? He glanced at him and shouted, Charlie, you need to think carefully. Acting here will lead to war. The Admiral asked, Grand Commander of the Palace Guards, are you representing the Royal Palace in declaring war? The Admiral arrogantly continued, If not, then let me take the suspect back to the church for trial. Kang Lokson said, A trial is fine, but we must also be present at the scene. He laughed, agreeing. All right. He stood watching them leave with Vuina. Ina, you take that thing with them first. I'll follow afterward, he then whispered. Lak Langweird, come here for a moment. I have some instructions for you. Hearing this, she immediately turned in surprise. The church official in the center of the hall said, Let the trial begin. Yes, Sir Charlie, he replied. After saying that, he turned and said, This morning, a church member was found dead in the North City, discovered with fatal injuries inflicted by you. Lak Line Tin denied. I don't know what this member is. When I killed him, he was a slave trader. Lan Ting continued. Slave trading is a serious crime. If your church cannot manage it, let me handle it. The Admiral countered, Who said we do not punish slave traders? In the Golden Hall of the church, where a member's case was being tried, the church leader, the Admiral, spoke up. We have investigated and found that the accused was involved in the slave trade. He has been executed. Such cruelty will not be tolerated by the church. After that, he hardened his face, serious and stern. You killed innocent members of the church, and you must face the consequences, as the leader. Lak Lantine took full responsibility for what happened when I killed that man. He bore the face of the accused, and discussing it further now is pointless. The person I killed has nothing to do with them. They were simply tempted by me. Hearing this, Lak Lum and Kuklao were both astonished, completely taken aback. Lak Lun Tin, what are you talking about? I was the one who tempted both of them, Lak Lum argued. Nonsense. It was obviously me who suddenly came in from outside to stir things up. What's going on here? Why is it so lively? Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. The church leader glared at the uninvited guest. Why is the commoner here? I'm just curious. I've never seen the church in session before. I came to broaden my knowledge. You won't mind, will you, church leader? Hearing this, the church leader had nothing more to say. He reluctantly replied, "Of course not." Then the leader returned to the main issue and continued the trial. At this moment, Lac Len Weert suddenly ran out, standing in front of Lac Len Tin, shouting, "Wait! I suspect the accused was manipulated. Just disguised as the accused, she came to seek death, and someone jumped out to block her." The church leader was eager to intimidate the girl. "You can't just talk nonsense." Lac Len Weert was very confident in what she said. She asserted, "I have evidence." At this point, the church leader began to get agitated. He raised his voice. "Evidence? Show it to me." Standing behind the church leader, a commoner softly suggested, "Church leader, why not let her finish speaking first? If she later produces evidence, outsiders will say we are unfair." Hesitating for a moment, the church leader still agreed. "All right," he added, "but if you falsely accuse someone, don't blame the church leader for judging you too," Lockmeat replied seriously. "I'm not shameless like those from the church. I have evidence proving the accused was involved in the slave trade, and that there were high-ranking officials involved too." After she spoke, INA raised a stack of documents from behind. "The evidence is in here." The church leader glanced at the documents. "Evidence?" Then he shouted loudly, "Nonsense." He simultaneously raised his hand, creating a circle of light. Seeing this, Lackweird immediately shielded the frightened INA. "Be careful." At the same time, the commander also launched a holy war defense to block the church leader's attack, as the two forces clashed, creating a pressure circle right above Lackweird and INA, forcing them to bow their heads to avoid the attack. Lackweird turned to look at the commander. "Commander," he shouted, "Bishop, do you really think so little of the Imperial Palace?" Pham Tran also spoke up. "Bishop, that's not appropriate. But the bishop doesn't see these two. Nothing is inappropriate. I suspect they are my church's followers, and evidence from my followers is certainly not usable." Afterwards, he got drunk and had his subordinate, Charlie Duke, take the suspect, believed to be a follower of mine, for interrogation. Charlie Duke had a look on his face, as if he was about to harm someone. He replied, "Yes, Bishop." And then he approached the envoy to warn him. "Interfering with the church's interrogation of my followers will be seen as complicity. Commander Wei, I hope you don't meddle." But the envoy just smirked. "Go ahead, try touching them." Seeing the situation become tense, Pham Tran quickly signaled his sister, INA, to call for help. On the other side, Charlie Duke laughed maliciously. He argued, "Then you've crossed a line, Commander." Meanwhile, INA quickly called for reinforcements. "Senior brother, someone wants to bully me." After INA's call for help, someone unexpected appeared. A church member shouted, "The senior master of the dark arts, the esteemed Hoa Catch." In the void, stepping out from nowhere, Hoa Catch interjected, "I heard someone is bullying my junior sister." INA quickly ran to Hoa Catch, pointing at the bishop, accusing him. "Senior brother, it's him. He accused me of being a follower of his church, and wants to try me." Hoa Catch smiled kindly. "Don't worry, senior brother will back you up." And then he grinned. "Numai, tell the bishop, that guy dared to slander my junior sister. If the girl is a follower of his church, then that means I am too." Feeling a bit guilty, the church leader explained, "I didn't mean that. If you're here, then we should invite the chief judge to handle this matter." After speaking, he raised a finger, issuing a summons. "Chief judge, please come here for a moment." Seeing this, Pham Tran secretly rejoiced. This good person actually called an ally to help him. How unexpected. The chief judge stepped out from the void. "Bishop, you called me for something?" He turned to the people of the palace, recounting the incident to the chief judge. "Esteemed senior, these three have malicious intentions. They killed church members and refused to accept trial, just letting others disturb us this whole time." Hearing the unfounded accusations from the bishop, the leader was furious. "Clearly, it's your higher-ups in the church slandering me, not wanting to intervene in this petty quarrel." The esteemed senior glanced at the bishop. "And you have to call me here for such a trivial matter." The admiral turned to explain, "Senior, I really didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that someone inside is causing trouble, making it impossible for me to pass judgment." At this moment, Kong Lok Sun spoke up. "He is indeed the newly appointed chief judge, right? This prince discovered that the church's official was involved in the slave trade, so I sent someone to handle it. But I didn't expect that someone would know about this in advance." Setting up a trap, he seemed to return in doubt, as if the two were talking about different matters. The chief judge replied, "This is truly the same issue. If the church wants to judge the three lost souls, they must treat everyone equally. The mastermind behind the slave trade must also be brought to justice. Listening to everyone bickering is exhausting." Hoak Kin, unable to endure it any longer, raised his hand to summon spiritual power. I won't waste my time on your nonsense. I'll just say this. Whoever bullies my little sister will pay for it. Is there no one with an opinion? If there are no objections, I'll get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoak-kin raised his hand to unleash green spiritual power, and the admiral quickly raised a barrier to block it. Senior Hoak, please listen to me. Before he could finish his sentence, he managed to cross his arms in an X shape to deflect Hoak-kin's attack. Ina's senior brother shot him a disdainful look, thinking, what right do you have to make me listen to you? I've resolved my own matters, you all can handle yours. I'm not getting involved anymore. Ina stood behind her brother, smiling contentedly. The chief judge looked at Hoak-kin, quietly assessing him. This kid is strong. Then he spoke up. If you all have different opinions like this, how about we present the evidence? But the captain immediately whispered, Senior, no, this involves the church's secret plan. We absolutely cannot disclose the evidence. Surely you received this information casually. He only hummed in response, then turned to transmit a message to Than Tran. What do you want to do? He frowned in thought, watching the unfolding situation, determined not to let this die down. Ina lifted up the piece of evidence. The evidence contained orders from a high-ranking leader, stating, relay my orders to imprison the purchased slaves. The content on the paper is to handle it and report back to me. Kill. Leave immediately. Relay my orders. Imprison the purchased slaves. Do not delay this important matter. Signed by the captain. Ina added, this is also signed. The name signed is, too late. Captain too powerful. Shut up. This matter ends here. The group of misled people also need not receive judgment anymore. The chief judge turned unhappily. Captain, whether there will be a trial or not seems to depend on what I say. He sweated, realizing he had been too hasty. Captain, then judged. Senior, this matter has a huge influence. I hope you can be lenient and let them go, which made everyone uneasy. The chief judge looked to Than Tran for his opinion. What do you think about this matter, Sire Than Tran? Than Tran closed his eyes, putting on an impartial expression. To ease tensions on both sides, it seems the captain has his own difficulties, and you all didn't do it on purpose. How about just letting it go? The captain sighed. Thank you very much, sire, Than Tran replied. It's nothing. We'll take care of each other in the future. Then he nodded. Next time, I'll play with you again. Fulfilling his desires, the captain said to Ina and the others. By the way, this evidence should still be given to me. Holding the piece of evidence in his hand, the captain immediately created fire to destroy it. The evidence was gradually turning to dust, however. He still couldn't eliminate the misled people, which made the captain look displeased. He quietly calculated. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Everyone began to leave the church headquarters in an orderly fashion. At this moment, Lan Weert whispered to Than Tran. Than Tran, the palace has summoned you. The sovereign wishes to see you. Than Tran felt confused. The mysterious sovereign was unpredictable. No one who met him in their past life wanted to see him. Night began to fall at the palace. In the magnificent hall, Than Tran was about to meet the mysterious sovereign, who seemed to be aging. She is a beautiful girl, with blue eyes and long brown hair tied with a red string at the end. Notably, she has a green gem in the middle of her forehead, like a third eye. Standing next to the tea table, she expressed her gratitude to Than Tran, saying that today's success was all thanks to him, allowing the stranded group to escape the church's judgment. Thung didn't dare to take all the credit, saying it was a small matter, and the commander had already agreed to pay. However, he wanted to know where the information came from. Than Tran didn't hide the underground secret chamber from his place, while subtly assessing the girl. He was surprised to find out that this leader was a woman, and she asked further, "Did you discover anything else there?" Than Tran replied, "That's all." Suddenly, his gaze was sharp and playful. The girl, Varch Tran, lied, thinking she could argue if her deception was exposed. But who was Than Tran? He never took a loss in business. He admitted, "I found a few more things, but..." Catching his hint, the female leader offered a reward. Than Tran smiled, saying he could consider it, and the girl laughed generously. In the middle of their exchange, the system suddenly popped up a new notification. You have activated a special mission, the commander's suspicion. Than Tran didn't hesitate at all and accepted the reward offered by the commander. All right then, I'm happy to disclose what I saw. In the place of the female leader, there is an underground chamber with many young girls down there. They are called discarded products, and I remember one of them was pregnant. Her belly big as if she was 8 or 9 months along. Hearing this, the commander confirmed that what she knew was correct. Indeed, it seemed that our previous intelligence gathering was not wrong. The church was plotting something. Without hesitation, she pulled out a badge to prove her identity and handed it to Than Tran, thanking him for the information. Here's your reward, she said as the system displayed new data. You have received the Baron Medal, a special Baron Medal. Once owned, it automatically grants you the title of Baron, non-transferable. Pham Tran received the badge with a sigh. The Majesty is indeed generous. The commander beside him helped Pham Tran understand the badge's value. Each day, a Baron receives 10 gold coins and can assign 4 guards to accompany him, enjoying special privileges at all services of the royal palace. Hearing this, Pham Tran raised his hand in respect, bowing his head. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, and opened the teleportation gate. The commander turned away and waved goodbye to Pham Tran, saying, Next time we meet, I hope you can honestly tell me more information about the church's plans. After the girl disappeared, Pham Tran asked the commander, Ama, what happened to the stranded group? Just as they exited the palace, the commander replied, They committed murder in the imperial city. This crime deserves execution, but due to circumstances, they were only stripped of their positions and sent to work in the mines. With a worried look, the commander added, There's not just one faction in the palace. If this isn't handled, we won't be able to speak to the palace and the church, Pham Tran turned to say. The commander then took out an envelope and handed it to him. Well then, this is the admission letter to the Royal Academy. The envelope still had the official red seal. The system displayed the information. The Royal Academy has been established. Admission letter, special props. Using this can allow entry to the Royal Academy, becoming a temporary student, no trading allowed. Pham Tran took it and thanked her, excited about his next mission, the next stop, the Royal Academy. At the Royal Academy of Celestial Descent, Ina admired the European-style building, saying, Big bro, this place is beautiful. Pham Tran smiled affectionately at his sister, replying, After all, it is the Royal Academy. Most students are nobles. The nature of this place is different from other academies. Ina was thrilled. She was eager to explore this beautiful place. So where should we go now? To register, Pham Tran said, understanding Ina's curiosity but still advising her to calm down. Let's go collect the mission first, he said, heading to the bulletin board for missions. Pham Tran didn't see the mission he wanted and sighed quietly, remembering that the Royal Academy often had missions related to the Abyss. Why can't I find any today? Miss Lolo, the practical combat teacher at the academy, saw Pham Tran standing there for a while without taking a mission and asked, What mission are you looking for? Pham Tran turned to her, and his eyes were suddenly drawn to her ample bosom. He froze for a moment. Oh my God, that's huge. His gaze was so obvious that she had to remind him, What are you looking at? There are no missions on me. Embarrassed for being caught staring at her, Pham Tran felt shy and forgot what he was looking for. He scratched his chin. What was it again? Oh right, I wanted to find a mission to the Abyss. Realizing he was a newcomer, Lolo assessed him. You're the new student, right? You look very unfamiliar, she said. You're the adventurer who just entered City A. Then she introduced herself. I'm the practical combat teacher. You can call me Miss Lolo. Pham Tran immediately felt embarrassed. Oh, so you're Miss Lolo, my bad. But if you don't have anything, then Miss Lolo cut him off. Don't look for missions anymore. There haven't been any jobs in the Abyss lately. Saying that, she raised a finger. But I have a mission. The system promptly issued a notification. You have activated a special mission. Thanks to Miss Lolo, the required mission level is above 35 or you must have flying abilities. Surprised, he asked. Miss Lolo, do you know me? Lolo placed her hands on her hips and smiled. I don't know you, but I've heard others mention you. The first adventurer to enter the royal city, Pham Tran cutting down. She then teased. Pham Tran cutting down. Don't tell me you can't handle the mission, she said. Is that so? Suddenly, the system issued a notification. You have accepted the special mission. Thanks to Miss Lolo, seeing that, Pham Tran couldn't refuse anymore. He replied, Looks like I can't pass on this mission. Miss Lolo, tell me about the mission. Miss Lolo cheerfully spun around. Come on, let's talk as we walk. As the three of them passed through the gate, the system also displayed the data. You have entered the Abyss City. At this moment, Miss Lolo spoke up. This mission requires you to follow me to the 5th floor of the Abyss. Find 2 types of special materials. Hearing that, Pham Tran was curious. The 5th floor isn't a big deal. What materials do we need to find? She turned back and replied, It's the Dark Essence Crystal and Blood Red Demon Flower. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears, thinking, What? Both of these are demonic materials. He recalled the description. The Dark Crystal was a blood, red crystal with sharp ends, while the Blood Lotus was a special lotus with jet black petals and stamens as red as blood. Pham Tran silently pondered their effects. The Dark Crystal directly affected reality, driving people insane. The Blood Lotus would reduce all of a player's attributes by 50%. This path felt a bit sinister, he replied. I get it. Suddenly, Lord Lorelor stopped, confused. What is this? A deep portal appeared out of nowhere right before the three of them. Lord Lorelor wondered why the deep portal appeared right here. Previously, it required some tricks to enter. Only Jang Tran knew the reason. Players who passed the level 30 dungeon would have the deep portal appear automatically. He smiled and led the way, saying, "Let's go," but Lord Lore quickly interrupted. "Wait a minute." Someone emerged as the teleport gate opened, and 4 people gradually appeared. From a distance, one could see the leader with white hair and a flowing red robe. It was none other than Dim Trung Fong. Seeing a familiar face, he frowned and said, "Pham Trun, why do I keep running into you?" Spotting the person ahead, Jang Tran cheerfully waved and called out, "Old Dim," as Dim Trung Fong and a few others approached, all wearing serious expressions. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jang Tran looked him in the eye and replied, "I was just about to ask you the same thing. I'm here for a mission." Dim Trung Fong said, "I'm here as the city lord, to pursue a fugitive in the depths." Lord Lorelor was shocked, thinking if old Dim was the city lord, to confirm her suspicion. She asked Dim Trung Fong, "Are you Dim Trung Fong, the city lord?" Surprised by someone suddenly asking his identity, he looked at her and said, "You know me." Being looked at by a city lord made her blush, and with her hands clasped in front of her, she shyly replied, "I'm Lord Lorelor, a combat instructor at the Royal Academy. It's an honor to finally meet you." Jang Tran stepped closer to tease Dim Trung Fong, saying, "Old Ziem, you're quite famous." He was not angry at the teasing. Instead, he smiled and chatted with him, humbly saying, "It's just because everyone likes me." Changing the subject, he added, "If you're planning to go into the depths for a mission, you need to be very careful." Suddenly, the orange-haired girl spoke up, "City Lord Diem, it's best not to mention this." Diem Trung Fong glanced at her and replied, "I know, I was just giving a reminder." Then, he turned to remind Jang Tran, "The one we're hunting is extremely dangerous. He's missing an arm, so if you encounter him, keep your distance." Hearing this, Jang Tran was confused. "You guys are hunting him down, and he's still alive?" Diem Trung Fong explained. "His escape ability is incredibly strong, but he has sustained a fatal injury. He can only wait to die in the depths." Jiang Tran guessed their purpose for coming here and asked, "Are you planning to wait for the rabbit here?" Still with a smile on his face. Diem Trung Fong replied, "No need for that, just set up a sensing array. The moment he appears, we'll know right away." A city lord accompanying him suddenly spoke up, "We can't delay any longer. Let's set up the formation. Jiang Chen has said goodbye to them, so we'll go in now. Goodbye." Watching Jiang Chen's silhouette fade away, Diem Trung Fong thought to himself, Jiang Chen remains calm as always. He initially intended to advise him to switch tasks, but now it seems all we can do is hope he doesn't encounter that guy. The screen displayed a notification. You have entered the first level of the Abyss. In this first level of the Abyss territory, all recovery effects are reduced by 2%, and after dying, your basic attributes will reduce by an additional 1%. After all three entered the first level of the Abyss territory, Master Lolo said, "Let's go straight down to the next level." Jiang Chen hurriedly said, "I don't have Abyss crystals. How do we go down a level?" Master Lolo held up an Abyss crystal and said, "I have Abyss crystals, don't worry, I guarantee we can reach the 5th level. There are a total of 18 levels in the Abyss. The entrance to each level is shaped like an altar and requires Abyss crystals to activate. Killing Abyss monsters can yield Abyss crystals." Looking at the corpses in front of them, Jiang Chen spoke up, "The corpses haven't disappeared yet. It seems these undead just died not long ago." Master Lolo speculated, "Could it be related to the guy that the city lords are hunting down?" Responding, "There's nothing around." Seeing Ina use her treasure to observe the surroundings, Master Lolo thought to herself, "Her treasure is like a dream illusion, a true eye. Yet it's on a kid." Hearing Ina's answer, Jiang Chen said to the two girls, "Let's go. We need to be careful going down." Master Lolo responded, "Okay." As the three of them descended, the screen displayed a notification. You have entered the 2nd level of the Abyss, in the 2nd level of the Abyss territory. All recovery effects are reduced by 4%, and after dying, basic attributes drop by an additional 3%. Jiang Chen thought to himself, "The deeper we go into the Abyss, the stronger it gets." Suddenly, Ina interrupted his train of thought, "Big bro, there's someone up ahead." Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked her, "How far away are they from us? Can you see how many arms this person has?" Ina replied, "They're about 500 meters away from us." As for the appearance, before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out, "Me? I only have one arm." Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was filled with surprise. View Ina spoke up, "It seems they only have one arm." Jiang Chen replied, "I already knew that earlier." Master Lolo asked him in surprise, "How did you know? Do you also have a true eye?" Jiang Chen looked at her and explained, "No, it was him who answered me." Upon hearing this, Master Lolo couldn't understand. It's really strange that sound can travel over such a distance, yet we can still hear our conversation. Jiang Chen didn't answer her, but asked View Ina, "Can you still see him?" The little girl innocently replied, "He's gone." Looking ahead, they didn't know what else awaited them. He reminded the two girls, "Then let's avoid any more incidents and reach the entrance of the lower level of the abyss first." This time, Master Lolo spoke up. "Okay." She walked ahead of Jiang Chen and View Ina for a bit. After surveying the terrain around, she said, "The entrance is right behind this mountain. There's a gap here we can quickly get through." After speaking, she coldly drew her sword, striking the gap with force. After one slash, a brown circular hole appeared. Then, Sir Lorlor turned around and called to the two. "Follow me," she said while walking. "This can be considered a shortcut. Once we get out of here, we'll be able to see." View Ina continued to use her true eye to observe her surroundings. She raised her index finger and said, "Big bro, sis, that person is on the altar." Sir Lorlor was shocked. "What?" Unlike her completely surprised expression, Jang Tran remained calm. He said to the two girls, "He's transmitting to me, telling me to go over there." Not knowing what danger he might face, Sir Lorlor spoke up to stop him. "No," the City Lord Deem said not to get close to him. He glanced at Sir Lorlor and said, "If we don't go over there, how can we get down to the lower level? If we back down this time, who can guarantee there won't be danger next time?" Hearing his reasoning, she understood. "That's too risky." The guy continued to transmit to Jang Tran. "Come here, I won't harm you." His mind was filled with questions, and he asked, "What do you want to do?" The guy knew that if he didn't reveal the truth, Jang Tran wouldn't trust him, so he chose to be honest. He said, "Those people have deceived you. They severely injured me to obtain my bloodline. I am the son of the god of war. I carry the blood of the war god." He proposed a partnership, saying, "If you save me, I will awaken the bloodline, obtain a demigod body, and grant you limitless power." Hearing him, Jang Tran didn't believe a word. He teased back, "Actually, I'm Qin Shi Huang. Just send me 5,000, and wait for me to restore my dynasty. I'll make you a grand marshal when I succeed, okay?" At this moment, the guy felt irritated, responding, "What? You're pretending to be sincere? What I mean is, I believe you. I'll go save you right now." Internally, he was evaluating the guy, his mind not very sharp. There's a chance to trap him. Hearing Jang Tran say he wanted to go over there, Valina was extremely worried. She loudly advised, "Big bro, you can't go." Sir Lorlor also warned him, "If you go over there, it's too dangerous." Jang Tran didn't listen. He smiled and said, "Trust me." Inside, he was transmitting to Valina, "Ina, if anything happens later, remember to use your true eye to help me break through." Then he eagerly said to the guy, "I'll go over, but you have to remove the illusion on me." The guy, who is Akuk, replied, "Okay, welcome." After Jiang Tran entered and stood facing Akuk, an announcement appeared. "You have been imprisoned by the barrier spell during this confinement. You will suffer magic suppression and cannot use your powers." Akuk looked at him and said, "Welcome to submit, son of the great god of war." Jiang Tran offered his life essence, and upon hearing the guy's threat, he calmly replied, "Oh," while thinking, "Who's looking for death? Not so sure yet." Jiang Tran activated the effect of the gloves of the infiltrator. Once activated, 3 hands quietly searched all over Akuk. A minute later, the system announced, "You use 3 arms with the goal, successfully mixing." Suddenly seeing the spear appear in your hand, you exclaim in shock, "Did it really work?" Your battle spear is now in your hand without you noticing. Akuk is horrified. He can't understand why this happened, how you managed to get it without knowing. He stutters. "That's my spear." At this moment, the system provides Jiang Chen with some information about the spear, a special sealed state of the ancient bronze spear. Unable to activate properties, item unclear. Accompanying effects, Soul Spirit Spear, Soul Spirit Spear. Passive, after using this weapon to kill an enemy, a certain amount will absorb the soul of that enemy, turning it into your own battle capital, can absorb a maximum of 1,000 souls. Soul Spirit Spear, active, after use, releases souls from the spear, making them fight. Current number of souls 98. This is the weapon Ares used before becoming a god, after being sealed, corroded by time. Examine carefully. This weapon has 4 levels of sealing. Currently unlocked level 1. Unlocking each level will grant new attributes or abilities. Jiang Chen looks at the spear in shock. He thinks to himself, unbelievable, this is the equipment of the war god Ares. At this moment, Ahuk is furious beyond measure. He said darkly, give my weapon back. Jiang Chen provocatively smiles at him, or should I just charge at you to see? He angrily curses at you with very harsh words, calling you a human and a coward, using a lot of vulgar language. Jiang Chen actively uses the souls under the spear. He tells him, if you won't attack, then I have to go first. Saying this, he commands many souls to gather and charge. Use him. Hear the order. The souls concentrate to attack Ahuk. He also has tremendous strength, defeating several souls in just a few moves. He is so furious. I will kill you. Seeing him attack, you cannot help but be shocked. How can he be so strong without a weapon? And you send a mental call, Ina. Hearing your mental call, View Ina quickly uses the power of the true eye to break the illusion. Ahuk concentrates his power to strike at you, but is stopped by a force that shocks him. Jiang Chen raises the spear to attack him, advising him to stay calm. I told you I would save you. After saying this, he uses healing magic. Ahuk grimaces and shouts, damn it, go die. Saying this, he concentrates his power into a ball and rushes towards you. Suddenly, he is stopped by a force. It's a girl with white wings on her back. She reaches out to block him. At the same time, Jiang Chen raises the wind sword to the sky and says, I'm sure I won't die, but you are about to die. Seeing himself in a disadvantageous position, Ahuk grits his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a blinding light emanates, and Ahuk disappears. You think in shock, he vanished. At this moment, View Ina has run close to you. The girl speaks up, asking, brother, are you okay? Jiang Chen looks at her and replies, I'm fine. Ina, can you see if that guy is anywhere? The girl uses her true sight to scan the room and tells you, he has run out of my sight. Hearing her say that, you can't help but think, could it be that the angel beat him, forcing him to flee? No matter how much you think, you can't figure it out. He spoke up, let's go. After the three of them entered the third level, a notification appeared. You have entered the third level of the Abyss. Level 3, the Abyss Realm. All recovery effects reduced by 7%, and upon death, an additional 5% reduction in basic attributes. Looking at the mountain ahead, Lord Lolo asked, what are you doing at Whitebone Mountain? Jiang Chen replied, one hand is already aimed at us. We can't just sit back and wait to die. We need to find a way to deal with it as a precaution. Lord Lolo, not understanding, asked him back. The peak of Whitebone Mountain only has a single corpse of Mazakat Long that has never disappeared. No matter what you're looking for, you've come to the wrong place. Hearing her say that, he just smiled and replied, too clever. What I want to find is precisely that. The red beast flying toward them is Mazakat Long, and it's getting closer to the three of them. Lord Lolo asked Jiang Chen in confusion. Some have tried to awaken this bone dragon, but all have failed. The reason why its corpse is still preserved is unknown. Do you know the technique of the undead? He activated the magic artifact on his face, smiling as he explained, it's not the undead technique, it's a type of soul magic, just temporarily borrowing the corpse. Immediately, a mystical circle appeared on the forehead of Mazakat Long, and he thought to himself, the soul-seeking technique. Suddenly the system displayed a notification. You cannot use this skill on living creatures. Jiang Chen asked in confusion, living? Lord Lolo then understood the issue, and realized why it had never disappeared. It's very possible that a fragment of its soul still exists in this body. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, approaching and making strange sounds. Jiang Chen glanced back, wondering, the young chaotic dragon has awakened. He used the sound transmission technique, asking, do you want to go over there? The young chaotic dragon happily let out some sounds. The system began to identify, young chaotic dragon, level 15, silver rank. He used magic to move the young chaotic dragon to the other side and softly said, go ahead. Lolo asked in surprise, you have a chaotic dragon? The young dragon flew towards the magical bone dragon and looked at it with curious eyes. Lord Lolo asked eagerly, can you tell me how to get it? I'm willing to pay for it. Jiang Chen asked, do you really like dragons? Upon hearing this, she excitedly replied, Lord Nakai is my idol. A knight as big as that? No. As powerful as that? The sight of flying in the sky would definitely be impressive, Jiang Chen said slowly. Stop the chaos. You can try your luck finding dragon eggs. Meanwhile, the young chaotic dragon was munching away, and the large magical bone dragon let out a delighted sound. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, you want to eat it? He thought to himself, how can a chaotic dragon eat everything? Can this dragon even be raised? The young chaotic dragon showed off its bright white teeth to everyone, continuing to bite the sleeping magical bone dragon. Suddenly the dragon woke up and spoke in a harsh voice. "Kid, have you had enough?" The young dragon, frightened, immediately hid behind Jang Tran, and he thought to himself, "It's come back to life." The magical bone dragon opened its blood-red eyes and spoke angrily. "Who are you?" He smiled friendly and replied, "We are adventurers who stumbled into this abyss. We'll be leaving right away." He wondered silently. Yet, they didn't attack us. Suddenly it all got loud. "Wait." Jang Tran glanced at the little dragon behind her, scolding. "Because of you, eating everything, now you've brought disaster upon yourself. Don't you see?" It immediately fearfully stuttered a few sounds. Suddenly it shouted in anger, "It's all your fault." The surprised creature asked suspiciously, "Little brat, you dare to threaten me? Aren't you afraid of dying?" It observed the little dragon closely and said, "That's not right. You're not a dragon of the Long clan. You're a Long human, right?" Jang Tran asked in confusion. "A Long human," she explained. When it interacted with the little dragon, it never used dragon language. The dragon clan has always disliked human languages, especially talking to a youngling of their kind. Lore calmly continued. It is said that in the wild desert, Sashoi, there is an ancient tribe called Longlan. They worship the dragon god, longing to become part of the dragon clan. They seek out dying dragons. She frowned and said softly, "Using secret techniques to merge their souls into it, they are called Long humans." Hearing this, Dea got extremely angry. "That's just a term used by the ignorant. Call me the sick dragon," it proposed in a compromising tone. The little brat smirked. "I won't harm you, but you must agree to one of my requests." Dea made a request, "Take me out of this abyss. I need to go back to my tribe." Sir Lorlor replied immediately, "You've been asleep for too long. Perhaps you still don't know. The Longland tribe was destroyed hundreds of years ago." Dea, in shock, said, "Impossible. We were protected by the dragon god. How could we be destroyed?" She sadly explained, "The Longland tribe was destroyed by the dragons themselves." Jang Tran turned and whispered, "You're saying this. Aren't you afraid it will turn against you?" "Sir Lorlor," Chunan said, "It's fine. Trust me." Dea looked into the distance, his voice deep and hoarse. "I should have realized there would come a day like this. The dragon clan is inherently connected to the dragon god. But they are capricious, treating everything as mere grass and insects. This is an irreparable flaw. The destruction of a tribe is also a common occurrence." Hearing this, Jang Tran was surprised, thinking to herself, "Indeed, my past life's knowledge is still too little. All the followers of the gods are so naive like this." Sir Lorlor calmly spoke, "If the Longland tribe has been destroyed, then you surely don't need to leave the abyss anymore." Dea replied firmly, "No. I must leave here." It continued slowly. "I have awakened. The bloodthirst in the abyss will affect my soul. Moreover, my premature awakening must also be a sign from the dragon god." Dea remembered the star platform, built solidly in the tribe where it once was, even if the tribe was destroyed. "The place of worship will not disappear. I must return to the tribe, using perfect cloth to worship the dragon god, praying for a response." Jang Tran calmly stated, "We can lead you out of the abyss, but you must accompany us to the lower level of the abyss for a little while." Da quickly agreed. "All right, let's go. I'm waiting for you all." Immediately, everyone climbed onto Da's back. In front of them was a massive vortex filled with dark power. He pointed out that if they passed through the magic barrier in front, they would reach the entrance to the lower level. As Da approached, a small round entrance gradually opened in the middle of the vortex. It quickly passed through, and inside, the system announced, "You have entered the depths of level 5. All recovery effects are reduced by 14% after death." "An additional 9% reduction in basic attributes," Sir Lolo happily said. "If we relied solely on ourselves, it would take us much longer to get here." "Truly, a former dragon," she excitedly said. "Just fly in that direction. We'll reach there in no time." Da was still moving nimbly through the thorny vines in the depths. Jiang Chen remarked, "Without the ability to fly, crossing the large valley below would be quite difficult." He thought silently. "In the previous life, I suffered a lot," Sir Lolo said softly. "I want to find the left star stone in the center of the forest below." Down in the abyss, strange, terrifying monsters began to appear. With dozens of eyes sprouting in all directions, the system identified them. Three-eyed ghost tree, silver elite level 38. Staring intently, each eye can fixate on a target within 5 meters, causing the target to slow down by 50%, draining flesh and blood, driving branches into the target's body at extreme speed, sucking out their blood. Each thorn deals 250 points of standard damage, with a stretch of 5 thorns, Jiang Chen suggested. Brother Dong, could you clear this entire forest for us? Da hesitated and replied, I only agreed to accompany you, not to fight. But he continued to persuade. Just one large spell, snap your fingers and it's done, Sir Lolo said with a smile. No problem, I can go down myself. I'll find it quickly. As for Da, I don't think he intends to refuse. Saying that she quickly jumped down from Da's back into the deep abyss. Jiang Chen looked at Voyina and asked, is she implying that Da doesn't know the language of magic? She looked at him with a speechless expression, and Da explained, while I don't know the language of magic, I can perfectly control the strength of this body, he reluctantly said. It's fine. Voyina looked off into the distance and exclaimed, Big brother, that one-handed person is back, and beside him is a giant. He looked in the direction her gaze indicated and saw a giant with terrifying scales, powerfully holding a mace. In front was a one-handed man standing there. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he said, I didn't expect there would still be a giant race in the depths. This is troublesome. Prince Akak was unwilling. I went through a great ordeal and didn't die, spending much effort just to find the corpse of the giant race in the depths. But why should that guy be accompanied by the dragon clan? The giant clenched his fist against his chest where his heart is, willingly sacrificing himself. Prince Akak. Let me lure that ghost dragon away. You can focus on fighting the enemy. Akak looked up and disagreed. It's too dangerous. He thought he was being cared for. The confident tongue of the giant race. I was born to fight, unafraid of danger. Hearing this, Akak felt increasingly helpless. His scarred face twisted as he thought to himself, I said it's dangerous for me. This is insane. The giant race looks down on the most cowardly. Outwardly, he proposed a seemingly complete plan. I know you are very brave, but sacrificing oneself for an enemy is unnecessary. Take a moment to breathe, he continued. Here's the deal. Let me handle the mission of luring the demon dragon. You take care of that priest, lifting Akak with one hand. The giant tongue looked down with reverence. You truly are the son of the great war god. I am honored by you. Please follow me, he said. He let Akak stand on his shoulders and ran towards the mortals and the demon dragon, shouting loudly, Get ready, standing on the back of the demon dragon looking down. The mortals were chatting with Ina. The giant's natural talent is immunity to control, plus super high defense. But what about Akak? Ina wasn't quite sure. She could only observe that he stood on the giant's shoulders, and it seemed he could conceal his breath and become invisible, so the demon wouldn't attack him. Suddenly noticing the movement of the two below, Ina exclaimed, They're coming up! At this moment, with the determination to fight to the death against the enemy, the giant tongue and Akak had reached right in front of them. Akak jumped down. He threw a powerful left punch with his intact hand right into the forehead of the demon dragon. Seeing this, the mortal immediately realized their intention. Akak was luring. So they intended to let the giant deal with him. At this moment, there could be no more hesitation. The mortal immediately activated the spell on his forehead and said, Ina, teleport down. Ina replied yes, and then brought the two down to the ground. Akak was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the demon dragon. On the ground, the mortal instructed his sister to take care of herself. Then he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy to prepare for the giant coming down. Ina also worried about her brother. You be careful too. Following the force from the jump down from above, the giant tongue raised its tail spikes, preparing to slam down on the mortal below, roaring loudly. Enemy of the divine, I will end your life. The mortal also raised his sword high. A big head, delicious. The champion. The mortal quickly calculated with his eyes. Health at 3 million. Among the giants, this could only be considered below average. Even easier to deal with than himself, relying on strength. The giant tongue couldn't believe it and screamed, What is this? Why is my life slipping away so fast? Humans. What kind of spell did you use on me? Before the giant could react, the mortal transformed into black wings and flew up high. He needed to wait for the sacrifice of life to finish cooling down first. In a rage, the giant tongue's veins bulged, turning into a winged rat. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, using a suction technique to pull him down. Being countered, the mortal staggered in the air, struggling to hold on. The suction was too strong. Seeing the mortal not using his wings, the giant only roared, die, and increased the strength of the suction into a torrent of air. A whirlwind attacked him, escaping in the nick of time. Jang Tran sighed in relief. That skill was incredibly powerful. Luckily, the speed of my wings was still responsive. He also realized that the cooling skill was finished, folded his wings, and dove down to unleash a life-risking attack for the second time. Once again, that giant took 100% of his attack right in the chest. letting out an angry roar. Humans are vile, I will crush you. With an overwhelming advantage, Than Anon shouted. This act should come to an end. After that, he unleashed the angelic skill, transforming into a stunning angel in the midst of the battle. Destroying the giant snail, he could only gape in shock, giving humanity a final breath. The system also popped up with a notification. You have killed the platinum boss, the giant snail. At that moment, Than Anon commanded to use the soul planting technique. The system notified, you have used the soul planting technique. Wait for the soul mark to complete. You will be able to control this target. Beneath the ground, the giant snail lay dead with its eyes closed. Than Anon approached, reached out, and retrieved the items that had fallen to the ground. The system displayed 3 new notifications. You have received 10 Deep Realm Essences. You have obtained a Colossal Mist Shield, Diamond level, and you have received a Deep Realm Teleport Stone. The items dropped were less than Than Anon had expected. He assessed silently. Unfortunately, there weren't many Deep Realm Essences. But this shield should sell for a good price, and the Teleport Stone dropped at just the right time. The system displayed information about the Deep Realm Teleport Stone, usable in the Deep Realm. Teleport to any floor from level 1 to level 18, usable 3 times. Seeing the battle had ended, Aina finally came out of hiding and approached, asking, what will we do next, brother? Than Anon stood there, gazing at the giant, unsure of what was happening on the other side. Just wait. 20 minutes later, the master emerged from the cave. I've obtained the dark crystal. What's happening here? Seeing the figure lying on the ground, she asked, and what about this giant? Aina's brother replied, this is the market where the guy came looking for, was killed by him. And then he realized, oh, he even managed to kill a giant. It seems I've struck gold this time. Than Anon chuckled shyly. Let's set this aside for now. And he raised his finger, controlling the soul seal. The system notified him, the soul seal is complete. You can control this target for 30 minutes. And suddenly, the giant on the ground let out a waking roar. The system recorded, the giant was a platinum level boss, level 55, kneeling on one knee, his right hand forming a fist raised up. Performing the greeting ritual, he said, I greet my master. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the effect of the soul magic you mentioned earlier? It resembles necromancy too much. Seizing the opportunity, Than Anon made a decision. The control time is short. Now it's time to find the demon to resurrect the corpse he wanted. He felt a bit worried about the proposal. Not waiting for the demon to collect the bones, they finally discussed to come to the most reasonable decision. Ina stood below, advising, brother, everyone be careful. Standing on the shoulders of the giant with him, Than Anon called down, don't worry, just wait for me to come back. Ina smiled and waved her hand. Brother, don't worry, just leave it to me. Turning to her, he asked, where is the blood corpse? She pointed the way. Just go straight. It's at the steep cliff ahead. The journey is still long, with nothing to do. She started chatting with Than Anon. It seemed he knew everything. No wonder he was close with the city lord of the underworld. Than Anon found it quite normal. Didn't think there was anything impressive. He said casually, I find your mythology quite exaggerated compared to me. We are just ordinary people. You have to step by step to achieve your goals. Glancing at her impressive chest, Than Anon praised. Moreover, I see you are very strong, apart from the physical aspect. What he thought was just his own thoughts. Than Anon didn't dare to say out loud. Your skills are also very strong. He especially thought of her chest, something he could only think in his mind. Noticing Than Anon's gaze, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Where are you looking? Than Anon quickly changed the subject, his eyes darting elsewhere for an excuse. Ah, this, I was going to say. He shouted loudly. Is that what you're looking for? Than Anon pointed to the red flower by the cliff. She looked in the direction he pointed, and exclaimed, the blood demon bloom. But Than Anon noticed something else. He was cautious, not just its nose, but also the guard beast, clinging to the cliff. Next to the beautiful and vibrant lotus flower was a monstrous snake watching him. The forked tongue threatened those who dared step into its territory. It was a strange, poisonous demon snake. She was sweating, one of the most toxic snake demons, with corrosive damage. It would spray a toxic mist. Any creature within the mist would weaken. She was a bit surprised. This guard beast was indeed rare. Desperately, Than Anon repeated what she said, maintaining high damage. Plus it added a weakening effect when standing within the range, taking her words. He turned into a pair of large wings, flying up above, not forgetting to remind Lolo that she should wait for him here. Lolo quickly replied, her gaze following him, narrowing and widening. Than Anon. On the cliff, Than Anon flew in the air, facing the serpent. its red eyes staring intently at the intruder. After assessing the situation, Pham Tran decided to make his move, brandishing his sword and chanting a healing spell. Instantly, a series of green cross symbols slammed into the serpent's face. It opened its mouth to counterattack, seizing the moment while the healing spell distracted it. Pham Tran flew straight towards the blood-red serpent. He silently felt grateful, thinking how lucky it was that this creature wasn't very intelligent. It was just the right moment to strike. He had picked the flower and silently celebrated. However, just seconds later, behind Pham Tran, the serpent opened its mouth full of fangs to lunge at him. Pham Tran quickly used his void skill to escape in a hurry. His hand still tightly grasped the flower. He returned to Lolo. Pham Tran handed her the flower, relieved he had completed the task. "Take this," he said, as she looked at the flower in her hand with gratitude. "If you weren't here, it wouldn't have been so easy." "Thank you," she said, handing him a bag. "This is your reward for the mission." The system announced, "You have completed the mission. Helped Lolo gather materials. You receive 500 deep crystal shards." Pham Tran smiled at the notifications, especially pleased when he saw the third one. "This snake has gone mad. You've been hit by weakening poison. Let's move first and change positions," Pham Tran said. "All right, I'll lead the way," he agreed, as he carried Lolo up and ordered the giant to stand still and wait for orders. The giant looked up, obeying. "Yes, master." Up high, Pham Tran and Lolo flew far away, only their shadows visible. On the ground, the giant faced the serpent. Both sides displayed their claws, growling at each other. Meanwhile, Aina had returned, standing next to her. Aina smiled and waved, calling out, "Big bro, you two are back," as they landed. Pham Tran asked Ma Long, "The giant is dead. What's the situation with the others?" Ma Long bowed his head. "That bastard managed to escape. Mission completed. Don't worry about that guy," Pham Tran decided. "Let's leave this place first." Ma Long turned back, flying toward the exit. "Lolo, just ahead is the entrance to the lower floor," Pham Tran said. At the door, Lolo understood and waved goodbye. "You probably have other business in the depths. I'll go ahead." "See you at the academy," Pham Tran said, looking at her with uncertainty. Ma Long also wanted to rush out and tell Lolo, "I'll go with you," but she refused. "I promised Pham Tran I would trust him to lead you out." "Open the passage," Lolo said with a smile, waving her hand. "I'll go ahead, you two be careful." "This place is dangerous everywhere," Pham Tran chuckled. "Don't worry." Aina also raised her hand to say goodbye. "Goodbye, sis." After Lolo had left, she held the teleportation device in her hand. Pham Tran said to Ma Long, "Senior, wait for me to finish my task, and I'll lead you out. We need to get to the 8th floor first." The spirit trembled with excitement, its eyes bright. "All right," Pham Tran exclaimed. "Let's go." And the three of them entered the teleportation device, arriving at the 8th floor of the abyss, the colorless mountain. Pham Tran and Ina walked to the entrance as he scolded Ma Long, "Senior, hurry up." The person waiting for us outside carefully stepped down the winding path. Pham Tran wondered to himself that the dark deity mentioned must be inside. After walking for a while, Pham Tran and Ina finally reached the end of the cave, where there was a gigantic stone statue, and on one of its hands floated a sphere, exuding a dark, ominous aura. Standing beneath the statue, Pham Tran and Ina looked so small. Suddenly a voice rang out from the statue, "I was born from the dark," and Pham Tran quickly shielded Ina. "Caution. Be careful," he thought. "Is the dark deity descending? Or is it the deity's consciousness emerging?" The stone statue continued, "I am the dark deity. Are you willing to worship me and seize the power of the gods?" At this moment, Pham Tran was certain of the divinity, feeling a radiant aura surrounding him. The dark deity would absolutely not allow him to be deceived, and he immediately put on an eager expression. "I agree. I agree to become the most loyal follower of the dark deity." This statement startled Ina behind him, her mouth agape, eyes wide open. She shouted, "Brother!" Standing before the statue that was continuously radiating the dark aura, Pham Tran communicated with her telepathically. "I'm fine, just stay back, don't come closer." As he continued to perform, he said, "O great deity, I am willing to follow in your footsteps." The giant statue emitted a voice. "If that's the case, take a step and bow down, recite my name, and I will grant you divine power." Right after these words, Pham Tran suddenly felt a shiver, as if something was affecting his mind, and he urged, "Stay alert. Is this divinity? This kind of mesmerizing power is hard to resist, even for myself." It felt as if the dark deity had real eyes, asking, "Why not bow?" At this point, despite having pulled out the missing insignia to press against his forehead, he still struggled, thinking, "It seems this is the limit. If I go further, I'll enter its domain. It seemed there was no need to pretend anymore. He frowned and looked straight into the statue's eyes. Bow your head. Suddenly, the statue turned to the side, and Pham Tran was caught off guard, hit by a powerful attack. The system quickly provided information. Hit with corrosive energy from the dark domain. Magic damage neutralized. Lasts 20 minutes. Cursing inwardly, Pham Tran thought he had to absorb quickly. Before he could use his skill, the system hit him with another message, unable to absorb the conscious divinity, and Pham Tran panicked. What? Immediately, the statue's eyes formed purple circles, and it said, I will seize your soul, finishing its words. A loud purple blast erupted beneath Pham Tran's feet. Luckily, he used his wings to fly up in time, telling himself, follow the sequence. It seems I must deal with this statue first. Let me think. He began to rummage through his memories, trying to find usable skills, then drew his sword, shouting, got it! Following this, waves of red circles emanated from his sword. Striking directly at the statue was the skill Sacrifice of Life, which only took away 300,000 health from the deity. In retaliation, the sphere in its hand soared high into the air. Surrounded by purple mist, it commanded, "Oh dark, heed my call." Suddenly, the purple sphere glowed brightly along with the statue's shout, "Run!" Running while looking back, he frowned, contemplating a plan. Perhaps he could use the Sacrifice of Life once more, but for now, he had to keep running. As the statue continued its relentless pursuit, the killer of gods. You can't escape my punishment. The orb glows again, and Pham Tran has to use the void to hide and run away, while he feels a warmth inside. A tattered divinity, pretending to be a god, huh? Sacrificing your life, Pham Tran raises his sword in the air, preparing his skill. The red circle strikes the statue's head again, taking away another 300,000 health. The statue's eyes glow with anger. You, damn it, sweating. Pham Tran is out of options. He thinks he can only dodge gradually. He asks Ina for help. Ina, slow the statue down for me. Ina is waiting in a corner. She opens her book and finds the answer. Ina finds the necessary skill in the book, a golden clock with a red cross in the center, and she activates it to assist Pham Tran. The wheel of time immediately sped towards the statue. Seeing that he could now control its speed, Pham Tran felt a bit more at ease, finally not wasting all the time of the Black Wings here. Then he quickly unleashed the skill Heavenly Messenger Song, summoning a hot female angel, striking straight at the statue. At this moment, the statue's life essence was gradually depleting, 60,000, 60,000, then another 60,000. Watching the small numbers appear one after another, Pham Tran had no other choice. The magical damage was pushed to 0. He could only grind slowly. He shouted loudly to his sister, Ina, can you still hold on at this moment? Beneath the statue, Ina was still casting the Wheel of Time, the spellbook floating above her head, while the golden clock remained clearly visible above the statue. She assured him, don't worry, big brother. Pham Tran trusted her. Then, he looked at the statue standing still, shouted die, and swung his sword. With a swing, he shattered it. The system confirmed, you have killed the special boss, the dark statue. He then took out the divine essence, absorption potion, the system indicated. Absorbing divine essence, estimated time 45 seconds, below. Ina was worried. Big brother, the remaining energy of the statue is continuously expanding. Seeing the purple energy ball growing larger on the ceiling, Ina shouted loudly, the cave is about to collapse. Also realizing the danger, Pham Tran turned pale, we have to get out of here immediately. Then he added, Ina, remember to speed up for me later. Ina watched the stones starting to fall, determined. Yes. When the system started the countdown, 10, 9, 8. Suddenly Pham Tran saw something. What is this? A piece that was completely black fell down, and according to the system, it was a fragment of the magical energy ball of the dark deity symbolizing dark authority. After it broke, losing all power, a piece got stuck in the statue. The current completeness was 1 out of 10, holding a shard the size of a hand. Pham Tran realized it was a fragment of the dark magical energy ball. No wonder it could produce conscious divine essence. At this moment, the energy ball had almost covered the entire cave ceiling. Ina anxiously said, Big brother, the energy ball is about to explode. Just then, the system also reported. The absorption of divine essence was completed. Just in time before the energy ball exploded, Pham Tran rushed down to hug Ina and flew out quickly as he carried her away. Ina still tried to look back at the situation behind. Startled, she warned, the cave. Then boom, the ball exploded like a nuclear bomb, burning everything in the cave. And when the shock wave of the explosion reached the two of them, Pham Tran also flew out, escaping its range. Rocks fell down with a loud crash. blocking the cave entrance. Aina sighed in relief. Than Tran also felt lucky. They almost got buried. But in the end, it was resolved. Let's go find Dea, then leave the deep pit. Riding the demon dragon to teleport, the group felt relieved. Finally, out in the open, the system announced, "You have been transported to the deep city, a ghost dragon flying across the city, surprising the people below. Wow. There's a dragon. Among them is someone familiar to Than Tran's group," she exclaimed. "Even the deep city has an ancient dragon. It seems to have seen her shadow." Than Tran felt uncertain, saying, "Sister." In the dark of night, under the moonlight, standing on the back of the ghost dragon, looking down, it seemed to recognize a familiar face. Aina spoke up. "Sister," the ghost dragon glanced and asked, "Are those people below your friends?" Than Tran admitted. "Yeah, you could say that. If that knight is my friend." The ghost dragon turned to look at him. "If that's the case, keep your face. I won't hold it against them for offending the ancient dragon." Than Tran knew this was the ghost dragon negotiating with him. "Still," he said, "thank you." To reciprocate, he pointed the direction to it. "Right. Go through the portal in front. Fly straight through the dense fog. I'm sure you can find your way. Let's say goodbye here." From the middle of the sky, Than Tran carried Aina down, leaving the silhouette of the ghost dragon watching them. Aina waved goodbye to it, also a form of greeting. The ghost dragon sent an invitation. "If you have the chance, come to the dragon tribe to find me. Goodbye." As soon as they landed, Than Tran raised his hand to greet someone familiar. "Than Anon, long time no see." Aina jumped up cheerfully, running to the female knight. "Sister Than Anon, I missed you so much." Seeing both of them, Than Anon was also very happy. She excitedly said, "Than Tran, Aina." But the three behind her didn't feel the same. Hugging Aina tightly, Than Anon expressed her feelings. "I missed both of you so much." Standing not far away, a man looked displeased. He was a soldier from the Western Gate, seemingly jealous. He grumbled, "Than Anon, even if Than Tran is the #1 pastor and has a relationship with the ancient dragon, you don't need to rush into him like that." Than Tran noticed the stranger's unfriendly demeanor and asked, "Are you her teammates?" Aina scrutinized them as well. Than Anon explained, "They were my team before for an outdoor mission. I saved them a few times. Afterward, they volunteered to help me with tasks." Hearing that, Than Tran felt it was odd. "Than Anon saved a few people, and this is the attitude you're using to talk to her?" The Western Gate soldier argued, "I just want the best for her. She's a woman. It's not good to rush into men like that." Beside him, a tall pastor chimed in. "Lord Than Tran, everyone knows you've long been displeased with your teammates. Why pretend in front of us? You've seen their true colors." Than Tran turned to Than Anon and asked, "Do you need help?" Than Anon declined his goodwill. "No need. They pretended to be nice before, making me think they were ordinary people." She withdrew her words, and the system announced, "Player Than Anon has left the team." Seeing this, the Western Gate soldier immediately turned hostile. "Than Anon, you idiot." Seeing Lord Pham caught up with them, afraid of making a big deal out of it, Harry Potter the Great Wizard intervened. "Western Gate, let it go." Then he whispered, "Don't forget why we came this time." At this moment, the Western Gate soldier shouted again, "Than Anon, immediately team up with us. I'll pretend what just happened never occurred. I said I would take you on a mission, and those two pastors and sorcerers behind him are waiting for Than Anon's decision." But Than Anon isn't someone who's easily bullied. Once she recognizes their fake faces, there's no need for her to be gentle. "Just because I let you live doesn't mean you're special. I saved you just as a convenience, and you keep insisting on teaming up and dragging me along for missions? Get lost." Then, she turned around and said to the two ordinary people, "Aina, let's go." The three of them left, leaving behind a decisive silhouette. Taimon couldn't take it anymore. He just grumbled, "Than Anon, you idiot." But before he could finish, he was hit square in the face by a surprise magic attack. This was a move Aina had taken from a book. Even though she was leaving, she still kept an eye on their movements, so when she saw Taimon about to speak, she decided to teach them a lesson. She said coldly, "Sister Than Anon may be kind and not hold grudges against you, but I'm not. I'm very serious." She raised her book threateningly. "If you dare to insult her again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Then, she changed her attitude, returning to the innocent look of a typical girl, chasing after her older siblings. She called out, "Big bro, Sister Than Anon, wait for me," and got punched painfully. Taimon held his cheek, watching the backs of the three people, and said to his teammates, "That guy Than Tran must be really skilled. How come he has a bunch of girls surrounding him? I just want to smash him. He looks like a tasty target." The sorcerer chimed in, "Come on, let's hurry and follow him. This mission is related to the hidden profession, and also involves information about Tran. Selling it would mean money. After walking a distance, Tran still felt a bit worried, and turned to Than Anon. Do you need me to kick them back to the city for you? Than Anon was still too kind. She didn't want to resort to violence. After all, they had helped her quite a bit before, so she decided to let it slide this time. But if they keep pushing me, I'll definitely retaliate. She immediately changed her cold gaze. Next time they mess with me, I'll smash them. Tran thought happily. Compared to when they first met, Than Anon had matured. That's great. He asked her about the reason for her presence here, and before he could ask, he wondered how she suddenly ended up in the Abyss City. Than Anon smiled and shared, I came to find a hidden spatial water source that contains mission items I need, possibly related to the hidden profession. Then she provided more information. The NPC who issued the quest was a knight named Than. Tran realized why there was a tail, and understood why those people kept following them. Than Anon also showed a face of disbelief, saying, They're just stupid and mean, and their faces are thicker than walls, she whispered. Big bro Tran, how about we? Understanding Than Anon's hint, Tran cunningly smiled. Sure, let's do that. Afterward, the three continued with their plan to carry out the mission, and soon saw their destination. Than Anon announced, Big bro Tran, it seems we've arrived. The mysterious area is ahead, and there's the spatial water source. The three of them stood under the gloomy night sky, with Than Anon wearing a face full of suspicion, but it could be broken with a stone to find the seal. Under the gentle moonlight, the ancient ruins appeared like a vivid painting, both magnificent and mysterious. Tran smiled confidently, his gaze calm and assured. No need to hesitate, Ina saw it clearly, stepping forward without delay, confidently raising her hand to begin casting a spell, declaring, Leave it to me. Ina wasted no time, her voice booming, shattering the stillness of the air as she broke the seal. A glowing magic circle appeared in midair, radiant and powerful. The light from the magic circle awakened the night sky. Energy beams shot out, creating mystical patterns accompanied by the howling wind cutting across the sky. Than Anon couldn't hide her admiration, turning to Ina with a gaze full of awe. Indeed, Ina was exceptional. Super impressive. Ina beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with pride. Sister Than Anon was amazing too. Tran calmly spoke. Let's go, let's see inside. You have entered a level 30 spatial rift, achieving silver rank. The system announced, revealing a completely different space before their eyes, filled with countless stars and floating crystals in the air. Forming a mysterious and beautiful space, the three stepped out of the magic circle, the magical light gradually fading, giving way to the enchanting beauty of the new realm. Tran turned around, a clear focus in his eyes. Where's the quest item? Than Anon pondered for a moment before deducing. It's likely we have to defeat monsters. Maybe the boss of the spatial rift will drop the item. Tran agreed to this. Okay. Ina suddenly turned around with a displeased expression, her voice filled with frustration as she exclaimed, Big brother, they've followed us here too. Than Anon and Tran immediately turned back, their eyes filled with annoyance and wariness. The magic circle suddenly blazed with light, and from that brightness, 2 men and 1 woman gradually stepped out, the cold smile of the ancient city's nobleman, Taemon Ko Thine Lu Vun, appearing. Glancing at the surroundings, it was indeed a quest related to the hidden profession. Even the quest location was this special. Tran, with a look of disgust, spoke coldly. Who allowed you to come here? And are you planning to steal the monsters? Than Anon firmly replied, her voice calm yet icy. Get out. I won't say it a second time. Taemon Ko Thine Lu Vun frowned. We promised to help Than Anon with this quest. How could we abandon it midway? Harry Potter saw the tension and hastily chimed in, his tone a bit hurried. We're here to help, noticing our teammates' anxiety. Cao Lun, knowing how to provoke, expressed her disdain at their fear, challenging them with her words. What are you afraid of? This space water doesn't have Than Anon's name on it. Why can't we go in? Without Ina's stealth and my map, how do you plan to get in here, you loose woman? I've tolerated you for too long. Shut your mouth. Than Anon can't hold back any longer, her voice sharp and filled with anger, her gaze cold and contemptuous. Tran looks annoyed, his eyes icy, as he begins to cast magic, a radiant staff appearing in his hand. There are too many people in the space water. It won't hold. I'll kick them back to Than, okay? Without hesitation, Than Anon nods in agreement. Anger wells up inside her. She hands the troublesome woman over to him, and immediately, Than Anon summons a powerful magical sword. Than Anon, we're here to help you. The ancient martial arts practitioner Than Leo, confused and surprised, shouts loudly to prove their goodwill in this situation. Harry Potter too is scared, his voice trembling with fear. Than Anon, listen to us. Don't let them speak nonsense. Pham Tran quickly casts his magic. His patience has run out. He speaks with anger and determination. Stop rambling. Pham Tran suddenly shouts. Little city light divine formation. A powerful green magic circle appears. The ancient martial arts practitioner, Than Liu, and Harry Potter suddenly find a magic circle appearing, emitting a powerful force and creating strong waves. The ancient practitioners struggle against it, but the pressure from the magic circle makes it almost impossible for them to move. He growls with determination. We won't leave. Harry Potter sees the situation getting more serious. Pham Tran, don't you dare shut me up. Ina, with an excited and determined expression, snaps her fingers and a magical notebook appears right in front of her. Sister Than Anon, I'll speed you up. Than Anon charges forward. A powerful aura of magic surrounds her, her gaze sharp and commanding, clearly showing her determination and fighting spirit. She smiles satisfactorily and praises. Awesome. Ina, you did great. The tall healer screams in panic and fear. Than Anon, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Before he can finish his sentence, he is enveloped by an orange magic circle. Divine power surges, and Than Anon raises the magical sword high, striking hard at the tall healer. The sword glows in the magical light and pierces through the magical barrier, shattering her body into many pieces. Shut up, will you? Pham Tran witnesses the intense confrontation, unable to contain her curiosity. She hates her like that. Why did she hold back before? Than Anon smiles back, looking flustered. Clearly still affected by the emotions she just experienced while saving someone, she didn't expect her to be so detestable. Moreover, the three of them, she pauses for a moment, trying to regain her composure. Let's stop talking and fight some monsters. Pham Tran doesn't ask anything further. All right, I'll summon the monsters. He begins to cast a healing spell. The surrounding space slowly transforms. A quartz crystal floating in the center starts to emit a stronger light. The brilliant light from the quartz highlights the changes in the space, signaling the imminent appearance of monsters. A black monster with large wings and legs as tough as steel gradually appears in the space. Its body looks like it's made of solid steel. With its wide wings and sharp legs, the notification system immediately sounds. Black Steel, Mantis King, Silver Boss, level 30. Than Anon can't contain her excitement, exclaiming loudly. The system reminds her that the quest item is on it. In another space, at the Deep Abyss Square, a mysterious magical circle suddenly appears before the three men. The light from the magical circle shines brightly, leaving everyone astonished and dumbfounded. Looking at the magical circle with a face full of surprise and disbelief, it's the level 30 Deep Abyss Ruins dungeon, the Swordmaster doubts. Pham Tran, with a serious expression and sharp, focused eyes, follows the old rule. Than Anon, you grip the magical sword tightly, ready for battle. Than Anon immediately lunges forward, reacting swiftly. She responds decisively, focused. Her left hand suddenly reveals a powerful magical shield. The dazzling golden light from the shield radiates strongly, causing the surrounding space to shimmer. She speaks in a commanding tone. Divine Strike. The King Mantis, with a massive steel body, lunges at Than Anon. Each flap of its wings shakes the very space. Than Anon shows no fear or hesitation. Her eyes remain sharp and resolute. With her left hand gripping the magical shield, she braces herself, ready to protect against the giant monster's attack. In her right hand, she wields the sword, striking fiercely, casting the divine spell, instantly enveloped in brilliant golden light, creating a sturdy and powerful protective barrier around her. Pham Tran, with a serious and focused gaze, issues a clear command. Ina, activate all support spells. Assist Than Anon. Ina receives the order from Pham Tran, without hesitation, acknowledged. She retrieves her magical grimoire. The book opens wide, pages fluttering in the air. Radiating mysterious green magical power, Ina casts the spell, Arcane Wind. A powerful gust appears around her. With the supporting magical strength, Ina concentrates all her power to assist her teammate, determined not to let any openings appear in the battle. Pham Tran gripped the Than Kiem tightly, charging forward without hesitation, his sharp and serious gaze igniting a burst of fiery energy, offering his life. The black-armored Mantis King faced the combined might of all three without a hint of fear, its eyes gleaming with brutality. Its steel wings, sharp as blades, beat powerfully, producing a thunderous sound as it suddenly unleashed a terrifying attack. Pham Tran shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the battle. Than Anon, hold it for another 30 seconds. Don't use any damage skills. Than Anon obeyed Pham Tran's command. Okay, got it. Immediately, Than Anon unleashed all her strength and defensive skills. Shielding herself with a divine barrier, a magical circle appeared. A brilliant light erupted around her, creating a massive shockwave. The steel-bodied Mantis King was forcefully knocked back far away. Pham Tran was satisfied, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. Nice, keep this rhythm, his sharp and calculating gaze suggesting everything was unfolding as he had predicted. 10 minutes later, Pham Tran hesitated no longer. He raised his sword high and unleashed his most powerful move. From the air, a girl appeared, radiant like an angel. The black-armored Mantis King was completely enveloped in a brilliant green light. Its desperate cries echoed, its once strong steel wings now shaking weakly in the glow. Its massive body could no longer resist, entirely under control. You have defeated the silver-level boss. The Mantis King Tower. The system immediately displayed the notification. Than Anon and Pham Tran approached the Mantis King, which now lay motionless after the fierce battle. Pham Tran glanced at Than Anon and said gently, "Than Anon, go collect the loot." Than Anon replied firmly, "I just need the quest item. The rest of the gear is yours." Pham Tran smiled softly. "It's fine, you can take it. I won't use the gold gear anyway." The system notified, "You have received the Golden Divine Shield." Than Anon smiled happily, responding cheerfully, "Then I won't be polite anymore." Pham Tran turned to look at her with a smile. "Let's head out." The magical circle appeared behind him. The three stepped out of the circle, the magical light fading as the space returned to normal. They looked around in surprise. Pham Tran looked forward, his expression filled with surprise and curiosity. "There's the guild leader of the trade guild, the sword master of the trade guild." The sword master of the trade guild looked surprised, filled with respect but also concern. "Great God, Pham Tran." The crescent moonlight shone down on the castle, creating a mysterious and peaceful scene. Pham Tran smiled, but his eyes contained disdain and discomfort. "The guild leader came because of the dungeon? I'm truly sorry, we've already cleared this dungeon. The spatial rift might disappear soon." The sword master of the trade guild smiled back, a slightly awkward and challenging expression on his face. "It's a small matter, we just intended to take a look." Than Anon quickly interjected with sharpness, "Did you guys not receive the mission? Then going into the dungeon doesn't mean much." The three of them, Than Anon, Pham Tran, and Aina, looked at the dungeon master with contempt. The magic circle behind them gradually closed, its light fading away. The dungeon master looked at the three with an unsatisfied gaze but still had to accept the team. He spoke somewhat reluctantly but maintained his politeness. "So it turns out this is your sister Than Anon's mission. I should congratulate her on completing it. Oh right, since I've met the great Pham Tran, I should also say thank you." He continued, "After you pass the level 30 dungeon, all major academies unlock their training rooms without time limits. That's how our guild members can level up to 30 so quickly." Pham Tran smiled in response. "Guildmaster, you're being too polite." Although he kept a calm and polite demeanor. Inside, he was thinking deeply. "Oh, I forgot about this. I need to speed up my leveling up." Pham Tran looked at the dungeon master with a serious expression as if wanting to chase him away. "Well, you can take care of your business. We have things to do, so we'll take our leave." The dungeon master hurriedly interrupted with an urgent tone. "Great Pham Tran, wait. Are you interested in the hidden platinum-level dungeon?" Pham Tran thought for a moment. "Oh, I'm quite interested, but I still have a mission to finish." The dungeon master quickly raised a finger, his face lighting up with excitement. "No worries, we can be friends. When you're ready to enter the dungeon, just contact me." The system prompted a notification. "The player dungeon master has sent you a friend request. Do you accept?" Pham Tran reluctantly smiled and replied, "Okay." Pham Tran and Valina suddenly appeared on a quiet road. The surrounding space felt eerily silent. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "You have been teleported to the Celestial Imperial City." At that moment, he received a message from the dungeon master. "Great Pham Tran, we'll contact you when the time comes." He replied briefly, "Got it." He closed his eyes and smiled lightly. The dungeon master truly is an interesting person, afraid I might forget him. He deliberately sent a reminder message. Valina, standing beside him, showed a puzzled expression. She then spoke up, "Big bro, do you really want to accept that person?" She pursed her lips, dissatisfied, saying, "I just don't think he seems like a good person for Cam." He maintained a calm expression and responded, "He can't trap me. I need to go back to the Holy Temple to turn in my mission. You go to the Commander's mansion or the Sorcerer's mansion and wait for me." Hearing that, Aina raised her eyebrows, pouted, but ultimately showed agreement. "Yes, it's a pity Sis Than Anon hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, I could go with her." He smiled and waved at her. "Good, see you later." He quickly approached a large door, and the girl outside greeted him respectfully. "Sir Pham Tran, the esteemed one is waiting for you inside." Upon entering the room, The esteemed one had been waiting, immediately turning to ask, "Did you get it?" He raised an object, nodding in affirmation. "I got it." The man saw the item and smiled with satisfaction, praising, "Well done." He raised his hand, and a strange, small vial appeared from thin air. He continued, "I heard the Divine Master say you're on the list for the Radiant Blessing. Next, go to receive the Radiant Blessing, and then take the opportunity to absorb the blessing of radiance." The vial quickly moved to the palm of his hand, and at the same time, the system announced, "You have received the seal of the resonant vial. Once used, it can absorb and store both divine light and dark attributes." He curiously looked at the seal on his hand, then wondered aloud, "Is this really okay?" The scene shifted to the Hall of Blessings, a grand and solemn place. At the entrance, a guard in armor stood straight. Behind him loomed a giant cross, and with an emotionless face, the guard warned, "This is the Hall of Blessings. Unauthorized personnel, please leave." He held up the certificate and explained, "I'm here to receive the Radiant Blessing." The guard glanced at the certificate and confirmed its authenticity. "You can enter," he said with a slight smile. "Thank you," he replied and stepped inside. Inside the magnificent hall, light shone brightly into every corner, and in the center floated a large sword surrounded by 7 mystical rings of light. In front stood a man in a robe with a cross, towering on the steps. He approached 2 others, a man and a woman, and quietly asked, "Do you know how long the blessing lasts?" The man, a knight of the church, remained silent. The woman, a nun named Morng Lak Lak, replied, "The blessing duration varies for each person, but usually, the longer the time, the more blessings received." He nodded, smiled, and said, "Thank you," then thought to himself, "Looks like I'll be stuck here for a while." Just then, a middle-aged man with long white hair shouted, "Next!" The knight from earlier quickly stepped forward. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, accompanied by an annoyed voice tinged with arrogance. "What a hassle. I didn't expect so many people ahead. If I'd known, I would have sent someone to clear the way." Liu Min, dismissively, said, "Old man, I'm here for the blessing. Can you let those guys wait and put me ahead?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "Liu Min, this is the Hall of Blessings, not your home. Just wait quietly." Liu Min closed his eyes, raised his hands in a helpless gesture. All right, this is really annoying." Pham Tran glanced at Liu Min as if pondering something. "I remember the Scarlet High Priestess, and Hung also has the surname An. It seems connections matter here." Liu Min noticed him looking and smirked. "What are you staring at? Waiting in line with you guys is a waste. Such country bumpkins." He turned his face expressionless, but internally found it amusingly frustrating. Next, a voice called from the front. "Morng Lak Lak." She quickly raised her hand in response. "Yes." In the waiting area, Morng Lak Lak glanced at An Liu Ming, while Pham Tran looked over him, sensing some conflict between the two. Pham Tran feigned indifference, thinking it wasn't his concern, and decided to just wait calmly. 20 minutes later, Pham Tran stepped up. Finally his turn. Bai Fu told Pham Tran to wait a moment. The blessing time for the previous person was quite long. The Than Kiem statue needed time to recover its blessing power. Pham Tran thought to himself. He wasn't sure if the blessing power would be enough for the yin-yang balance after it fully recovered. And Liu Min stood behind, sneering, truly a country bumpkin. He didn't even know how to earn this blessing position, not understanding even this kind of appreciation. Pham Tran glanced at him. The blessing wasn't completed yet. There was no need to create conflict with him. Pham Tran stepped forward and stood under the Than Kiem. Bai Fu crossed his arms over his chest. "Great Master, please use your supreme authority to bless the loyal believers." The Than Kiem radiated a glow. The system announced, "You are receiving the light blessing. Please wait patiently." Pham Tran closed his eyes, waiting towards the Than Kiem, which shone a large circle, and Liu Min measured Pham Tran. This guy was ordinary in the market. Unexpectedly, the blessing time was quite long, over 40 minutes already. If this continued, he would just be a country bumpkin. The blessing time was too long. Bai Fu was angry. No disturbances during the blessing. Perhaps it was due to extraordinary talent, receiving the master's recognition. The blessing light circle enveloped Pham Tran. The system's voice echoed, "You have completed the light blessing. Your special profession has evolved. You have become the light saint. You received the light domain." Pham Tran looked up. The hidden profession developed, and he received new abilities. Bai Fu said to Pham Tran, "This pastor, if you have completed the blessing, you may leave." And Liu Min was furious. "Get lost. Hurry up. Don't delay me." Pham Tran's left hand bore a mark, the system announced, using the yin-yang seal. Pham Tran spoke up, "It's not over yet." The sword lit up once again. And Liu Min was surprised. Why was it still not over? The power contained in the Than Kim was about to run out. Blessing, the sword cracked. Pham Tran also left. My blessing has ended. Goodbye. Bai Fu watched him leave, saying the master highly recognized your talent, hoping you won't let him down. Bai Fu sighed. It's just that the light sword statue needs to be repaired by me. I'm afraid it can't continue blessing today. Pham Tran smiled awkwardly. Sorry. And Lu Min angrily disagreed. No, today I must receive the blessing. And Lu Min patted his back and shouted, Uncle Bai Fu, tomorrow is my coming-of-age ceremony. I must go to the hunting ground to hunt the bronze-level Lord Monster myself. He nervously added, with my strength, without the blessing of the light, I might die. Bai Kuang looked at him helplessly. Then there's nothing to be done. At that moment, as Pham Tran turned to leave, An Lu Min roared a command. Stop right there. He rushed forward and grabbed Pham Tran's collar, ranting a long tirade. You're delaying my light blessing, intending to leave as if it had nothing to do with you. Pham Tran, caught off guard, calmly said, I'm just here to receive the blessing. Everything else doesn't concern me, and let go of your old hand. Don't make me repeat myself. Facing his calmness, An Lu Min trembled. Clearly someone who had ulterior motives. Then he loudly asserted, I have reason to suspect someone is trying to harm me. Pham Tran seemed slightly annoyed by this absurdity, stating, You think I want to hurt you on our first meeting? Are you brain dead? At this moment, nothing could stop An Lu Min's baseless suspicions as he quickly picked up his spear and shouted, I suspect you are an undercover agent in the church, and I will judge you. Pham Tran looked at him, noticing his arrogance, and reminded him gently, You want to lay a hand on me in the holy light? Are you crazy? He disregarded all words while spinning his spear and chanting, Die! Pham Tran lightly drew his sword. Looking at An Lu Min without fear, he gripped his sword tightly, his gaze becoming terrifying as he said, You're seeking death. With that, he swung his sword in an attack. An Lu Min performed a healing technique, creating a shield around him while recovering his vitality. However, Pham Tran's swing already pushed the water shield back significantly. Surprised and angry, he asked, The shield can absorb over 10,000 points of damage. How can it be broken? Who are you? Pham Tran chuckled, raising his sword to his shoulder. Is this turtle shell your support? But just as he prepared to strike, a voice behind him commanded, Stop! Pham Tran scoffed. You were quiet before. Now that I go to attack, you want me to stop? Why should I listen? At this moment, An Lu Min found himself in the grasp of the holy light. Just a moment longer, and this guy would be done for, yet nothing happened, leaving Pham Tran slightly surprised, wondering, why is there still no damage? It turned out that the Cardinal An Kwang had neutralized his technique the moment he appeared. He criticized, Pham Tran, fighting in the Grand Hall of Blessings, you seem a bit too arrogant. And Lu Min, just saved, looked blankly as if he didn't understand what was happening. Pham Tran slowly said, Speaking of arrogance, how can I compare to the one standing beside you? Cardinal An, you're surprised to see your nephew attack first? And Lu Min stubbornly insisted. Uncle, I suspect he's a follower of our faith. You should kill him. And Huang Kuang explained calmly. The Cardinal Kim Dao Fu recommended him to the church. He can't be a follower, or do you doubt the Cardinal's judgment? Perhaps only Cardinal An could suppress his irritation. At this moment, An Lu Min looked as weak as a wet rice cracker. Who would dare doubt him? He turned to Pham Tran with a conciliatory attitude. Pham Tran, today's events were a misunderstanding on my nephew's part. Can you let me make it up for him? Pham Tran showed disdain, compensation. No need. Next time we meet, I'll use his life to resolve the misunderstanding. And Lu Min is still furious. Uncle, he made the holy sword statue, causing me to miss my blessing. And yet he acts so arrogantly, and Huang Kuang quickly reminded him not to scare him anymore. I will find a way to get the blessing. Pham Tran turned away, still thinking about how he underestimated the enemy, letting that guy survive. Next time, he would definitely take his life. The green-haired woman quickly spoke. Please follow me. My lord must be angry with me for bringing you to that place. He responded, Let's go. And Pham Tran observed the system panel appearing before him, thinking it was a good time to check the information on his new profession. The system panel displayed information. The Holy Light Mage can level up and learn the pastor profession, including all skills from the cleric and judge systems. The intermediate Holy Light domain, once activated, forms a Holy Light domain with a diameter of 30 meters. It can be used up to level 10% each day. Currently, it is 3 times, with a total duration not exceeding level multiplied by 50% minutes. Currently, it's 17 minutes. If the green-haired woman still sits straight in front, while waiting, he continues to study the new profession. The Holy Light Domain Effect 1 inch. The domain increases 4 basic attributes. Physique, strength, agility, intelligence by 2% per level, currently at 68%. Effect 2 inches, the domain increases movement speed by 10% per level, currently at 340%. Effect 3. All enemies trying to cross the border of the barrier will be trapped for 5 seconds. He studied while secretly marveling at the powerful innate skills of the profession, and there are still 2 professions left. Surely they haven't been revealed yet. He hurriedly studied everything in the system panel, the intermediate holy light body. Once activated, it negates all control effects, allowing it to be used for level multiplied by 75% minutes each day, currently usable for 25.5 minutes. The intermediate holy light steel. Once activated, it transforms any skill the target uses, except for banned skills, into an attack skill of his own. It can be used for level multiplied by 15% times each day, currently usable for 5 times. Jang Tran secretly laughed, as both innate skills leveled up, gaining more survival tactics, calm. Just then, the elder arrived in the hall and asked him, "Have you absorbed the holy light essence yet?" Jang Tran hesitated and said, "I have absorbed it, but..." He stammered while recounting that during the process, there was a slight incident. While absorbing the divine essence, the holy sword statue appeared with a crack, and he wasn't sure if it would raise any suspicion. Just as he described, there was a long crack on the holy sword statue. The elder wondered, saying that cracks only appear when the absorption of divine essence exceeds the limit. I had already controlled the capacity of the seal beforehand. Wait, how long does your blessing last? Jang Tran estimated the time and replied, "Over 40 minutes, I think." Upon hearing this, the elder was astonished. "So long? After the blessing, what ability did you gain?" He quickly replied, "It's an evolved profession." Jang Tran raised a hand, revealing the magical aura he just received, softly saying, "I have evolved from a holy light envoy to a holy light prince." Hearing this, the elder explained, "You must know that you are on the same path as the holy light deity. Before becoming a deity, one also evolves from envoy to prince." The elder stood before the holy sword and cast a spell. A circle of golden light appeared. He thought to himself, "So if I follow this path, I might become the next enlightened god?" He pondered silently. But can 2 enlightened gods really appear at the same time? Surely you don't want to advise him. You know it's for the best. From now on, the church will pay more attention to you, so you must be extremely cautious. The good news is, once you have the chance, you could become the Pope and take over the enlightened church. There's one thing he hasn't dealt with yet, so he asked, "What about the cracked statue?" He waved his hand reassuringly. "No need to worry. The blessings of enlightenment allow you to become a holy son of light. No one knows how much divinity is truly required." Jang Tran raised his hand to ask for guidance. "How should I use the divinity I absorb?" "Surely you can produce a secret technique," he said. "Your current level is too low to directly control divinity. This is the secret method I created over 100 years of sitting in that spot. It can help you utilize divinity. The secret method on the system is named Shadow and Light Divinity. It's a special skill. Once learned, it allows you to merge the divinity of light and shadow that you have absorbed. After merging, you will gain Shadow and Light Divinity, enabling you to attack based on percentage effectiveness. The more divinity you have, the stronger the effect." Jang Tran accepted the secret method with a light smile, thanking him, but regrettably, "My skill slots aren't enough." He picked up the secret method, and the system asked, "Do you want to learn a new skill?" Then it notified him, "You have learned the skill, Shadow and Light Divinity." Jacko calmly said, "According to the world's rules, each person can only possess 9 types of skills, but you don't need to worry. This is just a transitional secret method. Once you level up, you can delete it." Jang Tran breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good. By the way, Senior, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Do you still remember the steward Ukon I asked you to find?" His eyes flashed with sharpness as he replied, "Yes, why?" He immediately asked, "I found a few things at his residence. Do you know about the church's angel plan?" It seems Jacko noticed something, echoing his words with hidden meaning. "The angel plan?" Jacko questioned. "I just returned to the church not long ago. I've never heard of this. Is it related to the previous matters of the Admiral?" Jang Tran had to drop it for now, unable to explain clearly, "But I'll tell you the details later when I have time." After saying this, he turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "I still need to investigate this matter, so I'll take my leave." On his way back, he walked while pondering, wondering what the current situation of the basement under Ukon's place was like. He kept walking down the street late at night, thinking to himself, "Let's go take a look." He arrived at the church's residential area, standing in front of house number 1235 of Loi Ui Ni. He noticed something unusual. Since it had the name Loi Ui Ni on it, he thought, they changed the name. Then he cast a spell and went in to see what was inside. Looking at the seemingly strange wall, he wondered, it's sealed off. Suddenly, there was a voice behind him. What are you looking for? He immediately recognized that voice. It was the church leader Kim Dao-fu. He approached with a cheerful smile and asked, Pham Tran, what brings you here? Pham Tran was surprised and embarrassed to be discovered, confused about why he was here. If I hadn't always worn the heartstone in the curriculum, I wouldn't have answered that last question right away. You changed the subject a bit. Now I am Than Tu Quang Min, and you can adjust the fog. Kim Dao-fu heard the title, Thang Tu Lian Do, and asked again, Thang Tu Quang Ming. What have you done? Pham Tran showed dissatisfaction. I thought you were my Thang Su. Kim Dao-fu obviously didn't have such poor judgment, so he explained, the reason I know you are Than Su Quang Min is that His Holiness the Pope informed me. His Holiness holds power and possesses wisdom equivalent to that power. Pham Tran just responded with an, oh, realizing that's how it is. His Holiness is indeed great, but he still secretly thought, wisdom equivalent to power. It's like a player's system, even potentially more comprehensive than the system itself. After all, I've never seen the Pope in this life. Kim Dao-fu still felt it was unclear, briefly stating, Quang Min bless you. After hearing that, Han didn't ask anything further and returned to the main unanswered topic. So, let's go back to the previous question, Than Tu. Tell me why you came to the old residence of Ukhan. Pham Tran thought he successfully changed the subject, but ultimately still faced questioning, feeling dissatisfied. Why does this girl keep remembering this? I had to lick my lips. I heard you explain. Oh no, clarify. Kim Dao-fu now didn't bother to listen. No need for an explanation. Than Tu was the one who initially forced Ukhan to leave the Holy Palace, right? You also know about the heavenly plan. Hearing this, Pham Tran didn't hide it and asked back, if you already know everything, why ask me again? He seriously reasoned with him. As a rogue representing justice, Than Tu's church aims to rid Quang Min. Isn't it reasonable to want to destroy the plan for cruel experiments on humans? Kim Dao-fu did not oppose this. It is very reasonable, I agree. Finally, he provocatively said, I believe Than Tu Pham Tran will definitely destroy this plan. Immediately afterward, the system announced the activation of a special mission. Destroy the heavenly plan, accept or not. Pham Tran asked in shock, what do you really want to do? Kim Dao-fu didn't mind clarifying. From the beginning, I opposed this plan, but some people are very persistent. I couldn't stop it, but I can't just let them do that. So I arranged for my spies around Ukhan. Pham Tran now understood everything and asked back, so it was you who changed it, and Ukhan was also killed by you. He replied straightforwardly without denying, yes, it was me. Even if I planned this, I couldn't let others ruin the reputation of the church, but our ultimate goals are the same. The system announced again, you have accepted the special mission. Destroy the heavenly plan, struck in the heart of darkness. Pham Tran couldn't do anything. He had to accept this mission while thinking that being caught by Kim Dao-fu regarding collusion with the palace would be tough to climb out of. This mission, whether I want to accept it or not, I have to accept. 226. Accepting the mission, Pham Tran asked again. You are right. So can you tell me what I need to do? Without waiting for Kim Dao-fu, the system already informed him of the mission details. Go to the secret altar underground of the church, destroy all the experimental equipment inside. Knowing what needed to be done, he thought about the underground altar. Kim Dao-fu also warned, remember, whatever you see in there must not be told to anyone else, including the heavenly plan. You must keep it a secret and know exactly what to do. He only posed one last question. Where is the holy altar underground? Kim Dao-fu happily replied, in a village outside the royal city called Vanyan Village. I'll send you the address. The system also reported that the map information has been updated, and he kindly reminded, it's getting dark. It's best to wait until morning. Pham Tran coldly responded, I know. After leaving, he contemplated each move. If it wasn't convenient to act at night, then he would go apply for a permit for the guild headquarters first. By then, he would have a place to stay with those little demons. Upon arriving at the land management office, he greeted the manager, who replied, hello, how can I help you? He was surprised and asked, this is the land management office to apply for a permit for the guild headquarters, right? Is there another service? The manager, seeing someone coming to apply for guidance, quickly replied, oh, no, it's just been a while. He intended to explain but stopped halfway, brushing it aside. Never mind, it's nothing. The guild has a total of 4 scales. A modest, small-scale guild appeared, while the medium scale was larger and looked more impressive. The large-scale one was even more magnificent, with many residences and a huge tower. The very large scale might be as big as an entire village. He eagerly continued advising. But for an adventurer like you, we prioritize sending you to a very large guild headquarters. It will definitely suit you well. Not caring whether it was large or very large, he happily stated his demand, a medium one. The manager immediately showed visible frustration, his face looking troubled, and then quoted a price. A medium guild headquarters would cost 20,000 gold for the land certificate. Hearing that, he thought to himself, the price of this land certificate is crazy. He pulled out a card and asked, I heard I could use this to get a discount. Seeing the card, the manager was unusually cheerful and said, Of course, you can. Turns out you are the noble baron. My apologies. I'll take care of the paperwork for you right away. Just 15,000 gold will do. A moment later, he handed him a piece of paper and said, Here is your guild land certificate. The system immediately analyzed it. Medium guild land certificate. After using it, you can choose a vacant piece of land nearby for the guild headquarters. The permitted area is 2,000 square meters. Only the guild leader can use it. Happy with the discount, he thought to himself, being a baron is quite convenient, then expressed his gratitude and left. Suddenly a voice called out, Jang Tran, are you still in the royal city? I need a favor from you, he realized and thought. Lac Lanweir is looking for me. He immediately went to Lac Lanweir to ask what was going on. What's wrong? Lac Lanweir hurriedly recounted everything. My brother went to the far western land along with Tae Vung. Not understanding what was wrong, he asked. Going for training is good. Did you only come to tell me this? Lac Lanweir also expressed her difficulties. After he was punished, I realized I was too weak, completely unable to protect my family, so I want to become a warrior. Jang Tran was unexpectedly puzzled but still replied, I'm a pastor. I can't teach you. To avoid putting you in a difficult position, I have a plan. Our parents left us a sword, and it's located on the outskirts. I want to go get it, but it's a bit dangerous, so I need your help. The system then reported, activating a special mission at the request of Lac Lan and Guyet. Will you accept? Seeing this, he immediately asked Lac Lan and Guyet where it was. Her serious expression clearly answered, the outskirts, near Van Nien village. He was surprised that it was exactly where he needed to go. What a coincidence! Is it the same place as the underground altar? The clues in this scenario are too obvious. It seems like I have no choice but to go. After thinking, he accepted. All right, I'll take this mission. In the middle of the night, a shadow passed through Van Nien village. Lac Lan and Guyet led the way, explaining as they walked. This is the village where my father used to live. The sword he and my mother left behind is buried on the mountain. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, questioning. Are there monsters on the mountain? Lac Lan and Guyet responded with a hesitant look. There are usually beasts roaming around the mountain. I don't know how to fight, so I need you to guide me up there. As soon as she said this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He retorted, You don't know how to fight? That contradicts your previous life as the famed pure white saintess and the head of the sect. But Lac Lan and Guyet was very sincere. She smiled, revealing her fangs, and admitted, Of course I don't know. My brother keeps the military in check, so someone has to manage the household. Jiang then continued to ask, You came to the far western land to learn fighting. This question made Lac Lan and Guyet's expression turn serious. Not completely because of you. Do you know the mysterious Lord Du Day? He is the most enigmatic among the 4 great cardinal leaders of the Radiant Church, she replied. Lac Lan and Guyet continued. A few days ago, she suggested that I join the Radiant Church. Jiang Chen asked naturally, but there was a hint of skepticism in his voice. So you agreed? His face darkened momentarily, guessing that this might be the reason Lac Lan and Guyet became the pure white saintess. But she denied it, saying, If I had agreed, I wouldn't need to remind you. I refused her, and as a result, she claimed to know the whereabouts of my parents. At that time, Lord Tweedy approached Lac Lan and Guyet with an arrogant attitude. Jiang Chen, hearing this, felt a bit suspicious. How does this relate to your parents? Before he could finish, Lac Lan and Guyet interrupted. Be careful. It turned out to be a monster charging towards them. Jiang Chen remained calm, coldly drawing his spear. He unleashed a wave of pressure that pushed the dark beast away. It wasn't simple to knock the monster back, which surprised Lac Lan and Guyet. So you're this strong? Jiang Chen smiled gently. Leave the monsters to me. Just focus on guiding. Lac Lan and Guyet, realizing she asked the right person, happily replied, All right, follow me. She led him to an unusually elevated piece of land, where her parents had left something before they departed. This is where they buried their clothes and belongings, she said. Before they left Van Nien village, they built this mound and said, If we don't return, Just come here to pay your respects. Memories of the past rushed through her mind, making her voice sound a bit shaky. My brother and I often came to pay respects to them. I thought I would never see them again in this lifetime. Jiang Chen slowly asked, so you took the sword to find them, and Lak Lan and Giet continued for him, explaining further. I don't trust the Emperor Thuida. I want to find them myself. I want to leave the imperial city. I need the strength to protect myself. With that, she reached out, and the long sword seemed to have a soul of its own, flying gracefully into Lak Lan and Giet's hands. Jiang Chen looked at the sword, questioning its origins. Lak Lan and Giet smiled and explained to him, the Lak Thui sword. My parents said it was destined for me, and now I understand the meaning of that statement. Saying that, she took out a key, thanking him for helping her retrieve Lak Thui. This is the reward. Jiang Chen looked at the key spinning on his finger with an assessing gaze. At that moment, the system notification rang out. The key from the Imperial City can open the gate of house number 12, Baobin Alley, North City, Hoangthan Tianjiang. Just as he was confused about this, Lak Lan and Giet earnestly smiled and said, This is my house key. Pham Tran blushed, thinking, she's giving me her house key. Does this mean the next step is inviting me to live there? He asked outwardly. Isn't this a bit rushed? Lak Lan and Giet scolded him. What are you thinking? Your reward is that house. Pham Tran, feeling awkward for a moment, pretended to cough to clear the tense atmosphere. Let's go, I'll take you down the mountain. She responded, Okay. Lak Lan Giet said her goodbyes. This is far enough, thank you. Pham Tran replied, Be careful on your way back, and contact me if you need anything. He thought, hoping that in this life, she could hold on to her faith and refuse the church's invitation. Otherwise, the pure white maiden would appear once again. The church's power surpassed even that of democracy. The future might see us as enemies. Pham Tran continued to think. The map showed the holy altar underground, near this location. He wondered, but how is it so openly displayed in this residential area? Pham Tran found a staircase leading down, slowly making his way down. Is this the entrance? No, it's a secret underground. Pham Tran noticed something right in front of him. His expression darkened. A magic seal, so that's it. Pham Tran furrowed his brows in contemplation. This underground holy altar was quite intriguing. He looked around. This is. Pham Tran saw the girls suspended in the center, part of the church's experiment. He noticed a door behind them. There was a path beyond it. Pham Tran unsheathed his sword. If so, let them go first. He chanted, Divine Beast. Rage. The girl's face turned dark. She suddenly got angry and commanded her companions. Destroyer, kill. Pham Tran remained calm, thinking, It's beyond saving now. He didn't respond quickly. Little holy light. Heavenly revelation formation. Pham Tran thought, the mission isn't complete yet. There must be something on that path. But with the divine beast's power still active, he hurriedly opened that door and dashed forward. The system activated. Underground holy altar. Pham Tran looked at her. This test subject looks a bit special. The underground holy altar stammered. Angel, descend. He was surprised by the sight. Angel wings, golden human form. Pham Tran thought, the church's angel plan has succeeded. The beautiful angel rose, saying, This extremely weak body. She spoke as she began to crumble. I can't bear the burden of the descent. Just as she finished her words, her eyes became lifeless, and the angel's body was gradually falling apart. A blinding light flashed, illuminating the entire area and blinding the holy son Pham Tran. He was astonished, unable to believe his eyes, thinking, the power of the angel's descent is too overwhelming. It's shattered. Suddenly, a message from within him appeared. You have completed the mission. Destroy the angel plan. He continued to be surprised, not expecting the mission to be completed so easily. Then, unexpectedly, a man in a red robe appeared. It was the church leader, Master Bon Doc. He suddenly came over and said, Saint Son Pham Tran, do you know you've destroyed years of my hard work? Saint Son Pham Tran looked at him, sternly asking for confirmation. Is it you, the master of the church? In the silent void, the dark night surrounded them. He asked the master of the church, Why are you here strolling around at this hour? Angrily, he replied, Saint Son Pham Tran, that's what I want to ask you. The master of the church coldly continued. This is the underground altar of Pham Tran's plan. My presence here is nothing strange. The oddity is that the saint is here. Pham Tran seemed tense and shocked to find out he was the person he had been waiting for. But suddenly his eyes lit up, his innocent and lovely face strange. Pham Tran exclaimed in surprise, Wait a minute. This dark place of experiments is related to you? Are you the hidden believer in the church? The master of the church helplessly replied, Saint Son Pham Tran, don't just say anything. The master of the church gradually became serious and said to him, "The Pope has always been aware of the existence of the underground altar. Its existence is to strengthen the church's power, yet you have destroyed it. What are you really up to?" Phan Tran, feeling fearful and hesitant, asked the master, "So the Pope sent you here?" The master coldly raised his hand to declare, "This doesn't need to be reported to the Pope. I will punish you myself." Phan Tran was analyzing the situation, thinking about why the master knew he was the Holy Son of Light, realizing there was someone leaking information. Phan Tran asked the master, "Oh, the Pope doesn't know? Interesting." Upon hearing this, the master felt a bit anxious and started sweating. The master angrily prepared to punish Phan Tran. The master pronounced judgment, shouting, "You have destroyed the altar, committing a serious crime. I will punish you in the name of the church." Phan Tran was not backing down, accepting that covert challenge, and replied with a smile, "You're too hasty. Let's see." Before he could finish, someone shouted, stopping the master and Phan Tran. It was Kim Dao Fu. "Wait. Both of you are members of the church. There's no need to fight each other." Seeing this, the master also stopped and explained, "He destroyed the underground altar and must be punished." Kim Dao Fu countered the master's statement. "Punishments must follow regulations. I, as the church leader, will ensure Saint Son Phan Tran's safety. If you want to punish him, you must come to me first." Kim Dao Fu managed to rescue Phan Tran from the master and pulled Phan Tran along. "Let's go," Phan Tran happily agreed. "Okay." Following Kim Dao Fu while feeling angry, the master was left speechless. The master remained silent. He thought, "Wow. So this is Kim Dao Fu's true intention." Once outside, Kim Dao Fu smiled and said to Phan Tran, "Don't worry about the master's punishment. I will take care of it for you." Then a feather appeared in Kim Dao Fu's hand. He said, "This is your reward." Phan Tran's system panel appeared. The angel feather has been refined. It seems like a feather fell from some angel. After use, movement speed increases by 15% if you have the flying ability. Flying speed increases by 30%. Using the refined angel feather, movement speed increases by 15%. Flying speed increases by 30%. Phan Tran listened and felt pleased. He joyfully exclaimed that this thing is really impressive. Phan Tran took the feather in his hand and walked away. "Well, I'll go ahead," Kim Dao Fu replied cautiously. "Saint Son Phan Tran. After all, I did save you. Not even a thank you?" Phan Tran glanced, smiled, and asked Kim Dao Fu, "You saved me." Phan Tran turned back to Kim Dao Fu and said, "Didn't the Admiral invite me here?" Kim Dao Fu smiled sheepishly, surprised that Phan Tran uncovered his intentions. He curiously asked, "How did you know?" Phan Tran laughed and replied, "The Admiral called me a saint's son the moment he saw me." He continued to smile and explain, "Until now, only you know this identity of mine." Kim Dao Fu laughed and appreciated him. "Quite surprising. I didn't expect the saint son Phan Tran to be this sharp." Phan Tran continued speaking to Kim Dao Fu. "Master Kim Dao Fu, if you want me to owe you a favor, just give me the items directly. Why beat around the bush and waste both our time?" Kim Dao Fu smiled, casually presenting and explaining his hidden plan to Phan Tran. The secret would soon be revealed. The Saint Altar's destruction is only a matter of time. I originally intended to use the Saint Altar to gain your trust. I didn't expect it to be seen through so quickly. Phan Tran confidently and proudly replied, "Master Kim Dao Fu, trust must come from both sides. I also hope you can have a bit of faith in me." Kim Dao Fu appreciated Phan Tran but was hesitant to place 100% trust in this person. He replied, "Under circumstances where thoughts cannot be read, the smarter you are, the harder it is for me to trust you." Phan Tran laughed, teasing Kim Dao Fu. He replied, "That makes a lot of sense. Next time I'll be more suspicious." Hearing that, Kim Dao Fu told Phan Tran, "I will always keep an eye on you. Once you're satisfied with the church, I'll deal with you immediately. I'm off. Bye." As Kim Dao Fu finished speaking, he gradually walked away. Phan Tran stood there watching his back slowly fade away and replied, "Then I'll wait." As he walked away, Phan Tran remained alert. He had an uneasy feeling of danger and thought, he was being closely watched by this guy. It seems I'll have to be more cautious in my future actions. A peaceful and mysterious night scene. The crescent moon shines brightly in the dark sky, creating a vast and deep feeling. Below are the ancient buildings. The next day, the system notified Phan Tran, "Welcome back to the world of gods." Valina walked beside him and asked, "What are we doing today?" Phan Tran replied, "It's time to leave the city. Let's head to the guild hall's opening ceremony." Valina leisurely followed him, feeling cheerful, and replied, "Yes, sir." The two of them walked to the Varn Sun range. a massive mountain range with many lush green trees. The overlapping mountains looked very dangerous. Below were Jang Tran and Velina. They were swiftly moving through the mountains and trees. It felt dangerous around them, easy to be ambushed. Jang Tran looked around and remarked that the royal city was huge. They had to go through the Varn Sun range to reach the Kalak Teen. Velina looked across and saw something. She spoke to Jang Tran. "Big brother, there are people over there." Jang Tran glanced over and responded. "Oh, that's a group of people protecting their client on a mission." Hungba said, "Koran. Over there is a one-eyed lord-level wolf, suitable for you to complete the rite of passage." Jang Tran recognized him. "Ah, Liu Min. I saw him yesterday at the Holy Light Cathedral receiving a blessing. He had said he would take care of that guy next time. Didn't expect to run into him so soon. Seems like fate had decided." He told Velina, "Stay behind me, don't get too close." Ina followed Jang Tran's orders. Jang Tran followed the group of subordinates while analyzing his thoughts. 5 people, a bit tricky to handle, but thankfully he had Ina with him. The leading subordinate said, "Right up ahead, we're almost there." At the same time, Jang Tran and Velina were tailing behind. Up ahead was the one-eyed wolf, a large black wolf with a scar over its eye, approaching them aggressively. Hungba said, "Koan, that's the one-eyed wolf." And Liu Min agreed to give the order. "All right, choose it." Hungba replied, "As instructed by the great priest, you need to face the lord-level creature alone, and you must bring back its head to complete the rite of passage. We'll drive away the other monsters, so you can act freely." And Liu Min smugly declared, "After receiving the blessing of the holy light, my strength has increased. What's a small one-eyed wolf to me? I can easily complete the rite of passage." And Liu Min began to take action, starting with the binding technique. And Liu Min's spell bound the one-eyed wolf immediately. Just as the one-eyed wolf seemed to escape, it lunged at Liu Min, catching him off guard before he could react. Verina and Jang Tran were also there witnessing the scene. At the same time, in the bushes, Jang Tran told Verina, "Ina, I'll clean up the battlefield. You keep an eye on the others for me, in case any slip through, don't hesitate to act." Ina complied. "Yes, big brother." Suddenly, Luvan heard a noise behind him. He turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Digdak and Haidukno were startled and asked, "What's going on?" Suddenly Haidukno shouted, "Koan's rite of passage must not go wrong. Gather up." Luvan scanned the forest, saying, "I just heard a noise but didn't spot any enemies." Dick Dark also raised his voice to warn someone. Kor Li Min is completing his rite of passage. No one is allowed to approach. Looking down at the 3 individuals, Luvan, Haiduk, No, and Dick Dark, Jang Tran stood above, thinking, "Is it just the 3 of them? Then I'll deal with these 3 first." With that, he gathered his strength around his hand. The technique used by Jang Tran was called the Little Saint Light Heavenly Start Formation, and immediately a magical seal appeared beneath their feet. Dick Dark, startled, exclaimed that it was due to a magical disturbance. The enemy was attacking, and then he activated a divine defensive spell. He continued, "The damage is too terrifying. I can't handle it," while Haidukno looked visibly distressed. "No, I don't want to die." Luvan feels the same way. He said, "I don't even know what the enemy looks like. I don't want to die. I don't want to." Soon, the 3 of them were eliminated by Jang Tran. After dealing with these 3, there was still one unknown enemy remaining. First, kill Liu Min to prevent further complications. He thought to himself, at this moment, Liu Min was elsewhere, fighting a monster. Jang Tran suddenly advanced. He said, "Liu Ming, we meet again." Upon seeing him, Liu Min shouted angrily, "It's you!" Jang Tran's expression darkened, and he smiled menacingly, raising the sword in his hand. He said, "I promised last time that if we met, I would take care of you, and I'm here to fulfill that promise." Hearing this, Liu Min was extremely panicked, shouting, "Are you crazy? Lu Van, hurry and save me." Jang Tran saw Liu Min's state, and coldly replied, "They're all dead." He then slashed a few times at Liu Min, and Liu Min, hit by the attack, immediately used a healing spell to mend his wounds. "You can't kill me," Liu Min said defiantly. Jang Tran replied with a mocking smile, "You didn't say that last time." He raised his sword to the sky, calling out the name of the technique, Little Saint Light Heavenly Start Formation. A magical circle then appeared behind him, and Liu Min, seeing this, did not remain silent. He also unleashed his technique. "No," he shouted loudly. He used the swift flash technique, enveloping himself in a stream of energy. "Jang Tran, I will make you pay dearly. Hurry and find your uncle." Suddenly, Jang Tran appeared behind him with a pair of large wings. There were many tricks to save his life, but unfortunately, they were useless. Then he called out the name of the technique, angelic song, and a female angel appeared behind him. And Leomin, seeing this, became furious and shouted, "No, it shouldn't be like this." He was also blown to pieces by Pham Tran. Chem T stood by, witnessing the event. "Young master, Anne is dead." He thought to himself, "I need to report this to the leader." Then he turned to find the leader. Vu Aina noticed that Chem T Lien had appeared, holding a magic book and shouting towards Pham Chun. "Brother, that fishnet guy over there is preparing to teleport." Upon hearing this, Pham Chun focused and said, "Stop him." At that moment, Chem T was desperately trying to escape. He was still being held back by Vu Ina's binding illusion. "It's over." Then Sister Kem used the acceleration spell to escape from them. She can't fall into their hands. Han said, "At this moment, Aina is chanting an acceleration magic spell, which has helped Pham Tran fly much faster." He said, "Great job, Ina. She just used a sound transmission spell to contact Pham Tran. Big bro, it seems he hasn't run very far, but it's enough to use the invisibility spell." Then Aina broke Kem's spell. Han began to appear. Pham Tran immediately revealed himself behind Han, smiling wickedly, wondering how he could hide until now. Turns out he knows the light concealment spell. He said, seeing this, Sister Kem was extremely terrified, her face pale, softly saying, "Please spare me." Pham Tran showed no mercy, coldly saying, "Sorry, it's too late." Then with a swing of his sword, he could kill Sister Kem. He excitedly said, "Done." Then his face turned serious, thinking to himself, "Hopefully, the light direction won't use any tracking spells on Lu Min. But it's okay." Pham Tran gently said to Ina, "Let's go," to the ferry opening. Ina, upon hearing this, jumped with joy. Before the ferry opening, Pham Tran was fighting a wolf, which of course was nothing compared to him. The system announced, "You have reached level 35. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, "Leveled up, not bad." Pham Tran and Ina before the ferry opening. Looking at the scene before him, Pham Tran praised, "Indeed, the guild headquarters I aimed for is different, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The only entrance is blocked by monsters." At this moment, Ina was completely entranced by the beauty here, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." Suddenly, the system appeared, asking if you want to use the land papers for the guild headquarters type here. Pham Tran chose yes. Then the system said the usage failed. The system explained, "This area is inhabited by bots, it's owned land, and cannot become a guild headquarters." Pham Tran, then slightly disappointed, said, "City forgot, there's still a bot in here. If I remember correctly, this bot is under the tiger." Looking down at the pitch-black lake, Pham Tran swung his sword. The water in the lake splashed everywhere, yet the surface remained calm. "Come out here," he thought. Suddenly a giant purple-eyed white snake appeared. It was a platinum-level bot at level 45. Seeing it, Pham Tran launched his attack, but the python had healing magic, and the wounds from his sword quickly healed. Pham Tran thought to himself, "What is this? Why is there no damage?" Suddenly, Diep Than Quan appeared on the snake's head, spinning the gourd in his hand. He said, "This is my pet. You can't kill it." Seeing Diep Than Quan there, Pham Tran thought, the ferry opening isn't the headquarters of any guild. Many have come to kill this snake, but I've never heard of it being kept by anyone. Diep Than Quan. That name sounds really strange. Pham Tran then asked seriously, "What do you want?" Than Quan laughed lightly. "You buy me some bottles of wine, and I'll let you kill this snake." "Brother," Pham Tran was about to say something bitter when he quickly used telepathy to talk. "This older brother is max level, very strong." Pham Tran, hearing this, cautiously said, "I can go buy the wine, but I don't have much money. You're not expecting me to pay out of my own pocket, right?" Than Quan, still smiling, said, "I know you have it. If you buy the wine for me, I can help you with my expertise." Pham Tran immediately coldly asked, "What is your expertise?" At that moment, Than Quan's face lost its innocence and became incredibly fierce, like a killer. Then Than Quan turned away and casually said, "Go ahead, remember to buy the Thulo Bak. That's the only type I drink." Suddenly, the system announced, "Special mission activated. Request from Diep Than Quan. Do you accept?" Pham Tran quickly pressed, "Yes." And the system declared, "You have accepted the mission. Mission details. Find Thulo Bak for Diep Than Quan. Time limit, 10 minutes. Pham Tran thought to himself, "Interesting," and then took out a teleportation item. "Ina, I'm going back to town first," he said to her, and Ina happily replied, "Yes, sir." And he was transported to another location. The system announced, "You have been teleported to the royal city." Pham Tran observed the people around him, watching them pass by. He thought to himself, Looks like quite a few people have reached level 30. I need to speed up. He entered a tavern named Thap Lai Huang. Can you get me some Thulo Bak? The tavern owner smiled and said, You have a keen eye. This Thulo Bak is a rare wine worth a fortune. We're the only ones selling it in the royal city, and we only have one bottle left. Pham Tran boldly said, I want all the Thulo Bak you have. He then raised a token, and upon seeing the token in his hand, the tavern owner said, So it's you, my lord. Let me get the wine for you. Looking at the 5 bottles on the table, he said, We really only have 5 bottles left. Please be lenient, just a little payment would suffice. Pham Tran generously pulled out his money and said, 200 gold. I'll take it all. The system chimed, You have received 5 bottles of Thulo Bak. Then a magic circle appeared behind him. The system announced, You have been teleported to Kailak Thien. Pham Tran walked while complaining, This mission is wasting my teleportation stones. Meeting again, the system chimed again, delivering to Diep Than Quan, Nam Bin with Thulo Bak. Pham Tran continued, Here's the Thulo Bak you needed. Than Quan smiled brightly. Good job, kid. Right on time. Thanks. The system chimed, You have completed the mission. Pham Tran was suspicious and thought, Is it really that simple? This guy can't just be a paper tiger. Than Quan then said, Nam Bin, I'll help you kill 5 people. You can choose anyone. Hearing this, Pham Tran grinned slyly and thought, What has he seen? Suddenly, Pham Tran turned and said, Let's deal with that purple-eyed snake first. Than Quan was surprised, and Pham Tran asked, Isn't it a waste of 200,000 if we can't kill it? At this moment, Than Quan said from the side, Kid. I snapped my fingers, looking at the giant green orb above. Than Quan softly said, Looks like you just wasted an opportunity. Pham Tran and Ina's faces hardened, beads of sweat forming. Pham Tran spoke up, surprised, asking, It's dead already. At this moment, Diep Than Quan finally spoke, his face smiling gently as he replied, Is there anyone else you want to kill? Pham Tran felt a bit scared, temporarily said no, hesitated for a moment, then asked him, How does your current strength compare to when you used weapons? Diep Than Quan maintained that cheerful expression, raising both hands to show uncertainty in his response. Depending on the mood, I don't even know what my limits are. You still have 4 chances to kill. If you don't use them now, I'll be leaving. He turned completely around, only his face still looking at him as he spoke. Diep Than Quan turned his back to Pham Tran and waved goodbye, saying, I live nearby. Feel free to call me any time. Ina then asked the person next to her, Big bro, who is he really? He won't harm you, right? Pham Tran answered his sister's question. I'm not sure either, but from what I can see, he doesn't seem to be our enemy. As he spoke, his hand emitted a blue light, containing an unknown object. Having a neighbor like that isn't too bad. He continued, Let me finish building the guild headquarters first. Suddenly, a system panel appeared with a line of text. You have used a medium land deed for the guild headquarters, and at the same time, the magical circle on his hand grew larger. The guild headquarters has been completed. Location, entrance opened. It can be checked on the guild interface. That panel continued to display. At this moment in front of Pham Tran and Ina appeared a grand, imposing castle. Guild name, Flying God. Guild Master, Pham Tran. Guild level, Intermediate. Guild headquarters, opened. Guild members, 4 out of 500. Guild reputation, none. Guild assets, none. The system displayed a series of categories on the green screen. The guild headquarters is completed. Now we still need to build a few basic structures. Without land to build on, nothing will come of it. Pham Tran said as he walked, with Ina beside him. Big bro, we can buy the headquarters gate and some basic guild structures at the government guild. Ina spoke to him, and Pham Tran quickly replied, Then we have to go back to the city again. Ina, wait for me here. Pham Tran glanced down at her and spoke. Guild affairs. At this moment in front of Pham Tran was a tall man. Hello, I want to buy guild structures. His face smiled lightly as he spoke to the man in front of him. At this moment, the system panel appeared introducing this person, Guild Architecture Specialist, Fat Lap. Upon hearing this, he replied to him, You can choose to buy yourself. At this moment, the system panel displayed a series of options for him to choose from. Wooden gate for the guild headquarters, 1 star, 100 gold, quantity today, 9. Guild storage, level 2, 50 gold, quantity today, 3. Guild mission notice board. The guild issued, 300 gold, today's quantity, 3. The guild's battle arena. The guild issued, 500 gold, 100 guild reputation points, today's quantity, 3. There are many other items not listed on the board. And finally, the fusion of all things. Can fuse 3 identical structures, 100 gold per attempt, up to 10 attempts. At this moment, the system board announced a series of items purchased by Than Anon. You received the main guild's hard wooden gate, 1 star, multiplied by 9. You received the main guild's warehouse. Issued, multiplied by 3. You received the main guild's quest announcement board. Issued, multiplied by 3. Than Anon then placed his hand under his chin, staring at the system board as if deep in thought. He smugly thought, who would have thought there would be 9 one-star gates, plus the one in my backpack, just enough to fuse. At this moment, a silver gate image appeared. The system board continued to announce, non-stop, you have successfully fused the steel gate of the guild. Next, you have successfully fused the guild's warehouse. Issued, it also displayed an image of the warehouse and a board. You have successfully fused the guild's quest announcement board. Issued, at this moment, 3 people entered, 2 males and 1 female. They brushed past him. Than Anon didn't bother to pay attention. He thought to himself, it's time to go home. The system board once again introduced the man in front. A lone master, a warrior. That man is the #1 pastor on the server in the country, and the girl noticed him, turned around to look at Than Anon and asked. The one beside her with a displeased expression spoke up to refute. What do you mean #1 in the country? They're all just inflated egos. At this moment, the system board also introduced information about that girl. She's just a novice, a mage, reaching level 31st must have some skills. The last of the 3 spoke up. He just glanced back at him and replied. His information also appeared, a marksman, while the lone master smirked when he spoke. Not that I'm exaggerating, a guy like that, 2 slashes and he's dead. With a smug face, he kept talking non-stop. It was just that the close combat phase was still developing, allowing a pastor to steal the spotlight. Than Anon at this moment also noticed them. His face darkened, thinking to himself, talking behind my back, trying to use me to impress the girl. What a dream. After thinking, he responded, his tone full of provocation. Let's see when I get serious. Can your 2 slashes really hit me? The other guy didn't hold back either, replying, if you're good, let's fight now. What's there to wait for? Coward. Than Anon turned his back to them. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, a huge circle appeared in front of him. He said softly but with a hint of sharpness, cleanse the neck and wait. The heavenly tray. You have used the steel gate of the guild. Next, will a gate be built in this position? The system board asked Than Anon. At this moment, he was standing in front of a gate, casting magic. The gate had been built, the system announced. The circle surrounding the frame created a large gate. The defense level of the guild has been upgraded. There is a blue protective circle surrounding the headquarters. Is there a quest announcement board installed at this position? The system asked Than Anon, who silently pointed his hand to cast magic. The mission announcement board has been set up. A large wooden board appears, counting down the time for the first mission. 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 20 seconds. Is this the power of the deities? So amazing. Ina asked her companion in surprise. I heard the teacher say that those from the other dimension are highly regarded by the deities, but I didn't expect them to even build high-rise buildings on solid ground, even more impressive than the illusion tower. Than Anon turned to look at Inan. His gentle face asked her softly, the warehouse hasn't been built yet. Shall we go check it out? At this moment, the system displayed a notification. The warehouse has been completed, and all members of the guild can submit items. The guild leader can retrieve items, the warehouse management position can be set, multiplied by 3. A large warehouse appeared in front of the 2. Ina, let's head back to the royal city. I spoke softly to her, holding something in my hand, surrounded by a magical circle. Ina replied cheerfully. Yes, it seems we have a neighbor now. Is she doing well up there alone? Wait for me a bit longer. Once I find someone to pass the e-batch to, I'll come find you. It's a man. He stands high above looking down at the magic circle. It's Dirp Than Quan. His face looks haggard. He mutters, I wonder if this kid is worthy of inheriting my e-batch. You have been teleported to the royal city of heaven. The 2 are walking forward. Ina follows Than Anon. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her from somewhere. Ina, I've found a new cultivation method. See if it suits you. She looked at Than Anon. Brother, I probably can't accompany you anymore. The teacher said I should try the new cultivation method. I heard it can speed up my growth. Than Anon happily turned back and said, That's great. Go back and practice hard at the academy. Who knows, by the time you return, you might be able to protect me. Tun replied, I will definitely try my best. Than Anon said goodbye to her. After saying goodbye to Ina, Than Anon walked while thinking, I wonder if those guys have left yet. I've only been gone a little while. Maybe I could still run into them. The previous group is still around. Than Anon stood not far behind them. He looked at the three people and thought to himself, this direction leads out of City A. It's inconvenient to act in the royal city right now. That place is quite far, and the level of the monsters is high too. Even if we teleport to the Guild of Combat, we might not be able to handle it and end up losing our lives. The girl named Nur Chi Nu sighed. Teleportation. Guild of Combat. He questioned himself. Pham Trun's sharp gaze looked at them, his mouth curled into a slight smile, showing a hint of cunning as if calculating something. Then we need to discuss this a bit more. And the three quickly exited the city. At this moment, Ting glanced at the person beside him and spoke up. Nur Chi Nu's worries aren't unfounded. We should be more cautious. Nur Chi Nu quickly followed up with a question. Should we find another girl to team up with? Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Nur Chi Nu glanced back to see Pham Trun, who was smiling brightly and waving, asking if he could join them. Tin Mong, surprised, turned to Pham Trun and asked, when did you start following us? The lone warrior spoke up, mocking him. You coward. I thought you ran away for good. Didn't expect you'd actually show up. His expression was just as taunting as his words. Just a pastor, lifted to the skies by others, thinking he's invincible. He scoffed at Pham Trun, belittling him twice. He shouted, come at me, let's see how a pastor can deal damage. Don't tell me you'll just throw out some holy water. His hair flew up as many crosses appeared around him, a result of magic. At that moment, Pham Trun swung the knife in his hand upward, a swirling circle of power forming above them, leaving Nur Chi Nu and Ting Mang stunned. He immediately warned, what's with the grin? This is serious. So, you two, about teaming up, is that all right? His face turned serious as he asked the two, still clutching the green knife tightly. You have joined Tin Mang's team. The system notification popped up. Pham Trun smiled brightly and said, thank you. He said, facing Tin Mang, whose astonished face asked him, what exactly do you want? He wasn't hesitant to question him back. I heard you two want to go to the guild teleportation array. Missing one person won't affect the mission, right? Hearing him, Nur Chi Nu pointed and protested. No, we are from the Jang Tran Alliance. We have to hand over the teleportation map to the Alliance once we get it. Ting Mang added, what she said is true. If you try to steal the teleportation map, you'll become enemies with 8 major guilds. But he seemed unfazed. On the contrary, he calmly replied, you two seem to have misunderstood the situation. Don't mention the Jang Tran Alliance. Even if it's a major guild, I won't back down. His face turned dangerously serious. His icy gaze swept over Nur Chi Nu and Ting Mang as he waved them off, saying, don't waste time, let's go. But Nur Chi Nu wanted to speak up, only to be interrupted by her companion. Don't be foolish. The penalty for dying now is severe. We're lucky to be alive. Both of their faces were dotted with sweat. Clearly wary of him, Pham Trun walked ahead and asked them, how long until we reach the infected locations? Hearing his question, Ting Mang replied, about 20 minutes on foot. We've never been there before. We can't use the teleportation stone. Pham Trun glanced at Ting Mang and calmly responded, I see. Pham Trun discreetly glanced at the nearby bushes, thinking to himself, someone is tailing us. Could it be the lone warrior seeking revenge? His sharp gaze fell on them as he thought, they really aren't afraid of death. At that moment, Nur Chi Nu sent a message to Ting Mang. The Alliance has sent someone to follow us. There's an assassin. He quickly replied to her. Tell them not to rush. Wait until they get into position. Think carefully. Pham Trun is just a weak pastor. We just need to seize the opportunity. One evening Kill would do it. His face darkened with resentment as he glared at Pham Trun, the Iron Bamboo Sea. System information displayed. At this moment, Tin Mang spoke to him. Inside the Iron Bamboo Sea was the mission location. He remained silent, thinking about the monsters at levels 35 to 40. He remembered there was a royal level monster here, hoping not to encounter it. Otherwise, it would be a hassle. He had fallen behind them now, smiling as he spoke, leading the way. Unlike Pham Trun, Nur Chi Nu and Ting Mang were extremely cautious. She told them to hide well. In a moment, we would use the small monsters to distract Pham Trun, and then they could strike. The small monsters here were all quite high level. Tin Mang quickly messaged Nur Chi Nu for guidance. She quickly replied, understanding. The two of them exchanged a glance at the person behind them simultaneously without saying a word. Pham Trun broke the silence, asking how much farther. Just ahead, Tin Mang replied cautiously with a smile, but something seemed to interrupt. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Something is coming, he exclaimed, while Nur Chi Nu next to him stuttered, asking if it was a monster or a creature. Neither of them noticed Pham Trun's expression. His face returned to a serious look, revealing a chilling demeanor. Pham Trun thought to himself, it's here, a level 35 elite monster. Nurchenu gasped. In front of the three of them was a group of 5 to 6 snakes rushing towards them. Oh, snakes, the system displayed, explaining the elite monster. The blackish-gray snakes looked fierce. Tin Mong seemed unable to contain his emotions, shouting for them to attack. But in the messages, he was dismissive, saying there were just a few small snakes. Pham Trun's expression showed some confusion. Just a few small snakes? Little clear skies great formation, Pham Trun shouted, casting magic as a massive spell appeared, covering the sky. He said, pulling the grudge. Tin Mang was so shocked he gaped, thinking to himself, one skill, wipe them out completely. He messaged Nur Chinu urgently, telling her to make them stop. Nur Chinu thought to herself, he is too scary. She wasn't much different from Tin Mang. Her eyes widened in fear as she replied to the other person's message. It's too late. A missile arrow flew towards the three of them from somewhere, and Pham Trun sensed the danger and quickly dodged. The arrow flew straight ahead and pinned down. Two men appeared from nowhere. One of them spoke up. Pham Trun, the Jang Tran Alliance doesn't want to engage with you. You can still leave now. The system identified the two men. The one in front was named I Love Barcelona, from the previous guild, while the one behind was What Are You Eating, also a guardian. Wait, don't attack. It's all a misunderstanding. Tin Mang stuttered to break the silence, and Nu just chimed in. That's right, the two of you. Suddenly something rushed towards Pham Tran from behind, and he noticed the object. In a flash, Pham Tran quickly dodged the attack from that person with ease. Surprised, the person exclaimed loudly, a rogue, an assassin, that's who this is. Pham Tran pointed the sword at him, his face revealing a dangerous expression. He said, I don't really want to go back. How about I send you back to the city for free? Sister healing spell. He cast magic on the rogue, causing him to cry out in pain. The skinny guy stammered in horror. Magic. Someone beside hurried him. Hurry up. This damage is too much for both of us to handle. Pham Tran responded to him. If you want to run now, it's too late. Sister healing spell. He then cast a spell on the two of them, causing them to disappear in an instant. Leading the way, after dealing with those two, his expression turned 180 degrees. I smiled as I turned to Tin Mang. Leading the way, yes. He was sweating and stammering as he replied, Master, the mission location is in this enchanted mirror. Tin Mang went ahead while he demonstrated a type of magic. The mirror lit up, surrounded by a white circle. Tin Mang spoke. Whatever's inside the house, Master, feel free to take it. The three of them stood in front of a house. Go open the door. Pham Tran lightly smiled and requested, Master, I really won't trick you. I'll go open the door for you now, he replied. What if Chinu just spoke up now? She gave a brief glance to the one behind her. What's going on? Searching for the love sword. Level unclear. Quality unclear. His sword flew towards the two of them. He had to speed up to find the items. Pham Tran's face was anxious as he thought to himself. He took off quickly towards the door, ignoring the two people being scattered by Chinu. That sword was not something he could handle right now, he thought to himself. It seems they weren't lying to him. He looked at the item on the table. The hidden void revealed a piece of paper. Pham Tran picked it up and read, You have received the teleportation map of the guild's headquarters. You have received the location map of the guild's headquarters, the system announced. Suddenly the house exploded. He quickly flew out of there. Luckily, he ran fast enough. Regarding Than, after saying that, Pham Tran flew away. The celestial city was descending. Both maps required a craftsman. It seemed it was time to find a few more people for the guild. While he was walking, Pham Tran thought. Pham Tran cut down, the disciple of Master An Huang Quang. There was someone calling him from behind. Pham Tran turned around with a face full of questions, asking him to follow him to the holy hall immediately. He was silent. With a gloomy face, he threw a cold glare at him. The system announced, the waiting hall for the judge. Pham Tran stepped in front of An Huang Quang, and Huang Quang spoke. Pham Tran, do you know your crime? Pham Tran asked back, what crime? And Huang Quang confronted him. Don't pretend to be ignorant with me. Where have you been today? Pham Tran countered. Where I go is none of your business. What right do you have to interrogate me? An Huang Quang asserted his power. I am the Cardinal Master. I have the right to question you. If you don't answer, I will execute you right here. Pham Tran had his own thoughts. An Huang Quang valued An Lu Min so much. An Huang Quang had no evidence of murder to threaten him here. If his lie was exposed, then it would be all over. Pham Tran replied, the fairy tray, the iron bamboo sea. And Huang Quang seemed to understand something. To get to the fairy tray, one must pass through the Wanshan range. Today, Lu Min was taking the maturity challenge in the Wanshan range. Indeed, you are the one who killed my grandson. Pham Tran questioned him back. An Lu Min is dead. Do you think I am the murderer? And Huang Kuang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. He waved his hand to cast a spell, still pretending. Keep pretending. I have a way to make you confess. The system announced. They are enforcing the law, unable to move or attack. He examined the hand controls, unaware. Yesterday, you and Lu Min had a conflict, so you had the intention to kill. After encountering Lu Min in the Wanshan range, you pretended to attack him. This is also incorrect. Pham Tran gritted his teeth in response, wanting to frame me. What reason do you have, holy light body? He hadn't finished his sentence when Kim Dao-fu seemed angry and interrupted. And Master, what are you doing? Kim Dao-fu has released the spell on Pham Tran, and as the leader, he secretly colludes with members of the cult. Does he still have any respect for the teachings? And Huang Quan retorts, this man killed Lu Min. I promised my brother and sister-in-law that I would take good care of Lu Min, but he died before he could grow up at this man's hands. I need to give them an explanation. Kim Dao-fu calms, and saying that no matter what, without evidence, you shouldn't act. Pham Tran is the Holy Prince of Light. You should know what that represents. And Huang Quan is surprised, the Holy Prince, yet he still angrily unleashes a powerful move. But he killed Lu Min. He must be judged. Kim Dao-fu tells Pham Tran, you go ahead, I'll hold him back. Pham Tran turns and leaves, thinking this is fate. He must act. Pham Tran seizes the opportunity to fly outside, worried about whether Kim Dao-fu can hold him back. Just to be safe, I'll return to the Celestial Peach Grove. Pham Tran looks forward to it. I also want to see, when I get back to the Celestial Peach Grove, will you kill me or will you die first? At this moment, and Huang Quan launches a powerful strike at Kim Dao-fu. Get out of the way. Kim Dao-fu, angered by his attack, uses force in the cult. He knows this. Kim Dao-fu deflects the strike to the side, and Huang Quan unleashes a deadly move. Since the moment Lu Min died, I have arrived. Kim Dao-fu senses something, and Huang Quan's ultimate move traps Kim Dao-fu. Are you serious, and Huang Quan? Then he flies out to chase Pham Tran. Kim Dao-fu breaks the seal on his own, hoping nothing goes wrong. System notification, Celestial Peach Grove. And Huang Quan has flown and caught up with Pham Tran. Pham Tran looks ahead. The guild headquarters is right in front of him. And Huang Quan uses his ultimate move. There's no escape for you. Pham Tran turns to look at him. This old man is as stubborn as a leech. And Huang Quan recites a spell. My words are a holy decree. When the physical body dies, you will be stripped of everything. Pham Tran realizes, the holy curse. System notification. You have been hit by a cursing attack. After death, all equipment will drop, and your attributes will permanently decrease by 50%. Pham Tran hears this and curses, stunned, and Huang Quan continues reciting the spell. In the name of the gods. The building in front of Pham Tran collapses, the ground overturns, flashes, and then the building explodes, sending up smoke. Pham Tran looks up, 1 second late, and he would die at An Huang Quan's hands. All his efforts since being revived would go to waste. And Huang Quan performs a powerful move in the space. You think hiding behind the barrier will save you. He scatters many large stones in the space, countless sharp stones, and then those stones rush down to the ground where Pham Tran stands. Pham Tran is unharmed thanks to the barrier. The barrier has self-recovery functions, but it's a long way from healing the damage from An Huang Quan. Pham Tran feels smug, but who said the barrier was my last trump card? Pham Tran said to the man standing not far behind, Than Quan bro, looks like you have to get to work again. Than Quan chuckled. That kid has quite a few enemies, doesn't he? And Huang Quan asked, who are you? Than Quan reluctantly replied, all right, it's just the right time to stretch a bit. And Huang Quan suddenly realized, you are the merchant demon, Than Quan. Than Quan replied, I don't like that merchant demon name. What do I have to do with demons? And Huang Quan was surprised. But you're dead, right? Than Quan answered casually, oh, I'm still living quite well here. It's you who's in trouble. And Huang Quan tensed up, I am the cardinal, you definitely want to fight me. Than Quan replied calmly, if the Pope comes, I might think twice. But you? He said while snapping his fingers to control his power. If I kill, I kill. What responsibility do I have for squashing an ant? And Huang Quan thought to himself, I heard this guy used to be as strong as the Pope, but why is he with Pham Tran? He then flew up high. Forget it, I'll run first. Than Quan snapped his fingers, and An Huang Quan turned back to look, seeing an explosion at the center right where he was. Pham Tran exclaimed in surprise, the cardinal just died like that? Is your master in a hurry? Dear Than Quan replied hastily, wait, how do you plan to deal with this? Jang Tran turned back and asked, An Huang Quan is dead. What else is there to deal with? Than Quan lightly smiled. The cardinal's death won't be long before the church sends someone to investigate. By then, if the Pope personally comes, I can't even be sure I can fight him. Just as he finished speaking, a hexagram formation appeared before the two, interwoven like a sun symbol. You seem a bit helpless. It just got here. From within, a tall figure in bright red clothing stepped out, questioning, but it felt more like an accusation. Pham Tran transmitted to the church. An Huang Quan's life token has shattered. Did you kill him? Pham Tran explained. How could that be? Are you feeling I can fight him? Kim Dao Fu looked puzzled. So what exactly happened? He pointed at Than Quan standing nearby. He killed him. I was just watching. Than Quan asked flatly, does this guy need to be killed too? Kim Dao Fu suddenly found their conversation confusing. Pham Tran chuckled. Oh, this one? No need, Kim Dao Fu and I are good friends, he thought to himself. It's not just a matter of killing two cardinal priests at once. Kim Dao Fu, with a serious expression, asked, You are Than Quan? He retorted without holding back. So what if I am, and what if I'm not? Cardinal Kim Dao Fu slowly said. I know you killed An Huang Quan because of Pham Tran. This situation is quite complicated. Someone will come here soon, so I hope you leave this place first. Than Quan mocked. Your church is quite interesting. One wants to kill him while another wants to protect him. He turned to Pham Tran and smiled. Kid, you're not bad. He turned around, waved his hand to cast a spell, and a portal of light appeared, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, going to rest now. Kim Dao Fu watched his retreating figure, surprised he wasn't dead yet. If he had attacked An Huang Quan, it would have made sense for him to be dead. The cardinal asked, What's your relationship with him? Pham Tran replied, I once invited him to help me take out a few people. You know him too, right? Kim Dao Fu closed his eyes to remember. Back then, Than Quan, wielding a 2-meter spear, was invincible within a 2-meter range. No one had ever survived a fight with him, that's why he was called the Spear Demon. But he wasn't like that when he was younger. He vividly recalled the image of Than Quan holding a 2-meter spear and continued his story. Before becoming the Spear Demon, his humble name was Bai Yi Da Tin Than Quan. Kim Dao Fu advised, I heard he even went to the clan star to drink from the holy spring, his beauty flowing throughout the world. Enough with the nonsense. The Spear Demon's temperament is unpredictable. It's best to keep your distance from him. At this moment, Pham Tran seemed to understand a bit better, which is why he told him to leave. Seeming still uneasy, he warned him further. You didn't kill him. If anyone asks, just say that. The sound of a senior intervening came through, startling him as he looked towards the formation. It was Cardinal Thuy de Tu. At that moment, 3 people, including the Admiral, Track Ko, and Elder Kong Feng Hat Catch Ding appeared. The elder sternly asked, When did this happen? And Huang Quan is a cardinal. How did he die here? The 3 of them, Pham Tran, Cardinal Kim Dao Fu, and Cardinal Thuy de Tu, all saluted in unison, greeting the elder and the chief judge. Pham Tran thought, this is quite the gathering. Track Ko asked again, what exactly happened? Cardinal Kim Dao Fu quickly explained. This morning, and Lu Min died in the Wan Mountain Range. The cardinal suspected Pham Tran was behind it, and chased him all the way here. Hearing this, Huk Kik Ding interrupted him, and turned to ask Pham Chun, Did you kill An Hung Quang? He immediately explained, If I had killed him, he wouldn't have chased me all the way here. I have to rely on the guild's formation to keep my life safe. Kim Dao Fu added, It's true that Pham Tran didn't do it. The one who killed the Jiao Chu An is Thung Ma Ziep Tengquan. The elder, hearing this, darkened his face and approached. Thung Ma Ziep Tengquan. The Red Priest continued. When I arrived, he hadn't left yet. This was admitted by Than Quan himself. Bondoc pondered. Why would he kill An Jiao Chu? Pham Tran wasn't clear on the events outside either. At that time, I was hiding in the guild and didn't know exactly what happened. The elder slowly said, The Jiao Chu Bondoc does not know, but it is rumored that Thung Ma is naturally belligerent. He acts on impulse, and no one has ever survived his strikes. If he really did it, it's not surprising. Bondoc asked for Chat Ko's opinion, secretly thinking, Do you think so too? He nodded. Killing based on mood is not impossible. Then the T2 spoke up. I have one last question. Did you kill Liu Min or not? He replied without hesitation. No. The elders gathered to discuss again. Chat Ko said, It seems the one who killed An Jiao Chu is Than Quan. What do you all think we should do about this? The situation is beyond my control. I've retreated to live in seclusion while you all handle it. Bondoc was uncomfortable. This absolutely cannot just be brushed aside. Than Quan has challenged the authority of the Jotting and must face judgment. Chat Ko requested to step back, turning towards the formation. After returning to the Hall of Judgment, I will issue the order for trial. Pham Tran agreed. If that's the case, then I'll be leaving. The system announced, you have been teleported to the royal city of Tinjiang. Pham Tran sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. As he looked up, he was immediately struck by the long line of people at the gate, surprised and wondering, why are there so many people? The system announced, the training square of the royal city. Among the crowd in front of the city gate, they seized the chance to ask him questions. Finally, the training tower of the royal city was opened, and the guy next to him shrugged, expressing that they finally knew who the real number one on the server was, as the previously inflated big shots showed their true colors. Pham Tran stood back observing, thinking, have the major classes already gathered 100 people to reach the royal city? The leveling speed of players is much faster than that of NPCs. Before the green formation, a tall figure with long brown hair stood alone, quietly. A system notification appeared, ranking in the warrior training tower. I want to ride the wind to level 30, floor 1. The ranking in the mage training tower, for the great cannon water spirit level 30, floor 1. It's currently nighttime, and the tower remains silent in the darkness. Pham Tran was still waiting outside the tower's gate, the golden crescent moonlight lingering in the sky. Pham Tran rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The training tower opens. The player's power is about to be enhanced for the second time. Each time you pass a floor, the player's vitality increases. Surpassing 13 floors will yield elemental strength. As it grew later into the night, he couldn't shake off the drowsiness. If I keep going through the night, I might just drop dead by morning. I'll just get it done and sleep before tackling the next door. The next morning, as the new day dawned with clear skies and bright clouds, the system announced, welcoming everyone back to the world of the gods. Pham Tran was walking outside the city. Notifications from his teammates were continuously coming in. Fong Ang messaged, Pham Tran, I've arrived at the royal city. Do you need help? Long Theo sighed. Big bro, I'm getting ready in the square to practice, preparing to enter the training tower. It's really crowded here. Than Anon excitedly added, Brother Pham Tran, I've made it to the royal city. Little Yu chimed in, eagerly showing off. Big brother, I'm level 30 now. Looking at the message on the system screen, he couldn't help but feel happy. It was quick. Everyone was already at the royal city. Pham Tran quickly replied to everyone, Brother Fong Ang, there is indeed one thing I need your help with. The guild headquarters has updated the tasks that need to be done. Some reputation accumulation to assist the guild. Don't forget, Line Theo. After leaving the training tower, remember to check the time for the guild missions. Pham Tran felt joy seeing his two younger siblings, Than Anon and Little Yu, along with Brother Hua and the crowd heading towards the tower. He calculated as they walked, with Brother Fong Ang taking care of the guild matters, he could confidently enter the training tower. The sky outside the tower was still morning. The system announced the ranking of the training tower, revealing the top players at level 30, floor 18. I am at level 30, floor 18. Not the top player at level 30, floor 12. After hearing the ranking announcement, people outside began to discuss. A woman questioned, It's been a whole night, yet Pham Tran's name is still not on the board. A guy next to her agreed, right? I heard Bao Hun is the #1 priest on the server, yet the training tower is fully open and we still haven't seen him. Is he scared? Nearby, another person spoke up. Pham Tran is really strong. You guys haven't experienced it yet. Pham Tran, who was close enough to overhear, felt a bit exasperated. Wow, they're really targeting me. At that moment, he approached the magic circle, brushing off the gossip and deciding it was better to focus on entering the training tower to increase his strength. As Pham Tran stepped into the magic circle, some people recognized his ID and exclaimed, Wait, that ID just walked by. It's Pham Tran. Someone beside them added, Pham Tran has finally arrived. I want to see just how talented he is. As Pham Tran entered, the system notification appeared. Training stage 1 begins. He gripped his sword and slowly approached a few wolves, silently encouraging himself. All right, let's get started. Pham Tran officially began the challenge. The system announced, Training stage 1 officially starts. Pass through the teleport gate to proceed to the next floor. The challenge on the first floor was a pack of extremely fierce and aggressive wolves, their red eyes and sharp teeth bared. Pham Tran held his sword tightly and smiled to himself. As a priest, his role was supportive. With almost no attack skills, he just needed to pass through the teleport gate. There were no requirements for the number of monsters to kill, and besides, the monsters were quite weak. It was a good deal for a casual player like him. He stood in the middle of the encirclement, beginning to cast a spell, a bright blue formation shining beneath his feet. Pham Tran shouted. Little blue light, heavenly formation. His figure stood tall before the formation, his right hand gripping the sword tightly. After passing the first level, the system announced, "You have entered the second level of the trial tower. Basic vitality points increased by 100. Pham Tran showed clear signs of anxiety as he began the challenge of level 2. He maintained the formation against the advancing horde of wolves. Pham Tran prepared his attacking stance. The monsters in the first 10 floors were not too strong. The difficulty only increased after level 10. He waved his sword to cast the formation. Additional smaller support formations appeared around the main one, making Pham Tran feel confident in his abilities, as everything felt the same to him. Outside the tower, the system announced the ranking of the priest trial. Currently, the player at level 30 was on floor 18. I was at level 30 on floor 18, while Pham Tran was at level 35 on floor 13. The players outside buzzed. It hadn't been long since he reached floor 13. A female player nearby exclaimed, "Even if he's farming monsters, it would take time with so many monsters." Not long after, the system continued to announce, Pham Tran is level 35, floor 19. Everyone outside was amazed. The ranking changed again, and Pham Tran had jumped to first place. Inside the tower, Pham Tran now had the aid of wings, escaping the encirclement of the wolf pack. He thought, without the ability to fly, it would take him quite a while to deal with each monster. He spread his wide wings and flew forward, feeling lucky. Thankfully, the priest class had no requirement for the number of kills, so it seemed he could complete the trial quickly. Little Yu arrived at the city gate, thinking innocently that she could finally find Pham Tran. Behind her, a male player hurriedly chased after her, calling out. It turned out to be Injok Kong Tu, the assassin. "Little Yu, why didn't you wait for me and just left?" the girl said angrily. "I've told you so many times, don't cling to me anymore. We're just a temporary team. We have nothing more to do with each other now." Enjo Kong Tu stubbornly replied, "The team may have disbanded, but my heart has been stolen by you. You can't leave me." Upon hearing his words, Little Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This kind of remark was really causing her a headache. He was so full of himself. "Little Yu, stop sulking. I know you're just embarrassed." Little Yu truly felt helpless and didn't want to say anything more. Than Anon heard Little Yu's voice and guessed she had arrived, so she messaged, "Little Yu, have you completed it? I think I heard someone calling for you." Little Yu called out loudly, "Sister Than Anon." Than Anon smiled brightly. "Little Yu, long time no see." The girl happily ran over. "Yes, my summoned beasts have all grown up, and their damage has increased. We can do missions together from now on." Than Anon looked at the girl happily, waiting for Pham to reveal himself, and as soon as they met, we would go on a mission together. Tou immediately agreed. Finally, it felt like escaping from the great god's grasp. Inga Kong Tu stood behind, watching the two girls with deep thoughts in his mind. Sure enough, a girl's friend is also a girl. If he could win both of them over for just 3 minutes, it would be amazing. Thinking to himself, he put on a fake, cheerful expression. "Tou, is this your friend? Why not introduce her to me?" Than Anon turned in surprise to look at him. "Tou, your friend?" The girl hurriedly explained. "No, don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with him." Tou looked at him with annoyance. Previously, they had teamed up for a mission. As a result, he kept sticking to her, and if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have sent him back to the city long ago. He remained stubborn. "Tou, I see you and your friend are both being messed up by that Pham Tran guy." Ngok Kong Tu spoke in a very flirtatious tone, trying to show off. He's just a player pretending to be a great god. His assets in reality are not something a poor loser like him can compare to. Than Anon privately messaged Tou. "Tou, does this guy have a problem with his brain?" The girl agreed, probably so. He doesn't understand human language and keeps babbling nonsense. Saying this, the two of them seemed to connect telepathically and spoke in unison. Why? Both of them felt like they had motors in their legs, running faster to escape. The flirt still looked confused. He hadn't even finished talking. So infuriating. Ngok Kong Tu ground his teeth. "Pham Tran, right? Later, I'll show the girls what the power of money really is." The system continued to update. The ranking for the trial tower showed Pham Tran at level 35, floor 29, while the other was level 30, floor 19. In the tower at this moment, Pham Tran had just taken down a pack of white wolves. The higher he went, the larger the space became, and just using his wings to fly wasn't enough to avoid all the monsters anymore. He showed clear signs of frustration. Unfortunately, the monsters in the trial tower didn't drop experience points. If they did, with the effort he just put in, he'd probably be half a level up by now. Pham Tran stood in the vast space, sighed, and quickly looked for the exit. Just as he mentioned it, he saw the formation right in front of him. Pham Tran was delighted. He had found it and smiled brightly. Upon reaching the next floor, as soon as Pham Tran stepped into the formation, the system announced, "You have entered floor 30 of the trial tower. Basic health points increased by 300, have activated elemental attributes. You can choose an elemental power from the options below to enhance your abilities. Wind element. When dealing damage, adds 200 wind damage points. Water element. When dealing damage, adds 200 water damage points. Light element. When dealing damage, adds 200 damage points, plus 200 light damage points." He quickly spoke up. Light element. And shortly after, the system confirmed. "You have received 10 points in the light element." A bright circle appeared around him, gradually enveloping him. The system announced the changes in his stats. Pham Tran. Physique 70, quat. Strength 70 quat. Intelligence 360, 5. Health points white. Dose. Sense 40. Set. Light element do. Pham Tran burst into laughter. After clearing the 30th floor of the trial tower, his health points were nearly doubled. He wouldn't have to worry about getting one-shot by a boss anymore. He quickly used his special move to soar into the sky and move swiftly. He thought to himself, seizing the moment before his white wings ran out to climb a few more floors. Outside, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Pham Tran seemed to have gone overboard. The top player was still on the 19th floor, while he had already reached the 31st. Another young man was so surprised he couldn't find the words. Finally, I understood why they called him the God of Tran. The crowd continued to discuss without pause. Pham Tran was a priest, yet he could surpass the floors of other classes in the trial tower. In the distance, a player wearing a wizard hat also spoke up. Truly a monster. There were also many girls who admired him. Everyone else was a priest, but how could he be so outstanding? The system kept updating. The ranking for the priest trial tower showed Pham Tran at level 35. The 32nd floor was cleared in a reasonable time for level 30, 19 floors. Once again, the outside was buzzing. It's already the 32nd floor. The 32nd floor. Pham Tran stepped out of the link array with an announcement. "You have exited the trial tower." As soon as he stepped outside, he was overwhelmed by the crowd showing their admiration for him. "The God of Tran is out. He's so handsome. The God. The God." Pham Tran was so surprised, he nearly fell backwards. What's going on? He quickly called out to his friends. "Than Anon, Xiao Yao, what's happening outside? Where are you two?" Than Anon caught the signal and waved her hand, calling out loudly. "Here! Over here!" Immediately, he shouted loudly, ran, and then disappeared in the astonishment of everyone. Once safe, Pham Tran couldn't hide his helplessness. These people were even scarier than monsters. Than Anon laughed. Agreed. Than Anon laughed heartily, praising him while playfully teasing him. But wow, Pham Tran is incredible. He shot straight up to the 32nd floor in one go. He was unexpectedly shoved face first into a grapefruit garden. His face turned beet red, unable to say a word. While the two girls were still smiling with Pham Tran, looking blissful, the scoundrel appeared, shouting loudly. Stop, right there." He continued to try to assert dominance, saying, "Pham Tran, is this all you can do? Come be my maid, and I'll pay you 1,000,000 a month." As Nok Kong Tu was talking with Pham Tran's group, suddenly a young man interrupted their conversation. Where did this fool come from, thinking he could ask the boss to be his errand boy? Tired of living, Nok Kong Tu glared at the young man, looking confused, saying, "Who the hell are you? I'm talking to Pham Tran. There's no place for you to butt in." It turned out that the young man was a hot-headed warrior, and he replied sternly to Nok Kong Tu, "I'm the little brother of the great brother Tran Pham, responsible for protecting his honor." Hearing this response from the hot-headed warrior, Pham Tran, along with Than Anon and Xiao Yao, couldn't help but think, why is this guy getting more childish? Standing in front of Nok Kong Tu, clueless about what was happening, the arrogant warrior continues to speak with a smirk. "No matter what you want to do, defeat me first and then we'll see." Suddenly, the serious assassin Ngok Kong Tu said, "This brat, you did this to yourself. When we meet outside the east gate, no one dares to come. That guy is my nephew." After saying that, Nok Kong Tu left, leaving Pham Tran and the arrogant warrior chatting outside. Pham Tran asked, "Have you entered the training tower yet? Did you waste time?" In response, the arrogant warrior smiled and said, "Brother, I'm ranked 2nd in the warrior training tower. On the 19th floor, I didn't let you down, brother. I just came out of the training tower and ran over here because I saw you being bothered by that idiot." Pham Tran beamed and said, "In that case, let's have the little brother and little sister enter the training tower once. After improving our strength, we'll head back to the guild headquarters. That guy Ngok Kong Tu is a bit of a problem. We should stay away from him. Than Anon and Dao Tio Yu happily replied, yes, understood. The arrogant warrior teased Pham Tran. Brother, you're so lucky. Hearing this tease from his little brother, he just replied, cut it out, let's deal with that guy quickly, then we'll head back to the guild headquarters. As they were leaving, Pham Tran and the arrogant warrior were unaware that two people were secretly observing them from behind. It turned out to be Lutin Thun and the older Harry Potter. Suddenly someone said, Pham Tran's strength is getting stronger and stronger. We need to find a way to restrain him. Lutin Thun continued to speak to the older Harry Potter. Before, the god of death heavily harmed us. Dealing with Pham Tran in game air is not an option, but I've found out where his city is. Suddenly, he grinned maliciously, revealing his secret. Let's go meet Pham Tran. Outside the Than Dong gate, Pham Tran and the arrogant warrior went to meet the assassin Ngok Kong Tu. Seeing the harm they caused, he immediately asked, where are Than Anon and Dao Tio Yu? Seeing the opponent indifferent to him but only caring about the two beautiful girls, the arrogant warrior angrily warned the assassin Ngok Kong Tu. They have nothing to do with you. I warn you, don't bother my brother's women. Hearing this from the arrogant warrior, Pham Tran sighed helplessly in exhaustion. Lying Theo, don't mess with me. Strike quickly. As soon as Pham Tran finished speaking, the assassin Ngok Kong Tu rushed over, wielding two small daggers, surrounded by white energy. He rushed over while saying, I was just thinking the same thing. The assassin Ngok Kong Tu's attack came in to ambush the arrogant warrior, but he managed to block it. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in the arrogant warrior's hand, surrounded by orange energy. He prepared to strike with the dagger in hand while saying, you like to ambush, don't you? The arrogant warrior teased, looking very confident in this stance. The sword strike hit Ngok Kong Tu's back, catching him off guard and injuring him. He was so angry that he split into two, surrounding both bodies with a stream of white energy. He charged madly at the warrior and shouted loudly, you dare to hurt me? You're dead for sure. The warrior seemed unfazed and calmly drew his sword to greet the assassin, Ngok Kong Tu. The cross-cut he executed formed two sword streams that rushed straight at him. The two images of the assassin, Ngok Kong Tu, caused him great pain, to the point where his eyes turned red and he was thrown backward. Defeated, Ngok Kong Tu vanished, leaving behind two circular streams of white energy. Winning against a Ngok Kong Tu wasn't something to celebrate too much. He only coldly smirked, showing his disdain. Ah, done. He turned to Pham Tran and said cheerfully, Big bro, did my little bro fight well? Pham Tran, seeing his victory, didn't praise much, just casually replied, not bad, just be careful next time and avoid getting hurt. The two were laughing and chatting happily when suddenly, Lutin Thun from a distance clapped and said, great job, but you got the wrong person. Then Harry Potter added, Pham Tran, you're about to die. Their words left Pham Tran feeling very confused. He turned coldly to the two behind him and asked, what do you mean? Next to him, the warrior also looked serious and displeased. Lutin Thun, unhurried, only smiled coldly and asked Tran Pham, you live in the capital city, right? Tran Pham was startled and panicked, sweating profusely. His real-life address was exposed. Lutin Thun smugly said, we put in a lot of effort to find out that you live in the capital city. In this game, you're unbeatable across the server, but in real life. Suddenly, he said sternly, who do you think you are? Pham Tran smiled dismissively and replied, you know I live in the capital city, but you don't know my specific address, do you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be here talking big. Lutin Thun added seriously, now you hand over all your equipment and step down from the #1 position on the server, and maybe you'll have a chance to live. Pham Tran seemed unconcerned about their words. He simply replied lightly, then go ahead and try. See if you can kill me in real life. Suddenly, he spoke with a sharp gaze. Are you done? If so, get lost. Lutin Thun and Harry Potter seemed to sense the pressure and danger. They turned to leave, but Lutin Thun couldn't stop talking. Just wait, you won't get away. Hearing them, the warrior asked Pham Tran, big bro, do you need my help? Pham Tran just closed his eyes and declined. Stay out of this. Focusing on your guild tasks is helping me. Saying that, Pham Tran bid farewell to his little brother. Looks like I need to go offline for a bit. The warrior also said goodbye to Pham Tran and reminded him, all right, big bro, be careful. After logging off, in his house, Jang Tran took out a business card from Trio An Quoc, belonging to the Supernatural Phenomenon Safety Bureau in Hua Har. As soon as he picked up the phone, Trio An Quoc mocked him. Pham Tran, did you remember to call me? Jang Tran replied seriously, someone wants to kill me, they know I'm in the city. Hearing Jang Tran say that, Truon Kwok immediately replied without thinking, "Stay put, I'll be there right away." As soon as he hung up, Jang Tran broke into a sweat and sighed, "Great. I really have no privacy at all. They didn't even bother to ask where I was." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Han Ni wondered, "We didn't order food. Why is someone pressing the doorbell?" Suddenly, Jang Tran covered Han Ni's mouth, signaling for silence, which made her even more confused. "What's going on?" Jang Tran signaled and whispered. To me, Jang Tran's words and actions made Han Ni feel very puzzled. After a while, he told Han Ni about his game story. "The thing is, the enemy probably still doesn't know you're with me, so don't let it slip." After hearing this, Han Ni felt very uncomfortable. She crossed her arms and said, "Are these people all crazy?" She continued to ask with her beautiful face and expressions, "It's just a game. How can it lead to murder?" Jiang Tran replied, "Ever since the supernatural phenomenon appeared, it's no longer just a game. Think about it, the 4 basic attributes gained from leveling up." Suddenly, Han Ni realized something. She raised her hand in disbelief and said, "It seems like it's real. Clearly you play the game every day, but you always seem to have so much energy." While the two were talking, the doorbell rang again. It turned out to be Trio on Kwok, Pham Tran. "It's him, Trio on Kwok." Jiang Tran breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's here. He invited Tro on Kwok inside and told him the story. After hearing the story, Tro on Kwok asked, "So you mean there was an unidentified person standing at your door earlier, right?" Jiang Tran replied succinctly, "Yes." Tro on Kwok ordered his subordinates, "Go, see who that person was." His subordinate nodded in response. Trio and Kwok looked suspicious. "It seems they have infiltrated around you. What do you plan to do next?" Sensing the looming danger, Pham Tran took the initiative to deal with the stranger, of course, eliminating the threat completely. Trewan Kwok burst out laughing at the quick and decisive solution. It was indeed the right choice at that moment. Perfect. Great minds think alike. Then, Tro and Kwok turned serious, clenching his fists to show a fierce attitude, as if he wanted to burn the unknown invader. "If we keep avoiding it, they'll think we're afraid of him. This time we must break his fangs." Right away, Trar and Kwok came up with a big idea and discussed it with him. Recently, the new version of the virtual reality nutrition chamber of the gods has gone into operation, so why not take a stroll around the city? Jang Tran realized this plan could help the current situation, like bothering the guards of Near Ni. Har Near Ni, fully aware of how dangerous the situation is, made it clear that she wouldn't wander around. Chair Ankwok assured him and reminded him before executing the plan. "Don't worry, leave it to us, and you should also get ready." Transitioning to the world of the gods, Ngok Kong Tu was standing with a lower deity and another disciple, when the lower deity overheard some good news and reported it. "Hey Ngok, from what we've gathered, there are several people with conflicts with Pham Tran, and they've made plans to confront him in real life." Ngok Kong Tu immediately put on a proud face, saying that if someone hasn't encountered him, they shouldn't be led to meet them. Ngok Kong Tu wanted to find allies, so he turned to inquire from the others, hearing that he had a grudge against Pham Tran and even knew his address in real life. After a surprising night with the person in front of him, he was unclear about how the conversation turned to his private matters. Ngok Kong Tu had a face that seemed eager to take down anyone who didn't play nice with him, especially Pham Tran's enemy. Unexpectedly encountering Liu, he thought about plotting after last night. His patience was already wearing thin. "If this guy wants us to team up, maybe we should let him scout first." He immediately shared the information he had with Ngok Kong Tu, saying Pham Tran lived in Ting Thine, but he was still figuring out the exact location. Ngok Kong Tu, secretly feeling smug, suddenly pushed out a strange new proposition with no clue where it came from, only saying 2 words, Tin Than. After last night, he suggested that they could collaborate. Ngok Kong Tu flipped his attitude 180 degrees. Feeling that the other party was underestimating his strength, he looked at them with half-closed eyes and made it clear that it was unnecessary. Ngok Kong Tu went overboard with his arrogance, so instead of dragging it out, he made a sharp remark to the other party but didn't forget to thank them for their effort. "Tin Than, my words will turn the tables. I will make Pham Tran kneel before me, begging for mercy." "Thanks, my brother. The arrogance is blocking my view here. I can only blame myself for wanting to chop this guy into pieces, but for a brighter future, I must endure this moment. Just let this brat go out and make the opening move. I have to clearly instruct the others to find an opportunity to fix Pham Tran." Transitioning to the shopping center, Pham Tran was casually strolling around when he noticed a crowd fascinated by the virtual reality game booth. The influence of the gods seems to be expanding. Suddenly, he found himself on a giant LED screen. Before he could process it, an announcement boomed throughout the center. Welcome, the great Than Anon, to the shopping center. The screen displayed his profile picture prominently, showcasing his achievements from then until now. Momentarily stunned, Than Anon felt quite anxious, seeing himself fully displayed on the screen. He worried that it wasn't organized by Trur and Kwok. Could it be that they had investigated this deeply? Suddenly, a girl with pink hair shouted while quickly running towards Than Anon, avoiding the crowds, and bumped directly into Than Anon, hitting his arm quite hard. Hey, girl, be careful. Before I could signal for help, from one surprise to another, a tall man chased right after, shouting to stop, to not move. He directly accused Than Anon, just as it had been set up. Wow, I can't believe you're a thief. That's the latest phone stolen from the mall. Because of this conflict, the surrounding people paid attention, and two men who stopped to watch recognized a familiar face as the suspect in the phone theft. Isn't that Than Anon? Turns out he's a thief in real life too, and the person next to him agreed. The rumors flew everywhere, even without solid evidence. Indeed, being good in the game doesn't represent having good character, nor does it show real capability. While strolling through the mall, I accidentally became a thief without realizing it. Than Anon thought to himself, what does the other side want? It turns out it was the girl from earlier. Now I remember she stuffed that phone into my pocket at that moment. Than Anon was extremely annoyed and directly told the man who accused him, I'm not a thief. You can check the cameras. The man didn't even listen to a word, and aggressively threatened Than Anon, insisting he confess. You still want to deny it? In front of everyone, they all saw the phone found in your pocket. You'd better stay put. We've already called the police. Just when things couldn't get any worse, the last person I wanted to see showed up. Than Anon coldly glared at that familiar enemy. It's all part of Ngark's meticulous plan to use tricks to harm Than Anon, satisfying his desires while dragging Than Anon reputation down to the bottom of society in front of many people. He now arrogantly appeared before Than Anon, saying, Oh my, let's see, isn't this the famous Than Anon? Turns out he's just a thief. Jang Tran looked at Ding Nok standing in front of him. Who are you? Who sent you? Ding Nok replied arrogantly. The mall you're standing in is owned by me. My full name is Ding Nok. You can call me Young Master Ngok. Ding Nok smiled friendly. Jang Tran, now you can kneel before me and be my dog, and I might give you a chance to be my underling, or you can sit in the police station. Jang Tran mocked. You got beaten like a dog in the game, and now you want to save face in real life? Jang Tran texted the Anquak market, saying there was a problem that needed his handling, thinking to himself, what bad luck. Can't catch the big fish, but I've caught a foolish rich kid instead. Anquak market replied, handling it now. Din Ngok continued to speak in an arrogant tone. Don't be so blind. Kneel down and be my dog right now. Jang Tran provoked. Looks like you're very confident in your power. Din Ngok smugly said, let me tell you, my father is the lord of this city. In this entire city, whatever my family says goes, the butler whispered behind him. Yes, I understand. He said, New, Ngok, your father's phone. Ding Ngok grumbled. Why is my dad calling me now? Give it here. The phone erupted with a storm of curses. You bastard. Who told you to go out and cause trouble? Do you know you've messed with the wrong person? Get down on your knees for this guy. Ding Ngok angrily shouted into the phone. Dad, it's just that gamer kid who's a bit good at games. You're making me kneel to him. He must be thrilled. Not done yet. His father hit him on the head from behind, making him fall over. Mr. Kwat, damn it, this idiot. People aren't happy you are. What's there to be happy about? Jang Tran feigned surprise. It seems your power isn't strong enough. Ding Nok was kneeling in front of him. You, Dad Ding Kwat yelled. What are you? Shut your mouth. Dad Ding laughed amicably. Little buddy, this fool doesn't understand and is causing you trouble. I've clarified the consequences, and there's absolutely no way you were stealing anything. It was this kid who sent someone to slander you. Hope you can be lenient. Jang Tran said seriously. If it's definitely slander, then let's follow the rules. Show the video evidence of him slandering me on the big screen at the mall continuously for a month to clear my name. As for him, let him kneel there for a month. Dad Ding nodded repeatedly. All right. Ding Jock gritted his teeth. Jang Tran, Than Anon, you leave the waiting hall to take that call. The plan is disrupted. If you act, those guys might not show up anymore. Anquak on the other end of the phone replied, then you go back for now. He continued, just got the news. The gods are about to synchronize into reality. I have important information to tell you. I've sent a car to pick you up. Your ride has my colleagues in it, but you still need to stay alert. Jang Tran was waiting in front of the mall while on the phone. The car arrived to pick him up. The car took Jang Tran to Villa number 1. As he stepped down and looked at the villa, it's Villa number 1 now. Probably the opponent won't attack anymore. Just as he was thinking, another car crashed into Jang Tran's car. He looked back while running. They're here. A few armed assassins were chasing him. Jang Tran was hiding behind a tree. Just as he was preparing, a gun was suddenly pointed at his head. Chua An-kwok fired a bullet from the gun in his hand, his gaze steady, brows furrowed. Just as Jang Tran reacted and crouched down, the bullet flew right into the head of the guy in glasses behind him. Seeing this, the blonde guy quickly shouted to his companions, "The plan has changed, let's go." And then he and his buddies ran toward the nearby parked car. At this moment, Jang Tran had stood up. He said to Chua An-kwok, "If you had been a moment late, you would have had to pick up my corpse." Chua An-kwok hurried to him. Both looked toward the corpse of the guy in glasses lying there. Chua An-kwok laughed while pointing to the sky, replying to him, "With me here, you're not going to meet your grandparents yet. If you die, how will I report back to the superiors?" Jang Tran sweated and asked, "What's going on?" Both of them were still looking at the corpse. Chua An-kwok slowly replied, "We have taken over the defense of this villa, number 1. We're currently hunting down the assassin who ambushed you. Don't worry, the ground beneath your feet is not for those Western scoundrels to meddle with." The corpse of the man with black glasses lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling out from behind his head. It seems the bullet had pierced right through the skull of this unfortunate guy. Jang Tran coldly ordered with his eyes closed, "Remember to leave 2 alive. It's best to find out the right person before getting rid of them. If we're going to eliminate a pest, we must root it out completely. After all, I don't want to be hunted down anymore." Over here, Chura An-kwok awkwardly raised his hand to his forehead, replying that he would do his best, but they would definitely ensure your safety. Immediately after, Chura An-kwok turned around, urging Jang Tran to go, "Let's head back to the villa and discuss further." A moment later, the two sat in chairs, and Jang Tran began to speak again. "So the other side has a very broad reach in hunting me down in the real world, and the Supernatural Safety Bureau has now taken over Villa number 1. He turned to look at Chura An-kwok and asked, "Is it all because of the synchronized battle of the gods?" Chura An-kwok's face darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Yes, this synchronized battle is also called a war among nations. The outcome will affect their international standing in the future." Over here, Jang Tran had a similar expression, coldly responding, "So all the countries are aware of the true situation of Chura Thun." Chura An-kwok's gaze grew heavier, his hands resting under his chin, his murderous look more pronounced and mysterious. "You must have guessed it, Chu Thun is a real world." A grand scene with a castle in the night sky appeared in his mind. Next, a massive stone appeared, surrounded by researchers. Chura An-kwok continued, "Long ago, scientists from various countries discovered a strange gigantic stone, which perhaps has the ability to connect with another world." A helmet-like object appeared in his mind. A year ago, just taking a piece of broken stone from that giant stone and attaching it to the helmet could transport a person to another world. His mind took Chura An-kwok to a huge skyscraper. He continued, "After discussions, the countries jointly established a parent company and released the game Chura Thun." After hearing this, Jang Tran thought to himself, although this secret was not spread in the past life, the attitude of the countries had already said it all. Chu Thun is a different world that is tacitly acknowledged to exist. Chura An-kwok returned to his original demeanor. "Surely you have felt the changes that Chu Thun has brought. For example, your current appearance, along with the agility of a skilled warrior." Jang Tran also admitted, "Yes. So what do you, or more accurately, what do your people need me to do?" Chura An-kwok's expression showed disdain, winning the Chu Thun battle, and then he said louder, "Bring it in here." A gaming pod was brought in and placed in front of the two. Chura An-kwok looked at it and introduced, "This is the latest gaming pod that hasn't been released in the market, supporting nutritional integration. Enough for you to survive for a week." He turned back to the gaming pod, and Chura An-kwok continued, "In the game, any request can reach me anytime." Hearing that, Jang Tran cheerfully replied, "All right," as a mechanical screen appeared, welcoming him back to the world of deities. Jang Tran thought that the game pod could maintain signs of life, allowing players to stay online for a week without going offline. So it had been available early on. His character walked forward, and he continued to think, no wonder in his previous life he could never catch up to those people. He glanced to the right, realizing it was time to visit the artifact shop to prepare for the upcoming battle. The mechanical board appeared, showing the artifact shop, and Jang Tran walked up to the trading counter. He thought to himself, previously after removing the healing light, The skill slot for defense had been used for Dark Light Divinity, and he approached the trading counter. The mechanical board displayed again, showing the primary teleportation stone for 100 gold, the intermediate teleportation stone for 200 gold, premium backpack, backpack expansion, super-grade divine stone expansion, and other items. At this moment, he sighed, thinking his luck slot was doing pretty well, just when the slots in his backpack were running low. The board displayed, receiving an intermediate teleportation stone times 20, receiving a premium backpack, and receiving a super-grade divine stone expansion. Jang Tran raised his hand to his chin in thought, using the premium backpack, which increased its capacity to 400 slots. Soon after, a mechanical status board appeared, roughly announcing that Jang Tran had expanded his backpack, receiving a 5-star secret art and a special skill. After reading it, he was astonished, thinking to himself that with this skill, he could deal an additional 2,220 bonus damage while also reducing all incoming damage by 1,100 points. Considering the current damage of the player, he would be nearly invincible for 30 minutes. Then he calmed down, thinking further that it seemed he needed to absorb more divinity. A message appeared from Vung Hiu, Pham Trun. There are a total of 5 guild missions. We've completed 4, and the last one worth 200 reputation points is a bit tough. Can you come here? At that moment, on the outskirts of the royal city, Dao Tiu curiously asked Vung Hiu beside her, "Can Pham Trun make it?" The message came through. Pham Trun replied, "I'll be there soon." And Vung Hiu turned to Dao Tiu to say, he said he would come right away. A moment later, the 4 of them gathered, including Dao Tiu, Vung Hiu, Than Anon, and Tio Silent Theo. At this point, they saw a group of people rushing toward them. Tio Silent Theo, with a fierce look, said, "To be honest, our 4's strength is enough to handle them. Let's just take them out." When the group faced the 4, the little guy in the back said to their leader, "Boss, there are only 4 of them. Even if they're stronger, we can take them." But the leader scoffed, "Not worth it. If we fight to a draw with them, how will the boss handle it?" The information board appeared, revealing that the monster they faced was a silver-level boss, a huge level 33 purple swamp frog. Its entire body was purple, and its eyes flickered with a red light. The leader continued with his previous thought, "Of course, we can't go all out against them." At this moment, Vung Hiu stopped Tio Silent Theo, saying, "Wait a bit," and Tio Silent Theo also accepted. "Okay, you're the boss. I'll listen to you." Vung Hiu calmly closed his eyes. "Our target this time is the boss. The guild needs fame. Killing these guys won't earn us any points. We have to find the right moment." Suddenly, a message from Pham Tran arrived. He sent a photo, saying he would be there in a minute. After receiving the message, Vung Hiu raised his hand to recall his weapon, saying, "The moment has come." Vung Hiu took his position, commanding everyone, "Let's go." Dao Tuyo recalled his brown soil golem, guiding it forward. Than Anon also shouted with enthusiasm, charging in quickly, and Tio Silent Theo reached back to grab his sword, yelling, "You little brats, I'm coming for you." Everyone was pumped up, but the boss still seemed unfazed, calmly telling his subordinates, "Guys, today we can't be nice." But just as he said that, a cold voice came from behind him. Not knowing when Vung Hiu had arrived, he briefly whispered in his ear, "It's too late." Vung Hiu used a move that made the boss surrender. Only then did he turn to look back, dismissively saying that the younger brother talked too much. The subordinate quickly shouted, "Boss, a white-haired guy is coming up from behind." He yelled, "The guild leader is dead. Everyone listen to me. Warriors, step up and stop the summon." The earlier subordinate, along with others, shouted in unison, taking their positions, ready for battle. The white-haired guy continued to command. Mages and priests attacked the warriors from afar. 2 others echoed back clearly, holding their staffs and preparing to cast spells. "Over here," Vung Hiu also shouted. "Than Anon, take cover from the ranged attacks. Protect him. I don't have much time." As he spoke, Vung Hiu moved swiftly to another spot to continue fighting. Upon hearing the order, Than Anon brandished her sword, shield in hand, shouting as she charged. Than Anon's eyes sparkled with a fighting spirit and a confident smile on her lips, saying, "Don't worry." The silver-haired guy hurriedly gave the order. Warriors change targets, focus on the knight. But it seemed a bit late. Tio Shailan Tio had already dashed in, knocking an enemy high into the air, saying there's no chance here. A loud noise rang out behind Tio Shailan Tio, startling him for a moment. Turns out Vung Hiu had dealt with 2 other enemies lurking, waiting for a chance to ambush. Seeing this, Tio Shailan Tio laughed and shouted, "Thanks, everyone." Than Anon mischievously replied, "How's it going?" Over here, the enemies were panicking. One of them shouted loudly, Open up, their assassin is too strong. We can't handle the boss. They shouldn't expect to get away unscathed. While shouting, he ran past another assassin. That guy shot an arrow, the tip of the arrow flying swiftly in the wind. Than Anon quickly yelled with a scared expression. Oh no. Dao Tuyo turned around, and seeing this, replied, Damn it, are they planning to stomp on us if they can't handle it? Vung Hiu had just dealt with 2 guys, but it was still too late. He thought to himself, Damn it, I'm still slow. At that moment, a bright red light emitted from the top of the purple toad. Vung Hiu felt a bit scared and started sweating, thinking that he had almost used up all his power. This was going to be troublesome. Hello everyone. Pham Tran appeared in the sky with wide black wings, holding a sword that emitted a blue light. Vung Hiu barely had time to recognize him and exclaimed Pham. The little demon Dao laughed and teased. Pham Tran, you're late. Pham Tran was smiling but had a serious glint in his eyes, apologizing. Come on, let's take down the boss, and from his tone, it seemed the purple toad was in for a tough time. Indeed, a huge explosion rang out as Pham Tran made his move. The announcement board also displayed a message. Guild mission, eliminate the giant purple toad. Completed. Pham Tran turned around to speak to everyone. Everyone, you've worked hard. The guild's reputation is enough to set up a teleportation array. I'll head back to town first. You all decide what to do next. A larger announcement appeared on the World Channel. Attention players, the world of the gods is about to merge. In 3 days, there will be a server merge battle, and all players in the Royal City will represent their server in the fight. The winning server will become the World Server Center. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone was shocked and speechless. Vung Hiu muttered the announcement. Server merge battle? What's that about? Pham Tran responded with a puzzled look. Maybe it can be called a world battle. And the new world is about to begin. Pham Tran explained that the server merge battle is divided into regional qualifiers and a world showdown. Major regional servers will have internal battles to select elite members for the world showdown. The server from the region with the last one standing will become the World Server Center. The confused player asked, What benefits are there in becoming the World Server Center? Pham Tran patiently explained. You can think of major regional servers as multiple parallel worlds. Merging servers means these worlds will unite as one, and the chosen world center will retain its history. For example, if your server becomes the center, your memories and relationships with NPCs will remain intact. Otherwise, you'll have to rebuild those relationships from scratch. The little demon Dao understood, so if we lose, it's like losing everything? Good thing you're on our side, or this would be a real headache. Pham Tran warned, the server merge battle is no joke. You'll see when the time comes. Pham Tran spoke while conjuring a magic circle. I'm going back to the guild to set up the teleportation. In 3 days, that battle starts. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Otherwise, you might not make it through the qualifiers. Upon returning to the royal city of heaven, soldiers were already there to deliver news. Lord Pham Tran, the monarch requests your presence. Pham Tran is suspicious. Why is he looking for me now? Upon arrival, he asks, Your Majesty, Lord Theandar, is there something you need from me? Theandar calmly replies, Pham Tran, have you forgotten something? I asked you to investigate the power of the ancient substance, and it seems you haven't given me an answer yet. Pham Tran immediately explains, the task is complete. I just haven't had the chance to tell you. Theandar seems to lose interest in that matter. It's no longer needed. The deadline has passed, and we have received new information. In the church, a high-ranking cardinal has fallen, and regardless of the power of the ancient substance, it no longer affects the overall situation. Pham Tran is somewhat surprised. What are your plans? Theandar, with a serious expression, outlines a strategy. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it to suppress the church. Pham Tran thinks to himself, in the fierce battle between the church and the palace, I could take advantage of the chaos and secure a few benefits. If I turn against the church, it would be disadvantageous for me. He reluctantly says, I'm afraid I can't participate in this matter. Konu Than disagrees, saying, if you, Pham Tran, have enjoyed the benefits, then you should also contribute to this plan. He remains unconcerned and sticks to his original intention. If that's the case, I respectfully ask the Lord to take back the benefits. I don't need to pay a price for something like that. Konu Than's face darkens with anger as she threatens, Pham Tran, do you really think I wouldn't dare to take action against you? Pham Tran shows no fear and boldly states, I'm just speaking the truth. Your Majesty has indeed opened my eyes. If the palace intends to use force to coerce me, I'd rather return to the church and face their judgment. But if you plan to use violence to keep me here, it won't be that easy. Despite appearing strong and defiant, He secretly considers that if things really go south, he could just submit entirely to the church. The palace wouldn't dare to truly turn against him. Than, sensing the tense situation between the two, tries to mediate. Than Tran, we don't have any ill intentions. We just want to ask for your help with something. We won't force you to become a pawn of the church. Do you know the church's purpose in the slave trade? Suddenly, a system notification appears. You have activated a special mission. Interrogation at the palace. Lord Ko Nu Than and Lord Than want to know the purpose of the church's slave plan. Than Tran, seeing this, obviously doesn't want to discuss it. Why should I tell you? Ko Nu Than, losing her composure, shouts. Than Tran, unchecked greed will not lead to a good ending. He quickly retorts, the one with unchecked greed is you. I'm not part of the palace. If you want me to do something, you need to come with the right attitude. Ko Nu Than, at a loss for words, grinds her teeth and says, if you don't agree, then I won't bother you anymore. If you want that trash benefit back, go ahead. Than Tran doesn't want to argue further, turning to leave. Than continues to try to ease the tension. Than Tran, the palace won't let you suffer any losses. The system sends another notification. Special mission updated. Mission reward. Platinum level Beast King armor, suitable for level 40 warriors and knights. Than Tran dismissed his words. The Lord of Tianya, can you represent the monarch to make a decision? Ko Nu Than firmly stated. The promise of the Lord of Tianya is my promise. Now it's your turn. Than Tran lowered his voice. Now he's giving his answer. The trade in slaves is for the Tianju plan. They want to create Tianju using artificial means. They have an abandoned holy altar underground, right beneath the Wannan village on the outskirts. I've already told you all this information. Remember to bring the stuff to me later, he said, turning his back and leaving immediately. Ko Nu Than watched, feeling annoyed but powerless. This Than Tran is too arrogant. Tianjia reminded her, Monarch, the most important thing now is still to pressure the holy altar, demanding they transfer power back. Although Ko Nu Than felt uncomfortable, she still weighed the pros and cons, turning her back to open a magic circle with her right hand. He's right. Contact the captain of the palace guards, and immediately lead people to the Wannan village. We must find a way to detain him. After leaving, Than Tran kept thinking, indeed, when something happens, it all comes at once. The palace wants to start a war with the holy altar, and there's also the merger of the main server. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. The battle for the merger of the main server is about to begin. The owner of the previous remark was the merchant wizard, La Dao. I have selected players based on the ranking from the trial tower and the recognition level of the players. A business secretary beside him was also very welcoming, greeting everyone to place their bets. Their ranking group in the battle for the merger of the main server, the gameplay and odds are extremely diverse. Everyone can trust my advice, or check the website after going offline. Than Tran watched from a distance, quietly assessing before the battle for the merger of the main server. Many powerful figures started to appear, La Dao's business. Before the merger, he was just an unknown second-hand dealer. After this battle, he would directly enter the rich rankings in reality. Not caring about irrelevant matters, Than Tran focused on his main task. I want to create a small guild teleportation array and a primary guild location compass, totaling nearly 350 guild reputation points. The system then announced, with 350 guild points, you receive a primary guild teleportation array. You receive a primary guild location compass. Receiving items as desired, Than Tran immediately returned to the guild headquarters. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he returned to the headquarters. Upon arrival, the system analyzed. The primary guild teleportation array, placed inside the headquarters, can teleport back and forth to the nearest smart city. Each person spends 1 energy point per trip, and can use magic energy stones to replenish energy. 1 magic energy equals 1,000 energy points. The current teleportation smart city, the imperial city of Tianjiang, initial energy, 10 views. The teleportation map also gradually appeared as announced. The primary guild location compass, placed inside the headquarters, checks the detailed location of all subjects within 500 meters around the headquarters. Suddenly a sound echoed in the teleportation. Than Tran felt puzzled. Something was approaching. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the sky, and the crowd gasped in amazement. There was the legendary dragon, soaring above the treetops, with a strong man named Ban Thak standing on its back. The man looked down at the people below with a mocking expression. Dai Thon Quan, aren't you coming out to accept your death? How long will you hide like a turtle? Dai Thon Quan below seemed unfazed by the childish taunts and replied, Who do you think you are? Ban Thach clenched his fists in anger and said fiercely, You killed my 3 senior brothers. Today, I'm here to take your head. Than Quan squinted, remembering something, and asked, Are you a disciple of the Great One? As if waiting for this moment, Ban Thak proudly introduced himself. Yes, I am Ban Thak, the fourth disciple of the great master of the beast tribe. Do you dare to fight me? Than Quan, undeterred by the provocation, even seemed to playfully float up, preparing to stretch his muscles. Your 3 senior brothers were easily defeated by me. Looks like you're eager to join them. Ban Thach angrily stomped on the ground and shouted, Die! A blast of power erupted from the dragon's mouth, shooting straight at Than Quan, but he easily redirected the attack. Then he lightly closed 2 fingers, creating a downward gesture, but an invisible force struck the dragon's neck hard, causing it pain. Immediately, it lost control. The legendary dragon fell straight to the ground in defeat. The onlookers were astonished, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The dragon fell down, and Banthak was so furious he couldn't even speak. You, Than Quan maintained a mocking expression and said, You're making me sick with your words. With a snap of my fingers, goodbye. That's 1 less disciple. The magical attacks tore through the air towards Banthach. Despite his reluctance, he had to admit, Than Quan, you're no joke. My master was right. I shouldn't have come looking for you. But, he said with a smug smile, Great beast god, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Please grant me the power to reshape the world. A purple light appeared behind him and began to expand. Banthach shouted, Tear everything apart. The crowd grew worried as they saw him unleash his power. Hey big bro, this is my guild's territory. Can we change the location for this madness? Than Quan calmly reassured him. Don't worry, kid. Then snapped his fingers, creating a vortex of energy in his hand. A cloud of dust filled the air as Banthach was violently thrown down. His body crashed into the tree with a loud, dull thud. Despite his injuries, he struggled on, saying, Than Quan, I underestimated you. But even if you're strong, what does it matter? Isn't your woman still stuck washing my master's feet? Hearing the mention of his beloved, Than Quan's expression changed, and he asked sharply, What did you say? She's already lost her tongue. The stone table laughed wildly. Who said she was dead? She's serving my master in the barbarian city over there. Unable to hear the pitiful words, Than Quan swung his hand down disdainfully, making a ruckus. He then turned to Pham Tren, his face calculating. Have you seen enough? Do you want to learn? Help me with something, and I'll teach you a few things. Come with me to the barbarian city and help me save someone. Pham Tren was silent and didn't answer. At that moment, the system announced, You have activated a special protection mission requested by Than Quan. Will you accept? Pham Tren asked Than Quan. I heard the barbarian city is very far. I need to return within 3 days. Than Quan squinted and replied, I just sealed the ancient dragon's silver wings. With that, 3 days is more than enough. Hearing this, Pham Tren agreed. All right then, we can't delay. Let's go. Thangang and Dao Tio stepped out of the teleportation array. Thangang asked, Are you Pham Tren, getting ready to leave? Pham Tren saw them and asked back, Than Anon, Tio, why are you 2 here? Than Anon cheerfully replied, The previous hidden profession mission failed, but there's one more chance. I'm preparing to level up and try again. Tio is my partner who's come to help. Pham Tren suggested, With only 3 days left until the server merge battle, you 2 just reached level 30. How about I take you both to level up these next couple of days? Than Anon and Tio were visibly excited. Really? That's great. Then we'll rely on you, great god. Than Quan stood on the back of the ancient dragon's silver wings, teasing, Kid, not bad, bringing along 2 beautiful companions. You're starting to have a bit of that swagger from back then. Pham Tren quickly defended himself. They're just teammates, just teammates. Saying this, all 4 jumped on the dragon's back. Than Quan laughed, teasingly trusting his words. Teammates, huh? Let's go. The ancient dragon's silver wings flew swiftly, approaching the frozen abyss. The sight in the sky quickly caught the attention of a girl. The girl shouted to stop them. Frozen abyss. All beings are forbidden to enter. I advise you to stop. The system introduced. Snow Clan of the Frozen Abyss. Pham Tren informed everyone that the Snow Clan in the Frozen Abyss had always been very arrogant. Than Quan replied nonchalantly, It's fine. The Snow Clan girl, impatient, said, If you refuse to heed my advice, don't blame me for being ruthless. She immediately cast her ice magic, attacking Pham Tren and his group. Than Quan raised his hand against the ice shards, smiling with narrowed eyes. For a kid, your skills are impressive, and your temper is unmatched. The Snow Clan girl, a bit offended, retorted, What? Blocked? Snow Clan members, obey my command. Suddenly, an old man appeared to intervene. Snow Clan, let him go. She respectfully performed a bow. Greetings, Great Elder. The system quickly announced. Great Elder of the Snow Clan, Bung Her. Than Quan was quite surprised to see him. Bung Her, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Years ago, the Snow Clan allied with the Vegeta human tribe. Tidon died saving you, exchanging her life for your pardon. Bung Her feels a bit regretful. Twitang's situation is truly unfortunate. Pham Trun beside him asked, what happened? Than Quan began to recount the past. Tuyet An was my beloved. The Ice and Snow Clan wanted to take her for a marriage alliance. And that's how everything ended up like this. He turned back and commanded, let's go. Tuyet An died because of the Ice and Snow Clan. Now that the danger to them has been resolved, I should go apologize to her. Saying that, the old dragon flew away, while Bung Her was also forced to ride the crane back to the celestial realm, and Tuyet Dung, panicking, cried out, the Great Elder. Pham Trun looked back at the situation and felt puzzled. Bung Her's strength was not weak. He could still kill the old man from a distance, so how strong must Than Marn be to make him lose to him? Than Quan, as if reminded of a painful memory, coldly replied, Than can single-handedly seal the demon god Hualak, and even use it as nourishment, continuously absorbing the power of the demon god for his own use. Pham Trun instinctively exclaimed in shock, no way. At this moment, the old dragon had brought everyone to the man tribe city. Pham Trun asked Than Quan, are you confident? Than Quan firmly replied, even if I'm not confident, I still have to go. At the foot of the city, a girl was standing, and a man's voice rang out, Than Quan, I've gotten tired of your woman, I'm returning her to you. That girl was Hongleer. She looked up at Than Quan with worry. Than Quan, stop here. Don't go after Than anymore. Than Quan lifted her onto the dragon's back, joyfully embracing her. Leer Ni, you're alive, thank goodness. Then he said to Pham Trun, Pham Trun, you guys take Leer Ni away first. I'll go settle scores with Than. Hongleer disagreed and wanted to dissuade him. Than Quan, she said with great concern, listen to me, just stop here, okay? Before she could finish her sentence, Than Quan angrily jumped down from the dragon, shouting, Than, get out here quickly, or I will destroy your entire man tribe city. Hongleer turned to plead with Pham Trun. We can't let Than Quan fight Than. Than has absorbed demon god power. He's nearly immortal. And even if Than Quan is stronger, the final result will only be mutual destruction. I beg you, please stop him. Pham Trun wondered. If that's the case, why would Than return her? Hongleer explained, because he fears Than Quan would risk everything to take him down with her. Pham Trun looked at Than Anon behind him and assigned, Than Anon, you two take her away first. I'll go check the situation. She nodded. Okay, but you must be careful. After saying that, Pham Trun used his wings to fly down. Than Quan unleashed his magic, furiously slaughtering Than's subordinates. Than, the longer you hide, the more soldiers of the man tribe in the city will die. How long do you plan to keep hiding? The man king Than appeared, walking in the air with a disdainful tone. Than Quan, you invaded my man tribe city and harmed my people. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Than Quan immediately attacked him with fierce winds. If you've shown yourself, then prepare to die. Than managed to block the last attack. It seems the defeat from that year hasn't affected your state of mind, Than Quan. Your strength has increased. Pham Trun appeared from behind, launching a surprise attack from above. But he just laughed disdainfully. Than Quan, it's fine to find an ally, but did you really have to find such a coward to face me? Pham Trun cursed inwardly. Damn it, he couldn't inflict any damage at all. But on the outside, he smiled awkwardly. Big bro, please calm down. I didn't mean to. Than Quan stopped him and pushed him away. Than, your opponent is me. He has nothing to do with this. You should leave. This is not your fight. Than stubbornly clung to his pride. I'm very interested in catching mice. Where are my disciples? Go kill that coward for me. The subordinates excitedly shouted. Understood. System notification. You have initiated a transaction with Than Quan. Pham Trun quickly took off at full speed. After using the resurrection skill, I can come back to life within an hour after dying. I should leave now. The subordinates followed him with rocket-like speed. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this time it's gone too far. The subordinates quickly used their magic, launching a rapid attack to kill him. Their spells swirled like electric whirlpools heading towards Pham Trun. Pham Trun turned to look at them seriously. The electric whirlpool was already striking at his head. He immediately activated his cloaking space to evade the deadly blow. Seeing him vanish, they weren't panicked, quickly spreading out to search. That ant can't run too far. Two of them split up to chase him. I'll head to the city gate, the other two replied. There, Pham Tran had now hidden in a corner, observing their actions. The most dangerous place is the safest compared to risking his life with them. He decided to enter the Demon King's hall. He had a plan in mind. The most dangerous place is the safest. Than and the three big guardians are outside. Also, because of Than Quan, the guards here might be the weakest. He looked around, guessing this must be Than's lair. He heard a noise and immediately raised his guard. Turning around, he saw a girl and asked, "Who are you?" She said in fear, "My name is Anna, a human captured by Than. Are you the great adventurer?" Pham Tran silently laughed, a prisoner of Than living so comfortably. Does she think I'm a fool? Thinking this, he still acted casual and said, "Yes, is there something you need help with?" She fearfully pleaded for help. "My sister is trapped in the demon suppression tower, please save her." Saying that, she nervously placed her hand on her chest. "As long as you save my sister, I will do anything you want." Then she stepped closer to Pham Tran as if intentionally revealing her fruit basket. "You will help me, right?" He avoided her gaze and asked, "Where is the demon suppression tower?" Anna smiled brightly. "I'll take you there right away." She led Pham Tran to the familiar demon suppression tower and said, "She's inside, now I'll take you in." She wore a sly smile. "My sister is just inside, please follow." Pham Tran remained silent and quietly followed behind. She led him to a giant red crystal hanging in the air. He asked with an expressionless face, "Is your sister locked up in a place like this?" Anna smiled wickedly, using her seductive charm. "See that sealed crystal? If I break it, I can save my sister." The system announced, "You must control your mind. Pull the lever for 30 seconds. When he heard the command from Anna, he was controlled, walking towards the crystal, responding, "Okay," she mocked with delight. "What a reckless adventurer. Aren't you just obediently following my orders?" Just then, Pham Tran punched her in the face. Using the holy light to break the seductive spell, he turned to Anna and asked, "Is that so?" Anna, her eyes wide, didn't understand. "You escaped my control. Given this situation, do you really think you can still run away?" She stood before the crystal praying, "Great Lord of the Demon God, please grant strength to your most loyal follower." Immediately, a dark shadow appeared. It was the avatar of the demon god Hoalak. A wave of black smoke enveloped Anna from the avatar. Pham Tran drew his sword and said, "She is a follower of the demon god Hoalak." He then set up a formation beneath his feet, the little light heavenly opening formation. But Anna still stood still, seemingly absorbing more power. Pham Tran contemplated. The demon god's power continuously supplied nutrients to her. I can't let Anna absorb that power, so what can I do? He pointed his sword at the avatar of the demon god Hoalak. Anna was mumbling, offering her life. This situation forced him to make a quick decision, to deal with it from the root. He slashed straight into the black smoke. Anna screamed. "Stop, hold on." Pham Tran turned to see Anna angrily flying towards him and concluded, "It seems this avatar has no consciousness. It cannot move, nor can it recover. It can only provide power, otherwise she wouldn't be so agitated." Pham Tran aimed his sword at Anna. She used her magic as a shield. At this moment, on the side of Than, he was boasting, "Dear Than Quan, you can't defeat me. Just enter the demon suppression tower. I will have endless power provided by the demon god, while you can only exhaust your own life." After saying that, he immediately ran towards the demon suppression tower. Dear Than Quan chased after him, unleashing a gust of wind with his blade. "Then let's see if you can enter the seal." Than created a magical shield outside, confidently declaring, "You can't stop me." Anna heard this and immediately looked up joyfully. Than is coming. She flew towards him, leaving the battle with Pham Tran behind. Pham Tran smirked. The follower is running away. Does Than still need to come here to absorb power? Interesting. Than arrived at the demon suppression tower, speaking with great pride. "Than Quant. I told you, you can't stop me." He laughed as if victory was in his grasp. "Demon god Hualak, quickly command your avatar to offer all its power for me to absorb. I can release you." Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled to see Pham Tran in front of him waving goodbye, shouting. He was as angry as a pufferfish. "Why was he the biggest mouse in your house? Where's the avatar of the demon?" Pham Tran calmly replied, "Sorry, I just dealt with him." He was extremely furious and pulled out his weapon, a double-headed axe, saying he would kill your filthy rat. Than Quan rushed to block Pham Tran's path, saying, "No, your opponent is me." Pham Tran told Than Quan, I destroyed the avatar of the demon. Than can't absorb the demon's power. You go for a quick win. Than Quan shouted, let's fight again. And Than smirked wickedly. Than Quan performed a spell, then revealed his weapon. My old friend, it seems it's time for you to step in. Suddenly everything shook, rocks fell in chaos, and fire began to blaze. Tran was thrilled, his brows furrowed with worry. The demon tower has collapsed, he mumbled. Than Quan won't let me worry. He stepped forward slowly. I'm fine. Just let Than run away. Tran still didn't understand what was happening. Than Quan calmly explained, Than won't receive the demon's power anymore. With my strike, it's like the light is about to go out. Saying that, he turned toward the direction Than had fled. But when the demon tower collapsed, he ran away. Let's go. Follow me to find him. Before he could finish speaking, everything shook violently. Beneath their feet appeared a complex array of runes. In the sky, a massive energy gathered. This is the consciousness of Hoalak. Unexpectedly, my consciousness has returned. Tran also realized the seal had shattered. Hoalak's consciousness was invading. Than Quan beside him was worried, with one thought, a snap of the fingers could send it back. Hearing Than Quan's contemptuous words, the consciousness was furious at the insult. Humans are foolish, daring to disrespect the gods. I will crush your flesh and imprison your soul. Anna flew in from the front, the great demon god. That one is very strong, a loyal believer of yours, willing to offer flesh and blood. The consciousness of Hoalak laughed loudly in delight, with a beautiful body. Wait for me to recover, the next to die will be you. They were smug and self-satisfied. Than Quan snapped his fingers, and everything vanished without a trace. He was annoyed by the hassle. Deafened, let's go, chase after Than. And Tran followed behind, unable to say a word. Suddenly he heard Than Anon calling, Brother Tran, Than has tracked down Hong Lear. After hearing this, he immediately told Than Quan. Than Quan, Hong Lear is in trouble. Hearing this, he also became anxious. Lead me there. The two flew back to where Than Anon and the others were. Tran shouted, Little demon, what happened? Than Anon hurriedly said, Quick, we need to save Hong Lear. The little demon explained, Great God. Than killed the old dragon and captured Hong Lear. He hurriedly asked, Where is he? Than approached, dragging Hong Lear, who was unconscious, and gritted his teeth. It's that filthy rat again. Than Quan coldly commanded, Let Hong Lear go. Than laughed triumphantly. If it weren't for that little rat, I could have killed you today. Now I'm about to die, and your woman shouldn't hope to survive. Not necessarily, Tran said seriously. Unleashing his power, the symbol of the face was missing, and his gaze turned cold. In a flash, he flew in to snatch Hong Lu from Than's grasp, catching him off guard. He never expected this to happen. As he opened his mouth to say something, pain struck him. His heart had been pierced at some point. He writhed in pain, unable to speak. Than Quan calmly said, Than, I've accepted your dog's life. The more he spoke, the darker his face became. Moreover, the barbarian tribe doesn't need to exist anymore. Holding Than accountable, Tran used holy light to punish and heal Hong Lu. Even so, it still couldn't help her wake up right away. Tran felt regretful. It seemed my healing was ineffective on Hong Lu. Than Quan didn't blame him. It's okay, as long as you can keep Luni alive, that's good. But I need to stay by Luni's side to care for her injuries. For now, I can't teach you. You all want to level up, right? Saying that, he entrusted Hong Lu to Tu Yu and Than Anon, so those two girls could protect Luni. I'll lead you to the front to level up. Upon reaching the barbarian tribe, Than's subordinates fell one by one. Than Quan quickly dealt with the soldiers alone, but they still charged forward fearlessly, brothers rushing in to kill him. Than Quan sighed lightly, snapping his fingers. Than is dead, and you still want to resist? Then today, the barbarian tribe will be slaughtered. A cold blue light shone on the astonished and frightened faces of the soldiers. Than Quan unleashed his final move. Explosions erupted, erasing the barbarian tribe, turning them into a new ruin. The three of them, Tran, stood frozen in shock. Did we still have a long way to go? Than Anon nodded in agreement, and the system notified them. Level up, level 3 to 6. Your basic attribute points increase by 1, and you receive 4 free attribute points. Tran was shocked and sweating. He asked the two, Than Anon, have you leveled up yet? Than Anon and Tu Yu stood frozen, then replied in sync, leveling up 4 levels in total. Tran felt somewhat relieved. That's good. Then this qualifying round won't be a problem anymore. Don't let the immediate situation affect your confidence. We will be strong like this in the future. He turned to Than Quan and asked, Now that the barbarian tribe has been wiped out, what are your plans? He already had his own goal in mind, to care for Lu Ni until she recovered, then return to Loc Tien Kok to cultivate. After they left, Pham Tran stood alone, pondering. Taking advantage of the moment before the battle began, he went to see if Dai Ni could eat the divine statue. He flew to another dimension. The purple ring appeared before him, announcing that he had received the divine mandate from Dai Ni. Looking at the ring, Pham Tran thought something was off. The divine mandate was here, but Dai Ni was nowhere to be seen. Pham Tran made a guess. Dai Ni and the statue both disappeared, leaving only two possibilities. One is that for some unknown reason, the death god Yu Min Jiang Lam controlled both the statue and Dai Ni. The second is that Dai Ni managed to control the statue and left on her own. He considered the situation. Dai Ni's life force was still here, so the chance of her leaving voluntarily was low, hoping it was due to some uncontrollable circumstance. He opened a magic circle and had to return to the heart of the mountain of regret. It seemed he had lost a significant advantage in this qualifying round. Just as he was about to rest, the system notified him that he had been teleported to the heavenly capital, leaving him stunned. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He asked who it was, and it turned out to be Truong and Kwok. The two sat down on the sofa, and Jang Tran proactively asked what was going on this time. Truong and Kwok wasted no time and got straight to the point. Tomorrow, the battle for that territory would officially begin. The Hoa Ha server had 200 million participants. The top 1,000 players would advance to the finals. Jang Tran already knew that. He questioned. And then? Truong and Kwok presented a dossier that looked like a resume. The first one from the Korean server had the ID of Sunlight Descendant, a mage who single-handedly wiped out an entire guild. He was the top player on the Korean server. Truong and Kwok explained that, based on estimates, his power was on par with Jang Tran's, but his survival skills were slightly lacking. The next was Miyamoto Joji, the #1 player from the Japanese server, previously a warrior. Currently unclear, it was said that anyone who had seen him in action had died. Finally, there was Grammar, currently known as the strongest knight on the Hoa Ha server. No player with the same profession could compete with him. Truong and Kwok concluded that these people would be the opponents he would face until the end. Pham Tran recognized all three of them, thinking to himself that in his previous life, they had all left a strong impression on the divine ladder. Their strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He replied, "I will take this seriously." Truong. An Kwok felt somewhat reassured, saying that was good. "Ah, the teleportation location for the qualifiers is random. It's best for you to find some teammates, like that powerful assassin from before. Do you know him?" Pham Tran felt a bit dazed and pointed at himself. "I'm that assassin." Truong An Kwok was at a loss for words, only able to cheer him on. "You can do it." The next day, the time for the battle was drawing near. All the players below looked up at the countdown board, which showed only 19 seconds left until the qualifiers began. All players in the heavenly capital would be randomly teleported to the ancient battlefield. Please prepare yourselves. Pham Tran messaged his teammates, saying that once they entered, everyone should prioritize staying alive, then focus on ranking up. After that, they would slowly gather in the center. The guild chat would always be open, and if there were any special situations, report immediately. The little demon quickly replied, "Yes," and Than Anon cheered. "Everyone, let's do our best." Tiaza Lanhu was already mentally prepared, saying they would meet again on the battlefield. The photographer didn't know what to say, only responding, "Got it." The community was excited, catching up. "Hello everyone, it's been a while. The ancient battlefield is here." The system officially announced, "Attention all players, the qualifying round is about to begin. All players in the royal city will be randomly teleported to the ancient battlefield. Please be ready." With just 1 second left, Pham Tran was eager. The final battle was about to start. Pham Tran stepped onto the edge of the game desert. The system immediately announced, "You have been teleported to the ancient battlefield. ID Pham Tran, score 0. Rank 2,703,251. All players with a score of 0 are considered last. The qualifying round lasts 3 days." He sat down, searching for something under the sand. The system began to explain the scoring rules. Obtaining ancient black pearls, each worth 1 score point. When the qualifying round ends, the top 1,000,001 players with the highest scores will enter the finals. Pham Tran observed the black pearls he just found in the sand and thought to himself, just like in his past life, black pearls were scattered all over the ground. His face gradually became focused, looking like a game collector. But in reality, the system continued to announce, Reminder 1. Black pearls cannot be traded. Upon death, you will lose half. Players who die cannot revive. Reminder 2. As night falls, the curse power in the wilderness will activate, reducing 5 vitality points every 5 seconds. Cannot be restored. Go to a base for protection. After hearing the rules, Jang Tran chuckled. The last 2 lines were the real game rules. When night falls, players become each other's prey. He carefully examined the system map of the bases in front of him. After some study, he decided there were a total of 99 bases, with base number 88 being the closest to him. Jang Tran slowly walked, thinking to himself, I'll reach the base first. Wait for my prey to come right to me. I have a high revenge score on this server. Surely they won't come for me to kill me, right? Oh wait, the live stream on each server must have started by now. On the live stream screen of Jang Tran, he appeared standing on the edge of the game desert. Next to him was a strange girl in a blue and white outfit. The comments from people in his live stream noted, Tran's stream is being featured on the big screen by the production company. As expected from Tran, the master. Doesn't he know the rules? With all these black pearls around, just walking like that, he's already encountered someone. The girl who approached was Pastor Lily, shyly asking, Master Jang Tran. He turned back, looking nonchalantly and asking, So what? Lily quickly introduced herself. Hello, sir. I'm a priest, top 5 on the training tower ranking. She hesitantly suggested, I know you're a skilled attacker, and my healing abilities are decent. Can I team up with you? I promise I won't hold you back. Jang Tran looked at her, a bit conflicted. The blessing of the god of love still lacked the closeness of a true teammate. If he had to choose, it would be this girl. With that thought, he agreed to team up, but added, I might not be able to protect you here. Just as he finished speaking, a notification from the system announced, You have joined the team of player Jang Tran. Lily blushed with joy. Yes, Tran, I can protect myself. Oh, and I have a speed buff, do you need it? Hearing her polite tone, he smiled and said, Just talk normally, no need for formalities. As long as you're not afraid of using it, that's fine. Lily quickly activated her buff skill, a swirling vortex spinning on her finger. Wind Blessing, the system immediately announced. Wind Blessing movement plus 50, lasting for half an hour. His challenge progress in this map was being live-streamed, with constant commentary. Heroes struggle to pass the Beauty's Gate. Is the #1 player in the server about to fall? It's been over 10 minutes, and Jang Tran's score is still 1. I can't believe he'll fail. Don't you see he's almost at the nearest stronghold? Meanwhile, the two chatted happily as they walked, with Lily grinning mischievously. My class is High Priest, he cheerfully praised. Looks like I've found a treasure. Before long, the two had moved to stronghold number 88. Following Jang Tran, she asked, Tran, it's still early. Why are we going to the stronghold? He replied, half jokingly, I'm waiting for a rabbit. Lily was surprised and repeated, Waiting for a rabbit? Jang Tran seriously explained. The players coming to stronghold number 88 are the rabbits I'm waiting for. At that moment, Lily understood and felt a bit anxious. He was planning to hunt players. No wonder he hadn't paid any attention to the black turtles by the road earlier. Outside the livestream room, viewers started to understand why he was so impressive. Wow, it really is the moves of a master. This time, the stronghold turned into a graveyard. Who would have guessed? But I have a question. There are a total of 99 strongholds on the map. Is Tran planning to kill everyone at one stronghold? Their curiosity mirrored Lily's at that moment. There would definitely be many players in the evening. Was he really planning to kill them all? Jang Tran didn't elaborate but said cryptically, You'll see when the time comes. He thought to himself, after all, the purpose of this qualifier isn't for players to roam around picking up black turtles. Then Jang Tran sat down and said, Let's take a break. Lily obediently replied, Yes. As dusk fell, a female assassin appeared outside the stronghold Tum, the assassin. She thought to herself, This is stronghold 88 amperes. I need to scout the terrain first. It'll make it easier to fish in troubled waters. Tum slowly stepped in to scout the stronghold, and outside the livestream room, discussions began again. Damn. It seems there's an assassin outside. I know her. She's in the top 10 of the assassin training tower rankings. She usually takes players down in one shot if they have weak defenses. As soon as the female assassin entered, she spotted Jang Tran and Lily resting. She thought, There are people here. Jang Tran kept his eyes closed, showing no signs of movement. His image projected in the livestream room made everyone anxious. Damn. Jang Tran won't capsize, right? No way. No way. How can it be so thrilling? Even the girl sitting next to him showed no reaction, which made them more worried. This girl is just resting. We're all toast. Damn, she's discovered them. The female assassin was a bit surprised and couldn't help but wonder. Who knew Pham Tran was at the top of the leaderboard? And who is this girl? She must be a knight or a healer accompanying him. Forget it, no time to think. Just kill him. Even if I can't make it to the finals this time, it'll still be worth it. Like a flash, she drew her sword and charged at the still Pham Tran. But unexpectedly, it was just an illusion he created, and her sword struck nothing but air. Angry, Thick Tom thought, where is the real Pham Tran? Just as she was searching frantically, he appeared right beside her with a delighted smile and a bright sword in hand. With a swift stroke, he ended her like a feather. The system announced that the player Thick Tom was dead, and you received 145 black pearls. Pham Tran silently assessed the situation. It wasn't too bad. Who would have thought someone would deliver right to his door? The livestream room was buzzing after witnessing this scene. I'm on my knees. He is indeed the strongest pastor. Pham Tran is different. Even a beautiful girl like that fell to him. I'm starting to look forward to the evening at Outpost 88. Lily, having just secured the first achievement, couldn't help but laugh joyfully. I'm number 1 in the qualifiers. Pham Tran turned to leave, thinking it was boring to wait like this. Let's take a stroll and see. The reporters in the livestream room were still very lively. This qualifying round would last 3 days, and the system would provide supernatural food. Hey, if we have to stay in the game for 3 days, even with nutritional supplements, we won't make it. The system just displayed a notification. Random supernatural food enhances the feeling of fullness, limited to the ancient battlefield, price 10 black pearls. Pham Tran was selecting supernatural food while assessing 10 black pearls for random food? Truly a scam. As he clicked to select, a delicious chicken leg appeared along with a notification. You wasted 10 black pearls to receive a delicious roasted chicken leg. Pham Tran bit into the chicken leg in his hand. The system announced that he had used the roasted chicken leg. He was eating and resting, feeling full, now just waiting for the delivery to arrive. It was getting quite dark at the moment, but outside remained quiet. Pham Tran crossed his arms, slightly worried. Is no one planning to come to the rest point today? Lulai rushed in from outside to report. It seems someone has talked about him robbing, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. In front of the base stood 2 large groups of people. One group was led by a skilled knight who spoke in a challenging tone, telling them not to be easily deceived. The gray-haired man facing them addressed his brothers, saying, "Brothers, this won't do. We'll be wiped out like this." Hen shouted loudly, "Join me. Let's kill them." Pham Tran stood in the outpost, observing both groups with great curiosity. It was quite strange. I just tried. You can't send messages to your friends on the ancient battlefield. How did these people gather so quickly? Luli is equally baffled. I don't know, but when I arrived, they had already blocked the entrance, and everyone outside the stronghold was kept out. The 2 groups facing each other seemed evenly matched. It's hard to guess which side will win. Pham Tran thought for a moment and then reminded Luli that if they dared to block the door, they must be quite strong. Let's just watch for now. One person shouted loudly, "If you want to block the door, that makes you the enemy of all of us. Everyone listen to my orders and get ready to charge in. Head up and get the mages prepared." As soon as they heard the command, the team members called out their names in unison, making it clear, while raising their weapons in a ready position. The opposing group also took a defensive stance, sneering and asking if they were ready to curse. Behind them, a companion held a talisman, grinning, just waiting for them to attack first. The talisman in his hand suddenly lit up, quickly diminishing to half, activating its effects immediately. This is a storm of wind and weaponry, causing widespread damage that hits all the enemies hard. Pham Tran chuckled. No wonder they dared to block the door. It turns out they had a talisman for widespread damage. Let's prepare to counterattack. Luli gasped in shock and nearly fell over. He walked calmly toward the struggling crowd and said, "Hey, could you please hand over all the black pearls?" They were caught off guard and didn't react in time. Who is this tall knight? Where did this crazy guy come from? He didn't respond, silently casting a spell. The little blue light of the heavenly armor array enveloped the group. He suddenly realized that it was Pham Tran, as the previous skill was still active, providing protection for everyone. Pham Tran was a bit surprised for the first time. It seems there is a widespread invincibility too, summoning the Stone Knights. The skill only lasts for 3 seconds. Use another talisman quickly. The heavenly mage swiftly grabbed the talisman to extend the time. He unleashed the ultimate skill, the Great Earth Collapse, and a massive stone appeared above Pham Tran, quickly crashing down where he stood. The stone came crashing down. Its weight, combined with its speed, made the ground tremble and the rocks echo far away. The 2 triumphant ones laughed. "Because of you, we had to use this talisman. It's worth your death." But suddenly, his voice rang out, shocking them. Pham Tran appeared in the sky behind them with large wings. He smirked. Sorry, but your talisman is now ineffective. Pham Tran used the energy of the celestial song, holding a sword as he floated in the air. The two were utterly shocked, shouting, No way, how did you dodge that? Before their question could be answered, he delivered a strike that ended everything. The system announces, You have killed the player Than Phap. Good job, you received 154 black pearls. You received 380 black pearls. ID Pham Trần tích phân 2459, ranked mod. The live stream room gasped in awe, recognizing this familiar scent. It's no surprise he's like this. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the top of the leaderboard. At this speed, he's unstoppable. Pham Tran observed the system announcement, thinking his harvest was decent. Lily stood behind, wide-eyed and mouth agape in surprise, exclaiming, What can I do now? The people outside the room continued to watch without a word of praise. Just one strong word, she's following the right person. Pham Tran said slowly, Of course, we're changing to block the door now, as it's getting late. 2 figures, one male and one female, stood guard at the outpost. Everyone watching the live stream discussed non-stop. One person at the door said it was tough to get through. They were talking about Tran Thun, right? There must be over 1,000 people outside each outpost. How many black pearls would that take? Lily couldn't help but worry. Tran Thun, is there really no problem? What if those outside charge in recklessly? The people outside were fierce, each one looking ready for a fight. He said slowly, Just get me some more corn, then find a place to hide. Don't worry about the rest. You got it. The girl outside shouted loudly, Pham Tran, does this make you worthy of being the top of a server in the country? You just bully normal players. Leave me out of it. Before she could finish, a dart flew from behind, luckily missing her. She was furious. Who threw that? The guy with the bow from a distance shouted, Of course, it's your grandpa. The girl wasn't backing down either, swinging her stick and shouting, What's the big deal? The guy with the bow rushed up. Everyone was here for the qualifiers. Why should I back down for you? You're nothing special. He took a lethal blow, and the system announced, You have killed the player Sungner. You received black pearls. The guy laughed loudly at his achievement, saying, Die already. The system continued to warn, There are 5 minutes left before night falls. Players should prepare and head to the nearest outpost. A voice shouted, If you don't want to die, charge in with me. Staying outside means certain death. It's better to risk it with him. Another player prepped to block with a cross and agreed, Exactly. Even if Pham Tran is stronger, he's just one person. If we all strike together, I don't believe he won't die. The cross flew towards him, and Pham Tran sneered, finally willing to fight. He drew his sword and dodged in a blink, then used the old skill Tio Thong Quang Thien Kai to control the crowd. They exclaimed in surprise, I clearly activated immunity, so why is there still such high damage? Another person shouted loudly, Run fast. Pham Tran replied lightly, It's too late, and then he unleashed his ultimate skill, the angelic song. The system announced, You have defeated the player, Feng Ji, the pinnacle of the world. You receive 10 black pearls. Pham Tran thought to himself, a total of 1,386 pearls. It seems in just one day, everyone had quite a bountiful harvest. The voice of Zarbao rang out loudly. It's really you, the president. He turned around and replied, Zarbao, long time no see. He laughed heartily. I was busy doing quests and farming in the secret realm before. At that moment, the female players quickly unleashed their ultimate skills while calling to each other, taking advantage of his distraction to strike. Soon after, a barrage of attacks flew toward the two of them. Pham Tran scoffed, Just in time, I was worried you all would run away. Cannon, get ready for battle, accepting 265, prepare to shoot. The arrows were surrounded by 2 streams of energy, one white and one brown, creating a powerful force. The shooting star arrows were launched. A massive power flew straight ahead, making everyone envious. Luli used her spear, casting the Holy Worm technique, with 2 streams of golden light appearing on her spear. The system announced, Holy Worm. The character bathed in light. All damage values increased by 30%, pulling a 6-second cooldown. Pham Tran laughed and said to Luli, This Holy Worm is just perfect for me. He raised the spear to the sky, summoning an angel surrounded by a halo, singing a celestial song. Half an hour later, the great battle ended with victory leaning towards Pham Tran. The hero stood proudly like a general returning victorious. The system notified him, You have been affected by the original power on the ancient battlefield. Losing 5 health points per second, cannot recover. He solemnly continued to receive the system's notifications. You have killed those who whisper with the wind. The rustling breeze. Total black pearls received is 10,000. 938. Current rank is 1. After receiving the system notification, he ordered Cannon and Lulai to collect the remaining black pearls for the two of them. Once gathered, quickly returned to the base. The two, Cannon and Luli, happily replied to Pham Tran, "Understood." On the way back, Pham Tran turned to ask his friends, "How was your haul?" Cannon smiled brightly, answering Pham Tran, "I collected 1,200 black pearls, currently ranked 500. Meanwhile, Luli also had a good harvest. She replied to Pham Tran cheerfully, "I got 502 pearls, thanks Tran." After hearing the responses from Cannon and Luli, Pham Tran was very pleased and suggested, "Let's take a break. I'm in first place now. No need to hunt players for the time being." Cannon, hearing his words, immediately summoned a small chest and said with a chuckle, "Leader, maybe you can't take a break just yet." The system described the chest just summoned by Cannon, a mysterious chest. After use, will draw a random card. 100 black pearls per draw. Card list includes Blurry card, Hidden Cook card, Speed card, Wingate card, Healing card, Anesthesia card, Defense card, Strength card, Center card. Pham Tran took the chest from Cannon and used 100 black pearls to draw a card. After withdrawing the card, the system notified him that he received a blurry transfer card, which was a blue card with intricate round patterns. The system continued. After use, he could send voice messages to all friends he had met and knew their names, lasting no more than a minute, currently available 3 times. Pham Tran picked up the card and said with a sarcastic expression, "So it turns out that the previous group of 9 people gathered this way." Zabao looked at Pham Tran, curious, "So we can also gather with your group, right?" Pham Tran cheerfully replied, "Exactly. I'll withdraw the card first, then rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll gather with them." Saying that, Pham Tran continued to withdraw the card. The system confirmed again, "Did he want to withdraw the card in the treasure room?" He answered yes. Withdraw. The system continuously announced. The image before the card appeared. "You received a blurry transfer card. You received a blurry transfer card. You received a rapid transfer card. Congratulations. You received a central card, a specification card. After use, you can designate a specific card in your world, available 3 times." Pham Tran suddenly thought, indeed a supernatural item. Za Bao asked, "President, what effect does this central card have?" Lily further asked, "Can Tran Shen reveal it?" After hearing Za Bao and Lily's questions, he smiled slyly and replied, "It's a secret." He smiled comfortably, thinking to himself, "This is my trump card to survive in the real world. How could I easily reveal it?" He clicked his tongue in admiration. "A good item." The system showed the announcement. Points are 97. Ranking is 1,425,629. Suddenly, his face became more dangerous. "Now I have to work hard to hunt." One peaceful morning, the sky was clear without a cloud in sight. The soft golden sunlight spread across the landscape. The fresh air made everything seem strangely serene. Pham Tran sang lazily, his face still showing signs of fatigue. He looked around lazily and saw no one, feeling confused. "Zabao, Lily, why is there no one around early in the morning?" Suddenly, Zabao ran over from afar, his face full of panic. "President, I discovered a glowing mountain. Many players were running towards that mountain," Zabao said hastily, out of breath. Pham Tran still hadn't woken up, his face still dazed, looking at Zabao. Pham Tran's eyes lit up with interest. Thinking whether there were any good items or not didn't matter. After all, there were players to hunt. He smiled with delight, stretching to wake himself up. Raising his spirit, "Let's go there too." Luli rushed over, holding 2 breakfast portions, breathless. "Tran Shen, wait for me. This is breakfast I got for the 2 of you." Pham Tran smiled. "It must have cost a lot," looking very satisfied. Za Bao also nodded in appreciation. "Thank you," just as he was speaking. At the top of the high mountain, the strong wind blew, creating a sound whistling through the trees. A powerful beam of light appeared, radiating bright light across the sky. Below the foot of the mountain, a crowd of players gathered, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Everyone was focused on looking up at the top of the mountain, where something mysterious was happening. No one knows exactly what awaits, but the focus and excitement permeate the space, as if everyone senses that an important event is about to happen. As soon as he arrived, Sabar exclaimed, "That's the mountain." Standing before it, Pham Tran's gaze flickered with a hint of disappointment. The scene wasn't what he expected. The crowd was smaller than anticipated. He quickly changed his mind. "Well, at least it's better than nothing." "Go!" Pham Tran ordered firmly, and immediately all 3 of them activated their protective spells, moving straight towards the crowd of players gathered at the foot of the glowing mountain. The three attacked suddenly, catching those there off guard, sending them flying into the air in complete surprise, like leaves in the wind. One of them cursed loudly, his face filled with rage as he watched his teammates soar into the air like discarded leaves. The tension escalated. No one expected the three to strike so quickly, throwing the battle into chaos instantly. The remaining ones were both panicked and astonished, shouting, "The enemy is attacking, everyone!" Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light suddenly shot down. It was the midday rain of arrows. It knocked those guys out cold instantly. The scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to react. Holding the shimmering staff high, a blinding light erupted like the brilliant sun as she shouted the blessing spell, and the system immediately announced it. Blessing spell. The cooldown time for blessed players is reduced by 35%, lasting for 12 seconds. Nice, Than Anon said, his tone cunning and sly, his eyes radiating brutality. In his hand, the glowing sword shone brightly as he unleashed a finishing move. Than Anon suddenly sprouted a pair of wings, the celestial song, with a dazzling light illuminating the surroundings, causing everyone to look up in awe. He soared into the sky, like a god about to descend to the mortal realm, preparing to unleash an unstoppable ultimate move. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, the atmosphere torn apart by overwhelming power. Than Anon stood firm at the center, like a god amidst the storm, the light around him blinding, radiating infinite strength. The system announced, "You have received 300 times the black pearls. You have received 25 times the black pearls, earning 2,900 points. Ranked 259th. Than Anon smiled, his face beaming, as if he had just accomplished a great feat. Let's go see what this is all about. The group reached the mountain peak. He led them towards the golden light, exclaiming in amazement, as all eyes were focused on a mysterious object. He held the glowing gem in his hand, and the system immediately announced, "The Black Pearl is a special item. The equipped player is immune to the power of the ancient curse when night falls on the battlefield." Holding the gem in his hand, the glowing light reflected on his face filled with excitement. Immune to the power of the ancient curse, and with a dazzling light. It felt like he had just found a priceless treasure, he thought to himself, his eyes sparkling with mischief. This was indeed a mobile trap for players. Sabao looked at Than Anon with curiosity, noticing his excitement. He grinned slyly. "Chairman, don't tell me you're planning something." Than Anon smirked mischievously. "I've informed the Shadow Team to stay away from points 1 to 30 for now. Tonight." The match began, a wicked smile clearly on his face, his tone filled with excitement. At point 1, 3 people walked confidently across the sandy terrain. The fortifications gradually coming into view. They moved in the vast space like arms welcoming them, sunlight reflecting off the ground. But that seemed to have no effect on their confidence. Than Anon spoke, his tone confident and resolute. "Once night falls, I'll hold the gem and head outside the base. I told Luli to gather the troops for you. When enough people gather, you make a quick exit and coordinate with Luli to lure them in." Sarbao smiled wickedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Got it," his tone filled with confidence. In the darkness, a blinding light illuminated the sky. A frantic voice shouted, "Don't steal it! It's my treasure!" Everyone was in an uproar, the atmosphere turning chaotic as news of the treasure spread. "A treasure has dropped. Quick, gather everyone. Don't let anyone snatch it first." Other players began to rush over, no one wanting to miss out on this priceless opportunity. At point 30, a fierce battle unfolded in a strong and intense atmosphere. The dark sky was torn apart by lights from spells colliding, creating bright red streaks, dust swirling up and obscuring the area, forming a dense curtain. Than Anon stepped out from the blazing flames behind him, striding confidently, unaffected by the fierce fire. The flames rose up like a curtain, highlighting his sturdy figure, with a shimmering magic sword in his hand, like a mysterious torch in the sea of fire. With every step, the ground trembled, and the flames seemed to bow to his presence. The system immediately announced in a steady and precise voice, "You have received Black Pearls 107. You have received Black Pearls 26. Total points 512,049, ranking first." Than Anon's expression slowly darkened, his face tightening. His gaze was sharp as a blade. The surrounding atmosphere felt compressed, creating a tense but silent pressure. Everything around seemed to pause for a moment. Than Anon, with a glimmer of satisfaction and self-contentment in his eyes, smiled gently. A smile reflected joy and satisfaction with his relentless efforts, moving from point 1 to point 30, reaping many rewards. Zabar, with his large stature and cheerful demeanor, appeared after the battle, his eyes shining with amazement and delight. The smile on his face reflected his excitement and satisfaction, After such a tough fight, it was insane. This is the first time I've seen your health drop so fast. Really crazy. Lily joked back, my city couldn't supply milk fast enough for you. Pham Tran smiled and asked, with a curious and expectant look, how was the harvest for the two of you? His tone was calm but slightly excited. Zabar laughed happily, his eyes lighting up. The smile on his lips couldn't hide his pride as he showed off his loot. 3,598 pearls, ranked 10th. Lily was equally excited, her bright eyes shining as she shared her results. I couldn't kill many, just over 2,000 pearls, now ranked 500th. Pham Tran waved goodbye to everyone, saying, that's it for today. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. He thought to himself, it seems the rankings for the black pearls are quite close, so I'll use 300,000 pearls to draw for reds, and keep the rest for the rankings. Drawing continuously from 300,000 black pearls should yield something good, he thought, raising his hand to open the secret chest system. The system displayed a notification. A wooden chest appeared. Would you like to use the continuous draw feature, up to 100 times in a row? Oh, Pham Tran confirmed his agreement with the system, and the chest opened. Inside, various blue items appeared in sequence. You received a translucent item. You received a translucent item. You received a swift item. The system announced the items Pham Tran received. Continuing on, Pham Tran commanded the chest, his face beaming with satisfaction. Immediately, a golden item with a bright light appeared in the air, its light radiating sparkling beams. This item looked like a precious artifact, with intricate characters and unique patterns engraved on its surface. One by one, the yellow cards appeared, and the system continuously announced the magical cards that Pham was receiving. You received the medium card, the manifestation card. You received the medium card, the interdimensional card. The interdimensional card. Pham wondered what this card was about. He held it in his hand to examine it. Immediately, the system announced. When used, it can bring any character from the world of deities into reality. The duration is 30 minutes. The number of uses is 3. Note that the interdimensional traveler must fully trust you and agree to the travel for it to take effect. Pham was surprised to look at the yellow card, his eyes wide open in disbelief at what he had just received. Oh, Mamma Mia! A series of excited sounds burst from his mouth. Not exactly clear words, but exclamations full of delight. Pham smiled with squinted eyes, tightly holding the newly received yellow card, his face full of satisfaction, the lines of joy clearly visible on his face. His eyes curved up, filled with contentment. However, he had no idea that from a distant place, there were eyes silently watching his every move. A soft voice sounded. Out of curiosity, what did the god actually draw? Why does his expression look like he just got lucky, throwing away 300,000 and getting 3 yellow cards? Even more depressed than the SSS card drop rate for a 10-player game seems like good stuff. Moreover, it's the kind that can still be used after leaving the ancient battlefield, they kept discussing among themselves. In a lavish place with elegance and sophistication, soft yellow lights illuminated the spacious room, highlighting every intricate detail. A girl with shiny blonde hair sat quietly on the sofa. In front of her was a large screen displaying images of Pham smiling contentedly with the yellow card in hand. She observed him for a long moment. Unable to hold back any longer, she said coldly and decisively. The man standing next to the girl had a serious and solemn demeanor in his neatly tailored black suit. The light from the stage illuminated his cold face, giving her peace of mind. Our people have crossed the border. According to the latest news, South Korea and Japan have also sent people there. He is definitely going to die. He spoke in a slow tone, each word articulated firmly. The girl with the blonde hair remained still, crossing her arms over her chest, her gaze still icy. It's truly unfortunate. Unlike Creasy, she was both alluring and powerful yet cold. The girl's expression darkened, as if the cold decisiveness had taken over her mind. Such talent could not contribute to us. Her deep eyes glinted with hatred and unyielding ruthlessness, waiting for him to die. I will mourn for him. Elsewhere, Pham Tran still smiled contentedly, tightly holding the shiny trophy he had just received, completely immersed in excitement and satisfaction. He was unaware that terrifying dangers were silently lurking, ready to descend upon him. Underground forces, enemies in the dark, and brutal schemes were beginning to unfold around him step by step. The final day of the qualifiers, the tense atmosphere enveloped all the players. The system activated the notification with a deep tone. You are using a transmission card. Reciting the player's name can transmit sound. Pham Tran firmly held the trophy in his hand. His eyes gleamed with focus. He took a deep breath and then called out loudly the name of the little fairy. Immediately, the card in his hand emitted a brilliant blue light, surrounding it like a magical energy wave. The little fairy was fighting when she suddenly felt a clear voice in her head, gathering at checkpoint 33. Her eyes widened in surprise, realizing it was Pham Tran's voice. The transmission card had been used, and she knew this was not a trivial matter. The little fairy smiled confidently, responding softly through the transmission card. Understood, around her were the defeated foes, lying unconscious on the ground, unable to resist. Her gaze flickered over the bodies, but she was unfazed. The little fairy quickly stood upright, brushed off the dust from her outfit, and began moving towards checkpoint 33. Than Anon suddenly jolted when she heard the voice ringing in her head from the audio transmission. Than Anon, gather. The clear and authoritative voice of Pham Tran made her momentarily flustered. She slightly frowned. Than Anon immediately replied cheerfully, I'm on my way. See you soon, Pham Tran. She quickly grasped the sword tightly in her hand, and without hesitation, struck hard at a fallen opponent, lying in agony on the ground. A loud cry erupted as the sharp blade made contact. The defeated foe groaned in pain, but Than Anon remained unaffected. Her face retained a calm expression. Checkpoint 33. The sound echoed in his mind once more as he wiped away the exhaustion. He had just finished a battle, laughing joyfully, his eyes bright. Big bro, this is my life. Feng was just coming off the battle, his body still warm from the heat of the confrontation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, cutting through the haze, and he felt his gaze sharpen. Serious and cold as steel, without hesitation, Feng responded in a low voice. He turned and decisively left the area, heading towards checkpoint 33. At the assembly point, the three Pham, Tran, Lily, and Sarbao were ready for the next action. The atmosphere was tense but filled with determination. Sarbao raised an eyebrow, turning to Pham Tran, his eyes filled with curiosity. President, our guild is about to assemble. What should we do about this girl? He asked, his voice laced with concern, looking towards a small girl standing not far away. Lily also turned her gaze towards Pham Tran, waiting for his response. Pham Tran maintained a calm expression, his eyes seeming to calculate something. He was considering carefully, not giving Pham Tran a chance to speak. Lily quickly expressed her thoughts, her eyes sparkling with hope. Tran, can I join your guild? I'm still a free player right now. Her voice was soft, but it carried sincerity and determination. Her gaze locked onto Pham Tran, pleading as if this would change the entire path she was on. Pham Tran smiled, his eyes warm and friendly, seemingly having anticipated this. He spoke to Lily. With an excited tone, welcoming her, he thought to himself, I guess I'll have to rely on Lily to bring the blessings of the love god. Everyone had gathered at the meeting point. The atmosphere became tense and ready for action. The command to eliminate distant threats rang out, strong and bold. Big bro, we're here. Is it time to work? Pham Tran ordered in a steady voice, his gaze decisive as he looked over each team member. Yes, everyone. Take a moment to rest. Then, to checkpoint 99, Pham Tran's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting seriousness and ironclad determination. His words came out like an unyielding command kill. 3 hours later, at checkpoint 99, the battle raged fiercely, like a storm tearing apart the sky. The sound of powerful attacks echoed, smoke and fire engulfing the battlefield, relentless bombardments. The earth trembled under the power of spells and sword energy from both sides. Flashes erupted from the explosions, filling the space, creating a scene of chaos and ferocity. After the battle ended, an unusual silence settled in. The smoke and fire gradually dissipated, and the members of Pham Tran's team remained calm. Without a hint of fatigue or tension, the fierce battle seemed to have posed no challenge to them as Pham Tran turned back. With a serious gaze at his teammates, he calmly said, Everyone, go collect the pearls, just in case. We need to ensure everyone makes it into the top 800. Than Anon cheerfully replied, Yes, system announcement. There are 30 minutes left. The qualifying battle is about to end, starting the countdown. 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Pham Tran gently raised his hand. A faint light flickered in the air. From that light, a secret chest gradually appeared before him. Suspended in space, he quietly calculated, making the most of his time, saving the last 10,000 beads, the remaining pearls to fully utilize. The system appeared in mid-air, its voice echoing throughout the space, announcing the end of the qualifying round. The top 1,001 players on the leaderboard will advance to the finals, which will take place at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All players will be teleported to the heavenly capital. Pham Tran quickly opened the team chat and sent a message, asking if everyone passed the qualifying round, immediately. Than Anon responded quickly, saying she was okay, then each person in the group replied in turn. The atmosphere in the chat group became lively and full of excitement. Pham Tran sighed, his eyes closing slightly as he thought about the past few days. It had been a bit boring, but the harvest wasn't bad. Pham Tran thought carefully, his expression darkened as he began to calculate in his mind. Now he had 11 solid forms, 11 enhanced forms, and 1 transcendent form. His face turned grim, deep in thought. The impending battle would have a significant impact. He needed a trump card to stay safe in the real world. Let's see how effective the Windgate form is. A green form with intricate patterns appeared in the air. The Windgate materialized. The form began to take effect. In the real world, Pham Tran had just exited the game when a well-dressed man awaited him. Upon seeing him, he quickly announced, "Jang Tran, I've just received news that South Korea and Japan are collaborating. 3 teams of mercenaries have secretly infiltrated the country, aiming to kill you in the real world." The tall man with a stern face was Zhao Guo, asserting that his power was too strong to be underestimated. Pham Tran showed no signs of worry, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He cheerfully replied, "Captain, don't tell me you can't handle just a small team of mercenaries." His calm and provocative tone lightened the atmosphere. Zhao Guo took a deep breath, seriousness in his gaze. He said, "You call the top 3 world gambling teams, the White Sharks, and the Nameless, a small team of mercenaries," emphasizing each word. "Now you have 2 options." Zhao Guo's face was serious, his eyes resolute. He raised 2 fingers and said, "First, come with me to the headquarters of the Supernatural Safety Bureau. We will do our utmost to ensure your survival through the finals. Second, use yourself as bait to lure them out and eliminate the threat first." Pham Tran was unafraid, his eyes showing disdain. "I choose option 3, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." Zhao Guo looked worried and frustrated. Unable to contain his emotions, he shouted loudly, his voice resonating in the quiet space. "Are you crazy? This is the real world." Then he regained his composure, his voice slow and serious, saying with a look that was both determined and worried, "You know you have an increase of 4 basic attributes, but reality is not like the game. The power of firearms is not something you can handle." Pham Tran didn't let Kwok finish his sentence. He snapped his fingers and a golden card appeared, surrounded by brilliant light like a halo. "I can," he said, his eyes shining with confidence, showing he was ready to face any challenge ahead. Pham Tran was quickly lifted into the air by a gust of wind, creating a striking image as he asked him, "The game has manifested in reality. Isn't this what you've always pursued?" And Kwok stood below, his eyes filled with astonishment, realizing the power Pham Tran possessed. The card could manifest abilities from the game. Pham Tran's gaze was firm, his expression confident and assertive. "As you see, I have the ability. I think I can advance them to the altar before they use firearms." And Kwok remained worried, his expression darkening. But he had to know. Killing in reality isn't like killing in a game. Can you handle it? Pham Tran looked annoyed at Kwok's question and firmly replied, "When the gods appear, ordinary people's lives will completely change. I don't want to kill, but they want to take my life. I can't just sit and wait to die." After a tense debate, Kwok realized he couldn't convince Pham Tran. Finally, he resigned to fate. "All right, you go arrange to investigate their hideout for me." He turned away, his posture proud like a general preparing for a big battle. And Pham Tran didn't hesitate. He turned and walked away, confidence flooding his heart. "Once you're ready, call me," Pham Tran said, gesturing with his hand, his proud silhouette a symbol of strength and confidence. "Welcome back to the world of the gods," the system announced, welcoming Pham Tran back into the game. He quickly cast a spell, thinking to himself, "I just need 10 manifestation cards. From now on, those who want to kill me will only increase." He pondered, his face full of thought and calculation, needing to find the optimal solution. Manifestation, one by one, all of Pham Tran's manifestation cards appeared, each radiating a shimmering golden light, like stars twinkling in the night sky. Speed, agility, stamina, defense, survival ability, strength, attack power. Pham Tran's eyes were full of contemplation. Each card was not just a tool, but also a symbol of preparation for the upcoming battle. On the outskirts of Tin City, where the mercenary group's base was located, the atmosphere became tense as Kwok faced Pham Tran. The stronghold of 3 mercenary groups was inside. Inside, there were a total of 19 people, all experts from the 3 major mercenary groups. And Kwok continued to relay instructions. Pham Tran nodded, his gaze resolute. "I will sneak in from the back. You guys attract their attention in the front. Remember, don't fire." Everyone had arrived at the base, and before them was an emergency exit. The atmosphere here seemed to freeze, creating a feeling of suspense and tension. The Kwok market continued to speak, his tone growing more serious, his eyes narrowing, revealing his concern for Pham Tran's safety. The boy's life was more important than all the people here. If something happened to him, how would the upcoming battle proceed? Pham Tran's expression was displeased, and he angrily replied, fully aware that these people were armed with high-penetration weapons. If this issue isn't resolved now, what difference would it make if I moved to the Supernatural Safety Bureau? He continued to analyze, stating that once the decisive battle began, there would be no turning back. If they didn't address the potential threat now, once they attack the headquarters, am I supposed to abandon the finals, or just wait to die in the game? He turned away but kept talking, questioning whether he ever thought about what to do if they used civilians' lives as leverage. I'm not a good person, but I can't just turn a blind eye to them, so I'd rather take the risk. As he spoke, he activated the magic card, revealing the ultimate card, and the space around Pham Tran suddenly transformed into a wind gate. Kwok immediately ordered his subordinates to distract the enemy with a barrage, creating an opportunity for Jang Tran. Understood? A man standing behind acknowledged the order, and it seemed the horrific battle was about to begin. Kwok shouted, "The mercenaries inside are surrounded. If you surrender now, there's still a chance to escape." A woman appeared, her long hair and voluptuous figure, asking why everyone needed to make such a big deal out of it, as they were all friends. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, walking with a calm and confident demeanor, each step affirming her power and allure. The voice of the Silver Fox Jr. rang out, confident and incisive. "We only need Pham Tran, bring him out, and we'll leave immediately." She stood tall, her gaze contemptuous as she looked at those around her, as if dismissing their presence. Kwok laughed mockingly, his voice echoing like a sharp blade cutting through the silence. "Now I can send you all to your doom," he challenged, his eyes filled with pride and self-satisfaction. The Silver Fox Jr. smirked, her gaze as cold as steel. "We've planted bombs in shopping malls, pedestrian streets, and residential areas. You want to sacrifice countless civilians for one person?" Her voice was full of confidence, as if her plan was sure to succeed. Behind the stronghold, Pham Tran floated in midair, his mind tense yet resolute. He had clearly heard the conversation between Kwok and the Silver Fox Jr. and thought to himself, indeed, the enemy wasn't as simple as they appeared. They had contingencies in place. Success or failure would be decided today. In the abandoned factory, the atmosphere was suffocating. The leader of the Silver Fox gang, with a long scar running down his forehead, scanned the tense faces of his followers. He furrowed his brow in confusion. The Supernatural Safety Bureau had always worked cautiously, focusing more on defense than offense. Why were they proactively seeking us? The tension in the air escalated. The warriors around began to whisper, their eyes revealing excitement, with some unable to hide their longing for battle, eagerly anticipating a dramatic fight. Why care so much? Our only target is Pham Tran. Pham Tran arrives at noon, the nameless leader of the Roses, coldly looking around, his eyes sharp as blades. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, as if mocking those preparing to face danger, her face showing discomfort, her voice booming like thunder. "I heard no, but I feel something is off." Shark Leader 74 spoke with a pensive expression, as if trying to see through the mysteries unfolding. Suddenly, a noise came from above. "Who is it?" 74 exclaimed, her voice thick with suspicion, her gaze sweeping over her comrades behind her. Every face was filled with surprise and worry. The whole workshop fell silent. Each person felt the tension in the air. "Good afternoon." Pham Tran casually raised his hand in greeting, as if he were an old friend meeting after a long time, showing no fear or panic in front of his enemies. "That's Pham Tran. Attack!" the nameless leader of the Roses shouted, her voice filled with rage and disbelief. Immediately, a soldier with a cannon aimed directly at Pham Tran, the barrel flashing with light. A loud explosion rang out. The cannonball shot out at breakneck speed. Smoke and fire erupted. The Silver Fox leader stared intently, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How did he get in here? Is he dead? According to the reports, he shouldn't be that easy to kill, 74 said loudly, her face full of surprise and doubt. She felt the tension spreading throughout the base, yet she couldn't back down. Everyone was on high alert. Before she could finish her sentence, Pham Tran appeared behind her, his eyes blazing, in his hand, the glowing central card, the speed card. Once activated, grants increased speed for 1 hour, usable 3 times. The shimmering golden light showed hidden power. He activated the speed card, feeling a surge of strength. His speed skyrocketed. 74 couldn't react. Unable to believe her eyes, her subordinates fell dead right before her. A piercing scream and chaos erupted. Pham Tran wasted no time. Quickly activated the strength card. Once used, grants increased strength for 1 hour, usable 3 times. Power surged within him, 74 could only gasp. Before she could react, Pham Tran killed her, dead on the spot. He swiftly took down everyone present, leaving them no chance to retaliate. This is not a speed a human can achieve. The Rose leader was horrified by what she was witnessing, her face pale with fear. This is the power of the divine game. The Silver Fox leader hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat, but it was too late. The leader felt a chill run down his spine as he realized Pham Tran's presence behind him. He turned around, but it was too late. Pham Tran held the central card. With a cold yet confident tone. "Want to leave?" The leader backed away, his eyes filled with confusion. He sensed the overwhelming power approaching but didn't know how to counter it. "Can you leave?" Pham Tran asked without hesitation, striking like lightning. A fatal blow aimed at his enemy. The leader was knocked out, unable to utter a word. Pham Tran's strike quickly ended everything. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief at what just happened. Just 10 seconds. They're all dead. It can't be. It shouldn't have been like this. The roses trembled in his hands. He stammered, clearly showing utter fear, his face pale. With a bewildered gaze, she couldn't believe what had just happened. The mercenaries she was always proud of now lay lifeless with no resistance. Pham Tran's eyes were cold and sharp like a blade, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy. He spoke calmly yet decisively. "Sorry, this is reality." The next day, everything seemed to return to normal life, but nothing happened. He must have rested enough. Tran An Quoc was worried about his health after yesterday's battle. Tran. An Quoc looked at Pham Tran, a serious expression on his face as he asked, "Next is the merger battle. Are you confident?" His worry was evident. Pham Tran, with a proud demeanor, walked confidently as if nothing could disturb his stride. "Don't worry," he said firmly, his tone full of confidence, not at all anxious. With a face full of confidence, he smiled and said, "I will win, bringing glory back to the homeland. Wait for me," his eyes bright, determination etched in every expression. "Welcome back to the world of the gods." The system announced, "The decisive merger battle is about to begin. Players, please prepare." Everyone was gathered in a large square. 3, 2, 1. Pham Tran closed his eyes, waiting for what was about to happen to him, and ready for the next battle. The decisive battle officially begins. You have been teleported to Lu Day Island. The system announced. Pham Tran opened his eyes. Before him was a completely unfamiliar sight. The trees stood tall and dense, like a thick green curtain. A sense of excitement and determination surged within him. Pham Tran knew that the upcoming battle would not be easy.